Cheng Yan vowed with unwavering determination, "I shall continue my pursuit of immortality." Having traversed to a fantastical realm since childhood, Cheng Yan inadvertently activated a teleportation array while exploring the library, leading him unexpectedly to the Western Mountains. There, he encountered a gravely injured cultivator in a state of unconsciousness. Maintaining his true essence, Cheng Yan tended to the cultivator, however. Despite his efforts, it was futile. In the final moments of his life, the cultivator imparted the secrets of cultivation to Cheng Yan. Thus began Cheng Yan's journey along the legendary path of a cultivator from a distinguished family. Chapter 1. Cheng Yan Village. Cheng Yan Village, an isolated hamlet, is enveloped by verdant mountains, crystal-clear waters, azure skies, and fluffy white clouds. The villagers live a self-sufficient existence, basking in the tranquility as the sun sets. Children with golden hair and flowing locks frolic about, their laughter echoing in the serene atmosphere. The population of Cheng Yan Village stands at 666, with 222 households. The village is constructed in a traditional north-facing layout, its simplicity accentuating its seclusion from the outside world. At this moment, a group of children play joyfully near the library situated on the back mountain of Cheng Yan Village. Occasionally, they chase each other in small groups, while others sit in the shade, perusing bamboo scrolls and absorbing a myriad of knowledge. At the pinnacle of the library, the most enigmatic part of Cheng Yan Village, an unexpected gathering of visitors arrives. Move with caution. With this cautionary remark, Cheng Yan and a few companions stealthily made their way to the 9th floor of the library. To evade detection by adults and others, they assigned a lookout on the 3rd, 5th, 7th, and 8th floors. Out of prudence, Cheng Yan even set up a bell mechanism at the staircases leading to the 8th and 9th floors, designed to alert them of any intrusions. Guided by Cheng Yan, they gradually ascended to the library's highest level, the 9th floor. This floor bore no distinction from the others, its unadorned simplicity lacking any remarkable features. Wooden shelves filled with bamboo scrolls and various tomes dominated the space. Upon their arrival, they dispersed to explore different areas. Unconsciously, Cheng Yan found himself before a shelf that was utterly devoid of content. After searching for a considerable time, he could not find even a speck of dust upon its surface. "Strange," he murmured. "This cannot be right. Why is it that every other place is brimming with scrolls and books, yet this one is completely bare?" With arms crossed and brows furrowed, he gazed at the empty shelf, perplexed. Logically, there should be something here. Cheng Yan was genuinely baffled. He gradually circled the shelf, yet found no peculiarities or differences. How curious. If the 9th floor is so mysterious, why do the village elders strictly forbid anyone from ascending? But why does this place seem so unremarkable, akin to the lower floors? Where are Xiao Hu and the others? What has become of the shelves in other areas? When did this happen? But what could that point be? Could it be the shelf? Is this the key to triggering the secret? Cheng Yan pondered intensely, yet no answers emerged. Alas, he was neither a genius nor a detective like Bao Zheng, Sherlock Holmes, or Conan, but he certainly did not arrive at this conclusion easily. Now, Cheng Yan could affirm, with a degree of certainty, that this was not a mechanism. The reasons were manifold. Firstly, the elements involved in a typical trap are exceedingly intricate, with trigger points often concealed in shadows. Particularly, the entrance he had just entered served as the prime trigger point for any trap. Secondly, the village head and his compatriots would never arrange a trap in such a manner. Having been isolated from the world for countless years, their village would not attract outsiders to set up mechanisms. Most importantly, throughout history, no individual from Cheng Yan Village has possessed the knowledge of mechanism crafting. They're only familiar with the most rudimentary of traps. Regarding the more complex art of mechanism crafting, not a single soul in Cheng Yan Village has any expertise. With this in mind, having ruled out mechanisms, Cheng Yan could confidently contemplate the several notions swirling in his mind. They were merely illusions, phantoms, or perhaps some form of trickery. He felt little regard for these possibilities and raised his fist, as large as a durian, and with a resounding thud, struck the empty bookshelf. Instantly, with the shattering of the shelf, a blinding beam of light surged towards Cheng Yan. Gradually, the glaring radiance enveloped him entirely. As the intense light began to wane, Cheng Yan cautiously opened his eyes. Gazing at the environment before him, a place both familiar and alien, could hardly believe it, and, in astonishment, closed his mouth tightly. Goodness, is this not the Westback Mountain? The Westback Mountain was a forbidden territory, spoken of in hushed tones by the elders of every household in Qingshan village. No, no, this was a place even more strictly prohibited than that. Furthermore, the Westback Mountain was shrouded in mystery, often yielding astonishing creatures. Within its depths lurked ferocious beasts such as wolves, tigers, leopards, wild boars, and black bears. Encountering a tiger or leopard might be deemed fortunate. If one could maintain composure and execute a deft maneuver, they might escape unscathed. However, those who managed to flee would potentially become mere sustenance for the natural world. Comparatively, the threat posed by tigers and leopards was not as dire. Yet, should one find themselves amidst a pack of wolves or a herd of wild boars, the situation would indeed be grave. It cannot be said that such individuals were merely unlucky, rather, they would be exceptionally unfortunate to the point of despair. In such scenarios, the likelihood of escape is almost non-existent. 99.9999999999999999999 improbable. Thus, even the most seasoned hunters in Qingshan village would hesitate to venture into the Westback Mountain. At most, they would only hunt at its fringes. As Cheng Yan surveyed the eerily silent depths of the forest, he cautiously advanced away from the setting sun. To be frank, he would willingly traverse any other part of Qingshan village, as the only perilous area nearby was the Westback Mountain, with other locales rarely harboring large predators. His astonishment. What began as an ordinary exploration of the library transformed into a grand adventure in the wilderness of the Western Back Mountain. It was indeed a most ludicrous turn of events. The perilous nature of the Western Back Mountain was well known, as evident to all. As the son of a competent hunter, Cheng Yan had been raised on tales of caution from his father, who frequently warned him about the dangers lurking in that region. Once, he had even endured a grievous injury, which served to further impress upon Cheng Yan the treacherous reputation of the Western Back Mountain. Surely, his father would not deceive him if the elder spoke of dangers in the depths of the mountain. Then it undoubtedly warranted caution. Moreover, his father had once borne the scars of a serious wound, which only deepened Cheng Yan's understanding of the mountain's risks. At present, Cheng Yan, though merely 12 years of age, possessed a remarkable composure that set him apart from his peers. Instead of exhibiting the typical rebelliousness of youth, he heeded his parents' words and often took on necessary household responsibilities. This was perhaps a consequence of his past life as a traveler from Blue Star, where he had known no family or ties, living a solitary existence. Now, in this unfamiliar world, he was determined to cherish the precious familial bonds he had unexpectedly found. Chapter 2. The Western Back Mountain. In this strange and enchanting landscape, Cheng Yan cautiously ventured forth. Initially filled with curiosity, his demeanor gradually shifted to one of heightened vigilance as he traversed the terrain. Especially upon arriving in a place he had never visited before, he found himself increasingly wary. Most individuals would still be grappling with their thoughts, their minds tethered to familiar surroundings. Although Cheng Yan treaded carefully, he could not help but marvel at the unfamiliar sights that unfolded before him. This area, deemed forbidden by the village elders, harbored uncertainties regarding its dangers. Surrounded by towering ancient trees and vibrant greenery, the lush and picturesque scenery was invigorating. Unable to restrain his admiration, Cheng Yan mused aloud. The scenery here is delightful, and the air is refreshingly pure. It is indeed quite splendid. Suppressing his curiosity, Cheng Yan stealthily continued his exploration. As he walked, he suddenly noticed a mushroom growing beneath a large tree, its bright red cap and white stem presenting a striking spectacle that captivated his attention. Remarkably, he recognized this peculiar fungus, not merely recognized, but it savored its delectable taste on several occasions. His father had once taken him to the outskirts of the Western Back Mountain to gather such mushrooms. Not only were they exquisite in flavor, succulent and tender, they melted in one's mouth, a culinary delight indeed. Regrettably, their scarcity meant he had only enjoyed them a few times. Even his father, after years of hunting near the mountain's edge, had encountered them only once. However, now that he had stumbled upon this treasure, he was determined to seize the opportunity. Since he had ventured this far, he certainly could not return empty-handed. After all, it would be impolite to accept a gift without offering something in return. Thus, Cheng Yan exuberantly arrived beneath the towering tree, diligently excavating the mushrooms that thrived at its roots. Once he completed his task, he meticulously covered the holes he had dug, ensuring no trace remained, and he finally exhaled in relief. Such mushrooms, without a doubt, were exceedingly precious, warranting careful handling. After finishing, however, Cheng Yan did not make his immediate departure. Instead, he began to survey his surroundings. Typically, these mushrooms do not grow in isolation on a single tree. They often flourish in clusters of 3 to 4 on one tree, with several more sprouting nearby. Indeed, my anticipation was not unfounded. Cheng Yan mused, securing the freshly gathered mushrooms, his eyes suddenly gleaming with excitement as he gazed in a particular direction. Not far from where he stood, he discovered several more identical mushrooms beneath another tree. Furthermore, at a distance, he spotted 3 more. Ha! Just as I suspected, it seems my intuition was correct. Cheng Yan slowly approached the mushrooms, plucking them one by one. After a while, he abruptly stood up and spun around sharply. The scenery around him had drastically transformed. The familiar landscape he remembered had vanished completely. "Oh no!" Cheng Yan exclaimed, a chill running through him. He had inadvertently wandered deep into the forest, startling his already anxious heart. This was disastrous. He had undoubtedly strayed from his intended eastern direction. Unlike the outskirts of the western back mountain, where villagers had trodden for years, forming well-worn paths, his current predicament was far more precarious. Firstly, he had deviated from his course after sunset. Secondly, he had never set foot in this unfamiliar terrain, devoid of even a single familiar face. Additionally, he possessed nothing but mushrooms, lacking any tools to ascertain his direction. To complicate matters further, the night sky was overcast, remaining stationary for an entire day, and night might not guarantee the sighting of a single star. Now, with no knowledge of the celestial or terrestrial, and without any means, he felt utterly helpless. Alas, he sighed, since I am lost, rather than waiting idly, it would be prudent to press forward. Cheng Yan raised his gaze to the boundless, dark clouds, letting out a resigned breath. This way, at least he could seek a path to survival. Remaining here would inevitably lead to doom. The night was dark, the wind howled, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Under the dim moonlight, Cheng Yan's heavy footsteps echoed slowly through the vast forest. Gradually, he became even more disoriented within the woods. Initially, fear gripped him, causing him to wander aimlessly, which only compounded his confusion. However, Cheng Yan's state of mind eventually stabilized. After all, he was, in no small measure, a traveler from another realm. As a sojourner from the Blue Star world, it was only natural that he would need time to acclimate. With patience, he began to adapt. Indeed, based on the knowledge that Cheng Yan has traversed from another realm, he finds himself ill-equipped to navigate his current predicament, let alone to swiftly acclimate to the unsettling turmoil within his mind. His father, a native of this land, had imparted wisdom to him during his formative years, specifically when he was around 7 or 8 years old, in how to conduct oneself when lost. The first principle was to maintain composure and poise, followed by keen observation of celestial bodies, such as the North Star, planets, tree stumps, and anthills. However, in this moment, Cheng Yan is painfully aware that he possesses none of these guiding factors. The absence of tools amplifies his challenges, rendering his situation increasingly dire. Moreover, the foundational knowledge he once held has faded, and even if it remained, it would offer little solace in his current state of despair. Regret consumes him entirely. He is overwhelmed by a profound sense of remorse. If only he had foreseen the consequences, he would not have eagerly ventured to gather mushrooms. Had he known, he would have refrained from whimsically exploring the vacant bookshelf. If he had anticipated this predicament, he would never have succumbed to his curiosity by probing the forbidden 9th floor of the library. Alas, it is too late for such reflections. Overwhelmed by fear, regret, and anxiety, tears glisten like delicate snowflakes in his eyes, though he steadfastly suppresses them, stubbornly darting through the woods. He cannot afford to surrender his fate to the unknown like a headless fly. He flits about in search of a glimmer of hope. Slowly, time seems to stretch into oblivion. Has it been merely an hour? A day? Cheng Yan cannot discern, nor does he know where his aimless wanderings have taken him. In a moment of reckless determination, he parts a dense thicket, and suddenly the landscape opens before him. Unlike the usual verdant foliage, this time, amidst the thicket, lies a figure sprawled on the ground. Chapter 3. A life saved surveying the disordered vegetation surrounding him, as well as the ground marred by numerous uneven impressions, Cheng Yan felt compelled to proceed with utmost caution. Moving stealthily, approaching closer, he beheld a motionless figure sprawled upon the grass, a man of middle age, whose resolute features were framed by a slight stubble. At that moment, the man's head rested against a small stone covered in moss. His complexion was pallid, and he appeared haggard, with a breath so faint it seemed almost ephemeral. Blood continued to seep from the wounds on his arm, yet the faint rise and fall of his chest provided evidence of his lingering life. However, without prompt and effective medical attention, his survival seemed precarious at best. Alas, such grievous injuries suggested that death might not be far off. Cheng Yan observed the man from a distance, his brow furrowed in concern. After a struggle within himself and a prolonged hesitation, he ultimately sighed in resignation, choosing to adhere to the conviction of his heart. With resolve now firmly established, the fear that once gripped him dissipated, allowing him to overcome his trepidation. Recollections of his father's teachings flooded his mind. He recalled his father's counsel, which urged that should one encounter traps set by other hunters in the wilderness, they must not be disturbed or tampered with. It was wiser to evade them. Furthermore, if one happened upon another hunter or an individual in distress, they should offer assistance where possible, striving to save lives as a means of fostering goodwill. Although indifference could circumvent 95% of trivial matters, who could truly guarantee they would never find themselves in need of aid? Of course, such benevolence must be exercised within the bounds of self-preservation. Otherwise, one would be unable to safeguard oneself, let alone assist others. Cheng Yan cautiously approached to inspect the man more closely, discovering that he bore grave injuries. The sight of several alarming wounds across the man's arm and chest sent a shiver down his spine. In the depths of this wilderness, amidst the wild beasts and ferocious predators, who could have inflicted such severe harm upon a living soul? Despite having lived 2 lives, Cheng Yan's understanding of the hunter's craft was somewhat lacking, rendering his experience insufficient. A seasoned hunter, upon witnessing such wounds, would undoubtedly flee without a second thought. A closer examination revealed that the injuries on the man's chest and arm were straight and clean, resembling the result of a sharp blade. It was evident that the assailant possessed remarkable strength and exceptional skill. Yet, in this desolate place, where civilization was nowhere in sight, how had this man come to be here? Cheng Yan remained vigilant, observing the man for a time before allowing himself to relax slightly, noting the absence of any immediate threats. Even so, he dared not approach recklessly. Instead, he cautiously advanced step by step, peering closely at the man. It soon became apparent that the man had likely lost consciousness, and upon listening intently, Cheng Yan could discern the feeble sound of his breathing. It appears that the middle-aged man before me is not long for this world. Even if he manages to survive for a moment, it is unlikely to be for long. As Cheng Yan took his tentative steps forward, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, 5 steps, 6 steps, 7 steps, 8 steps, he suddenly heard a series of violent coughs. Water, water. The man coughed hoarsely, his voice a mere whisper, fragile and feeble, punctuated by gasps for breath. I was startled. Even so, the sound startled Cheng Yan, sending his heart racing uncontrollably. He instinctively retreated several paces, halting only when he believed he had established a safe distance. After a moment, the middle-aged man remained with his eyes closed, motionless, yet his weak voice continued to plead for water, repeating the words, water, drink water, I want to drink water. Realizing the man's dire need for hydration, Cheng Yan quickly scavenged a large leaf from the underbrush, fashioning it into a cone to serve as a vessel. Fortunately, a small stream flowed nearby, making it easy to fetch water. Indeed, this man was fortunate to have survived thus far. With the leaf filled with water, Cheng Yan cautiously approached the man, gently offering the water to his parched lips. After a moment, once the man had quenched his thirst, he gradually fell silent, slipping into a state of unconsciousness. It was only then that Cheng Yan could clearly see the ghastly wound on the man's body, deep enough to reveal bone. A grievous injury. Alas, such a wound, such depth. I am at a loss. Faced with such a formidable injury, Cheng Yan felt utterly helpless, scanning the surroundings for any signs of lurking predators. At that moment, he grasped the importance of skill. His father's words had proven true. His own rudimentary abilities in the art of hunting had barely scratched the surface. He might not have even begun to learn. With no clear course of action, Cheng Yan could only sit quietly beside the middle-aged man and wait. As fatigue from his journey overcame him, he drifted into a deep slumber, unaware of how much time had passed, even as the middle-aged man regained consciousness. Upon awakening, the man first surveyed his surroundings. Spotting the sleeping Cheng Yan, he instinctively raised a hand, forming a gesture with 2 fingers while tightly grasping a yellow talisman adorned with peculiar symbols. His gaze fixed intently on Cheng Yan. He furrowed his brow, seemingly coming to a realization. After contemplating for a moment, He slowly lowered his hand, turning it slightly, revealing a small, dark brown pill, neither too large nor too small, perfect for a single swallow. After consuming it, he closed his eyes, beginning to meditate and regulate his breath. Time flowed gently by, and it was uncertain how long he had slept, until the coolness of the night set in. Cheng Yan, who had inadvertently dozed off, slowly awoke from his slumber. Groggily rubbing his eyes, he opened them to gaze at the large stone ahead, only to find the middle-aged man who had been resting there had vanished without a trace. Cheng Yan's pupils instantly contracted, and a wave of panic washed over him as he quickly scanned his surroundings. To his astonishment, in the midst of the once empty lawn, an unexpected barbecue grill had been erected. A small fire, fueled by kindling, crackled gently, and atop it, a rabbit was slowly roasting. Chapter 4. Good child, do you wish to ascend? At this moment, the night air was slightly cool, and a gentle breeze caressed the face. Darkness had already enveloped the sky. Cheng Yan had not eaten for nearly a day, and his small belly was protesting with hunger. As the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat wafted through the air, it invaded Cheng Yan's keen sense of smell, causing his stomach to audibly grumble in discontent. His eyes fixated intently on the succulent roasted rabbit on the grill, unwilling to divert his gaze for even a fleeting moment. Yet, the well-mannered and vigilant Cheng Yan remained seated, motionless, despite the insistent growling of his stomach. Who could guarantee that this roasted rabbit was not a trap? Even though it was irresistibly fragrant, Cheng Yan stood resolute, unyielding to temptation. What was this called? This was a testament to not bowing for mere trifles. As Cheng Yan indulged in such thoughts, a raspy and weathered voice suddenly emerged from behind him. Are you hungry? If you are, go ahead and eat. I roasted this especially for you. Cheng Yan turned around, curiosity and apprehension mingling within him, only to find that it was the middle-aged man who had previously been unconscious. A sigh of relief escaped him. What astonished Cheng Yan was that the man, who had once been drenched in blood, appearing tattered and worn, now donned a clean and tidy outfit. There was no trace of his prior injuries. It was nothing short of astonishing. Fortunately, Cheng Yan's composure was extraordinary. His expression remained calm and unperturbed. The middle-aged man, though still pale and with a hoarse voice, bore no resemblance to someone who had suffered severe trauma. With a kind expression, the man approached the grill, casually picked up the perfectly roasted rabbit, and handed it to Cheng Yan. Starved and nearly fainting, Cheng Yan hesitated momentarily before accepting it, gently taking a bite. In an instant, the rich fat of the roasted rabbit burst in his mouth, indulgently savory yet not overwhelming, melting effortlessly on his palate, filling his senses with flavor. He could no longer contain himself and began to devour it voraciously. Oh, by the way, child, when I fainted, it was you who fed me water, wasn't he it? The man observed Cheng Yan's enthusiastic consumption and casually inquired. Cheng Yan, too preoccupied with the meat in his hands, merely nodded slightly in response. Ha, quite right. You are a good child. Take your time, no need to rush, don't choke. The middle-aged man regarded Cheng Yan with admiration, offering a gentle smile and affectionately ruffling the boy's hair, lavishing him with praise. Thus, he continued to watch as Cheng Yan savored each bite of the rabbit until it was entirely consumed. Once Cheng Yan had finished, he contemplated expressing his gratitude for the kindness shown, but unexpectedly, the middle-aged man interjected, seemingly struck by a thought. Good child, do you wish to ascend? Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yan was momentarily taken aback. What an absurd question. Moreover, what is an immortal? What does it mean to be an immortal? Can you provide me with food? Or perhaps drink? Can you help me escape from this remote mountain forest? Having lived in Qingshan village since childhood, Cheng Yan, despite having lived 2 lives, had never heard of anyone cultivating immortality in this world. The village was isolated from the outside, leading him to almost believe that his village was the only place where life existed. Thus, when asked so abruptly, he genuinely did not comprehend the true significance of the word immortal. Longevity? Freedom? Or something else entirely? No, I do not wish to become an immortal. I merely aspire to be an ordinary person, like my father, kind-hearted, responsible, and compassionate. Upon hearing Cheng Yan's response, the middle-aged man fell into deep contemplation for a long while. Eventually, he burst into hearty laughter. Good child, no matter how exceptional your father may be, he is but an ordinary mortal, lacking the virtue or ability to be compared to deities. You must understand that the ethereal immortals possess means beyond the imagination of mere mortals. Initially, Cheng Yan disagreed with this statement, feeling a discontent at the suggestion that his father was inferior to others. Though he concealed his displeasure, he firmly believed that his father in this life was truly magnificent, capable of supporting a family of 6 and still having reserves, a remarkable feat indeed. Furthermore, with your demeanor, you dare to speak of immortals? I believe you are merely a charlatan. Cheng Yan thought to himself, slightly mocking. The middle-aged man noticed Cheng Yan's skepticism but refrained from further explanation, knowing that only strength could substantiate his claims. Suddenly, his gestures transformed, and intricate hand seals formed, creating a series of unpredictable symbols in the air. Before long, a wooden spike materialized out of thin air, floating before him. Go, the middle-aged man commanded. And the wooden spike shot forward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it struck a large rock, resulting in a thunderous crash as the rock shattered, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. Cheng Yan stood in astonishment, his mouth agape in disbelief, unable to close it, as if it could fit an entire villa. This. Well, how does that compare to your father? The middle-aged man observed Cheng Yan's astonishment, a gentle smile gracing his face. With a flourish of his sleeve, he inquired with an air of elegance. Humph, you think I cannot manage you? He recalled how, upon first witnessing such celestial prowess, his own reaction had been even more exaggerated than Cheng Yan's current astonishment. Master, I humbly bow before you. Without a moment's hesitation, Cheng Yan knelt down and knocked his head 3 times on the ground with a resounding thud. How foolish it would be not to recognize the moment. Let us set aside the formidable power of this wooden spike for a moment. The sheer unpredictability of such a spell is astonishing in itself. Moreover, the sudden strike capable of shattering immense boulders is enough to leave Cheng Yan utterly astounded. The magnitude of this wooden spike's force clearly indicates that the individual before him is far from ordinary. Even if he is not a celestial being, he is likely to be very close to one. Should he become this person's disciple, mastering the enigmatic techniques would undoubtedly grant him unparalleled prowess in the Western Back Mountain. Indeed, it seems he could even traverse it with ease. The implications are chilling upon reflection. It is utterly terrifying. Acquiring such formidable celestial arts would ensure that, even if he cannot stride confidently through the Western Back Mountain, he might at least do so in Qingshan Village. At the very least, his later years would be secure. In Qingshan Village, as well as in the past life of the Blue Star world, it is customary for those wishing to learn a craft to perform a formal apprenticeship, which includes 3 respectful bows. Chapter 5. Could it be that my apprenticeship is merely a formality, an act of verbal homage? The ritual of apprenticeship and the 3 bows can indeed be simplified, much like the manner in which Cheng Yan has just demonstrated. Thus, without hesitation, Cheng Yan promptly performed the ceremonial bowing. With each of the 3 resounding bows, he felt a mysterious force inscribing itself upon his heart. Now that you have taken me as your master, I shall refrain from further discourse and accept you as my disciple. However, my time is limited, and it seems I shall not have the opportunity to instruct you in detail. Yet, I perceive a benevolent nature within you, a keen insight, and a mindset that transcends that of ordinary children, suggesting a remarkable innate talent. Ahem. Furthermore, I am reluctant to let my skills and knowledge fade into obscurity, which compels me to impart all that I have before my impending demise. Demise. Is the situation truly that dire? Cheng Yan gazed at the man before him, who, despite his pale visage, appeared remarkably spirited, utterly devoid of the appearance of one on the brink of death. In fact, Cheng Yan could not even discern the wounds upon him. How curious it is that such a significant gash on his arm could vanish without a trace. Wait, what of the severe wound on his chest? That injury, perilously close to the heart, should not have simply disappeared. Such a profound wound, if not healed, could lead to grievous consequences. To say nothing of the 2 wounds, it would take no less than 4 to 5 months for them to heal, especially since they were previously bleeding profusely. Thus, the truth is evident. Cultivators are indeed different from mere mortals. It is not surprising to possess elixirs capable of healing injuries, yet this individual has spoken of his final arrangements. His injuries must be extraordinary. Alas, it is somewhat embarrassing. Having traversed the realm of cultivation for over a century and having saved countless lives, I find myself unable to heal my own wounds. External injuries may be easily treated, but internal ones are far more challenging to mend, and the root cause remains elusive. Presently, my dantian is damaged, and my injuries are severe. The spiritual energy within me is gradually dissipating, making it difficult to sustain myself. Once my spiritual energy completely disperses, sigh. Enough of this. You would not comprehend these matters now. The path ahead is long, and you must tread it slowly, gaining insight and understanding bit by bit. Come, extend your left hand. I shall test your spiritual root attributes and ascertain your potential. He had spoken at length, clearly noting the bewilderment etched upon Cheng Yan's face. Therefore, he chose to refrain from further elaboration, cherishing the remaining moments, preparing to bequeath his legacy before indulging in one final carefree escapade. In truth, he was not without regret. After hundreds of years of cultivation, on the verge of a breakthrough and ready to explore the realm of cultivation, he had unexpectedly met his end. His hard-earned cultivation dissipating into the ether. Contemplating this, the middle-aged man's countenance dimmed, for not only had he suffered injury to his dantian, but he had also unwittingly succumbed to an unwelcome malevolent energy, a grave taboo for any cultivator. Once the malevolent energy erodes the spiritual essence within him, it undoubtedly accelerates the progression of his demise. When his dantian shatters and his cultivation dissipates, he shall transform into an utterly ordinary mortal. Given his advanced age of over 100 years, the most likely outcome is that he will meet his end on the spot. Listening to the middle-aged man's discourse, Cheng Yan could grasp the words, yet his mind remained in a state of bewilderment. Concepts such as dantian, cultivation, spiritual roots, and spiritual energy were merely a jumble of terms he could decipher individually. But when strung together into a sentence, he comprehended only 8 words: extend your hand, and seize the opportunity. Faced with such an unexpected stroke of fortune, having not endured the harsh realities of the 21st century, he eagerly approached and extended his left hand. One must harbor no malicious intent towards others, yet remain vigilant against potential treachery. With his right hand clutching a stone, Cheng Yan cautiously turned his back to the middle-aged man. Should any unusual disturbance arise, he would swiftly hurl the stone towards the man's face. As the old adage goes, Confucius once said, "Is it not a joy to have friends come from afar?" Indeed, one might even use a brick in self-defense. Let it not be chaotic. Aim true and strike firmly, should the need arise. After defending with the left hand, one could then do so with the right, ensuring a decisive blow. Regardless of the circumstances, this would be deemed justifiable self-defense, a means of alleviating his conscience. Indeed, this is a comforting tactic for the soul. Cheng Yan silently commended his own cleverness, feeling quite proud of his wit. Spiritual roots are the very foundation for entering the realm of cultivation. They are essential for every cultivator. Only those possessing attribute-based spiritual roots can aspire to become celestial beings soaring through the skies. Furthermore, spiritual energy and spiritual power are essentially what most cultivators strive to convert into usable spiritual force, thereby enhancing both the quality and quantity of their own power, thus significantly amplifying their strength. Concurrently, various techniques and methods employed by cultivators require spiritual power, while the dantian serves as the reservoir for one's spiritual essence. Coughing intermittently, the middle-aged man spoke, albeit with a weakened demeanor. After a moment of respite, he conjured a transparent orb from thin air and placed it in Cheng Yan's palm. Upon hearing the man's explanation, Cheng Yan found himself engulfed in new queries. After such an extensive discourse, he understood the concept of a cultivator, and the term immortal was also clear. However, what exactly was this ethereal notion of a true immortal? Upholding the virtues of a diligent student and embodying the spirit of inquiry, Cheng Yan promptly voiced his curiosity. "Are you an immortal?" "Me? I aspire to attain immortality, yet I am merely a novice in the practice of qi. What merit do I possess to be called an immortal? Perhaps I can only be regarded as a mysterious immortal in the tales spun by mortals. The cultivators, whom you refer to as immortals, would never refer to ourselves as such, for true immortals possess a power exponentially greater than that of mere cultivators like us, a strength beyond the realm of imagination." Well, you shall contemplate your queries at your own pace, for I am now weary and shall cease my discourse. I have already conducted a preliminary assessment of your innate spiritual root, and fortune favors you, as it indeed exists. Next, I shall delve into the specific attributes of your spiritual root. You must steady your breath, focus your spirit, and concentrate entirely on this or before you. Since my arrival in this realm, today marks my first true enlightenment. Although numerous questions linger in my mind, I find it imprudent to voice them now, as the priority lies in swiftly acquiring the legacy. Chapter 6. The Pure Water Technique. Cheng Yan's attention was entirely captivated by the translucent orb before him. Gradually, as the seconds ticked by, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 or 4, this seemingly ordinary crystal sphere suddenly radiated a kaleidoscope of colors. In a moment, the dazzling reds, yellows, and golds began to fade, ultimately coalescing into hues of blue and green. When the mystical light subsided and the dust settled, it revealed a dual root affinity of water and wood. Splendid. Truly marvelous, a superb dual root affinity of water and wood, the middle-aged man exclaimed, his expression brimming with joy as he beheld the colors displayed by the testing orb. A top-tier dual root affinity. The synergy between water and wood fosters remarkable cultivation efficiency, yielding exceptional results. This complementary dual root affinity is only slightly inferior to a singular root, yet the disparity is negligible as long as ample resources are available for cultivation. The attainment of the golden core is certainly within reach. The middle-aged man felt a surge of delight and satisfaction within. For although he had earlier discerned Cheng Yan's possession of a spiritual root while the latter was momentarily distracted, he was still oblivious to whether Cheng Yan was endowed with a pseudo-5 root, 4 root, 3 root, dual root, singular root, or even an extraordinary root or a heavenly root. Naturally, there also existed the unparalleled and fortuitous heavenly 5 root. Until a formal examination was conducted, the nature of Cheng Yan's spiritual affinity remained uncertain. His primary cultivation method revolved around the water attribute, and most of his techniques and skills were similarly aligned. Should Cheng Yan possess a water affinity, he could seamlessly inherit the man's expertise. Conversely, if Cheng Yan lacked a water spiritual root, the ethereal path of cultivation would demand that he rely solely on his own diligent efforts. The journey of immortality is long and arduous, with only the promise of longevity as a companion. You possess a dual root affinity of water and wood, which is commendable. My primary cultivation method is the water attribute technique, pure water mystique. Since you also have a water affinity, I shall impart this technique to you, hoping you will cultivate it diligently in the future. This pure water mystique belongs to the high-tier yellow grade of the 4 realms of heaven and earth, assisting you in achieving the golden core. As for your subsequent path, you may focus on other cultivation techniques once you have perfected your golden core. With that, he paid no heed to whether Cheng Yan comprehended the significance of a dual root affinity or the intricacies of the cultivation technique. He simply flipped his right hand, and as if performing a magic trick, a dark blue jade slip materialized out of thin air. He placed the jade slip upon Cheng Yan's forehead. As the cool sensation permeated his brow, Cheng Yan felt as though a wealth of knowledge was being infused into his mind. Intrigued, he concentrated on sensing this influx, discovering that his consciousness was akin to reading a book, earnestly absorbing the information within. Remarkably, although he could not decipher the characters before his eyes, he was able to grasp the content effortlessly. After a brief moment of surprise, Cheng Yan quelled his curiosity, though the concept of enlightenment through a jade slip sounded astonishing. He had heard of it in his past life and had encountered it in animated tales. What Cheng Yan did not comprehend was that these jade slips were specifically crafted for individuals like him who were illiterate. The realm of cultivation could be vast, stretching infinitely, with the paths of the world all leading to immortality. Yet, it could also be minuscule, akin to a single grain in the ocean, solely dedicated to the pursuit of longevity, while the journey towards immortality remained elusive, rendering it nearly impossible to traverse the entirety of the cultivation world throughout one's life. In the days before the advent of jade slips, various cultivation techniques were indeed documented in bamboo scrolls and on paper. However, as the cultivation world evolved over time, certain rapidly developing sects discovered that not everyone possessed the ability to read or to swiftly learn the written word. Furthermore, upon accepting disciples into their ranks, they not only had to instruct them in the histories and techniques of cultivation, but also invest time in teaching them literacy, an endeavor that inadvertently squandered precious training time. In a realm where every moment counted in the quest for advancement, this was akin to jesting with one's future. Thus, it was not long before the major sects, through collaboration and exchange, gradually invented these jade slips that even the illiterate, like Cheng Yan, could understand. Of course, although Cheng Yan had traversed from Blue Star for nearly 12 years, he was not entirely illiterate. However, he did indeed struggle with many obscure characters. In conclusion, these jade slips were immensely beneficial, leading to their widespread acceptance within the cultivation community. Moreover, there existed various grades of these slips. The one held by the middle-aged man was the most rudimentary in the cultivation realm. This was only fitting, as a mere chi refinement practitioner could hardly expect to possess anything of higher caliber. The fact that he had acquired a jade slip for passing down knowledge was already quite commendable. With a slight focus of his mind, Cheng Yan could accurately discern the contents within. Some advanced jade slips, however, required merely a thought or a fragment of spiritual awareness to comprehend their contents. If one's spiritual awareness was insufficiently strong, they might even fail to grasp the information contained within. Furthermore, without the owner's consent, even with profound understanding, one could not unlock a jade slip. This delineates the harsh and clear hierarchy of the cultivation world, where opportunities and fortunes largely depended on one's own efforts, devoid of any tricks or shortcuts. Of course, aside from Cheng Yan, there were a few fortunate souls. Cough, cough. Within this jade slip, alongside the recording of the clear water technique, there existed a detailed compendium of fundamental knowledge regarding the cultivation world. This wealth of information was considerable, making it impossible to digest in a short span. Moreover, my time is dwindling, so allow me to impart some final instructions. The remaining foundational knowledge you may explore at your leisure upon your return. Should you wish to revisit the contents of this jade tablet in the future, you need only to close your eyes and concentrate your mind upon it. Fortunately, your comprehension is remarkable, and I harbor no concerns regarding your ability to understand it later. This grants me a sense of ease, as Cheng Yan was deeply engrossed in unraveling the mysteries of the clear water technique. An unexpected force abruptly pulled him from his meditative state. It was the middle-aged man who had removed the jade tablet. Just as Cheng Yan exhibited a look of confusion, he heard the man mention an urgent matter that required his attention, prompting Cheng Yan to promptly gather his thoughts and adopt a listening posture. Chapter 7. Dawn breaks. It is time for you to return home, child. You must remember that from this day forth, you have stepped into the realm of cultivation. Henceforth, do not place your trust blindly in anyone, not even in those closest to you by blood. Maintain a constant vigilance, even towards me, for it is through this cautiousness that you may safeguard your life, even when the path ahead appears obscured. As he spoke with earnest gravity, the middle-aged man's expression bore a hint of bitterness. Had he foreseen this day, he might have acted differently. In his earlier days, he had been overly benevolent, offering no reservations to family and friends, lacking any sense of caution. This naivety led to his betrayal by those he held dear, resulting in his tragic downfall, now a solitary figure, bereft of kin. This is but a warning for you. Remain wary of everyone. As for how to navigate your journey and discern right from wrong, that is a skill you must cultivate yourself. By the way, there are some items here. This bag is a storage pouch. Do not be deceived by its unremarkable appearance, for it conceals a world within. All my belongings are contained within it, and now I bequeath it to you. As you currently possess no cultivation, you are unable to open it. However, once you can sense the spiritual energy of the world and successfully draw it into your body, breaking through to the first level of chi refinement and awakening your divine consciousness, you will be able to access the pouch. The middle-aged man imparted his wisdom with great care, gently loosening the fabric pouch from his waist and placing it into Cheng Yan's hands. Cheng Yan gazed curiously at the pouch, finding it rather ordinary and devoid of any remarkable features. Peering into the opening, he saw only darkness, an abyss that offered no glimpse of its contents. He reached inside, exploring its depths, but it felt just like any common fabric bag, albeit with a pleasant texture that suggested quality. Cough, cough. Do not rummage through it now. You may examine it at your leisure upon your return home. There will be ample time ahead. He concluded with a piece of advice. The path you take in the future will depend on your choices. The road to immortality is vast and fraught with challenges. Remain true to your original intentions, and you shall reach your destination. With that, dawn had arrived, and it was time for you to return home. As Cheng Yan eagerly toyed with the storage pouch, he suddenly felt a gentle force urging him backward. The pressure was slight yet insistent, guiding him to retreat without the risk of falling. Understanding this was a prompt for him to depart. He turned without hesitation. However, just a few paces into his journey towards the rising sun, he paused, his expression complex as he turned back to deeply bow to the middle-aged man. Though he had yet to fully grasp the intricate complexities and profound meanings of this world of cultivation, he felt an undeniable sense of gratitude. Yet, Cheng Yan was acutely aware that had it not been for the fortuitous opportunity presented today, he might have led a life of mediocrity, forever estranged from the realms of cultivation that this world offers. It was highly plausible that he would have continued to perceive his existence as that of an ordinary individual, striving solely to become an esteemed hunter within Qingshan village, dedicating his entire life to this singular ambition. Furthermore, the profound gratitude he felt towards his mentor, who had imparted wisdom and guidance, could only be expressed through a simple gesture. After bowing deeply, Cheng Yan resolutely set forth towards the direction of the rising sun, gradually vanishing from the middle-aged man's sight. Ha ha ha. I have indeed found a worthy successor. My life is now devoid of regrets. The middle-aged man observed Cheng Yan's seemingly insignificant action with a serene smile, his heart brimming with joy as he silently nodded, accepting Cheng Yan's gesture of respect. The first rays of morning sunlight bathed the earth in warmth. At that moment, the air was fresh and the scenery delightful, marking the perfect time for the heavens to unveil their morning glow. Shortly after Cheng Yan departed, the middle-aged man, seated beneath the tree, began to experience a visible transformation. His hair turned white at an astonishing rate, spreading throughout his entire being. Gradually, his face became adorned with age spots, wrinkles, and signs of decay, swiftly transforming him from a robust middle-aged man into a frail, near-death elder. After a candle's worth of incense, as he lost the final vestiges of his spiritual energy, his dantian shattered, and he underwent rapid aging, collapsing to the ground, his head tilting as he drew his last breath. The wind ceased, the trees stood still, and the surroundings fell into an eerie silence, save for a solitary leaf drifting gently onto him. Mountains rose one after another, shrouded in mist, enveloped in profound silence. At this moment, Cheng Yan had only just departed the original location, cautiously exploring a new forest. Alas, I wonder how he is faring, he thought, remembering the aging man. Tears welling in his eyes. The bond formed through mentorship was something he would forever cherish, a gift capable of altering the course of his life. Enough of this sentimental musing. I must first navigate my way out of here. In the western rear mountains, the peaks soared high and the forests were dense, with clouds and mist swirling about. At its highest point, the mountain rose over 3,000 zhang, stretching north and south for more than 80,000 li. In the very center of the western rear mountains, the spiritual energy was exceptionally rich. Cheng Yan surmised that he was situated at the edge of these mountains, though the distance to Qingshan village remained uncertain. Based on his observations of the flora, fauna, and weather conditions over the past few days, he meticulously assessed his surroundings. Fortunately, the edge of the western rear mountains posed a relatively low level of danger. As long as he remained bold yet cautious, he could safely traverse these ancient woods. Unbeknownst to him, after walking for half a day, Cheng Yan noticed that dusk was approaching, prompting him to decisively prepare for a brief respite in place. As he took a few gentle sips of the morning dew he had collected, Cheng Yan retrieved the roasted rabbit jerky he had secretly stashed in his bosom. Fortuitously, his foresight had led him to pack some roasted rabbit in advance. Cheng Yan couldn't help but marvel at his own cleverness. And then he began to ravenously tear into the jerky. After satisfying his hunger and thirst, he took advantage of the remaining daylight to quietly note the cardinal directions around him. Recalling the cultivation methods imparted to him by the middle-aged man, Cheng Yan slowly commenced his practice. First, he focused on gathering his energy and calming his spirit, closing his eyes to center his mind, and then silently reciting the incantation for cultivation. Following the techniques recorded in the jade slip within his mind, he sat cross-legged, allowing his hands to hang naturally with palms facing upward, merging body and spirit as he evenly adjusted his breath with each inhale and exhale. As Cheng Yan emptied his mind and harmonized with the cultivation technique, he guided the flow of spiritual energy within and around him through the power of his thoughts. Chapter 8. The Trials of Cultivation. The arduous journey of cultivation. For Cheng Yan, who was embarking on his maiden experience of this profound practice, it was evident that he was still unacquainted with the foundational steps. He struggled even with the most rudimentary technique of guiding qi into his body and subsequently storing spiritual energy. However, this was hardly unexpected. Few individuals can effortlessly achieve the infusion of qi on their first attempt. Aside from the prodigies, who among the common folk can claim such extraordinary prowess, not everyone is destined to become a celestial genius in cultivation. Despite the setbacks of his initial endeavor, Cheng Yan remained undeterred, his spirit buoyed with excitement. He had genuinely sensed the ethereal qi that lingered in the air, a testament to the reality of ascension. Yet, the path to immortality was undeniably challenging. Fortunately, as a dual-element cultivator of water and wood, he faced no significant hindrance in his progress. The sole aspect requiring his attention was his comprehension. The understanding of cultivation techniques relied solely upon his own efforts. With renewed vigor, Cheng Yan eagerly resumed his practice. Having tasted the enigmatic essence of cultivation, he was impatient to advance to the first layer of qi refinement. He was determined not to squander a single moment of his training time. As the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon ascended in the southeast, a gentle breeze swept through the surroundings, ushering in the night. Lost in his cultivation, Cheng Yan was jolted back to reality by the rumble of his stomach. As a novice in seated meditation, he was still adjusting to the stillness required for focused practice. Gradually, he rose, stretching his strong arms and loosening his limbs. Before he realized it, night had enveloped the land. Exhaling a deep breath, he retrieved some roasted rabbit jerky and indulged in a hearty meal. Once satiated, he temporarily halted his training, seeking refuge in the sturdy branches of an ancient tree. There, he found a comfortable spot to recline, and as the stars twinkled faintly in the sky, he drifted into slumber. Time flowed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2.5 years had passed. Despite traversing vast distances, Cheng Yan had yet to escape the confines of the western back mountain. Ultimately, he came to realize that his perceptions of the mountain's periphery were significantly at odds with reality. Over these years, he had grown accustomed to the ceaseless wandering, akin to a rootless reed scuttling about the western back mountain. After all, how could he have ventured for 2.5 years without breaking free from its grasp? A year prior, he had already grasped the enormity of the western back mountain, vast enough to contain a whole pot. One fine morning, as the sun ascended in the east, Cheng Yan, clad in tattered garments, sat cross-legged on the branch of a sturdy tree, facing the rising sun. His eyes were tightly closed, his expression serene, as he absorbed the first wisps of the morning's purplish chi. This moment could be described as the purest essence of spiritual energy, manifesting as the dawn broke, a gift from the heavens. As the sun gradually ascends, Cheng Yan suddenly opens his eyes, his hands performing intricate martial arts gestures, his gaze intently fixed upon the rising red orb. The first breath of fresh morning air dances in the wind, purifying the entire world. After the passage of a single incense stick's duration, Cheng Yan closes his eyes, a wisp of mysterious light emanating from the crown of his head, slowly merging into his being. After 2.5 hours, he finally opens his eyes, gently exhaling a pure white mist, a glimmer of mystical light flashing in his gaze, and a radiant smile gracing his somewhat pale face. Alas, this ephemeral primordial purple energy, bestowed by the rising sun, can only be thoroughly absorbed within 2.5 hours after dawn. At this rate of daily gathering, who knows when I will complete my collection and ascend to the third layer of chi refinement, thereby becoming a true cultivator. Cheng Yan gazes blankly at the book in his hands, Essays on Cultivation, and speaks to himself. Sigh, 2.5 years have passed, and now I am able to adeptly manipulate my cultivation techniques to gather purple energy for a quarter of an hour. Coupled with my ability to autonomously convert and refine this energy, I have made considerable progress, yet I must first solidify my foundation step by step. One day I shall. While meditating on an ancient tree, Cheng Yan resolutely sets a personal goal. After his meditation, he eagerly retrieves Essays on Cultivation and begins to peruse it with great interest. This book roughly chronicles the customs and traditions of the cultivation world. Through years of exploration, Cheng Yan has garnered a fundamental understanding of this realm. The world he inhabits is known as the Azure Blue Continent, which is divided into 5 great continents and 13 domains. Each of the 5 continents spans vast, boundless territories, and every state and region within the Azure Blue Continent is several times larger than Earth, particularly the 5 continents, which are at least 1,000 times more expansive. The 5 continents are known as Central Continent, Eastern Wilderness, Western Region, Southern Barbarians, and Northern Frontier. The 13 domains include Demon Domain, Northern Abyss, Southern Pole, Eastern Sea, Qingqiu, Devil's Gate, Righteous Path Alliance, Perching Wood Tree, City of All Things, Land of Witchcraft, 100,000 Great Mountains, Icy Wilderness, and 33 Heavens. Among these, the Central Continent is particularly notable, due to its geographical location at the heart of the human realm. It serves as the nexus for the other 4 continents and 13 domains, forming the very center of the Azure Blue Continent. Given its exceptionally unique geographic position, the Central Continent extends outward, connecting with the remaining 4 continents and 13 domains. The 4 continents and 13 domains tightly encircle the land of the Central Continent, resulting in an abundance of resources and spiritual energy. Through years of meticulous study, Cheng Yan has come to discern his own location with relative clarity. The easternmost part of the Central Continent lies at the very center of the border with the Eastern Wilderness, deep within the 100,000 Great Mountains. Indeed, one of the 13 domains, the 100,000 Great Mountains, marks the boundary line between the Central Continent and the Eastern Wilderness. This geographical area is undeniably intricate and complex. Moreover, as the territory of humanity, the Central Continent is densely populated, with numerous dynasties and empires flourishing. Thus, the various forces are restlessly stirring, engaging in mutual assaults, leading to perpetual warfare across the Central Continent. Moreover, all factions in the Central Continent also wage conflicts against the demon clans of the Eastern Wilderness. For the reason is clear. Since ancient times, humans and demons have been irreconcilable, with millennia of grudges difficult to resolve. Aside from the 36 kingdoms of the Western regions, which have been embroiled in continual internal strife and are thus incapable of venturing forth, the remaining powers, such as the various monarchies, kings, emperors, immortals, deities, and saints of the Central Continent, the barbarian tribes of the southern lands, and the demon clans of the Eastern Wilderness, engage in mutual confrontations every century. The rationale is simple. Not only can they expand their territorial domains, but they also acquire diverse resources while simultaneously diminishing the excessively abundant ranks of cultivators. This presents a multitude of benefits, and the paramount forces among the continents naturally acquiesce with enthusiasm. Beyond the central continent, the eastern wilderness and the other major regions also boast a myriad of factions. Here, I shall refrain from detailing each one individually. Chapter 9 Mother. Over the course of 2.5 years, Cheng Yan has diligently accumulated his strength, engaging in slow and steady cultivation day after day, year after year, laying a solid foundation. With no immediate path to escape, Cheng Yan could only helplessly continue his practice. As time progressed, after his training, he embarked on today's long journey. Heading eastward, in the vast expanse of the 10,000 Great Mountains, there lies a small peak on the eastern side. The mountains here stretch endlessly, spanning thousands of miles. This is primarily because it is a part of the 10,000 Great Mountains, albeit a seemingly insignificant fragment. Wisps of white clouds drift lazily, shrouded in mist. Cheng Yan sat cross-legged at the mountain's summit, eyes closed in meditation, his fair and handsome visage turned towards the softly rising dawn. Clad in a simple garment of blue and white coarse linen, Cheng Yan exuded an unadorned charm. Golden rays of sunlight broke through the clouds, casting a shimmering glow upon him. At this moment, due to the enhancement of his own realm, Cheng Yan, basking in the sunlight, appeared akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Breathing in deeply, as Cheng Yan inhaled, a faint morning light with a purplish aura gradually emerged from the void, slowly coalescing into a sphere. This then formed a delicate thread, gently flowing towards Cheng Yan's mouth. Suddenly, with his eyes still shut, Cheng Yan abruptly opened them. After 2 years and half a day, my arduous efforts have not been in vain. I have finally refined this purplish aura of breakthrough. From this moment forward, I can officially embark on the path of cultivation. Cheng Yan's face was alight with joy, his excitement beyond mere words. Since he had been granted an opportunity at the age of 12, he had persevered in his cultivation until this day, truly deserving recognition for his dual spiritual roots of water and wood. Throughout these years, Cheng Yan has journeyed long distances, unwavering in his daily practice, swallowing the purplish aura every morning, steadfastly making his way home through rain or shine. Now he has successfully cultivated this purplish aura of breakthrough. Although he has only just entered the 3rd level of chi refinement, which may seem lowly in the vast azure continent, achieving such progress in nearly 3 years, from the initial absorption of chi to breaking through the 3rd level of chi refinement, earns Cheng Yan the title of a small genius. While this title may be somewhat exaggerated, it is not far from the truth. The difference between the 2nd and 3rd levels of chi refinement is akin to the disparity between clouds and mud. No matter how one may argue, the 2nd level of cultivation is still significantly weaker in terms of offensive and defensive spells, with insufficient spiritual energy to sustain a grand battle. Cultivators at the 1st and 2nd levels of chi refinement may manage against ordinary mortals, but when pitted against those at the 3rd level, they risk annihilation if their spiritual energy is lacking. Even when confronting slightly clever mortals, they might easily find themselves at a disadvantage. The greatest advantage of reaching the 3rd level of chi refinement lies not only in enhancing Cheng Yan's efficiency in absorbing spiritual energy during cultivation, but also in subtly nurturing the meridians within his body, enabling them to withstand more powerful fluctuations of spiritual force. Not only that, but even when engaging in combat with cultivators at the 3rd level of chi refinement and beyond, the spiritual energy stored within their bodies would not be swiftly depleted. In summary, breaking through to a new realm brings forth nothing but advantages. Subsequently, after having breakfast, Cheng Yan did not hastily descend the mountain. Instead, taking advantage of his newfound clarity following the breakthrough, he continued to cultivate for another 2 hours. Seated in meditation at the mountain's summit, he practiced until the sun rose high in the sky, only ceasing when he felt a faint pain in his meridians. At that moment, he halted his cultivation. The clarity of thought was indeed extraordinary, and coupled with the breakthrough's purple aura, he had previously only managed to cultivate for a little over an hour. Now, however, he had shattered his previous limits, enduring an additional 2 hours before his meridians could no longer sustain the strain. Furthermore, the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy had improved by a substantial 10%. The ancients did not deceive me. Indeed, the plans of a day should commence at dawn. It seems I must diligently maintain my practice moving forward. Cheng Yan's fervent diligence and strict self-discipline stemmed from his utter reliance on himself. Alas, having transmigrated for 15 years, he still had yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities. systems, mentors, or the alluring presence of wealthy and beautiful women. Reflecting on the arduous journey of the past 2.5 years. Cultivating in the depths of the vast mountains was no easy feat. Adding to that was the daily trek he undertook to find his way home. Were it not for his exceptional talent of possessing both water and wood spiritual roots, he might not have easily broken through to the third level of chi refinement. Of course, this also excluded any element of luck. Though the journey had been fraught with challenges, the sweet rewards of perseverance made it all worthwhile. In the far east of the vast mountains, Cheng Yan hurried forward at an astonishing pace. Ever since he broke through to the third level of chi refinement yesterday, his physical constitution had been gradually strengthening. Over the past few days, besides the basic necessities of life, he had either been on the road or practicing the purple aura at dawn. Unbeknownst to him, he had traveled for several dozen days. It was only when he reached a winding path that he finally came to a halt. After 2 years, 503 days, 3 hours, 26 minutes, and 47 seconds, he had finally returned to the homeland that had nurtured him. Gazing at the surroundings that felt both familiar and foreign, tears silently streamed down Cheng Yan's cheeks. After walking another 10 miles, he beheld the expansive land before him and gently caressed the stone tablet ahead, murmuring to himself, "I have finally returned home." Indeed, this was the cherished home he had longed for, Qingshan Village. A village neither too large nor too small, yet inexplicably nestled within the desolate expanse of the vast mountains. A few sharp-eyed villagers toiling at the entrance of the village immediately noticed a figure standing by the stone tablet, unmoving. "Isn't that Yan?" One elderly man with a grizzled beard recognized Cheng Yan at a glance. The others nearby widened their eyes in surprise and turned to gaze intently at Cheng Yan. "Oh, it truly is that boy Yan. It is said that Yan has been missing for over 2 years, has he not? Hiss. You all keep an eye here. I shall go to Yan's home and summon his parents." "Very well, you hurry along. We shall remain vigilant here." Meanwhile, Cheng Yan had not been in Qingshan village for long when he distantly heard someone calling his name. Yan. The voice was somewhat unfamiliar, yet strikingly familiar. Before him stood a middle-aged woman, dressed simply yet impeccably clean, her face slightly haggard, yet her beauty was undeniable. Gazing at the mother he had not seen for many years, Cheng Yan was momentarily taken aback. His eyes reddened, his nose tinged with emotion, and with a throat that felt slightly hoarse, he called out, "Mother." Chapter 10. What are you doing? A quarter of an hour later, Cheng Yan returned home with his mother. It was only today that he realized, during the years he had been lost, his companions in the library had quickly recognized the gravity of their situation upon discovering his absence. They hurried back to the village to inform the elders of the matter. Upon learning the truth, the villagers, neglecting to scold the children, hastily gathered together and tirelessly searched the surroundings for Cheng Yan's whereabouts. After months of fruitless searching, the villagers gradually resumed their normal lives, while Cheng Yan's parents remained consumed by worry, refusing to abandon their search. Each time Cheng Yan's father ventured out to hunt, he would discreetly break away from the group to search for Cheng Yan for hours on end. On the way home, his mother scolded him, expressing a mix of complaints and tender concern. In contrast to his mother's gentleness, his father exhibited a far more imposing demeanor. In fact, when they finally found Cheng Yan, his father nearly succumbed to the urge to strike him. Had it not been for a friend of his father's intervening, Cheng Yan might have faced a severe beating, a lesson in understanding why flowers bloom so vividly. Although Cheng Yan was spared from physical punishment, he could not evade the verbal reprimands along the way. Upon returning home, the ordeal was far from over. Soon, those who had accompanied Cheng Yan to the library were also seized by their elders and brought to the village. Before long, they found themselves kneeling in the ancestral hall. "Xiao Ming, Xiao Tu, keep a close watch on them. Do not allow them to have dinner. Yes, let them go hungry for a while to teach them a lesson." The elders of each family explicitly instructed the guardians of the hall to deny Cheng Yan and the others their evening meal as a form of punishment. The children accepted this with a sense of resignation, initially believing their punishment to be quite severe. They never anticipated it would be so mundane. If they were to refuse, it would be tantamount to insanity. Cheng Yan, however, was unfazed. He had consumed an entire roasted rabbit before returning and did not feel hunger. This punishment was trivial for someone of his cultivation level. The others, who had been brought over by their elders without having had lunch, were not so fortunate. At this moment, the sound of their stomachs growling filled the air. Though they were quite hungry, they managed to endure. What brought them solace was that at least they were safely kneeling in the ancestral hall, hungry rather than facing a beating. A bout of starvation was certainly preferable to a severe thrashing, as enduring such punishment would not be taken lightly. The individuals kneeling in the hall were among the most mischievous in the village. From childhood to the present, they had often faced the consequences of their antics, each time crying out in protest. The following day, it was certain that they would struggle to rise from their beds. Compared to the hunger they experienced at present, this was already a form of happiness for them. They bore no grievances, for they were still youthful, their thoughts simplistic and their minds untainted. The moon hung bright amidst a sparse scattering of stars, casting a dim light. The few kneeling individuals blinked their eyes in a comical manner, as if their upper and lower eyelids were engaged in a playful skirmish. As the hour grew late into the night, their parents began to arrive one by one to escort them home. Among the kneeling group, one individual dared to quietly inquire about Cheng Yan's experiences following his disappearance in the Western mountains. However, this inquiry was abruptly interrupted by his elder, who had been standing behind him, resulting in a swift reprimand. "Ouch! Why did you hit me? Who struck me?" "I did, what of it?" "Father, could you be a bit gentler?" Before he could finish his protest, he was unceremoniously pulled by the ear and taken home. Unless fate intervened, a thorough chastisement awaited him upon their return. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan, observing the unfolding scene with a sense of detachment, was suddenly met with a sharp slap upon his own person. The sensation was as mild as it was unremarkable. Cheng Yan perceived it merely as his father's simple desire to vent his frustrations. After being away for so long, it was only natural for a mother to worry, let alone a father. A little venting of anger was to be expected, and he welcomed it as part of the parental experience. A few strikes meant little to him. As a practitioner at the third level of chi refinement, such trivial punishments were hardly worth mentioning. Yet, the sting was indeed real. Cheng Yan couldn't help but grimace internally. Being struck unexpectedly, even for a practitioner of the third level of chi refinement, brought a twinge of discomfort. He mused that once he reached the fourth level, he would easily withstand such minor beatings with a mere snap of his fingers. The group remained kneeling in the ancestral hall until the witching hour, before their elders finally led them home. Upon arrival, Cheng Yan kept his head bowed, refraining from speech, and silently made his way to his room. The reason was simple. He feared that his father would settle the score later, delivering yet another beating. One punishment was manageable, but if both parents joined forces, even he, as a third-level practitioner, would struggle to endure it. Exhausted from the day's events, Cheng Yan collapsed into bed and fell into a deep slumber. The following day, whether it was the comfort of home or some other factor, Cheng Yan slept remarkably soundly and relaxed. In his dreams, he envisioned himself as an omnipotent celestial being. With a mere snap of his fingers, enemies disintegrated, mountains were moved, seas were filled, the sun and moon were swapped, and he soared freely through the skies, unrestrained and delightfully liberated. Just as he was indulging in this splendid dream, he was abruptly roused by an annoying call. Yen, are you awake? Would you like to go to the east of the village to catch some fish?" Upon focusing, Cheng Yan recognized the voice as that of Cheng Xiaohu, one of the companions who had also knelt in the ancestral hall the previous day. It was he who had impulsively suggested their visit to the library. In contrast, while others quickly forget their pains once their wounds have healed, he stands out as someone who, even before his scars have mended, seems to forget the hurt altogether, showing no sign of reform. Just yesterday, he spent half the night kneeling in the ancestral hall, only to return home to face a merciless beating from his parents. Yet today, he is already calling upon others once more, truly a peculiar character. Originally, Cheng Yan was still in a daze upon waking, but the mere mention of going fishing jolted him into full awareness. Not far to the east of the village lies a small stream, one of the few sources of water in Qingshan village. The stream is home to various small fish and crabs, with shallow waters posing little danger. It serves as a rare haven where the village elders allow the children to play freely. "Something has come up, I won't be going," Cheng Yan replied nonchalantly, without a moment's hesitation. Chapter 11. Cheng Yan. Upon hearing Cheng Yan's refusal, the man outside intended to say something further, but was suddenly startled by the sight of Cheng Yan's father, whose expression was dark as a storm cloud, standing in the courtyard. In a flash, he fled in haste. Cheng Yan, poised to send the man away, suddenly recalled that he had not yet finished reading the clear water technique obtained yesterday. The thought of his omnipotent self in a dream ignited an insatiable yearning within him to ascend to immortality. Hastily, Cheng Yan donned his garments and rose from bed. Under the watchful gaze of his father, he consumed his breakfast with trepidation before retreating back to his room. Once inside, Cheng Yan eagerly retrieved the jade slip from beneath his pillow. After returning home the previous night, exhaustion had overtaken him, prompting him to conceal the jade slip and storage pouch beneath his pillow before succumbing to slumber. Now, having entered the third layer of chi cultivation with a solid foundation, he was ready to study the subsequent techniques. He took the jade slip and, imitating what he had seen, pressed it to his forehead, concentrating his mind upon it. In no time, he entered a wondrous state of reading. The entire morning was devoted to his study of the clear water technique. It was not that the technique itself was particularly esoteric. Rather, the jade slip contained a wealth of knowledge about the world of cultivation, including the classification of cultivators. Cheng Yan learned from the slip that cultivators are categorized into stages: Qi introduction, Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, and so forth. Successfully sensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and drawing it into oneself, transforming it into usable spiritual power, signifies entry into the first layer of Qi refinement. The Qi refinement stage consists of 10 realms, divided into layers 1 through 9, culminating in Qi refinement perfection. Upon surpassing Qi refinement perfection, one enters the foundation establishment stage. However, the clear water technique can only be cultivated up to the initial phase of foundation establishment. According to the Jade Slip, achieving foundation establishment is no simple feat. The optimal age for this milestone is before 60. Missing this prime age significantly diminishes the chances of success. While there are rare individuals who have succeeded in establishing a foundation beyond the age of 60, they are invariably those blessed with extraordinary fortune, a rarity akin to phoenix feathers. For disciples of affluent sects, this is of little consequence. However, for the vast majority of solitary cultivators, merely reaching Qi refinement perfection before 60 poses a formidable barrier. Additionally, successful foundation establishment requires the aid of specific spiritual materials. Otherwise, the probability of success remains exceedingly low. Yet, such materials are scarce and highly valuable, often beyond the means of an average solitary cultivator. Consequently, the number of solitary cultivators who can advance to the foundation establishment stage is exceedingly small. After spending the entire morning engrossed in the Jade Slip, Cheng Yan had not managed to absorb all its contents. Nevertheless, he resolved to forego further reading in the afternoon and instead attempt to begin cultivating the clear water technique. After hastily devouring his lunch, he once again retreated to his room. Cheng Yan began to follow the teachings of the Qing Shui Gongfa, sitting cross-legged on his bed, attuning himself to the spiritual energy of the universe. This posture persisted for an entire month. During this time, apart from his meals, he devoted nearly all his hours to meditative practices, remaining confined within his home. His mother even began to suspect that Cheng Yan had grown fearful of venturing outside since his last experience at the. To assuage her worries, he would discreetly seek out secluded spots to practice in the mornings and return home for his sessions in the afternoons. Cheng Yan was resolute in enduring solitude, and despite failing to sense any spiritual energy over the month, he did not waver. Instead, he became more determined, even dedicating his evenings to practice. On this particular night, as was customary, Cheng Yan sat on his bed with his legs crossed, eyes closed, and mind emptied, attuning to his surroundings. Suddenly, he perceived flickering points of light surrounding him, scattered and ethereal. A wave of excitement surged within him, for according to the Qing Shui Gongfa, these must be the natural spiritual energies of the universe. If he could draw these energies into his body and transform them into his own corresponding spiritual power, he would step through the threshold of cultivation, becoming a qualified practitioner of the Qi refinement stage. Thus, he stifled his excitement and began to methodically draw the spiritual energy into himself, following the recorded methods in the Qing Shui Gongfa. However, the energy seemed to resist him, and despite exerting all his strength, the bluish light only shifted marginally closer. Fortunately, the text assured him that such difficulties were only encountered during the initial attempt. Subsequent practices would not be as arduous. If every session required such effort, he would be waiting an eternity to achieve immortality. At that moment, Cheng Yan was still diligently attempting to pull the surrounding energy into his being. Though progress was slow, he could at least feel the energy inching closer. After enduring a month of perseverance, he had the patience to wait a little longer. Finally, after 2 hours, he successfully drew a blue light into his body, where it traversed his meridians and settled into his dantian. This blue light transformed into his spiritual power. Simultaneously, the previously elusive energy around him seemed to relent. With the slightest tug from Cheng Yan, it surged towards him, entering his dantian and converting into pure spiritual energy. It was not until the following morning that Cheng Yan ceased his cultivation. Remarkably, despite a sleepless night, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. However, he noted that the spiritual energy within his dantian remained scant. Undeterred, he reminded himself that no endeavor reaches fruition instantaneously. Having reached the third layer of Qi refinement, Cheng Yan had successfully awakened his spiritual consciousness. Though it was feeble, it sufficed for him to utilize a storage bag he had long coveted. Now, having just awakened his spiritual consciousness, he eagerly retrieved the storage pouch hidden beneath his pillow. As his mind stirred, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him. Although Cheng Yan could not see the contents of the pouch, he could distinctly perceive what lay within. Suddenly, a crystalline stone materialized in his hand, as if conjured from thin air. Cheng Yan had once been curious about how that person could summon objects effortlessly. It now seemed evident that they were merely extracting items from their storage pouch. This must be a spirit stone, he mused, gazing at the gem in his palm. Such a spirit stone is indeed a precious commodity. According to the clear water technique, these spirit stones serve as currency among cultivators, akin to gold and silver in the mundane world. Chapter 12. The life experiences of Wu Yin. Moreover, the spirit stone can be utilized for cultivation, as it harbors pure spiritual energy, which is far more conducive to absorption than the natural spiritual energy of the heavens and earth. The speed of cultivation using spirit stones is significantly swifter than merely absorbing the ambient spiritual energy. After tinkering with the spirit stone in his hand, Cheng Yan began rummaging through his storage bag. The bag contained a plethora of items, with over 3,000 spirit stones alone. There were also several magical tools, which are the weapons employed by cultivators. In addition, numerous spiritual herbs, elixirs, and talismans, as well as 3 jade slips, were present, along with a furnace and a tree that occupied the most space in the storage bag. Cheng Yan was unsure of the purpose of the furnace and the tree, and due to their considerable size, he refrained from taking them out for examination. However, he was intrigued by the 3 jade slips and decided to inspect them one by one. One of the slips detailed several low-tier spells. Cheng Yan discovered that even the most rudimentary cloud and rain technique required a cultivation level of at least the 3rd layer of qi refinement to practice. Another slip was titled Essence of Alchemy, inscribed with the intricacies of an art known as alchemy, the content of which was exceedingly complex. After studying it for a while, Cheng Yan felt utterly lost, unable to comprehend its meaning. This was not a reflection on his intellect. Rather, alchemy is an immensely vast and intricate discipline that even the most gifted individuals struggle to grasp upon their initial encounter with its principles. Setting aside the essence of alchemy, Cheng Yan picked up the final jade slip. The information inscribed in this last slip was not closely related to the cultivation of immortality. Instead, it chronicled the life experiences of the individual who imparted the clear water technique to Cheng Yan. It was then that Cheng Yan learned the person's name, Wu Yin. Like Cheng Yan, Wu Yin had begun as an unremarkable villager, unaware of the existence of cultivators in the world. Time flowed like water, and it was not until he was in his 20s that Wu Yin, by a fortunate turn of events, acquired a cultivation technique and embarked on the path of immortality. However, unlike Cheng Yan, Wu Yin did not immediately devote himself to rigorous practice, as he initially harbored doubts about the validity of cultivation. Coupled with his mediocre aptitude as a 5-element root, it took him an entire year to successfully draw qi into his body and enter the 1st layer of qi refinement. It was at this point that Wu Yin realized he had indeed become a cultivator. From then on, he dedicated himself to the arduous journey of cultivation. Yet, his limited talent, combined with the meager resources available in the mundane world, where spiritual energy was scarce, hindered his progress. Upon breaking through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, Wu Yin departed from his hometown to venture into the world of cultivation. Initially, due to his ignorance of this new realm, he fell victim to various cultivators who deceived him out of countless spirit stones and resources. After enduring numerous hardships, he eventually established a foothold within the world of cultivation. Gradually, Wu Yin advanced to the 9th layer of qi refinement. The struggles he faced along this arduous path were palpable even through the jade slip, resonating with the profound challenges he encountered. By the time Wu Yu broke through to the 9th layer of qi refinement, he was already over 80 years old. He came to realize that he would never attain the foundation establishment stage in this lifetime, compounded by the hardships he faced as a loose cultivator. Thus, he conceived the idea of establishing a family of cultivators. It was during this period that he encountered a Cheng Yan fruit tree. The Cheng Yan fruit was a remarkable treasure. It was said that a practitioner in the qi refinement stage could ascend a realm simply by consuming one, although one could only take a single fruit in their lifetime, and it held no efficacy for reaching the peak of qi refinement. It was enough to drive countless practitioners into a frenzy. Originally, Wu Yu intended to use the Cheng Yan fruit tree as the foundation for his family. However, unbeknownst to him, a close friend of over 20 years had learned of his acquisition and, in pursuit of a single Cheng Yan fruit, disclosed this information to a foundation establishment power. Upon receiving the news, that power dispatched a fully realized qi refinement practitioner to hunt him down. Given the rarity of the Cheng Yan fruit tree, it was not unreasonable for a foundation establishment cultivator to take action. However, they feared that sending such a figure to pursue a mere qi refinement practitioner would arouse suspicion from rival factions, and should the Cheng Yan fruit tree be exposed, dire consequences would ensue. Yet, no one anticipated that Wu Yu possessed a second-tier talisman. The qi refinement practitioner tasked with hunting him met an untimely demise on the spot. Although Wu Yu successfully retaliated against his foe, he sustained grave injuries and fled to the back mountains of Qingshan village, where he encountered Cheng Yan. It was no wonder that the elder advised him against placing trust in others. Even a friend of over 2 decades could so easily betray him for a Cheng Yan fruit. Cheng Yan sighed, lamenting the treachery inherent in the world of cultivation. In this realm, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests, a lesson Cheng Yan gleaned from Wu Yu's life story as recorded in a jade slip. This realization led Wu Yu to conclude that, regardless of how close one might be to a friend, complete trust was illusory. Only blood relations could provide true solidity. This understanding was pivotal in Wu Yu's desire to forge a family power rather than a sect. Suddenly, Cheng Yan speculated whether the tree in his storage bag was indeed the Cheng Yan fruit tree. He recalled that Wu Yu had not mentioned its theft in the jade slip, leading him to believe this was indeed the case. Moreover, he finally understood the nature of the large furnace. It was a pill-refining furnace. The jade slip had indicated that Wan Feng was an alchemist, though Wu Yu's talent in alchemy was rather mediocre, ranking only as a first-tier mid-grade alchemist. Nonetheless, this was sufficient to make him a figure of affluence among loose cultivators, as evidenced by the several magical artifacts and thousands of spirit stones within his storage bag. This sparked Cheng Yan's interest in the art of alchemy, though with his current strength, he was far from capable of practicing it. The art of alchemy demands not only sufficient cultivation, but also a formidable spiritual awareness. Nonetheless, Cheng Yan remains undeterred. He believes that one day, he shall meet the requirements. Until that moment arrives, all he needs to do is dedicate himself to diligent practice. It has been over 2 years since Cheng Yan successfully harnessed the energy within and ascended to the 3rd layer of qi cultivation. Throughout these 2 years, his efforts in training have been nothing short of relentless, augmented by the assistance of spirit stones. Consequently, he surpassed the 4th layer of qi cultivation a year ago, and now he stands on the cusp of reaching the 5th layer. This remarkable speed of advancement can largely be attributed to the spirit stones. For the spiritual energy in the mundane world is woefully scarce. Chapter 13. Signs of drought. If one were to rely solely on absorbing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth for cultivation, it would likely take Cheng Yan twice as long to achieve a breakthrough. The drawback of utilizing spirit stones for cultivation lies in their excessive consumption of resources. During the 1st layer of qi refinement, a single spirit stone could sustain him for 3 days. However, upon reaching the 2nd layer, it could only support his cultivation for a single day, sometimes even less. In just over 2 years, Cheng Yan has expended more than 300 spirit stones, a figure that reflects his frugality after breaking through to the 2nd layer. Had he used spirit stones liberally, he would have likely consumed 700 or 800 by now. If the 2nd layer demands such a toll, what would the 3rd and 4th layers entail? The consumption of spirit stones would undoubtedly escalate as one progresses. It seems he cannot linger in the mundane world any longer. He must hasten to the realm of cultivation. It is said that in the realm of cultivation, spiritual veins exist, and the aura above them is exceedingly rich. Cultivating upon such veins would yield remarkable results, even in places devoid of spiritual veins. The concentration of spiritual energy in the cultivation realm far surpasses that of the mundane world. It is no wonder that cultivators are scarcely seen in the mundane realm, as this alone dissuades them from venturing there. Cheng Yan plans to wait until he breaks through to the 3rd layer, masters a few spells, and gains the means for self-protection before embarking on his journey to the realm of cultivation. Time flows swiftly. One day, while enjoying lunch with his family, Cheng Yan mused on the fact that it had been nearly a month since the last rainfall. The crops in the fields were on the verge of withering under the relentless sun, and he wondered when the rain would finally come. Should the drought persist, this year might yield nothing. Cheng Yan's father, Cheng Dahai, sighed heavily at the dining table. Cheng Yan, taken aback, remarked, "A month without rain?" Having been preoccupied with his cultivation, he had neglected the weather and glanced up towards the yard. Indeed, the leaves of the old tree in the courtyard had begun to wilt. "Father, could this lead to a drought?" Cheng Yan's elder brother, Cheng Peng, expressed his concern. "The well in our village is nearly dry, and the stream nearby has completely run dry." Cheng Yan belonged to a family of 7, his father Cheng Dahai, mother Yang Xinyue, elder brother Cheng Peng, third brother Cheng Hong, second sister Cheng Jing, and fifth sister Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan was the youngest, ranked sixth. He had once had a fourth brother, but he had passed away in his early years, leaving Cheng Yan with no memory of him. A drought would inevitably lead to famine. I wonder if our family's grain supplies will suffice. May the heavens send rain soon. Cheng Yan's mother lamented, her face etched with worry. Observing the anxiety etched on his parents' faces, Cheng Yan longed to assist, yet felt powerless. If only he had mastered the rain technique. Though lacking offensive capabilities, it could induce localized rainfall. This was a skill that many Qi refinement disciples in various cultivation sects were required to learn. As it can be utilized for irrigating the spiritual fields, it can naturally also serve to nourish one's own land. However, the cultivation of the cloud and rain technique requires at least the 5th level of Qi training. Yet, it seems that Cheng Yan will need some time to break through to the 5th level. By the time he manages to reach the 3rd level and learns the cloud and rain technique, the crops in the fields may have already perished. Left with no means to assist, Cheng Yan could only silently consume his meal. Fortunately, although the family harbored concerns, they remained composed. In Qingshan village, due to inconvenient transportation, it would take an entire day just to reach the nearest town. Consequently, the grains cultivated in the village were not sold, but rather stored at home. Cheng Yan's family had also stockpiled a considerable amount of grain, and if they practiced frugality, it should suffice to sustain the 7 of them until the following year. Beyond Qingshan village lay a vast expanse of mountains, even in times of drought. It was unlikely that the entire hillside would be barren. Should their grain supplies dwindle, they could still forage for wild vegetables and roots in the mountains to stave off hunger. Droughts had previously afflicted the village, and during those times, the community relied on mutual aid and foraged for wild edibles when their food supplies ran low. After finishing their meal, Cheng Dahai chose not to inspect the fields again. Instead, he summoned Cheng Peng and Cheng Hong to accompany him on a hunting expedition to the back mountains. Although they had ample grain stored, having 7 mouths to feed necessitated additional provisions. Seizing the opportunity to hunt some wild rabbits for smoked meat, which not only tasted delightful but also had a longer shelf life, was a prudent course of action. This approach was common among the villagers. Those skilled in hunting ventured into the mountains, while others foraged for wild vegetables and fruits, seeking ways to preserve their harvest for extended periods. Thus, the entire Qingshan village became bustling with activity. The once mischievous children had now matured and ceased their antics, joining their families in preparing smoked meats and pickled vegetables, storing the finished goods in the cellar. Cheng Yan was no exception. In recent days, he had been diligently assisting his mother and 2 sisters in preparing the wild game brought home by Cheng Dahai from the mountains. It must be said that Cheng Dahai possessed remarkable hunting skills, consistently bringing home various meats, wild rabbits, wild chickens, and even some meager birds. While Cheng Yan was engrossed in his tasks, a sudden commotion erupted in the village. Curious about the noise, he paused his work and looked towards the village. Upon discerning the cause of the uproar, he could not help but gape in astonishment. It turned out that his father, Cheng Dahai, along with his elder brother Cheng Peng and younger brother Cheng Hong, was carrying a wild boar. Although Qingshan village had previously caught wild boars, and it was not uncommon to secure 1 or 2 each year, the current circumstances were exceptional. With over a month without rain, many crops had begun to wither, and this wild boar symbolized hope amidst the drought. Thus, the Cheng family became increasingly occupied. Cheng Dahai decided to forego his hunting pursuits and instead joined the family in processing the wild boar. This decision was largely influenced by the fact that, following the recent disturbances caused by the villagers of Qingshan, the mountains had become nearly devoid of wildlife. The wild boar weighed no less than 200 pounds. The Cheng family devoted 2 full days to completely handle the beast. Ultimately, they were left with approximately 170 to 80 pounds of meat. Cheng's mother then took a portion and distributed it to their neighbors, giving away about 30 to 40 pounds. This left them with roughly 140 pounds of meat. If consumed judiciously, this wild boar meat could sustain the Cheng family for an entire month. After this, tranquility returned to Qingshan village. All necessary preparations had been completed, and the impending drought should pose no threat to their community. Chapter 14. The approaching catastrophe. On this day, Cheng Yan sat cross-legged on his bed, his eyes firmly shut, attempting to cultivate his inner energy, yet he found himself unable to enter a state of tranquility. This predicament had persisted for a considerable duration. Outside, not a single drop of rain had graced the parched earth for an entire 3 months, and the well within the village had long since run dry. Cheng Yan had not quenched his thirst for quite some time, surviving solely on the moisture contained within his meals. He now felt a relentless dryness in his mouth and throat. The scorching sun compelled him to sweat profusely, and without the luxury of bathing. He felt sticky and exceedingly uncomfortable. Consequently, he was perpetually unable to achieve the focused state required for cultivation, managing only to find a semblance of peace during the cooler hours of midnight. Originally, Cheng Yan had hoped to expedite his practice, aiming to break through to the third layer of qi cultivation and master the elusive cloud and rain technique. Although the crops had withered, eliminating the need for irrigation, he still yearned for water to drink. He had prepared himself to expend a considerable amount of spiritual stones for this purpose. Yet now even achieving a state of calm seemed an insurmountable challenge, let alone progressing in his training. Presently, Cheng Yan could only wish fervently for the heavens to deliver a torrential downpour. In his inability to cultivate, Cheng Yan reluctantly ventured into the living room to engage in casual conversation with his family. They discussed the meager grain reserves of certain households, noting that some had already consumed nearly half of their supplies, prompting midnight excursions to the mountains in search of wild vegetables. The reason for these nocturnal forages was not due to fear of being discovered, but rather the oppressive heat of the sun during the day, which made even brief exposure unbearable, often resulting in drenched clothing and the risk of sunburn. By nightfall, the temperature dropped slightly, offering some respite. Overall, Qingshan village managed to endure, but that resilience did not extend to other regions. Unlike Qingshan, many areas had sold off their grain, leaving families with scant reserves. Thus, the onset of drought swiftly led to famine. Although the government swiftly enacted relief measures, corrupt officials siphoned off much of the aid, leaving the populace with pitifully little sustenance. During these 3 months, numerous villages and towns witnessed deaths from hunger and thirst. As desperation mounted, villagers flocked to the towns, and townsfolk sought refuge in the county cities. This sudden influx resulted in a significant number of starving masses in urban centers, while some resorted to banditry, turning to theft as a means of survival. Witnessing others successfully acquire food through robbery, many joined their ranks, willing to resort to any means necessary to satiate their hunger. Thus, chaos ensued as banditry flourished, with rural towns and villages bearing the brunt of their plundering. Although the government had dispatched troops to quell the bandits, their efforts proved largely ineffective. The outlaws adeptly concealed themselves in the forests, exploiting their knowledge of the terrain to elude capture, which led the authorities to reluctantly ease their crackdown. Moreover, a more pressing issue emerged as uprisings began to take root across the land. These insurgents rallied under the banner of denouncing the government's corruption and incompetence as the root cause of the calamities, proclaiming that only through the overthrow of the ruling authority could they hope to endure the trials of nature. These individuals have undoubtedly faced the formidable wrath of the imperial court. Unlike the bandits, who merely wreak havoc in a limited area and pose little threat to the court's governance, the insurrectionists present a different dilemma altogether. Should they gain a foothold, they could significantly undermine the authority of the court. Nevertheless, the turmoil beyond the village bears little consequence for Qingyang village. Each household has diligently stockpiled provisions, ensuring that they will not suffer from shortages in the near future, and thus, the notion of raiding others for sustenance is entirely foreign to them. However, the villagers' refusal to pillage does not guarantee their safety from external threats. Amidst the tranquility of Qingyang village, a figure stealthily emerged at the village entrance. This individual furtively surveyed the village for an extended period, seemingly fixated on something unknown. Due to the sweltering heat, most villagers remained indoors, and the stranger went unnoticed. After a considerable time, the figure departed quietly, leaving no trace of their presence. That night, as the temperature cooled under the cloak of darkness, Cheng Yan prepared to meditate and cultivate. He retrieved a spirit stone from his storage pouch, clasping it in his hand as he settled into a cross-legged position on his bed to commence his practice. Meanwhile, outside Qingyang village, a group of 30 to 40 individuals had gathered, each brandishing a knife, their menacing demeanor betraying their unsavory intentions. "Are you certain there is grain in this village?" the leader inquired, wielding a sword nearly as tall as himself, a menacing scar resembling a centipede marring his face. A clear indication that he was not to be trifled with. "Rest assured, boss," replied one of his subordinates. "I observed the village from the entrance for quite some time this afternoon. The villagers all appear to be in good health, clearly not suffering from hunger. This village must certainly have a substantial supply of grain." Upon hearing this, the leader's interest was piqued. "Excellent. If this village indeed possesses grain, I shall reward you handsomely when we return." The subordinate's face lit up with excitement. "Thank you for your generous promise, boss." The leader's satisfaction was evident as he noted the joy on his subordinate's face. In times like these, possessing grain equates to power, and if there is also meat, one is elevated to the highest echelons of authority. Previously, The leader had served as a bodyguard for a wealthy household, skilled in martial arts. However, during a famine, the family deemed his upkeep a waste of resources and expelled him. Feeling aggrieved, he retaliated by killing the household's steward, subsequently becoming a fugitive sought by the authorities. He fled to this area, rallying a group of rogues to seize provisions and claiming a hilltop as his domain. As more followers flocked to his cause, he proclaimed himself the leader of the mighty Tiger stronghold, engaging in rampant thievery. With the county town far away and no soldiers to challenge them, they thrived in their lawlessness. Although the fierce bandits of the Tiger stronghold had plundered a substantial amount of grain, they were still a group of 30 to 40 individuals. It was not long before their provisions dwindled significantly, prompting thoughts of descending the mountain for another heist. However, they were not indiscriminate in their thievery. After all, if they raided a village with scant supplies, it would be a fruitless endeavor. Thus, the leader dispatched several men to scout for potential targets. Serendipitously, they discovered Cheng Yan village. The underling who was sent to observe reported that the villagers were robust and healthy-looking, their faces flushed, suggesting they were not suffering from hunger. He quickly concluded that Cheng Yan village must possess ample grain and hurried back to inform the chief. Upon receiving the news, the chief recognized the opportunity and gathered his men, planning to launch a night raid on Cheng Yan village under the cover of darkness. Chapter 15. The Escaped Brothers. Tonight we shall embark on a grand venture, seizing provisions to indulge ourselves. The leader brandished a large blade, addressing his band of followers. Listen to the leader. Let us plunder them. The group echoed in enthusiastic agreement. Onward, my brothers. With a sweeping gesture, the leader led his entourage, shrouded by the cloak of night, towards the village of Cheng Yan. At that moment, Cheng Yan remained seated on his bed, struggling to attain a tranquil state of mind. Though the night was not particularly warm, he found himself unable to settle his thoughts. After a brief attempt at meditation, he conceded defeat, deciding against practicing that evening. Just as he prepared to lie down and succumb to sleep, he was suddenly startled by peculiar noises. Cheng Yan's curiosity piqued. It was the dead of night, and surely the villagers were asleep. What could possibly be amiss? The sounds did not resemble snoring. Rather, they seemed akin to the chopping of wood. Intrigued, Cheng Yan rose and peered through the window. After his breakthrough into the Qi refinement stage, he sensed a significant enhancement in his perceptive abilities. With the aid of moonlight, he could discern the village's happenings. What he beheld sent a chill through him. Dozens of shadowy figures roamed the village, hacking at the doors of others' homes. Once they breached the doors, they would kick the slumbering inhabitants awake, tossing them into the yard before commencing their rampant looting. The commotion soon roused several nearby villagers, who ventured outside only to be swiftly overpowered as more assailants surged in, continuing their pillaging. This is dire. There are bandits. The realization struck Cheng Yan like a thunderbolt. He hurried outside to awaken his parents. Upon learning of the intruders, Cheng Yan's parents were equally alarmed and swiftly roused the entire family. By the time everyone was awake, chaos reigned in the village. The startled villagers, confronted by the menacing bandits, were paralyzed by fear, scattering in all directions. Cheng Yan's mother, along with his second and fifth sisters, were rendered speechless by the news of the bandits' arrival, compounded by the distant sounds of destruction. Fortunately, Cheng Dahai remained composed, retrieving a hunting bow and a short knife from their home. Seeing this, Cheng Peng quickly followed suit, fetching his own hunting bow. These were the family's sole weapons. As the cacophony grew ever closer, it was evident that the bandits would soon reach Cheng Yan's home. Cheng Yan's father clenched his teeth and declared, "We cannot simply wait here. Everyone, grab some food from the cellar. We shall seek refuge in the back mountains." With the bandits approaching rapidly, it was clear that inaction would lead to a fate no different from that of those already victimized. Yet, they could not hope to fight back against such odds. Their only recourse was flight. The family hastened to the cellar, each member taking some provisions. Cheng Yan, however, was different. He possessed a storage bag. Before their very eyes, the food he had touched mysteriously vanished, all of it being discreetly stored away by Cheng Yan into his spatial pouch. However, the capacity of the pouch was limited, and soon it was filled to the brim, leaving behind a considerable amount of provisions that Cheng Yan could not carry. As he gathered the food, the individuals nearby were utterly astonished. To them, it appeared as though wherever Zhou Yang passed, the food inexplicably disappeared. Having lived for so long, they had never witnessed such an extraordinary phenomenon. There was no time for explanations. They needed to flee, and Cheng Yan would elaborate later. Observing their astonished expressions, Cheng Yan understood the situation clearly, yet the bandits were drawing closer, and if he took the time to explain the spatial pouch, they would likely miss their chance to escape. Thus, He hastily uttered a few words and led the way out of the cellar. Upon emerging from the cellar, the group ran towards the back mountain without looking back. Along the way, they encountered numerous villagers who had fled from the village, some heading outward while others, like Cheng Yan, made their way towards the back mountain. However, in the dead of night, devoid of moonlight, darkness enveloped them, and before long, the once crowded path became desolate. Fortunately, Cheng Yan possessed a heightened awareness, and with his enhanced senses, he navigated through the obscurity, guiding his family deeper into the mountains. After a considerable time, it seemed unlikely that anyone would pursue them, so they decided to rest. Cheng Yan surveyed their surroundings and nodded in approval before busily preparing the area. Despite the relative openness, larger beasts would surely not find refuge here. However, venomous snakes and insects could easily go undetected, so Cheng Yan scattered some insect-repelling powder he had brought along before his departure. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan gathered some firewood nearby and ignited a flame. With the flickering light, the group, having fled for their lives, finally felt a semblance of security. What misfortune have we encountered? We were merely living our lives, and now bandits have descended upon us. Cheng Mu's heart had been tightly wound during their escape, and now, settled into relative safety. Her emotions erupted as she began to weep softly, prompting her second and fifth sisters to discreetly wipe away their tears. After such prolonged drought, it was evident that famine was rampant outside, leaving those desperate individuals with no choice but to resort to theft. Do not worry, once they have taken what they want, we shall return tomorrow, Cheng Yan gently reassured his wife, Yang Yu. Yet, what good would returning do if all the food had been stolen? Cheng Yan's words of comfort did little to alleviate Yang Yu's distress. Mother, do not fear, I managed to gather plenty of food. Enough for us to last 10 days to half a month, Cheng Yan quickly interjected, offering his reassurances. Upon your remark, I am reminded of a certain incident. Dear sixth brother, what cunning method did you employ in the cellar? For it seems that everything you touched mysteriously vanished. Cheng Pong had long wished to inquire of Cheng Yan, yet circumstances had not permitted. Now, at last, he found the opportunity. Upon hearing his elder brother's question, Cheng Yan smiled faintly and produced a storage pouch from within his robes. Eventually, the matter of his cultivation must be disclosed to the family. Thus, it seemed prudent to clarify the situation now. Do you recall, elder brother, the time over 2 years ago when I became lost on the back mountain? Cheng Yan recounted his experiences during that incident in vivid detail. Subsequently, he explained the pouch's capabilities to his family, even demonstrating the art of conjuring objects from thin air. Although it was not their first encounter with such a phenomenon, it still elicited a chorus of astonished exclamations. So, does this mean that the younger brother is now akin to an immortal? Chapter 16. The Spirit Testing Pearl. Does this mean my little brother has become an immortal? Cheng Hong exclaimed excitedly from the side. How could I possibly be considered an immortal? If that were the case, our family would not have fallen to such depths. Cheng Yan replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. In comparison to immortals, he felt he was still vastly inferior. Even among cultivators, he was merely an amateur, lacking mastery over any spells. Yet, this was not entirely Cheng Yan's fault. Most practitioners in the early stages of Qi cultivation were similarly unskilled in spells. However, they could still employ spirit talismans to confront adversaries, and Wu Yu's storage bag was not devoid of talismans. Yet, even the most rudimentary talismans were of the first-grade mid-tier variety, which Cheng Yan, given his current cultivation level, was unable to wield. Can we also learn this method of cultivation? Cheng Xian inquired from the side. As Cheng Yan began to explain, the mood among the group gradually settled, and their tears ceased. Well, I am not entirely certain. To cultivate, one must possess a spiritual root, and I cannot ascertain whether you all have one. Suddenly, Cheng Yan recalled that Wu Yu had previously used a pearl to test his spiritual root attributes. It must be called the Spirit Testing Pearl, he thought. Perhaps it could also determine if his family possessed spiritual roots. After rummaging through the storage bag for a while, he finally discovered the Spirit Testing Pearl nestled in a corner. Cheng Yan handed the pearl to Cheng Dahai and instructed him on how to use it. However, after a long while, the pearl did not emit any light. When everyone took their turns, not a single one was able to illuminate the Spirit Testing Pearl. Cheng Yan began to suspect that the pearl was malfunctioning, and when he held it himself, it emitted both blue and green hues. It seemed the pearl was indeed functioning correctly. It was merely that none of them possessed spiritual roots. With a heavy heart, Cheng Yan had to convey the truth to everyone, that they lacked spiritual roots and could not cultivate. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over the group. However, Cheng Dahai remained remarkably open-minded, unconcerned about whether he could cultivate or not. Enough, enough. If Xiao Lu has the fortune to cultivate, that is his destiny. Even if we cannot, what of it? Moreover, the pressing matter at hand is what we should do next. Let us return to the village tomorrow morning. With so much grain there, those people may not have been able to take it all. They might have left some behind. Cheng Peng shared a similar sentiment with Cheng Dahai. This cultivation method was Cheng Yan's fortune. If he could cultivate, that would be splendid, but if not, it was of little consequence. Very well, then. We shall return to the village at dawn. It is still early. I will keep watch while you all rest. Cheng Dahai remarked, glancing at the night sky, estimating that dawn was still some time away. Father, let me take the watch. After all, I am practicing at night and do not require sleep. You should rest, Cheng Yan insisted. Cheng Dahai looked at Cheng Yan, feeling a sense of pride. Just a few years ago, he was a mischievous little rascal, and now he had learned to think of others. He nodded with a smile. All right. Since you are so considerate, you may keep watch. If anything arises, be sure to wake us immediately. With that, he leaned against a tree and closed his eyes to rest. As Cheng Yan observed that everyone had begun to rest, he found a suitable spot to sit cross-legged and retrieved a spirit stone from his storage bag, commencing his cultivation. Despite his practice, Cheng Yan remained vigilant. Any slight rustle would rouse him from his meditation. Fortunately, the night passed without incident, and as dawn broke, Cheng Dahai awakened. He had long cultivated the habit of rising at first light. Upon Cheng Dahai's awakening, Cheng Yan ceased his cultivation. Father, why not sleep a while longer? It is still early, Cheng Yan gently inquired, mindful of not disturbing the others still in slumber. I am accustomed to it. I can no longer sleep once dawn arrives. Cheng Dahai replied, stretching his limbs, acknowledging that resting against a tree was far less comfortable than his own bed. Since you are awake, I wish to take this opportunity to check if those people have departed from the village, Cheng Yan suggested. Absolutely not. If they have not left and discover your presence, what will we do? Let us wait until your elder brothers awaken to go together. Cheng Dahai firmly refused, shaking his head. Do not worry, father. My eyesight is keen. I will observe from a distance and will not be seen, Cheng Yan reassured him. Cheng Dahai furrowed his brow, recalling how it was indeed Cheng Yan's sharp vision that had guided them safely through the night, preventing them from losing their way in the back mountains. Very well. Take your bow and knife with you. Should any danger arise, remember to flee immediately. Do not enter the village. Just take a glance from outside, Cheng Dahai conceded, recognizing the necessity of an advance check. It would be perilous for the family to enter the village only to find that the danger still lingered. Rest assured, father. I know what to do. With that, Cheng Yan slung his hunting bow over his shoulder, grasped his short knife, and proceeded toward the village. Before long, he stood at the outskirts of the back mountains, gazing into the village. The once serene Qingshan village lay in ruins, devoid of life. It was evident that the bandits had departed. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Yan made his way into the village. Upon returning to his home, he was met with a scene of devastation. The house had been thoroughly ransacked. Every valuable item had been taken, the furniture reduced to splinters, and the granary stripped bare. Nothing remained. What a pack of beasts! Cheng Yan seethed inwardly, feeling powerless to protect his family. Had he possessed greater strength, he would have ensured those marauders would not return. After assessing the situation in the village, Cheng Yan returned to the safety of the back mountains. Realizing that there was no longer any reason to return to the village, there was not a grain of rice left. When he returned to the resting place of his family, everyone had already awakened. How was it? Did those people leave? Cheng Dahai inquired anxiously upon seeing Cheng Yan's return. They did leave, but they have emptied our granary. Not a single grain remains. Cheng Yan hesitated briefly before divulging the grim truth. He feared that his mother would be saddened by the news, but fortunately, Cheng Yan's mother exhibited only a slight shadow of gloom. Cheng Dahai, upon hearing Cheng Yan's words, furrowed his brow and remained silent, seemingly lost in thought. Father, I believe we cannot return to Qingshan village. We must consider other options. But the bandits have already departed. Why can't we go back? Cheng Yan had scarcely finished speaking when his mother, filled with urgency, interjected. Mother, Qingshan village has been completely plundered. Even if we return, there will be no food left. Once the supplies I have are exhausted, we would merely be awaiting our demise. Cheng Yan's words rendered his mother silent. In that moment, the family's spirits appeared notably subdued. Then we shall not return to Qingshan village. Let us go to Baiyun County. There are granaries there, and we shall surely find sustenance. Chapter 17. The escort agency Baiyun County is the nearest county town to Qingshan village. The town boasts granaries, ensuring an ample supply of grain, and the presence of military forces alleviates fears of banditry. However, life in Baiyun County is not without its challenges. While food is abundant, it requires money to procure. The Cheng family, having searched their belongings, could not muster a single copper coin, and even if they reached Baiyun County, they had nowhere to stay. Yet, Baiyun County remained their only hope. Remaining in Qingshan village would mean certain death. Only by journeying to Baiyun County could they grasp a fleeting chance at survival. With their decision made, the Cheng family wasted no time in preparing for their departure. They first returned to Qingshan village to see if any usable items remained at home. However, their house had been thoroughly ransacked, and all valuables had vanished. After a fruitless search, they set off for Baiyun County. Although it is the closest county town to Qingshan village, the distance is still considerable, and since the family could only travel on foot, it would take them at least 7 or 8 days to arrive. Upon leaving Qingshan village, the Cheng family embarked on a small path, heading east. As Baiyun County lay directly to the east of Qingshan village. Yet, at this time of year, the sun blazed fiercely, and they found themselves needing frequent rests to avoid sunburn, with dehydration posing an even graver threat. Fortunately, Cheng Dahai's vast experience guided them to certain plants rich in moisture, which sustained them along the way. The family progressed slowly, and after an entire day's journey, they still had not reached the official road. As dusk approached, they were compelled to find a place to rest for the night. They discovered a flat area, kindled a fire, and prepared their evening meal. Just as Cheng Yan was heating their dinner, he suddenly felt a cool breeze above him. Looking up, he was met with a raindrop landing on his forehead. It was raining. After more than 3 months of drought, the heavens had finally opened. The rain came swiftly, intensifying in a matter of moments. The family hurriedly constructed a makeshift shelter to shield themselves from the downpour, relocating their fire underneath. They were thoroughly drenched, yet their faces radiated joy. Cheng Yan could hardly contain his excitement and longed to dash out and bathe in the rain, having not enjoyed a proper wash in nearly a month. Cheng Peng and Cheng Hong, inspired by his enthusiasm, joined him outside. The girls, however, felt shy and remained under the shelter, merely extending their hands to catch a few droplets to wash their faces. As the rain continued to pour unabated, Cheng Yan, now refreshed, took refuge under the shelter, warming his clothes by the fire. As night fell, the family gradually drifted into slumber, lulled by the rhythmic sound of the rain outside. The following morning, as dawn broke, Cheng Dahai awoke, prompting Cheng Yan to cease his practice. The rain outside has ceased, leaving dewdrops shimmering upon the leaves. The once wilted foliage, rejuvenated by a night of nourishing rain, has transformed into a vibrant green, filling the forest with a palpable sense of vitality. Cheng Dahai, having just awakened, busied himself with tasks. Last night, during the downpour, he had placed several water containers outside to collect rainwater. After a night's accumulation, the containers were now full. Cheng Dahai ventured out to retrieve them, placing the vessels over the fire to boil, ensuring that they would not suffer from a lack of water henceforth. Cheng Yan also took some provisions from their storage pouch, placing them over the flames to warm, so that once the others awoke and had breakfast, they could continue their journey. On the official road to Baiyun County, a group of 7 was making their way, comprising Cheng Yan and his companions who had departed from Qingshan village. 5 days had passed since their departure, during which a heavy rain had fallen for an entire day, hindering their progress. However, the rain had also stirred the wild vegetables in the forest to sprout anew. Now, aside from the rations Cheng Yan carried, they could occasionally gather some wild greens, alleviating their food consumption. Regrettably, the rain had come too late. Had it arrived a month earlier, their family would not be in their current predicament. "Father, how much longer until we arrive?" During these days, aside from mealtimes and rest at night, they had been on the move continuously. The men were faring better, but the girls were nearing their limits. "It won't be long now. We should arrive in 2 or 3 days. Just a little more patience," Cheng Dahai replied, glancing at the sky where the sun was shining brightly. "We have traveled all morning. Let us rest here for a while and enjoy some lunch." The group found shade beneath a tree along the roadside, sitting down to take a break while Cheng Yan retrieved their food from the pouch. Though they had been frugal in their eating, their supplies were dwindling, enough for perhaps 3 or 4 more days. Once Cheng Yan's provisions were exhausted, they would face hunger. After their meal, the family leaned against the tree for a brief respite. After 5 consecutive days of travel, even with Cheng Yan's enhanced constitution as a cultivator, fatigue was setting in. He leaned against the tree, shielding his eyes with a leaf to rest. As he pondered their plans upon reaching Baiyun County, he felt a sense of unease. They had no money. Although he possessed many valuable items, they were only useful to cultivators and would be regarded as mere scrap at a pawn shop. Even if he encountered someone knowledgeable, he would hesitate to sell, for wealth should remain concealed, a lesson learned from Wu's Jade Slip. Lost in thought, Cheng Yan found his mind drifting when suddenly, the sounds of insects were interrupted by distant shouts of battle. Startled, he awakened abruptly. How could there be cries of conflict? The sound seemed to be emanating from not far ahead. Hastily, he roused his family. Upon hearing Cheng Yan mention the battle cries, they all grew tense with apprehension. Cheng Dahai tightened his grip on the hunting bow, straining to listen, and indeed, he could faintly discern the sounds of battle. Cheng Yan spoke, "Father, shall I venture forward to investigate?" Uncertain of the unfolding events ahead, none of them dared to continue their journey. "I shall accompany you. The eldest and the third will remain here to guard," Cheng Dahai replied, handing his short dagger to Cheng Peng. Thus, Cheng Yan and Cheng Dahai proceeded along the official road. Before long, the cacophony grew even more pronounced, interspersed with the clashing sounds of weapons. Chapter 18. The sting of arrows. Not long after, they spotted two groups engaged in a fierce battle ahead. Cheng Dahai swiftly pulled Cheng Yan aside to hide. One group was disorganized, their formation chaotic, and the clamor of battle cries emanated from them. In stark contrast, the other group, clad in standardized attire, steadfastly defended their wooden crates, fighting with a disciplined rhythm. However, they were outnumbered, and several members had already sustained injuries. It was evident that the formally dressed group was escorting some cargo and had fallen into an ambush by the other faction. As Cheng Yan had anticipated, the beleaguered group comprised members of the Baiyun County Chongfeng escort agency, who had been beset by a band of robbers during their transit and were now embroiled in a desperate struggle. Cheng Dahai quietly observed the unfolding situation. Suddenly, he drew an arrow from his quiver, knocked it to the bowstring, and released it in one fluid motion. The arrow whistled through the air, striking a man in the leg, eliciting a piercing scream. Cheng Dahai then loosed several more arrows, each finding its mark in the legs of the assailants. Each shot accompanied by a cry of agony. His targets were the larger group of assailants. Although the defenders were oblivious to the identity of their unseen benefactor, they seized the opportunity presented to them. Armed with blades, they swiftly dispatched the injured robbers, turning the tide of battle. Several bandits fell to the ground, while the escort agency's personnel, despite their injuries, grew emboldened, pressing forward and forcing the robbers into a hasty retreat. After felling a few more adversaries, the remaining robbers seemed to be overcome by fear. One of them shouted, "The sting of arrows. Brothers, retreat." In an instant, they scattered like birds startled from their roost. The defenders, witnessing their flight, chose not to pursue, but remained vigilant over their cargo, only relaxing once all threats had fled. From the Baiyun County Chongfeng escort agency, the chief escort, Yang Chengsheng, called out, "I do not know which brother assisted us from the shadows, but I would be most grateful if you could step forward for a moment." One among the group approached, cupping his fists in respect towards Cheng Yan and Cheng Dahai. Hearing the call, Cheng Yan turned to Cheng Dahai. After a brief hesitation, Cheng Dahai emerged from their hiding place with Cheng Yan in tow. "I am Cheng Dahai, Yang, the chief escort. Your gratitude is unwarranted. I have done little to assist," he replied modestly, yet he kept a firm grip on his hunting bow. "Ah, Brother Cheng, you are too humble. Had it not been for your timely aid today, my comrades and I might have met our end here. Might I invite you to join me for a discussion, as a small token of my appreciation?" The words prompted a moment of hesitation from Cheng Dahai. Although the opposing group bore injuries, none were severe, and if they harbored ulterior motives, both he and Cheng Yan could find themselves in peril. However, this group of individuals claims to be from the CHNGF Ing escort agency in Baiyun County. If they could forge an acquaintance, it would undoubtedly ease their journey when they arrive in Baiyun County. With this thought in mind, Cheng Dahai ceased to hesitate and approached with Cheng Yan. "Cheng, my brother, truly possesses remarkable archery skills, hitting the mark every time without fail." As Cheng Dahai and his companion drew near, Yang Chengxing hurriedly came forward. "You flatter me. Head escort Yang. May I inquire why you had a confrontation with that group?" Cheng, my brother, is unaware that those individuals are notorious bandits in Baiyun County, known as the Baiyun Thieves, who revel in ambushing traveling merchant caravans. Our escort was discovered by them as we passed through here and fell into their ambush. Yang Chengxing offered a slight bitter smile, acknowledging that had they not been ambushed, they would not have found themselves in such a dire struggle. Despite the numerous Baiyun thieves, in terms of martial prowess, Yang Chengxing alone could contend with 4 or 5 of them. These bandits merely relied on their overwhelming numbers. Is it truly so audacious that the Baiyun thieves would dare to ambush merchant caravans in broad daylight? Cheng Dahai questioned incredulously. The reason for the robberies in Qingshan village was its remote location, making it difficult for the authorities to manage. Yet this place is not far from Baiyun County. Do they not fear the local officials? In the past, the Baiyun thieves would never have been so brazen, but now, with uprisings occurring in various regions, the stationed troops in Baiyun County are hesitant to venture beyond the city walls, emboldening these bandits. Yang Chengxing sighed. noting that this situation had significantly increased the difficulty of their escorting task. "Father." Just as they conversed, a familiar voice called from behind. It was Cheng Peng and his companions, who, having heard the cessation of cries, grew increasingly anxious at the absence of the two and had come to search for them. "Why is it that Cheng, my brother, has brought his entire family?" Yang Chengsheng pondered, initially believing the two to be seasoned wanderers of the martial world, only to discover that they were accompanied by their family, which struck him as peculiar. Cheng Dahai shook his head with a wry smile, confessing to head escort Yang. "We were living quite well, but then bandits invaded our village and pillaged our supplies. Reluctantly, we had to journey to Baiyun County in search of a glimmer of hope." Yang Chengsheng suddenly comprehended. "Ah, I see. Might I inquire if you have a place to stay in Baiyun County? If not, please do not hesitate to seek me out at the CHNGF Ing Escort Agency. I would like to express my gratitude properly." Cheng Dahai hesitated. I could not possibly trouble head escort Yang. "What are you saying, my brother Cheng? Though I am but a simple man, I understand the importance of repaying kindness. However, as I am currently en route on this escort mission, I cannot accompany you. When you arrive in Baiyun County, be sure to visit the CHNGF Ing Escort Agency." Before Cheng Dahai could finish, Yang Chengsheng promptly interrupted. "Then I thank you for your kind offer, head escort Yang." Seeing Yang Chengsheng's earnest invitation, Cheng Dahai felt it inappropriate to refuse further. "Very well. However, I am currently engaged in escorting goods and cannot linger for long. I shall take my leave first. Until we meet again in Baiyun County, dear brother Cheng, you must surely come." With that, Yang Chengsheng departed, leading his men with the cargo. "Who is this person?" Wang Yu inquired from the side. Seeing the two engage in such cordial conversation, one might mistakenly think they were longtime friends. "He is the chief escort of the Changfeng Escort Agency in Baiyun County, named Yang Chengsheng." Cheng Dahai explained the recent events to the others. "Should we go then?" Wang Yu expressed some concern, for they were unfamiliar with the area and feared being deceived. "Indeed, we must go. Our family is alone in Baiyun County, with no acquaintances, and we may find ourselves without even a place to stay. We have no choice but to seek refuge with them." Cheng Dahai had been contemplating what to do upon their arrival in Baiyun County, and little did he expect such an opportunity to present itself today. Chapter 19. Baiyun County. "However, we are but strangers to them. Can we truly expect them to take us in?" Wang Yu harbored some apprehensions. "Alas, there seems to be no alternative. We must first reach Baiyun County and see what unfolds," sighed Cheng Dahai in resignation. They knew no one in Baiyun County, and with their meager finances, the prospect of survival for the seven of them was daunting. Nevertheless, during their conversations, Cheng Dahai sensed that Yang Chengsheng was a person of deep loyalty and sentiment. Having lent them a hand, seeking refuge with them should pose no issue. At the very least, they could find some initial shelter, and the course of action thereafter could be determined upon their arrival in Baiyun County. After a brief respite, the group set off once more. 3 days later, outside the city of Baiyun County. After 3 days of arduous travel, the Cheng family finally arrived at Baiyun County. However, the scene before them was one of utter chaos. Countless refugees had erected makeshift camps outside the city. As they walked along the road, they observed emaciated individuals lying by the wayside, their faint breaths barely indicative of life. Although the government had issued orders for disaster relief, the provisions intended for the populace had been siphoned off by corrupt officials at every level, leaving scant resources for the common folk. The porridge distributed within the county was hardly worthy of the name, a mere thin layer of rice floating in a bowl of water. Nonetheless, it was seized by the refugees in a frenzy. A few days prior, a downpour had caused some wild vegetables to sprout in the woods. Yet, with so many hungry mouths to feed, these too were quickly harvested. There were scarcely any intact trees in the vicinity, as their bark had been stripped or their roots excavated, all consumed by the desperate refugees. As the Cheng family traversed the path, they felt starkly out of place amidst the desolation surrounding them. The nearby individuals appeared gaunt and skeletal, while the Cheng family, in contrast, seemed vibrant and well-fed, their packs slung over their shoulders. Had it not been for the knife in Cheng Dahai's hand, they might have been accosted with the threat of weaponry. The Cheng family safely approached the city gates. However, upon reaching the entrance, they encountered yet another obstacle. The guards refused them entry, citing the need for an entry permit. Alas, the Cheng family possessed no such document and thus found themselves barred. "Mr. Cheng." Just as they pondered their predicament, a voice called out from within the city. Turning to investigate, Cheng recognized the figure immediately. It was a member of the Changfeng Escort Agency, who promptly exchanged words with the guard, resulting in their admittance. "I sincerely apologize, Mr. Cheng. In our haste, our chief forgot to provide you with the entry permit. He specifically instructed me to await you at the city gate." The escort member led the Cheng family forward, guiding them into the city. "Thank you for your assistance, young sir. But what exactly is this entry permit?" Cheng Dahai inquired, somewhat perplexed. Although he had never visited Baiyun County, he had indeed been to the towns surrounding Qingshan village and had not encountered any requirement for an entry permit. The entry permit was only introduced in the past 2 months, primarily to prevent refugees from infiltrating the city. Thus, every individual must obtain an entry permit at the city gate when leaving, and can only return with this permit. Without an entry permit, one must be accompanied by a local resident to gain entry. As the guide led Cheng Yan and his companions, he elucidated the situation. So that was the case. Cheng Dahai suddenly comprehended the rationale. There were indeed numerous refugees outside the city. Allowing them unrestricted access would undoubtedly lead to significant disorder in Baiyun County. Hence, the county magistrate devised such a strategy. However, the principal reason was not merely this. In a certain county town, the magistrate had, in a bid to showcase his benevolence and earn the affection of the populace, allowed the refugees to enter the city. Unbeknownst to him, among those refugees were insurgents who subsequently conspired to breach the town's defenses, resulting in the magistrate's tragic demise within the city. Since that incident, no county town dared to permit refugees entry again. Before long, the group arrived at a magnificent edifice. On either side of the entrance stood imposing stone lions, and a grand plaque above the door inscribed with the words Changfeng Escort Agency. However, aside from Cheng Yan, none of Cheng Dahai's party could read. They merely felt that the Changfeng Escort Agency was indeed extraordinary, with such an impressive entrance. The group was ushered into the hall, where Yang Chengsheng was already present. Upon seeing Cheng Yan and his companions, he promptly rose to greet them. "Brother Cheng, you have finally arrived. I was worried you might decline my invitation." "How could I refuse such an invitation from the esteemed Yang?" Cheng Dahai clasped his fists in acknowledgement. "Haha, let us set aside formalities. It happens to be lunchtime. I have instructed the kitchen staff to prepare some dishes for us to enjoy while we converse," Yang Chengsheng said, pulling Cheng Dahai to sit down. While Cheng Dahai exchanged a knowing glance with Cheng Yan, understanding the signal, Cheng Yan removed the cloth bundle from his back and opened it to reveal a wild boar's leg. "Brother Cheng, what is this?" Yang Chengsheng inquired, somewhat taken aback by the sudden appearance of the boar's leg. Cheng Dahai explained, "Yang, we possess little of value, but this wild boar leg is our most prized possession. It is quite timely for our meal and can add to the feast." This had been Cheng Dahai's instruction during their journey, to avoid revealing their storage pouch. Thus, Cheng Yan had taken it out along the way, wrapped in cloth and carried on his back. Yang Chengsheng feigned a stern demeanor, saying, "Brother Cheng, what kind of talk is that? The Changfeng Escort Agency has not yet reached the point where guests must provide their own ingredients." Wang Yu chimed in, "Yang, do accept it. It is a token of goodwill from our family." Yang Chengsheng replied, "Well, it seems I cannot refuse today. In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony with you, and it will be a treat for the brothers to enjoy some meat." Even in the ordinary days of Baiyun County, wild boar meat is a rarity, especially during this period of food scarcity. Even common pork has become quite uncommon. The Changfeng Escort Agency can only indulge in meat once or twice a month. After Cheng Dahai observed Yang Chengsheng accepting the boar leg, he instructed someone to take it to the kitchen before finally sitting down at Yang Chengsheng's invitation to engage in a conversation about mundane matters. As for Cheng Yan and the younger generation, they could only sit quietly in the background, uttering not a word. They would respond with a sentence or two only when directly addressed by Yang Chengsheng. Chapter 20. Settling in. So, does that mean Brother Cheng's family hails from a lineage of hunters? As Yang Chengsheng and Cheng Dahai engaged in casual conversation, their understanding of Cheng Dahai's family deepened. "We are but humble folk from the mountains, hardly deserving of such a title," Cheng Dahai replied, shaking his head. Indeed, while it was true that his family had subsisted on hunting since his grandfather's time in Qingshan village, the term lineage seemed far removed from their reality. Then surely Brother Cheng's 3 children possess remarkable archery skills like their father? Yang Chengsheng inquired. The enthusiasm behind Yang's invitation for Cheng Dahai to visit the escort agency stemmed not only from gratitude for a past rescue, but also from an appreciation for talent. After all, there is an old adage that states, "A visible spear is easily dodged, while a hidden arrow is hard to defend against." Having 1 or 2 sharpshooters within their ranks would greatly enhance their safety during escort missions. My eldest and 3rd sons have been learning to hunt since childhood, their archery skills rivaling my own. However, my youngest, the 6th, has been rather mischievous and hasn't acquired any such skills, Cheng Dahai admitted. Cheng Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment. Though he had indeed been playful as a child, he had not neglected his lessons in hunting. Yet, ever since he began his cultivation journey, he had not practiced hunting with Cheng Dahai, and thus his archery was certainly inferior to that of his elder brothers, Cheng Peng and Cheng Hong. As the conversation flowed, the kitchen began serving the dishes. The meal was modest, primarily consisting of vibrant green vegetables, with only a small portion of meat, the most substantial being the leg of wild boar brought by Cheng Yan and his brothers. Given the current scarcity of food, particularly meat, having anything to eat was a blessing. Brother Cheng, now that you have arrived in Baiyun County, do you have any plans? As they dined, the conversation continued. To be honest, we are strangers here, with no acquaintances to turn to, Cheng Dahai replied with a faint smile of resignation. In that case, why not let your family stay with us at the escort agency? We have 2 vacant rooms, though it may be a bit cramped, Yang Chengxing suggested. Upon hearing Yang's offer to provide shelter, Cheng Dahai quickly rose, expressing his profound gratitude. I am already immensely thankful for your willingness to accommodate us. There is no question of inconvenience. Please, Brother Cheng, do sit down. It is merely a couple of empty rooms, and they might as well serve a purpose. You may stay for as long as you wish, Yang Chengxing urged, gesturing for Cheng Dahai to take a seat. After the meal, Yang instructed someone to escort Wang Yu and her daughters to their room for rest. He himself took Cheng Dahai, along with Cheng Peng and Cheng Hong, to the training ground, eager to observe their archery skills. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan found an excuse to slip away. His meager archery skills were hardly worth showcasing, and he deemed it more prudent to return to his room for cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and 3 months had elapsed since Cheng Yan's family arrived in Baiyun County. In the past 3 months, the weather has returned to normal, and the drought has been successfully weathered. Furthermore, 2 months ago, the insurgents were decisively quelled. Subsequently, the court ordered the punishment of several officials who had embezzled disaster relief grains to appease the populace, thereafter opening the granaries to distribute food to the people. This famine has been navigated with relative stability, and it is anticipated that come spring of the following year, the common folk will resume their agricultural endeavors. Merely a few days after Cheng Yan's family settled at the Changfeng escort agency, Cheng Dahai took Cheng Peng and Cheng Hong to join the agency. After all, it felt inappropriate to remain dependent on the hospitality of others for several days. Despite the suppression of the insurgents, banditry remained rampant across various regions. Thus, the escort agency was thriving with business. By joining the agency, Cheng Dahai and his family not only alleviated their sense of indebtedness, but also earned some silver. Even Wang Yu and a few other young women assisted in the kitchen. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan found himself with little to occupy his time, often retreating to his room. However, this was merely the perception of outsiders. In reality, Cheng Yan had not relaxed his cultivation efforts over the past 3 months. A month prior, he had successfully advanced to the 3rd level of qi refinement. The cost of this breakthrough was a significant depletion of nearly 100 spirit stones from his storage pouch. Furthermore, after reaching the 3rd level, Cheng Yan selected a spell from a jade slip for study, known as the water spike technique. This spell allows the conjuration of a sharp spike made of water, which, once launched, could penetrate trees and even leave a dent in stone, showcasing considerable power. Cheng Yan could now truly be regarded as a cultivator. Creak. Just as Cheng Yan sat cross-legged on his bed in meditation, the door suddenly swung open. He opened his eyes to see Cheng Dahai and his second brother Cheng Hong, carrying his elder brother Cheng Peng into the room. At that moment, Cheng Peng was drenched in blood, with thick bandages wrapped around his waist. Even so, the bandages were soaked through and stained crimson. Father, what happened? How is my brother so severely injured? Seeing the grave condition of his brother, Cheng Yan hurriedly leapt from his bed and approached to inquire about the situation. The escort was ambushed. Your brother was stabbed, Cheng Dahai replied, his countenance darkened. They had deliberately chosen a route for the escort that avoided dangerous areas, making the ambush unexpected. Noticing the sorrow etched on his father's face, Cheng Yan dared not press further and turned to his 3rd brother Cheng Hong. Through his second brother's account, he learned the full story. It turned out that 2 days prior, the Changfeng escort agency had accepted a shipment to deliver to another county. However, the owner of the goods insisted there was no urgency, as long as they arrived safely. Thus, Yang Chengsheng decided to circumvent the treacherous areas frequented by bandits, acknowledging that while it might take longer, it was a safer choice. Yet, despite the agency's caution, they still fell victim to an ambush by bandits. Moreover, among this band of marauders, several possessed formidable martial skills. Although the Changfeng escort agency ultimately safeguarded their cargo, they suffered the loss of several brothers, and Cheng Peng himself sustained grave injuries. Just as Cheng Yan was piecing together the unfolding events, Yang Chengsheng returned with a physician, prompting the group to hastily rise and clear a path for the healer to attend to the wounded. The physician first took Cheng Peng's pulse and proceeded with a thorough examination. After a brief moment, the The doctor sighed heavily and declared, "Prepare for the worst. He has sustained internal injuries and cannot be saved." Just as Wang Yu hurried to the entrance, she overheard the physician's words and collapsed onto the ground. "What? How could this be? Doctor, you must save my son. I am willing to work tirelessly for you, as an ox or a horse. If only you would restore my child." With that, Wang Yu fell to her knees, poised to bow deeply to the physician. Chapter 21. How strange. How strange. The physician hastily extended a hand to assist Wang Yu to her feet, simultaneously uttering, "Madam, it is not that I am unwilling to aid your son. Rather, his injuries are far too severe, and I find myself utterly powerless." Upon hearing these words, Wang Yu suddenly rolled her eyes back and collapsed, losing consciousness. Fortunately, her companions, Cheng Jing and Cheng Yan, were quick to react, catching Wang Yu before she fell. Cheng Yan and Cheng Hong rushed forward to lift their mother onto the bed, requesting the physician to examine her. The lady suffers no serious harm. She merely fainted from overwhelming sorrow. "I shall prescribe a few doses of calming medicine," the physician stated. "However, as for your son's injuries, I must sincerely apologize. I truly lack the means to heal him. Even a divine being would find it a formidable task." The physician rose, shaking his head, and offered an apologetic bow to Cheng Dahai before departing to procure medicine for Wang Yu. "Do not worry, Chief Escort. I shall seek other physicians and endeavor to find a way to heal your son," Yang Chengsheng declared, preparing to turn and search for additional medical assistance. "No need, Chief Escort. Even Dr. Li has declared the case hopeless. It seems no physician in Baiyun County can remedy this. It is simply his fate," Cheng Dahai murmured. His head bowed in despair. Cheng Yan's sisters stood by, softly weeping beside Yang Yu. Witnessing the family's plight, Yang Chengsheng sighed and exited the room. Cheng Yan felt a pang of sorrow as he observed his family in such distress. They had finally settled down, only to be confronted by this calamity. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he began rummaging through his storage pouch. After a brief search, he found what he sought and turned to Cheng Hong, speaking softly, "Third brother, quickly fetch a bowl of water. I believe I have a way to save eldest brother." Without hesitation, Cheng Hong dashed out to retrieve a bowl of water. Cheng Yan extracted a medicinal pill from his pouch, dividing it into thirds, grinding one portion into a powder, and mixing it with the water before administering it to Cheng Pong. "What have you given eldest brother?" Cheng Hong finally had the opportunity to inquire. Cheng Yan explained, "This is a blood coagulation pill, a remedy used by cultivators for treating injuries. However, the spiritual energy contained within is not something an ordinary person can absorb, so it must be diluted with water before being given to eldest brother." "Does this mean eldest brother has a chance of recovery?" Cheng Dahai, who had remained silent until now, suddenly lifted his gaze, filled with excitement. "Father, I cannot guarantee it, but the pill acts swiftly. We shall know the outcome in no more than half an hour," Cheng Yan admitted candidly, uncertain whether the pill would truly benefit Immortal. Yet, in the absence of other options, administering the pill offered at least a glimmer of hope. "Good, good, good," Cheng Dahai repeated 3 times before slowly sitting down. Although Cheng Yan expressed uncertainty regarding the pill's efficacy, at least there was a flicker of hope. Time passed slowly as the anxious group awaited the results. A mere half hour felt infinitely longer, as if it stretched into an entire day. During the wait, someone brought the prepared medicine, which had been prescribed by the doctor for Cheng Pong. After being fed, he soon regained consciousness. Thus, the entire family of 6 surrounded Cheng Pong in silence, anxiously awaiting any sign from him. Suddenly, a fit of cough escaped from the center of the gathering. "He is awake. Big brother is awake," Cheng Yan exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. "Big brother, you finally awakened. How wonderful. You're all right," Cheng Hong shouted joyfully from the side. Cheng Yan, witnessing Cheng Pong slowly opening his eyes, also broke into a smile. The fact that their elder brother could awaken signified that the coagulant had taken effect. At the very least, his life was preserved. "Dad. Mom, why are you all surrounding me?" Cheng Pong, upon opening his eyes, found his family encircling him, 6 pairs of eyes fixed intently upon him. As he attempted to rise, he inadvertently pulled at his wound, causing him to gasp in pain. "Pong don't move, just lie still." It would be unfortunate if the wound were to reopen, Wang Yu advised, rushing forward to help him lie back down. "Quickly, fetch the doctor," Cheng Dahai instructed Zhou Hong. Upon hearing this, Cheng Hong acknowledged and dashed off to find the doctor. "What has happened to me?" Cheng Pong lay in bed, still bewildered. Cheng Dahai inquired, "Do you not remember what transpired earlier?" "I only recall that we were ambushed, someone lunged at me and stabbed me. After that, I have no memory." Cheng Pong replied weakly, his voice barely audible. "You lost consciousness shortly after being stabbed, and we hurriedly brought you back to seek medical attention." The doctor informed us that your injury had affected your internal organs and was deemed untreatable. Thankfully, Xiao Lu employed miraculous means to bring you back. Cheng Dahai explained the events that occurred while Cheng Peng was unconscious. Sixth brother. Upon hearing this, Cheng Peng turned to Cheng Yan and softly called out, "Big brother, focus on your recovery." Cheng Yan comforted him with a smile. "Father, mother, the doctor has arrived." At that moment, Cheng Hong rushed back, having found the doctor. It turned out that Cheng Hong had grown impatient with the doctor's slow pace and had carried him on his back. "Third brother, do not be rude. Quickly set the doctor down," Cheng Dahai admonished upon witnessing the scene. Cheng Hong, embarrassed, complied and gently released the doctor. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed doctor. No need for concern. Let me first examine your son's injuries." The doctor interrupted before Cheng Dahai could finish his sentence. Upon hearing this, the family quickly rose and made way for the doctor to attend to Cheng Peng. Thus commenced a thorough examination. Strange, remarkable. In over 30 years of practice, I have never encountered such a case. This doctor, renowned in Baiyun County, had witnessed a myriad of perplexing ailments. However, he had never seen a situation where someone, sustaining what should have been a fatal injury, managed to recover in merely over an hour. The doctor turned to Cheng Dahai and said, "Your son's previously injured organs have now healed. However, he is currently weakened due to excessive blood loss. I shall prescribe a few remedies, and with some rest, he will fully recover." Cheng Dahai expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, doctor. I will have someone deliver your fee shortly." The doctor waved his hand dismissively. "There is no need for payment. Your son's recovery is not my doing. Just the cost of the medicinal herbs will suffice." With that, the doctor departed to prepare the medicine for Cheng Peng, muttering to himself as he walked out, "Strange, very strange." Chapter 22. The rivalry of the escort agency. Upon witnessing the scene, Cheng Hong stepped forward to escort the doctor out. "Penger, you have terrified your mother. How could you sustain such grave injuries?" I thought. Wang Yu, standing beside Cheng Peng, tightly grasped his hand. "Mother, do not worry. Did the doctor not just say that I will recover shortly?" Cheng Peng smiled reassuringly at Wang Yu. "You are already in a fragile state, and after experiencing such highs and lows today, the doctor has prescribed you several calming remedies. Please take them and rest. I will stay here with Xiao Lu, so you may rest easy." Cheng Dahai, fearing that Wang Yu's emotions might overwhelm her, urged her to take a break. He then turned to Cheng Jing and Cheng Xian, saying, "You two, quickly take your mother back to her room to rest properly." Upon hearing Cheng Dahai's directive, the two sisters stepped forward to assist Wang Yu back to her quarters. At that moment, only Cheng Dahai, Cheng Peng, and Cheng Yan remained in the room. And it wasn't long before Cheng Peng, under their care, fell asleep. "Thanks to you. Otherwise your elder brother would have truly faced dire consequences." Cheng Dahai thought he might have to bear the sorrow of sending a black-haired man to the grave, but fortunately, with Cheng Yan's medicinal elixirs, he was able to save Cheng Peng. "Father." At that moment, Cheng Hong, having returned from seeing off the doctor, called out from outside, "Father, the head escort requests our presence." "The head escort summons us? What has occurred?" Cheng Dahai replied with a furrowed brow. "Ordinarily, at this hour, the head escort would be managing the affairs of the fallen brothers, so why would he suddenly call them over?" Yet, despite his confusion, Cheng Dahai proceeded with Cheng Hong towards the agency's main hall, reminding Cheng Yan to care for Cheng Peng. "Why has the head escort suddenly called us over?" On the way, Cheng Dahai inquired of Cheng Hong. Cheng Hong explained, "I am unsure. I had just returned from escorting the doctor when I encountered some brothers from the agency, who said that the head escort has summoned everyone to the hall for a discussion, seemingly concerning the ambush we encountered." In the hall of the escort agency, everyone had gathered. At the forefront, Yang Chengsheng frowned, his expression dark, as if an immense rage simmered beneath the surface. The others, observing Yang Chengsheng's demeanor, dared not utter a word, and the hall was enveloped in an oppressive silence. This eerie quiet was only shattered when Cheng Dahai and Cheng Hong entered the hall. "Head escort, everyone is present. What has happened that necessitated gathering us all here?" A particularly impatient individual finally broke the stillness, unable to contain his curiosity. "The purpose of gathering everyone is to discuss the ambush we previously suffered." Yang Chengsheng paused momentarily before uttering a statement that sent a ripple of shock through the crowd. "Our ambush was orchestrated by someone who disclosed our escort route to the bandits." "What?" A chorus of disbelief erupted. "I knew we had taken a detour. How could we still have been ambushed? Who revealed our escort route to the bandits? Could it be that a traitor has emerged among us?" Upon hearing Yang Chengsheng's words, the crowd erupted into a cacophony of discussions. "Silence. Everyone, please be quiet." Yang Chengsheng shouted twice, and gradually, the noise subsided. "Rest assured, there is no traitor among us. It is another person who informed those bandits of our escort route. Do you recognize this object?" This is a token I found on the few bandits we killed. As he spoke, Yang Chengsheng produced an iron token, one side inscribed with the characters Longwei. Is this the token of the Longwei Escort Agency? What? The Longwei Escort Agency? Could it be that they divulged our route to those bandits? That cannot be. Chief Escort, how could the Longwei Escort Agency possibly know our route? We only finalized our path after setting out. Look at this as well. Upon hearing this, Yang Chengxing revealed another item wrapped in paper. He unwrapped it to reveal a small insect, resembling a bee, albeit smaller and entirely black, appearing to be lifeless. What is this? A bee? It certainly resembles one. Yang Chengsheng explained. This is a larva of the mother insect, discovered among the goods we were transporting. To my knowledge, Chen Shan, the chief of the Longwei Escort Agency, keeps several mother insects. So it is a mother insect. No wonder the Longwei Escort Agency is aware of our route. A voice in the crowd exclaimed in sudden realization. What exactly is a mother insect? How does having mother insects enable the Longwei Escort Agency to ascertain our route? Another asked, perplexed. The earlier speaker clarified, clearly, you are not well informed. It is said that as long as the mother insect is within a 2-mile radius of the larva, it can sense the larva's location. Therefore, if the Longwei Escort Agency knows our position, it is tantamount to knowing our route. The Longwei Escort Agency is truly despicable, attempting to lead us to our demise. Previously, there was only one escort agency in Baiyun County, namely the Changfeng Escort Agency. However, due to incessant banditry in the region, merchants seeking to transport goods required the assistance of escort agencies, resulting in a surge in business. Some, seeing a lucrative opportunity, established their own agencies. The Longwei Escort Agency was founded merely 2 months ago. Being a newly established agency, it struggled to compete with the Changfeng Escort Agency, which had flourished in Baiyun County for over a decade. Thus, most people preferred to engage the Changfeng Agency, leading to a lackluster performance for Longwei. Naturally, the Longwei Escort Agency was dissatisfied with this situation. Now that peace has been restored, it is a prime time for escort business to thrive. Once the court regains its focus and begins to eradicate banditry, the agency's business will likely revert to its previous state. If they do not seize this opportunity to profit handsomely, the agency risks incurring significant losses. Consequently, the Longwei Escort Agency has begun to target the Changfeng Escort Agency at every turn. However, it was utterly unexpected that the Longwei Escort Agency would divulge the transport routes of the Changfeng Escort Agency to the bandits, as if they were intent on annihilating Changfeng Escort. Chief Escort, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Indeed, it is the Longwei Escort Agency that has breached the rules first. Rest assured, my brothers, for the Longwei Escort Agency's treachery has cost us several comrades, and we shall not let them escape unscathed. Tomorrow, I shall report this to the county magistrate. They must pay the price for their actions. The crowd below was filled with righteous indignation. For many had served in the Changfeng Escort Agency for several years, forging deep bonds. Thus, their fury towards the Longwei Escort Agency needs no further elaboration. Would it not be a disgrace to allow the county office to punish them? In my view, dealing with such insidious villains should involve nothing less than their utter demise. Chapter 23. What? Cheng Peng's injuries have healed? But didn't the doctor say? Indeed. It would be better to storm their escort agency and sever their heads to honor our fallen brother spirits. Esteemed colleagues, allow me to speak. Although our escort agency may be considered a semi-Zhenghu force, we remain under the jurisdiction of the imperial court and must therefore act in accordance with its laws. I am acutely aware of the anger that resides in your hearts, for I share the same sentiment. The brothers we lost have stood by my side for many years. Yet, I urge you to refrain from reckless actions. It would be a grave mistake to sacrifice ourselves for the sake of the Longwei Escort Agency. The laws of the court are stringent, particularly regarding crimes that involve taking lives, where the principle of retribution holds, a life for a life. Should you take a life, you must pay with your own. This was the reason that the bandits from Qingyang village, despite their ferocious reputation, ultimately did not kill anyone. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. If given the choice, they would undoubtedly prefer to take revenge upon their enemies. However, they are not the type to wander the Jianghu as isolated individuals, disregarding the laws of the court. Should they act impulsively today and kill the people from the Longwei Escort Agency, the repercussions would extend beyond themselves, affecting their families as well. Let us leave this matter for now. Rest assured, I will not easily let the Longwei Escort Agency off the hook. Everyone may disperse. I would like to speak privately with Lao Cheng and Cheng Yan. Yang Chengsheng, sensing the silence among the crowd, understood their thoughts. He too harbored a desire to personally avenge their fallen brothers. However, such actions could jeopardize the entire Changfeng Escort Agency. Once the others departed, Only Yang Chengsheng, Cheng Dahai, and Cheng Yan remained in the hall. Rest assured, Lao Cheng, I will certainly help avenge Cheng Peng. Yang Chengsheng kept the two behind to convey to them that once one becomes part of the Changfeng escort agency, regardless of the duration, they are considered one of its own. Initially, he believed the ambush was solely the work of the bandits, whose elusive movements made them difficult to eradicate, complicating any quest for vengeance. Now that he was aware of the Longwei escort agency's involvement, he was determined to assist in avenging Cheng Peng. Thank you, Chief Escort. However, Cheng Peng's injuries have already healed. Cheng Dahai, who had previously worn a worried expression due to Cheng Peng's condition, now revealed a smile. What? Cheng Peng's injuries have healed? But didn't the doctor say Yang Chengsheng was taken aback? Although he had previously vowed to find a way to treat Cheng Peng's injuries, as a martial artist himself, he understood the significance of the injuries Cheng Peng had sustained. Thus, hearing Cheng Dahai declare that Cheng Peng's condition had improved was indeed astonishing. Indeed, our family possesses a medicinal pill passed down through generations. It is said that no matter how severe the injury, as long as one draws breath, it can restore life. Initially, I found this hard to believe. Surely, such an extraordinary pill could not exist in this world. However, in that moment of anxiety, he could only treat a dead horse as if it were a living one. To his astonishment, he managed to save Xiaoping. Cheng Dahai believed that it was best not to reveal Cheng Yan's identity as an immortal cultivator. After all, the allure of immortality is something that few could resist. If word spread, it would undoubtedly bring considerable trouble to their family. Thus, Cheng Dahai chose to keep this matter concealed, merely attributing the rescue of Cheng Peng to a family heirloom pill. A pill? Could it be an elixir? Upon hearing Cheng Dahai's explanation, Yang Chengsheng was even more astonished. Such a miraculous pill could not possibly be crafted by mere mortals. It could only have been concocted by an immortal. What is an elixir? Cheng Dahai's heart sank at the thought. Had Cheng Yan's status as an immortal cultivator been discovered? Although Cheng Dahai was taken aback internally, he maintained a composed demeanor, feigning slight bewilderment. Yang Chengsheng elucidated, an elixir is, of course, a medicinal pill refined by immortals. Immortals? Do such beings truly exist in this world? Cheng Dahai's heart raced with trepidation. Had it not been for Cheng Yan producing the elixir to save Cheng Peng, he would have remained oblivious to its existence. Yet here was Yang Chengsheng, confidently asserting the existence of elixirs, indicating he was quite knowledgeable about immortal cultivators. Ah, I nearly forgot. Old Cheng, you hail from the remote Qingshan village, where news is scarce, Yang Chengsheng exclaimed, slapping his forehead. Anyone in Baiyun County and its vicinity knows that immortals are indeed real. I have encountered several myself. In the eyes of the people of Baiyun County, while immortals may seem unattainable, they are not merely figments of myth. Upon hearing Yang Chengsheng's words, Cheng Dahai felt relieved. It seemed that Cheng Yan's identity as an immortal cultivator had not been exposed. Noticing Cheng Dahai's silence, Yang Chengsheng assumed he was still puzzled about how he could be so certain of the immortal's existence and continued to explain. In Baiyun County, every so often, immortal sects send their members to seek out potential cultivators. However, to cultivate immortality, one must possess something called a spiritual root. In my youth, I too participated in the selection by an immortal sect, but unfortunately, I lacked a spiritual root and thus was unable to pursue the path of cultivation. Yang Chengsheng shook his head in regret. He had once aspired to be an immortal cultivator, only to discover that he did not possess a spiritual root. Could it be that those with spiritual roots are exceedingly rare? Cheng Dahai suddenly recalled that his family had been tested long ago. Among the 7 members, only Cheng Yan possessed a spiritual root. It is not merely rare. To say it is 1 in 10,000 would not be an exaggeration. With nearly 1 million residents in Baiyun County, only a handful of individuals with spiritual roots were selected during each recruitment event. Yang Chengsheng sighed, noting that countless individuals rushed to participate in the immortal selections, yet only a scant few were chosen. Is it truly so few? Cheng Dahai was taken aback, though he already suspected that those with spiritual roots were indeed uncommon. After all, within the Cheng family, only Cheng Yan possesses the spiritual root, yet it is surprising that the number is so minimal. Statistically, one would expect that among 1 million people, there should be 70 or 80 individuals with such a gift. However, the selection process for the immortal sect typically targets children aged between 6 and 12, which naturally reduces the pool. Yang Chengsheng, with a hint of regret, remarked, indeed, it is unfortunate. Nevertheless, the old Cheng family has managed to pass down the elixir of immortality, which may indicate a connection to the celestial realm. If only the sect accepted children beyond the age of 12, you could have attempted to participate in the selection 2 years hence. Meanwhile, within the Dragon Might Escort Bureau, the atmosphere was tense. Useless. With so many of you, you cannot even subdue the Longfeng Escort Bureau. What purpose do you serve? The chief of the Dragon Might Bureau, Lu Hao, sat in his chair, while a subordinate stood before him, head bowed in silence, absorbing the reprimand. Chapter 24. No way to report to authorities. The man bowed his head, softly defending himself. Chief Escort. We never anticipated that the Chongfeng Escort Agency would harbor 3 master archers. Furthermore, that group staunchly protected those 3 individuals, leading to the demise of many of our brothers. Lu Hao let out a cold snort, clearly dissatisfied with the outcome. Humph. The Chongfeng Escort Agency is indeed fortunate. Such a meticulously crafted ambush did not completely subdue you. Have you arranged the contingency plan I instructed you to? The man standing below replied, Chief Escort, everything has been arranged, but what? Speak. Lu Hao, noticing the man's hesitance, assumed that his orders had not been executed properly and bellowed. The man continued, Chief Escort, why should we leave our insignia behind? Wouldn't that reveal to the Chongfeng Escort Agency that we were responsible? If they report this to the county office, it could cost us our heads. What are you afraid of? If I feared that the Chongfeng Escort Agency would report us to the authorities, would I have instructed you to proceed? Lu Hao retorted, exasperated by his subordinate's lack of common sense. Use your brain, you worthless fool. Get out. Upon hearing Lu Hao's command, the man hurriedly fled, as if fearing for his life. Seated in his chair, Lu Hao murmured darkly to himself, Chongfeng Escort Agency, if your underhanded tactics cannot bring about your end, then I shall confront you openly. Let us see how you respond. After contemplating for a while, Lu Hao rose and headed towards the innermost room of the Longwei Escort Agency. Knock, knock, knock. Arriving at the door, Lu Hao rapped gently. Come in. After a moment's wait, he heard a voice beckoning him inside. Cautiously, he pushed the door open, his demeanor strikingly different from before. As the door swung open, a grand bed came into view, shrouded by curtains adorned with what appeared to be exquisite jewels. The bed itself shimmered with a golden hue, and one could vaguely discern a figure behind the curtains. Grandfather, it is I, Lu Hao, he said, bowing deeply to the figure concealed within the drapery. Oh, it is Hao. What news? Have you made progress with the Chongfeng Escort Agency? Came a slow, measured voice from within. Lu Hao replied, in response to your inquiry, Grandfather, I have failed. I am unaware of where the Chongfeng Escort Agency acquired those 3 master archers, which has led to considerable losses among our ranks. It seems we must rely on your intervention once more. The voice responded, I warned you from the start. They are merely mortals. I could have dealt with them effortlessly. Yet you insisted on handling it yourself, and now, it appears I must step in after all. Though the figure referred to himself as grandfather, his tone did not reflect the frailty of old age. Despite the reproachful words, there was a hint of affection in his voice. Grandson, I merely wish to share the burden with you. Lu Hao had completely shed his earlier ruthless and arrogant demeanor. From behind the bed curtain, a voice spoke. It is commendable that you wish to share the burden with your grandfather. He bears you no ill will. However, you must handle the forthcoming matters with utmost diligence. I cannot act freely within the city, so I need you to lure the individuals from the Chongfeng Escort Agency outside the city. Lu Hao respectfully replied, Rest assured, Grandfather, I have already made the necessary arrangements. Since you have taken care of it, that is well. Now, I must focus on my cultivation. You may leave. As soon as the words were spoken, the figure behind the curtain gradually faded away until it vanished completely. Observing this, Lu Hao bowed respectfully before turning to exit. The following morning, Yang Chengsheng had prepared evidence and headed to the county office to report the matter. However, upon emerging from the office, his face bore an expression of grave displeasure, mirrored by the anger of the 2 companions who accompanied him. One of them indignantly remarked, Chief Escort, I believe that Li Jianyuan is in cahoots with the Dragon Escort Agency. We presented irrefutable evidence before him, yet he still favors the Dragon Escort Agency. It turned out that just moments earlier, Yang Chengsheng and his companions had reported to the county office, accusing the Dragon Escort Agency of secretly colluding with bandits, ambushing them during their escort missions, which had cost several brothers of the Chongfeng Escort Agency their lives. They had even produced sufficient evidence to condemn the Dragon Escort Agency, or at the very least, compel its members to confront them publicly. To their astonishment, the magistrate insisted that the evidence was insufficient and instructed them to await the county office's investigation before returning to the escort agency. Yang Chengsheng struggled to contain his fury. Initially, he had believed the matter should be left to the authorities. However, it now seemed that either the Dragon Escort Agency had powerful backing, making the magistrate hesitant to provoke them, or that there existed an inexplicable connection between the magistrate and the Dragon Escort Agency. Yang Chengsheng leaned towards the latter, reasoning that Baiyun County was not a large jurisdiction, And if the Dragon Escort Agency truly had significant figures behind them, they would likely not be operating in such a minor locale. Upon returning to the escort agency, the trio promptly summoned all members. Yang Chengxing recounted their experience at the county office. As anticipated, everyone displayed indignation. Even Cheng Dehai furrowed his brow. Although Cheng Dehai and the others had not been with the Changfeng escort agency for long enough to feel a strong sense of belonging, the fact that Yang Qingsheng had taken them in was a tangible truth. Moreover, should the Changfeng escort agency encounter difficulties, their only refuge in Baiyun County could vanish. The purpose of gathering everyone was to deliberate on how to address the situation with the Dragon Escort Agency. Initially, Yang Chengsheng had hoped to leverage the county office against them, given the solid evidence at his disposal. However, the county office's unwillingness to engage was a setback. In my view, we might as well march directly to the Dragon Escort Agency's doorstep and see how they can continue to act so brazenly. Some, with fiery tempers, were eager to storm into the Dragon Escort Agency. It is unwise. The county magistrate and the Longwei Escort Agency are clearly in collusion. If we were to storm the gates of the Longwei Escort Agency, it is likely that not only would we fail to inflict any damage upon them, but we might also provoke the county office to turn against us. Some individuals of a more composed disposition believe this course of action to be ill-advised. Yang Chengsheng furrowed his brow. As the previous speaker had articulated, an outright assault on the Longwei Escort Agency was undoubtedly inadvisable. The subsequent speaker did present some valid points. Yet, no substantial suggestions were offered. Is there truly no means to contend with the Longwei Escort Agency? At this moment of collective uncertainty, Cheng Dehan unexpectedly posed a question. Chapter 25. Luring the snake from its hole. The Longwei Escort Agency had only been established for a few months. Apart from their chief escort, Lu Hao, who possessed a modicum of prowess, the rest were merely practitioners of rudimentary martial arts. Each member of our agency could contend with two opponents. Old Cheng, why do you inquire about this? Do you perhaps have a scheme in mind? Despite its formidable name, the Longwei Escort Agency is known primarily for Lu Hao's modest reputation within the martial world. The majority of its members possess only basic skills, falling short of the seasoned veterans from the Changfeng Escort Agency. If the Longwei Escort Agency's strength is indeed lacking, I have a potential strategy, though its efficacy is uncertain. Oh, what is this method? Pray, share your thoughts. Yang Qingxing's eyes brightened at this revelation. Cheng Dehai spoke slowly. As the chief escort mentioned, we cannot simply storm the gates of the Longwei Escort Agency, but if we could entice them outside the city, we would have the freedom to confront them as we see fit. Upon hearing Cheng Dehai's words, Yang Chengxing initially felt a surge of hope, only to have his brow furrow once more as another thought crossed his mind. He asked, how can we possibly lure the members of the Longwei Escort Agency outside the city? Cheng Dehai replied, do they not consider us a thorn in their side? If we were to appear outside the city, they would likely follow us out, but I cannot guarantee this approach will succeed. To be fair, Cheng Dehai was reluctant to confront the Longwei Escort Agency. He yearned for a more stable existence, wishing to shield his children from further harm. However, they had yet to firmly establish themselves in Baiyun County. They were, in essence, intertwined with the fortunes of the Changfeng Escort Agency. Should misfortune befall the latter, their survival in Baiyun County would be jeopardized. In truth, Cheng Dehai had contemplated returning to Qingshan village a month prior. Although the village had suffered damage from bandits, it was not irreparable. A few repairs would suffice. Over the past few months, they had managed to save some silver, which should sustain them through the year. Nevertheless, Cheng Peng and Cheng Hong were reluctant to leave Baiyun County, eager to carve their own paths. Thus, upon hearing their father express a desire to return to Qingshan village, they hesitated, unsure of how to respond. As their father, Cheng Dehai could easily discern their thoughts. Yet, it was natural for his children to have their own aspirations. Ultimately, he decided to remain in Baiyun County, waiting until his sons could establish themselves before revisiting the idea of returning to Qingshan village. However, little did he know that it would not be long before Cheng Peng was gravely injured. Had it not been for his younger brother, Cheng Yan, his life might have been in jeopardy. The enmity between the Changfeng and Longwei escort agencies further complicated matters. Had Cheng Dehai suggested leaving under such circumstances, he would likely have been met with scorn and derision. Though Cheng Dehai is not that kind of person, had it not been for the Longfeng escort agency's willingness to shelter them, they would likely have perished outside like the refugees. It is indeed unfortunate. Despite the Longwei escort agency's relative weakness, let us not forget that they are accompanied by a band of bandits, from whom we have previously suffered losses. The individual who had previously advised against a direct assault on the Longwei escort agency spoke up again. Yang Chengsheng, upon hearing Cheng Dehai's words, found them reasonable. Were the Longway escort agency to appear outside the city at that moment, he would undoubtedly seize his blade and charge forth, presuming they shared a similar mindset. However, the subsequent speaker made a valid point. Yang Chengsheng would not fear the Longway escort agency alone. Yet, if they were to join forces with the bandits, it could very well result in not only failing to take revenge, but also jeopardizing the Longfeng escort agency. Head escort, there is no need for concern. I have a relative in the city guard. Just days ago, they informed me that orders have been issued to eradicate the bandits with full force. I believe that, by then, the bandits will be forced to remain hidden in the mountains, afraid to emerge. We need only act at that moment. As silence enveloped the group once more, one individual suddenly spoke. Is that truly the case? Absolutely. Yang Chengsheng exclaimed enthusiastically. In that case, you must return and ascertain the timing of the city guard's operations. When the time comes, we shall venture out, lure the Longway escort agency members, and capture them all, avenging our fallen brothers. The individual who had persistently voiced his opposition remained silent this time. In truth, he did not wish to avoid a confrontation with the Longway escort agency, for the fallen were brothers with whom he had shared many years. How could he not desire to avenge them? However, as the pillar of his family, he could not afford to falter, hence his greater caution. With the plan established, they discussed some details before dispersing. Cheng Dahai and Cheng Hong made their way to the room where Cheng Peng was resting. At that moment, Wang Yu was at the bedside tending to Cheng Peng, while Cheng Yan stood by her side. Father, third brother, Cheng Yan called out upon seeing Cheng Dahai and Cheng Hong return, noting their grave expressions. Though he wished to inquire about the events that had transpired, he sensed they were likely not pleasant. With their mother present, and having finally calmed her emotions, it would be unwise to provoke her further. Thus, Cheng Yan suppressed his questions for the time being and simply greeted them. Cheng Dahai acknowledged Cheng Yan, then turned to Wang Yu with a weary expression. Did the doctor not say you need to rest, given your weakened state? Why have you come here again? What? Is it forbidden for me to care for my son? Wang Yu retorted, casting Cheng Dahai an exasperated glance. All right, you've tended to him long enough. You must be tired. Please return to your room and rest. I will look after Punger, he replied. Having spoken, without waiting for Wang Yu to respond, he turned to Cheng Hong and said, quickly assist your mother back to her room to rest. Cheng Hong, upon hearing Cheng Dahai's words, understood that the ensuing discussion was not suitable for Wang Yu's ears. After all, Cheng Peng had sustained his injuries due to the Longway escort agency, and should Wang Yu learn of the impending confrontation with them, her emotions would undoubtedly become unstable. Thus, Cheng Hong hurriedly helped Wang Yu back to her room. Father, what has transpired? Were the matters regarding the Longway escort agency unresolved? Cheng Yan inquired as Wang Yu was led away. Cheng Dahai nodded and explained to Cheng Yan, yes. Today the chief escort went to the county office to report the incident, but the county magistrate was unwilling to take on the case. The chief escort suspects a collusion between the magistrate and the Longway escort agency. Chapter 26. The power of the cultivator. Indeed remarkable. Is the head escort still planning to confront the Longway escort agency? Cheng Yan was astonished to discover that the Longway escort agency had colluded with the county magistrate. Furthermore, there had been a band of robbers lying in ambush for the Changfeng escort agency, which suggested that the county magistrate was also in league with these brigands. The head escort would undoubtedly seek retribution against the Longway escort agency, especially since several lives had been lost at their hands. Failing to avenge this would jeopardize his position as head escort. Cheng Dahai sighed, wishing for a more tranquil existence. Yet, how could vengeance be executed without direct confrontation? Cheng Yan pondered this dilemma. However, he believed that Yang Chengsheng would not act so rashly. After all, he was the head of an escort agency. The head escort resolved to feign transporting goods, luring the members of the Longway escort agency outside the city to confront them. Upon hearing Cheng Dahai's words, Cheng Yan grew increasingly perplexed. Did the Longway escort agency not have ties with the bandits? Would it not suffice to let those brigands handle the matter? Why must they engage directly? Cheng Yan voiced his confusion. In a few days, the city guards would initiate an anti-robbery campaign, which would render the Longway escort agency unable to rely on those bandits. If the Longway escort agency truly aimed to confront them, they would have to act themselves. Cheng Yan suddenly understood. If that were the case, this plan held merit. Nevertheless, he remained skeptical about this strategy, as it felt overly passive. Setting aside whether the Longway escort agency would leave the city, even if they did, one side would be in the light while the other remained hidden, placing the Changfeng escort agency at a distinct disadvantage. However, Cheng Yan was not a member of the Changfeng escort agency, and thus felt hesitant to pass judgment. He also believed that they must have been left with no other options, leading to such a plan. After all, they were merely a group of rough individuals. Expecting them to devise intricate schemes was indeed a tall order. "Father, I will join you," Cheng Yan declared. After mastering the water spike technique, his combat prowess had significantly increased. Not only would ordinary mortals pose no threat to him, but even 3 or 4 individuals like Yang Chengsheng would find themselves utterly outmatched, unable to approach him. "What will you do? You have no martial skills," Cheng Dahai reassured him. "Do not worry. My third brother and I rely on bows and arrows for combat, and will certainly be kept safe within the ranks." Although Cheng Dahai knew Cheng Yan was a cultivator, he believed that Cheng Yan lacked the fighting capability he once had. After all, Cheng Yan had never revealed his water spike technique in front of others. Cheng Yan recognized his father's concern and knew that concealing his true strength was essential to allow his father to accompany him. Thus, he remained silent, his hands forming intricate seals as a water spike, roughly the length of his palm, materialized before him. With a mere thought, the water spike shot forth with great force, striking a stone rockery outside the door and leaving a deep crater in its wake. This is yet another testament to Cheng Yan's insufficient prowess, as he has been unable to fully unleash the formidable power of the water spike technique. Were it perfected, it could have pierced through that stone rockery with ease. Cheng Dahai, witnessing Cheng Yan's display of might, gazed upon the craters left in the rockery outside, rendered speechless for an extended moment. Is this truly the power of a cultivator? It is astonishingly potent, far beyond what mere mortals could compare. One can only imagine the devastation that would ensue if such a water spike were to strike a human. It would likely perforate the body entirely. The strength of the human form pales in comparison to that stone rockery. The power of a cultivator is indeed awe-inspiring. After much contemplation, Cheng Dahai finally managed to utter these words. "So, father, does this mean I can accompany you now?" Cheng Yan smiled at Cheng Dahai. Throughout his life, he had never done anything to astonish his father. Witnessing his father's astonishment now filled Cheng Yan with a sense of pride and joy. "Alas, even if I were to agree, the head escort would never consent to it, unless you are willing to reveal this." Despite the shock Cheng Dahai felt at his son's abilities, he still refused Cheng Yan's request. He wished to keep Cheng Yan's identity as a cultivator concealed to avoid unnecessary troubles. "Rest assured, father, I will not accompany you openly. I shall quietly follow behind." Cheng Yan was equally reluctant to expose his identity as a cultivator. Though he himself was untroubled by complications, he had family to consider. It would be unwise to invite danger upon his loved ones. Hearing Cheng Yan's words, Cheng Dahai hesitated. There was no doubt about his son's strength. However, if Cheng Yan were to act alongside them, Cheng Dahai would feel somewhat more at ease. Yet, the thought of Cheng Yan acting alone left him in a state of concern. No matter how powerful Cheng Yan was, he was still but one individual. Should he be surrounded by adversaries, it would undoubtedly be a formidable challenge. "Let me accompany you, father. If anyone is injured, I can use my elixirs to assist in their recovery." Cheng Yan understood that Cheng Dahai was worried for him, but he too harbored concerns for his father and the others. Were it not for Cheng Dahai and Cheng Hong being at the Changfeng escort agency, Cheng Yan would have been indifferent to the matter. "Very well, even if I were to deny you, you would find a way to follow. If you are determined to come, then so be it. But do not stray too far. Should you encounter any peril, call out loudly for us to come to your aid." Cheng Dahai shook his head in resignation, fully aware of his son's stubborn nature. No amount of persuasion would deter Cheng Yan from following. 5 days later, the day of the city guard's expedition to exterminate bandits arrived, and many merchants were filled with joy. Due to the bandit threat, they had been compelled to seek the assistance of escort agencies for transporting their goods. However, hiring an escort agency was a significant expense. If the city guard could eliminate the surrounding bandits, they would save a considerable sum. Even though they were unable to completely eradicate the bandits, the level of danger on the roads would be significantly diminished. In due course, they could leverage this situation to negotiate lower prices with the escort agency, thereby securing greater profits for themselves. Simultaneously, the personnel of the Changfeng escort agency were also in high spirits. After several days of anticipation, the day of the city guard's campaign against the bandits had finally arrived. Next would be their opportunity to exact vengeance upon the Longwei escort agency. During these past few days, a palpable tension had built up within them. First, a brother from the agency had been slain, followed by their frustrations encountered at the county office. They were in dire need of an outlet for their pent-up emotions, and the target of their ire was naturally the Longwei escort agency. After the city guards exited the city, the Changfeng escort agency embarked on their journey with their cargo. To outsiders, this was merely a routine escort mission. However, the news of the Changfeng escort agency's departure soon reached Lu Hao's ears. Chapter 27. The introduction: is it true that the Changfeng Escort Agency has departed the city with their cargo? At this moment, within the Dragon Escort Agency, Lu Hao occupied the seat of authority, surrounded by several key figures of the agency, all of whom possessed considerable martial prowess, unlike others who merely exhibited rudimentary skills. Indeed, Chief Escort, I witnessed them escorting the goods out of the city with my own eyes. Among the group, one individual stepped forward to speak. Have the mother and child insects been placed within their cargo? Lu Hao inquired with anticipation. Rest assured, Chief Escort. Amidst the chaos, I discreetly introduced the mother and child insects into their goods, the man replied. This individual was not a member of the Dragon Escort Agency, but rather someone Lu Hao had hired to surveil the Changfeng Escort Agency. As most of the Dragon personnel were familiar with the members of Changfeng, taking advantage of the moment when the Changfeng agents were transporting their goods out of the city, he stealthily inserted the insects into Changfeng's cargo. The diminutive size of the mother and child insects made them nearly undetectable, thereby allowing the Changfeng Escort Agency to remain oblivious to their presence. Even if the Changfeng Escort Agency were to discover the insects, they would not eliminate them, as their purpose for leaving the city was to confront the Dragon Escort Agency. Ha ha ha, splendid. Changfeng Escort Agency. You forsake the path to heaven and instead choose the gates of hell. My subsequent strategies have yet to be unleashed, yet you have conveniently delivered yourselves to my doorstep. Do you believe that without those individuals, I would be powerless against you? Lu Hao was well aware of why the Changfeng Escort Agency had chosen this day to venture forth. They were merely responding to the city guard's expedition against bandits, unable to act in concert with those marauders. Yet, how could they fathom that the mere Changfeng Escort Agency had never been regarded with any seriousness by Lu Hao? Go. Summon all the experts from the agency. We shall pursue them. I intend for this day next year to become a day of mourning for the Changfeng Escort Agency. Having given his orders, Lu Hao proceeded deeper into the agency, arriving at the door of a previously visited room, where he gently knocked. Grandfather, the people from the Changfeng Escort Agency have departed the city, Lu Hao announced respectfully after knocking. Yes, I am aware. You take your men and intercept them. I shall intervene in due course, came the voice from within after a brief pause. Lu Hao acknowledged with a nod, performed a respectful bow, and turned to return to the agency to continue making arrangements for the upcoming events. Meanwhile, the Changfeng Escort Agency, laden with cargo, traversed the official road, not far from Baiyun County. Here, the Dragon Escort Agency dared not act, allowing everyone to maintain a sense of ease. Amidst the crowd, Cheng Dahai was scanning the surroundings, evidently searching for the figure of Cheng Yan. At that moment, Cheng Yan was stealthily trailing behind the Changfeng Escort Agency, leveraging his keen awareness to remain closely aligned with their path without being detected. As they exited the city, the members of the Changfeng Escort Agency appeared somewhat disorganized, and Cheng Yan even briefly wondered if any of them truly resembled Avengers. However, once they departed from the main road and ventured onto a narrow path, their previously scattered formation began to coalesce. Just as Cheng Dahai had stated, the two individuals endowed with long-range combat capabilities, Cheng Dahai and Cheng Hong, found themselves encircled by their companions, all of whom positioned their hands near their weapons at their waists, bracing for an imminent confrontation. After traversing the small path for nearly 2 hours, the chief escort inquired. It has been almost 2 hours. The sun is about to set, and yet we have yet to catch a glimpse of the Longway Escort Agency. Could it be that they are too intimidated to show themselves? Though they were seasoned escorts, they had never experienced such tension throughout a journey. Some of the more impatient individuals had already begun to exhibit signs of irritation. Yang Chengsheng, though uncertain if the Longway Escort Agency would indeed arrive, had heard tales of their arrogant chief, Lu Hao. As they boldly made their way along the path, it was likely that Lu Hao would not overlook such an opportunity. At that moment, Cheng Yan, who was trailing behind, suddenly sensed a group concealed within the nearby woods not far ahead. Even with the naked eye, he could not discern them, yet under the scrutiny of his spiritual awareness, they were rendered visible. Just as he contemplated how to alert his companions, Yang Chengsheng abruptly raised his hand, signaling for everyone to halt. Cheng Yan emitted a soft exclamation. Could it be that Yang Chengsheng had detected the ambushers ahead? How had he become aware? It seemed that the Changfeng Escort Agency was not entirely unprepared after all. Chief Escort, why have we suddenly stopped? The bewildered members inquired. Yet Yang Chengsheng remained silent, fixated on the front for an extended period before finally calling out. Those ahead, do you intend to remain hidden? Upon hearing Yang Chengsheng's words, the other members of the Changfeng Escort Agency were taken aback, swiftly drawing their weapons and adopting a vigilant stance. Following Yang Chengsheng's proclamation, rustling sounds emanated from the woods nearby. Shortly thereafter, a contingent emerged from the thicket, It was indeed the members of the Longway Escort Agency. Impressive skills, Chief Yang. I am quite curious as to how you discovered us, Lu Hao inquired, stepping forth with his men, perplexed. Logically, they should have been well concealed. However, Yang Chengxing offered no response. Since Chief Yang is unwilling to divulge, so be it. You shan't remain long for this world. Once you are gone, I shall unearth the truth myself. Yet, I must commend your audacity, Chief Yang, to escort goods outside the city at such a time. Do you truly believe that without that band of inept individuals, you are no longer a match for the Changfeng Escort Agency? Lu Hao scoffed, regarding the agency as little more than insignificant insects in his eyes. After all, he had witnessed his grandfather's prowess firsthand. Manager Lu seems to be quite confident. How can you be certain that we did not intentionally lure you out? Yang Chengsheng was not angered by Lu Hao's words, but merely responded with a question. Ha. Manager Yang, do not jest with me. How can you be sure that I have not been patiently awaiting your exit from the city? Upon hearing Yang Chengsheng's remark, Lu Hao was initially taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. He had originally believed that the Changfeng Escort Agency sought to take advantage of the city guard's campaign against bandits to transport a shipment and earn some money. After all, with that band of robbers lurking about, and coupled with Lu Hao's maternal instinct, the Changfeng Escort Agency hardly dared to accept any assignments. For doing so would undoubtedly lead them into an ambush by the Longway Escort Agency. Chapter 28. Confronting the enemy, rescuing father unexpectedly. The target of the Changfeng Escort Agency turned out to be them. If the Changfeng Escort Agency had any inkling of the adversaries they were about to face, they might have refrained from uttering such bold words. Upon hearing Lu Hao's remarks, Yang Chengxing's expression grew solemn. The only reason for Lu Hao to speak so confidently was that he had some form of assurance, believing he could easily subdue the Changfeng Escort Agency. However, regardless of the circumstances, they had reached a point of no return. Lu Hao, with a hint of amusement, proposed to Yang Chengsheng. How about this, Chief Escort Yang? Let us engage in a duel. If you emerge victorious, I shall spare the lives of 3 among you. What do you say? Humph. That is a proposition I should be making to you. With that, Yang Chengsheng drew his large blade and lunged forward to strike at Lu Hao. While some might consider Yang Chengsheng's approach as underhanded, to him, any means that could lead to the demise of his opponent was a justified tactic. Nevertheless, Lu Hao's reflexes were commendable. He raised his long knife to parry Yang Chengsheng's strike. Yet, experience prevailed, and Yang Chengsheng seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful kick to Lu Hao's abdomen. The force of the blow caused Lu Hao to stagger backwards several paces before he regained his balance. You possess quite the skill, Chief Escort Yang. Launching an attack without a word, Lu Hao remarked, his expression darkening as he felt the lingering pain in his belly from the unexpected assault. He had not anticipated such a sneak attack from Yang Chengsheng. This was not a sparring arena where one awaited a signal to commence. In combat, a moment's carelessness could cost one their life. Ignoring Lu Hao's veiled sarcasm, Yang Chengsheng pressed on. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Hao ceased speaking, drew his long knife, discarded the sheath, and charged at Yang Chengsheng, initiating a fierce exchange. Lu Hao's martial prowess was indeed formidable. His knife techniques were vigorous and bold, leveraging his youth and strength to deliver powerful strikes. In contrast, Yang Chengsheng's style emphasized impenetrable defense. And despite Lu Hao's relentless attacks, he failed to inflict any significant harm on Yang Chengsheng. In a matter of breaths, the two engaged in several rounds of combat. The members of the Changfeng Escort Agency found themselves in a difficult position. Apart from the initial strike by Yang Chengsheng, he had been largely subdued by Lu Hao, forced into a defensive posture with little opportunity to counterattack. Conversely, the morale of the Longway Escort Agency was soaring. However, Cheng Yan, observing from the sidelines, shook his head, sensing that Yang Chengsheng was likely to emerge victorious. Though Yang Chengsheng appeared to be on the defensive, his guard was unyielding and adept. In contrast, Lu Hao, despite maintaining pressure on Yang Chengsheng, was exhausting himself with his aggressive and wide-ranging techniques. While others may not have noticed, Cheng Yan could distinctly perceive Lu Hao's breathing becoming increasingly labored. As anticipated, after the two engaged in combat for several dozen rounds, Lu Hao's strikes began to lose their vigor, his breathing growing increasingly labored. Yang Chengsheng could distinctly perceive that with each swing of Lu Hao's blade, the force behind it diminished further. Although Yang Chengsheng was also slightly out of breath, he was in far better condition compared to Lu Hao. It was now the moment for Yang Chengsheng to launch his counteroffensive. The previously defensive Yang Chengsheng's swordsmanship suddenly transformed into a fierce onslaught. Each angle of his strikes was meticulously calculated, and should Lu Hao be struck, he would likely suffer grievously. Given Lu Hao's severe depletion of stamina, The sudden resurgence of Yang Qingxing's attacks, despite his efforts to defend, became increasingly strenuous. This abrupt shift in the battlefield dynamics also had a profound effect on the morale of both sides. The once arrogant demeanor of the Longwei escort agency was abruptly subdued, while the Changfeng escort agency found renewed vigor, with some members vocally cheering in encouragement. With Lu Hao's defenses growing feeble under the relentless assault of Yang Chengsheng, an opportunity presented itself when Yang Chengsheng capitalized on a flaw in Lu Hao's defense, driving him back with a decisive blow. Yang Chengsheng, seizing this favorable moment, lunged forward, gripping his blade firmly as he aimed to strike at Lu Hao. Before Lu Hao could regain his footing from the previous hit, Yang Qingxing's figure appeared before him, the massive blade hurtling towards Lu Hao's face. In that critical moment, as the blade seemed destined to make contact, a sudden flash of golden light intervened. The brilliance struck Yang Qingxing's weapon, causing it to fly from his grasp and clatter to the ground. At that instant, Cheng Yan, standing behind, was taken aback. He had sensed a surge of spiritual energy emanating from the woods behind the Longwei escort agency. To his astonishment, hidden there was an unknown individual, a practitioner of the mystical arts. The unexpected turn of events left everyone present momentarily stunned, particularly Yang Chengsheng, who had been on the verge of delivering a fatal blow to Lu Hao. The golden light not only thwarted his intent to eliminate Lu Hao, but also sent his weapon spiraling away. Meanwhile, Lu Hao regained his balance and, seizing the opportunity presented by Yang Qingxing's disarmed state, swung his blade forward. Cheng Yan, who had been vigilant in observing the unfolding scene, was poised to intercede with a water spike technique to save Yang Chengsheng, but was outpaced by another. An arrow flew through the air, striking Lu Hao's blade. Although the force was not as potent as the golden light that had previously disarmed Yang Chengsheng, it successfully spared him from harm. The archer was none other than Cheng Dahai. At this juncture, Yang Chengsheng finally regained his composure, hurriedly retrieving the fallen large blade and retreating to join his comrades from the Changfeng escort agency. Lu Hao, with a fierce glare, fixated on Cheng Dahai, knowing that had it not been for him, the strike aimed at Yang Chengsheng could have proven fatal. Suddenly, another flash of golden light darted swiftly from behind Lu Hao toward the Changfeng escort agency. The target of the golden light was none other than Cheng Dahai, who was ensnared in the midst of it all, thwarting Lu Hao's plans. The swiftness of the golden light was unparalleled, leaving the members of the Changfeng escort agency with no time to react, forced to watch helplessly as it hurtled toward Cheng Dahai. Just as the golden light was about to reach him, a blue water needle suddenly shot forth, its speed rivaling that of the golden light. Ultimately, the water needle and the golden light collided. The ensuing clash of the two mystical forces unleashed a wave of spiritual energy that sent the members of the Changfeng escort agency staggering. This water needle was, of course, the result of Cheng Yan's intervention. Ever since he learned of the cultivators behind the Longwei escort agency, Cheng Yan had remained highly focused. As soon as the golden light appeared, he unleashed a water needle technique, ultimately saving Cheng Dahai from peril. Chapter 29. The first encounter with a cultivator who dares to show themselves? A voice thundered from behind the Longwei escort agency, and immediately, a wave of spiritual consciousness unfurled. At that moment, not only the Changfeng escort agency, but even Lu Hao from the Longwei escort agency stood in stunned silence. He recognized that golden light as emanating from his grandfather, but what about that blue water spike? Could it be that there were cultivators within the Changfeng escort agency as well? Hidden in the shadows, Cheng Yan sensed a spiritual presence sweeping over him. Realizing that he had been exposed, concealing himself further would serve no purpose, so he stepped out from the woods. As he advanced a short distance, he suddenly became aware of the cultivator's existence across from him. It turned out that his cultivation level was insufficient. His spiritual consciousness was not powerful enough to cover a wider range. The cultivator on the opposite side, much like Cheng Yan, had lingered just outside the reach of his spiritual awareness. However, when Cheng Yan had been hidden away, the cultivator's consciousness had swept over him, indicating that the individual opposite possessed a cultivation level superior to his own. The moment Cheng Yan emerged, the members of the Changfeng escort agency were taken aback. They recognized him. The reclusive youth who seldom ventured beyond the confines of his home was, in fact, a cultivator? Only Cheng Dahai remained unfazed, fully aware that Cheng Yan had been following closely behind. Upon witnessing the water spike, Cheng Dahai understood that it was Cheng Yan's doing. Cheng Yan helped the stunned Cheng Dahai to his feet, inquiring, "Father, are you all right?" Cheng Dahai shook his head, signaling that he was unharmed. Meanwhile, Cheng Hong grimaced, rubbing his backside as he had landed squarely on the ground. Yang Chengsheng, rising to his feet, gazed at Cheng Yan with an air of admiration. "Well, young man, I initially thought it remarkable that your family produced 3 skilled archers, yet it appears you are the most concealed of them all. Thank you for your kind words. Head Escort Yang, Cheng Yan replied, before turning his attention to the Longway Escort Agency. Esteemed friend, do you still intend to remain hidden? Humph. As soon as Cheng Yan finished speaking, a cold snort echoed, and a figure stepped forward. Upon emerging, Lu Hao hurried over, intending to assist the individual, only to be met with a dismissive wave. The person was graced with silver hair, yet their visage bore no signs of age. Young man, with merely a cultivation level of the 3rd layer of qi refinement, I advise you to refrain from meddling in this matter and depart at once. I can grant you a path of escape. In truth, the moment Cheng Yan made his move, this individual had sensed his cultivation level, which was merely the 3rd layer of qi refinement. However, he himself was only at the 4th layer. Moreover, during their recent confrontation, he could distinctly feel that Cheng Yan's strength was not significantly inferior to his own. Thus, he lacked the confidence to subdue him. My friend, you jest. It would be wiser for you to lead the members of the Longway Escort Agency away, and let us part ways peacefully henceforth. Although Cheng Yan could not discern the opponent's cultivation level from their recent magical duel, he sensed that the adversary's prowess should not surpass his own by much. At most, he appeared to be at the 4th level of qi refinement. If that were the case, Cheng Yan felt little trepidation towards the foe. Young man, I advise you to be sensible and refrain from provoking trouble, the man said, his expression darkening. He had anticipated resolving the matter with a mere wave of his hand, only to discover that his opponent also possessed a cultivator. Fortunately, this cultivator lacked significant strength. Grandfather, there is no need for further discussion. We should simply eliminate them. Lu Hao exclaimed fiercely from behind the cultivator. Just moments ago, he had nearly met his demise at the hands of Yang Chengsheng, which fueled his rage. Grandfather? Could it be that you are Lu Si? Suddenly, Yang Chengsheng behind Cheng Yan gasped in astonishment. Lu Si chuckled softly and remarked, "Oh, I did not expect that anyone would still recall my name. Who is Lu Si?" Cheng Yan turned to Yang Chengsheng, confusion evident on his face. I previously sent someone to inquire about Lu Hao. While Lu Hao holds some renown in the martial world, it is primarily due to his grandfather, Lu Si, rather than his own abilities. Over 30 years ago, Lu Si was a formidable figure in the underworld, known as the Blade Demon. He was not only celebrated for his unparalleled swordsmanship, but also notorious for his eccentric nature, as he would indiscriminately take lives, thus earning the moniker of Demon. However, over a decade ago, rumors spread of Lu Si's demise, though the circumstances of his death remained shrouded in mystery. Some speculated that he perished alongside several righteous masters in a mutual destruction. At that time, notable martial artists vanished alongside him, and many praised them for ridding the world of evil. This was the information Yang Chengsheng had gathered. A figure long presumed dead, who had not graced the world for nearly 20 years, had suddenly re-emerged before him, and had become a cultivator, leaving him utterly astonished. Ha ha ha, how laughable. Merely a few self-proclaimed righteous hypocrites, coveting the treasured blade in my possession. Yet, their inadequacy not only prevented them from seizing my blade, but also inadvertently gifted me with a method of cultivation. For the past decade, Lu Si had been engrossed in the study of this cultivation technique. However, by the time he acquired the skill, he was already advanced in age and possessed poor talent, thus spending over a decade to reach only the 4th level of qi refinement. Contemplating Cheng Yan, who had cultivated for just over a year or two to achieve the 3rd level of qi refinement, he recognized that with the aid of resources left by Wu Sha, as well as Cheng Yan's dual spirit root talent, his progress was impressive. Cheng Yan's dual spirit root allowed for a commendable cultivation pace. One could only imagine how terrifying the talents of those with single spirit roots or anomalous spirit roots must be. Since you have already become a cultivator, why persist in meddling in these mundane affairs? Generally speaking, cultivators are typically devoted to their training, striving to enhance their abilities in pursuit of longevity, and tend to refrain from interfering in mundane affairs. Humph, as fellow practitioners of the path of cultivation, we inherently understand the arduous journey it entails. I, having surpassed the age of 60, find it unlikely that I will ever establish a solid foundation, let alone progress to the later stages of qi refinement. Why endure further hardships within the realm of cultivation? It would be far more prudent to embrace a tranquil life in the mortal world, enjoying the comforts of retirement. When Lu Si acquired the techniques of cultivation, he was already in his 40s. Now, having crossed the threshold of 60, his gradual pace of advancement has made it clear that immortality is beyond his reach. Given this reality, it is preferable to dwell in the mortal realm, where, as a cultivator, he can indulge in his desires with relative freedom. Chapter 30. First Order Intermediate Spirit Talisman. Fireball Talisman, having conversed at length, have you come to a decision? You possess merely the cultivation of the third level of Qi refinement. It would be effortless for me to extinguish your life. Observing your youthful appearance, seemingly not yet 20, yet already exhibiting such prowess, I surmise you possess considerable talent, but do not squander your future recklessly. Here is my proposal. I shall allow you to take 2 individuals with you. As one ages, the instinct for self-preservation intensifies. Cheng Yan, despite his tender years, has achieved the third level of Qi refinement, prompting Lu Si to fear that a more advanced practitioner might be backing him. Thus, he hesitates to make an enemy of Cheng Yan. He has also noted the peculiar relationship between Cheng Yan and the archer from earlier, as well as the close association of the youth beside him. Hence, he offers the concession of allowing Cheng Yan to take 2 people away. Cheng Yan, however, remains silent, merely shaking his head, resolutely standing before the members of the Changfeng escort agency. Very well, if that is your stance, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. It so happens that I have never slain a cultivator before. You shall be my first. Golden Needle Technique. Seeing Cheng Yan's unwillingness to retreat, Lu Si's temper flared. Regardless of whether Cheng Yan had a high-level practitioner supporting him, if he were to eliminate everyone present, who would ever know he was the perpetrator? As his words fell, a flash of golden light erupted once more. Naturally, Cheng Yan was not one to back down. He unleashed a water spike technique, and once again, the 2 spells collided in midair, resulting in a mutual cancellation. Although Lu Si possessed the 4th level of Qi refinement, it appeared that aside from the Golden Needle technique, he had no other spells at his disposal. Thus, their confrontation became somewhat tedious, a mere exchange of spells that neither could effectively harm the other. However, as time passed, Cheng Yan's disadvantage due to his lower cultivation level became evident. In terms of spiritual energy reserves, he could not compete with Lu Si's 4th level of Qi refinement. After casting several spells, nearly half of Cheng Yan's spiritual energy had been depleted. Continuing in this manner was untenable. Once his energy was exhausted, he would be left vulnerable to slaughter. Suddenly, an idea struck Cheng Yan, and a yellow talisman materialized in his hand. Infusing it with spiritual energy, a fireball, approximately half a meter in diameter, materialized before him. This was the Fireball Talisman, a first-order intermediate spirit talisman capable of unleashing a tremendously powerful fireball. Even a practitioner at the 6th level of Qi refinement could be injured if they were not cautious. A first-order intermediate spirit talisman, Lu Si exclaimed in shock. As Cheng Yan activated the talisman, he sensed the rank of this spirit talisman. A first-order intermediate talisman could inflict harm on practitioners in the middle stage of Qi refinement, not to mention the renowned potency of the Fireball Talisman. In haste, Lu Si retrieved a talisman from his storage pouch, channeling his spiritual energy to summon a green turtle shell before him. This was the Turtle Shield Talisman, a first-order inferior defensive spirit talisman. Go! Cheng Yan shouted, as the fireball hurtled swiftly toward Lu Si's turtle shell. Upon contact, cracks began to appear on the surface of the shell. Realizing its imminent failure, Lu Si quickly produced another Turtle Shield Talisman from his pouch, layering an additional shell behind the first. However, the Turtle Shield Talisman is merely a low-grade first-tier spiritual talisman. How could it possibly withstand the formidable force of a top-tier Fireball Talisman, even among the mid-grade first-tier? In just a few breaths, the 2 turtle shields shattered, and the fireball struck Lu Si with resounding impact. Thud! Lu Si was sent flying by the force of the fireball, spitting out a mouthful of blood mid-air. Yet, at the moment of his descent, he seized the momentum that propelled him and abruptly retreated, fleeing into the forest. Although the fireball had struck him, the power had been significantly diminished by the 2 turtle shields. Thus, while Lu Si was indeed injured, his life was spared. What astonished Cheng Yan was that Lu Si managed to escape using the very force of the impact. Cheng Yan momentarily stood in shock, then swiftly launched himself in pursuit of Lu Si's fleeing figure. Now that he had forged an irreconcilable enmity with Lu Si, failing to eliminate him completely would likely invite retaliation. He himself was unafraid, but his family lacked his strength. As both Cheng Yan and Lu Si entered the forest, Yang Qingxing's mind began to stir. With Lu Si now driven away by Cheng Yan, it meant that the Longwei escort agency had lost its protection. If action was not taken now, when would it be? Brothers, to arms! Yang Qingxing bellowed, brandishing his large blade as he charged toward the Longwei escort agency. The remaining members of the Changfeng escort agency, witnessing their leader's advance, quickly followed suit, drawing their weapons and surging toward the Longwei escort agency. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan was diligently pursuing Lu Si. Fortunately, Lu Si was injured and his speed was compromised. Otherwise, given Cheng Yan's cultivation at the 3rd tier of Qi refinement, he might have struggled to keep pace. However, Lu Si seemed to possess some talisman that could enhance his speed. Despite his heavily wounded state, he was managing to maintain a pace comparable to Cheng Yan's. The two figures darted through the forest, with Cheng Yan's senses firmly locked onto Lu Si. After nearly half an hour of pursuit, Lu Si's speed suddenly decreased, likely indicating that his talisman had run out. Yet, Cheng Yan, wary of a potential ruse, also slowed his pace, keeping his distance from Lu Si. Fellow cultivator, spare me, and I shall relinquish all my wealth and spiritual items to you. Will you let me go? Lu Si, now at his wit's end, had exhausted his talismans and depleted his spiritual energy. Sensing Cheng Yan's relentless approach, he felt compelled to plead for mercy. Cheng Yan ignored him, steadfastly pursuing and gradually closing the gap. As the distance diminished, Lu Si entered the range of Cheng Yan's water spike technique. A water spike was unleashed, though Lu Si tried to evade. A deep gash, exposing bone, marred his arm. Cheng Yan contemplated casting another water spike, but, sensing his dwindling spiritual energy, decided it prudent to conserve some for potential desperate counterattacks from Lu Si. Thus, he continued to trail Lu Si closely, intent on wearing him down. Suddenly, Lu Si, who was in front, came to an abrupt halt and spun around, clutching a pitch-black orb in his hand. "If you wish for my demise, then let us depart together into death," he exclaimed, his expression frenzied as he infused the last remnants of his spiritual energy into the orb. The activated sphere extended a sharp spike that pierced through Lu Si's palm. Instantly, his complexion drained of color, and his body began to wither at an alarming rate, as though all the blood within him had been siphoned away. Witnessing Lu Si's deranged visage and the ominous orb in his grasp, Cheng Yan felt an unsettling foreboding. However, there was no time to retreat. The orb in Lu Si's hand detonated with a cataclysmic force, obliterating everything within a radius of 10 zhang. Chapter 31. The demise of Lu Si. The reverberations from the explosion toppled the surrounding trees, transforming the area into a veritable void when viewed from above. Cough, cough. In the aftermath of the blast, a cough echoed through the silence. At this moment, Cheng Yan was in a state of disarray. His garments lay in tatters from the shockwave, and in his hand, he clutched a used talisman, a trickle of blood staining his lips. Fortunately, Cheng Yan had reacted swiftly, retrieving a mid-tier gold shield talisman from his storage pouch just in time. The defensive prowess of this talisman surpassed that of Lu Si's turtle shield talisman by a considerable margin. Additionally, since Cheng Yan stood at a safe distance from the epicenter of the explosion, he managed to survive the cataclysm. Thankfully, he had refrained from employing the water spike technique earlier, conserving some spiritual energy. Otherwise, even with the talisman, he would have lacked the requisite power to activate it. Cheng Yan extracted a complete outfit from his storage pouch, donned it, wiped away the blood from his mouth, and made his way toward the heart of the explosion. The site where Lu Si had previously stood was now marked by a vast crater, a clear remnant of the explosion. Yet within this chasm, there was no trace of Lu Si. Only a few tattered fragments of cloth and pools of blood remained, indicating that Lu Si had been utterly obliterated by the blast. Remarkably, Lu Si's storage pouch lay intact in the pit, its material unknown, having withstood such a violent explosion. Cheng Yan leaped down into the crater and retrieved the storage pouch, probing its contents with his consciousness. Hiss gold. Upon his initial exploration, he discovered an array of gleaming gold ingots. Indeed, a small fortune, perhaps nearing 100 taels. It was the first time Cheng Yan had ever laid eyes on gold. After examining the precious metal, he ultimately returned it to the pouch. For him, gold held little utility, as transactions among cultivators typically utilized spirit stones. This 100 taels of gold would scarcely exchange for even a single spirit stone in the cultivation community. Truly impoverished, Cheng Yan rummaged further through Lu Si's storage pouch and confirmed the latter's dire financial state. He found merely a handful of spirit stones, the last remaining turtle shield talisman, a jade slip, and a map. The jade slip contained Lu Si's cultivation method, a gold element technique, albeit incomplete, only allowing cultivation up to the latter stages of qi refinement, a far cry from Cheng Yan's current practice of xianshuiju. The map, however, indicated the location of a market frequented by cultivators. Upon discovering this map, Cheng Yan felt a surge of excitement. The spiritual energy in Baiyun County was exceedingly sparse. Now that he had reached the third level of qi refinement, the daily cost of cultivation via spirit stones was exorbitant, prompting him to contemplate venturing into the cultivation world. Yet, he had long been at a loss for direction. Thus, stumbling upon an address to a market in Lu Si's storage pouch was indeed a serendipitous delight. After tidying up Lu Si's belongings, Cheng Yan began his journey back, having pursued Lu Si for quite some time. he remained oblivious to the situation at Changfeng Escort Agency. Meanwhile, the Changfeng Escort Agency was engaged in clearing the battlefield. The Longwei Escort Agency did not manage to withstand the assault for long. They were demoralized by Cheng Yan's formidable cultivation abilities. Additionally, Lu Hao had already fought against Yang Chengxing and was left with little fighting spirit. As soon as the battle commenced, Lu Hao contemplated fleeing amidst the chaos. He bore a striking resemblance to Lu Si, as both shared the inclination to abandon their comrades when faced with defeat. However, Lu Hao barely made it a short distance before Cheng Hong spotted him and swiftly ended his life with an arrow. Upon witnessing their leader's demise, the remaining members of Longwei Escort Agency lost their will to resist and scattered in all directions. Changfeng Escort Agency did not pursue them fervently. With Lu Hao and Lu Si deceased, the rest posed no significant threat. Yang Chengxing pondered deeply, anxious about Cheng Yan's progress, whether he had successfully apprehended Lu Si. If Lu Si managed to escape, the days ahead would likely be fraught with challenges. Once the battlefield was thoroughly cleared, Changfeng Escort Agency chose to remain in place, awaiting Cheng Yan's return. After nearly half an hour, they finally spotted Cheng Yan emerging slowly from the woods. "Yan, are you unharmed?" Cheng Dezai inquired urgently upon seeing Cheng Yan return. He had witnessed Lu Si's strength firsthand. Although ultimately driven away by Cheng Yan, Lu Si had initially matched him blow for blow. Naturally, this left Cheng Dezai apprehensive about any potential injuries Cheng Yan might have sustained during the pursuit. "Do not worry, father. I am fine," Cheng Yan replied with a gentle smile, reassuring his father of his safety. "Cheng Xianzhong, do you have any news of Lu Si?" Yang Chengxing asked, his tone tinged with urgency. Having recognized Cheng Yan as a cultivator, especially after witnessing his prowess, Yang Chengxing had altered his address to reflect newfound respect. "Yang Zongbiao, please continue to call me Cheng Yan. Referring to me as Xianzhong feels rather peculiar. Rest assured, Lu Si is dead," Cheng Yan responded, a wry smile gracing his lips. It was quite odd for someone of Yang Chengxing's age, comparable to Cheng Dezai, to address him as Xianzhong. "Excellent, excellent." Yang Chengxing exclaimed joyfully upon hearing that Lu Si had met his end. As a cultivator, Lu Si could have easily posed a significant threat to them. Had he escaped, the Changfeng Escort Agency would have been perpetually under the watchful eye of a cultivator, which would have rendered them incapable of operating safely. Thankfully, Lu Si had not survived. "Today, we owe a great debt of gratitude to you, Xiao Yan. Otherwise, the Changfeng Escort Agency might have faced utter annihilation. I shall host a banquet in your honor upon our return," Yang Chengxing remarked, reflecting on his initial intent to lure the Longwei Escort Agency for revenge, only to inadvertently attract a cultivator instead. Just when he believed his demise was inevitable, Cheng Yan once again stepped forward, leaving him with no choice but to express his gratitude. "There was no need for a banquet. With my father and third brother present at the escort agency, I would undoubtedly intervene to assist." Cheng Yan waved his hand, dismissing the notion of a feast in his honor. He could not bear such an obligation. "Very well. Let there be no banquet. Instead, we shall celebrate within our escort agency, rejoicing in the successful eradication of the Longwei Escort Agency. With the downfall of Longwei, they would no longer have to constantly fear ambushes while transporting goods. For the members of Changfeng Escort Agency, this was indeed a moment worthy of celebration." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan remained silent. After all, he was not a member of Changfeng. Their internal festivities were of no concern to him, and he could simply choose not to attend. Chapter 32 Departure. Let us return to Baiyun County. If we delay any longer, darkness will soon envelop us. After a series of tribulations, time had slipped away, with the sun already hanging low over the mountains. They needed to set off without delay, otherwise they would have to navigate the treacherous path in the dark. Upon their return to Baiyun County, twilight began to descend. Yang Chengxing instructed the kitchen to prepare a lavish feast and brought forth several bottles of wine to celebrate their recent victory with the members of the Changfeng Escort Agency. Cheng Dehai and Cheng Hong joined, along with Cheng Peng, who, thanks to the elixir given by Cheng Yan, was on the mend, albeit not completely healed. Nonetheless, the effects of the medicine were sufficient for him to recover swiftly, and within 2 to 3 days, he would be fully restored. Yang Chengxing had initially intended to invite Cheng Yan, the true architect of their success. However, Cheng Yan, disinclined to partake in such festivities, politely declined and retreated to his room. This recent confrontation had illuminated numerous inadequacies within him. For instance, his combat techniques were exceedingly limited, relying solely on a singular water-piercing technique. Yet, he was bound by the constraints of his current cultivation, which permitted the mastery of only one spell. Most powerful spells required a cultivation level of at least the mid-stage of qi refinement. Ultimately, it all boiled down to Cheng Yan's insufficient cultivation. Had he possessed the same prowess as Lu Si, he would not have needed to resort to a fireball talisman to subdue him. The mere thought of the fireball talisman caused him considerable distress. Although there were several spiritual talismans within the storage pouch left by Wu Yu, they were predominantly of the first-grade upper tier, with few of the mid-tier variety. Were it not for the fireball talisman's formidable strength among mid-tier first-grade talismans, it was doubtful that Wan Feng's pouch would even contain one. After all, Wu Yu, a practitioner at the 9th layer of qi refinement, had no use for such low-tier talismans. Yet, high-tier talismans were beyond Cheng Yan's capabilities. Thus, Wu Yu's pouch contained merely 3 fireball talismans. Consequently, utilizing one against Lu Si, who was merely at the 4th layer of qi refinement, was indeed a source of anguish for him. Most troubling was Lu Si's extreme poverty. The spoils of their encounter scarcely compensated for Cheng Yan's loss. Aside from a mere 100 taels of gold, there were only a handful of solitary spirit stones. However, Cheng Yan had no use for that gold and could only reserve it for his family. Unbeknownst to Cheng Yan, Lu Si had long since abandoned hope for advancement in cultivation, focusing instead on improving his life in the mundane world. To thrive in such a world, one inevitably required wealth. Thus, he showed little interest in cultivation resources, placing far greater value on gold and silver. Consequently, he revealed his identity as a cultivator, offering various incentives to the county magistrate of Baiyun County, thus securing his allegiance. Additionally, he subdued a band of bandits, enabling his grandson, Lu Hao, to establish the Longwei Escort Agency. If they could eliminate the Changfeng Escort Agency, Lu Si would gain control over the trade routes surrounding Baiyun County. With merchants passing through Baiyun County, Lu Si could then orchestrate robberies against them. If one wishes to avoid being robbed, the only recourse is to seek the Dragon Escort Agency. It can be said that should Lu Si succeed, the entirety of Baiyun County would become his tool for amassing wealth. Fortunately, the Dragon Escort Agency was dealt with by Cheng Yan. The only gain from Lu Si was a map, which brought Cheng Yan a modicum of delight. Now that he has cultivated to the 3rd level of qi refinement, Cheng Yan finds himself no longer suited for training in the mundane world. The first reason is the thin spiritual energy in this realm, and the second is the scarcity of cultivation resources. In his earlier stages of cultivation, he could rely on spirit stones to sustain his progress. However, as his cultivation has advanced, the cost of relying on spirit stones for further development has become exorbitant. Therefore, if Cheng Yan wishes to enhance his abilities, the most prudent course of action is to depart from the mundane world and venture into the realm of immortals. Yet, the distinction between the immortal realm and the mundane world is not clearly defined, leaving him uncertain as to where exactly the immortal realm begins. This map, however, holds the promise of guiding him to the market, a place where cultivators congregate, thus surely qualifying as part of the immortal realm. Cheng Yan carefully stowed the map away, considering it his true ticket into the world of cultivation. Subsequently, he seated himself on his bed and commenced his training. It was not until midnight that Cheng Peng and Cheng Hong returned to their room, both inebriated and incapacitated, collapsing onto their beds in a stupor. Cheng Yan then rose to assist them, tucking them into bed before returning to his practice. Cheng Yan remained in Baiyun County for an additional month, during which he received uplifting news. The former magistrate of Baiyun County had been deposed, having been found in collusion with bandits, plotting for wealth and murder. These deeds were, of course, orchestrated by Cheng Yan, who discreetly provided some evidence to certain individuals, a task that proved quite simple for him. However, throughout that month, Cheng Yan scarcely practiced. He devoted his time to his family, having resolved to leave. Since beginning his cultivation, he had dedicated most of his time to it, resulting in precious little time spent with his loved ones. Thus, Cheng Yan felt it imperative to cherish his family before his departure. Wang Yu was particularly joyful. With Cheng Dahai and the others occupied with the escort agency, Cheng Yan's 2 elder sisters were also busy working to earn money. The presence of her young son brought a renewed brightness to her face. Cheng Dahai, however, seemed to sense a shift. He had grown noticeably quieter in recent days. Each time he encountered Cheng Yan, he appeared as if he had much to say, yet hesitated. That evening, after the family had shared dinner, Cheng Yan retained his father as company. Upon hearing his son call him, Cheng Dahai paused. The two stepped into the courtyard, where they found themselves momentarily at a loss for words. Cheng Yan truly did not know how to begin. Ultimately, it was Cheng Dahai who broke the silence. "Are you leaving?" "Yes," came the reply, followed by another silence. "What will happen with your mother?" It was Cheng Dahai who shattered the stillness once more. "I dare not speak to her. I fear that if she begins to speak, I shall lose the will to depart. A son travels 1,000 miles, yet a mother remains ever worried. Moreover, Cheng Yan's departure may indeed signify a parting between the celestial and the mortal realms, leaving one to ponder the likelihood of their reunion. Should Wang Yu become aware of Cheng Yan's intention to leave, one can only imagine the depths of her sorrow. Go forth. You possess your own path to tread, and I shall advocate for you with your mother. No parent wishes anything but greatness for their child. Yet no parent is devoid of concern for the hardships their child may endure in the world beyond. Otherwise, Cheng Dahai would not have chosen to remain and accompany Cheng Peng and Cheng Hong, having long since returned to Qingshan village. Furthermore, Cheng Yan is still his youngest child, merely 16 years of age, now faced with the necessity of confronting the world alone. Yet, he understands that the journey Cheng Yan must embark upon is entirely distinct from their own, and he is unable to offer any assistance in this endeavor. Chapter 33, Growing Up. Thank you, Father. By the way, this is for you. As he spoke, Cheng Yan retrieved a cloth-wrapped object from his storage bag and handed it to Cheng Dahai. What is this? Cheng Dahai inquired, puzzled as he took it, finding it rather heavy. Just open it, and you'll see, Cheng Yan replied with a slight smile, eagerly anticipating his father's astonished reaction. As Cheng Dahai unveiled the cloth, gleaming gold bars were revealed before his eyes. This is, he exclaimed in astonishment, but quickly stifled his voice, lowering it to ask, is this gold? Indeed it is. I obtained this from Lu Si. There was originally more. However, I used part of it to purchase a house in the city a few days ago. These are what remains. Seeing his father's shock brought Cheng Yan immense joy. The earlier somber mood, stemming from their recent parting, was effectively lifted by the presence of the gold. Let us keep this gold for you, father. I have no use for it. Please, move with mother to the house I bought. It's not ideal to live as guests forever. Also, you should withdraw from the escort agency. If eldest brother and third brother wish to stay, they may, but if they prefer not to, they can use this money for business or to buy new clothes for second sister and fifth sister. Cheng Dahai had toiled tirelessly for the Cheng family for much of his life. It was not Cheng Yan's desire to see him continue in such a perilous line of work at the escort agency. However, circumstances had dictated their past. Now that they had wealth, it was time for Cheng Dahai to enjoy some well-deserved comfort. Cheng Yan then presented the land deed for the house he had purchased to Cheng Dahai. Growing up, indeed, Cheng Dahai remarked, gazing at the weighty gold bars and the stamped land deed in his hands. He couldn't help but reflect that without Cheng Yan, he might never have had the chance to experience such things in his lifetime. For Cheng Yan, receiving praise from his father was always a source of happiness. When do you plan to leave? Tonight. I will depart once eldest brother and third brother have fallen asleep. Very well. A silence enveloped them once more. After a considerable pause, it was Cheng Dahai who finally broke the stillness. I'll return to my room now. You should rest early. No. I will head back to my room. Cheng Dahai instinctively wanted to suggest that Cheng Yan also retire for the night. But upon realizing his son would be leaving that very night, the words caught in his throat. All right, father, rest well. After Cheng Dahai returned to his room, Cheng Yan lingered outside for a while before also retreating to his chamber. He sat cross-legged on the bed, not engaging in meditation or practice, but merely waiting for Cheng Peng and Cheng Hong to fall asleep. Once they were deeply slumbering, Cheng Yan rose and made his way toward the city outskirts. The following morning, Wang Yu learned of Cheng Yan's departure and stood dazed at the door, gazing in the direction he had taken, lost in thought and unable to find her voice. After a considerable time, tears began to gently cascade down her face. On a certain official road, a solitary figure was traversing its length. This individual was Cheng Yan. Nearly a month had elapsed since Cheng Yan departed from Baiyun County. During this month, his experience mirrored that of his escape from Qingyang village to Baiyun County. Each day was consumed by relentless travel. He would pause for nourishment when hunger struck and rest against the towering trees or imposing boulders when fatigue set in. Fortunately, there were several county towns along the way where he could take respite. Cheng Yan's intended destination was a place known as Haishifang Market. However, Haishifang Market lay almost 1,000 miles from Baiyun County. For an ordinary person traveling by foot, it would likely take 3 to 4 months to arrive. Even though Cheng Yan was a cultivator, enabling him to traverse distances more swiftly than common folk, it would still require him a month or two to reach his goal. Regrettably, Cheng Yan lacked mastery in the art of sword flight. Otherwise, this mere 1,000-mile journey could have been accomplished in just 3 or 4 days. It is not that sword flight is an exceptionally rare technique. Rather, it is quite commonplace within the realm of cultivation. Nonetheless, it does have a prerequisite for training. One must reach at least the mid-stage of qi refinement to begin practicing it. Furthermore, since utilizing sword flight demands a continuous expenditure of spiritual energy. Typically, only those in the late stage of qi refinement can wield it with ease. Practitioners in the mid-stage of qi refinement would likely find themselves grounded in a short while, needing to recuperate their energy. Fortunately, according to the map, progressing further would lead him to Bayou County. Bayou County is not to be compared with Baiyun County. Its land area is nearly double that of Baiyun County, and its prosperity is unfathomably greater. Thus, Cheng Yan could take the opportunity to rest in Bayou County and perhaps seek out horses for sale. Walking was proving to be slow and exhausting. The county towns he had previously passed through were inferior to Baiyun County and offered no horses for sale. However, given Bayou County's affluence, it was reasonable to expect the availability of horses. After a brief interval, a grand city emerged before Cheng Yan's eyes. Thankfully, this time, upon entering the city, he encountered no obstacles akin to those faced in Baiyun County, allowing him to enter smoothly. Upon his arrival, he was greeted by bustling streets filled with throngs of people, with the sounds of vendors hawking their wares echoing from both sides. It is worth mentioning that during his time in Baiyun County, Cheng Yan rarely ventured outside and possessed little knowledge of its local customs and culture. Now, having arrived in the vibrant Bayou County, he was eager to explore. However, before indulging in sightseeing, Cheng Yan needed to secure a place to stay and have a meal. The fortune will suffice, he mused as he approached an establishment that boasted decent decor without being overly opulent. Staying at an extravagant inn was unnecessary for Cheng Yan, while a shabby one was equally unwarranted. Furthermore, Cheng Yan was not lacking in silver. Thus, this inn was just right for his needs. Esteemed guest, will you be dining or lodging? As Cheng Yan stepped inside, a young attendant approached him, inquiring promptly. Checking into the inn, I shall indulge in a morsel or two, Cheng Yan remarked as he surveyed his surroundings. Very well, esteemed guest, please follow me, replied the young waiter, who then led Cheng Yan to an unoccupied table. What would you like to eat? We offer braised pork, spicy and sour shredded potatoes, beef noodle soup, braised spare ribs, sauced beef, steamed fish, and sauerkraut fish. As the waiter continued to rattle off the names of the dishes, Cheng Yan, fearing the list would never end, hastily gestured for him to stop and said, Just bring me a selection of your signature dishes. Certainly, esteemed guest, please hold on a moment. With that, the young waiter made his way to the kitchen. Chapter 34, just a couple of taels of silver, is it? I shall make the purchase. Before long, the young waiter arrived, balancing a tray laden with dishes. As he prepared to depart after setting the food down, Cheng Yan called him back, producing a small handful of silver coins. Wait a moment, young man. I have a few inquiries to make. What is it, esteemed guest? Please, speak freely. I assure you, I shall divulge all that I know, the waiter replied, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the silver. Though it was not uncommon for patrons to offer him a few coins as tips, it was rare for someone to be so generous. It is nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to know if there are places in Bayou County where one can purchase horses. To Cheng Yan, it was but a small sum of silver, useful for the time being. Once he reached the market, it would nearly lose its value and merely occupy space in his storage pouch. Hence he casually decided to reward the waiter. The young man accepted the silver with a broad smile, stating, Indeed, if you wish to buy a horse, simply exit and turn right. At the end of the road, take a left, and you will find the trading area of Bayou County. Almost everything available in Bayou County can be found there. Thank you. Is there anything else you wish to inquire about, esteemed guest? Nothing further. Then I shall take my leave. Enjoy your meal. After the waiter departed, Cheng Yan began to eat. Having traveled all morning, he felt quite famished. And considering he had not indulged in a decent meal for several days, he ate with a certain eagerness. However, the cuisine at the Fortune Inn was truly delectable. Once he finished his meal, Cheng Yan proceeded to complete the check-in formalities before exiting the inn and making his way to the trading area mentioned by the waiter. Upon entering, he was struck by how different it was from the outside. While the streets outside featured various vendors, most were itinerant stalls. Here, however, the stalls were fixed, either housed in shops or set up along the roadside, remaining stationary. Moreover, the trading area of Bayou County was quite renowned in the surrounding regions, attracting numerous merchants from afar, enriching the variety of goods available for trade. The atmosphere was lively, with many buyers engaged in haggling with sellers. There were also visitors who appeared to be from distant lands, purchasing local specialties that could only be found in Bayou County. As Cheng Yan strolled through the market, he found the waiter's words to be entirely accurate. The selection of goods was indeed extensive, encompassing food, drink, clothing, and various necessities, offering an abundance of choices. He encountered many items he did not recognize, which broadened his horizons considerably. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a stall selling fruits. which appeared to be wild berries freshly picked from the mountains. Such wild fruits were favored by the affluent, and some varieties were cultivated by local farmers in Bayou County. However, there are always some affluent individuals who relish in their eccentricity, believing that the authentic wild fruits are the most delectable. Among this assortment of wild fruits, there exists one that stands out as particularly unique. While the other fruits are bunched together, this solitary specimen remains isolated on the stall. Of course, what draws Cheng Yan's attention is not merely the rarity of this fruit, but rather the aura of spiritual energy it emanates. It is likely a spiritual fruit. As its name suggests, a spiritual fruit possesses an essence imbued with vitality. Most spiritual fruits, when consumed directly, enhance the user's sensitivity to the ethereal energies of the universe, as well as their capacity to absorb such energies, thereby accelerating their cultivation process. Furthermore, spiritual fruits can be fermented into spiritual wine. This wine not only retains the fruit's ability to expedite cultivation, but also directly augments one's cultivation level. Consequently, the majority of cultivators harbor a fondness for wine. For spiritual wine is not only delightful, but also beneficial to their practice. Who wouldn't adore it? At that moment, a patron was inquiring with the stall owner, seemingly interested in that solitary fruit. What? You wish to sell this single fruit for 1 tael of silver? You don't even know if it's edible, yet you demand 1 tael from me? Upon hearing these words, the stall owner remained unfazed, continuing to cheerfully present his other wares. Unbeknownst to the customer, I discovered this fruit when there was but this one on the entire tree. Although I am unfamiliar with this fruit, I surmise it must be quite precious. For rarity begets value. Should the customer find this fruit overpriced, I invite them to examine my other offerings, freshly picked today, guaranteed to be authentic wild fruits, succulent and juicy, all at reasonable prices. Who would buy your goods at such exorbitant prices? The individual, upon observing the stall owner's merchant demeanor, became infuriated, sweeping his sleeve in disdain and departing. Yet, the stall owner's smile did not wane in the least. He turned to beckon others to purchase his fruits. Witnessing the exorbitant price of one fruit, the onlookers hesitated and quickly retreated. At this juncture, Cheng Yan approached. Might this esteemed guest be interested in purchasing some fruits? All my fruits are freshly picked wild varieties from today, guaranteed to be succulent and juicy. If they do not satisfy, there is no charge. Would you care to buy some? The stall owner greeted Cheng Yan with enthusiasm. Good sir, I find myself particularly intrigued by this unknown fruit, Cheng Yan remarked, gesturing toward the singular fruit. A discerning eye indeed. This fruit grows on a tree perched perilously on the cliff's edge. And this is the only fruit it bears. I believe it to be a rare medicinal treasure, which is why I exerted great effort to procure it. I nearly tumbled down the cliff in the process. As the stall owner rambled on about the arduous journey he undertook to harvest this spiritual fruit, Cheng Yan interjected, producing 1 tael of silver and stating, 1 tael? Is it? I shall take it. Very well, the fruits are now the guest's, and the guest wishes to purchase some additional fruits, ensuring they are delectable. Upon witnessing Cheng Yan genuinely produce a couple of silver coins, the vendor's face instantly brightened with joy. After accepting the coins and handing over the fruits to Cheng Yan, the vendor continued to enthusiastically present his other offerings. No need. Cheng Yan gently shook his head, declining the vendor's sales pitch. After accepting the spiritual fruits, he turned and departed. However, unbeknownst to Cheng Yan, the vendor's gaze subtly followed him as he walked away. It was only after Cheng Yan had completely vanished into the crowd that the vendor resumed calling out to attract customers. Chapter 35. A fortuitous find. Cheng Yan glanced at the spiritual fruit in his hand, reflecting that he had indeed stumbled upon a stroke of luck this time. However, he was not entirely surprised to discover such a treasure here. Ever since his arrival in the city, he had sensed that the spiritual energy in Bayou County was significantly denser than in other places, several times more potent than in Bayou County. Had he come to Bayou County to cultivate from the very beginning, he could have reached the 3rd level of chi refinement without expending a single spiritual stone. Given such an abundance of spiritual energy, it was not entirely uncommon for spiritual herbs and fruits to appear, though they remained quite rare. Overall, Cheng Yan considered himself fortunate, as even his rather dismal mood from days of relentless travel had brightened. He wandered the streets for a while longer, hoping to uncover additional treasures, but ultimately found nothing more. He shook his head in resignation, realizing that he had been overly greedy. Finding a single spiritual fruit was already a remarkable stroke of fortune. Yet he found himself unsatisfied. Deciding to cease his aimless wandering, he made his way directly to the horse market. After spending some silver, he acquired a horse that appeared quite commendable and then returned to the Fula Inn. However, since riding was prohibited within the city, he had no choice but to lead the horse back on foot. Upon returning to the inn, he entrusted his newly bought horse to the attendant before retreating to his room. A somewhat better and typically featured stables to accommodate guests' horses, of course. This service was not complimentary, but Cheng Yan was unconcerned about such trivial expenses. Once in his room, he commenced his cultivation practice. During his recent travels, he had scarcely had the opportunity to cultivate properly, so with no pressing matters at hand, he deemed it a perfect time to focus on his training. He also consumed the spiritual fruit, which he sensed had indeed accelerated his cultivation speed, albeit to a limited extent. After an entire night of cultivation, Cheng Yan had not even taken the time to eat dinner. Nevertheless, as a cultivator, he was accustomed to enduring hunger, though he had not yet achieved complete fasting. Several days without food would not significantly affect him, especially considering he had missed just one meal. The following morning, he opted to have breakfast at the inn before setting out, not out of hunger, but rather to indulge his culinary desires. Knowing that he might not have the chance to enjoy a proper meal for several days, he relished the opportunity to feast before his departure. After all, amidst all the vastness of the world, a good meal held paramount importance. Having finished his breakfast, Cheng Yan went to the stables to retrieve his horse and departed the city. Unbeknownst to him, as he exited the inn and headed towards the city gates, the vendor across the street selling candied hawthorn had vanished. Once outside the city, Cheng Yan mounted his horse and galloped away. He could not deny that riding was exponentially faster than traversing on foot. Fortunately, during his time at the Changfeng escort agency, he had whimsically taken the time to learn how to ride. Otherwise, it seems that Cheng Yan possesses a magnificent steed, yet lacks the skill to ride. As he gallops along the road, an unexpected fissure appears ahead, and several vines inexplicably emerge from the ground. These vines grow at an astonishing rate, swiftly ensnaring the horse beneath him. However, their growth does not cease. Instead, they advance menacingly towards Cheng Yan. Fortunately, he reacts swiftly, dismounting before the vines can entrap him, and retreats hastily. For reasons unknown, the vines appear to have singled out Cheng Yan, relentlessly extending and striving to ensnare him. The speed of their growth surpasses his ability to retreat. Just as the vines are about to ensnare him, Cheng Yan is compelled to unleash a water spike technique. Severing the vines, the severed portion falls to the ground, ceasing to grow, and quickly withers, transforming from vibrant green to a desolate yellow. Yet, the remaining vines continue to grow, quickly closing the distance between them and Cheng Yan. As he prepares to cast another water spike, the vines abruptly halt their growth. Observing the suddenly stationary vines, Cheng Yan does not cease his retreat, continuing several steps backward until he perceives that the vines have reached their limit and can grow no further. Furrowing his brow tightly, he scans his surroundings intently, his consciousness surging forth in a frantic attempt to unearth the assailant lurking in the shadows. However, his efforts yield naught. He wonders which fellow cultivator has laid this ambush, for he should have no grievances with them. In that fleeting moment of the ambush, Cheng Yan is acutely aware that his attacker must be a cultivator, as no mere mortal possesses the capability to command such rapid vine growth or target him with precision. Yet, his words receive no reply. The previously vibrant vine steadily loses its vitality, fading into a dry, lifeless state. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan remains vigilant. Had he not reacted with such alacrity, he too would have been ensnared like the horse, which now lies contorted and unrecognizable. He shudders to think of what fate would befall him were he caught. It is indeed a pity for the horse he had only just acquired. Realizing he receives no response, Cheng Yan refrains from making any rash moves. The enemy lurks in the shadows, while he stands in the light. A single misstep could cost him his life. He remains motionless, biding his time, awaiting the enemy's next incantation. As soon as they cast a spell, Cheng Yan would be able to discern their position through the fluctuations of their spiritual energy. It seems the assailant has seen through his intentions, refraining from making a move. Thus, the two adversaries, one in the light and the other in the dark, remain locked in a stalemate. Yet, Cheng Yan possesses patience, and as the one in the light, he dares not act recklessly. Suddenly, he perceives a faint ripple of spiritual energy ahead. Though subtle, it is sufficient for him to ascertain the general location of his opponent. The two individuals remained locked in a tense stalemate for nearly a quarter of an hour, when the figure concealed in the shadows could no longer restrain themselves and made a move. Before Cheng Yan could advance to reveal the person lurking in the darkness, the ground before him suddenly erupted. It was reminiscent of the moment when the tendrils had sprouted unexpectedly. However, this time, it was not tendrils that emerged, but a colossal flower. Its stem was as thick as a human arm and was adorned with numerous sharp thorns. As the flower grew wildly, Cheng Yan swiftly unleashed a water spike technique, aiming to interrupt its relentless expansion. Chapter 36. ambush, it was unforeseen that the flower had grown at an astonishing pace. By the time the water spike technique struck, it had fully blossomed. Ultimately, it merely knocked a few thorns off its stem. However, after the flower blossomed, it suddenly fell silent. Just as Cheng Yan was filled with curiosity, the thorns on its stem unexpectedly dislodged and swiftly shot towards him. Cheng Yan hastily dodged, and although the speed of the thorns was considerable, it remained within his capability to evade, making the task not overly challenging. The thorn, having missed its target, pierced a tree behind Cheng Yan, creating a hole in the trunk that attested to its formidable power. Immediately thereafter, the tree began to wither at an alarming rate. In a short span, its leaves turned a desolate yellow and fell to the ground, ultimately rendering the trunk itself dry and lifeless. The thorn was poisonous. Upon witnessing this scene, Cheng Yan quickly deduced that the thorn emitted by the flower was undoubtedly laced with deadly venom. Otherwise, how could a once thriving tree succumb so abruptly? He knew he had to exercise even greater caution. Should he be struck by one of those thorns, he feared that he would meet the same grim fate as the tree. Just as Cheng Yan pondered this, more thorns were launched towards him. This time, it was not merely a single thorn. Several were released in succession, blocking his escape route. Realizing there was no place left to retreat, Cheng Yan unleashed a water spike technique, successfully striking down one of the thorns. Without pausing, he dashed towards the location he sensed the hidden figure was concealed. However, the figure lurking in the shadows would not allow Cheng Yan to proceed unimpeded. More thorns shot forth. The first thorn aimed just ahead of Cheng Yan, compelling him to halt. Another thorn targeted the very spot where he stopped, forcing him to retreat. Cheng Yan staggered back several steps, narrowly evading the onslaught of thorns. Yet, despite being forced to retreat, a smile emerged on his face. He had noticed a crucial detail. The thorns on the flower's stem appeared to regenerate continuously. However, this regeneration required a certain amount of time. They did not sprout instantaneously after being used. If Cheng Yan could devise a way to provoke all the thorns to launch in quick succession, the flower's offensive would fall into a vacuum period. With this window of opportunity, Cheng Yan was confident he could approach the hidden figure. Having formulated a plan, he immediately set it into action, stamping his right foot against the ground, propelling himself forward. As anticipated, in an effort to obstruct Cheng Yan, the flower incessantly discharged thorns, which he adeptly dodged. However, after evading all the thorns, Cheng Yan did not cease his advance. Instead, he quickly steadied himself and continued sprinting towards the concealed figure's location. The flower, compelled to retaliate, was forced to keep unleashing its thorns to hinder Cheng Yan's progress. After 3 repetitions, the thorns on the flower stem were completely exhausted, yet new ones had yet to sprout. Cheng Yan silently acknowledged the opportunity. He dashed towards the hiding place of the individual with utmost speed. With the thorns no longer obstructing his path, his progress became remarkably smooth. At that moment, Cheng Yan finally sensed the presence of his opponent within his awareness. The person was concealed atop a tree, camouflaged by the leaves. As Cheng Yan approached, he quickly reached the base of the tree within mere breaths. However, upon his arrival, he noticed that the other displayed no signs of tension. In fact, a triumphant smile graced his face. Cheng Yan's heart sank. The opponent's method of combat was so insidious that it was implausible for him not to have set up some traps in his hiding spot. Indeed, 3 vines suddenly sprouted around Cheng Yan, ensnaring him. At this moment, he found himself with no escape, and as the vines began to ensnare him, the opponent bore a smile of victory. In response, Cheng Yan retrieved a spirit talisman from his storage bag, specifically, the Fireball Talisman. Infusing spiritual power into the talisman, he successfully activated it, summoning a colossal fireball from thin air. "Go!" Cheng Yan shouted, and the fireball hurtled forth. Upon contact, the 3 vines were instantly reduced to ashes. Fire-based spells inherently counter wood elements, and the formidable Fireball Talisman was no exception. The vines posed no threat to the fireball, and given the proximity between Cheng Yan and his adversary, the fireball swiftly struck the individual. With a resounding explosion, the tree was obliterated into fragments, sending a cloud of dust into the air. When the dust settled, the once standing tree was no more, leaving behind only a charred stump. Nearby lay a corpse, resembling a piece of charred wood. Had it not retained a humanoid shape, Cheng Yan might not have recognized this as the ambusher. The individual had completely lost all signs of life, utterly deceased. Though this person had been exceedingly treacherous, never confronting Cheng Yan head-on, he ultimately underestimated him, believing that Cheng Yan, ensnared by vines, was doomed. Yet, who could have anticipated that a mere Qi refining stage 3 cultivator could wield such a formidable fireball talisman? It is known that even the most basic first-tier mid-grade talismans cost no less than 30 spirit stones. A fireball talisman of such power could easily fetch 80 spirit stones. For a cultivator in the early stages of chi refining, acquiring spirit stones is exceedingly challenging. Any meager amount would typically be prioritized for purchasing elixirs to enhance cultivation, as cultivation remains paramount. After meticulously confirming that the individual was indeed lifeless, Cheng Yan approached to seize the storage bag from the corpse, delving within with his awareness to begin counting his gains. Wealth attained. Fortune has indeed smiled upon him. Cheng Yan discovered over 100 spiritual stones within his storage pouch, along with several mid-tier first-grade talismans, a vial of medicinal pills, a jade slip, and an assortment of miscellaneous items. However, the most significant find was a magical artifact, a mid-tier first-grade flying sword. The individual's demise was exceedingly abrupt. He did not even have the opportunity to wield the artifact before meeting his tragic end beneath Cheng Yan's fireball talisman. In truth, Wu Yan's storage pouch also contained several magical artifacts, but they were all upper-tier first-grade, which Cheng Yan was unable to activate. Hence they remained untouched and gathering dust within the pouch. Chapter 37. Arrival at Fong City. This flying sword was perfectly suited for Cheng Yan. Unfortunately, he had yet to master the art of sword control, rendering this magical artifact useful solely for close combat. Nevertheless, it was a comfort to possess his very own magical implement. Suddenly, Cheng Yan stumbled upon several fruits in his storage bag, which struck him as vaguely familiar. Upon closer inspection, he realized that these were indeed the spiritual fruits he had purchased in Bayou County. They looked strikingly identical. In an instant, Cheng Yan grasped the gravity of the situation. He had fallen into a trap. He was puzzled as to how he had been ambushed so unexpectedly. Initially, he believed that the assailant was lurking there to intercept passing cultivators. In retrospect, it became clear that this individual had been specifically waiting to ensnare him. Cheng Yan's deduction was not unfounded. Bayou County was rich in spiritual energy, making it an ideal training ground for early-stage cultivators. Occasionally, spiritual items would surface, attracting early-stage practitioners looking to seize opportunities. The person Cheng Yan had slain had harbored ulterior motives. He had attempted to sell the spiritual fruits, which ordinary folk could not discern as extraordinary, and the exorbitant price ensured that no one would purchase them. However, there existed one exception: cultivators, who would likely be willing to spend their resources on such fruits. Once a buyer departed the city, the assailant would pounce, robbing them of their hard-earned riches. Although most early-stage cultivators were rather impoverished, the accumulation of their modest resources could amount to a significant bounty. Furthermore, the assailant's cowardice was evident, as he had not dared to reveal himself throughout the confrontation with Cheng Yan. He only targeted those who were beneath his cultivation level for robbery. In fact, he had successfully executed this scheme several times, amassing a collection of low-grade spiritual talismans and potions intended to enhance the cultivation of early-stage practitioners. He had planned to execute one final heist before returning to Fong City to sell his spoils, but fate had intervened with Cheng Yan's unexpected emergence. Now, all of these treasures belonged to Cheng Yan. This battle had once again illuminated the inadequacy of his combat experience. Despite Cheng Yan's extreme caution, he had still fallen prey to the assailant's scheme. However, it was understandable, as he had only participated in 2 skirmishes since beginning his cultivation journey. Achieving this level of awareness was already commendable. After tallying his gains, Cheng Yan set forth once more on the path to Blackstone Fong City. Regrettably, the horse he had purchased had met its demise, leaving him to rely solely on foot. Fortunately, he discovered several low-grade speed talismans within his storage bag, which, when activated, could significantly enhance his pace without consuming much spiritual energy, ideal for his journey. As more than half a month passed, Cheng Yan found himself in a desolate region, devoid of any roads. He was compelled to traverse dense woods and scale mountains. Had it not been for his spiritual awareness assisting him, he would have surely lost his way within this wilderness. Upon reaching this juncture, Cheng Yan could finally perceive the exceptional density of spiritual energy within the realm of cultivation. He had yet to arrive at the market, yet the surrounding celestial aura was markedly more potent than that of Bayou County, and even surpassed that of Bayou County by several degrees. Cheng Yan sensed that if he were to cultivate in this environment, progressing to the later stages of chi refinement would pose no challenge whatsoever. Naturally, he could not afford to halt his advance, particularly since he was now quite close to the market. More importantly, according to Wu Tang's Jade Slip, he was aware that markets were typically situated atop spiritual veins, and at the very least, they were positioned over first-grade superior spiritual veins. It is worth noting that even the most inferior first-grade inferior spiritual veins possess the capacity to sustain a fully realized qi refinement practitioner. If Cheng Yan could cultivate on a first-grade superior spiritual vein, the speed of his progress would be unfathomable. With this thought in mind, Cheng Yan quickened his pace, even resorting to his last swift foot talisman, which further enhanced his speed. At long last, after traversing for over 2 hours, the visage of the market emerged before Cheng Yan. It bore some resemblance to the cities of the mundane world, enclosed by a wall. However, the market's wall was rather low, unlike the towering fortifications of ordinary cities, which often soared several meters high. The wall here was perhaps only 3 to 4 meters tall. This wall was not erected to fend off enemies, for cultivators possess numerous methods of flight. Indeed, even walls several dozen meters high would pose no obstacle to them. The primary purpose of the wall was to delineate the boundaries of the market, as the coverage of a spiritual vein is inherently limited. As Cheng Yan approached the market gate, he was halted by 2 guards. He was taken aback upon observing them, for he could not discern their cultivation levels, indicating that even the guards of Haishi Market possessed at least mid-stage qi refinement prowess. Esteemed friend, this is your first visit to Haishi Market, is it not? One of the guards inquired after stopping Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan was momentarily startled. Was his unfamiliarity that conspicuous? You see, in order to enter Haishi Market, an entrance fee is required. Noticing Cheng Yan's dazed expression, the guard seemed to have guessed his thoughts and proceeded to explain. Cheng Yan suddenly comprehended. He had been walking directly towards the market without any indication of intending to pay the entrance fee, making it evident that he was indeed a newcomer. I am indeed visiting for the first time and was unaware of the entrance fee. However, may I inquire how this fee is to be paid? Cheng Yan politely inquired, clasping his hands. You need only provide me with 3 spirit stones, the guard replied courteously. Might I ask if I will be required to pay spirit stones upon my next visit as well? While 3 spirit stones was not a substantial amount, it was evident that as a gathering place for cultivators, the market would experience a significant influx of visitors. The proprietor of the market likely accrues a considerable fortune from entrance fees alone each year. Nature is indeed essential. However, the gatekeeper patiently elucidated to Cheng Yan that upon paying a one-time entrance fee, one could remain within the marketplace indefinitely, as long as they refrained from exiting. Understanding the arrangement, Cheng Yan retrieved 3 spirit stones from his storage pouch and, after handing them to the gatekeeper, successfully gained entry into the bustling marketplace. Within the marketplace, there existed only 2 streets, intersecting in a cross-like formation. Along either side of the streets, designated stalls were established, specifically catering to wandering cultivators. To set up a stall, one merely needed to pay a modest sum of spirit stones. Behind these stalls stood a myriad of shops, typically leased by various familial factions for commercial endeavors. Chapter 38. The 4th layer of qi refinement. At this moment, numerous wandering cultivators were setting up stalls along the streets. Although the atmosphere here did not rival the bustling marketplace of Bayou County, it was important to note that everyone present were cultivators, and the items they sold were all spiritual treasures. The spiritual fruits that Cheng Yan had previously stumbled upon in Bayou County could be considered the most basic type of spiritual items here. Cheng Yan even discovered a magical artifact at one of the vendors' stalls, attracting a considerable number of fellow cultivators to examine it. He joined the gathering, observing that this was a mid-tier defensive magical artifact, likely forged from the shell of a certain turtle-like demon beast. Cheng Yan felt an overwhelming desire for it, as he was in need of a defensive magical artifact. However, the price exceeding 300 spiritual stones was enough to deter him. While it was true that defensive magical artifacts were generally more expensive than ordinary ones, this particular price was excessive. Moreover, even if it were worth it, Cheng Yan dared not purchase it. In a crowd filled with onlookers, a qi refinement cultivator at the 3rd layer displaying over 300 spiritual stones would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. He understood the wisdom of concealing one's wealth. Thus, with a resigned shake of his head, he withdrew from the crowd. After wandering through the marketplace for a while longer, Cheng Yan spent 5 spiritual stones at a stall selling books to acquire a jade slip titled Miscellaneous Talks on Cultivation. This slip contained historical accounts and anecdotes from the world of cultivation, which were precisely what Cheng Yan needed at this moment. Although he had been on the path of cultivation for several years, his understanding of the cultivation realm was virtually non-existent. This jade slip would provide him with a comprehensive insight into the world of cultivation. Subsequently, Cheng Yan settled into the only inn in the marketplace, named 3 Clans Inn, the reason for which remained a mystery to him. Unlike the inns of the mundane world, those in the cultivation realm required payment in spiritual stones rather than gold or silver, with a single day's lodging costing 3 spiritual stones. Even meals necessitated spiritual stones. However, The cuisine offered was certainly not ordinary. The ingredients were derived from spiritual materials, with meat sourced from demon beasts and vegetables from spiritual herbs. Prepared by spiritual chefs, the dishes were not only delicious but also beneficial for accelerating cultivation. Nevertheless, the prices were indeed steep, with a meal costing no less than 4 or 5 spiritual stones. Cheng Yan, with a generous spirit, decided to book a month's stay, finding it more economical than paying daily, for a total of 80 spiritual stones. His willingness to spend was primarily due to the exceptionally rich spiritual energy within the marketplace. He felt that cultivating here for a day was equivalent to 2 days of cultivation outside. More importantly, the 3 clans featured a gathering formation that enhanced the surrounding spiritual energy, ensuring that his cultivation efforts here would yield remarkable results. Rather than merely an inn, Cheng Yan felt it would be more aptly named a cultivation chamber. Upon returning to his room, Cheng Yan took out the miscellaneous talks on cultivation jade slip he had just purchased. Through reading, Cheng Yan finally gained a preliminary understanding of the world of cultivation. It turned out that the realm of cultivation is divided into 5 regions: Central Domain, Eastern Wilderness, Western Desert, Southern Sea, and Northern Frontier. Currently, Cheng Yan finds himself in the Eastern Wilderness, which was originally the territory of the demon race. However, 3,000 years ago, a powerful human cultivator ventured here to expand their dominion, causing the demon race to weaken and retreat progressively, ultimately losing approximately 1/5 of their territory to the invaders. This formidable cultivator then established a sect called Ziyang sect in the Eastern Wilderness. Subsequently, other powerful beings, drawn by the abundant resources of the region, arrived and established their own forces, leading to a rapid contraction of the demon's lands. It was only with the arrival of a powerful demon from the Southern Sea that the remaining territory of the Eastern Wilderness was preserved. It was not until 2,000 years ago, when the demon race finally produced their own powerful cultivator, that they truly secured their foothold. By this time, however, the human race had already occupied nearly half of the Eastern Wilderness. Aside from the initial cultivator who founded the Ziyang sect, the remaining 2 powerful beings also established their own factions. Presently, the cultivation world of the Eastern Wilderness is dominated by these 3 major forces: Ziyang sect, Tianling sect, and Jian Valley. They have divided the Eastern Wilderness into 3 states: Qingzhou, ruled by Jian Valley; Liuzhou, governed by Tianling sect; and Yangzhou, under the control of Ziyang sect. Cheng Yan currently resides in Yangzhou, which is vast and rich, covering over 30 million square kilometers. Such a large expanse cannot be managed solely by Ziyang sect. Thus, they occupy the most fertile land in Yangzhou while allowing others to encroach upon the rest. Consequently, countless sects and families have emerged in Yangzhou, and the same pattern is observed in the other 2 states. The Haishi Square Market, where Cheng Yan is located, is dominated by a golden core sect known as Jindao sect, which is further accompanied by numerous foundational affiliated powers and countless qi refining forces. After reviewing this information, Cheng Yan couldn't help but marvel at the boundless vastness of the cultivation world. Just Yangzhou alone is so immense. He cannot fathom the true size of the entire realm of cultivation. One day, he aspires to traverse the entire cultivation world. However, such concerns are beyond Cheng Yan's current considerations. As a mere qi refining novice, he is far from capable of traversing all of Yangzhou, let alone the entire cultivation world. His immediate priority is to diligently enhance his cultivation. After placing the miscellaneous talks on cultivation back into his storage bag, Cheng Yan took out a vial of elixir. This was acquired from the cultivator who ambushed him on the road. Initially unfamiliar with this elixir, Cheng Yan later discovered its name and effects in True Alchemy Insights. This elixir is called Huangya Dan, and upon consumption, it can augment the cultivation level of a qi refining novice. Previously, while wandering the market, he had seen it being sold. A vial of Huangya Dan contains 10 pills and costs 50 spirit stones, meaning each pill is worth 5 spirit stones. This amount is sufficient for a night's stay at an inn, though he is uncertain of the elixir's efficacy. In Cheng Yan's possession, there remained but 6 precious Huangya Dan. He carefully extracted one of the elixirs from the vial, placing it upon his tongue, where it dissolved instantaneously, releasing a surge of pure medicinal energy. Observing this, Cheng Yan swiftly commenced his cultivation technique, channeling the essence into his own spiritual power. It was not until 3 hours had elapsed that he fully refined the Huangya Dan, as he sensed the burgeoning spiritual energy within his dantian. A flicker of joy illuminated his eyes. The ingestion of this single Huangya Dan felt equivalent to enduring half a month of arduous training. Alas, the elixir could not be consumed in excess, for each dose bore the burden of Dan poison, which, unless treated through special means, necessitated a period of self-purification by the body to eliminate the toxins. Chapter 39. The process of alchemy is notoriously tumultuous, particularly in instances of failure. Should an excessive amount of alchemical toxins linger within one's body, it could severely hinder any attempts at progression, potentially damaging one's foundational essence and rendering any future breakthroughs to the foundation establishment stage utterly unattainable. To cleanse oneself of these toxins naturally, a period of no less than 10 to 15 days is requisite. Thus, for the forthcoming fortnight, Cheng Yan would be left to rely solely on his own arduous cultivation. Fortunately, the aura here is remarkably rich, ensuring that even through solitary toil, his progress would not be sluggish. In this manner, an entire year slipped by amidst Cheng Yan's relentless endeavors, culminating in his successful advancement to the 4th layer of qi cultivation. His rapid progression was significantly bolstered by the Huanya Dan, which enabled him to achieve 2 months' worth of results within just a single month of training. Coupled with the fortuitous circumstances of cultivating in such an environment saturated with spiritual energy, Cheng Yan's growth was naturally expedited. However, this swift advancement came at a cost. Over the span of just 1 year, he expended a total of 1,500 spiritual stones. Merely residing at the inn for the year consumed over 900 stones. In addition, the occasional indulgence in spiritual cuisine further added to his expenses. Eventually, Cheng Yan deemed the cost of such meals exorbitant, and the marginal increase in his cultivation speed was hardly justifiable. Thus, he opted to procure a selection of fasting pills. Although devoid of flavor and lacking the appeal of exquisite spiritual dishes, a single pill would stave off hunger for 3 days at a fraction of the cost. Had Cheng Yan relied solely on spiritual food to satisfy his hunger throughout the year, he would have likely spent nearly 2,000 spiritual stones. Moreover, by the 3rd month, his supply of Huanya Dan had dwindled, prompting him to spend an additional 100 spiritual stones on 2 vials. When all expenses were tallied, his total reached 1,500 stones. Gazing at the dwindling supply of stones within his storage pouch, Cheng Yan felt a mix of pain and joy. The pain stemming from the precious stones themselves. How many fireball talismans could they have procured? Yet, his joy was rooted in the advancement of his cultivation level. At the very least, he could take solace in knowing that his expenditure had not been in vain, as it facilitated his ascension to the 4th layer of qi cultivation. Cheng Yan now stood as a mid-tier cultivator. In addition to his cultivation breakthroughs, Cheng Yan had also mastered 2 spells. The first was a defensive incantation that he had long desired to learn, the water shield technique. Upon casting this spell, a blue shield of water would coalesce before him. Despite its aqueous composition, the shield's defensive capabilities were formidable. With his current prowess, he could effortlessly withstand a full-force strike from a 4th layer qi cultivator. The second spell was the sword control technique, a skill Cheng Yan had yearned to acquire. This technique is more accurately referred to as object control. For mastering it does not confine one to wielding only swords. Any magical artifact can be manipulated through this technique. However, the majority of practitioners prefer to command swords, hence its nomenclature. With this newfound ability, the flying sword artifact he had previously acquired would finally see practical use. Throughout the year, in addition to his diligent cultivation, Cheng Yan also took the initiative to inquire about the founder of the Blackstone market and the surrounding factions. The creation of Haishi Fengshi was not the endeavor of a singular force, but rather the collaborative effort of 3 prominent families, the Liu, Zhang, and Du clans. Each of these families boasted practitioners who had reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, with the Liu family possessing no fewer than 3 such adept individuals. The Zhang and Du families were equally formidable, each with 2 accomplished cultivators of the same rank. The inn where Cheng Yan resided was established jointly by these 3 families, not out of an extraordinary camaraderie or a shared desire to profit from spiritual stones, but rather due to the constraints imposed by the ley line beneath them. It was understood that only one gathering formation could exist atop a single ley line. The establishment of 2 such formations would result in a detrimental tug-of-war over the spiritual energy, leading to a markedly depleted area of qi. In severe cases, this could even compromise the ley line itself, diminishing its tier. Naturally, if the ley line were sufficiently potent and expansive, it might accommodate multiple gathering formations without interference. However, it was evident that this particular first-tier high-grade ley line lacked such breadth. Thus, the 3 families conferred and ultimately decided to establish the inn together, a decision that proved to be astutely lucrative. It is noteworthy that Cheng Yan alone contributed over 1,000 spiritual stones to the inn within the span of a year, not to mention the expenditures of other patrons. As for the origins of Haishi Fengshi, it is said that many years ago, the Liu, Zhang, and Du families collectively discovered this first-tier, high-grade ley line. Yet, none of them wished to relinquish their claim to it. Subsequently, the Liu family proposed a bold idea. The three clans should join forces to establish a marketplace upon this ley line. Typically, only foundational forces possess the capability to create a marketplace, as the financial allure of such establishments draws the attention of less affluent foundational practitioners, potentially leading to predation without the protection of stronger cultivators. Initially, both the Zhang and Du families were resistant to this notion. Ultimately, the means by which the Liu family persuaded them remains a mystery, but together they acquired a second-tier formation and erected Haishi Fengshe atop the ley line. However, in the beginning, business was lackluster, as few were inclined to linger in a marketplace devoid of foundational guardians, resulting in a somewhat desolate atmosphere. 3 years after its establishment, a turning point arrived when a recently ascended foundational practitioner took notice of the marketplace, having nearly depleted his entire fortune in pursuit of his breakthrough. He set his sights on the unprotected Haishi Fengshe, contemplating its acquisition as a means to recover his losses. Just as it seemed that the Liu, Zhang, and Du families were facing imminent ruin, the three Qi refinement masters from the Liu family stepped forth, together with the 2 adept practitioners from the Zhang and Du families. They formed a formidable assembly of 5. The Liu family's trio unleashed a combined spell of remarkable potency, approaching the strength of foundational practitioners. With the aid of the second-tier formation, the 3 families successfully vanquished the aspiring foundational cultivator outside the marketplace. From that moment forth, the reputation of Haishi Fengshe soared, attracting an increasing number of visitors and heralding the gradual flourishing of the marketplace. It must be said that the Blackstone Square is indeed a legend in its own right. However, this has little relevance to Cheng Yan at present. His foremost priority is to amass spirit stones. Although he currently possesses over 1,000 spirit stones, even the most abundant resources can eventually be depleted. He cannot afford to live off his past gains indefinitely. When it comes to the fastest way to earn spirit stones in the realm of cultivation, mastering the myriad arts of alchemy is undoubtedly the most effective. In particular, the mainstream practices of alchemy, artifact forging, and talisman crafting can yield substantial rewards once one learns even a single discipline. Speaking of which, Cheng Yan has a tome titled True Insights into Alchemy tucked away in his storage bag. He has long harbored the desire to delve into the art of alchemy. Naturally, he is wary of practicing alchemy within the bustling marketplace, as the process can create considerable commotion, especially in the event of a failed attempt. Chapter 40. The Hunt for Beasts. Should Cheng Yan dare to study alchemy within the bustling market, it would be tantamount to announcing to all that he possesses a legacy of alchemical knowledge, inviting others to snatch it from him. Such reckless behavior is far beyond Cheng Yan's character. Thus, the pursuit of alchemical mastery must be postponed. Since the prospect of earning spirit stones through alchemy has proven infeasible, Cheng Yan must contemplate alternative means, such as hunting magical beasts. Hunting magical beasts is a common method for rogue cultivators to amass spirit stones. As these creatures are treasures in their own right, every part, from their skin to flesh and bones, can be sold for spirit stones. With a stroke of luck, one might even procure a beast core, which would yield substantial profit. It is worth noting that even the most basic first-tier low-grade beast cores can fetch 20 to 30 spirit stones, while a first-tier mid-grade beast core may command over 100 spirit stones. Furthermore, Cheng Yan's decision to hunt magical beasts is driven not only by the desire to acquire spirit stones, but also by the ambition to gain experience in combat. Presently, his combat experience is alarmingly scant, and slaying magical beasts would undoubtedly enhance his skills. Although hunting these creatures carries its own risks, it is significantly less treacherous than the intricate schemes and rivalries that exist among cultivators. Of course, adequate preparation is paramount, including spirit pills, talismans, and magical artifacts. Cheng Yan first visited the Zhang family's Zhangshe treasure pavilion to purchase some talismans, as the Zhang family is renowned for their mastery in talisman crafting. He acquired 2 fireball talismans and 2 speed-enhancing talismans. The fireball talisman, known for its immense power, has saved him on multiple occasions, and with only 1 remaining. Replenishment was essential. The speed talisman, an upgraded version of the swift step talisman, costs 50 spirit stones each and significantly boosts a cultivator's speed, making it an excellent choice for escape. As for defensive talismans, Cheng Yan still possesses several golden shield talismans, thus he refrained from purchasing more. In total, these few talismans cost Cheng Yan 250 spirit stones, a price reduced by 10 spirit stones thanks to the shopkeeper's generosity. Subsequently, he made his way to the Liu family shop, where their expertise lies in artifact forging. It is said that the Liu family patriarch is a first-tier upper-grade artifact master capable of crafting first-tier upper-grade magical artifacts. Cheng Yan intended to acquire a defensive artifact, as he already possessed a first-tier mid-grade flying sword and sought a shield to complement his arsenal. He spent an additional 260 spirit stones on a first-tier mid-grade shield. When it comes to pills, Cheng Yan is well-equipped, as Wu Xian, a first-tier mid-grade alchemist, left behind a collection of first-tier mid-grade pills, such as the rejuvenating spirit pill and the injury recovery pill. Observing the diminishing spirit stones within his storage bag, Cheng Yan couldn't help but lament the rapid depletion of his funds. In the span of just a year, his spirit stones have plummeted from over 3,000 to fewer than 1,000. However, recognizing the necessity and life-preserving nature of his purchases brings him solace, affirming the worth of his expenditures. With ample preparations completed, Cheng Yan set forth on his journey. After leaving the market and heading south for approximately 20 miles, one encounters a mountain range known as the Lingyun Mountains. Within this range lies a prominent peak named Lingyun Peak, which rises majestically into the clouds and serves as the destination for Cheng Yan. The Lingyun Mountains are home to a plethora of wild spiritual herbs, and the majority of the beasts within are of the first-tier intermediate level, with first-tier advanced beasts being a rare sight and first-tier top-tier beasts being virtually unheard of. This has attracted numerous wandering cultivators, either in search of rare treasures or to hunt the beasts. For Cheng Yan, such a place is perfectly suited. It poses minimal danger while providing an excellent opportunity for self-cultivation. Having mastered the art of sword control, Cheng Yan finally found himself able to fly. With his flying sword, he traversed the mere 20 miles in a quarter of an hour. Upon reaching the Lingyun Mountains, however, he dared not continue flying. Such ostentatious behavior would not only attract the attention of the beasts dwelling within, but could also draw the notice of treasure-seeking cultivators. After retracting his flying sword into his storage pouch, Cheng Yan began to walk. The periphery of the mountain range bore no spiritual entities. Any that might have existed had long been scavenged. Thus, Cheng Yan proceeded directly into the depths of the mountains. Gradually, he ventured deeper, spreading his consciousness while anxiously scanning his surroundings, fearful of any lurking dangers. It was not an overreaction on Cheng Yan's part. The mountains were indeed fraught with peril, a truth gleaned from the demise of countless cultivators. Moreover, as a novice, he could not afford to be too cautious. Suddenly, Cheng Yan's consciousness detected a low-tier deer demon approximately 100 meters ahead. The demon was grazing on the grass, utterly oblivious to Cheng Yan's slow approach. Deer demons are known for their heightened vigilance. Despite its seemingly careless munching, it would flee at the slightest rustle in the grass. Thus, Cheng Yan had to tread carefully as he inched closer. Once the deer demon was within his attack range, Cheng Yan retrieved his flying sword from his storage pouch. At that moment, the deer demon abruptly lifted its head, scanning the surroundings with suspicion. After several cautious glances to the left and right, seemingly detecting no threat, it resumed its grazing. Seizing the opportunity, Cheng Yan sprang forth, but faster still was his flying sword. As he leapt, the sword was already closing in on the deer demon. Startled by Cheng Yan's sudden appearance, the deer demon trembled and prepared to flee, but it was too late. With a deft motion, Cheng Yan directed the sword to sever the demon's two front legs. The deer demon collapsed, its hind legs thrashing helplessly. Without hesitation, Cheng Yan directed the sword to strike at the demon's neck, severing its head entirely. The demon twitched a few times before falling still. Cheng Yan approached and skillfully removed the pair of antlers, the most valuable part of the deer demon, which could fetch a handsome price of several spirit stones. As for the other matters, although some miscellaneous spirit stones could be sold, the sheer size of the deer rendered Cheng Yan's storage bag inadequate. Furthermore, the total worth of the creature amounted to only a few spirit stones, thus it was prudent to take only the most valuable parts. In preparation for the hunt of the mystical beasts, Cheng Yan had taken meticulous measures, procuring a copy of the bestiary of beasts well in advance. While he could not claim to be intimately familiar with these lower-tier beasts, he possessed knowledge regarding their varieties and the valuable attributes they held. Gazing at the deer antlers in his possession, a sense of confidence began to swell within him. To his surprise, his inaugural hunt had proven so successful, igniting in Cheng Yan an eager anticipation for the days ahead filled with the prospect of amassing spirit stones. Chapter 41. The Silver Shadow Wolf. Then Cheng Yan severed the deer's head with his flying sword, hoping to discover a demon core within. However, given that it was a low-level first-tier beast, the chances of finding a demon core were exceedingly slim, and Cheng Yan did not harbor much hope. As anticipated, he found no demon core. Subsequently, he sliced off some venison, as he intended to linger here for a considerable time. His supply of fasting pills was dwindling, and venison was a rare delicacy he could not afford to overlook. Just as Cheng Yan finished harvesting the deer meat and was preparing to depart, he suddenly sensed movement behind him. Through his spiritual awareness, he discerned that it was 9 demon wolves, silver shadow wolves. Recognizing the pure silvery hue of the wolves before him, Cheng Yan immediately identified them. The silver shadow wolf was among the more common wolf-like demon beasts in the Lingyun mountain range. However, wolf-type demon beasts typically operated in packs, rendering them particularly perilous. Before him stood a group led by a mid-tier first-level silver shadow wolf, comprising a total of 9. Apart from the leader, the rest were all low-tier first-level wolves. Cheng Yan found himself in a predicament. Gazing at the wolf pack, he could not help but mentally chastise himself. After all, he had just slain a low-tier first-level deer demon and was reveling in his triumph, forgetting that the scent of blood from the slain beast would attract other demon beasts. If it had been any other demon beast, it might not have mattered. Even a mid-tier first level would not instill fear in him. Yet, he was confronted by wolves. And a pack at that. This was indeed troublesome. Cheng Yan fixated on the wolves with a wary gaze, recalling his father's advice. When encountering wolves, one must never exhibit fear or flee, lest they perceive you as prey. Thus, he adopted a fierce demeanor, glaring intently at the pack. However, Cheng Yan had evidently misremembered. Such a tactic might have worked against a solitary wolf, but facing an entire pack, his intimidating expression was nothing but a blatant provocation. The lead wolf bared its teeth at Cheng Yan, while the other 8 spread out to encircle him. Under the leadership of the alpha, they advanced steadily toward Cheng Yan. Seeing this, Cheng Yan cautiously retreated while letting out a roar, aiming to intimidate the silver shadow wolves. Unexpectedly, the lead wolf appeared thoroughly enraged, letting out a long howl. The 8 low-tier silver shadow wolves seemed to have received a command. Their previously measured approach abruptly quickened to a full sprint, with one charging directly at Cheng Yan. As it neared, it suddenly leaped, its sharp claws poised to strike at Cheng Yan. In a flurry, Cheng Yan raised his flying sword in defense. Although the claws of the silver shadow wolf were exceedingly sharp, they paled in comparison to the power of magical artifacts. Just as he deflected the attack from the wolf before him, another silver shadow wolf leaped from behind, attempting to launch a surprise assault on him. Also armed with its razor-sharp claws, the claws of the silver shadow wolf were mere moments away from raking across Cheng Yan's body. Suddenly, a blue water shield emerged behind Cheng Yan. The claw of the silver shadow wolf scraped against the shield, leaving merely a faint scratch upon its surface, which was swiftly filled by the surrounding water, erasing all traces. With its attack thwarted, the silver shadow wolf descended helplessly from the air. However, before it could regain its footing upon landing, Cheng Yan forcefully repelled the silver shadow wolf before him. He then employed his sword control technique, directing the flying sword towards the silver shadow wolf behind him. Having just landed, the wolf was unable to evade, and Cheng Yan's sword pierced its abdomen, delivering a fatal blow. For wolves, the abdomen is their Achilles heel. Although the silver shadow wolf was no ordinary creature, it still bore this vulnerability. Had Cheng Yan's sword struck elsewhere, it would have likely inflicted only superficial wounds, failing to be lethal. Yet, this thrust into the belly resulted in the wolf's demise. The remaining silver shadow wolves, witnessing their companion dispatched in the blink of an eye, halted in their tracks, hesitant to advance further. The leader of the mid-tier silver shadow wolves, observing the trepidation of its pack, let out a chilling howl and personally led the charge. However, with one wolf missing, the once complete encirclement now had a gap. Cheng Yan, wary of confronting the pack head-on, dashed towards the opening, seeking to escape their grasp. Nevertheless, his speed paled in comparison to that of the silver shadow wolves. The name silver shadow wolf aptly described their swiftness. When they sprinted, they appeared merely as a fleeting silver blur. Realizing he could not outrun them, Cheng Yan resorted to casting a water spike spell to obstruct their pursuit, yet the agile wolves deftly evaded his attempt. As the silver shadow wolves drew perilously closer, Cheng Yan had no choice but to ascend a tree, reasoning that wolves could not climb. However, the silver shadow wolf's velocity showed no signs of abating as it reached the base of the tree. With a flash of silver, its claws severed the trunk, causing the tree to sway violently and begin to topple. Yet, this did not deter Cheng Yan. He leaped to another tree with agility. Without lingering, he sprang again to another tree, navigating the forest like a monkey. Cheng Yan believed he could use the trees for cover to elude the silver shadow wolf. Yet the creature clung to him relentlessly, akin to a stubborn adhesive. No matter how fervently Cheng Yan attempted to escape, the silver shadow wolf remained on his trail. It is well known that wolves harbor deep-seated grudges. In addition, Cheng Yan had slain one of its kin, allowing the wolf to remember his scent. Even if he fled to the ends of the earth, the wolf would be able to track him down. Thus, a relentless chase ensued, one man and one wolf, with Cheng Yan striving desperately, yet unable to shake off his pursuer. Thus, within the majestic peaks of the Lingyun mountain range, a solitary figure and a beast engaged in a relentless pursuit for nearly half an hour. This situation could not persist indefinitely, Cheng Yan mused inwardly, for the spiritual energy within him had dwindled to less than half. Yet, the silver shadow wolf exhibited no signs of fatigue. Its speed remained unwavering throughout. Should this continue, it seemed that in no more than half an hour, Cheng Yan's spiritual energy would be completely depleted. At that moment, however, Cheng Yan suddenly noticed that the several first-tier lower silver shadow wolves appeared unable to keep pace with them, having been left far behind and now obscured from view. Only the first-tier mid-level silver shadow wolf leader continued its pursuit of Cheng Yan. Chapter 42. The beastly nature of the silver shadow wolf. If it were merely a solitary intermediate silver shadow wolf of the first tier, Cheng Yan believed he could still put up a formidable fight. However, he did not halt his escape immediately, for he was unaware of how far behind the few low-level silver shadow wolves trailed them. Should he engage the silver shadow wolf leader and find himself surrounded by the others, evasion would prove exceedingly difficult. Thus, Cheng Yan continued to lead the silver shadow wolf leader through the mountainous terrain until he felt the distance between them and the low-level silver shadow wolves had widened enough to ensure they could not catch up in the immediate future. Once he sensed this, he finally came to a stop. Yet, the silver shadow wolf did not pause. With a sudden leap, it launched itself several meters into the air, baring its formidable jaws and aiming to bite Cheng Yan. Naturally, Cheng Yan would not remain passive. As he formed a hand seal, a jet of water darted towards the open maw of the silver shadow wolf. Should this water spike successfully penetrate its mouth, it could very well pierce through its body. The silver shadow wolf, sensing the potency of the water spike, twisted mid-air, altering its trajectory to narrowly evade the attack, yet it could not counterattack Cheng Yan. After its failed assault, the wolf stood beneath a tree, baring its teeth and glaring at Cheng Yan above, but refrained from launching another strike. The silver shadow wolf could afford to delay, but Cheng Yan could not. If he failed to eliminate this wolf promptly, the others would soon be upon him, presenting a dire predicament. Hence, he commanded his flying sword to charge at the silver shadow wolf. Yet, the wolf's speed was astonishingly swift, making it impossible for Cheng Yan's sword to keep pace. He exerted all his strength to manipulate the sword, but it could only match the wolf's speed at best. The silver shadow wolf recalled how one of its kin had been slain by Cheng Yan's flying sword. Thus it was keenly aware of the weapon's lethal potential. Therefore, it consistently evaded a direct confrontation, skillfully dodging the assaults of the flying sword. Suddenly, the silver shadow wolf altered its course, racing directly towards Cheng Yan, then leaping with ferocity in an attempt to pounce upon him. Cheng Yan was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Only moments ago, he had been pursuing it with his sword, and now it was charging at him. However, at that moment, as he commanded his sword, it was too late to switch to a defensive water shield technique. He had yet to attain the level of mastery that allowed him to multitask seamlessly. Yet, this did not deter Cheng Yan. He swiftly retrieved a mid-grade shield artifact from his storage pouch and raised it before him in preparation for defense. But despite his readiness, Cheng Yan felt no impact from the silver shadow wolf's attack. Just as confusion began to cloud his thoughts, he realized that the wolf had not leaped towards him at all. Instead, it had landed upon a branch and, using it as a springboard, launched itself again, this time towards Cheng Yan's flank. Puzzled, Cheng Yan wondered why the creature did not engage him directly, but instead sought to flank him. As he contemplated this, he sensed an unusual disturbance emanating from his side. Cheng Yan turned to look, astonished to see the silver shadow wolf gathering its magic. However, by the time Cheng Yan realized it, it was already too late. The wind blade had coalesced with alarming speed, and there was no time for Cheng Yan to pivot and use his artifact for defense. Fortunately, as he had halted the use of his flying sword to employ his shield for protection, he was able to conjure the water shield technique. A cerulean shield enveloped him just as the wind blade struck. Yet, the blue shield did not completely thwart the attack. The wind blade sliced through it and struck Cheng Yan directly. Thankfully, during the brief moment the water shield had provided cover, Cheng Yan had managed to evade somewhat. Nevertheless, the blade still grazed his arm, leaving a wound half an inch deep and knocking him from the tree. A sharp gasp escaped Cheng Yan as the searing pain radiated from his arm. He had no time to inspect the injury, for the silver shadow wolf lunged at him once more, its razor-sharp claws aimed at his throat. Gritting his teeth against the pain, Cheng Yan raised his shield in defense. The wolf's claws struck the shield with tremendous force, intensifying the agony in his arm and nearly causing him to lose his grip on the artifact. Despite the wolf's reputation for speed, its strength was formidable. The claws, extraordinarily sharp, left a deep scratch on the mid-grade artifact, illustrating the wolf's immense power. Had Cheng Yan failed to block that strike, he might have been severed from his own head. He felt a wave of gratitude for the shield he had purchased with such resolve, though it had cost him over 200 spirit stones. Having just recently entered the Lingyun mountain range, the shield had already saved his life multiple times, making the expenditure worthwhile. The silver shadow wolf pressed him down relentlessly, offering no opportunity for a counterattack, its claws relentlessly assaulting the shield and marring its once smooth surface with deep scratch marks. Hiding behind the shield, Cheng Yan braced himself against the onslaught, preventing the wolf from breaching his defenses. Each strike resonated with immense force, demanding every ounce of his strength to maintain his grip. With the injury on his arm, each exertion only heightened the pain, causing stars to dance before his eyes. He sensed that, with just a couple more blows, he would be unable to endure any longer. Suddenly, he recalled the flying sword he had left outside for defense against the silver shadow wolf's attacks. In an instant, his mind sparked with resolve. The sword emitted a sharp cry and soared towards the wolf. The silver shadow wolf, taken aback by Cheng Yan's tenacity despite being pinned down, had not anticipated such a counterattack. The beast, possessing limited intelligence, believed that pinning its prey meant it had extinguished any resistance. It only needed to shatter the bothersome shield to claim its meal. However, humans and demon beasts are fundamentally different. As long as Cheng Yan can still harness his spiritual energy, it signifies that he possesses the strength to resist. Yet, the demon beast, being what it is, inherently boasts superior physical attributes compared to the cultivators of humanity. Just as the flying sword approached the silver shadow wolf, the beast reacted swiftly, leaping in an attempt to evade the sword's assault. Nevertheless, the sword's speed was astonishing, and it launched its attack while the silver shadow wolf was caught off guard. Although the wolf endeavored to evade, it still sustained a wound on its hind leg, from which crimson blood flowed incessantly. Chapter 43. Repelling the silver shadow wolf. Upon witnessing the retreat of the silver shadow wolf, Cheng Yan hastily rose and retrieved a healing pill from his storage pouch, placing it into his mouth. Immediately, the medicinal properties surged into the wound on his arm, and he felt a tingling sensation as the injury began to mend. After consuming the pill, Cheng Yan was determined not to squander this fortuitous moment. Having finally inflicted damage upon the silver shadow wolf, he resolved to pursue it relentlessly, deftly maneuvering his flying sword toward the creature. The silver shadow wolf, noticing the approaching sword, was compelled to evade with all its might. However, the injury on its hind leg became a significant hindrance, diminishing its speed and making avoidance increasingly arduous. In a short span, Cheng Yan's flying sword left several more gashes upon the silver shadow wolf's body. As the creature beheld its mounting injuries, it realized that if this continued, it would surely perish, and thus, it turned to flee. Wolves, being vengeful by nature, had shown their tenacity when the silver shadow wolf had relentlessly pursued Cheng Yan for nearly an hour. Yet, despite Cheng Yan's desire to chase it down and ensure its demise, he found himself constrained by the dwindling reserves of spiritual energy within him. Should he forcefully pursue, there was a risk that he might not only fail to catch the wolf but also jeopardize his own life, which would be an unwise exchange. Consequently, he could do nothing but watch as the silver shadow wolf escaped. Though his sword fervently chased after the creature, the silver shadow wolf had grown cunning, skillfully utilizing the surrounding trees to obstruct Cheng Yan's assault. Before long, it had evaded the range of his attacks. Realizing that slaying the silver shadow wolf was no longer feasible, Cheng Yan turned to depart from the scene. Having engaged in a rather noisy confrontation, he feared that it might attract other beasts or even fellow cultivators. Given his current dire state, further conflict was ill-advised, and retreat was the most prudent course of action. Once he had distanced himself from the area, Cheng Yan sought refuge in a secluded spot. He then produced a spirit recovery pill from his storage pouch and consumed it. The Lingyun mountain range was fraught with peril, and one could not afford to be stingy with elixirs. If Cheng Yan were to rely solely on meditation to restore his spiritual energy, it would take him over an hour to fully recuperate. However, with the spirit recovery pill, he could regain his energy within a mere quarter of an hour. After this brief period, the wounds on his arm had completely healed, and he had fully refined the effects of the spirit recovery pill. Feeling the abundant spiritual energy coursing through him, Cheng Yan's apprehension finally dissipated. Indeed, hunting demonic beasts was an inherently perilous endeavor. It was no wonder that the Lingyun mountain range was heralded as a treasure-laden paradise, while simultaneously being a realm rife with danger. Having only just entered the Lingyun mountain range, Cheng Yan had already encountered such a formidable threat. This predicament could largely be attributed to his lack of experience. Unlike other cultivators who swiftly dealt with the bodies of slain beasts to collect valuable materials before hastily departing, Cheng Yan had been rather slow, contemplating the prospect of carving off a piece of meat for sustenance. He could not help but lament the challenges faced by rogue cultivators. The vast majority of them, lacking specialized skills, had no recourse but to hunt demonic beasts to earn spiritual stones. At every moment, countless monks meet their demise at the jaws of ferocious beasts. However, disciples of various sects merely need to assist their factions with minor tasks to earn spirit stones, often accompanied by various allowances and rewards. While this may not yield as much profit as slaying beasts, it is undeniably safer and more stable. The aspiration of cultivators is, after all, to attain longevity. Who would wish to risk their life if they could cultivate in peace and security? With this thought in mind, Cheng Yan's desire to learn alchemy intensified. If he could master this art, acquiring spirit stones would not only become more convenient, but also safer. Yet, the pursuit of alchemy is not as simple as it seems. Setting aside whether Cheng Yan possesses the necessary talent, the resources required for the preliminary stages of alchemical study are beyond his current means. For now, it would be wise to continue hunting ferocious beasts. He could always learn alchemy once he accumulates sufficient spirit stones. After resting for a while, Cheng Yan resumed his search for beasts. In the Lingyun mountain range, Cheng Yan found himself engaged in battle with a low-level first-tier sharpfang rat, skillfully wielding his flying sword. He unleashed a flash of sword light, causing the rat to meet a grim fate beneath his blade. Swiftly, Cheng Yan approached to collect the rat's pair of fangs before departing the scene. A month had elapsed since Cheng Yan ventured into the Lingyun Mountains. During this time, he had hunted numerous beasts, the majority being low-level first-tier creatures. The materials he gathered from them were not worth much in spirit stones. He had only managed to slay 2 mid-level first-tier beasts. The mid-tier beasts he encountered either possessed formidable strength, making them difficult to defeat, or they fled at the sight of him. Fortunately, luck favored him when he discovered a demon core within one of the mid-tier beasts. This single core alone could fetch a price of over 100 spirit stones. Additionally, during this period, Cheng Yan stumbled upon several low-grade spirit herbs, which collectively might be worth around 50 to 60 spirit stones. After a brief calculation, Cheng Yan estimated his earnings for the month to be approximately 300 spirit stones. This was with the fortunate acquisition of a demon core. Otherwise, he would have only garnered a little over 200. Nonetheless, this yield is not insignificant. It is worth noting that a bottle of first-tier mid-grade qi nourishing pills, used by cultivators in the mid-stages of qi refinement, costs around 150 spirit stones. A single bottle would suffice for Cheng Yan's cultivation for 3 to 4 months. Thus, the spirit stones he earned in this month would sustain him for over half a year. Of course, should he wish to cultivate at the 3 clans inn, this amount would be far from sufficient. Therefore, Cheng Yan resolved not to return just yet, intending to stay longer and accumulate more spirit stones. Furthermore, prior to his journey to the Lingyun Mountains, he had spent over 500 spirit stones, and he was not eager to return without recouping his investment. Suddenly, Cheng Yan's spiritual sense detected a peculiar fluctuation of spiritual energy approximately 10 zhang ahead. Previously, Cheng Yan had encountered such fluctuations of spiritual energy, which typically indicate the presence of a spiritual herb. He hurriedly approached to investigate and, indeed, discovered a spirit-gathering grass. This herb serves as the primary ingredient for the vitality elixir. Generally, a decade-old spirit-gathering grass can be utilized for alchemical purposes and is valued at approximately 30 spiritual stones. However, the specimen before him appeared to be at least 30 years old, and the vitality elixirs crafted from it would undoubtedly surpass the efficacy of ordinary ones. If taken to the market, it might fetch an impressive price of 50 spiritual stones. Chapter 44. The Withered Wood Snake. Regrettably, the effects of directly consuming spiritual herbs pale in comparison to those derived from elixirs. Otherwise, Cheng Yan would have eagerly devoured this spirit-gathering grass. Generally speaking, spiritual herbs must be refined into elixirs to unlock their full potential. When ingested directly, a cultivator may absorb less than a tenth of the herb's inherent efficacy. Nonetheless, the world is replete with wonders, and there exist certain peculiar spiritual herbs that yield extraordinary results when consumed whole. For instance, the Qingyuan fruit tree nestled within Cheng Yan's storage bag bears fruit that, when ingested, can instantly elevate a qi refining practitioner's cultivation by an entire level, a remarkable feat indeed. However, such extraordinary items are seldom referred to as spiritual herbs. Rather, they are designated as heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Clearly, The spirit gathering grass before him does not fall into this exalted category. Thus, Cheng Yan set aside his musings and prepared to collect the spirit gathering grass. As he approached, an inexplicable sensation jolted him, as if something peculiar were hurtling toward him. Instinctively, Cheng Yan drew forth his shield, enveloping himself within its protective embrace. A hissing sound emanated from the shield, accompanied by a foul, acrid odor. Hastily, he retreated to examine the shield, only to discover a gaping pit where the corrosive substance had eaten away at it. Fortunately, the shield was sufficiently thick to withstand the assault. Had it not been, Cheng Yan's physical form would have been no match for such potent corrosion. He then raised his gaze toward the source of the attack, eager to ascertain the identity of his assailant, but found nothing amiss. Cheng Yan's spiritual sense revealed merely a large tree standing solitary in the vicinity, devoid of any other presence. Nevertheless, he was certain that something lurked there. Thus, he refrained from advancing and instead continued to scrutinize the tree intently. At last, through his persistent vigilance, Cheng Yan discerned the culprit of the ambush. Coiled around the tree was a serpent, its coloration nearly indistinguishable from that of the bark. Even after attaining a significant increase in strength as a cultivator, Cheng Yan found it exceedingly difficult to detect the creature, highlighting the masterful nature of its camouflage. Were it not for his knowledge of the origin of the attack, he might have remained oblivious to its existence. It was a withered wood snake. No wonder his spiritual sense had failed to detect it. The withered wood snake derives its name from its near-identical hue to that of tree trunks. Unlike pythons, this serpent reaches a maximum length of merely 10 feet, yet it possesses an exceptionally potent venom. The withered wood snake secretes two types of venom. The first, as seen moments ago, is sprayed forth and exhibits formidable corrosive properties. Cheng Yan's shield, being a mid-tier magical artifact, had previously withstood the razor-sharp claws of a silver shadow wolf, leaving only faint imprints. Yet, the venom of the withered wood snake was capable of corroding it, a testament to its ferocity. The second type of venom is injected into an enemy's body when the serpent bites, and this venom is highly toxic. Despite the fact that this particular withered wood snake is of mid-tier status, its lethality is not to be underestimated. However, even a perfected chi-refining practitioner, if inadvertently struck by the venom of the withered wood serpent without timely intervention, would ultimately meet their demise. Moreover, the scales of the withered wood serpent possess a peculiar ability to obscure the probing of a practitioner's spiritual consciousness. This explains why Cheng Yan was unable to detect the serpent's presence. Yet, one must wonder how a withered wood serpent could be found in this location. Typically, mature spiritual herbs are surrounded by a lack of danger, for once a spiritual herb reaches maturity, it is swiftly consumed by beasts, leaving no time for other practitioners to discover it. Should a practitioner stumble upon a fully matured spiritual herb, it indicates that the herb remains undiscovered by beasts. Thus, the surrounding area is devoid of threats. It is only the unripe spiritual herbs that may be guarded by beasts, which await their maturation before consuming them. However, this particular gathering spirit grass has already matured over 30 years ago. The withered wood serpent chose to guard it instead of devouring it, which is indeed perplexing. Cheng Yan pondered for a long time, but could not arrive at a conclusion, so he decided to set the matter aside. Nevertheless, he would not relinquish this 30-year-old gathering spirit grass. The combat prowess of the withered wood serpent is not particularly formidable. Its strength lies primarily in its venom. Coupled with its remarkably camouflaged coloration, the withered wood serpent typically relies on ambushing its prey, sinking its fangs in, and injecting venom to ensure the demise of its victim. However, with Cheng Yan now aware of the serpent's location, a successful ambush was rendered impossible. Furthermore, Cheng Yan's water shield technique is the natural counter to the serpent's venom. No matter how corrosive the serpent's venom may be, could it possibly corrode water? With this thought in mind, Cheng Yan hesitated no longer. He altered his hand seals and unleashed a water spike technique, swiftly directing it towards the withered wood serpent. The water spike struck a branch, shattering it completely, yet the withered wood serpent vanished from sight. In addition to its potent venom, the serpent also possesses considerable speed, having disappeared from its original position in the blink of an eye. Had Cheng Yan not been vigilantly observing the serpent, he would have found it exceedingly difficult to track its movements again. Although the speed of the water spike technique is commendable, Cheng Yan's swiftest attack remains the flying sword. However, he was apprehensive about the possibility of his flying sword being corroded by the serpent's venom. The previous incident, where a shield artifact was corroded by the serpent, had already caused him much distress. If the flying sword were to sustain damage, it would likely consume a significant portion of his gains from the past month in repairs. Yet, it was evident that to eliminate the withered wood serpent before him, the use of the flying sword was unavoidable. Just as Cheng Yan retrieved the flying sword from his storage bag, preparing for an assault, the withered wood serpent suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing its venomous fangs, and unleashed a spray of venom. Cheng Yan hastily employed the water shield technique, which absorbed the entirety of the venom. He waved his hand to disperse the water shield, allowing the liquid to cascade to the ground, producing a hissing sound as it corroded a small pit into the earth. Such a potent corrosive ability, Cheng Yan mused inwardly. Even though the venom had already been diluted by Cheng Yan's water shield, its corrosive potency remained formidable, explaining why it could erode Cheng Yan's magical artifact. However, the poison of the withered wood serpent cannot be employed frequently. This moment presents an opportune chance. Cheng Yan deftly maneuvered his flying sword towards the withered wood serpent, which swiftly evaded his approach once more. Although the serpent was remarkably agile, Cheng Yan's sword was equally swift, slicing through the serpent's tail and nearly severing it entirely. The serpent's scales possessed the ability to obstruct divine perception, yet their defensive capabilities were not particularly robust, allowing Cheng Yan's sword to easily penetrate through the serpent's protective armor. Chapter 45. The cavern. The tail of the withered wood serpent was injured, rendering it incapable of completely shielding itself from the probing of spiritual senses. Consequently, Cheng Yan no longer needed to watch the serpent intently. He could now ascertain its location through his own spiritual awareness. The serpent emitted a mournful hiss as it unleashed another spurt of venom. Cheng Yan hastily conjured a water shield, which rendered him impervious to the serpent's toxic attack, although it did leave a small dent in the ground. When Cheng Yan dispelled the water shield, he was taken aback to find that the withered wood serpent had fled. Such is the nature of demonic beasts. Upon realizing they are outmatched, they often retreat. Yet, Cheng Yan was unwilling to let the serpent escape so easily. The withered wood serpent was a treasure trove in itself. Its venomous fangs and scales could be utilized in the crafting of magical artifacts. Notably, the scales could be fashioned into inner armor that effectively obstructed the probing of a cultivator's spiritual senses, making them highly valuable in the market. Furthermore, the serpent's gallbladder was prized for alchemical purposes or could be consumed directly to enhance one's cultivation, rendering it a rare and valuable item. A single withered wood serpent could easily fetch a price of around 100 spirit stones. However, Cheng Yan had no intention of letting the gathering spirit grass go either. He hurriedly gathered the grass before pursuing the serpent. Fortunately, due to its injuries, the serpent's speed had diminished significantly. Otherwise, it might have eluded Cheng Yan's spiritual reach while he was occupied. Cheng Yan locked onto the serpent's position and gave chase. Although the serpent's speed had decreased, it still proved challenging for Cheng Yan to close the distance. It wasn't until he employed a speed talisman that he began to gradually approach the serpent, a testament to its remarkable swiftness. Yet, such speed could not be sustained for long. Before long, the serpent's pace began to wane. Just as Cheng Yan was on the verge of catching up, he suddenly noticed that the serpent had vanished from his spiritual awareness. Hastening forward, he discovered that the location where the serpent had disappeared was a pond, behind which loomed a towering mountain crown with a thundering waterfall. The withered wood serpent had evidently slipped behind the cascade. Cheng Yan deduced this because, around the pond, only behind the waterfall did his spiritual senses fail to penetrate. With the serpent's presence eluding him, it could only be hiding behind the waterfall. Furrowing his brow, Cheng Yan was resolute in not relinquishing the 100 spirit stones. He enveloped himself in the water shield and summoned his flying sword, advancing towards the waterfall. As he drew nearer, the roar of the waterfall grew increasingly thunderous, reaching ear-splitting levels by the time he stood before it. However, upon entering the space behind the waterfall, the cacophony abruptly ceased. Behind the waterfall lay a rock face, but within its midst was a narrow passage. As Cheng Yan traversed the corridor, he detected a trace of blood, confirming that the withered wood serpent had indeed ventured inside. Yet, hesitation gripped him. The passage was shrouded in darkness and exceedingly constricted. Should any peril lie within, Cheng Yan might find himself unable to maneuver effectively. However, Cheng Yan ultimately succumbed to the allure of 100 spirit stones and ventured into the passageway. Clutched tightly in his hand was a golden shield talisman. At the slightest hint of danger, he would activate it and retreat from the passage. To his surprise, however, the journey through the passage was remarkably smooth. The passage itself was not lengthy, though it did have numerous twists and turns. After navigating several bends, Cheng Yan was suddenly greeted by a burst of light. Upon exiting the passage, he found himself in a breathtaking cavern hidden behind the waterfall. The cavern was adorned with luminescent stalactites, casting a radiant glow that illuminated the space. This illumination fostered the growth of various plants within the cave. A few modest trees sprouted from the ground, constrained in height due to the cavern's limited vertical space, which measured roughly 5 feet. Moreover, the ground was blanketed with vibrant flowers, and several bees busily collected nectar. Upon closer inspection, Cheng Yan was taken aback to discover that these bees were, in fact, spirit bees. He raised his gaze and scanned the cavern walls, where he spotted a beehive teeming with spirit bees coming and going. This was a remarkable find. Spirit bees were highly coveted among alchemists in the cultivation realm. Incorporating spirit nectar into elixirs not only enhanced the success rate of concoction, but also elevated the potency of the resulting potions above that of ordinary ones. At that moment, Cheng Yan also noticed a withered wood snake that had taken refuge in the trees. This snake preferred arboreal habitats, and to his astonishment, he discovered another withered wood snake nestled within its lair. This second snake was of a lower first-tier rank, yet it appeared close to a breakthrough into the intermediate tier. Observing this lower-tier snake, Cheng Yan finally understood why the other had refrained from consuming the gathering spirit grass immediately. It was likely meant to assist this lower-tier snake in its advancement. Meanwhile, the intermediate-tier snake, already injured and weakened from excessive blood loss during its escape, lay languishing in its nest, barely clinging to life. In contrast, the lower-tier snake fixated intently on Cheng Yan, flicking its tongue. The lower-tier snake, raising its head, suddenly opened its mouth and sprayed a stream of venom. Although its venom was less potent than that of the intermediate-tier snake, Cheng Yan dared not underestimate it. He swiftly conjured a water shield spell, successfully deflecting the venom. Subsequently, with a deft maneuver of his flying sword, he dispatched the withered wood snake in swift order. After neutralizing the threat, Cheng Yan employed his spiritual sense to scan the surroundings for any further dangers. Detecting none, he prepared to sit cross-legged and recuperate his spiritual energy. While the encounter with the snake had not required excessive effort, the repeated use of the water shield and the manipulation of the flying sword had nevertheless drained a considerable amount of his spiritual energy. In the realm of cultivation, it is imperative to maintain a reservoir of abundant spiritual energy to confront the potential dangers that may arise. As Cheng Yan settled into a meditative posture, preparing to replenish his spiritual power, he suddenly perceived that the surrounding spiritual energy was significantly more concentrated than that outside. Though it could not compare to the first-grade superior spiritual vein found in the Haishi market, nor could it rival the gathering array in the Three Clans Inn. The density of the spiritual energy in this location was sufficient to support Cheng Yan's breakthrough to the consummation of qi refinement without any difficulty. A flicker of delight ignited within Cheng Yan's heart. Could it be that there existed a spiritual vein here? With this thought, he could no longer remain idle. Abandoning his quest for rejuvenation, he rose to explore the depths of the cave. Chapter 46. The Spiritual Spring. After a meticulous investigation, Zhou Yang discovered that there was no spiritual vein in this location. The elevated concentration of spiritual energy here was due to the presence of a spiritual eye within the cave. The spiritual eye bears a resemblance to a spiritual vein, or one might say it is the precursor to a spiritual vein. If a spiritual eye undergoes human intervention or remains undisturbed for several centuries or even millennia, it may eventually transform into a brand new spiritual vein. However, few individuals endeavor to catalyze a spiritual eye into a spiritual vein, as the resources consumed are exorbitant, and the process is time-consuming. Most significantly, the outcome of such an investment of time and resources is often merely a low-grade first-tier spiritual vein. Nevertheless, the advantage of a spiritual eye lies in its mobility. Even the most inferior first-tier spiritual vein necessitates a golden core cultivator, aided by formations, to relocate it. In contrast, a spiritual eye can be easily transferred by one with foundational cultivation. Moreover, due to their common origin, spiritual veins and spiritual eyes can be superimposed. For instance, if a spiritual eye is placed atop a high-grade first-tier spiritual vein, it can elevate the spiritual energy concentration within its radius to nearly that of a second-tier spiritual vein. Thus, in the realm of cultivation, the primary utility of a spiritual eye is akin to that of a natural gathering array. After all, the number of gathering arrays that can be arranged upon a single spiritual vein is limited. However, an abundance of spiritual eyes can effectively blanket an entire spiritual vein with gathering arrays. The downside to this approach is that once a spiritual eye is utilized in such a manner, it can no longer become a spiritual vein unless it is relocated to a place devoid of spiritual veins. Unfortunately, unlike spiritual veins, which typically nurture spiritual flora, spiritual eyes seldom do. At least, Cheng Yan did not observe any such flora in the vicinity of this particular spiritual eye. Reflecting on this, Cheng Yan felt a twinge of greed. Discovering a spiritual eye was already a remarkable feat, yet he found himself yearning for additional spiritual flora. Nevertheless, he could consider establishing this location as his own cave dwelling. Although it may not rival the three clansmen, the advantage lies in the absence of expenditure on spirit stones. This arrangement could save Cheng Yan thousands of spirit stones over the course of a year, albeit at the cost of a slightly slower cultivation pace. In truth, the vast majority of loose cultivators prefer to carve out their own cave dwellings in the wilderness. Living within the market incurs substantial expenses, with accommodation alone costing nearly 1,000 spirit stones annually. Despite Cheng Yan's impressive earnings of over 300 spirit stones in just a month, alongside the gathering grass and the 2 dried wood snakes, he had amassed around 500 spirit stones. Yet, this was a stroke of good fortune. Typically, a cultivator at the 4th level of chi refinement might earn only 1 or 200 spirit stones a month, with exceptional circumstances yielding 2 to 300, totaling around 2,000 spirit stones in a year. However, it is rare for cultivators to spend an entire year solely hunting beasts for spirit stones, as they must also devote time to their cultivation. Thus, it is common for loose cultivators to establish their cave dwellings outside the market. Only when one possesses an abundance of resources or approaches a critical moment of breakthrough does one choose to cultivate within the 3 clansmen. Of course, this does not apply to certain exceptionally powerful cultivators. After all, the stronger one is, the swifter one accumulates spirit stones. Thus, the 3 clansmen often host a number of late-stage chi refinement practitioners. For Cheng Yan, establishing a cave dwelling outdoors brings an additional advantage. He can finally delve into the alchemical arts he has long yearned to master. Previously, while in the market, he feared that the noise generated by his alchemical experiments might reveal his inheritance to others. However, in this secluded location, he no longer harbors such apprehensions. Subsequently, Cheng Yan spent about 10 days thoroughly renovating the cave. He first constructed a small wooden cabin within, modest in size, primarily intended for his cultivation and rest. Next, he encircled the cabin with a fence. Given the fertile soil, it would be a pity not to cultivate something. Therefore, he planted the seeds from several spirit fruits he had previously consumed, hoping that in a few years, he might enjoy fresh spirit fruits once more. As for the small patch of blooming flowers, he chose not to disturb it, as it served as a food source for the colony of spirit bees he had tamed. These spirit bees, known as purple-winged bees, were named for their faintly purple wings. They are relatively gentle creatures with limited combat prowess, and their queen was merely a low-level 1st rank, making her easy to subdue. Regrettably, in his efforts to coax out the queen, Cheng Yan had to eliminate several spirit bees, even damaging the hive, which has yet to fully recover. After forging a blood contract with the queen, Cheng Yan successfully tamed the purple-winged bees. Eager to sample their honey, he procured some spirit honey. Although he had tasted honey before, this was his first experience with spirit honey. Upon consuming it, he found little difference from ordinary honey, save for a superior texture. However, he also discovered that direct consumption of spirit honey could enhance his cultivation, albeit minimally. Relying solely on spirit honey for cultivation would be rather extravagant. Once the cave dwelling was completed, Cheng Yan planned to return to Haishi Market. He intended to sell his belongings to exchange for spirit stones, seek out a craftsman to forge a weapon from the scales of the withered wood snake, and purchase some spiritual herbs to commence his alchemical studies. Upon exiting the cave, he made his way towards the Lingyun mountain range. After an hour, he successfully traversed the mountains. Along the way, he encountered a low-level 1st-rank monster, which provided him with a modest income of several spirit stones. Upon leaving the mountain range, Cheng Yan summoned his flying sword and, in a mere quarter of an hour, arrived at Haishi Market. After paying 3 spirit stones to the gatekeeper, he entered the marketplace. Upon returning to the Blackstone Market, Cheng Yan headed straight for the Liu family's shop. In the Blackstone Market, the Liu family was the sole proprietor of a blacksmith. Thus, if Cheng Yan wished to forge a magical artifact, he had no choice but to seek assistance from the Liu family. Upon entering the shop, he noticed several cultivators engaged in the purchase of magical items. Approaching the counter, the steward, upon noticing Cheng Yan's presence, inquired, "Esteemed friend, what might you wish to purchase?" Cheng Yan shook his head, indicating that he was not there to buy anything. "Please, follow me," the steward responded, leading Cheng Yan to a private chamber within the shop. Chapter 47. 510 spirit stones. What does the friend wish to sell? Inquired the steward once the two had taken their seats. Cheng Yan waved his hand to produce various beast materials and spiritual herbs from his storage bag. He meticulously categorized them into 2 piles, one consisting of low-grade 1st-tier beast materials, and the other containing mid-grade 1st-tier materials. Among them was a precious 30-year-old gathering spirit grass. Observing Cheng Yan effortlessly present such an array of items, the steward exhibited no surprise. To him, the offerings were rather modest. He recalled a particular cultivator in the late Qi refinement stage who had once brought a mountain of beast materials, a sight that lingered in his memory. The low-tier first-grade materials we purchase at 10 spirit stones each. How does that sound to you? The steward remarked after assessing Cheng Yan's collection. Cheng Yan nodded in agreement. Realizing that he stood to profit as many of these materials would not fetch even 10 spirit stones individually. Seeing Cheng Yan's consent, the steward continued. There are 14 low-tier first-grade materials here, totaling 140 spirit stones. The few mid-tier first-grade materials amount to 160 spirit stones. As for the 30-year-old gathering spirit grass, we will acquire it for 45 spirit stones, along with the other 5 spiritual herbs, bringing the total to 70 spirit stones. Regarding this mid-tier beast core, we will offer 140 spirit stones. In total, that sums up to 510 spirit stones. What do you think? Upon hearing the offer, Cheng Yan found it quite reasonable and nodded in approval. In that case, please wait a moment while I fetch the spirit stones for you, the steward said, preparing to rise. However, Cheng Yan halted him. Does your esteemed establishment accept custom-made magical artifacts? Indeed, our Liu family is rooted in crafting, so we certainly do. What kind of artifact are you looking to forge? The steward replied. I wish to use these scales to forge an inner armor. Would that be possible? Cheng Yan asked, producing the mid-tier scales of a withered wood snake from his storage bag. The steward displayed no surprise upon seeing the scales. He had anticipated their presence since Cheng Yan had revealed the snake's venomous fangs. The scales of the withered wood snake are indeed excellent materials for crafting inner armor, and thus, there would be no issue. However, given the rarity of the withered wood snake, utilizing its scales to create a mid-tier artifact seemed rather excessive. Would you consider forging a superior first-tier inner armor artifact instead? Cheng Yan furrowed his brow at the suggestion of a superior first-tier artifact. Naturally, he was inclined to agree. Yet he pondered how scales that were merely mid-tier would suffice for such an endeavor. If one wishes to forge a first-tier superior magical artifact, it is imperative for Cheng Yan to personally procure high-grade materials using spirit stones. However, this endeavor necessitates a significantly greater expenditure of spirit stones compared to crafting a first-tier medium-quality artifact. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan yearns for a first-tier superior artifact, as its enhancement of his capabilities would be monumental, and it could serve him well into the later stages of Qi refinement. One might ponder the cost of crafting such an exceptional item. Unbeknownst to many, our clan leader possesses an obsession for artifact creation, particularly favoring rare crafting materials. Although the withered wood snake scales are classified as first-tier medium quality, their rarity rivals that of many first-tier high-grade materials. Thus, I can assure you, I shall require only 800 spirit stones for them. 800 spirit stones? Upon hearing this price, Cheng Yan's brow furrowed even deeper. 800 spirit stones are nearly enough to purchase a finished first-tier superior artifact. However, upon reflection, the inner armor crafted from the withered wood snake scales would undoubtedly possess the ability to obscure one's divine consciousness. Artifacts with such unique capabilities typically command a premium over ordinary ones. If sold, even a price of 1,000 spirit stones would likely attract buyers. In this light, 800 spirit stones indeed seem reasonable. The steward's willingness to offer such a low price is not without his own motives. The clan leader's fervor for artifact crafting has led him to neglect his own cultivation. At over 70 years of age, he has only reached the 9th level of Qi refinement. Had he devoted his efforts to cultivation, the Liu clan might boast 4 fully realized Qi practitioners. Should he successfully forge an artifact from these withered wood snake scales, it could win him the favor of the clan leader. Of course, even at 800 spirit stones, the Liu clan shop would not suffer losses. With that settled, let us proceed with your suggestion to craft the first-tier superior artifact. And please attend to the repairs of this artifact as well. With that, Cheng Yan retrieved the shield artifact from his storage pouch. Previously damaged by the corrosive venom of the withered wood snake, neglecting its repair would diminish the artifact's efficacy. The steward assessed the artifact with a discerning eye, quickly determining its value. The repair would cost 20 spirit stones. Factoring in the purchase of materials, Cheng Yan would owe me 310 spirit stones. Cheng Yan then produced 310 spirit stones from his pouch and handed them over. The Liu clan's shop, well established in the marketplace, is known for its reliability, and thus Cheng Yan held no fear that they would abscond with his spirit stones without fulfilling their obligations. The Liu clan would never engage in such self-sabotaging behavior. Return in 5 days to retrieve your artifact, the steward remarked with a beaming smile, having received the spirit stones. This transaction represented a considerable order. from which he would earn a substantial commission, while also providing him a chance to curry favor with the clan leader. How could he not be elated? After concluding the transaction, Cheng Yan bid farewell and exited the Lu clan's shop. As he walked, he lamented the fleeting nature of spirit stones. Originally, he had returned to the market with the intention of earning spirit stones. However, instead of profit, he found himself at a loss of over 300. Nevertheless, when Cheng Yan thought of the exquisite first-tier artifact he sought, he deemed the expense worthwhile. Subsequently, Cheng Yan ventured to the makeshift stalls of wandering cultivators to procure spiritual herbs. His primary acquisitions included Huangjin, Qixin, and Lingji, as these three herbs are essential for concocting the Huangya pill. As he prepared to delve into the art of alchemy, it was only natural to begin with first-tier low-grade elixirs. The Huangya pill requires merely these three herbs, making its creation relatively uncomplicated and thus ideal for novices. Fortunately, these herbs are quite common within the realm of cultivation, readily available at many stalls run by itinerant practitioners. Moreover, they are not exorbitantly priced. The total for all three amounts to merely 10 spirit stones. Chapter 48. The Forbidden God Armor. Fortunately, the three types of spiritual herbs are relatively common in the world of cultivation, readily available at many stalls run by wandering cultivators. Moreover, these herbs are not particularly expensive, with the total cost amounting to merely 10 spirit stones. However, procuring them in this manner proves to be somewhat cumbersome. In truth, the Blackstone market is not devoid of specialized shops that sell spiritual herbs. Yet, the proprietors of such establishments are likely to be well-versed in the formula for the Huangya pill. Should Cheng Yan venture into a shop to purchase these herbs, he might arouse suspicion regarding his intent to concoct the Huangya pill. Thus, despite the added inconvenience of acquiring herbs from wandering cultivators, the safety it affords is paramount. After all, as a wandering cultivator himself, Cheng Yan could not afford to be overly careless. A moment's negligence could very well cost him his life. 5 fleeting days passed swiftly, and the time had arrived for Cheng Yan to visit the Lu family shop to collect his magical artifacts. During these days, he had been residing at the Three Families Inn, yet he dedicated a portion of each day to procuring the necessary herbs for the Huangya pill from the wandering cultivators. By the end of this period, he successfully acquired 12 sets of materials, expending a total of 120 spirit stones. Before long, Cheng Yan arrived at the Lu family shop. The steward, upon seeing Cheng Yan enter, approached with a welcoming demeanor, clearly having remembered him. He then escorted Cheng Yan to the private room where they had previously met. "You've arrived at the perfect moment. The 2 magical artifacts have just arrived," he announced, retrieving the items from his storage pouch. One was the shield that Cheng Yan had previously owned, now fully restored to its original condition, while the other was an inner armor adorned with delicate scales, presumably crafted from the hide of the withered wood serpent. Cheng Yan held the scaled armor in his hands. Examining it closely, this Forbidden God armor is composed of your withered wood serpent scales, combined with a high-grade first-tier material and several intermediate-grade first-tier materials. In addition to its ability to shield against spiritual sense detection, its defensive capabilities are remarkably formidable. Even without the infusion of spiritual energy, it can easily withstand the full force of an attack from a 5th-layer Qi refining cultivator. When fully activated, even a 7th-layer Qi refining cultivator would find it impossible to breach. The provision of the withered wood serpent scales had allowed him to establish a connection with the clan leader, filling his heart with joy as he diligently described the artifact to Cheng Yan. "The Forbidden God armor, a splendid name indeed. My gratitude is owed to you." Cheng Yan, upon hearing this introduction, felt even more pleased. Ordinarily, it would be challenging for him to utilize a high-grade first-tier magical artifact due to the exorbitant amount of spiritual energy required. Otherwise, he would have several high-grade first-tier artifacts in his storage pouch, yet he had never employed them. However, the fact that this Forbidden God armor could be worn close to the body and possessed considerable defensive capabilities even without active use of spiritual energy was a delightful surprise for Cheng Yan. "You are too kind. Our transaction is fair and square, and there is no need for thanks. I merely hope that next time you wish to purchase or sell something, you will consider our Lu family shop first. It is only natural. Having acquired the magical artifact, I shall not disturb your endeavors any further and will take my leave." Cheng Yan clasped his fists and spoke. "Very well, take care, my friend." After exiting the Lu family shop, Cheng Yan made his way towards the outskirts of the market. Upon leaving the marketplace, he summoned his flying sword and soared towards his cave dwelling. Just as Cheng Yan departed, 2 individuals emerged in pursuit. "Are you certain that he is a big catch? He is merely at the 4th level of Qi training," one of them, a practitioner of the 5th level, inquired. The other, at the 4th level, responded, Brother, I witnessed it firsthand in the Liu family shop. As soon as that young man entered, the steward of the Liu family personally approached him. What could a mere fourth-level practitioner have that warrants such attention from the steward? He must possess something valuable. Had Cheng Yan been present, he would have recognized that this was a person he encountered while procuring the magical artifact, who had recently broken through to the fourth level and was also seeking to purchase an artifact. Unexpectedly, he crossed paths with Cheng Yan during his visit. Moreover, the stewardess' personal greeting signifies a high standing within the Liu family shop, second only to the shopkeeper. Given that Cheng Yan is merely a practitioner of the fourth level, his ability to receive such a reception undoubtedly suggests he spent a considerable amount of spirit stones. Thus, the assumption that Cheng Yan is indeed a big catch was formed. "Let us pursue him," exclaimed the fifth-level practitioner, finding reason in this deduction. After all, if he is a big catch, he must not be allowed to escape. The two then utilized their magical artifacts to chase after Cheng Yan. However, after a prolonged pursuit, they could not discern his whereabouts. At that moment, the fifth-level practitioner suddenly halted. Something feels amiss. The fourth-level practitioner, about to inquire about the sudden stop, was startled by his words. Expanding his consciousness, he failed to detect any imminent danger. "What seems to be wrong, brother? Everything appears fine. We have been pursuing for so long, yet have not caught a glimpse of him. How can a mere fourth-level practitioner possess such speed? Logically, given his abilities, trailing a fourth-level practitioner should be a trivial task. Yet, they found themselves unable to close the gap, raising doubts in their minds. Brother, perhaps he is utilizing a speed-enhancing talisman. Does this not further indicate he possesses something valuable? Only someone with precious items would opt to flee hastily." The fifth-level practitioner found some merit in this reasoning, though he still sensed something was amiss. "Do not hesitate, brother. If we delay any longer, he will truly escape us. You are a practitioner of the fifth level, and we are 2 against 1. What do we have to fear from him?" urged the anxious fourth-level practitioner. "Quickly, let us continue our pursuit." Upon hearing this, the cultivator at the fifth level of Qi refinement realized that he had been excessively cautious. What significant threat could a mere fourth-level cultivator pose? Thus, he and his subordinate continued their pursuit of Cheng Yan. However, despite their relentless chase, they were unable to catch a glimpse of Cheng Yan. Unbeknownst to them, Cheng Yan had already sensed their presence long before. After exiting the marketplace, he prudently activated a swift movement talisman, hastening towards his secluded abode. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within Cheng Yan. He suspected that his dealings at the Liu family shop had drawn unwanted attention. He was convinced that someone was trailing him with malicious intent. Chapter 49. The Treasure-Seeking Brothers. Thus, Cheng Yan activated the forbidden divine armor and sought refuge in a secluded spot. In truth, he was not entirely certain whether anyone was following him. His actions were merely a precaution. As a solitary cultivator, it is prudent to exercise caution. Initially, after hiding for a while, Cheng Yan began to feel that he might have been overly sensitive, for his dealings with the Liu family had always transpired within the confines of a private room. How could he possibly be discovered? However, after much contemplation, he opted to remain concealed for a bit longer. To his surprise, he soon discerned 2 individuals pursuing him. Fortunately, aided by the forbidden divine armor, he remained undetected. Cheng Yan noted that one of the pursuers was at the 4th level of Qi refinement, though his spiritual energy appeared unstable, suggesting a recent breakthrough. Moreover, it was evident that he had excessively consumed medicinal pills, a telltale sign that such individuals typically lacked formidable strength. The other person, while Cheng Yan could not ascertain his cultivation level, demonstrated the speed of a 5th-level Qi refinement practitioner through his manipulation of a magical artifact. Cheng Yan was determined not to let them escape unscathed. Those who sought to hunt others must be prepared for retaliation. Even if he were to be outmatched, he believed he could still flee. He activated the forbidden divine armor, remaining stationary, and fortunately, this first-tier superior artifact did not deplete his spiritual energy excessively. Nevertheless, during his concealment, it consumed nearly a third of his energy. As the two approached, Cheng Yan suddenly sprang into action. Clutched in his hand was a spiritual talisman, the Fireball Talisman. Infusing his spiritual energy into the talisman, he unleashed a massive fireball that materialized before him. The fireball soared forth, striking the 5th-level Qi refinement practitioner in an instant. Since this was a surprise attack, he intended to exert his utmost power, and the Fireball Talisman was his most potent weapon. Moreover, targeting the leader first would diminish the threat posed by the 4th-level cultivator. The two assailants had believed Cheng Yan to be ahead of them, fixated on catching up, completely unaware that he lay in wait, ready to ambush. However, having reached the 5th level of Qi refinement, the practitioner possessed commendable reflexes. In the moment Cheng Yan launched his attack, the practitioner reacted swiftly, conjuring a wooden barrier to intercept the fireball. Yet, fire magic inherently counters wood magic, and the wooden barrier could not withstand the onslaught of Cheng Yan's fireball for long, resulting in its swift incineration. Consequently, bereft of any obstruction, the fireball crashed into the practitioner with tremendous force. Big brother, the fourth-level cultivator finally reacted, witnessing his brother struck by the fireball, and let out a desperate cry, coughing and gasping. As the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the figure of the fifth-level practitioner emerged, revealing himself. At this moment, he found himself in a rather precarious situation, his garments completely incinerated, leaving only a low-grade inner armor artifact visible beneath. However, the quality of this artifact was evidently lacking, as it had been utterly destroyed by Cheng Yan's fireball technique, rendering it devoid of its magical efficacy. Though the inner armor possessed defensive capabilities, it was insufficient to completely shield against Cheng Yan's fireball. The impact of the fireball was something that could not be mitigated. Thus, the Qi refining stage 5 cultivator sustained considerable injuries, with droplets of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. Naturally, Cheng Yan was unwilling to let such a prime opportunity slip away, maneuvering his flying sword to launch an attack on the individual. At that moment, however, the man had regained his composure from Cheng Yan's ambush and summoned his own flying sword to engage in a duel with Cheng Yan's, producing the clanging sounds of metal on metal. Yet, due to his injuries, he was unable to exert his full strength, causing his flying sword to gradually falter under Cheng Yan's relentless assault. Second brother, assist me. He gritted his teeth while manipulating his flying sword to fend off Cheng Yan's strikes, suddenly shouting out. Hearing his cry, the Qi refining stage for cultivator quickly reacted, hastily retrieving his own artifact to join the fray. However, his artifact was merely a low-grade flying sword. In his urgency to prevent Cheng Yan from escaping, he had no time to select a more suitable artifact and rushed to inform his elder brother of Cheng Yan's whereabouts. Together, they pursued Cheng Yan. Initially, he had believed that Cheng Yan, being merely at the Qi refining stage 4, would be easily dealt with by his elder brother alone. Little did he expect that Cheng Yan wielded such an extraordinary artifact as the Forbidden God Armor, catching both of them off guard. His elder brother had also sustained significant injuries from the ambush. With assistance at hand, the Qi refining stage 5 cultivator felt a substantial alleviation of pressure, turning the tide of the battle. Although his second brother lacked strength, he proved to be quite a nuisance. While his elder brother was fully engaged in grappling with Cheng Yan, the second brother would occasionally launch sneak attacks, greatly irritating Cheng Yan and forcing him to adopt a full defensive stance. Yet, in a prolonged defensive posture, vulnerabilities would inevitably present themselves, and the Qi refining stage for cultivator patiently awaited such an opening. In a moment of lapse, Cheng Yan inadvertently allowed him to breach his defenses and charge towards him. With no other choice, Cheng Yan deployed a water shield technique to block the impending attack. However, using the water shield meant that Cheng Yan could not simultaneously control his flying sword. Seizing this opportunity, the Qi refining stage 5 cultivator directed his flying sword to swiftly thrust towards Cheng Yan. At this juncture, Cheng Yan had no time to evade, and the defensive capabilities of the water shield seemed unlikely to withstand the assault of the flying sword. Reluctantly, Cheng Yan resorted to retrieving a golden shield talisman from his storage bag. Upon activation, a golden barrier enveloped him. The flying sword struck the shield, shattering it, yet ultimately succeeded in repelling the attack. Having intercepted the flying sword, Cheng Yan realized that he could not continue in this passive manner. If he remained on the defensive, he would inevitably face dire consequences, especially considering the finite number of talismans at his disposal. To achieve victory, he needed to alter the current predicament. In Cheng Yan's eyes, the cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement represented a pivotal opportunity. After deftly warding off the man's assault, Cheng Yan suddenly accelerated, charging toward the 4th level cultivator with fervor. Startled by Cheng Yan's direct approach, the man hurriedly manipulated his magical artifact to launch an attack. However, to his astonishment, Cheng Yan disregarded the incoming assault, allowing the artifact to strike him, producing a resonant clang akin to metal colliding. Thanks to the protective power of the divine armor, Cheng Yan absorbed the blow with resilience. The impact of the artifact merely slowed him down slightly, inflicting minimal harm. The man, seemingly confronted by a specter, stared in disbelief at Cheng Yan, who remained unscathed beneath the onslaught of his magical weapon. Chapter 50. How dare you slay my younger brother? Yet, Cheng Yan would not let his astonishment deter him. With deft control, he maneuvered his flying sword to intercept the attack aimed at him from behind. Swiftly, he retrieved a spiritual talisman from his storage bag, infusing it with his spiritual energy to activate it. Before long, several tendrils erupted from beneath the feet of the chi refinement stage for Cultivator, ensnaring him. This was a mid-grade first-tier talisman, the Binding Talisman, which Cheng Yan had previously acquired from a cultivator who sold spiritual fruits. However, due to its limited potency, it was only effective for restraining foes, which was why Cheng Yan had not employed it until now. As the tendrils wrapped around him, panic surged within the man, prompting him to struggle incessantly. Yet, the tendrils were remarkably supple. No matter how he fought, his efforts were futile, and he could only endure as the tendrils constricted tighter. Observing his younger brother ensnared, another individual sought to sever the bindings with his flying sword. Yet, Cheng Yan would not allow this, swiftly interposing his sword to thwart the attack. At this moment, Cheng Yan had already approached the entangled man. Seeing Cheng Yan draw near to his helpless brother, the other man felt a surge of urgency. He hastily produced a talisman from his storage bag, activating it to conjure a sharp wooden spike that shot towards Cheng Yan with a whoosh. He then unleashed several more talismans, seemingly without concern for resources, hurling them at Cheng Yan. These talismans, though not as formidable as a fireball talisman, were still quite powerful, including the Golden Blade Talisman and the Water Bullet Talisman. He intended to force Cheng Yan back, but Cheng Yan was resolute. In an instant, he retrieved 2 Golden Shield talismans from his bag. He activated the first, and just as the Golden Shield threatened to shatter, he activated the second. Nevertheless, he could not entirely deflect all the attacks. Fortunately, Cheng Yan possessed a shield artifact. Raising it high, he successfully blocked the final onslaught. The various magical assaults stirred up a cloud of dust, and as it settled, Cheng Yan emerged unscathed. Of course, the attacker understood that with the protection of the Golden Shield Talisman, Cheng Yan was unlikely to be easily harmed. His intention was merely to repel Cheng Yan, preventing him from intervening on behalf of his younger brother. However, before he could revel in his brief victory, he noticed Cheng Yan's flying sword hovering ominously behind his brother. In that moment, Cheng Yan seized the opportunity as the man frantically unleashed his talismans, stealthily guiding his sword to strike from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, he focused his will, and the flying sword pierced through the chest of the ensnared individual. No, younger brother. The anguished cry erupted as the man witnessed his brother fall victim to Cheng Yan's lethal strike. Yet, his desperate shout was of no avail in saving his sibling. As the tendrils receded, the lifeless body of his younger brother crumpled to the ground, devoid of breath. With eyes wide in disbelief, the man glared fiercely at Cheng Yan, roaring, "You scoundrel! How dare you slay my younger brother?" Cheng Yan observed the fury radiating from the man before him, yet he remained undaunted, merely letting out a cold laugh. "Ah, my friend, how tyrannical you are. It is you too who have pursued me relentlessly. What? Are you allowed to slay me while I am not permitted to retaliate? Humph, you may have killed my second brother, but I demand that you accompany him in death." With a thunderous roar, the man brandished his flying sword, launching an assault on Cheng Yan. He had wholly abandoned defense, focusing solely on an all-out offensive, targeting Cheng Yan's vital points with unrelenting precision, leaving Cheng Yan struggling to fend off the attacks. The clangor of metal echoed as their swords clashed in rapid succession. However, the man's reckless approach rendered Cheng Yan increasingly beleaguered. Frustrated by his inability to inflict significant harm on Cheng Yan, the man suddenly abandoned his flying sword and charged directly at him, intent on engaging in close combat. Summoning his sword back, he dashed forward, positioning himself before Cheng Yan and thrusting the sword at his heart. Cheng Yan evaded, yet the man relentlessly pursued him, unleashing a flurry of sword techniques, pressing in closely. This man was evidently a martial artist. Cheng Yan noted how the man wielded the flying sword with deftness, executing multiple sword moves within mere breaths, contemplating the implications. Typically, cultivators do not engage in close-quarters combat, as their bodies are inherently fragile. Such proximity invites peril, a domain usually reserved for body cultivators. Although this man was not a body cultivator, he had trained in martial arts during his youth, making his skills particularly effective against someone like Cheng Yan, who was unversed in martial arts. Despite Cheng Yan's best efforts to evade, he ultimately exposed a flaw in his defense. Seizing the opportunity, the man channeled his spiritual energy into the sword, launching a full-force stab at Cheng Yan. Yet, contrary to expectations, the sword did not penetrate Cheng Yan's flesh. Instead, it produced a resounding clang as it was repelled. However, the sheer force of the blow sent Cheng Yan staggering back several paces before he regained his footing. The man, stunned by his failed attack, could hardly believe his eyes. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, and even if Cheng Yan possessed a mid-tier defensive artifact, it should not have left him unscathed. Suddenly, a realization struck him, and he exclaimed in shock, You possess a high-tier artifact. Cheng Yan retorted fiercely, now that you know, I can no longer allow you to live. If he failed to eliminate this man, the news of his high-tier artifact would surely spread. Soon, it would attract not just mere Qi refinement stage 5 cultivators, but those in the later stages of Qi refinement might also be enticed. Observing that his opponent could not breach his defenses, Cheng Yan, emulating the man, discarded his own defense and charged at him without hesitation. At this moment, the seeds of retreat began to take root in the man's heart. With a first-grade superior magical artifact, Cheng Yan was an opponent he could never hope to defeat. Now, he was preoccupied with thoughts of how to preserve his own life. As for avenging his younger brother, that could wait for a more opportune moment. Thus, he cautiously defended against Cheng Yan's assaults while slowly retreating. Suddenly, he exerted his strength, deflecting Cheng Yan's flying sword, and retrieved a white pearl from his storage bag. Upon casting it into the air, it erupted in a dazzling explosion, enveloping the surroundings in a cloud of white smoke that obscured one's spiritual perception. Just as he intended to seize the opportunity to escape amidst the smoke, he was taken aback to find he could scarcely lift his legs. Upon glancing down, he discovered a vine had ensnared his feet, its presence unbeknownst to him until that very moment. Chapter 51. Caution and Prudence. The novice alchemist, it was revealed that Cheng Yan had long sensed the man's intention to flee. Seizing the opportunity when he was distracted, Cheng Yan discreetly employed a binding talisman. However, he did not immediately allow the vines to burst forth from the earth to ensnare him. Instead, he let them grow steadily underground, waiting for the moment when the man would let his guard down before ensnaring him. Upon discovering that his feet were entangled, the man attempted to slash the vines with his sword, but it was already too late. Cheng Yan had traversed through the mist, and the flying sword struck, piercing through the man's chest. The man wished to glance down at the sword that had penetrated him, but he was afforded no such opportunity. All he felt was a darkness enveloping him before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Cheng Yan hurriedly approached and retrieved his storage bag, along with the other man's as well, before swiftly departing the scene. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, he promptly consumed a rejuvenating elixir. After a quarter of an hour, Cheng Yan's spiritual energy was fully restored. This confrontation had been fraught with tension, yet ultimately without peril, all thanks to the divine restraint armor. Without it, Cheng Yan would surely have been no match for the two adversaries. This reflection led Cheng Yan to feel that the spirit stones he had expended were indeed a worthy investment. It was rather fortuitous that the man had been so eager to escape, revealing a flaw. Otherwise, it would have been no easy feat to vanquish him. Now came the time for reaping the rewards. After dispatching the two foes, Cheng Yan hurriedly made his way back to his cave, refraining from lingering too long. Having not yet examined the contents of their storage bags, he retrieved one of the bags and opened it, sending his consciousness within. Lo and behold, a treasure trove awaited him. This bounty was substantial. Within this storage bag lay over 250 spirit stones, a partially used bottle of yellow sprout pills, 2 low-grade first-tier magical artifacts, and several low-grade first-tier talismans. Additionally, there were a few low-level materials from lesser demon beasts, which he estimated could fetch over 100 spirit stones. This bag likely belonged to the cultivator at the 4th level of Qi refinement. Next, Cheng Yan opened the second storage bag, which contained even more items. There were over 360 spirit stones. Though it seemed the previous owner had carelessly discarded all of his mid-grade first-tier talismans, leaving only a few low-grade first-tier ones. Included was a mid-grade first-tier flying sword artifact, an unused bottle of Qi-nourishing pills, a jade slip, and a collection of miscellaneous low-level materials. Remarkably, Cheng Yan also discovered a yellow root within this storage bag. With the surplus of Qi ginseng and lingji he had purchased earlier, Cheng Yan was able to compile yet another batch of yellow sprout pills. Truly, the spoils of conquest come with a price. It is no wonder that so many wandering cultivators are tempted to take risks in pursuit of treasures. As Cheng Yan surveyed his newfound riches, he could not help but exclaim. The two men possessed over 600 spirit stones combined. Cheng Yan had been running low on spirit stones after crafting the divine restraint armor, and these two had replenished his dwindling supplies. He then examined the jade slip, which contained a wood attribute technique capable of cultivating to the peak of Qi refinement. After a cursory glance, he dismissed it into his storage bag. It paled in comparison to his own clear water technique. After tallying the harvest, Cheng Yan retreated to his humble wooden cabin for a much-needed slumber. Having just endured a fierce battle, he felt both physically and mentally exhausted and sought to rejuvenate himself in preparation for the upcoming study of alchemy. Upon awakening the following day, Cheng Yan retrieved the true explanation of alchemy and began to read it meticulously. This text represented a first-tier superior alchemical inheritance, containing 3 first-tier superior formulas as well as several middle and lower-tier formulas, including the Huangya Dan and Yangqi Dan. Cheng Yan decided to commence his studies with the Huangya Dan, thus he focused intently on its formula. It took him a full 3 hours to completely memorize the Huangya Dan recipe, to the point where he could recite it flawlessly. Unlike the offspring of powerful factions who might have access to dozens of materials at their disposal, Cheng Yan had only 13 pieces of material in total, compelling him to proceed with caution. He resolved to begin the alchemical process only when he felt he had fully grasped the formula. From his storage pouch, he extracted the alchemical furnace left by Wan Feng, a first-tier superior model. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he observed as flames erupted within. According to the true explanation of alchemy, the initial step in alchemy is to temper the furnace, which involves heating it. If one begins the alchemical process without properly tempering the furnace, the inadequate temperature could hinder the alchemist's control over the heat, an essential aspect of successful alchemy. After a while, sensing that the furnace had reached an adequate temperature, Cheng Yan prepared the materials for the Huangya Dan, placing them nearby for easy access. He took a Huangjian herb and placed it into the furnace, continuously channeling spiritual energy to control the flame's intensity. The temperature of the flame had to be just right. Too high, and the spiritual herbs would be incinerated, while too low would prolong the refining process, thereby dissipating the medicinal potency. This step, known as refining, aimed to eliminate impurities from the herbs and retain only their essence. Cheng Yan took a deep breath, striving to maintain a steady flow of spiritual energy into the furnace. Although he could recite the Huangya Dan formula with ease, the disparity between theory and practice was evident. It was his first attempt at alchemy without guidance, and it would be disingenuous to claim he was not anxious. As the spiritual energy surged, the Huangjian herb gradually transformed into a yellow liquid under the high temperature. Following this, he added the Qixin and Lingji herbs into the furnace in succession. Soon, 3 distinct liquids emerged within the furnace. At this juncture, Cheng Yan needed to utilize his spiritual consciousness to blend these 3 liquids in precise proportions. He carefully extracted portions from each liquid and merged them, repeating the process until he successfully created 3 new liquids. This step is referred to as the fusion of the elixir. Generally speaking, a proficient alchemist must successfully merge at least 5 new droplets of liquid during this phase. However, Cheng Yan has only managed to create 3, indicating that he had maintained an excessively low temperature during the prior refinement of the spiritual herbs, resulting in a significant loss of potency. The subsequent step involves solidifying the elixir, which poses a tremendous challenge to one's mental acuity. The alchemist must continuously envelop the 3 droplets of liquid with their consciousness, preventing any dispersion, while gradually lowering the temperature of the alchemical furnace until it cools and solidifies. As time passes, beads of sweat begin to form on Cheng Yan's forehead, not from heat, but rather due to the overexertion of his mental faculties. Nevertheless, he perseveres with gritted teeth, for the elixir is on the verge of taking shape, and he cannot afford to abandon his efforts now. Chapter 52. The success of pill condensation. As time elapsed, beads of sweat began to form on Cheng Yan's forehead, not from heat, but rather due to the overexertion of his spiritual consciousness. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and persevered. Knowing that the elixir was on the verge of completion, he could not abandon his efforts now. After a quarter of an hour, Cheng Yan finally exhaled, dispersing his spiritual awareness. Inside the alchemical furnace, 3 perfectly round pills lay quietly, indicating that the condensation had indeed succeeded. However, success in condensation did not guarantee the efficacy of the pills produced. There remained the possibility that they were worthless concoctions, much like the 3 Huangya pills he had just crafted. Cheng Yan opened the alchemical furnace and extracted the 3 pitch-black Huangya pills, which emitted a faintly acrid odor, signs of failure, as they possessed no medicinal properties and might even be toxic. The reasons for producing worthless pills are manifold, yet typically stem from issues during the refinement and fusion processes. If the impurities in the spiritual herbs were not entirely extracted during refinement, or if the proportions were not correctly controlled during fusion, the result would be substandard pills. Casting the 3 failed pills aside, Cheng Yan closed his eyes to recuperate. He aimed to restore his spiritual consciousness and energy while also reflecting on his recent alchemical endeavor to discern where he had erred, thus enabling him to amend his mistakes. After an hour, Cheng Yan's spiritual awareness was fully restored. He meticulously replayed the events of his alchemical process in his mind, firmly imprinting the mistakes he had made to avoid repeating them. By the time an hour had passed, the alchemical furnace had cooled, and Cheng Yan was ready to begin anew, step by step. Following the cooling phase, the next step was refinement. In his previous attempt, he had erred by maintaining too low a temperature during refinement, resulting in the loss of the herb's potency and ultimately yielding too few pills. This time, Cheng Yan resolved to intensify the flames, aiming for a higher temperature. However, unexpectedly, the flames surged, and a charred scent wafted forth. He had burned the spiritual herbs. Observing the incinerated herbs, Cheng Yan could not help but berate himself. He was yet to master the creation of genuine pills and was already striving to enhance the fusion rate. Indeed, a case of ambition exceeding capability. Taking several deep breaths, he suppressed his restless emotions. Once he regained his composure, he retrieved another set of Huangya pill materials from his storage pouch. Channeling his spiritual energy into the alchemical furnace, he systematically introduced the spiritual herbs. This time, Cheng Yan was wiser. He resolved to prioritize stability over ambition. Following the refinement, he proceeded to the fusion stage. Once again, he merged 3 portions of medicinal liquid, then faced the most challenging phase, condensation. Enveloping the liquid with his spiritual awareness, he gradually reduced the input of spiritual energy, allowing the temperature to decline slowly. The liquid cooled and solidified, ultimately forming 3 pills. Cheng Yan opened the furnace and withdrew the 3 pills, casting a glance before letting out a sigh. Yet again, he was met with 3 worthless pills. The endeavor of alchemy was indeed no simple task. From 3 sets of materials, he had only produced 6 utterly ineffective pills. Casting aside 3 failed pills, Cheng Yan retreated to his modest wooden cabin for a well-deserved respite. Having engaged in alchemical pursuits throughout the day, he had already exhausted his resources by crafting 2 batches of elixirs, compounded by an initial failure that had consumed yet another set of materials. Fatigued from the day's labor, he deemed it prudent to rest, ensuring he would still have ample time for cultivation later in the evening. With the remaining 10 materials, Cheng Yan resolved to produce 1 elixir each day, thus alleviating his fatigue and allowing for additional time to refine his skills or venture into the wilderness to hunt monsters. One must strike a balance. Relentless dedication to alchemy can be counterproductive. 5 days later, as was his custom, Cheng Yan sat before the alchemical furnace, eyes closed in contemplation, reflecting on the mistakes made during his previous attempts. After thorough introspection, he adeptly began the process of warming the furnace, refining, and merging the elixirs. To his astonishment, this time he successfully merged 4 distinct orbs of medicinal liquid, an unprecedented achievement during this 5-day period. Following this, he proceeded to solidify the elixirs. Through his recent studies in alchemy, Cheng Yan had observed a subtle enhancement in his spiritual awareness, likely due to the frequent utilization of his mental faculties. Typically, the only means to strengthen one's spiritual awareness is through the elevation of one's cultivation level. The higher the level, the more potent the awareness. To discover that alchemy could also bolster this aspect was a delightful surprise. As time passed, the 4 elixirs gradually took shape within the furnace. Before even opening the furnace, a faint yet enticing aroma wafted through the air, filling Cheng Yan with joy. This time, he was certain of success. Upon opening the furnace, he found, as expected, that one of the elixirs was entirely different from the others. It was no longer the dark hue of failure, but a rich brown, smoother and glossier, exuding a gentle fragrance that uplifted the spirit. The Huangya pill. At long last, he had succeeded. Over the course of 5 days, Cheng Yan had expended 7 materials to finally craft a Huangya pill, marking a significant qualitative leap in his alchemical journey. He settled down to restore his spiritual awareness and energy, eager to seize the moment and attempt another batch. Once fully rejuvenated, he ignited the furnace anew. Again, he produced 4 orbs of medicinal liquid, and shortly thereafter, the elixirs took form, 1 successful pill alongside 3 failures. Gazing at the 2 round, vibrant elixirs he had created, Cheng Yan felt a surge of satisfaction, knowing his efforts over the past few days had not been in vain. Nevertheless, he recognized that he was not yet a proficient alchemist. After all, each batch required 10 spirit stones, while a single Huangya pill could only be sold for 3. Thus, to turn a profit, he needed to achieve a success rate of at least 40%, producing 4 successful pills per batch. Yet, with his newfound ability to create elixirs, how far could he be from achieving that success rate? After depleting the remaining 5 materials, Cheng Yan successfully elevated his success rate to 20%. However, the spiritual elixirs had been completely exhausted, compelling Cheng Yan to make another trip to the Blackstone market, where he began to incessantly procure spiritual herbs from wandering cultivators. This time, Cheng Yan spared no expense, investing a substantial 200 spirit stones to acquire the materials for 20 portions of Huangya Dan. In the days that followed, He became ensnared in a relentless cycle of alchemy and cultivation. Though the days were monotonous, they were profoundly fulfilling. In the blink of an eye, 2 years elapsed. After 2 years of arduous training, Cheng Yan could now be considered a competent low-grade first-tier alchemist. His success rate for refining Huangyadan had reached 60%, and he had also mastered 2 new low-grade first-tier recipes, the blood coagulation pill and the fasting pill, both achieving a success rate of 50%. Chapter 53. What? 30 bottles. Initially, Cheng Yan intended to commence his studies on the intermediate-grade pill formulas of the first tier. However, the majority of the spiritual herbs required for the nourishing qi pill were predominantly monopolized by the Lu, Zhang, and Du families. The dissemination among independent cultivators was exceedingly scarce. After 2 entire months, Cheng Yan had only managed to gather 3 sets. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy towards the progeny of those influential families. Had he possessed the backing of a clan, he might have already attained the status of an intermediate-grade alchemist by now. Nonetheless, the most significant achievement for Cheng Yan over the past 2 years had been the breakthrough in his cultivation. 2 months prior, while refining pills, he experienced a moment of enlightenment and stumbled upon the opportunity for a breakthrough. He promptly ceased his alchemical endeavors and embarked on the path of advancement, even sacrificing the materials in his cauldron. Yet, such a meager quantity of alchemical ingredients could scarcely compare to the monumental leap in his cultivation. Ultimately, he successfully ascended to the 5th layer of qi refinement. It was only after this breakthrough that Cheng Yan's success rate in pill concoction improved. Previously, his success rate for the Huangya pill had remained at a mere 50%. Regrettably, due to his prior low cultivation level, Cheng Yan had refrained from wholesale selling his pills. He typically sold the Huangya pill in modest quantities, presenting them as remnants from his own use or as spoils acquired from other cultivators. This practice was not uncommon among independent practitioners, many of whom genuinely sold leftover or pilfered pills, while Cheng Yan's were entirely self-made. However, this method of selling was exceedingly inefficient, leading to a significant accumulation of Huangya pills, over 30 bottles, alongside a considerable stock of blood coagulation pills. Cheng Yan had produced many fasting pills, primarily using them for his own consumption due to their low market value. The Huangya pills and blood coagulation pills in his possession were worth approximately 1,500 spirit stones. Despite the abundance of pills, Cheng Yan's spirit stones had dwindled to a mere 200 for emergencies. The majority of his remaining spirit stones had been allocated towards the purchase of cultivation-related pills or spiritual herbs. Were it not for his occasional hunts of demon beasts in the Lingyun Mountains to exchange for spirit stones, he might well have found himself entirely devoid of them. Now that he had achieved the 5th layer of qi refinement, it was indeed time for Cheng Yan to sell off his surplus pills. His previous reluctance stemmed from his insufficient strength. However, with his current cultivation level, he could even barely invoke some of the techniques left by Wu Zhan. He felt unafraid even in the presence of 6th layer qi refinement cultivators. Should he encounter a 7th layer cultivator, although he might not stand a chance in combat, fleeing would pose no difficulty. The enhancement of his strength naturally imbued Cheng Yan with the courage to sell his pills. With the prowess of a 6th layer cultivator, he could be considered a mid to high tier force within the Haishi market, where late-stage qi refinement cultivators were a rarity, most of whom hailed from the 3 prominent families. Younger late-stage independent cultivators typically opted to seek opportunities in larger locales. Only a few elderly cultivators, aware of their limited potential for further advancement, reside here in a state of retirement. Among the 3 prominent families, each possesses the formulas for first-tier low-grade elixirs, such as the Huangyadan and the Ningxue Wan. These formulas are widely circulated within the realm of cultivation, and most moderately sized factions are likely to have them. Even among solitary cultivators, they occasionally surface. For instance, the only first-tier intermediate alchemist in the Haishi trading market happened upon a Huangyadan formula in his youth and discovered a latent talent for alchemy, which ultimately led him to his current status. Thus, as long as Cheng Yan can convincingly portray himself as merely capable of concocting Huangyadan, he will likely evade the attention of the 3 families. However, this is but a fade. Regardless of Cheng Yan's efforts at deception, he would inevitably draw suspicion, primarily due to his rising strength. After emerging from his cave abode, Cheng Yan proceeded directly toward the Haishi trading market. Remarkably, he encountered no demonic beasts along the way. This route was one he had traversed countless times, and the beasts had long since been eradicated by him. Upon reaching the Haishi trading market, he made a beeline for the Lu family shop. Over the past 2 years, nearly all the materials harvested from slain beasts had been sold to the Lu family, rendering Cheng Yan quite familiar with their establishment. However, This time, he was not greeted by the usual steward from the Liu family, but rather by a youthful newcomer, seemingly in his 20s or 30s, yet possessing a cultivation level of the 5th layer of qi refinement. Upon hearing Cheng Yan's intention to sell goods, he promptly ushered him into a private room. "May I inquire what you wish to sell?" Cheng Yan retrieved a collection of demonic beast materials from his storage pouch, the majority of which were first-tier intermediate materials. These were obtained after his breakthrough to the 5th layer of qi refinement during his hunts in the Lingyun Mountains. Since reaching this new level, first-tier intermediate demonic beasts have rarely posed a challenge for him. Thus, in just 2 months, he had amassed a considerable quantity of materials, while he now regarded first-tier low-grade materials with disdain. Seeing the abundance of first-tier intermediate materials presented by Cheng Yan, the young man mused that although they were both at the 5th layer of qi refinement, Cheng Yan's combat abilities were likely formidable. He considered that he himself would struggle to hunt such a large number of demonic beasts, elevating his opinion of Cheng Yan. "Esteemed friend, these materials total 538 spirit stones. I shall make an exception and offer you 540 spirit stones. What say you?" Cheng Yan contemplated briefly and deemed this offer fair, nodding in agreement. "Very well, please wait a moment while I fetch the spirit stones for you." Upon agreeing, the young man prepared to retrieve the spirit stones, but Cheng Yan called out to him, "Please hold. I have another business proposition for you." "Oh, what else do you wish to sell?" "Elixirs." "Elixirs? What kind?" "Huang Dan." Upon hearing this, the young man's expression fell slightly with disappointment. He initially believed that Cheng Yan had called him over for a significant transaction, only to discover it was merely a few elixirs. He assumed Cheng Yan was like other wandering cultivators, merely selling off a handful of leftover pills obtained from other practitioners. Nevertheless, adhering to his professional demeanor, he smiled and inquired, "May I ask how many you wish to sell?" 30 vials. "What? 30 vials?" Upon hearing the figure uttered by Cheng Yan, the man was utterly astonished. Chapter 54. Collaboration. He had spent a considerable amount of time at the Liu family's shop. Yet the maximum quantity of Huang Yadan he had ever procured from scattered cultivators was merely 3 bottles at a time. Thus, when Cheng Yan boldly proposed 30 bottles, his astonishment was palpable. "Are you jesting, my friend? 30 bottles of Huang Yadan?" Cheng Yan remained silent, merely retrieving 10 bottles of Huang Yadan from his storage bag and placing them upon the table. Witnessing such an abundance, the man ceased his inquiries, for Cheng Yan's actions unequivocally demonstrated that he was not indulging in frivolity. "I beseech your understanding, my friend, but this transaction exceeds my authority to finalize. Please allow me a moment to summon the shopkeeper for further discussions." The man offered a courteous bow, his demeanor tinged with respect. The fact that Cheng Yan could produce such a quantity of Huang Yadan suggested he was likely a renowned alchemist. The rarity of alchemists within the entire Haishifang city was underscored by the existence of only one known practitioner. "Very well," Cheng Yan replied with a nod. The man then turned and departed. Before long, footsteps echoed, and 2 individuals entered the private room. One was the young cultivator who had initially welcomed him, while the other was a familiar face, the manager who had previously attended to Cheng Yan. "Ah, it is you, my friend. I did not expect that in just 6 months. You have ascended to the rank of alchemist," the manager exclaimed. Their previous encounters had fostered a sense of familiarity, as Cheng Yan frequently sold materials from beast hunts. "Indeed, it is a pleasure to see you again. I must now address you as Manager Liu," Cheng Yan replied, recognizing the underlying motives in Liu's words. While ostensibly engaging in pleasantries, Liu was subtly probing the identity of the alchemist, Zhou Yang. Cheng Yan had no intention of concealing his identity. Even if he attempted to, it would eventually be uncovered. Yet, he would not readily admit to it either. "I owe you my gratitude. For I have heard you wish to sell Huang Yadan, 30 bottles, if I am not mistaken." Manager Liu chuckled, his delight at his recent promotion evident, a success he attributed in part to Cheng Yan. The initial transaction involving the withered wood snake scales had afforded him an introduction to the Liu family patriarch, and through diligent management, he had broken through to the 7th level of qi refinement 3 months prior, earning him the position of shopkeeper. It is worth noting that this role was highly coveted, with many late-stage qi refinement cultivators eyeing it enviously. So how could he not be pleased? "Indeed," Cheng Yan responded, producing the entirety of his Huang Yadan from his storage bag, alongside 5 bottles of blood condensation pills. However, he was cautious, ensuring that one of the bottles contained only 6 pills. "Perhaps you also concocted these blood condensation pills?" Manager Liu inquired, noticing the additional bottles. "Not at all. I acquired these from another source," Cheng Yan replied. Liu, hearing this, chuckled in response. "Another source? What could that possibly entail, if not the spoils of others?" Although it is not surprising for Cheng Yan to possess 5 bottles of blood coagulation pills, it is common for less affluent wandering cultivators to forego purchasing the more expensive Huayudan and opt for the more economical alternative. While the healing efficacy of blood coagulation pills may not compare to that of Huayudan, they are certainly preferable to having none at all. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Cheng Yan to acquire several bottles. As for the 36 bottles of Huangyadan, our shop is prepared to purchase them at 25 spirit stones per bottle, totaling 900 spirit stones. In regards to the blood coagulation pills, we offer 20 spirit stones for each bottle, although one bottle contains only 6 pills, thus priced at 12 spirit stones, making a cumulative total of 92 spirit stones. Altogether, this amounts to 992 spirit stones. What does fellow Taoist Cheng think? Manager Lu meticulously counted the pills presented by Cheng Yan and disclosed his offer. This price is quite fair, prompting Cheng Yan to forego any haggling and simply nod in agreement, indicating his acceptance. With the addition of fellow Taoist materials from demon beasts, the grand total reaches 1,532 spirit stones. Lu manager then produced a storage bag and handed it to Cheng Yan. Upon probing within, Cheng Yan confirmed the presence of exactly 1,532 spirit stones, neither more nor less. He then transferred all the spirit stones into his own storage bag and returned the one containing the stones to Manager Lu. It is worth noting that storage bags are not given away lightly. Even the smallest of them costs dozens of spirit stones, while better quality bags can demand several hundred or even over 1,000 spirit stones. With the transaction complete, Cheng Yan stood and clasped his fists in farewell, stating, "Since the exchange is concluded, I shall take my leave." "Not so fast, fellow Taoist. While your business with our Lu family has concluded, we still have further opportunities for collaboration," Manager Lu hastily interjected as Cheng Yan prepared to depart. "Oh, what business might that entail? To be direct, I will not beat around the bush. As an alchemist, you are surely aware that the spiritual herbs required for alchemy are not easily acquired, and we can supply you with these herbs in return for your assistance in refining them into pills." Manager Lu's proposition held merit. Although the spiritual herbs needed for Huangyadan are relatively common, their availability can be highly unstable. Occasionally, Zhou Yang could procure over 20 portions of materials from wandering cultivators in a month, while at other times, it may take Cheng Yan an entire month to gather merely 5 or 6 portions. What, then, would I stand to gain? Naturally. We would not expect you to work for free. Our Lu family will provide you with 20 portions of Huangyadan's materials each month. For every bottle of Huangyadan you refine, we will compensate you with 8 spirit stones as remuneration. With 20 portions of materials and a success rate of 60% in your alchemy, you could produce 12 bottles. This would yield you 96 spirit stones in a month, amounting to nearly 1,200 spirit stones over the course of a year. Furthermore, after your breakthrough to the 5th layer of qi refinement, you could refine at least 5 furnaces of Huangyadan each day, completing the process in 4 to 5 days, without hindering your own cultivation. Considering this, it certainly seems feasible. Lu, the shopkeeper, offers such generous terms that if I were to decline, it would indeed seem rather ungracious. Very well. However, since my esteemed friend has arrived unexpectedly, we find ourselves with only 10 portions of Huangyadan materials remaining in our shop, alas. This month we may have no more than these 10 portions. Lu, the shopkeeper, then produced another storage bag, within which were the 10 portions of Huangyadan materials. No matter, in light of this, I shall take my leave and strive to deliver the elixirs at the earliest opportunity. Cheng Yan accepted the storage bag and bid his farewells. Once Cheng Yan departed from Lu's establishment, the individual behind Lu spoke up, "Fourth uncle, that young man possesses alchemical skills. He may very well carry a legacy of alchemy. Perhaps we should consider." As he spoke, he made a gesture across his throat. Chapter 55, Profit Analysis. How foolish. Do you comprehend the rarity of alchemical legacies? Especially among solitary cultivators. In the entirety of Haishi Fengshi, aside from Old Li, can you name anyone else who possesses an alchemical inheritance? Moreover, Old Li toiled for 30 years, serving a foundational family, before he managed to acquire a formula for a nourishing essence pill. Otherwise, he would merely be a first-tier low-grade alchemist at present. Even if he possesses an alchemical legacy, it comprises at most a few first-tier low-grade formulas. Do we lack such resources within our family? Remember, some individuals are more valuable alive than dead. Seeing the man's actions, Manager Lu immediately scolded him for his foolishness. Yet, he seemed to realize his words were too harsh and softened his tone, saying, "Changming, I intend to pass the position of shopkeeper to you when I grow old. That is why I have brought you alongside me, hoping you would learn something. As a merchant, You must learn to be meticulous and avoid being blinded by profit. Do you realize that if we provide him with 20 portions of Huangya Dan each month, all sourced from our family's cultivation at minimal cost, no more than 5 spirit stones, if he achieves a 50% success rate in concoction, he could yield us 10 bottles of Huangya Dan monthly? Currently, Huangya Dan sells for 30 spirit stones per bottle, meaning we could generate 300 spirit stones. After deducting costs and his remuneration, we would earn 120 spirit stones monthly, totaling 1,400 spirit stones annually. This represents pure profit. Do you understand how much our shop's annual pure profit amounts to? It is just over 10,000, and with his contribution alone, we could elevate our profits by 1/10. But what if his success rate falls below 50%? Upon hearing Manager Lu's reasoning, Lu Changming acknowledged the validity of his argument. However, a new doubt arose. How could his fourth uncle be so certain of his success rate? Manager Lu, upon hearing his question, became irate and tapped Lu Changming on the head. You blockhead. Do you think I only provide him with 10 portions of spiritual herbs for no reason? Lu Changming yelped in pain, and upon hearing Manager Lu's explanation, enlightenment dawned upon him. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he eagerly sought to showcase his insight, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, I believe offering him 8 spirit stones per bottle of Huangya Dan is excessive. 5 would suffice, allowing us to earn even more. I was not mistaken in calling you a blockhead. Upon hearing Lu Changming's cleverness, Manager Lu was infuriated, puffing his cheeks and glaring, raising his hand as if to strike again. Lu Changming quickly raised his hand to shield himself. However, Manager Lu reconsidered, realizing that if he continued to hit him, he might render him utterly foolish, and thus lowered his hand. Today, I shall impart another lesson unto you. As a merchant, one must learn the art of concession. You are now a first-tier low-grade artifact craftsman. If I were to request that you forge 5 magical artifacts for me each month, providing the materials while offering you 50 spirit stones in return, would you be amenable to such a proposition? A mere 50 spirit stones, I certainly would not. Upon hearing this inquiry from Manager Lu, Lu Changming immediately grasped the underlying intent and hastily chuckled, saying, Hee, fourth uncle, do not be angry. I understand, I truly do. From now on, I shall diligently follow your lead and learn well. Manager Lu observed Lu Changming before him, feeling somewhat helpless. Lu Changming was the son of his second brother, his own nephew, and thus he had hoped to support him, teaching him the ways of commerce. Yet, it seemed he might need to guide him down a different path. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan had already returned to his cave dwelling, unaware of the exchange between the uncle and nephew. Had Cheng Yan been privy to their conversation, he would have silently expressed relief, grateful that Manager Lu was a shrewd businessman. In comparison to Cheng Yan's ethereal alchemical inheritance, it was the tangible spirit stones that held greater significance for Manager Lu. Of course, had Cheng Yan truly revealed that he possessed a first-tier high-grade alchemical inheritance, the situation would not have been so benign. Even a first-tier mid-grade alchemical inheritance would likely plunge Cheng Yan into an abyss of relentless pursuit. This is primarily due to the extreme scarcity of cultivation techniques, with most being tightly controlled by powerful factions. The Lu family's first-tier high-grade artifact crafting inheritance was acquired after decades of expenditure and extensive networking, exchanged from the Golden Blade sect. Despite this effort, the inheritance bestowed upon the Lu family was of the lowest tier, containing only the most rudimentary crafting blueprints. Nonetheless, the members of the Lu family treated these blueprints as treasured heirlooms, highlighting the immense value of such cultivation techniques. Upon returning to his dwelling, Cheng Yan did not immediately commence the concoction of the Huangya Dan, for it had ceased to pose any challenge to him. He could brew it at any moment. Instead, he sought to experiment with the crafting of Yanqi Dan. In fact, when Cheng Yan first ascended to the 5th level of qi refinement, he had intended to begin studying the Yanqi Dan. However, after his breakthrough, he was preoccupied with stabilizing his cultivation and scouring for spirit stones, leaving him with no opportunity until today, when he finally found himself at leisure. Cheng Yan then retrieved his alchemical furnace, skillfully warming it up before presenting the materials for the Yanqi Dan, the primary ingredient being the gathering spirit grass. Additionally, 4 auxiliary herbs were required. It is noteworthy that for an alchemist, each additional herb exponentially increases the complexity of the concoction. Previously, Cheng Yan had only ever crafted pills containing 3 types of herbs. He was uncertain of what the 5-herb Yanqi Dan would ultimately yield. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to calm his mind, and without further hesitation, he sequentially placed the 5 herbs into the furnace. Under the intense heat of calcination, the precious elixir gradually melted into a liquid form. Then, Cheng Yan meticulously combined the 5 portions of medicinal liquid. Ultimately, this amalgamation yielded 3 distinct elixirs, reminiscent of the early days of Cheng Yan's alchemical studies. In the end, these 3 elixirs coalesced into 3 pills. Cheng Yan, brimming with anticipation, extracted the 3 pills, only to be met with a slightly acrid scent that unmistakably signified a complete failure in his alchemical endeavor. Alas, it is indeed a first-tier mid-grade elixir. I had once believed that with my current skills in alchemy, I could at least produce a single successful pill per batch, if not several at once. Yet, it appears that my abilities still fall short. Over the past 2 years, Cheng Yan has become exceedingly proficient in the refinement of Huang Dan, Ning Shui Wan, and by Gu Dan. Otherwise, the success rate of 6 out of 10 for Huang Dan would not have been achieved. It is worth noting that this success rate rivals that of certain first-tier mid-grade alchemists. Chapter 56. Fellow cultivator, he is a heretic. I implore you to assist me in vanquishing him. Thus, Cheng Yan thought that his ascension to a first-tier mid-grade alchemist was merely a matter of course. However, after attempting to refine the elixir today, he realized the reality was far from such simplicity. The complexity of concocting a first-tier mid-grade pill surpassed that of a first-tier low-grade pill by an unfathomable magnitude, particularly in the blending of elixirs. The more spiritual herbs that were introduced, the greater the likelihood of conflicting energies, necessitating Cheng Yan to exercise an even stricter control over the proportions of the medicinal concoction. Moreover, with each additional herb, the chance of error increased proportionately. Observing that he had only 2 sets of materials left for the qi-nourishing pill, Cheng Yan opted to abandon the endeavor and instead retrieve the storage bag belonging to Manager Lu, extracting the spiritual herbs to commence the refinement of the Huangya pill. 5 days later, Cheng Yan successfully completed the refinement of all 6 bottles of Huangya pills. He then made his way to the Blackstone market, delivering the pills to Manager Lu. Upon seeing the Huangya pills crafted by Cheng Yan and noting a remarkable success rate of 60%, Manager Lu was exceedingly pleased. He lauded Cheng Yan as a rare talent in alchemy and expressed his hopes that Cheng Yan would soon attain the status of a first-tier mid-grade alchemist. Cheng Yan, however, was not easily swayed and promptly lamented to Manager Lu about the arduous nature of acquiring alchemical heritage, implying that he might never have the opportunity to rise to the rank of a first-tier mid-grade alchemist. He subtly revealed that his high success rate with the Huangya pill stemmed from his exclusive focus on this particular elixir, which naturally led to better results. After a verbal exchange, Cheng Yan received 48 spirit stones. Subsequently, Manager Lu mentioned that the clan highly valued their collaboration and intended to enhance their partnership, promising to provide Cheng Yan with more spiritual herbs in the future. Cheng Yan could not help but scoff inwardly at the notion of clan importance, recognizing it as mere pretense. They were simply eager to profit from Cheng Yan's high success rate and the potential for greater gain. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan perceived the advantage, as earning more spirit stones would allow him to cultivate peacefully in his cave abode, no longer needing to hunt for monsters. After collecting his reward, Cheng Yan departed from Lu's shop and exited the Blackstone market. Once outside, he summoned his flying sword and soared towards his cave. However, midway, he sensed a violent fluctuation of spiritual energy ahead, clearly indicative of a battle unfolding. Cheng Yan furrowed his brow, deciding it best to avoid entanglement in such troublesome affairs and prepared to circumvent the conflict. To his astonishment, one of the combatants seemed to have detected his presence, charging directly towards him while shouting, "Fellow cultivator, he is a heretic. I beseech you to aid me in slaying him." A heretic? Cheng Yan's frown deepened upon hearing this. The term heretic referred to practitioners of sinister arts, whose methods, while enabling rapid cultivation, were fundamentally self-serving and detrimental to others. For instance, the practices of siphoning yin to supplement yang, or vice versa, or even the sinister act of consuming the blood of others for cultivation, are undeniably malevolent techniques. Moreover, those who engage in such nefarious practices are characterized by their bizarre actions and malicious hearts, committing deeds that transgress the natural order. Consequently, the majority of cultivators vocally denounce these wicked practitioners, declaring that they must be eradicated. However, in truth, few are willing to engage closely with them. Cheng Yan is no exception. He finds such malevolent beings to be troublesome and prefers to avoid entanglements with them. Yet, the individual before him moved with remarkable speed, reaching Cheng Yan in just a few breaths, leaving no time for him to escape. "Friend, the wicked must be vanquished. I implore you to assist me," the man exclaimed, having swiftly approached Cheng Yan, with the malevolent practitioner closely trailing behind. Upon seeing the two standing together, the malevolent figure halted a few paces away and warned, "I advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. or you shall meet your end alongside him. This malevolent practitioner possessed a cultivation level of the 6th stage of qi refinement, while the man pursuing Cheng Yan was only at the 5th stage. Originally, he had been intent on pursuing the other man, and although he felt no fear of Cheng Yan, he was reluctant to escalate the situation and thus issued a threat. Cheng Yan, recognizing the malevolent practitioner's 6th stage cultivation, wished to avoid further entanglement and replied, "I am but a passerby and have no desire to interfere in your disputes." "Clever of you, young one. Leave swiftly, and I may spare your life," the malevolent practitioner retorted. Cheng Yan frowned slightly at the harshness of the words, reflecting that such wicked practitioners indeed possess an unpleasant manner of speaking. Nevertheless, he concluded that it was best not to linger. Just as Cheng Yan prepared to depart, the man who had been pursuing him suddenly changed his expression, realizing that, with his 5th stage cultivation, he was no match for the malevolent practitioner. He had initially thought that encountering Cheng Yan might provide assistance. However, the unexpected desire of Cheng Yan to leave left him disheartened. After a moment's contemplation, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Do not depart, my friend. This man possesses a treasure from the blood-refining sect, and it is precisely because I learned of this that I have been pursued. If you can assist me in vanquishing him, I shall gladly entrust the treasure to you." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan sighed, realizing that he could not escape now. Knowledge of the treasure would render him a target for the malevolent practitioner, regardless of his belief in the man's words. As anticipated, the malevolent practitioner's expression darkened, and he proclaimed, "Young man, you can no longer flee. But do not blame me for this predicament. You may lay the blame on him for dragging you into this mess. Please, trust me. This man has escaped from the blood-refining sect and carries a significant treasure. If you can dispatch him, that treasure shall be yours." Fearing that Cheng Yan might refuse to help, the man spoke hastily, his demeanor anxious and his tone sincere. To an unsuspecting observer, it might indeed seem as though he was genuinely willing to relinquish the treasure. However, Cheng Yan was no naive child, and he recognized that such a swift enticement to involve him could hardly indicate the man's good intentions. It is now evidently impossible for Cheng Yan to extricate himself. Neither party is willing to release him easily. The malevolent cultivator fears that once Cheng Yan departs, the news of his invaluable treasures will spread. Meanwhile, the other cultivator requires Cheng Yan's assistance. Cheng Yan finds himself in a predicament, compelled to wade through this murky situation. As for the treasures, they can be addressed after dealing with the wicked cultivator. Thus, Cheng Yan retrieves his flying sword from his storage pouch, letting it hover beside him. Upon seeing the sword, the cultivator realizes that Cheng Yan will not be leaving, and his expression brightens with joy. He then speaks, "Rest assured, my friend. As long as you assist me in vanquishing this foe, everything he possesses shall be yours. Not a single spirit stone will be withheld." Chapter 57. Ah, what audacity! Do you truly believe that 2 mere practitioners at the 5th level of qi refinement can vanquish me? Prepare to receive my attack. Before Cheng Yan could utter a word, the malevolent cultivator spoke up. With a swift motion, he began to manipulate a series of hand seals, conjuring forth a fiery serpent out of thin air. This was the fire serpent technique, a formidable fire attribute spell capable of summoning a serpent of flames. However, the fiery serpent summoned by this dark cultivator was particularly sinister in nature. Its flames glowed a ghastly crimson, exuding a malevolent aura that was disconcerting to behold. The ominous fire serpent lunged forward, baring its fangs at the cultivator. In a hurry, the latter produced a mid-grade first-tier shield artifact to fend off the serpent's assault. Yet, given that the malevolent cultivator was at the 6th level of qi refinement, the fiery serpent he commanded was not so easily repelled. Despite the advantage of the artifact, the cultivator struggled to maintain his defense, and it was evident that within a short span, his defenses would inevitably be breached. "Friend, I can barely hold on much longer. I beseech you to act swiftly." The cultivator gritted his teeth, urging Cheng Yan as he noticed the latter's inaction. Unmoved, Cheng Yan remained a spectator. While the malevolent cultivator seized the opportunity to mock, "It seems your ally is rather reluctant to assist you." Upon hearing these taunts, a flicker of malice crossed the cultivator's face, yet he persisted, "Friend, I truly am on the verge of collapse. This dark cultivator possesses the prowess of the 6th level of qi refinement. Only our combined efforts can prevail. If I perish, it is likely you shall meet a similar fate." His tone was earnest, as if he were genuinely concerned for Cheng Yan. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan remained indifferent, merely observing the cultivator as he strained to fend off the relentless attacks. Moments passed, and the cultivator fell silent, not from lack of desire to speak, but from sheer exhaustion. Having depleted his strength in defense, Cheng Yan noted several perilous moments for the cultivator, yet he refrained from intervening. the fire serpent's potency waned as it continued its assault. Recognizing that the time was ripe, Cheng Yan altered his hand seals and unleashed a water spike technique. This spell, being one of the most fundamental in the water attribute repertoire, paled in comparison to the fire serpent technique. However, given Cheng Yan's current cultivation at the 5th level of Qi refinement, the power of his water spike had significantly increased since its earlier use. Moreover, water attribute spells inherently counter fire attribute spells, and with the fire serpent's power diminishing from its continuous onslaught on the cultivator, Cheng Yan's water spike managed to dissipate the serpent entirely. The cultivator, witnessing the fire serpent's disappearance, felt an immediate sense of relief. His artifact was already riddled with cracks. With just a few more attacks, it would surely be rendered completely useless. As he gazed at his nearly ruined artifact, a flicker of resentment toward Cheng Yan stirred within him. Had Cheng Yan intervened sooner, his artifact would not have suffered such damage. However, regardless of the resentment he harbored towards Cheng Yan, he knew he had to maintain a facade, as he still required Cheng Yan's assistance. Thus, he spoke. I am grateful for your aid, my friend. Had it not been for your intervention, my life would surely have been lost here. Upon finishing his words, he feigned a look of lingering dread. Cheng Yan furrowed his brow, observing this individual with growing displeasure. How could someone be so theatrical in their speech? Meanwhile, the malevolent cultivator, knowing he was on the verge of capturing that man, was thwarted by Cheng Yan's water-piercing technique, igniting a surge of fury within him. He retrieved a flag-shaped magical artifact from his storage pouch. Upon seeing the artifact, Cheng Yan's pupils constricted in shock. It was a high-grade first-tier artifact, the Blood Spirit Flag. Before Cheng Yan could inquire about the nature of the Blood Spirit Flag, he witnessed the malevolent cultivator suddenly infuse spiritual energy into the flag, subsequently waving it vigorously. A torrent of blood erupted from the Blood Spirit Flag, coalescing into a grotesque creature. The being, humanoid in form, towered at approximately 30 feet, exuding a nauseating stench of blood. To perish beneath my blood spirit is a privilege you both should cherish. Upon summoning the blood spirit, the malevolent cultivator's expression grew frenzied, and he relentlessly wielded the flag, directing the blood spirit closer to the two men. Observing the approaching monstrosity, the cultivator beside Cheng Yan panicked, hastily drawing a flying sword and launching it at the blood spirit in an attempt to halt its advance. To his astonishment, the blood spirit did not evade. It absorbed the blow, resulting in one of its arms being severed. The dismembered limb fell to the ground, pooling into a mass of blood. Yet, before the cultivator could revel in his small victory, the blood spirit astonishingly regenerated its arm, revealing its self-repairing capabilities. Undeterred, the cultivator continued to assault the blood spirit with his sword, yet no matter the extent of the damage inflicted, the creature swiftly recovered. Seeing his attacks prove futile, the cultivator retrieved a talisman from his storage pouch, one that Cheng Yan recognized as a fireball talisman. Upon activating the talisman, a colossal fireball hurtled towards the blood spirit. This time, it successfully impeded the creature's advance, as the intense heat evaporated the blood spirit's blood. Nevertheless, the entity continued to mend itself, and once the fireball dissipated, it remained unscathed, trudging forward with heavy steps towards the two men. Cheng Yan regarded the blood spirit with growing perplexity. Despite its terrifying appearance and regenerative abilities, its speed was astonishingly sluggish. It had taken an eternity to cover a mere few paces, rendering it incapable of launching an attack on them. With such a pace, even a war of attrition would lead to the blood spirit's demise. The cultivator evidently shared this sentiment, as he persistently assaulted the blood spirit while retreating to widen the distance between them. At that moment, the malevolent cultivator across from them suddenly erupted into laughter. Surely, you do not presume that the speed of the blood spirit is merely as you have witnessed thus far. It was merely my initial attempt at wielding the blood spirit, and I was unaccustomed to its capabilities. Allow me now to reveal to you the true terror of the blood spirit. The malevolent cultivator abruptly brandished the blood spirit banner, and in an instant, the blood spirit surged forth, leaping directly before the cultivator. With its robust, bloodied arms, it swung menacingly towards him. The cultivator, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, swiftly reacted, producing a talisman from his storage pouch. It was a first-tier mid-grade talisman, renowned for its formidable defensive capabilities, the Golden Shield Talisman. Chapter 58. The Blood Spirit Banner. The blood spirit's fist crashed against the golden shield, shattering it with a resounding impact. However, it allowed the practitioner to escape. This blood spirit seemed to possess the strength of a 6th-level Qi practitioner. Cheng Yan observed the scene before him, contemplating that if it were only this, it would not be insurmountable. After the practitioner deflected the blood spirit's assault, he noticed Cheng Yan standing idly by, refusing to intervene while he continued to be battered. Frustration welled within him, and he charged toward Cheng Yan, evidently attempting to divert the danger. Reluctantly, Cheng Yan was compelled to intervene and assist in thwarting the blood spirit. Naturally, he could not unleash his full power. Instead, he persistently harassed the blood spirit with his flying sword, ensuring that the practitioner would not descend into utter despair. Although Cheng Yan was incensed that the man had dragged him into this predicament, he did not wish for him to perish so easily, not at this moment, at least. After all, the 6th-level evil cultivator was formidable, and dealing with him alone would prove quite troublesome. Keeping him alive would allow him to contribute to their survival. As the two engaged with the blood spirit, no one noticed the increasingly frenzied demeanor of the evil cultivator. Indeed, while the blood spirit banner wielded tremendous power, it bore a significant drawback. Prolonged use would lead the wielder to lose their sanity, becoming bloodthirsty and deranged. However, for these evil cultivators, this was hardly a concern. Each of them held countless lives in their hands. Even without the blood spirit banner side effects, they were inherently bloodthirsty. In the midst of his struggle with the blood spirit, Cheng Yan gradually sensed something amiss. Originally, the blood spirit's target had been the other practitioner, yet gradually, its attacks began to become indiscriminate, occasionally targeting Cheng Yan himself. "Friend, if you do not exert yourself fully, we shall both perish here." A fist from the blood spirit struck the practitioner once more, and another golden shield materialized, absorbing the onslaught. Feeling nearly 1/3 of his spiritual energy depleted, he thought that if this continued, he would surely die here. After speaking, he hastily produced a stack of spiritual talismans from his storage bag, signaling his willingness to commit fully. Seeing the talismans he produced, Cheng Yan mused on the man's wealth. He had already witnessed him depleting 5 golden shield talismans during their earlier tussle with the blood spirit. Now, he presented such an array of talismans, all of which were mid-grade first-tier talismans. In response, Cheng Yan retrieved a small stack of talismans from his own storage bag. Though his quantity was lesser and quality inferior, he did notice that among the talismans in the man's possession, several were fireball talismans. Both practitioners activated their talismans simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of spells of varying colors toward the blood spirit. Observing this, the evil cultivator quickly waved the blood spirit banner, conjuring a blood-red shield before the blood spirit. The spells collided with the crimson shield, creating thunderous reverberations. While the defensive capabilities of the blood-red shield were commendable, it struggled to withstand the onslaught of such numerous spells. In the brief span of a few breaths, the crimson shield shattered with a resounding crash. Numerous spells struck the blood spirit, rendering it incapable of recuperation. Clearly, the intensity of the assault had exceeded the blood spirit's self-repair capabilities. Observing this, the cultivator gritted his teeth and retrieved several talismans from his storage pouch, evidently intent on seizing the opportunity to annihilate the blood spirit entirely. Cheng Yan, noticing that he produced several mid-tier first-grade talismans, could not help but feel a jolt of surprise. Who was this individual? So affluent that the mere talismans he cast away were worth several hundred spirit stones? The nefarious cultivator, upon witnessing yet another barrage of spells, felt a surge of anxiety. Though his blood spirit possessed formidable self-repair abilities, it was not without its limits. The recent pace of recovery had already begun to falter, and should a subsequent attack ensue, the blood spirit would surely succumb. Regrettably, talismans could only be utilized on oneself. Otherwise, he would have readily dispatched a few defensive talismans to the blood spirit. Nevertheless, the malevolent cultivator was resolute in preventing Cheng Yan and the others from obliterating the blood spirit. With a fierce determination, his expression hardened as he bit down on his tongue, and soon after, his complexion turned ashen. He forced forth a surge of vital blood, spraying it upon the blood spirit banner. The blood spirit banner, sensing the vital essence, began to resonate with joyous cries, trembling with newfound vigor. The blood spirit's recovery rate surged, and its previous injuries were mended in an instant. With a powerful swing, the blood spirit obliterated all incoming spells, sacrificing one of its arms in the process, only to have it regrow in the blink of an eye. After dispatching all spells, the blood spirit would not relent against those who had hurled talismans at it, leaping ferociously into the fray. This time, it moved with even greater swiftness, appearing directly before the cultivator in an instant. The cultivator had no time to evade, yet it seemed his talismans were inexhaustible as he produced a golden shield talisman. The blood spirit's fist collided with the golden shield, which shattered instantaneously. Nonetheless, the punch was not entirely thwarted, striking the cultivator with tremendous force, sending him flying through the air, where he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, The golden shield talisman had absorbed most of the damage, although injured. His life remained intact. After sending the cultivator sprawling, the nefarious cultivator set his sights on Cheng Yan. Fortunately, Cheng Yan had anticipated this and deftly dodged the blood spirit's blow. The fist whizzed past him, the gust of wind generated by its passage stinging Cheng Yan, a testament to its incredible power. Seizing the moment, he activated a binding talisman, having found it exceedingly useful despite its modest power. Cheng Yan had acquired several after his initial use. Fearing that a single binding talisman would not be sufficient to restrain the blood spirit, he reluctantly employed 2 more, ensnaring the blood spirit with 3 tendrils. However, the binding talisman was merely a mid-tier first-grade talisman. Perhaps a cultivator at the 5th level of chi refinement could hold it for a while. However, in the face of the blood spirit, which possessed power surpassing that of an ordinary 6th-level chi practitioner, such measures proved insufficient. It was merely a matter of moments before the spirit broke free from its confines. Yet, for Cheng Yan, that fleeting interval was more than adequate. At this juncture, behind the blood spirit, the practitioner had risen to his feet, wielding a spiritual talisman that emanated an aura of terrifying might, declaring to all that it was a top-tier first-grade talisman. With his face contorted in fury, he fervently channeled his spiritual energy into the talisman. Cheng Yan, having discerned the unfolding situation, had opted to ensnare the blood spirit with a binding talisman. As the talisman was activated, a colossal fireball materialized, its size several times that of a standard fireball talisman, dwarfing even the 3-meter-tall blood spirit. Chapter 59. The Diamond Talisman and the Thunderfire Pearl. Upon the formation of the fireball, it surged forth with great velocity, striking the blood spirit in an instant. The fireball erupted with a resounding explosion, scattering flames that incinerated the surrounding trees. This was a first-grade superior spiritual talisman, the Explosive Flame Talisman, an advanced version of the Fireball Talisman, wielding immense power. Once the explosion subsided, there remained no trace of the blood spirit, not even a puddle of blood, all consumed by the searing heat of the flames. The malevolent cultivator, bereft of his blood spirit, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. He had just forcibly enhanced the blood spirit's strength using his own essence blood, and now, with its annihilation, he felt the repercussions upon himself. Observing the cultivator's injury, Cheng Yan seized the opportunity. His flying sword shot forth like an arrow, aimed directly at the malevolent cultivator. Noticing this, the cultivator hastily produced a mid-grade first-tier shield talisman for defense. The flying sword struck the shield with a resounding clang, but failed to inflict any harm upon him. At that moment, another cultivator arrived, extracting several spiritual talismans from his storage pouch and hurling them at the malevolent cultivator. Cheng Yan, witnessing this display, felt a mix of astonishment and trepidation. Who was this young master, to so freely expend talismans as if they were mere trifles? In the course of this confrontation, he had already utilized talismans worth thousands of spiritual stones, and yet, he still had more in reserve. Hasten to vanquish him. I am nearly out of spiritual energy. As Cheng Yan pondered, he suddenly received a telepathic message, and it dawned upon him. Although the malevolent cultivator had relied on the shield for defense, it could only guard against attacks from one side. With the other cultivator persistently assaulting him with talismans, Cheng Yan could maneuver his flying sword to strike from behind. Stealthily, Cheng Yan guided his flying sword to conceal itself behind the malevolent cultivator, refraining from attacking in haste. He awaited the perfect opportunity, a chance to deliver a decisive blow. Suddenly, a spike of earth erupted beneath the cultivator's feet, circumventing the shield and striking him directly. Left with no choice, the malevolent cultivator deployed a defensive talisman. Seeing this, Cheng Yan's eyes brightened. Now was the moment. The flying sword pierced forth in an instant, and before the cultivator could react, his heart was pierced through. The shield, deprived of the cultivator's spiritual energy, shattered instantaneously under the assault of the other cultivator's talismans. Subsequently, a barrage of spells descended upon the malevolent cultivator, reducing him to a mangled mess, utterly lifeless. Yet, the other cultivator showed no signs of restraint. He unleashed 2 more talismans until the malevolent's remains were pulverized. Muttering incantations, "Dare to strike me? Humph. I, Zhang Shixiang, have never suffered such grievous wounds since childhood. Do not assume that death concludes our conflict. I shall ensure you are left with nothing but fragments." Once the malevolent cultivator was thoroughly obliterated, Zhang Shixiang took a deep breath, calming his tumultuous emotions. He then turned to Cheng Yan with a smile. "I thank you, my friend, for your assistance. Had it not been for your support, I would not have triumphed over this malevolent being today. Rest assured, I stand by my previous words. Although the malevolent's body is no more, His storage pouch surely remains. Feel free to claim it. Then I am truly grateful. The malevolent cultivator possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi refinement. He undoubtedly had numerous valuable possessions, including the treasures from the so-called blood refining sect, which Cheng Yan was not inclined to overlook. However, at the very moment Cheng Yan turned, a smirk emerged on Zhang Shixiang's face. He then produced a bead and hurled it towards Cheng Yan. The bead erupted with a violent explosion, its power rivaling that of a first-tier superior explosive talisman. A mere Qi refinement 5th layer loose cultivator dying beneath the Thunderfire Pearl would indeed be a stroke of fortune, Zhang Shixiang remarked derisively, observing the sight of the explosion. Yet, as the dust began to settle, his laughter faltered. For Cheng Yan not only survived but emerged unscathed, with merely a talisman in his hand rendered inert. The diamond talisman. How could this be? You, a mere Qi refinement 5th layer loose cultivator, possess a diamond talisman. Zhang Shixiang exclaimed in astonishment, fixated on the talisman in Cheng Yan's grip. The diamond talisman is a first-tier superior defensive talisman, renowned for its exceptional protective capabilities among first-tier talismans. Such talismans are rare in the Blackstone market, predominantly held by the 3 great families. Even if some were to circulate, they would swiftly be snatched up by late-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Cheng Yan had not purchased the diamond talisman. It was a remnant left by Wu Sun. The market where Wu Sun resided was incomparable to the Blackstone market, being a bustling hub guarded by foundation establishment cultivators, far surpassing the latter in prosperity. It was no surprise that Wu Sun's storage pouch contained several diamond talismans. At this moment, Cheng Yan's expression darkened. The diamond talisman was not to be compared with the golden shield talisman. A single diamond talisman was worth several hundred spirit stones, and even in the Blackstone market, one could easily fetch 1,000 spirit stones for it. Recently, Cheng Yan had just expended 1,000 spirit stones, which understandably soured his mood. In truth, Cheng Yan had been prepared for defense from the outset. He had never placed his trust in Zhang Shixiang. Witnessing the latter produce such an array of talismans, including a first-tier superior talisman, indicated a considerable fortune. He suspected there were other hidden cards up Zhang Shixiang's sleeve, compelling Cheng Yan to exercise caution. Thus, he had chosen to feign trust momentarily, allowing for adaptability. Just as Cheng Yan anticipated, his adversary still possessed a Thunderfire Pearl. The Thunderfire Pearl, a first-tier superior magical artifact, was unique in that it was a consumable item. Upon activation, it would unleash a tremendous explosion after a brief delay. Even a cultivator at the 9th layer of Qi refinement could sustain injuries if caught off guard. Fortunately, Cheng Yan had refrained from exposing Zhang Shixiang's intentions, or else the latter would certainly have hesitated to employ such a tactic. If the opponent were to conceal the Thunderfire Pearl, they could first employ a talisman to disturb Cheng Yan, compelling him to activate his protective talismans. Then, seizing the opportunity after Cheng Yan had exhausted his talismans, the opponent could unleash the Thunderfire Pearl, much like Cheng Yan had ambushed the evil cultivator. In such a scenario, Cheng Yan would be utterly unable to utilize the diamond talisman in time. Under the overwhelming might of the Thunderfire Pearl, even if Cheng Yan possessed 10 lives, it would not suffice to save him. It is no wonder that the opponent, emboldened by such a trump card, recklessly cast talismans without regard for their spiritual energy consumption, dismissing Cheng Yan as inconsequential. Upon witnessing Cheng Yan emerge unscathed beneath the Thunderfire Pearl, Zhang Shixiang began to feel a sense of unease. How could he possibly fathom that a mere 5th-tier Qi refining cultivator could possess such a precious diamond talisman? Chapter 60. The Gathering Spirit Pearl. It is worth noting that within the Blackstone market, even some cultivators at the 7th level of Qi refinement are not guaranteed to possess a diamond talisman. Although he still had other trump cards, he initially resorted to frantically using mid-grade first-tier spiritual talismans against the blood spirit, followed by activating a high-grade first-tier talisman. Now, with the Thunderfire Pearl summoned, the remaining spiritual energy within him could no longer support the activation of his remaining trump cards. Friend, your methods are indeed impressive, even bringing forth a Thunderfire Pearl. He scoffed. Do not presume that simply blocking my Thunderfire Pearl will spare you. How many diamond talismans can you truly possess? Perhaps just this one? Yet, I can produce one high-grade first-tier talisman and summon a second. Upon saying this, Zhang Shixiang retrieved another explosive flame talisman from his storage pouch, but then swiftly shifted his tone. However, if you obediently hand over that wicked cultivator's storage to me, I might show mercy and spare your life. Cheng Yan's pupils constricted as he observed Zhang Shixiang producing another explosive flame talisman. Yet, he soon discerned that the opponent's spiritual energy was nearly depleted and smiled. You certainly possess considerable wealth, friend, to so casually produce high-grade first-tier talismans. But I wonder, how much spiritual energy do you have left to activate these talismans? Upon hearing Cheng Yan's words, Zhang Shixiang's expression changed. He had intended to intimidate Cheng Yan with the explosive flame talisman, only to be met with the realization of his own predicament. Although my remaining spiritual energy is scant, dealing with you remains an effortless task. With that, he maneuvered his flying sword toward Zhou Yong, prompting Cheng Yan to swiftly counter with his own flying sword. Unexpectedly, Zhang Shixiang abandoned his sword, seizing the opportunity to escape while Cheng Yan was momentarily distracted. However, Cheng Yan was not one to let him flee easily. His sword struck Zhang Shixiang's flying sword, sending it careening away before pursuing him directly. In his flight, Zhang Shixiang activated a speed talisman, increasing his velocity dramatically. Observing this, Cheng Yan promptly did the same. Yet, due to his excessive consumption of energy, Zhang Shixiang could not match his peak speed. Cheng Yan, with just over half of his spiritual energy intact, soon caught up to Zhang Shixiang. I am a member of the Zhang family. My father is an elder of the Zhang clan, fully realized in Qi refinement. If you dare to kill me, you will face relentless pursuit from my family, Zhang Shixiang threatened as he realized escape was futile. Zhang family. Cheng Yan frowned at the revelation of Zhang Shixiang's identity, yet did not slow his pace. It was no wonder he could produce so many talismans. After all, he hailed from the Zhang family, known for their talismanic prowess. However, the status of the Zhang family could not save Zhang Shixiang's life. The flying sword surged forward, piercing through Zhang Shixiang's chest, who could muster no defensive measures due to his dwindling energy. After slaying Zhang Shixiang with a single thrust of his sword, Cheng Yan collected his storage pouch and subsequently summoned a fireball talisman to reduce Zhang Shixiang's body to ashes. Upon witnessing the charred remains of Zhang Shixiang being carried away by the wind, Cheng Yan finally felt a sense of relief. He hastily returned to the previous location, having been unable to retrieve the storage bag of the malevolent cultivator in his pursuit of Zhang Shixiang. Fortunately, all items remained undisturbed, and Cheng Yan was still preoccupied with the so-called precious treasure mentioned by Zhang Shixiang. After securing the storage bag of the wicked cultivator, he soared towards his cave dwelling. Once back in the cave, Cheng Yan eagerly opened the storage bag. Inside, he discovered a wealth of resources, including over 1,500 spirit stones. Additionally, there were 3 magical artifacts, a high-grade first-tier blood spirit flag, a mid-grade first-tier flying sword, and a mid-grade first-tier shield. There were also 2 bottles of Qi nourishing pills along with various other miscellaneous potions. However, the talismans were few, and he did not find any high-grade first-tier talismans. Moreover, there were 2 jade slips, both of which were of no use to him. One slip contained the method for crafting the blood spirit flag, which Cheng Yan found impractical as he was not a craftsman. The method was exceedingly cruel, requiring a copious amount of blood, while the blood of beasts could suffice. It specified that the blood of human cultivators was preferable. The other jade slip contained a cultivation technique that could advance to the early foundation establishment stage. Yet it was a sinister method primarily focused on blood consumption to enhance one's cultivation. Cheng Yan considered himself not entirely virtuous, yet he could not bring himself to practice such a malevolent technique. Sighing at the 2 jade slips in his hand, Cheng Yan realized they were not only useless to him, but could not even be exchanged for spirit stones. Should he dare to present these slips in front of others, he might be regarded as a malevolent cultivator. Thus, he decided to destroy the technique. However, he chose to retain the crafting method of the blood spirit flag. Although the optimal crafting required human blood, the blood of beasts could also serve, and it might prove useful in the future. After all, it was the blueprint for a high-grade first-tier artifact, and discarding it seemed a waste. As for the precious treasure spoken of by Zhang Shixiang, Cheng Yan surmised that aside from the fist-sized white orb within the storage bag, there would be no other significant items. He took out the white orb and immediately felt the surrounding spiritual energy converging towards him. In an instant, a fervor ignited in his heart. Could this be a gathering spirit pearl? The gathering spirit pearl, akin to a gathering spirit array, could draw in surrounding spiritual energy to accelerate a cultivator's cultivation speed. However, its portability made it far more valuable than a mere array. Moreover, the functionality of the gathering spirit pearl extended beyond that. Cultivators could directly infuse their spiritual power into the pearl for storage, allowing them to absorb it when needed. It is known that cultivators typically have 2 methods for recovering their spiritual power. One relies solely on meditation, which is a slow process but incurs no cost. Another method involves the consumption of elixirs, which significantly reduces the time required for meditation. However, regardless of the approach, practitioners must still engage in meditation. Thus, they cannot replenish their spiritual energy during a duel. In contrast, the spirit-gathering pearl possesses the remarkable ability to facilitate this process. The spiritual energy contained within the pearl originates from the practitioner themselves, merely stored temporarily within the pearl. Consequently, the absorption of this energy encounters no obstacles, nor does it necessitate meditation for refinement, as with elixirs. This is where the true terror of the spirit-gathering pearl lies, in the midst of a confrontation. When one's spiritual energy is depleted and the opponent assumes victory, one can instantaneously restore their energy and turn the tide of battle. Chapter 61. Over half a month later for cultivators, the loss of spiritual energy equates to the loss of life itself. One need only look at Zhang Shixiang, who was effortlessly slain by Cheng Yan, to understand this truth. The spirit-gathering pearl serves as a second chance at life for a cultivator. The pearl in Cheng Yan's possession is of inferior second-tier quality. If filled with spiritual energy, it can restore a nascent soul cultivator to a state of full vitality. Such an extraordinary capability would undoubtedly entice even those at the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Only those at the late stage of foundation establishment find the restoration it offers too meager to warrant interest. With Cheng Yan's cultivation level resting at merely the 5th layer of qi refinement, it can be said that he essentially possesses an inexhaustible supply of spiritual energy. This implies that he can effortlessly employ the various techniques left behind by Wan Feng without the looming dread of depleting his energy reserves. This, undoubtedly, represents a significant enhancement to Cheng Yan's overall power. Regrettably, the spirit-gathering pearl's highest tier is limited to the inferior second tier, as the method of its crafting has long been lost to time. Moreover, the creation of the spirit-gathering pearl necessitates a rare pearl from the deep-sea giant clam, a species that has been extinct for tens of thousands of years. Even in ancient times, the number of spirit-gathering pearls was exceedingly scarce, with the highest tier reaching only the inferior 3rd tier. The deep-sea giant clam resides at the ocean's depths, and its rarity renders it nearly impossible for cultivators to capture. Thus, the highest quality pearls could only achieve the inferior 3rd tier enhancement. After countless millennia, the few remaining spirit-gathering pearls are lamentably few, with the highest quality now reduced to mere inferior 2nd tier. Had it not been for Cheng Yan's diligent study of the cultivation world in recent years, he might have failed to recognize the significance of the spirit-gathering pearl, resulting in a tragic fate of possessing such a treasure without understanding its true value. Cheng Yan placed the spirit-gathering pearl into his storage bag, mindful that such a treasure should not be displayed carelessly. He pondered the origins of the malevolent cultivator who possessed it. Could it have been stolen from the blood-refining sect, as suggested by the Zhang family cultivator? Next, Cheng Yan retrieved Zhang Shixiang's storage bag, reasoning that, as a member of the Zhang family, it would undoubtedly contain valuable items. Upon inspection, he discovered a plethora of spirit talismans, 3 superior 1st-tier talismans, 1 explosive flame talisman, and 2 indestructible talismans. Having previously used 1 explosive flame talisman, this individual possessed a remarkable total of 4. Is this what a family cultivator possesses? Despite being only at the 5th layer of qi refinement, their wealth surpasses that of many at the later stages of qi refinement. The primary reason for this affluence lies in having a prominent father, a perfected qi refinement cultivator, who is already among the elite in the vicinity of Haishi Fengshi. Apart from the superior 1st-tier talismans, the remainder are all of mid-tier 1st-class quality, with not a single inferior 1st-tier talisman in sight, alongside over 1,000 spirit stones and 3 magical artifacts. In addition to the ubiquitous flying sword and shield that nearly every cultivator possesses, there is also a mid-tier 1st-class talisman brush, several blank talisman papers, and a vial of spiritual ink. It seems this individual was indeed a talisman master, otherwise they would not possess such items. Unfortunately, Cheng Yan found no talisman inheritance within the storage bag, nor did he discover any cultivation methods. Indeed, whether it be the transmission of martial arts or the techniques of immortality, such matters hold immense significance. Aside from solitary cultivators like Cheng Yan, who else would carry such invaluable treasures? After meticulously sorting through the items, Cheng Yan settled into a meditative posture to replenish his spiritual energy. Once his energy was fully restored, he first dispersed the energy of the malevolent cultivator within the spirit-gathering pearl, subsequently infusing it with his own essence. However, given that Cheng Yan was merely at the 5th layer of qi refinement, even after pouring all his spiritual energy into the pearl, it amounted to but a mere fraction. He found himself compelled to continue meditating to recover his energy. After repeating this process thrice, Cheng Yan grew weary of the slow pace of meditation and consumed a spirit recovery pill. In a mere quarter of an hour, his energy was entirely revitalized, allowing him to infuse more into the spirit-gathering pearl. After taking 5 additional spirit recovery pills, he finally paused. Although at this point the pearl was still far from half filled with energy, it sufficed for Cheng Yan's current needs. Crucially, his supply of spirit recovery pills was dwindling, and it was prudent to retain some for emergencies. Otherwise, he might find himself in dire straits when truly in need. Next, Cheng Yan ingested a qi-nourishing pill and commenced his cultivation. Over the course of half a month, today marked the day he had arranged with the Lu family shop to collect the spiritual herbs. Thus, he summoned his flying sword and made his way to the Blackstone market. However, he found the market unusually desolate today. The streets were predominantly populated by cultivators at the 3rd and 4th layers of qi refinement, while those at the 5th and 6th layers were notably fewer. Cheng Yan felt a twinge of curiosity but did not halt his stride, resolving to inquire with manager Lu later. Upon arriving at the Lu family shop, he found Lu Changming busy at the front desk. Upon noticing Cheng Yan's arrival, he escorted him to a private room. Shortly after, manager Lu entered the chamber. "Fellow Taoist Cheng, it has been quite some time. How have you been?" Lu inquired before even taking a seat. "Thanks to your kindness, I have been faring well these past few days," Cheng Yan replied. Indeed, aside from an initial encounter with a malevolent cultivator, he had spent the remainder of his time diligently cultivating within his cave abode. With the aid of his spiritual eye and the spirit-gathering pearl, he effectively cultivated atop a spiritual vein. "This month's spiritual herbs have been procured. I petitioned my family, and we are pleased to provide you with a total of 30 portions this month," manager Lu announced, presenting a storage bag to Cheng Yan. Upon inspection, Cheng Yan's divine sense confirmed that it contained 30 portions of Huang Yadan spiritual herbs. With 30 portions of herbs, Cheng Yan could concoct 18 bottles of Huang Yadan, calculating that each bottle would yield him 8 spirit stones. Those 30 portions could potentially earn him 144 spirit stones. Although Cheng Yan was already a wealthy individual with over 3,000 spirit stones, he understood that such resources could eventually run out. Moreover, refining Huang Yadan was a straightforward task for him at present, and the ease of acquiring spirit stones was simply too enticing to overlook. "Thank you sincerely, manager Lu. However, I find myself puzzled about one matter. Might you be able to enlighten me?" Cheng Yan asked. "Oh, what is it that troubles you? Please speak freely, fellow Taoist Cheng," manager Lu replied. "Today, I ventured into the bustling market, only to find it remarkably desolate, which left me somewhat perplexed, uncertain of the cause behind this unusual occurrence." Upon hearing Cheng Yan's words, shopkeeper Lu was taken aback. In his view, such a significant event should not have escaped Cheng Yan's notice. Observing the expression on shopkeeper Lu's face, Cheng Yan proceeded to elucidate. "I have been in secluded cultivation these past few days, and thus I am indeed unaware of the happenings in the outside world." Realization dawned upon Lu, who then remarked, "While you were in seclusion, a momentous event transpired. The Tiger Howl Manor has engaged in warfare with the blood refining sect." Chapter 62. Has the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor gone to war with the blood refinement sect? Astonished, Cheng Yan pondered the news. He was familiar with the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor, a well-known foundational power in the vicinity, reputed to house no fewer than 6 foundational cultivators, with a late-stage foundational master overseeing the manor. However, this blood refinement sect was entirely new to him. In truth, it wasn't Cheng Yan's first encounter with the sect. He had previously slain a member of the blood refinement sect, but had little understanding of its nature. It was reasonable for a fellow cultivator to be unaware of the blood refinement sect, as it was an evil sect, notorious within the cultivation world, often hunted down by others. They were adept at concealing their existence. Nevertheless, the blood refinement sect possessed formidable strength, boasting 5 foundational cultivators, with its leader being a late-stage foundational master. Overall, its might was only slightly inferior to that of the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. As the shopkeeper Lu recounted the events that transpired during Cheng Yan's days of cultivation, Cheng Yan began to grasp the gravity of the situation. It turned out that the leader of the blood refinement sect, in a desperate bid to achieve perfection in foundational cultivation, had resorted to sacrificing disciples from the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor for his own advancement, resulting in the brutal slaying of numerous elite disciples from the manor. Ultimately, the leader's actions were discovered by the manor's master. In response, the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor dispatched 3 foundational cultivators, with even the late-stage master personally joining the fray to besiege the leader of the blood refinement sect. However, the leader proved formidable and wielded a blood escape technique, enabling him to outrun even late-stage foundational masters. Not only did he manage to escape, but he also severely injured a mid-stage foundational cultivator from the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. Of course, the leader of the blood refinement sect paid a hefty price for his escape, sustaining grave injuries in the process. After repelling the leader, The Tiger Roar Mountain Manor found no solace, having lost many elite disciples, including the son of a foundational elder. Consequently, apart from the severely injured foundational cultivator and one remaining behind for defense, the remaining four launched a collective assault on the gates of the Blood Refinement sect. The Tiger Roar Mountain Manor aimed to take advantage of the leader's injuries to eradicate the Blood Refinement sect entirely. Yet, to their surprise, the leader did not return to the sect. Without the protection of a late-stage foundational master, the Blood Refinement sect was swiftly breached, resulting in the death of a foundational initiator and injuries among the others. Many disciples of the Blood Refinement sect perished or fled. However, half a month prior, the leader of the Blood Refinement sect re-emerged, rallying the remaining members and declaring war on the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. Unfazed, the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor was confident that having previously breached the Blood Refinement sect's gates, they could now obliterate the sect altogether. Thus, a full-scale war erupted between the two foundational powers. As for the unusual tranquility within the Blackstone market, it was due to a call to arms issued by the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor, summoning rogue cultivators to join the effort against the evil sect. To entice these rogue cultivators, a substantial number of spiritual items were promised as rewards. Consequently, many rogue cultivators departed for the Sanyang market under the jurisdiction of the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. Upon hearing that the Tiger Roar Mountain Villa was even offering the breakthrough pill as a reward, Cheng Yan could not help but have his eyes flicker with excitement. The breakthrough pill, a superior-grade first-tier elixir, possesses the remarkable ability to allow a mid-stage qi refinement practitioner to directly transcend a level of cultivation. Even those at the 6th level of qi refinement could benefit from it. In essence, the breakthrough pill could enable a cultivator at the 6th level to surge directly to the 7th. Such a potion could save Cheng Yan years of arduous training. How could he possibly remain indifferent? Seeing the flicker of longing in Cheng Yan's gaze, Manager Lu discerned that he too was tempted by the breakthrough pill. Unable to suppress a pang of regret for divulging so much, he hastily remarked, "Are you perhaps interested in the breakthrough pill, my friend? I advise you to reconsider. With your mere 5th level qi refinement cultivation, you would only be cannon fodder in the war between the Tiger Roar Mountain Villa and the blood refining sect." Cheng Yan understood the truth in Lu's words. However, he was also aware that Lu's concern stemmed from a selfish desire to continue reaping spiritual stones from him, fearing that if Cheng Yan ventured forth, he might never return. Nevertheless, Lu's perspective held merit. It could be said that the majority of Lu's cultivators who ventured to Tiger Roar Mountain Villa were destined to become mere pawns. After all, nurturing a disciple is no simple task for the villa, which naturally wishes to minimize losses among its own. As long as the Tiger Roar Mountain Villa presented some alluring spiritual treasures and painted a grand vision, countless Lu's cultivators would eagerly offer their services, compelled by the desperate pursuit of cultivation resources. After all, the path to longevity is fraught with peril. Without taking risks, how could one hope to attain eternal life? Thank you for your reminder, Manager Lu. However, we cultivators are inherently at odds with fate. If we shy away from such risks, how can we hope to achieve immortality? Cheng Yan's confident declaration stemmed from his possession of the spirit-gathering pearl. With this treasure, he felt undaunted even in the presence of 7th level qi refinement practitioners. Believing he possessed the strength to protect himself, Manager Lu was momentarily taken aback by Cheng Yan's words. He too had once heard such sentiments in his youth, even adopting them as his personal motto. Regrettably, as he matured, the harsh realities of the cultivation world had dulled his edges. He no longer aspired to immortality but instead wished to amass spiritual stones for a comfortable later life, securing a future for his descendants. Your eloquence suggests that you will undoubtedly achieve great things. Since you have made your decision, I shall refrain from further persuasion. However, I kindly request that you complete the yellow bud pill before your departure, as it is a task assigned by my family that I cannot delegate. Of course, I shall deliver the yellow bud pill within 7 days, Cheng Yan replied before taking his leave, leaving Manager Lu behind to reflect on the past with a heavy heart. 7 days later, Cheng Yan successfully concocted the yellow bud pill and subsequently retrieved a spirit beast pouch, into which he carefully placed the nest of purple-winged bees. This spirit beast pouch had been purchased earlier at the market specifically for transporting the bees. After all, he had resolved to journey to the Sanyang market, and he could not ascertain when he might return. Although Cheng Yan's secluded cave abode was well hidden, there remained an inherent risk of discovery. The few spirit fruit trees posed no significant concern, yet the purple-winged bee was a treasure that must be kept close. After securing the purple-winged bee in his spirit beast pouch, Cheng Yan approached Manager Lu with the 18 bottles of refined yellow teeth, successfully receiving his allotted 144 spirit stones. Esteemed Taoist Cheng, your journey is undoubtedly fraught with peril. I wish you a safe return. I am most grateful for your kind words, dear Taoist. With your blessing, I shall surely turn misfortune into fortune and return safely, Cheng Yan replied, clasping his fist in respect towards Manager Liu before departing. Chapter 63. The tiger roars at the mountain manor upon exiting the Blackstone Market. Cheng Yan followed the guidance of the map towards the Sunlit Market. The distance from the Blackstone Market to the Sunlit Market was considerable, even with his sword flight. It would take nearly 10 days to arrive. Fortunately, the journey was remarkably tranquil, devoid of any unforeseen incidents. After 10 days, Cheng Yan successfully reached the Sunlit Market. The Sunlit Market was situated atop a second-tier mid-grade spiritual vein, its concentration of spiritual energy vastly superior to that of the Blackstone Market. Even within the Triclan Inn, the spiritual essence was far less potent than in the Sunlit Market. Moreover, the Sunlit Market scale surpassed that of the Blackstone Market by several fold. Its streets were well organized and bustling. Perhaps due to the summons from the Tiger Roar's Mountain Manor, the market was teeming with cultivators, creating an atmosphere of slight congestion. This surge in visitors undoubtedly delighted the merchants operating within the Sunlit Market, as a higher footfall meant greater profits. Furthermore, with the impending conflict between the Tiger Roar's Mountain Manor and the Blood Refinement sect, many cultivators sought to procure life-preserving items. As Cheng Yan ambled through the streets, he marveled at the grandeur of the large market. Throughout his journey, he had not encountered a single cultivator below the mid-stage of qi refinement. Those in the late stage were ubiquitous. He even discerned several individuals whose cultivation levels were inscrutable, likely at the perfected stage of qi refinement. The spiritual items available in the Sunlit Market were exceedingly abundant, and their quality surpassed that of the Blackstone Market. The stalls set up by wandering cultivators rarely exhibited items of lower than mid-grade first-tier quality. Cheng Yan even stumbled upon 2 superior-grade first-tier magical artifacts displayed by a late-stage qi refinement cultivator at one of the booths. Such artifacts, if positioned within the Blackstone Market, would serve as the prized treasures of a Liu family shop. Yet here in the Sunlit Market, they were merely laid out for sale by a wandering cultivator. As Cheng Yan continued to marvel at the prosperity of the Sunlit Market, he suddenly noticed a gathering of cultivators ahead. Intrigued, he approached the throng. It turned out that a wandering cultivator's stall showcased a remarkable first-tier premium magical artifact. This artifact was a jade pendant, accompanied by a sign that boldly proclaimed heart-guarding jade. Detailing its function, it could withstand a single attack from a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment. No wonder so many were drawn to it. This heart-guarding jade was a life-saving talisman capable of deflecting an attack from a foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, the treasure operated passively. Whenever the wearer faced a potentially fatal blow, the artifact would activate autonomously to shield them from harm. In the realm of cultivation, ambushes were a common occurrence, and possessing the heart-guarding jade provided a significant safeguard against such treachery. Yet, despite its merits, the price was indeed exorbitant, set at a staggering 4,000 spirit stones. It was no surprise that, while many were gathered, none dared to purchase it. Typically, a first-tier premium magical artifact would be priced around 3,000 spirit stones, with higher-end items costing just a few hundred more. Although the heart-guarding jade was rare, it should have been priced around 3,500 spirit stones. The stall owner's asking price of 4,000 was, quite frankly, excessive. Friend, Cheng Yan interjected, surely this heart-guarding jade cannot be worth 4,000 spirit stones. How about you lower the price to 3,600 spirit stones, and I shall make the purchase. Amidst the crowd, a few individuals were haggling with the vendor. For 1,000 spirit stones, no negotiation, the vendor coldly declared after merely glancing at one of the bargain seekers. The man, upon noticing this, shook his head and refrained from speaking further, although others remained, clearly intrigued by the heart protection jade. Many faces reflected disappointment as the vendor stood firm on his price, indicating a widespread interest in the precious item. Indeed, numerous wandering cultivators had come to this place to participate in the conflict between the Tiger Roar Manor and the Blood Refining sect. Possessing such a life-preserving artifact would significantly enhance their chances of survival. However, the price was undeniably steep. Cheng Yan had initially thought the heart protection jade would remain unsold. But unexpectedly, a youth dressed in luxurious garments approached. I shall purchase the heart protection jade, he announced, producing a storage pouch and handing it to the vendor. Once the vendor confirmed the contents, he relinquished the jade to the young man, who, without delay, turned and departed. Observing the sale, the vendor promptly packed up the remaining items and left as well. The crowd, witnessing this, began to disperse, though a few curious cultivators engaged in hushed conversations. Who was this individual? He offered 4,000 spirit stones without batting an eye. Clearly, he lacks discernment. That is the young Master Cheng Yan of Tiger Roar Manor, a genius with dual spirit roots. Rumor has it he is merely 25 or 26 years old. Yet he has already achieved the 9th layer of Qi refinement and is poised to reach the foundation establishment stage before turning 30. Astounding. Is this the caliber of talent with dual spirit roots? Truly formidable. Indeed, the aptitude of those with dual spirit roots is remarkable, yet it is primarily due to their upbringing in powerful factions, where they have been nurtured with ample spiritual resources, making their current accomplishments less surprising. Oh, how enviable these disciples of great powers are, free from the worries of spirit stones, unlike us, who must strive for mere hundreds of spirit stones. Indeed, came the agreement. Cheng Yan, overhearing their conversation, merely smiled faintly. Rather than lamenting the difficulty of earning spirit stones, it would be more prudent to dedicate time to enhancing his own cultivation. Subsequently, Cheng Yan made his way to the Tiger Roar Manor's office for recruiting wandering cultivators, where he found a considerable number of individuals, all evidently there to participate in the battle. After all, the enticing rewards offered by Tiger Roar Manor included numerous valuable items. Drawing a crowd was only to be expected. Soon, it was Cheng Yan's turn to register, and he soon realized that the elder overseeing the registration appeared to be a fully realized Qi refinement cultivator, a testament to the might of a foundation establishment faction. What is your name? Cheng Yan. What is your cultivation level? 5th layer of Qi refinement. What skills do you possess? I have some knowledge of alchemy. 1st tier mid-grade alchemist? 1st tier low-grade. Upon hearing Cheng Yan's admission of being a 1st tier low-grade alchemist, the elder's disappointment was palpable. Here you go, this is your identity token, which will record your current achievements in battle. In the future, should you wish to exchange for spiritual objects, this token will be required. It contains your identity information, and only your personal presence will render it useful. Be sure not to lose it. Thank you. Cheng Yan accepted the token with a word of gratitude. The token indeed serves to record the holder's identity, primarily to prevent mutual slaughter among rogue cultivators. If anyone could simply present the token to exchange for spiritual objects, many would undoubtedly resort to hunting down those with battle achievements, leading to a cycle of mutual destruction, leaving no one to contend with the disciples of the blood-refining sect. Cheng Yan carefully stored the token, for it was not merely his credential for exchanging spiritual objects. It would also allow him to find accommodation within the marketplace, as it was unthinkable for so many individuals to sleep on the streets. Chapter 64. Assembly and Commencement of Battle. Cheng Yan, armed with a token, secured accommodation at an inn. Although both parties had declared war, actual hostilities had yet to fully erupt. Only minor skirmishes had occurred thus far. War is no trifling matter, and both sides required a measure of preparation time. However, Cheng Yan surmised that within a couple of days, it would be their turn as loose cultivators to take the stage. Indeed, on the 3rd day, his token began to vibrate vigorously, indicating that the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor was assembling the loose cultivators. Upon arriving at the management office, Cheng Yan found a considerable number of individuals already present. He had neither arrived too early nor too late. After a quarter of an hour, it appeared that the assembly was complete, and one individual stepped forward. Cheng Yan, the young master of Tiger Roar Mountain Manor, whom Cheng Yan had encountered a few days prior. Fellow Taoists, Cheng Yan began, I am Cheng Yan, a disciple of Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. I have gathered you here today because we have discovered a hideout of the blood-refining sect disciples. According to reliable intelligence, there exists a 1st-tier superior spiritual vein at this location, protected by a 1st-tier superior formation. Within, there is one perfected Qi refinement cultivator, 5 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators, and over 20 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators. The formation and the perfected Qi refinement cultivator will be dealt with by us at Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. As for the remaining late-stage and mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators, we shall rely on your assistance. Should this mission be successfully completed, mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators may earn 50 merit points, late-stage Qi refinement cultivators 80 merit points, and additional merit points for successfully eliminating the blood-refining sect disciples. Cheng Yan observed that among the loose cultivators present, there were 6 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators and 30 mid-stage Qi refinement cultivators. Coupled with the 3 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators from Tiger Roar Mountain Manor, this force was indeed formidable. However, Cheng Yan was curious about how they intended to confront the 1st-tier superior formation and the perfected Qi refinement cultivator. Young Master Chun, it is not that we doubt you, but if you do not clarify how we are to contend with the 1st-tier superior formation and the perfected Qi refinement cultivator, we cannot help but feel uneasy. Clearly, Cheng Yan was not the only one harboring such concerns. After all, these loose cultivators were vying for cultivation resources, not seeking to court death. Both the first-tier superior formation and the perfected Qi refinement cultivator were formidable adversaries. And should they arrive only to discover that Tiger Roar Mountain Manor was ill-equipped to confront them, it would be too late. Chen Yu understood that loose cultivators primarily prioritized their own interests, fearing for their lives. If he did not present some means of assurance, it would be challenging to gain their trust. Thus, he retrieved a spiritual talisman from his storage bag and displayed it for all to see. This is a first-tier superior formation-breaking talisman. I trust you all understand its significance, so I shall not elaborate further. With this talisman in hand, the first-tier superior formation shall not impede us. Upon witnessing Chen Yu produce the formation-breaking talisman, the assembly felt considerably reassured, though some loose cultivators still harbored lingering unease. The formation had a countermeasure, but how would they deal with the perfected Qi refinement cultivator? Cheng Yan noted that the speaker was a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. I shall personally handle the perfected Qi refinement cultivator. Isn't young Master Chen a tad too arrogant? I observe that he possesses merely the cultivation of the 9th layer of Qi refinement, yet he dares to claim he can contend with a fully realized Qi refinement practitioner. I suggest young Master Chen seek out another fully realized practitioner, for I do not wish to entrust my life to someone who cannot see their own limitations. As soon as Chen Yu's words fell, one among the scattered cultivators spoke up. This individual was of late-stage Qi refinement and could articulate Chen Yu's cultivation level, suggesting he was at least of the 8th layer. To everyone's surprise, Chen Yu merely turned his gaze towards the practitioner, and then Cheng Yan heard a faint sound akin to a tiger's roar, followed by a muffled groan. The late-stage Qi refinement practitioner staggered back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. Gasp! Witnessing the injury of the late-stage practitioner, the scattered cultivators collectively inhaled sharply. After all, this was a late-stage Qi refinement cultivator who had been effortlessly wounded in an instant. Is this the famed Tiger Roar technique of Tiger Roar Mountain? Truly terrifying. Prior to arriving, Cheng Yan had inquired about Tiger Roar Mountain, learning that the Tiger Roar technique was their ultimate skill, an exceedingly powerful sound wave spell. Upon its execution, it produces a deafening roar, its might unparalleled among those of the same level. Moreover, Chen Yu's mastery of the Tiger Roar technique was nothing short of extraordinary. Typically, sound wave attacks are area of effect strikes, indiscriminate of friend or foe. Yet, Chen Yu managed to wield the Tiger Roar technique with precision, targeting only a single adversary, a testament to his profound skill. Thank you, young Master Chen, for your mercy. The injured practitioner finally regained his composure, wiping the blood from his mouth and clasping his hands in respect towards Chen Yu. Does anyone have any objections? Chen Yu merely cast a glance at him, offering no response, and addressed the assembled scattered cultivators instead. This time, none dared to voice any dissent, for Chen Yu had demonstrated his strength through decisive action. Since there are no objections, let us depart. With that, Chen Yu produced a ship-shaped magical artifact from his storage pouch, which floated above the bustling streets of Sanyangfang City. A flying artifact, he announced. Our destination is not near, and relying solely on our sword flight would be too slow. Thus, I have requested this first-tier premium flying artifact, the cloud-piercing boat, from the sect. Please, everyone, board the vessel. The crowd followed Chen Yu onto the flying boat. Once aboard, Cheng Yan curiously surveyed his surroundings, marveling at this being his first encounter with a flying artifact. Prior to this, he had only heard tales of such wonders. The cost of flying artifacts is exceedingly high, especially for a large one capable of carrying multiple passengers. Cheng Yan estimated that the cloud-piercing boat before him must be worth at least 10,000 spirit stones. After boarding, Chen Yu made his way to the helm, placing a considerable number of spirit stones onto the vessel. Soon, the flying boat soared into the air and sped away into the distance. Cheng Yan, observing the spirit stones Chen Yu had placed, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. He hadn't anticipated that not only was the boat itself exorbitantly priced, but that its operation would also consume such considerable amounts of spirit stones, at least over 100. By his estimation, however, despite the high consumption, the speed was indeed remarkable, far exceeding that of Cheng Yan's sword flight by an unknown margin. 3 days later, the flying vessel came to a halt within a mountainous forest. Esteemed guests, he announced, before us lies our intended destination. To avoid alarming the enemy, we shall no longer utilize the vessel. Our assault on the blood-refining sect will be devoid of any underhanded schemes. We shall confront them directly. The formation and the accomplished practitioners of Qi refinement will be entrusted to our Hushao Mountain Manor, while the remainder shall be left in your capable hands. I implore you to exert your utmost efforts." Upon witnessing that all had disembarked from the vessel, Cheng Yan stowed it away and continued, "Rest assured, young Master Chun, those disciples of the blood-refining sect are, in our eyes, mere opportunities for glory in battle. We shall not let them escape." "That is most reassuring," Cheng Yan replied. And then he led the group into the fray. Chapter 65. The Spirit Herb Garden. At this moment, atop the spiritual vein of the blood-refining sect, a cultivator at the peak of chi refinement was engrossed in his practice within his cave dwelling. Inside, there existed a blood pool, at the center of which stood a jade platform, upon which the cultivator sat in meditation. This blood pool represented a common method of cultivation for disciples of the blood-refining sect, and when combined with their unique techniques and formations, it facilitated rapid progress. However, the sheer volume of blood in the pool revealed the extent of his lethal exploits. Aside from a portion derived from beasts and fellow cultivators, the vast majority originated from mortals, for in this world, it is indeed mortals that abound the most. Suddenly, an ominous shriek pierced the air, breaking his concentration. He opened his eyes wide, but before he could react, a tremor shook the ground, and his expression shifted dramatically. The formation had been breached? How could this be? Could a Foundation establishment cultivator have arrived? The very thought seemed increasingly plausible. After all, this was a high-grade formation, and even a peak chi refinement cultivator could not dismantle it instantaneously. Only a Foundation establishment cultivator possessed such power. Just as he contemplated fleeing, he sensed 3 powerful auras approaching him. Upon closer inspection, he noted that one was at the 9th level of chi refinement, while the other 2 were merely at the 8th. Humph, a mere 9th level of chi refinement dares to approach me? Such audacity. Realizing that his assailants were not Foundation establishment cultivators, he felt a wave of relief and met their approach head-on. Who dares challenge me? A mere 9th level cultivator? Oh, it is none other than the young master of Tiger Howl Mountain, Cheng Yan. Is it possible that young Master Chen has come seeking death? He sneered at the sight of Cheng Yan, his voice dripping with disdain. "I have come to take your life," Cheng Yan declared, and without further ado, he drew forth his magical artifact and engaged the opponent in combat. The 2 8th-level chi refinement cultivators swiftly joined him in the fray. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan encountered a foe at the 6th level of chi refinement. As the formation fell, the scattered cultivators dispersed, each seeking their own targets. Cheng Yan had scarcely taken a few steps when he came face to face with this malevolent cultivator. "Huh, a 5th-level chi refinement cultivator. You dare to attack the blood-refining sect's spiritual vein with such meager prowess? You must not know the meaning of death," the adversary taunted. Cheng Yan, unwilling to linger in conversation, directly retrieved a blue seal from his storage pouch. This blue seal, known as the Chongxian seal, was a high-grade artifact, the most formidable among those left by Wu Wei. However, it also demanded a significant expenditure of spiritual energy, though for Cheng Yan at this moment, such concerns were trivial. In a frenzy, he poured his spiritual energy into the Chongxian seal, which began to swell in size. Yet, even as his internal reserves dwindled, he struggled to activate it. Reluctantly, he produced a spirit-gathering pearl to fully restore his energy. After depleting his spiritual energy 3 times, the Chongxian seal was finally mobilized, now towering over 3 zhang in height and width, resembling an imposing behemoth. The colossal heavy Xian seal suddenly descended upon the malevolent cultivator, who, upon witnessing such an immense force, exhibited a look of sheer horror. Despite his frantic attempts to repel the heavy Xian seal with various spells, he was unable to hinder its relentless descent. Ultimately, it crashed down, claiming his life beneath its weight. Cheng Yan, observing the formidable display of the heavy Xian seal, felt a surge of trepidation within him. Is this truly the might of a first-tier superior artifact? Its strength is astonishingly immense. However, the malevolent cultivator he encountered earlier wielded a first-tier superior artifact as well. Yet it did not exhibit such overwhelming power. Unbeknownst to Cheng Yan, the heavy Xian seal was inherently an offensive artifact, its potency far surpassing that of ordinary first-tier superior artifacts. In contrast, although the Blood Spirit Flag is also a first-tier superior artifact, its efficacy largely hinges on the quantity and quality of the blood it absorbs. This characteristic allows the Blood Spirit Flag to potentially reach a higher threshold compared to other first-tier superior artifacts. A perfected Blood Spirit Flag could even approach the standards of a first-tier top-tier artifact. Yet, it was evident that the malevolent cultivator Cheng Yan had previously encountered had not refined the Blood Spirit Flag to such an extent. Cheng Yan proceeded to collect the individual storage bag, which contained his identity token, a vital credential for Cheng Yan to exchange for military merits. The storage bag of the malevolent cultivator Cheng Yan had slain earlier also held an identity token, but he noticed a slight discrepancy between the two tokens. Could it be that their statuses within the blood-refining sect differ? Cheng Yan's speculation was indeed correct. The malevolent cultivator he had slain was a direct disciple of the blood-refining sect. For even disciples of foundational forces would find it challenging to possess a first-tier superior artifact at the mid-stage of chi refinement. In contrast, the individual before him was merely an inner disciple. After securing the storage bag, Cheng Yan departed from the location, intent on seeking out further targets. His venture into the conflict between the two foundational forces was driven by the desire to acquire a breakthrough pill. However, he had previously learned that such a pill required 800 military merits for exchange. This operation only yielded 50 military merits, indicating that Cheng Yan would need to partake in 16 such endeavors. Should he rely solely on this method to accumulate merits, by the time the conflict concludes, he might not achieve his goal. Thus, he resolved to obtain additional military merits by eliminating disciples of the blood-refining sect. Fortunately, as the blood-refining sect is a den of malevolent cultivators, Cheng Yan harbored no moral qualms about taking action against them. Before long, Cheng Yan encountered another disciple of the blood-refining sect at the 6th layer of chi refinement. Assuming Cheng Yan at the 5th layer of chi refinement to be an easy target, he was taken aback when Cheng Yan revealed his possession of the spirit-gathering pearl, enabling him to fully wield a first-tier superior artifact. With the enormous heavy Xian seal hovering ominously above him, the disciple hastily pleaded, "Do not kill me. I can lead you to our blood-refining sect's medicinal herb garden." Upon hearing these words, the heavy Xian seal, poised to strike, hovered precariously above his head. A medicinal herb garden? This place houses a medicinal herb garden of the blood-refining sect? No wonder, despite being merely a first-tier superior spiritual vein, there is a fully realized chi refinement practitioner stationed here. Cheng Yan is aware that the blood refinement sect possesses several first-tier exceptional spiritual veins. It is indeed rather peculiar that a fully realized chi refinement practitioner would guard a first-tier superior spiritual vein instead of one of the exceptional ones. However, if this place harbors the sect's medicinal herb garden, it would make sense. This area is so small that I could easily locate the garden even if I were to eliminate you. No, you must not kill me. The herb garden is protected by an array, and only those of the blood refinement sect may enter. Even if you were to find the garden, you would not be able to access it. Within the garden lie numerous treasures. If you spare my life, I shall lead you to it, and all the herbs inside shall be yours. Chapter 66. No more antidote? At this moment, Cheng Yan found himself in a predicament. If there truly was a formation guarding the area, it would pose a considerable challenge for him. Should he force his way through, it would undoubtedly create a significant commotion. If it attracted the attention of other rogue cultivators, it might be manageable, as they could merely disperse. However, if it drew the attention of the Tiger Hell Mountain Villa, the spiritual herb garden would no longer be within Cheng Yan's grasp. Yet, keeping this individual close also entailed a great risk. One could never know what peculiar and bizarre techniques these malevolent cultivators might possess. After careful consideration, Cheng Yan ultimately resolved to spare this rogue's life for the time being. Although this was not the primary spiritual herb garden of the blood refining sect, it undoubtedly housed numerous rare spiritual herbs, which would be immensely enticing to any rogue cultivator. However, Cheng Yan could not afford to be entirely unprepared. He retrieved a pill from his storage pouch and tossed it to the man. Noticing the look of confusion on the man's face, he spoke. "This is the heart-eating pill, a first-grade superior poison pill. Without an antidote, within a day, you shall suffer the torment of 10,000 ants gnawing at your heart, ultimately leading to a painful demise. Should you consume this heart-eating pill, I shall grant you your life." Upon hearing Cheng Yan's words, the man's expression shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in disbelief, "Impossible. I cannot consume this poison pill. What if you do not provide me with the antidote later? You have no other choice. Either consume the poison pill, or face death," Cheng Yan asserted, exerting a bit more pressure with the heavy Xian seal. I will. The man, terrified by the movement of the heavy Xian seal above him, hastily swallowed the pill. After witnessing him consume the poison, Cheng Yan retracted the heavy Xian seal. "Very well, take me to the spiritual herb garden. It is best that you harbor no other thoughts along the way. Upon our arrival, I shall provide you with the antidote. Rest assured, I have already ingested the poison pill. Even if you offered me several lifelines, I would not dare entertain any ulterior motives," he replied, leading Cheng Yan towards the spiritual herb garden. Cheng Yan, however, instructed him to walk ahead while maintaining a certain distance behind. After a short while, the man came to a halt at a particular spot. Cheng Yan observed carefully and, Upon confirming there were no other dangers, approached. Here lies the spiritual herb garden of the blood-refining sect. I have brought you here. May I now receive the antidote? First, deactivate the formation. And I shall provide you with the antidote, Cheng Yan replied. Reluctantly, the rogue turned and produced a token, placing it atop the formation. Gradually, an entrance began to emerge from the formation. Just as Cheng Yan was captivated by the opening, the rogue suddenly pivoted, spitting forth a silver needle. The needle shot forward with astonishing speed, poised to pierce Cheng Yan's neck. Yet, just as the needle was about to make contact, a flash of golden light intervened. And with a sharp clang, the silver needle was deflected away. How is this possible? The rogue gasped, unable to contain his astonishment at the failure of his ambush. To know that this silver needle is indeed a weapon of stealth, it has even claimed the lives of cultivators at the 6th level of Qi refining. However, today it has fallen into the hands of a mere 5th level Qi refiner. Please do not kill me. I implore you, spare my life. You, my lord, possess great magnanimity. Let me go? I do not seek the antidote, only your mercy. After his ambush failed, he had no recourse but to kneel on the ground, continuously begging for his life. Yet, Cheng Yan would not show him mercy, had it not been for his prior preparations, secretly concealing a Vajra talisman in his hand. The ambush might have succeeded. Then, the heavy Shin seal flew forth, striking fiercely at the malevolent cultivator, who met a tragic demise beneath its weight. No antidote. I possess none to offer you, Cheng Yan remarked softly, gazing at the lifeless figure of the malevolent cultivator. Not only did Cheng Yan lack an antidote, but the poison pill he had given was also a mere counterfeit, a failed concoction from his usual alchemical attempts. However, the heart-eating pill was not a fabrication. Such a poison indeed existed, and had it not been convincing enough, Cheng Yan would have found it difficult to deceive his opponent. Cheng Yan collected the malevolent cultivator's storage pouch and picked up the identity token that had fallen to the ground. He then affixed it to the formation, which opened a passageway, allowing him to enter swiftly. Little did he expect that the malevolent cultivator had deceived him, claiming that only disciples of the blood-refining sect could enter, when in fact, possession of the identity token granted unrestricted access. Upon stepping into the formation, Cheng Yan was astonished by the sight before him. An abundance of spiritual herbs stretched as far as the eye could see. Among them, he discovered a type of spiritual herb he desperately needed, the gathering spirit grass. Cheng Yan had long aspired to elevate his alchemical skills to the mid-tier of the 1st grade, yet he had been hindered by a lack of sufficient spiritual herbs. Particularly, gathering spirit grass had proven elusive. Over the past 2 years, he had only managed to find 3 or 5 plants. However, before him now lay over 100 gathering spirit grasses. Although not all had reached a decade of growth, a cursory glance revealed at least 50 that surpassed this age. Cheng Yan hurriedly harvested all the gathering spirit grasses over 10 years old, placing them into his storage pouch, leaving the younger ones untouched. This was primarily due to his lack of space to cultivate them. Spiritual herbs require planting in spiritual fields, which can only be cultivated atop ley lines. And the spiritual spring within Cheng Yan's cave abode could not be transformed into a spiritual field. In addition, he discovered another spiritual herb, the cultivating origin fruit. This fruit serves as the primary ingredient for the cultivating origin pill, a high-tier 1st-grade elixir used by late-stage Qi refiners to enhance their cultivation. Regrettably, the number of cultivating origin fruits was scant. Only about 10 fully matured ones were available, all of which Cheng Yan promptly collected. He then embarked on a fervent sweep, gathering nearly all spiritual herbs that had matured sufficiently for alchemical use into his storage pouch. However, Cheng Yan did not take away all the available spiritual herbs. For one must not act too decisively. Otherwise, should the people of the Tiger Howl Manor discover it, he would find himself in a difficult position. Having gathered an ample amount of spiritual herbs, he departed from the area. When Cheng Yan emerged from the herb garden, the battle outside was nearing its conclusion. Upon arriving at the location where Chun Yu was engaged in combat with a fully realized Qi refinement cultivator, Cheng Yan witnessed Chun Yu severing the head of the malevolent cultivator with a single sword strike. Truly, he is worthy of being the young master of the Tiger Howl Manor, capable of slaying a fully realized Qi refinement cultivator with his own cultivation at the 9th level of Qi refinement. At that moment, a wandering cultivator who had arrived slightly earlier could not help but exclaim softly upon witnessing Chun Yu's remarkable prowess. It is merely relying on the power of magical artifacts. If I were to possess 3 superior 1st-tier magical artifacts, I too could easily achieve victory over foes of a higher rank. Chapter 67. Breakthrough in Alchemy. Upon hearing the words of the wandering cultivator, another individual interjected, his tone tinged with a palpable sense of envy. Yet, With your cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, how effectively could you wield even a top-tier magical artifact? The man scoffed in response. Just as it seemed the two were on the verge of an altercation, Cheng Yan approached, causing both to instantly fall silent. In just a few days, Cheng Yan had established considerable prestige among the wandering cultivators through his prowess. After all, for these cultivators, only strength could command their respect. Cheng Yan surveyed the surroundings and noted that not all the wanderers had arrived. He then leaned towards one of his junior disciples to whisper a few words. The disciple nodded and departed. After a considerable time, he returned and softly informed Cheng Yan, "Senior brother, I visited the spirit herb garden you mentioned, but it appears that others have already gotten there first. Most of the mature spirit herbs have been harvested, leaving only a few that are not yet ripe. I suspect that group of wandering cultivators discovered them. Should we demand they return them?" After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Yan replied, "Let it be. It is merely a handful of spirit herbs. If they have taken them, so be it. As long as the spiritual vein is in our possession, we can continuously cultivate more spirit herbs. Now, you have expended considerable spiritual energy during this battle. Go and recuperate." Understood. Once his disciple had withdrawn, Cheng Yan glanced around and noted the absence of 3 wandering cultivators. It seemed they would not be returning, so he resolved to proceed without further delay. Addressing the gathered cultivators, he stated, "Esteemed colleagues, while we have successfully secured the spiritual vein, our mission remains incomplete. We must guard the vein for 3 days until the manor dispatches personnel to take over. We cannot ascertain whether the blood refining sect will retaliate, so I urge everyone to restore your spiritual energy in preparation for any impending conflict." With that, Cheng Yan turned, found a suitable spot, and sat down to meditate. Consuming a medicinal pill to replenish his spiritual energy, the gathered wandering cultivators followed suit, each seeking a quiet place to recover, Cheng Yan included. He had discreetly cast several spells on his way here, depleting some of his spiritual energy. Otherwise, it would be quite peculiar for him to be fully energized while everyone else had just emerged from a fierce battle. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, they had been spared an assault from the blood-refining sect, allowing everyone to focus on their cultivation in peace. Today, the people from Hushao Manor finally arrived. A flying vessel identical to the one Chun Yu had previously produced hovering before them, from which around 20 individuals disembarked. The trio of Chun Yu eagerly made their way to greet them. "Senior brother Chun, how impressive that you managed to secure the spiritual vein so effortlessly." As one of the perfected Qi cultivators descended from the flying vessel, a resonant voice reached his ears. "Senior brotherly, you flatter me. I did not expect you to come in person. The elder of the village informed me that this location's spirit vein is exceptionally suitable for cultivating the yuan fruit, which holds significant value. Thus, I was dispatched to assess the feasibility of establishing a first-tier grand formation to safeguard this area." "Oh, Senior brother Li has already attained the status of a first-tier grand formation master? Congratulations. Ha ha ha, it has only been a couple of months. I cannot compare to junior brother Chen." Although he spoke humbly, the delight in his tone revealed his satisfaction with his advancement in formation mastery. "Since you are tasked with duties, I shall not intrude further and will take my leave. What a pity. Had it not been for my responsibilities, I would have relished a few drinks with you. Upon returning to the village, we must ensure a night of revelry. Please do not skimp on the fine wine. Rest assured, there will be plenty." After exchanging pleasantries, Cheng Yan retrieved the flying vessel from his storage pouch and, along with a group of loose cultivators, boarded it. Naturally, the members of Tiger Roar Mountain Villa would not allow these loose cultivators to linger atop the spirit vein while they set up formations. During the formation process, any errors are intolerable. Should any loose cultivator attempt to create mischief, it could result in fatal flaws within the formation. 3 days later, the group returned to the Sanyang market, where Cheng Yan had accumulated 70 merits in total, 50 from the task, and an additional 20 from slaying 2 mid-stage refining blood sect disciples. After recording his merits, Cheng Yan returned to the inn he had previously occupied. This establishment was specifically designed for loose cultivators like him, requiring no spirit stones for accommodation. With each room fortified with restrictions that prevented any noise from escaping and shielded against prying eyes from other cultivators, safeguarding their privacy. Of course, it could not entirely block the scrutiny of Foundation establishment cultivators. However, who among them would take the time to spy on a group of Qi refiners? Thus, this place offered a relatively private sanctuary for Cheng Yan. With the completion of this task, he anticipated a brief respite, seizing the opportunity to elevate his alchemical skills to the middle tier of the first grade. Having acquired a substantial amount of spirit-gathering grass, he was well equipped for his endeavors, and he had also obtained several auxiliary herbs from the spirit herb garden, bringing forth the alchemical furnace. He skillfully infused it with spiritual energy and commenced the warming process. He adeptly extracted the spiritual herbs, fused the elixirs, and condensed them into pills, all steps he had mastered thoroughly. Yet, this batch ultimately yielded only 3 defective pills. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan remained undeterred. It is entirely commonplace for alchemists to produce waste. Each failure provided him with invaluable experience, enabling him to avoid previous mistakes in his future endeavors. After a series of profound reflections, Cheng Yan commenced his second round of alchemical refinement, executing a seamless and fluid series of motions. Ultimately, he succeeded in producing 3 elixirs. This time, a smile graced Cheng Yan's countenance, as a delicate fragrance of medicinal herbs wafted from the cauldron. It was evident that he had successfully concocted a chi-nurturing pill. Upon retrieving the 3 pills from the alchemical furnace, he found that, aside from 2 failed attempts, one was indeed the successful chi-nurturing pill. Seizing the momentum of his success, Cheng Yan proceeded to initiate another round, yielding the same outcome, 1 chi-nurturing pill and 2 failures. Chapter 68. Brother Chen. Although Zhou Yang's success rate in refining elixirs is merely 10%, he has indeed ascended to the rank of a first-tier intermediate alchemist. However, such a status is not recognized by others due to his dismally low success rate, which fails to even recoup the costs of the spiritual herbs. Unless Zhou Yang can devise a method to enhance the efficacy of the chi-enhancing elixir, he will struggle to sell each elixir for a greater sum of spirit stones, thereby offsetting his losses. Suddenly, Zhou Yang recalled that he possessed an item capable of elevating the elixir's potency, the spiritual honey produced by the purple-winged bee. With this thought, he hesitated no longer and retrieved a few vials of spiritual honey from his storage bag, 2 vials, to be precise, which he had painstakingly gathered over the past 2 years. Despite having tamed the purple-winged bee for over 2 years, its progress had stagnated at the first-tier low level, resulting in a meager yield of spiritual honey, most of which was merely ordinary honey. As Zhou Yang proceeded with the alchemical process, he added several drops of spiritual honey into the concoction. Upon solidifying, he discerned a marked enhancement in the aroma of the chi-enhancing elixir, thanks to the honey's addition. However, he regrettably succeeded in producing only 1 elixir. Although spiritual honey is reputed to improve the success rate of alchemy, its effect is rather negligible, offering only a slight increase. Ultimately, the number of elixirs produced remains unchanged. The primary benefit of the spiritual honey lies in augmenting the elixir's efficacy. Eagerly, Zhou Yang consumed the chi-enhancing elixir infused with spiritual honey. 3 hours later, he successfully refined it. Upon sensing the fluctuations of spiritual energy within his dantian, a glimmer of delight sparkled in his eyes. The elixir enhanced with spiritual honey boasted a potency greater than that of a standard chi-enhancing elixir by 10%. Yet, the most significant advantage was that the toxic residue was notably reduced. Typically, the toxin from an ordinary chi-enhancing elixir requires half a month to purify completely, whereas the elixir with spiritual honey only necessitates 10 days. This implies that Zhou Yang can consume an additional elixir each month, significantly accelerating his cultivation progress. Had Zhou Yang possessed first-tier intermediate spiritual honey, the effects might have been even more pronounced. Regrettably, the honey produced by the purple-winged bee is constrained by its own tier, and it may take considerable time for the bee to advance to the first-tier intermediate level. However, Zhou Yang had heard of a particular elixir known as the spirit feed pill, which cannot be consumed by human cultivators but is intended for spiritual beasts, enhancing their cultivation. Spiritual beasts and demon beasts are fundamentally similar. Spiritual beasts are simply demon beasts subdued by human cultivators, created to distinguish them from their wild counterparts. It seems prudent to procure some spirit feed pills for the purple-winged bee, in hopes of facilitating its advancement to the first-tier intermediate level. Nonetheless, there is no urgency regarding the purple-winged bee, for even if Zhou Yang were to elevate it to the first-tier intermediate level, he lacks a suitable environment for the bee to gather pollen. Without pollen, there is no means to produce spiritual honey. In the ensuing month, Zhou Yang remained within the inn, diligently concocting chi-nourishing pills. He produced 1 batch daily, depleting over 30 portions of spiritual herbs, yet yielding a bountiful 5 vials of chi-nourishing pills, each infused with spiritual honey. Moreover, Zhou Yang had achieved a success rate of 20% in pill refinement, and he sensed that a breakthrough to a 30% success rate was imminent. Only upon reaching this threshold could he hope to recoup his expenses, as each batch would yield a mere handful of spirit stones. At that point, Zhou Yang would finally be recognized as a competent first-tier mid-grade alchemist. During this period, he also took the opportunity to procure a mid-grade spirit feeding pill for the purple-winged bee, which was on the brink of a breakthrough. After refining 2 of these spirit-feeding pills, the bee successfully ascended to the first-tier intermediate level. Regrettably, Zhou Yang currently had no means to acquire mid-grade spiritual honey. Having just completed a batch of qi-nourishing pills, with 2 successful and 2 failed, Zhou Yang felt optimistic about starting another round, hopeful that he might achieve a 30% success rate. However, as he stored away the pills, the token within his storage bag began to vibrate. After a month of rest, the Hushao Mountain Manor finally issued another task. Zhou Yang promptly stowed away his alchemical furnace and made his way to the management office. Upon his arrival, he discovered that several loose cultivators had already gathered, including Chunyu and 2 other fully realized qi practitioners, along with several late-stage qi practitioners, all disciples of the Hushao Mountain Manor. Once everyone had assembled, Chunyu stepped forward. Although he was only at the 9th level of qi cultivation, his prowess was formidable, easily surpassing many fully realized practitioners. Coupled with his status as a junior manor lord, he commanded authority over the mission, even with the presence of the other 2 fully realized practitioners. Esteemed colleagues, Chunyu began, we have been summoned as the manor has received a new task. Just yesterday, the blood-refining sect launched a surprise attack on one of our spiritual veins. They dispatched several fully realized practitioners, while we have only 2 stationed at the spiritual vein. Thus, the manor has tasked us with providing support. This mission carries greater risks, yet the rewards for valor will also be more substantial. All mid-stage qi practitioners will earn 80 merit points, while late-stage qi practitioners will receive 120. As before, any kills of blood-refining sect disciples will yield additional merit points. Do any of you harbor objections? Seeing no dissent among the gathered crowd, Chunyu wasted no time. He retrieved a flying vessel from his storage bag. Since there are no objections, let us depart. As the group boarded the flying vessel, it ascended from the ground and set forth towards its destination. The location lay within the jurisdiction of the Hushao Mountain Manor, hence it was not far. The journey would take merely a day. However, after only 6 or 7 hours of flight, the vessel abruptly came to a halt. A group of wandering cultivators found themselves perplexed as the flying vessel came to an unexpected halt. It seemed premature for such a cessation, as they had yet to reach their destination. Curiosity piqued, they ceased their meditative practices and gazed ahead. To their astonishment, a figure was soaring through the air on a sword, rapidly approaching the vessel. Initially, the scattered cultivators braced themselves for a potential assault, their anxiety palpable, until Chunyu reassured them that it was an ally. Only then did their tension ease, though vigilance remained. Is that you, junior brother Chen? The voice echoed even before the swordsman reached the vessel. It was none other than Brother Du, however. One might wonder why Brother Du was not stationed at the spiritual vein during such a critical time. I fled because 5 perfected qi refinement practitioners from the blood-refining sect have been dispatched. We stood no chance against them, he explained. The mention of 5 perfected qi refinement practitioners sent a shiver through the group. Had the spiritual vein already fallen? Chapter 69. The deserter. Upon hearing the words of Brother Du, Chunyu furrowed his brow. Even with 5 fully realized qi refinement cultivators attacking, it seemed unlikely that they would succumb so swiftly, unless the adversaries possessed some means to dismantle the formation with great expediency. Is that approximately correct? As Chunyu listened to his hesitant speech, his frown deepened, a sense of foreboding rising within him. What does approximately mean? What of Elder Yu? Elder Yu. Surely he must have perished by now. Yet, upon hearing Brother Du's words, Chunyu's eyes narrowed in suspicion. Surely, Brother Du wouldn't abandon the others to flee alone, would he? To Chunyu's surprise, Brother Du's anger flared at this suggestion, and he bellowed. The blood-refining sect has sent no less than 5 fully realized qi refinement cultivators. How could we possibly hold out against them with just a first-tier premium formation? I am a foundational seed of the village. While Yufan has already surpassed 70, he has no hope of establishing his foundation in this life. Is it not worth sacrificing him to ensure my survival? Though Zhou Yang's expression remained impassive, a cold smile played upon his heart. The world often claims that loose cultivators are heartless and selfish, yet it is evident that these sect disciples are no better. After years of navigating the cultivation realm, Zhou Yang had heard numerous tales of fellow disciples turning against one another, and today he witnessed such cowardice firsthand, self-preservation at the expense of comrades' lives. Before Chunyu could respond, the 2 individuals behind him changed countenance. Like Yufan, they too had surpassed the optimal age for foundation establishment, and it seemed unlikely they would ever have the opportunity. However, that did not imply they could casually sacrifice themselves for others, nor accept the notion that such sacrifices were a given. Observing the grave expressions of his companions, Chunyu understood that if he did not speak up, their spirits would likely be dampened, and their dedication to the mountain village would wane. A foundational seed? Brother Du bears a grandiose air, believing that his status grants him the right to sacrifice others and flee alone. Elder Yu is also a member of our Tiger Roar Mountain village. Not only do you refuse to aid him against the external threat, but you dare utter such words? Return to the village and await your punishment. Humph. Others may fear your father, who has reached the late stages of foundation establishment, but I do not. Punishment? You are merely at the 9th layer of chi refinement. You lack the qualifications to compete for a foundation establishment pill, let alone the authority to punish me. Once I break through to the foundation stage, I shall not fear you, or even Chen Hu. Upon hearing this, Chen Yu was engulfed in fury. The name of the village master is not one you can casually utter. With that, a deafening tiger's roar erupted. Brother Du's expression changed dramatically. He hastily employed a defensive spell, yet still sustained significant injury, spitting blood. This time, Chen Yu struck with full force. Even Zhou Yang, positioned behind him, was not the primary target of the attack, but merely caught in the residual waves, and yet he still felt unwell, his ears ringing with a persistent hum. After Master Du was injured, he hastily fled. Chen Yu let out a cold snort, but chose not to pursue him. The most pressing matter was to assist Elder Yu and fulfill the task assigned by the clan. The flying vessel continued its journey towards the destination. Meanwhile, on the vessel, Zhou Yang couldn't help but marvel at Chen Yu's remarkable tactics. He not only showcased his strength and suppressed his competitors, but also won the hearts of others. The cordial attitude of the two perfected Qi practitioners towards Chen Yu was a testament to that. 5 hours later, the vessel arrived at its destination. However, Chen Yu's expression darkened upon seeing the scene before him. The formation that once belonged to the Tiger Howl Mountain clan had vanished, replaced by a new, indistinct formation. It was evident that the spiritual vein had likely been taken over. Brother Chen, what shall we do now? One of the perfected Qi practitioners inquired upon witnessing the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Chen Yu replied, setting up a formation requires considerable time. Even if Elder Yu were the only one defending, the blood-refining sect could not have seized the spiritual vein and completed the formation so swiftly. I observe that this formation remains incomplete, which indicates we still have a chance. But they have 5 perfected Qi practitioners. Including you, Brother Chen, we only have 3 perfected Qi fighters. We might not be their match, cautioned another. Rest assured, I would never recklessly lead us in a certain death, Chen Yu assured them. I will call for reinforcements from the clan, but it will take at least a day for them to arrive. Our task is to continually harass the blood-refining sect, preventing them from completing their formation. Once the reinforcements arrive, we shall strike with vigor. The 2 men were enlightened by Chen Yu's strategy. It was indeed a sound plan. Very well, we shall follow your lead. What arrangements do you propose, Brother Chen? I suggest that each of us take a team of men to infiltrate. We can also send individuals skilled in stealth to scout the positions of those setting up the formation. We will then disturb them without engaging in full battles. Our aim is solely to disrupt their formation until the reinforcements arrive tomorrow. Once they do, we will rally and strike decisively. Let it be as you say, Brother Chen. Chen Yu then produced a spirit talisman, whispered a few words, infused it with spiritual energy, and sent it flying forth in a flash of light. This was a communication talisman, a top-tier first-grade spirit talisman of considerable value, only affordable by foundational forces. Following this, Chen Yu and the 2 perfected Qi practitioners each assembled a team, dispersing to their respective tasks, while Zhou Yang remained close to Chen Yu. Their group comprised 12 individuals, including 4 late-stage Qi practitioners, 2 of whom were from the Tiger Howl Mountain clan, while the remaining 7 were mid-stage Qi cultivators. They stealthily approached the foot of the mountain where the spiritual vein was located before halting. We need a few individuals skilled in stealth to assist in gathering intelligence. Are there any among you proficient in this art? Once the crowd came to a halt, Chen Yu turned to address several solitary cultivators. However, after Chen Yu's words echoed, no one stepped forward. At this moment, Chen Yu continued, stating that discovering a member of the blood-refining sect would yield 30 merit points. He was acutely aware that most solitary cultivators were driven by profit. Without sufficient incentive, few would offer their assistance. Indeed, this principle extended beyond solitary cultivators, as the majority of practitioners shared a similar disposition. Chapter 70. Harassment as anticipated, lured by the promise of 30 military merits, one individual stepped forth. A practitioner of the late stage of Qi refinement. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Yan also chose to rise. The allure of acquiring 30 military merits through the mere act of gathering intelligence, rather than having to slay 3 mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners, was simply irresistible. Cheng Yan held unwavering confidence in his forbidden god armor. When fully activated, Even a perfected Qi refinement cultivator would struggle to detect his presence. However, Cheng Yan, noticing that Cheng Yan was merely at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, displayed a flicker of skepticism on his face. Yet, Cheng Yan had no choice. His 5th layer of Qi refinement was indeed the weakest among them. To alleviate Cheng Yan's doubts, Cheng Yan opted to reveal some of his capabilities, channeling spiritual energy into the forbidden god armor. Before long, although Cheng Yan remained visible to all, those mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners found themselves utterly unable to discern his existence. Even Cheng Yan could only sense Cheng Yan as a fleeting shadow, unable to truly grasp his presence. Cheng Yan, however, had held back, not fully unleashing the power of the forbidden god armor. Nevertheless, this display was sufficient to dispel Cheng Yan's mistrust. Very well, I must trouble you both. Should you catch sight of any members of the blood refining sect, please return swiftly to inform us. At that time, I will activate a secret technique. Should you feel the token vibrating, do return promptly. We will wait here for a quarter of an hour. If you have not returned by then, we shall depart. And you can follow the disturbances of the duel to locate us, Cheng Yan stated, the hint of doubt on his face dissipating after witnessing Cheng Yan's abilities. Cheng Yan and the other late-stage Qi refinement practitioner nodded in understanding, then chose separate directions to search for traces of the blood refining sect. This area was a first-tier premium spiritual vein, its coverage not insignificant. Fortunately, the 3 teams were each responsible for a portion of the territory. And with 2 individuals dispatched to scout, the area Cheng Yan needed to search was further reduced. Yet, despite this, completing the search was no simple task, especially since the spiritual vein lay within a mountainous region, complicating the endeavor. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Cheng Yan finally spotted a group of blood refining sect members at a mid-mountain location. There were 5 in total, 2 late-stage and 3 mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Upon discovering them, Cheng Yan refrained from making any noise, fully activating his forbidden god armor out of fear of being detected. After noting their location, he stealthily retreated. It was only after he had exited the range of their detection that he made his way back to where Cheng Yan and the others were waiting. Did you find anything? Cheng Yan inquired as Cheng Yan returned. Yes, I spotted a group of blood refining sect members at a mid-mountain location, totaling 5 individuals, 2 late-stage and 3 mid-stage Qi refinement practitioners. Excellent. We shall proceed once the other individual returns. Cheng Yan then activated the secret technique, and Cheng Yan felt the token in his storage bag vibrating incessantly. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, another cultivator at the late Qi refining stage returned, albeit with a hint of disappointment in his eyes, clearly having made no significant discoveries and missing out on 30 battle merits. Subsequently, Cheng Yan led them to the location where they had previously encountered the group from the blood refinement sect. However, upon their arrival, the 5 individuals who had been present were nowhere to be found. This did not surprise anyone, as the back-and-forth travel had consumed a considerable amount of time. Moreover, it was entirely reasonable for the blood refinement sect members to have vacated the area after swiftly arranging their formation bases. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan remained undeterred. He first instructed a disciple from the Tiger Howl Mountain Villa, also at the late Qi refining stage, to obliterate the formation base in the vicinity. Then, with a swift motion, he summoned a spirit beast from his pouch. As the spirit beast materialized, it began to sniff around the ground before darting off in a particular direction. Observing this, Cheng Yan quickly beckoned the others to pursue. In a short span of time, they caught up with the 5 members of the blood refinement sect, who were now congregated as a group. Given that not everyone possessed the ability to conceal their presence, they were soon detected. However, for Cheng Yan and his companions, the element of surprise was of little consequence. The few late Qi refining cultivators among them surged forward, each deploying their techniques. Except for 2 late-stage cultivators who managed to resist momentarily, the 3 mid-stage cultivators were swiftly overwhelmed and perished on the spot beneath the onslaught. After vanquishing the 5, Cheng Yan retrieved a pouch of powder from his storage bag and scattered it into the air. Cheng Yan was uncertain of its purpose, but surmised it was likely intended to hinder the tracking efforts of spirit beasts. Let us go. After dispersing the powder, Cheng Yan called out loudly and led the group away from the scene. Not long after their departure, members of the blood refinement sect arrived to investigate, but all that remained were 5 lifeless bodies. One individual attempted to use a spirit beast to trace Cheng Yan and his companions, only to find the spirit beast inexplicably spinning in circles. Ultimately, they were left with no choice but to abandon their search and leave the area. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan and his group, under Cheng Yan's guidance, found a concealed location to hide. Having just eliminated a squad from the blood refinement sect, they could not afford to be detected. Thus, Cheng Yu decided to remain in hiding for a while longer before sending Cheng Yan and another companion to continue their pursuit of the blood refinement sect members. After 2 hours, Cheng Yan set out once more. In this manner, their three groups persistently harassed the blood refinement sect as they attempted to set up their formations. Continuing this disruption from the afternoon into the night, and then from night into day. The formation bases they had just established were promptly dismantled by Cheng Yan and his companions. Chapter 71. Multitasking during this period. Cheng Yan and his companions had successfully annihilated 3 teams from the blood refining sect, inflicting significant losses upon them. Cheng Yan had also discovered another group, earning himself 30 battle merits. Just moments ago, another individual had also located a team from the blood refining sect, causing Cheng Yan's token within his storage bag to vibrate incessantly. After reuniting with Chun Yu and the others, he followed a Qi refinement late-stage cultivator to confront that team from the blood refining sect. In a short while, they found the group, and as before, Chun Yu and the others charged forward, intent on exterminating them with overwhelming force. However, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Instead of witnessing panic on the faces of the blood refining sect members, they were greeted with smiles. One member produced a token from his storage bag, and a formation was activated, summoning 9 colossal fiery pythons from the skies. This was a first-tier superior formation known as the Crimson Serpent Array. Unlike large defensive formations, this array could be quickly set up. A first-tier superior formation master could complete it in no more than half an hour, while a first-tier pinnacle master could do so even faster. The 9 fiery pythons ensnared the 5 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators tightly, while Cheng Yan and the others, being mid-stage cultivators, lagged behind, thereby avoiding entrapment within the Crimson Serpent Array. Ha ha ha. To think we've caught a big fish. Is this not the young Master Chun from the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor? How did you find yourself in such a predicament? As Chun Yu and his companions became ensnared in the array, 3 more figures emerged from behind, all possessing perfected Qi refinement cultivation. Upon seeing these 3, Chun Yu's expression darkened. While the first-tier superior Crimson Serpent Array was not particularly difficult to break, he could easily dismantle it alone. However, the addition of 3 perfected Qi refinement cultivators made the situation considerably more challenging. Meanwhile, the 2 late-stage Qi refinement loose cultivators trapped within the array bore expressions of despair. Not only were they confined, but they were also being scrutinized by the 3 perfected Qi refinement cultivators, leaving them with little hope of escape. Young Master Chun, why the silence? Are you afraid? One of the blood refining sect cultivators taunted. How about this? If you publicly declare, I am a dog of the blood refining sect, perhaps my brothers and I will spare your life out of goodwill. Ha ha ha. Hearing their derisive remarks, Chun Yu's face darkened. Yet, he suppressed his anger, realizing that losing his temper would not resolve their predicament. Instead, he turned to the 2 loose cultivators and said, I have employed a secret method to notify my 2 senior brothers. Just hold on for a moment, and this crisis shall be resolved. Upon hearing Chun Yu's words, the expressions of the 2 loose cultivators brightened somewhat. However, the mocking words from the 3 members of the blood refining sect quickly darkened their faces once more. 2 senior brothers? They may not arrive anytime soon. Otherwise, do you think we would have come with only 3 people? Upon hearing this, Chun Yu's expression darkened once more. For now, the situation had truly become dire. The 2 senior brothers were also obstructed, and it was certain that no assistance would come in the short term. They could only hope that reinforcements from the village would arrive swiftly. At this moment, the most crucial task was to swiftly stabilize the mindset of the 2 loose cultivators. If they wished to survive, they would need the help of these 2. Nevertheless, those 2 had navigated the world of cultivation for decades, encountering countless crises along the way. Even though 3 perfected Qi refinement cultivators stood nearby, it was not enough to completely extinguish their fighting spirit. First, break the formation. At that point, the 4 of you can deal with 1, while I will handle the remaining 2, Chun Yu shouted as he saw the 2 adjust their attitudes. He then took the initiative to strike, beginning to dismantle the formation. With a first-tier top-grade flying sword in hand, Chun Yu unleashed a streak of spiritual light, instantly dispersing 3 fire giant pythons. Witnessing this, the other 4 also employed their respective techniques, causing a flurry of spells to soar through the air. The malevolent cultivator controlling the formation quickly infused spiritual power into the token in his hand. This token was meant for controlling the formation, and after infusing it with energy, the previously scattered fire giant pythons began to coalesce once more. However, it was merely a first-tier top-grade formation. It could ensnare 1 or 2 late-stage Qi refinement cultivators adequately. But Chun Yu possessed the combat strength of a perfected Qi refinement cultivator, and they had a full 5 people. Before long, the malevolent cultivator's spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Observing this, Cheng Yan silently acknowledged the opportunity and wielded his flying sword to deliver a decisive strike, unleashing a sword chi that cleaved through the fire giant pythons. After being slain by Cheng Yan's sword chi, the fire giant pythons could not reassemble, and the token in the malevolent cultivator's hand shattered, indicating that the formation had been breached. Ha ha ha, young Master Cheng truly possesses remarkable skills. A first-tier top-grade formation cannot withstand even a quarter of an hour in the hands of young Master Cheng. No wonder he is the foremost genius of the Hushao Mountain Villa. However, the three perfected Qi refinement cultivators from the Blood Refinement sect displayed no signs of panic upon witnessing Cheng Yan's triumphant dismantling of the formation. Although Cheng Yan alone boasted perfected Qi refinement strength, they were 3 in number, and he would not be able to stir any waves against them. Compared to the 3 of us, your abilities are insufficient. 3 perfected Qi refinement cultivators attacking a single 9th-layer Qi refinement cultivator. I must ask myself if I could ever accomplish such a feat regardless of the means employed. Victory is the mark of a true adept. But since young Master Cheng wishes to engage in a one-on-one duel, let us see what skills he possesses. With that, he drew a long knife, also a first-tier top-grade magical weapon, from his storage bag. Holding the long knife, he struck downward, sending a blade of light slicing toward Cheng Yan. Unfazed, Cheng Yan countered with his flying sword, unleashing another wave of sword chi that collided with the blade of light in midair, resulting in a thunderous explosion. Even the residual waves from the clash were enough to injure a mid-stage Qi refinement cultivator. Fortunately, Cheng Yan and the others were positioned at a considerable distance and remained unscathed. The malevolent cultivator, realizing his initial assault had failed, wielded his magical weapon to strike at Cheng Yan. In response, Cheng Yan was compelled to intercept with his flying sword. However, the blade-shaped weapon possessed greater might compared to the sword, albeit with a slight deficiency in agility. Consequently, for a time, Cheng Yan's flying sword appeared to be on the retreat. Suddenly, seizing an opportunity, the malevolent cultivator, having deflected the flying sword, launched his long blade swiftly toward Cheng Yan. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Yan, unable to stabilize his sword in time, hastily sidestepped to evade the impending strike. Chapter 72. Siege. Despite Cheng Yan's fervent attempts to evade, the speed of the long blade was unparalleled, leaving a crimson mark upon his left leg. For reasons unknown, his left leg began to tremble ever so slightly. How does it feel, young Master Cheng? My blood-devouring blade is quite the torment, is it not? It was revealed that this malevolent cultivator's artifact, the blood-devouring blade, possessed the sinister ability to drain blood. In that fleeting moment when it struck Cheng Yan, it siphoned away his lifeblood, rendering his left leg numb and shaking from the transient loss of vitality. The sinister cultivator was not one to squander such an opportunity. His intent was to incapacitate Cheng Yan's mobility by targeting his leg, and with a swift motion, the long blade lunged forward, aiming to inflict further injury. Yet, Cheng Yan was resolute in his determination not to succumb to his adversary's desires. With a powerful roar, reminiscent of a tiger's might, he unleashed a sonic wave that forcefully halted the long blade in its tracks. But the spectacle did not end there. Cheng Yan then retrieved a flying sword from his storage pouch, a first-tier exquisite artifact, and directed both swords toward the malevolent cultivator. Multitasking, the onlookers stood in awe as they witnessed Cheng Yan deftly manipulate 2 flying swords simultaneously. Typically, cultivators in the Qi refinement stage could only wield a single artifact at a time. It was only those in the Foundation establishment stage who could command multiple artifacts through their formidable spiritual awareness. Even among Foundation establishment cultivators, it was rare to see them operate multiple artifacts at once, as such exertion could be immensely draining. Yet, there existed a select few with extraordinary talent who could indeed multitask, managing 2 artifacts even in the Qi refinement stage. And doing so required less spiritual energy than forcing the artifacts through sheer will. As the 2 flying swords surged towards the malevolent cultivator, he could only hastily maneuver his long blade to intercept. However, a single blade was no match for 2 swords, and the long blade began to falter, while the flying swords relentlessly advanced upon him. In a moment of desperation, Cheng Yan engaged one flying sword to entangle the malevolent cultivator's long blade, while the other soared directly towards him. This maneuver left the malevolent cultivator cornered. If he withdrew the long blade to block the encroaching sword, the other would be free to strike. Help me. Faced with the imminent threat of the flying sword, the malevolent cultivator bellowed for aid from his fellow disciples. Upon hearing his cries for assistance, the 2 onlookers each produced their own artifacts. One dashed forward to intercept the flying sword aimed at the malevolent cultivator, while the other directed his artifact toward Cheng Yan. Support junior brother Chun. The two disciples from Tiger Roar Mountain, witnessing the unfolding chaos, shouted in unison as they hastily drew their own artifacts, intent on thwarting the approaching threat. Yet, being merely in the later stages of chi refinement, they were ill-equipped to withstand the full force of a perfected chi refinement cultivator's strike. Their artifact was swiftly repelled upon collision. The other two late-stage chi refinement cultivators, recognizing the dire situation, rushed to intervene. Cheng Yan was their strongest asset in battle, and losing him would spell doom for them all. Under the assault of four late-stage chi refinement cultivators, the man's magical artifact was finally intercepted. Subsequently, a fierce battle ensued, with Cheng Yan facing two fully realized chi refinement practitioners alone, while the remaining four late-stage cultivators besieged a singular fully realized cultivator. At this moment, Cheng Yan and his companions found themselves encircled, two late-stage and three mid-stage chi refinement cultivators opposing them, while only 7 mid-stage cultivators stood on their side. Fortunately, one of the late-stage cultivators, having expended much of his spiritual energy to stabilize the formation, could now only exert the power equivalent to a 6th-layer chi refinement. Another late-stage demonic cultivator faced off against 3 mid-stage rogue cultivators, while the remaining 3 mid-stage demonic cultivators each found their adversaries, leaving only Zhou Yang unoccupied. Naturally, Cheng Yan's opponent was the late-stage cultivator with dwindling spiritual energy. Their strategy was sound. Cheng Yan, being the weakest among the rogues at the 5th layer of chi refinement, was deemed an easy target despite the late-stage cultivator's weakened state. The plan was to swiftly eliminate Cheng Yan and then assist the others, systematically wearing them down. However, upon engaging, the late-stage cultivator discovered that Cheng Yan was far from weak. Although Cheng Yan was being pressured, he proved difficult to dispatch quickly. Cheng Yan, feeling frustrated, was unable to unleash many of his techniques due to the multitude of onlookers, relying solely on conventional methods. His strength was merely equivalent to an average 6th-layer chi refinement cultivator, resulting in his continued subjugation and vexation. Suddenly, after evading a spell from his opponent, Cheng Yan turned and fled without a backward glance. The cultivator, already irate at his inability to subdue a mere 5th-layer practitioner, was unwilling to let Cheng Yan escape and immediately pursued him. The two dashed through the forest, yet the late-stage demonic cultivator, with his superior cultivation, was significantly faster than Cheng Yan. Even after utilizing a speed talisman, Cheng Yan found himself slightly lagging. Within less than 15 minutes, he sensed the demonic cultivator closing in, followed by a violent surge of spiritual energy. A massive hand of energy appeared above Cheng Yan, descending towards him. Seizing the moment as it approached, Cheng Yan leaped forward, twisting in midair to hurl a fireball talisman. Although the fireball did not dissipate the energy hand, it momentarily halted its descent. This brief pause allowed Cheng Yan to escape its range. However, as the fireball dissipated, the energy hand crashed down, leaving a colossal imprint on the ground. Despite evading the attack, Cheng Yan found himself cornered by the pursuing demonic cultivator, rendering further flight futile. "Why have you stopped running?" The malevolent cultivator was deeply incensed. Had he been in his prime, he could have effortlessly caught up with Cheng Yan and extinguished him in an instant. However, being entangled with Cheng Yan for such an extended period was undeniably a blow to his pride, and upon returning, he would likely be subjected to ridicule. The locale possessed favorable geomancy, making it an ideal site for a burial ground. Yet, Cheng Yan displayed no hint of panic. Instead, he wore a smile and remarked, "It seems you are quite particular, seeking a fine resting place for yourself before the end." The sinister cultivator scoffed, "I believe you are mistaken. This burial ground is not intended for me." It was absurd to think that it could possibly be for him. Chapter 73. Daring to pursue without spiritual power. Cheng Yan, amused yet reticent, regarded the furious expression of the malevolent cultivator. When had he ever endured such indignity, especially from a mere 5th-layer chi practitioner? The fiend unleashed another spiritual energy seal towards Cheng Yan. However, Cheng Yan, unwilling to engage in prolonged conflict, summoned the heavy Xian seal, which swiftly expanded midair and descended upon the wicked cultivator. The spiritual energy seal crumbled beneath the weight of the heavy Xian seal, disintegrating within mere moments, leaving the malevolent practitioner to watch helplessly as he met his demise beneath its crushing force. How absurd it was for one without any spiritual power to dare pursue. Cheng Yan chuckled derisively at the lifeless body of the malevolent cultivator, who had foolishly underestimated him as an ordinary 5th-layer chi practitioner. Such misconceptions were not entirely unfounded. Cheng Yan's 5th-layer cultivation was indeed beguiling. Who could have anticipated that a seemingly unremarkable 5th-layer practitioner possessed a spirit-gathering pearl, enabling him to wield the heavy Xian seal. A superior first-grade offensive artifact. At such a nascent stage, Cheng Yan approached and collected the malevolent cultivator's storage pouch, discovering his identification token within. A disciple of the blood refining sect in the mid-chi stage was worth 10 battle merits. One could only speculate the worth of a late-stage disciple. After securing the storage pouch, Cheng Yan made his way back. Despite the imminent danger, he dared not leave hastily. The consequences for deserters at the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor were severe, applicable not only to their own disciples, but also to wandering cultivators like himself. Unless one could escape the manor's jurisdiction and vow never to return, the repercussions were dire. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan was not foolish enough to re-enter the fray, especially with 3 perfected Qi practitioners opposing him. Thus, he sought a concealed spot at the periphery of the battlefield, invoking the full power of his forbidden god armor, ensuring his presence remained undetected, ready to act as circumstances permitted. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Chen Yu faced 2 perfected Qi practitioners of the blood refining sect alone. Although he managed to multitask, his cultivation level could only stretch so far, rendering him quite strained. Furthermore, wielding 2 superior first-grade artifacts simultaneously posed a significant challenge to his spiritual power. In another sector of the battlefield, for late-stage Qi practitioners struggled against a single perfected cultivator, their situation growing increasingly dire. Among them, 3 were at the 8th layer, while 1 was barely at the 7th layer. Collectively, they could only manage to stall the malevolent practitioner. The 7th layer cultivator was already battered and merely holding on. Conversely, the mid-stage wandering cultivators found themselves in a more favorable position, as the late-stage malevolent practitioner they faced seemed to possess a lower cultivation level, roughly estimated to be at the 7th layer. The 3 wandering cultivators had him firmly ensnared, even beginning to gain the upper hand. If Cheng Yan were to intervene at this moment, he might very well be able to vanquish the late-stage malevolent cultivator. However, Cheng Yan was not inclined to proceed in such a manner. Even if he were to eliminate all the practitioners at the late stage of Qi refinement and below present in the vicinity, it would scarcely affect the current predicament. He was uncertain how long it would take for reinforcements from Hushao Mountain Villa to arrive. If only they could arrive sooner, perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope for survival. As these thoughts crossed Cheng Yan's mind, he noticed that the scattered cultivators at the mid-stage of Qi refinement seemed to exhibit signs of retreat, entangled with their opponents, yet subtly withdrawing. At that moment, Chen Yu was already beginning to show signs of injury, and it would not be long before he could no longer endure. It was only a matter of time before those scattered cultivators would flee to save their own lives. However, Chen Yu was certainly unable to escape at that juncture, as he was firmly ensnared by 2 fully realized evil cultivators, leaving him no chance of flight. Thus, Chen Yu had no choice but to exert all his strength, striving to delay time until the reinforcements from Hushao Mountain Villa could arrive. While Chen Yu aimed to stall for time, the 2 evil cultivators had no intention of allowing him that luxury. One of them vigorously activated his magical artifact, ensnaring Chen Yu's 2 flying swords. The other, freeing his hands, unleashed a spell that manifested a colossal spiritual handprint above Chen Yu's head. This spiritual handprint bore a resemblance to the one used by the individual pursuing Cheng Yan previously, yet its might was incomparably greater. Furthermore, the handprint was a ghastly crimson hue, radiating a chilling aura capable of unsettling the mind. The extent of its influence was contingent upon the firmness of one's mental resolve. Those with weak wills would find themselves unable to resist, succumbing under the weight of the blood-red handprint. Nevertheless, Chen Yu was not one to possess a fragile mind. The impact of the blood-red handprint on him was negligible, yet he did not dare to underestimate its formidable power. At that moment, while maneuvering his 2 flying swords, he was too preoccupied to divert his attention toward countering the blood-red handprint. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to ignore the ominous handprint above him, instead channeling greater spiritual energy into his swords. With a swift motion, the 2 swords cleaved through the air, unleashing twin waves of sword energy directed at the evil cultivator wielding the long knife. Upon witnessing this, the evil cultivator's countenance paled in alarm. He was in no position to intercept the 2 sword energies. He could not help but cry out for aid. The other cultivator's expression also darkened, but he had no choice but to dissipate the blood-red handprint and turn to assist his companion. It was not out of deep camaraderie, but rather a hesitation regarding whether his strike would be sufficient to vanquish Chen Yu, let alone inflict serious injury. After all, as the young lord of Hushao Mountain Villa, Chen Yu was likely equipped with numerous life-preserving artifacts, given that he had a father in the late stage of Foundation establishment. Should his attack fail to wound Chen Yu, and should he lose a comrade in the process, dealing with Chen Yu afterward would prove troublesome. Their combined efforts had only managed to keep Cheng Yan at bay. Alone, neither could hope to match him. Thus, he had no option but to return and rescue his ally. The young Lord of Chun truly exhibited remarkable decisiveness, employing such reckless tactics. After the malevolent cultivator rescued another individual, he coldly declared, "One life exchanged for another, I incur no loss." Upon hearing his words, Cheng Yan unexpectedly broke into a grin, prompting those around him to think him mad. I hope the young Master Chun can still utter such words in the times to come. Although the malevolent cultivator spoke with bravado, he dared not entangle himself with Cheng Yan alone as he had before. Another adversary launched a fierce assault against Cheng Yan, leaving them with no choice but to continually deplete his spiritual energy. Chapter 74. What? How is this possible? On the surface, Cheng Yan appeared composed, yet internally, a sense of urgency began to arise. After all, he was merely at the 9th level of Qi cultivation, his spiritual power inferior to that of his adversaries. Moreover, he was alone in wielding 2 first-grade supreme magical artifacts, having already executed several energy-draining sword Qi attacks, leaving him with less than a third of his spiritual energy. If he continued to entangle himself with them, he feared he would exhaust his energy before reinforcements from the village arrived, ultimately falling prey to the 2 assailants. With a resolute heart, Cheng Yan decided to channel his remaining energy fervently into his flying sword, relentlessly pursuing the malevolent cultivator wielding the long knife artifact. Logically, Cheng Yan should have conserved his spiritual energy at this juncture. However, rather than economizing, he inexplicably intensified his expenditure of spiritual power, a most peculiar decision. Initially, the 2 malevolent cultivators were puzzled by Cheng Yan's reckless consumption of energy. Yet, as time elapsed and they observed his frenzied demeanor, they merely concluded that he was making a desperate final stand, attempting to leverage the scant remnants of his spiritual power to eliminate one of them. It was evident that he was fixated on attacking the cultivator with the long knife. Nevertheless, both adversaries were seasoned practitioners of full Qi cultivation and were resolute in ensuring that Cheng Yan's last-ditch effort did not take one of them down. Thus, they exerted their utmost to wield their artifacts, continuously defending against Cheng Yan's relentless sword strikes. Yet, Cheng Yan's full frontal assault proved challenging to evade. Despite the assistance of the other cultivator, the one defending was strained, nearly sustaining injuries on multiple occasions. Fortunately, they endured. At this point, the fluctuations of Cheng Yan's spiritual energy had dissipated, and he knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his swords lying helplessly nearby the malevolent cultivator with the long knife. Young Master Chen, it seems your spiritual energy has been expended. To juggle 2 tasks is indeed impressive, but with your mere 9th level of Qi cultivation, how could you possibly stand against us? They taunted, reveling in their perceived victory. Yet, Cheng Yan remained silent, his head bowed and breath heavy. Since you choose silence, allow me to send you to your demise. The malevolent cultivator, previously under Cheng Yan's pressure, was now seething with anger. With Cheng Yan defenseless, he eagerly struck. The long knife artifact aimed directly at him. The other cultivators swiftly followed, both artifacts advancing towards Cheng Yan in tandem. Even though Cheng Yan possessed life-preserving talismans, the first assailant could shatter his protective charm, while the second could swiftly claim his life. However, at that moment, Cheng Yan, still with his head lowered, revealed a subtle smile of triumph at the corners of his mouth. Then, as the artifact struck him, the overwhelming force sent Cheng Yan hurtling away, crashing through several trees before finally coming to a halt. However, it was the enchanted artifact that struck Cheng Yan from behind. The long blade now lay powerless on the ground, while the malevolent cultivator wielding it was pierced by 2 flying swords. Cheng Yan, having been flung away, sustained only minor injuries from crashing through several trees, and apart from a shattered jade pendant at his waist, he emerged largely unscathed. What? How is this possible? The surviving evil cultivator gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, exclaiming in disbelief. Cheng Yan offered a faint smile, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth as he produced a spiritually dormant talisman. The breath-holding talisman. So it was. The young Master Chen truly had a profound scheme. This first-tier exquisite talisman could obscure the spiritual fluctuations of a Qi refinement stage cultivator, making it exceedingly difficult for even a foundation establishment stage practitioner to detect. Cheng Yan had relied on the breath-holding talisman to deceive the 2 into believing his spiritual energy was entirely depleted, and in that moment of their assault, leveraging the protective abilities of his heart jade, he had forcibly slain one of them. Even if you kill him, what of it? You are now utterly devoid of spiritual power. To slay you would be effortless. This statement held a kernel of truth, as Cheng Yan had indeed waited until his energy was nearly exhausted. leaving him capable of executing only one last strike with the flying sword, before utilizing the breath-holding talisman. At that moment, his internal spiritual energy was entirely drained. Not only could a perfected Qi refinement stage cultivator easily vanquish him, but even a mid-stage practitioner would pose a significant threat. Yet upon hearing the words of his adversary, Cheng Yan merely lifted his gaze, regarded him with a fleeting glance, and then broke into laughter. Enraged by Cheng Yan's apparent lack of fear and his audacious laughter, the evil cultivator's fury ignited. His hands shifted through intricate seals, launching a blood-red spiritual imprint towards Cheng Yan. Observing this, Cheng Yan remained utterly unmoved, displaying not a hint of panic, only grinning as he watched the malevolent figure. "Do not harm my junior brother." Just as the blood-red spiritual imprint was about to strike Cheng Yan, a loud shout echoed from afar, followed by a figure hurtling towards them. The moment he landed, a powerful tiger's roar resounded, the forceful sonic wave shattering the spiritual imprint. "At last, you have arrived, senior brother," Cheng Yan weakly uttered from behind. His earlier confidence stemmed from sensing his senior brother's arrival. "Junior brother, you truly are remarkable, facing two adversaries and still managing to slay one. Had I arrived even a moment later, I fear I would have lost you forever." Cheng Yan replied with a wry smile. "Do not worry, junior brother, I shall handle the rest. Focus on recovering your spiritual energy." Nodding, Cheng Yan retreated a short distance, consumed a medicinal pill, and began to restore his energy. The evil cultivator, witnessing this, was unwilling to let Cheng Yan escape unscathed. After all, he was now utterly defenseless. If he could not slay Cheng Yan then, he might never have another opportunity. However, how could Cheng Yan's senior brother allow such an event to unfold? As the evil cultivator made his move, he charged forth, engaging the adversary in a fierce battle. After an intense battle, the malevolent cultivator had already suffered considerable depletion of strength. Furthermore, Cheng Yan Sr., a formidable warrior, was successfully suppressing the dark practitioner. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan found himself embroiled in a fierce confrontation with several mid-stage malevolent cultivators. The moment Cheng Yan Sr. arrived, he had dispelled his god-restraining armor and swiftly rushed into the fray. With Cheng Yan's participation, the pressure on the malevolent cultivators significantly intensified. Before long, casualties among them began to mount. By the time Cheng Yan's spiritual energy had been restored, the battle had already reached its conclusion. Chapter 75. Grandfather of the remaining two fully realized Qi practitioners. One was slain by Cheng Yan's senior brother. The other, upon witnessing this, hastily fled, while the rest were annihilated. Ultimately, from three fully realized Qi practitioners, two in the late stages of Qi cultivation, and three in the mid-stages, only a single fully realized Qi practitioner survived. "Senior brother, two of my companions were ambushed by the blood-refining sect. We must hasten to their aid." Cheng Yan, having just regained his spiritual energy, spoke with urgency. These two individuals were under his guidance, and the division of forces to harass the blood-refining sect was his suggestion. Should anything befall them, he would bear the weight of remorse. "Do not worry, assistance is already en route to them. I trust they will return shortly." Such as well. Cheng Yan felt a sense of relief upon hearing this. Indeed, it was not long before they arrived. However, was it not the case that junior brother Du and elder Yu were stationed here? How could this place have fallen so swiftly? Humph, that fellow Du, upon seeing five fully realized Qi practitioners, was gripped by fear and abandoned elder Yu to flee alone. What? He fled alone? How dare he act so brazenly? Does he disregard the rules of our sect? Cheng Yan's senior brother seethed with anger. As for the master he referred to, it was none other than Cheng Yan's father. Little did they know, Cheng Yan revealed a bitter smile upon hearing this. With elder Du's protection, he likely would not face severe punishment. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan's senior brother felt a sense of helplessness. Elder Du was one of the foundational elders of the Tiger Howl Mountain Manor, possessing mid-stage foundational cultivation, and had long surpassed that threshold, boasting considerable strength. However, this alone was insufficient to instill fear in the two practitioners. The primary concern lay in the other mid-stage foundational elder who was allied with Elder Du, alongside a junior foundational elder who belonged to their faction. Were it not for Cheng Yan's father, Chen Hu, who maintained dominance due to his late-stage foundational cultivation, it is likely that the Tiger Howl Mountain Manor would no longer bear the Chun name. Such is the lamentable reality of sect power dynamics, susceptible to factional conflicts. Will senior brother be stationed at the spiritual vein? No need. Others can guard the spiritual vein. My primary purpose this time is to assist my junior brother. In that case, senior brother should accompany me back. Cheng Yan's senior brother readily agreed, and thus, the group set forth on their return journey. However, this time, they had entered with over 30 individuals, yet returned with merely 20, having lost two late-stage Qi practitioners in the fray. As their flying vessel traversed the route, a frail figure emerged ahead, blocking their path. The individual appeared to possess only the cultivation of the fourth layer of qi. Should the vessel collide, survival would be improbable. Please, I beseech you to save my grandfather. Upon witnessing this, Cheng Yan swiftly maneuvered the vessel to a halt. Fair maiden, what compels you to halt the flying vessel of the Tiger Howl Mountain Manor? Upon hearing Cheng Yan declare their affiliation with the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor, the young lady's eyes sparkled with hope. She hastily exclaimed, I am a member of the Chen family, an affiliated force of the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. Recently, our clan was besieged by the malevolent practitioners of the blood refinement sect, leading to our downfall. Only my grandfather managed to shield me during our escape. However, just moments ago, we were pursued by the sect's minions, and my grandfather bravely confronted them to allow my escape. He is merely at the 8th level of qi refinement. And how can he stand against 3 malevolent practitioners at the 9th level? I beseech you to save my grandfather. Fearing Cheng Yan might refuse, she swiftly produced a storage bag. This contains all the savings of my family. If you are willing to rescue my grandfather, I shall gladly offer it to you. Please, I implore you. With that, she knelt down in earnest supplication. Cheng Yan hurried to assist her in rising. Since you are a member of the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor's affiliated forces, we cannot remain indifferent to your plight. Please guide us to your grandfather. The young lady, overjoyed by Cheng Yan's agreement, promptly pointed the way, and he summoned a flying vessel to follow her direction. Upon reaching her grandfather, they witnessed him being struck by a member of the blood refinement sect, sent hurtling backward, spitting blood, and collapsing to the ground, barely clinging to life. Grandfather, the young lady cried out in alarm, rushing towards him. Why have you returned? Did I not instruct you to flee? To her surprise, her grandfather's expression was not one of joy, but rather reproachful. I have brought help, grandfather. We are saved. It is the young master of the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. Hearing her words, the elder finally noticed Cheng Yan and his companions. The malevolent practitioners were already vanquished, easily dispatched by Cheng Yan and his brothers, who proved far superior to the mere 9th level qi refinement foes. Thank you. Cough cough. As the elder attempted to rise to express his gratitude to Cheng Yan, he inadvertently aggravated his injuries, coughing up more blood. There is no need for such formality. Your injuries are of utmost concern. Cheng Yan then produced a healing elixir and administered it to the elder. The elder's wounds visibly began to mend, and soon he was able to move with relative ease. I am grateful for your assistance, young master. May I inquire your esteemed name? I am Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan? Could you be the young master of the manor? The elder exclaimed in surprise, then quickly rose to bow deeply. Thank you for saving my life, young master. Please rise. You are of elder status. Such a profound bow is unwarranted. This was merely Cheng Yan's courteous response. In the realm of cultivation, respect is accorded to those of greater mastery. Even a centenarian at the qi refinement stage would address a 50-year-old foundation establishment cultivator as senior. Lanner, hand me the items. Once the elderly man was assisted to his feet, he turned to the young lady beside him and addressed her. The maiden, known as Lanner, upon hearing his words, produced the previously mentioned storage bag and presented it to the old man. I am utterly unable to repay the life-saving grace bestowed by the young master. This is the accumulated wealth of my Chen family over the years. I humbly request that the young master does not disdain it. Absolutely not. As an elder, the failure to protect your family's legacy is a grave oversight on the part of my Shaoshan Manor. How could I dare to accept anything from you? After a round of modest refusals, Cheng Yan ultimately declined the elderly man's storage bag, insisting that the elder could utilize these savings to rebuild his family. Seeing that Cheng Yan was resolute in his refusal, the old man ceased his insistence, repeatedly expressing that the young master was indeed a good person. Chapter 76. 7th Layer of Qi Training. What plans might the elder have next? Alas, with our family's stronghold now besieged, returning alone would render me unable to defend it. Thus, I considered taking refuge in Sanyangfang City for a time before devising a strategy. In this case, elder, might we journey together? It coincides perfectly, as we also intend to visit Sanyangfang City. How could this be a burden, especially to the young master? It is merely the addition of 2 companions, which poses no inconvenience. In that case, I extend my gratitude to the young master. Subsequently, the flying vessel set forth once more, heading towards Sanyangfang City. Cheng Yan, observing from the side, felt a deep sense of reflection. Throughout his years in the realm of cultivation, he had mostly encountered schemes and betrayals. Yet today, witnessing a willingness to sacrifice for the sake of one's descendants was a first for him. Perhaps this is the essence of family among cultivators. 2 years swiftly passed. At this moment, Cheng Yan found himself in an inn within Sanyangfang City. This establishment was equipped with a spirit-gathering array. and Cheng Yan had expended a considerable amount of spirit stones to secure a room. Seated cross-legged within his chamber, he closed his eyes tightly, his brow furrowed, and his face adorned with an expression of gravity. Within Cheng Yan's dantian, a pure surge of spiritual energy roamed tumultuously. He diligently channeled his cultivation technique, striving to absorb this essence and transform it into his own spiritual power. However, the magnitude of this energy was immense, making the absorption process exceedingly time-consuming. After a full day, the spiritual energy was nearly depleted. At this juncture, the energy within Cheng Yan's dantian had reached a critical threshold. Even the slightest excess would cause it to burst. With a flushed face, he thought, "This is my opportunity," and guided the energy towards an unseen barrier. The energy collided against the invisible wall, causing Cheng Yan's already reddened face to tinge with purple. Yet, the barrier remained remarkably sturdy, trembling only slightly under the assault of his spiritual force, without yielding easily. Seeing this, Cheng Yan gritted his teeth and mentally roared break. He then unleashed his energy in full force towards the barrier. Under the full impact of his effort, the invisible wall finally shattered, and Cheng Yan's dantian began to expand continuously. As his dantian grew, the external spiritual energy converged towards him, subtly forming a vortex of spiritual power. Had there been an onlooker, they would recognize this as a sign of breakthrough. Ravenously, Cheng Yan absorbed the incoming energy, steadily filling his newly expanded dantian until he finally halted. Once the vortex dissipated, he slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. At that moment, the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from Cheng Yan unmistakably indicated that he had attained the 7th layer of Qi training. 3 months prior, he had accumulated sufficient military merit to exchange for a boundary-breaking pill, a reward he had earned through tremendous effort. Over the past 2 years, Cheng Yan initially elevated the success rate of the Qi-nourishing pill to 30%. Subsequently, he shifted his focus to the blood resurgence pill. The necessary spiritual herbs for crafting the blood resurgence pill had been partially acquired from his previous apothecary garden. After considerable effort, Cheng Yan successfully improved the success rate of the blood resurgence pill to 30%. He then proceeded to the management office of the scattered cultivators at the Tiger Howl Mountain Manor to undertake alchemical tasks. The demand for healing elixirs like the blood resurgence pill was substantial for the Tiger Howl Mountain Manor. Relying solely on their own alchemists was insufficient. Thus, they sought the assistance of skilled alchemists among the scattered cultivators, offering military merits as compensation. However, the manor required a minimum success rate of 40%, compelling Cheng Yan to initially invest his own resources to supplement the insufficient elixirs. Yet, with an abundance of spiritual herbs at his disposal, he swiftly raised the success rate to 40%. By aiding the Tiger Howl Mountain Manor in producing blood resurgence pills, Cheng Yan amassed a considerable amount of military merit. Additionally, he occasionally accompanied members of the manor to assault spiritual veins, which further contributed to his earnings. It was 3 months ago that he accrued 800 military merits, allowing him to exchange for a breakthrough pill. Cheng Yan had been diligently working to earn his military accolades, but he was taken aback to discover that there were others who had surpassed him. The Tiger Howl Mountain Manor had released a total of 3 breakthrough pills, and Cheng Yan claimed the second, indicating that someone had already redeemed the first. With the aid of the Qi-nourishing pill infused with spiritual honey, Cheng Yan's cultivation progressed rapidly. While others could consume only 2 Qi-nourishing pills in a month, he managed to take 3, resulting in a significantly accelerated advancement in his cultivation. Thus, 2 months prior, he had already achieved the 6th level of Qi training. However, Cheng Yan refrained from immediately consuming the breakthrough pill after his recent advancement. At that moment, his spiritual energy was still unstable. If he were to take the breakthrough pill too soon, it could jeopardize his foundation and hinder his future path. Therefore, he dedicated 2 months to solidifying his cultivation, only consuming the breakthrough pill yesterday. Following its ingestion, he smoothly ascended to the 7th level of Qi training. Cheng Yan now stood as a cultivator in the late Qi training stage. Moreover, after achieving a 50% success rate with the blood resurgence pill, Cheng Yan began to reserve one for himself each time he crafted for the Tiger Howl Mountain Manor. Although this practice reduced his military merit gains, he subsequently sold these retained blood resurgence pills in the marketplace. During wartime, the value of such elixirs surged compared to peacetime. Furthermore, as the materials Cheng Yan used for crafting were sourced from the Tiger Howl Mountain Manor, he effectively operated with negligible costs. Over the past 2 years, this strategy allowed him to accumulate over 3,000 spiritual stones, showcasing the formidable financial prowess of an alchemist. Additionally, during this period, Cheng Yan had dispatched numerous malevolent cultivators from the blood refining sect, reaping substantial rewards from their storage bags. Following his sales, he now possessed a remarkable total of over 10,000 spiritual stones. With such an abundance of spirit stones, it would suffice for Cheng Yan to acquire 2 or 3 first-grade exquisite magical artifacts. Alas, the recent decline in the merit points earned from refining the Huayu Dan has left him yearning to amass additional merit through this craft, in order to exchange for some useful spiritual items, such as the Peiyuan Dan. Now that Cheng Yan has reached the late stage of qi refinement, the nourishing qi Dan is of no further use. He must resort to consuming the superior grade Peiyuan Dan. However, a single vial of Peiyuan Dan commands a staggering price of 1,000 spirit stones, rendering it exceedingly costly. It would undoubtedly be preferable to exchange merit points for it. The reduction in merit points can be traced back to an event that transpired 3 months prior. Chapter 77. The Inside Man. Over the past 2 years, the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor and the Blood Refining Sect have engaged in a series of offensives and defensive maneuvers. However, these confrontations have predominantly involved disciples at the qi refining stage, with only occasional skirmishes involving Foundation establishment cultivators, which typically ended with a swift retreat. In the clashes between these two factions, significant warfare seldom ensues unless a decisive blow is struck. A mere oversight allowing a Foundation establishment cultivator to escape could provoke a furious retaliation. While the higher echelons of both forces remain unperturbed, they cannot ignore the ire of their disciples. Disciples at the qi refining stage are no match for those at the Foundation establishment stage, and thus both factions strive relentlessly to annihilate each other's upper ranks. Consequently, prolonged conflicts spanning 2 to 3 years have become commonplace. This status quo was expected to persist for some time. However, 3 months ago, a disciple from Tiger Roar Mountain Manor was discovered to have clandestinely communicated with the Blood Refining Sect. In response, the Blood Refining Sect dispatched 3 Foundation establishment cultivators to launch a surprise attack on the Sanyangfang market, with the traitorous disciple facilitating their entry. Remarkably, this individual was none other than the deserter, Brother Du, whom Cheng Yan had encountered before. It is said that upon learning of Brother Du's betrayal, the manor's master, Chen Hu, intended to impose disciplinary measures according to the sect's regulations. Yet, Elder Du, Brother Du's father, fervently defended him. Ultimately, Chen Hu, faced with no other option, confined Brother Du for 3 years and stripped him of the opportunity to obtain a Foundation establishment pill. Naturally, Brother Du was discontented, at 50 years of age. Securing a Foundation establishment pill through the resources of Tiger Roar Mountain Manor was an arduous task. Should he miss this chance, he might never achieve Foundation establishment in his lifetime. The sect's regulations were unyielding, and given the notoriety surrounding Brother Du's desertion, Elder Du's efforts to spare his life were already commendable. It would be unwise to further contest the denial of the Foundation establishment pill qualification. Instead, he privately suggested to Brother Du the possibility of discreetly manipulating the situation to procure a pill. Brother Du understood all too well that losing this qualification meant an end to his hopes of obtaining a Foundation establishment pill, plunging him into despair. Upon hearing of these developments, the Blood Refining Sect discreetly reached out to Brother Du, tempting him with the prospect of a Foundation establishment pill. They proposed that if he could create a small opening in the formation of Sanyangfang market during their assault, they would reward him with a pill. Initially, Brother Du hesitated. Should he proceed with such an act, even his father could not shield him from the consequences of betraying the sect. However, the emissaries from the Blood Refining Sect assured him that a mere small opening in the formation might go undetected by Tiger Roar Mountain Manor's personnel. Moreover, if he were to successfully advance to the Foundation establishment stage, he would have little to fear from any punitive measures imposed by the manor. They would welcome an additional Foundation establishment cultivator, and he need not worry about their retribution. To alleviate Brother Du's lingering doubts, the representatives from the Blood Refining Sect produced a Foundation establishment pill. Upon seeing the pill, Brother Du's eyes widened with longing. The thoughts of the Blood Refining Sect held some validity, as long as he could break through to the Foundation establishment stage. What fear would he have even if others discovered his sabotage of the formation? Thus, he resolved and consented. When the Blood Refining Sect dispatched 3 Foundation establishment cultivators to ambush the Sanyang market, he discreetly opened a small breach in the formation. However, this minor opening caused the formation of Sanyang market to collapse in less than a quarter of an hour. Subsequently, the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators entered in succession, while Sanyang market was guarded by only a single mid-Foundation establishment cultivator. After injuring the mid-Foundation establishment cultivator from the Hushao Mountain Manor, The trio looted the market thoroughly before departing brazenly. It was rumored that countless loose cultivators perished that day, but fortunately, Cheng Yan was attacking a vein of spiritual energy with the Hushao Mountain Manor at that time. Otherwise, he might have met a tragic end in Sanyang Market. Ultimately, Brother Du failed to achieve foundation establishment. It was said that the blood-refining sect had given him a counterfeit pill. Within days, his actions of sabotaging the formation were uncovered, and now his corpse hung outside the recently rebuilt Sanyang Market. This incident, even with his father being a foundation establishment cultivator, could not save him. Moreover, the mid-foundation establishment cultivator was gravely injured and would likely take a year or more to fully recover, resulting in a significant decline in their faction's power, now firmly suppressed by Chun Hu. Since the blood-refining sect's ambush on Sanyang Market, both factions had surprisingly quieted down. In recent months, even among the Qi refining disciples, conflicts had become rare, but everyone understood this was merely the calm before the storm. Not long ago, the Hushao Mountain Manor had been fervently stockpiling various battle supplies, including pills, magical tools, and spirit talismans, leading to considerable achievements for those loose cultivators skilled in cultivation, with Zhou Yang among them. However, it seemed that the Hushao Mountain Manor's reserves were nearing completion, as the rewards for collecting various items had been steadily decreasing, suggesting that the final confrontation between the two factions was imminent. As Cheng Yan anticipated, just 3 days later, 3 massive flying vessels appeared outside Sanyang Market. The leading flying vessel was of upper second-tier grade, while the 2 following it were of mid-second-tier grade. Numerous figures stood aboard the upper second-tier flying vessel. At the forefront stood a man in a white robe, hands clasped behind his back, exuding an imposing presence that radiated authority, clearly a person accustomed to positions of power. This man was Chun Hu, the lord of Hushao Mountain Manor, a late foundation establishment cultivator. Accompanying Chun Hu were 3 others, one of whom bore a striking resemblance to Brother Du that Cheng Yan had encountered before. Undoubtedly Elder Du, the other 2, standing by his side, were likely also foundation establishment cultivators. The upper second-tier flying vessel was filled with disciples from Hushao Mountain Manor. The remaining 2 second-tier medium-grade flying vessels, naturally, were designated for the transport of wandering cultivators. Cheng Yan, accompanied by the emissary from Hushao Mountain Villa, boarded one of these vessels. Upon entering, Cheng Yan noted the absence of any grand farewell from the villa's master. In fact, he uttered not a single word before activating the vessel, directing it towards the gates of the blood-refining sect. Nevertheless, the piercing aura of impending doom emanating from the second-tier flying vessel was palpable, even from a distance of hundreds of feet. The velocity of the second-tier vessel was astonishing. Within the span of a single day, it reached the gates of the blood-refining sect. Over the past 2 years, Hushao Mountain Villa had nearly monopolized all the spiritual veins surrounding the blood-refining sect, allowing for an unobstructed journey. Chapter 78. Master Qin. The mountain gate of the blood-refining sect is situated atop a second-tier superior spiritual vein. The practitioners of the blood-refining sect cultivate through the essence of blood, which has imbued the entire vein with an ominous and sinister aura, causing those who pass by to feel a chill of trepidation. Originally, the blood-refining sect possessed a second-tier exceptional spiritual vein, and its mountain gate was also established atop this superior vein. However, when the Tiger Howl Manor breached the mountain gate of the blood-refining sect, they obliterated that exceptional spiritual vein. It was not that the Tiger Howl Manor lacked the desire to seize the exceptional vein. Rather, they simply did not possess the capability to do so. Without guardians of foundational period cultivation or above, a second-tier exceptional vein cannot be adequately protected. If the Lord of Tiger Howl Manor were to personally guard this vein, the vein at his own residence would likely become the target of others' covetousness. Rather than worry about 2 fronts, it was deemed more prudent to decisively destroy the vein, ensuring that no one could benefit from it. With the loss of the exceptional spiritual vein, the leader of the blood-refining sect was ultimately compelled to relocate the mountain gate to this second-tier superior vein. However, under such circumstances, the protective formation of the blood-refining sect could be established only as a second-tier exceptional array at most. Generally, a protective formation cannot exceed the grade of the spiritual vein upon which it is laid. Should the formation's grade surpass that of the vein, it would excessively absorb spiritual energy during activation, potentially damaging the vein, and in severe cases, even causing its grade to regress. Nonetheless, if a formation of 1 grade higher is established, the vein may endure for a period. However, should the formation exceed the vein by 2 grades or more, it is likely that the moment the formation is activated, the vein's grade will regress, rendering it unable to sustain the formation's operation, or the vein may even dissipate entirely. Therefore, the majority of factions establish protective formations that are one grade higher than their own spiritual veins, as they are already engaged at their own mountain gates, leaving little regard for the veins' capacity. At present, the protective formation of the blood-refining sect is a second-tier exceptional array known as the blood-devouring demon ape formation. It is said that to set up this formation, one requires the demon core of a top-tier second-grade demon ape. Upon activation, this formation can summon the demon ape in the form of a spiritual entity. However, the formation's true prowess lies in its ability to absorb the blood of fallen cultivators, thereby augmenting its own strength. With sufficient blood, the summoned spiritual entity could even reach a low-level third tier. Of course, the volume of blood required for such elevation is staggering, rendering it nearly impossible to achieve. As the airship of the Tiger Howl Manor approached the mountain gate of the blood-refining sect, four figures were seen hovering in mid-air before the gate. At the forefront stood a figure whose presence rivaled that of Master Chun, the Lord of Tiger Howl Manor. This man is the leader of the blood-refining sect, known only by the name he proclaims, Blood Shadow. Over time, the inquiry into his true name has faded, and he is simply referred to as Blood Shadow. With an imposing stance, Blood Shadow faced the three enormous airships of the Tiger Howl Manor, his expression betraying no hint of fear. Blood Shadow revealed a hint of mockery as he spoke. "Oh, is that not a friend from the Tiger Roaring Mountain Manor? What brings you to my blood refinement sect today? Oddly enough, where is fellow Taoist Wu? I had hoped to reminisce with him." The Wu he referred to was the mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator who had been stationed at Sanyang Square City. His words evidently struck a nerve with the members of Tiger Roaring Mountain Manor. The Wu cultivator had sustained grave injuries and was currently in seclusion at the manor to recuperate, rendering him unable to attend. Thus, the manor had lost a mid-stage Foundation establishment combatant, and with the need to guard their own mountain gate, they had only sent four, comprising the manor master Chun Hu and Elder Du, along with two initial-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. In contrast, Blood Refinement Sect boasted Blood Shadow, a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, accompanied by two mid-stage elders and one initial-stage cultivator, clearly overshadowing Tiger Roaring Mountain Manor in terms of high-level combat prowess. Elder Du, who had a good rapport with Elder Wu, was about to respond to Blood Shadow's taunt when Chun Hu raised his hand to silence him. Elder Wu informed me before our departure that the Blood Refinement Sect is but a band of clowns. Even without him, they can be effortlessly suppressed. Hence, Elder Wu remained at the sect and did not come. Upon hearing this, Blood Shadow shook his head with a sigh of regret. What a pity. I had intended to offer my apologies to fellow Taoist Wu. It was my elder's lack of restraint in our previous spar that led to his injuries. Then, Blood Shadow shifted the conversation. Elder Du, I wonder if young friend Du has accompanied you this time. Recently, he rendered a great service to my Blood Refinement sect, and I must express my gratitude. Elder Du nearly choked on his anger at Blood Shadow's words, which merely reopened his wounds. Blood Shadow, do not think to gain the upper hand with mere words. If you have the ability, come and face me in combat. Today shall mark the end of your Blood Refinement sect. Upon hearing this, Blood Shadow's laughter grew increasingly derisive, his grin stretching almost to the back of his head. Very well, then I shall engage in a battle with Elder Du. Elder Du felt his breath catch. As a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he was no match for Blood Shadow, and ultimately, he could only huff in frustration and fall silent. How about I take on the challenge instead? Chun Hu, seeing his elder at a disadvantage, could not remain idle, especially if he could injure Blood Shadow, thus securing half a victory. Last time, you surrounded me without truly defeating me. Today, let us see your esteemed skills once more. Without waiting for Chun Hu's response, Blood Shadow began to weave intricate hand seals, and soon a blood serpent, 3 zhang in length, materialized behind him. With a roar, the blood serpent raised its head. The Blood Refinement sect's techniques, spells, and even artifacts relied heavily on blood, leaving one to wonder how many lives Blood Shadow had claimed to conjure such a creature. Master Chun, receive my blood serpent technique. With that declaration, the blood serpent surged towards Chun Hu. Upon witnessing this, Chun Hu remained undaunted, forming several intricate seals with his hands. Suddenly, behind him emerged a formidable tiger spirit, marking the second phase of the Tiger Roar technique. In contrast to the technique employed by Chun Yu and his companions, which relied on vocal mimicry of a tiger's roar, though still powerful, it lacked a certain essence. This advanced form, achievable upon reaching the Foundation establishment stage, allowed one to harness immense spiritual energy to manifest a genuine tiger spirit. This resulted in a roar that was not only authentic, but exponentially more potent. As the tiger's spirit materialized, a deafening roar echoed through the air. Chapter 79. Confrontation and Retreat. Cheng Yan remained aboard the flying vessel, shielded by a formation. Yet the resounding roar of the tiger still left him dizzy. Within the ship, several low-level cultivators struggled to maintain their footing. Under the influence of Chun Hu's tiger roar, the blood flood dragon momentarily froze, only to witness the tiger demon leap forth, pouncing upon the blood flood dragon and sinking its teeth into it, creating a gaping wound. At this juncture, Blood Shadow finally regained his senses from the effects of the tiger roar and hastily commanded the blood flood dragon to ensnare the tiger demon, engaging in a fierce struggle. However, the blood flood dragon had lost the initiative to the tiger demon. Even as it reacted and entangled the tiger demon, it was still no match, falling victim to the tiger demon's voracious bites, scattering into a cloud of spiritual energy that vanished into the air. After devouring the blood flood dragon, the tiger demon let out another thunderous roar, as if proclaiming its triumph. Blood Shadow, witnessing the demise of his blood flood dragon, let out a muffled grunt, realizing that he had already been at a disadvantage before the battle had truly begun. The power of Chun Zhuangzhu's tiger roar has undeniably increased, he remarked with a somber expression. Yet, the blood flood technique of the blood sect shows little improvement. Let that Chun Zhuangzhu taste my whip. No sooner had he spoken than Blood Shadow retrieved a long whip from his storage bag, which resonated with the unmistakable aura of a high-grade second-tier magical artifact. With a swift motion, he brandished the whip, conjuring a luminous shadow that surged forth with tremendous force towards the tiger demon. The whip struck the tiger demon, dispersing it instantly. Seeing the success of his first strike, Blood Shadow swiftly followed up with another lash, this time directing the whip towards Chun Hu himself. Unfazed by the impending attack, Chun Hu drew forth a flying sword from his storage bag, which too was a high-grade second-tier artifact. He began infusing it with spiritual power, causing the sword to swell dramatically into a massive blade 3 yards long. Chun Hu wielded the colossal sword against the advancing whip shadow, which faltered and shattered under the might of the blade without even a moment's resistance. Yet, this was not the end. The giant sword did not pause after cleaving through the whip shadow, but continued its trajectory towards Blood Shadow. Realizing the threat, Blood Shadow did not dare to underestimate his opponent. With a vigorous flick of his wrist, he extended the long whip to ensnare the giant sword, then forcefully pulled downwards, altering the sword's course towards the ground. The sword struck the earth, sending up a cloud of dust. As the dust settled, a deep fissure, measuring a foot in depth, marred the ground, showcasing the sword's formidable power. Seeing his initial strike thwarted did not surprise Chun Hu. He simply raised his hand, causing the giant sword, which had fallen to the ground, to soar back into the air, ready to strike again. Blood Shadow, taken aback, had not anticipated that Chun Hu would possess such follow-up maneuvers. However, there was no time to evade. He could only draw forth a second-tier high-grade shield artifact to defend himself. The Blood Shadow raised the shield artifact before him, infusing it with spiritual energy, which manifested a crimson protective barrier enveloping him. The colossal sword descended from above, striking the blood-colored shield, yet it failed to breach the Blood Shadow's defenses. The might of the great sword gradually diminished, ultimately reverting to its original form as a flying sword. As the massive blade shrank back to its initial state, the protective barrier surrounding the Blood Shadow shattered with a resounding crash. Had the giant sword persisted a moment longer, the Blood Shadow would have found himself in peril. Observing that the effect of his great sword technique had concluded, Chun Hu summoned the flying sword back, executing a series of swift strikes in midair, unleashing multiple streams of sword energy towards the Blood Shadow. Noticing the rapidly approaching sword energies, the Blood Shadow hastily lashed out with several whips in an attempt to intercept them. Although he managed to block the attacks, it was evident to any discerning observer that the Blood Shadow had now fallen to a disadvantage. Indeed, as the Lord of Tiger Roar Manor, Chun Hu was adeptly maintaining the upper hand against the Blood Shadow, who was also at the late stage of foundational establishment, a scattered cultivator aboard the flying vessel. Witnessing Chun Hu's superior skill, could not help but exclaim in admiration. You may not be aware, but Lord Chun gained renown during his mid-foundational stage for contending against late foundational cultivators. Now that he has advanced to the late foundational stage, his strength has become formidable. It is already remarkable that the Blood Shadow has managed to endure for so long under Lord Chen's assault. Beside him, another individual, a scattered cultivator well acquainted with Chun Hu's exploits from his long stay in the Sanyang Square Market, remarked, "What? He could contend with a late foundational cultivator while still in the mid-foundational stage." The listener was taken aback, understanding the significant disparity between the foundational stage and the chi refining stage. In the latter, as long as one's techniques were potent and one possessed quality artifacts, Surpassing realms in battle was not excessively challenging. However, once one reached the foundational stage, each minor realm became a formidable chasm, only traversable by true prodigies. Clearly, Chun Hu was one such talent. Despite witnessing his sword energies being successfully intercepted, Chun Hu remained undeterred. He swiftly altered his hand seals, summoning a colossal sword forged from condensed spiritual energy above his head. Falling sword technique. Go, he commanded, as the immense sword plummeted from the heavens, aimed directly at the Blood Shadow. Upon seeing the descending spiritual giant sword, the Blood Shadow's expression turned grave. The falling sword technique was a formidable spell employed by sword cultivators, and should it strike him, he would likely suffer severe injury or worse. In response, the Blood Shadow retrieved a gourd artifact from his storage bag, emanating a foul, sanguine aura, with the gourd itself appearing a deep crimson. As the blood-red gourd was uncapped, a torrent of blood gushed forth, releasing an overwhelming stench that permeated the air. Even those far from the battlefield, such as Zhou Yang and others, could easily detect the nauseating odor. A veritable deluge of blood flowed from the gourd, coalescing into a pool above the Blood Shadow's head. As the blood flowed increasingly from the gourd, the blood pool gradually expanded. Suddenly, the Blood Shadow clenched his fist, and the blood pool enveloped the colossal sword entirely. Blood burial technique. Break. With a resounding shout, the Blood Shadow commanded the blood pool to contract incessantly, ultimately shattering the spirit sword into fragments. As the spirit sword disintegrated into a swirl of ethereal energy dispersed in the air, the blood pool also shattered, transforming into a rain of crimson droplets that fell to the ground. Observing the blood-colored gourd in the Blood Shadow's hand, Chun Hu remarked, "The blood sect leader possesses impressive techniques. However, I wonder how many innocent lives must be sacrificed to forge such a blood gourd?" Chapter 80. The actions of the demon. They are merely a group of mortals. To slay them is a trivial matter. If they can assist me in forging a blood gourd, it would indeed be their honor. Humph, the actions of a demon. A demon? Ha ha ha. I find that appellation quite delightful. Unyielding and obstinate. Today I shall act on behalf of heaven and eradicate you. The demon. As soon as the words left his mouth, Chun Hu formed another seal, summoning a colossal sword of spiritual energy that descended from above. Does Master Chun underestimate me, resorting to the same tactic? If I can thwart you once, I can do so countless times. With that, an endless stream of blood flowed from the crimson gourd, clearly indicating that Blood Shadow intended to counter Chun Hu's descending sword technique with a similar maneuver. However, as Blood Shadow enveloped the massive sword in a torrent of blood, his pupils suddenly contracted. He realized that this sword of spiritual energy bore subtle differences from the previous one. It was inscribed with a roaring tiger pattern along its blade. Have you noticed? Too late. Chun Hu, observing the sudden change in Blood Shadow's expression, understood that Blood Shadow had discerned the uniqueness of his technique. Yet it was too late for him to act. Tiger Roar Sword Technique. With a light exclamation from Chun Hu, the colossal sword emitted a thunderous sound, not a mere sword chant, but an ear-splitting roar of a tiger. The sound of the tiger's roar was soul-stirring, and Blood Shadow found himself momentarily stunned, struck by its impact. Though it was but a fleeting moment of distraction in the fierce clash between powerful opponents. Victory or defeat can be determined in the blink of an eye. By the time Blood Shadow regained his composure, the massive sword had already penetrated the blood pool, hurtling towards him. Blood Shadow, witnessing the approach of the spiritual sword, was seized by terror. He had not anticipated that Chun Hu would merge the Tiger Roar technique with the sword descending technique, creating a far more formidable Tiger Roar sword technique. One must understand that the creation of new spells typically requires a golden core practitioner, though Chun Hu had merely combined two existing techniques. The challenge was still beyond the capabilities of an average late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This exemplifies the extraordinary talent possessed by Chun Hu. Yet, Blood Shadow had no time for further contemplation, as the spiritual sword loomed directly above him. He hastily summoned his shield artifact, desperately pouring spiritual energy into it, as if his life depended on it, forming a thick barrier for protection. When the spiritual sword struck the shield, it faltered momentarily, and then Chun Hu forcefully pressed down with a wave of his hand. Blood Shadow felt an immense pressure bearing down upon his shield. Crack! The shield held for less than 10 breaths before he heard a sound of splintering. Turning towards the noise, Blood Shadow noticed a faint crack forming on the surface of the shield. Soon, that crack began to spread outward, and in the blink of an eye, it covered the entire shield, which then shattered into a burst of spiritual light. With the barrier gone, the colossal sword crashed down upon Blood Shadow, driving him into the ground and creating a massive crater. As the swirling dust began to settle, the formidable spirit sword lost its potency, dissipating into a wisp of ethereal light. Just as the onlookers awaited the outcome with bated breath, a sudden crimson glow burst forth from the haze, darting directly towards the gates of the blood-refining sect. The speed of this sanguine light was astonishing. It vanished in a mere flash, and once the dust cleared, no trace of it remained. Clearly, that crimson luminescence was the blood shadow employing the blood escape technique to flee. Chen Hu, observing the direction in which the blood shadow had escaped, mused that his recent strike must have inflicted considerable injury upon it, for otherwise, it would not have retreated in such haste. Regrettably, he had failed to sever the blood shadow with his blade. Elder Du, witnessing the blood shadow's flight, seized the moment to exclaim, "The sect master of the blood-refining sect has fled. Let us join forces to breach the gates." He then charged ahead, racing towards the blood-refining sect's entrance, closely followed by 2 other cultivators of initial Foundation establishment. The remaining 3 Foundation establishment cultivators of the blood-refining sect were not inclined to allow them passage easily, and thus, they surged forward, engaging in fierce combat. One mid-Foundation cultivator intercepted Elder Du, while another faced off alone against the 2 initial Foundation elders from the Tiger Howl Mountain Manor. The last of the blood-refining sect's initial Foundation cultivators remained at the rear, activating the protective mountain formation. Upon the activation of the blood-refining sect's protective formation, a translucent barrier materialized amidst the resounding booms, accompanied by the emergence of a spirit entity resembling a demon ape. With a ferocious roar, the demon ape directed its wrath towards Chen Hu. Its crimson eyes glowed with a savage intensity, and it lunged at him with fierce determination. Chen Hu, recognizing the gravity of the situation, understood that this was the protective formation of the blood-refining sect, a second-tier elite formation. The demon ape possessed strength equivalent to that of a perfected Foundation establishment cultivator. However, Chen Hu did not need to vanquish the demon ape. He merely needed to stall for time until the spiritual veins of the blood-refining sect became overburdened, causing the formation to collapse of its own accord. Thus, he refrained from engaging the demon ape directly, utilizing various tactics to entangle it. Although the demon ape boasted formidable strength, its lack of intelligence allowed Chen Hu to ensnare it effectively. Meanwhile, as the Foundation cultivators on both sides encountered their respective foes, Chen Yu, the young lord of Tiger Howl Mountain Manor, led a contingent of Qi-refining disciples and wandering cultivators into battle against the Qi-refining disciples of the blood-refining sect. The disciples of Tiger Howl Mountain Manor, forming teams of 3 to 5, supported one another and caught the blood-refining sect's disciples off guard, resulting in the demise of numerous foes. In contrast, the wandering cultivators primarily fought alone, with only a few familiar faces banding together in small groups. With their varied strengths ranging from the 5th to the 9th level of Qi refining, the wandering cultivators suffered heavy losses as soon as the clash began, with many losing their lives. Those who fell, if they bore any wounds, would find their bodies rapidly desiccating at an alarming rate. His entire being was drenched in blood, which had evidently been absorbed by the blood-devouring demon ape formation. As time gradually passed, an increasing number of lives were extinguished, and the ground became strewn with desiccated corpses, including those of disciples from the blood refinement sect, all drained of their essence. After Cheng Yan achieved a breakthrough to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, his strength experienced a qualitative leap as he had ascended to the late stage of Qi refinement. Should Cheng Yan invoke the heavy profound seal, few of those at the 7th layer of Qi refinement or below would stand a chance against him. Chapter 81. Indeed, a treasure. However, employing the heavy mysterious seal would be too conspicuous in this battleground. Moreover, the heavy mysterious seal demands an immense amount of spiritual power, and even with Cheng Yan's cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refinement, he could not utilize it frequently. He also hesitated to use the spirit-gathering pearl for fear of being detected. Thus, Cheng Yan resorted to wielding a first-tier superior flying sword, one of the magical artifacts left behind by Wan Feng, which spared Cheng Yan the expenditure of numerous spirit stones. With a swift motion, Cheng Yan's sword claimed the life of a 6th-level Qi refinement disciple from the blood refinement sect, after which he promptly advanced to collect the storage bag. Prior to this, Cheng Yan had engaged in fierce combat with 2 7th-level disciples from the blood refinement sect, ultimately slaying them. His performance was indeed remarkable among the scattered cultivators. Yet, the most striking figure was none other than Chen Yu, the young master of the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. At this moment, Chen Yu had achieved the consummation of Qi refinement, though it appeared he had only recently broken through, and his cultivation had yet to stabilize fully. Charging at the forefront of the battlefield, Cheng Yan single-handedly wielded 2 first-tier premium flying swords. Even a 9th-level Qi refinement cultivator would find it difficult to withstand a single strike from Cheng Yan, who moved like a god of war, leaving no survivors in his wake. It was only when the Blood Refinement sect dispatched 3 fully realized Qi refinement cultivators that Cheng Yan was finally impeded. Due to his dazzling performance, Cheng Yan attracted the attention of an 8th-level opponent, who approached not in vengeance for his sect, but with a glimmer of greed in his eyes. You, who have slain 2 of our 7th-level disciples, must possess some sort of treasure, he spoke, his gaze fixated on Cheng Yan, licking his lips in anticipation. This individual had observed Cheng Yan's effortless dispatching of their comrades and surmised that Cheng Yan must be in possession of a formidable artifact. After all, how could a solitary cultivator dispatch peers of his level so effortlessly? One only needed to look at the scattered cultivators struggling against their equals to realize the improbability. Without allowing Cheng Yan any opportunity for rebuttal, the malevolent cultivator raised his hand, unleashing a crimson spiritual energy handprint towards him. This spell was perhaps one of the more common techniques of the Blood Refinement sect. Cheng Yan had encountered 3 disciples of the Blood Refinement sect employing this very spell. However, due to its widespread use, its potency was not particularly formidable, otherwise it would not be so frequently practiced. As the blood-red handprint surged toward him, Cheng Yan formed several hand seals, conjuring a square water prison to contain the blood-colored imprint. This was the water prison technique. Cheng Yan had realized some time ago that his repertoire of spells was woefully limited. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had primarily relied on talismans and magical artifacts, seldom relying on his raw strength to vanquish foes. While talismans and artifacts are indeed the means of an immortal cultivator, acquiring additional spells could only serve to enhance his capabilities. Thus, over the past 2 years, alongside his cultivation breakthroughs, Cheng Yan had also learned several new spells, with the water prison technique being among them. The arcane arts, of course, originate from the jade slip left by Wan Feng. However, the majority of its contents pertain to rudimentary spells, with the water prison technique being among the more advanced incantations, accessible only to cultivators in the late stages of Qi refinement. Initially, the water prison technique was merely a means to ensnare an adversary. Yet, having recently observed the duel between Xue Ying and Chen Hu, Cheng Yan was inspired and conceived a novel application for it. He conjured the water prison to envelop the blood-red handprint, causing it to constrict, thus distorting the handprint's form. Subsequently, it was forcibly shattered, transforming into a wisp of spiritual light that dissipated into the ether. This innovative use of the water prison technique was a result of Cheng Yan's contemplation following his observation of Xue Ying's blood funeral technique. Nevertheless, the power of Cheng Yan's water prison was significantly inferior to that of Xue Ying's blood funeral. Despite this, Cheng Yan felt a sense of satisfaction. The water prison was no longer solely a tool for containment, but now possessed a degree of offensive capability, potentially yielding unforeseen results. His prowess was indeed commendable, explaining why he was able to slay 2 disciples of the blood refining sect, both at the 7th layer of Qi refinement. The malevolent practitioner, witnessing his blood-red handprint being dispelled by Cheng Yan, exhibited no surprise. He had merely been testing the waters and had not exerted his full strength. However, what was to come next would undoubtedly be formidable. As soon as he finished speaking, the dark sorcerer swiftly formed several hand seals, summoning a blood-red blade-like apparition above his head. Blood blade technique. With a resounding shout, the malevolent practitioner directed the spectral blade toward Cheng Yan. The might of this blood blade far surpassed that of the previous handprint, prompting Cheng Yan to abandon any reservations. He summoned the heavy Xian seal, infusing it with spiritual energy, causing it to enlarge and descend upon the blood blade apparition. Though the blood blade's power was considerable, it could not withstand the onslaught of the heavy Xian seal, disintegrating into motes of spiritual light. Truly, a treasure. To Cheng Yan's astonishment, the malevolent practitioner, upon witnessing the heavy Xian seal, did not react with fear but rather with greed, his eyes fixated on the artifact. It was known that even among artifacts of the same rank, there existed distinctions in quality. The heavy Xian seal in Cheng Yan's possession boasted power comparable to that of many superior first-tier artifacts, stirring the dark sorcerer's covetousness. Observing the avaricious gaze directed at his heavy Xian seal, Cheng Yan let out a cold chuckle, declaring, "Do you desire my heavy Xian seal? Let us see if you possess the strength to claim it." With that, he manipulated the heavy Xian seal to bear down upon the malevolent practitioner. The dark sorcerer, recognizing the impending threat of the heavy Xian seal, did not hesitate to produce a first-tier superior defensive artifact to shield himself. The heavy Xian seal struck against his defenses but failed to breach them. Such offensive artifacts required immense spiritual energy with each use. Given his cultivation at the 7th layer of Qi refinement, how many times could he summon such power? Perceiving Cheng Yan's inability to penetrate his defenses, the malevolent practitioner grew emboldened. Yet, as he stated, even though Cheng Yan had recently ascended to the 7th layer of Qi refinement, he still found it challenging to frequently wield the heavy Xian seal. However, all of this transpired in the absence of the spirit-gathering pearl. Cheng Yan paid no heed to his words, relentlessly striking his shield with the heavy Xian seal. After merely 3 blows, one could observe the sudden contraction of the rogue cultivator's pupils as cracks began to manifest upon his shield. Yet, when he noticed that Cheng Yan did not summon the heavy Xian seal to strike again, a smile crept across his face, suggesting that Cheng Yan lacked the spiritual energy to continue the assault. The rogue cultivator, cautious by nature, did not immediately lower his defenses. Nevertheless, he was undeniably somewhat relaxed. Chapter 82. A sudden turn of events, however, when he cast his gaze upon Cheng Yan, he discovered a mocking smile gracing Cheng Yan's face. Then, to his astonishment, he noticed that Cheng Yan's previously nearly depleted spiritual energy surged upward, restoring a modicum of power, although the revival was minimal. It sufficed for him to unleash the heavy mystic seal once more without any hindrance. Realizing this, he barely had time to utter a word before the heavy mystic seal crashed violently against his protective shield, shattering it with a resounding crack, and subsequently, the seal descended upon him, ending his life beneath its weight. At the very moment Cheng Yan vanquished the malevolent cultivator of the 8th layer of Qi refinement, Chun, who was embroiled in a relentless struggle with the demon ape. For some inexplicable reason, he remained furrowed in concentration, a persistent unease gnawing at his mind. As he grappled with the demon ape, he sensed something amiss. Yet, it was only when he exchanged blows with the creature that the source of his discomfort became apparent. Logically, the bloodthirsty demon ape formation should grow stronger over time. Yet throughout their skirmish, he felt not an increase in the ape's prowess, but rather a slight decline. Having identified the anomaly, new questions arose in his mind. Who was siphoning off the blood of the slain cultivators? Suddenly, it seemed as though an epiphany struck Chun Hu, and his expression shifted drastically. Everyone, retreat swiftly. After fending off a strike from the demon ape, he retreated with great urgency, channeling his spiritual energy to shout loudly. Upon hearing Chun Hu's commanding cry, the foundational elders of the Tiger Roar Mountain and the Qi refinement disciples momentarily hesitated before promptly withdrawing. Meanwhile, the loose cultivators remained rooted in confusion, unable to comprehend why Chun Hu had suddenly called for a retreat. Only a few astute individuals began to follow the Tiger Roar Mountain disciples in their retreat. Cheng Yan was among them. As soon as he heard Chun Hu's order, he commenced his withdrawal. This is dire. Chun Hu has discovered us, and the sect leader still requires some time. What shall we do now? One early-stage foundational cultivator from the blood-refining sect remarked as he witnessed the retreat of the Tiger Roar Mountain members. Then we shall strike. A mid-stage foundational cultivator replied, a fierce glint flashing across his face. The other 3, upon hearing this, unleashed various spells, directing their assault towards the Qi refinement cultivators below. The individual orchestrating the formation even commanded the demon ape to charge into the ranks of the Qi refinement practitioners. How could the Qi refinement cultivators possibly stand against the foundational cultivators? As the spells descended, nearly 100 individuals perished before they could even emit a cry of despair. Furthermore, the foundational cultivators from the blood-refining sect executed indiscriminate attacks, sparing not even their own disciples. Anyone within their spell range was doomed. Witnessing their merciless onslaught, Chun Hu's expression darkened. He had not anticipated their cruelty, attacking even their own kin. Stop them. Upon concluding his words, he was the first to charge forward, followed closely by several other Foundation establishment cultivators. Only a slight effort was needed from the sect master, who unleashed his full power. A mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator from the blood-refining sect, noticing Chun Hu and the others advancing, shouted in an attempt to thwart them. Subsequently, several cultivators from the blood-refining sect unleashed their most formidable spells, targeting the group of Qi cultivators below. In retaliation, the demon ape stepped forward to obstruct them. The Qi cultivators below were desperately fleeing. Yet how could they possibly escape the grasp of the Foundation establishment cultivators? Aside from a small number who had retreated with the Tiger Howl Mountain Manor from the very beginning, most of those remaining had already perished. At this juncture, Chun Hu intercepted the demon ape, allowing Elder Du and the others to finally reach the members of the blood-refining sect. However, upon seeing Elder Du and his companions, the faces of the blood-refining sect members revealed a sinister smile. It was already too late. No sooner had the words been spoken than an overwhelming aura erupted from within the mountain gates of the blood-refining sect. Instantly, the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge frantically towards the summit of the sect. The bloodthirsty demon ape formation finally succumbed to the strain, collapsing upon itself, and the demon ape dissipated into scattered spiritual light. Yet, Cheng Yan felt no elation. His expression was graver than ever before. "Master, what is happening?" Elder Du and the others were momentarily bewildered by the sudden turn of events. They had merely been following Cheng Yan's orders, and their understanding of the situation remained unclear. Cheng Yan, however, did not respond, his gaze fixed intently on the summit of the blood-refining sect. Atop the summit, a thin veil of mist had begun to envelop the area, a result of the vast accumulation of spiritual energy. Gradually, this mist coalesced into a vortex, an unmistakable sign of someone breaking through. As the mist slowly dissipated, the astonishing aura intensified, ultimately surging forth in a manner that startled even Cheng Yan. As the mist cleared, the summit of the blood-refining sect settled into a calm state. Suddenly, a flash of crimson spiritual light flickered, and in the blink of an eye, a figure appeared on the battlefield. It was none other than the Blood Shadow, who had previously been repelled by Cheng Yan. However, observing the flow of spiritual energy around him, he bore no semblance of having been defeated. In fact, he had evidently reached the consummate stage of foundation establishment. What a profound scheme by the Blood Sect Master. Cheng Yan realized, to conceal the bloodthirsty absorption formation beneath the guise of the bloodthirsty demon ape formation, feigning retreat while secretly advancing in cultivation. The individuals behind Cheng Yan, upon hearing this, suddenly grasped the gravity of the situation, and their astonishment at Blood Shadow's cunning grew. Unbeknownst to them, Blood Shadow had already laid an intricate trap, perhaps orchestrating the entire conflict. The bloodthirsty absorption formation served as a cultivation method for the disciples of the blood-refining sect, designed to accelerate their training by drawing spiritual energy from blood. The bloodthirsty demon ape formation was merely a ruse to conceal the true nature of the bloodthirsty absorption formation, which explained why Cheng Yan had not sensed any increase in the demon ape's strength. All the blood has indeed been siphoned away by the blood-sucking spirit-absorbing array. The initial retreat of Blood Shadow was merely a ruse, a clever fade to mislead others while secretly returning to the blood-refining sect to cultivate using the very array. "Ha ha, you flatter me, Master Cheng." Blood Shadow chuckled heartily, feigning an air of modesty. Elder Du, standing behind Cheng Yan, interjected, "Blood Shadow, your heart is truly ruthless to achieve your own advancement. You have mercilessly slaughtered so many, showing no mercy even to your own disciples." Upon hearing this, Blood Shadow cast a glance at him, exclaiming, "How tiresome." Chapter 83, Brazen Claims and the Completion of Foundation Establishment. In an instant, the Blood Shadow waved his hand, unleashing a powerful palm print imbued with spiritual energy towards Elder Du. Upon witnessing this, Elder Du's countenance shifted dramatically, and he hastily summoned a defensive artifact for protection. However, his defense faltered before it could endure even a fleeting moment, shattering under the force of the attack. The palm print struck Elder Du squarely, sending him hurtling through the air, blood spilling from his mouth. "Do you not perceive my status as a malevolent cultivator? Yet you dare to utter such words to me." Beside them, Cheng Yan, observing Blood Shadow's assault, felt his pupils constrict in alarm. Although he had intended to intervene, he found himself too late. Elder Du had already been sent flying by the strike. Nevertheless, he remained confident, believing he could withstand such a blow if it were to land upon him. "Master Cheng, allow me to discipline a few of your loquacious subordinates. I trust you would not take offense," Blood Shadow remarked, turning to Cheng Yan after dispatching Elder Du. "Our clan members are not subject to your reprimands." Cheng Yan retorted, "Master Cheng, face reality. I have now achieved the pinnacle of foundation establishment, and you are no longer my equal. Whether or not I am your equal can only be determined through combat." With that declaration, Cheng Yan's hands began to weave intricate seals, summoning a colossal sword of spiritual energy adorned with tiger patterns that descended from the heavens. Tiger's Roar Sword Technique. Cheng Yan shouted, and the massive sword emitted a thunderous roar akin to a tiger's cry as it plunged towards Blood Shadow. Yet, Blood Shadow remained unfazed by the cacophony, instead offering a disdainful smile. A ferocious roar echoed overhead as a blood serpent materialized above Blood Shadow, now grown to an impressive length of 5 zhang. Its might far surpassing that of the previous blood serpent technique he had wielded. With a swift flick of its tail, the blood serpent struck the giant sword, which could not withstand such overwhelming force and shattered under the assault. After obliterating the tiger's roar sword technique, the blood serpent surged directly towards Cheng Yan. who regarded the approaching creature with an expression of grave concern. In response, he retrieved a new flying sword from his storage pouch, its aura indicating it was a second-tier top-grade artifact. Chunhu infused the flying sword with a powerful sword technique, directing it to cleave at the blood serpent. The might of the second-tier top-grade flying sword executing the sword technique was unparalleled compared to its lower-tier counterparts. With a single strike, it severed the blood serpent in two. However, the technique had exhausted all its power, reverting the weapon back to its original form. It appears Master Chun possesses such formidable artifacts. The Tiger's Roar Mountain Manor is indeed prosperous. Yet, after this battle, all that belongs to the Tiger's Roar Manor shall rightfully belong to my blood-refining sect. Second-tier top-grade artifacts are not commonplace. They are typically found only among long-established Foundation establishment forces or among powerful cultivators who have reached the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. The blood-refining sect does not possess a single second-tier top-grade artifact within its entire sect. Thus, Blood Shadow found himself irresistibly drawn to the second-tier top-grade flying sword in Chunhu's possession, especially as he had just achieved the peak of Foundation establishment and lacked a suitable artifact in hand. Such audacity! As the words fell from his lips, a multitude of flying swords materialized around Chunhu, each of which was of no lesser grade than the second tier, the lowest being of the second-tier low grade. A sword formation. Rise. With a gentle command from Chunhu, the numerous flying swords aligned seamlessly, forming a colossal new sword. At the tip of this giant sword lay the singular second-tier supreme flying sword. Fall. Chunhu uttered another word, and the massive sword, forged from dozens of flying swords, surged towards the Blood Shadow. The sword formation? Upon witnessing the giant sword composed of numerous flying sword artifacts, a grave expression graced Blood Shadow's countenance for the first time. Clearly, the power of this sword formation was sufficient to impact him. Blood Shadow produced his crimson gourd, from which an endless stream of blood poured forth. Once every last drop from the gourd had been exhausted, an infinite blood pool formed above his head. Subsequently, this blood pool coalesced into a 10-jong-tall humanoid monstrosity made of blood. The creature swung a fist, striking the tip of the giant sword. As the tip of the giant sword met the fist of the blood creature, a powerful wave emanated from the point of contact, sending the chi-refining cultivators on the ground reeling. This was merely the residual force from the clash of spells. One could only imagine the magnitude of power at the heart of the confrontation, likely beyond the endurance of even Foundation establishment cultivators. As the giant sword and blood creature engaged, they found themselves locked in a stalemate. Both Chunhu and Blood Shadow fervently channeling their spiritual power in an attempt to overpower the other's spell. However, Chunhu was at a slight disadvantage, being one minor realm lower than Blood Shadow. In no time, the numerous flying swords began to tremble slightly, signaling the onset of disarray. Indeed, barely 10 breaths later, the flying swords scattered, with several second-tier low-grade sword artifacts shattering completely. With the giant sword no longer obstructing its path, the blood creature's fist surged towards Chunhu with unrelenting force. Realizing the imminent danger, Chunhu hastily retrieved a second-tier upper-grade shield artifact from his storage. It was evident that this shield was forged from the shell of a tortoise-like beast. Once activated, a translucent tortoise shell emerged, encasing Chunhu within. Boom! The fist collided with the tortoise shell apparition, producing a resounding crash. The force of the punch whipped Chunhu's hair and attire wildly. Yet, the tortoise shell apparition could not withstand the might of the blood creature's fist for long and was soon shattered. The fist then descended upon the actual tortoise shell shield. As the fist made contact with the shield, Chunhu felt an overwhelming force surge through, propelling him and the shield several dozen jong away. When he finally regained his footing, his face flushed crimson before he coughed up a mouthful of blood, his complexion paling once more. Observing the shield artifact in his grasp, he noticed fine cracks forming at the point of impact. It is evident how formidable the Blood Shadow's technique truly is. Chunhu initially weakened its prowess with a sword formation, subsequently attempting to block it with a superior-grade second-tier magical artifact. However, in the end, that very artifact sustained damage, and he himself suffered significant injuries. Master, Father, the members of the Tiger-Roaring Mountain Manor exclaimed in astonishment upon witnessing Chunhu's injuries. Elder Du and a few others even contemplated rushing forward to assist, but were halted by Chunhu's gesture. After all, even with his late-stage Foundation establishment cultivation, he was no match for the Blood Shadow. Their intervention would merely amount to offering themselves as sacrifices. Chapter 84. Unabashed Ha. Chunhu, did you ever imagine that the day would come when you would find yourself in such a predicament, after you and your companions besieged me? As Blood Shadow witnessed Chun Hu's injuries, a hearty laugh erupted from him. Once, he had been besieged by Chun Hu and his cohorts, leaving him severely wounded and forced to flee in disgrace. Today, however, he finally exacted a measure of revenge, and his joy was palpable. You, a Foundation establishment cultivator, had the audacity to strike against the chi-refining disciples of my tiger-roaring mountain manor. Such shamelessness is truly laughable, especially when you accuse us of surrounding you. Although the cultivation world does not explicitly prohibit higher-tier cultivators from attacking those of lower tiers, it is generally understood that higher-tier cultivators refrain from such actions, as it is considered a disgraceful act that diminishes their status and invites ridicule from their peers. However, the wicked cultivators clearly do not concern themselves with such matters of pride. They will commit even the most heinous acts if it serves their interests. Words are futile. Today marks your demise, Chun Hu. Indeed, your completion of the Foundation establishment stage is formidable, yet do not presume that Blood Lord believes I am powerless against you. I am eager to see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. With that, he commanded the blood creature to unleash another punch. Yet, Chun Hu faced the incoming blow with no hint of panic in his eyes. He retrieved a pill from his storage bag and consumed it, causing his aura to surge dramatically. In no time, he matched Blood Shadow's strength. Then, Chun Hu unleashed a sword technique, cleaving the blood creature in two. Explosive Spirit Pill. Blood Shadow exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the pill Chun Hu had ingested. The Explosive Spirit Pill, a premier second-tier elixir, could elevate a Foundation establishment cultivator's power by a minor realm for a brief duration. However, the chaotic spiritual energy it provided would relentlessly harm the user's meridians, jeopardizing their future cultivation path. Prolonged usage could even lead to meridian rupture, rendering one a cripple incapable of further cultivation. And even if you consume the Explosive Spirit Pill, how long can your meridians endure? As long as I can resolve this swiftly, it matters not. While the side effects of the Explosive Spirit Pill are severe, if consumed for a brief period and followed by effective recuperation, its impact can be minimized. You speak boldly. Now we are both at the peak of the Foundation establishment stage, and you might merely match me evenly. This statement bears truth. For although Blood Shadow has only just reached this pinnacle, Chun Hu's elevation through the pill has brought their strengths nearly to parity. Should they be on equal footing, Chun Hu would indeed find it challenging to swiftly subdue Blood Shadow, given the latter's formidable prowess. Upon hearing this, Chun Hu refrained from responding further. Having consumed the Explosive Spirit Pill, the violent spiritual energy was incessantly gnawing at his meridians. With each passing moment, the longer he delayed, the greater the damage to his meridians would become. Thus, Chun Hu swiftly retrieved a spiritual talisman from his storage bag. The moment the talisman was drawn, Blood Shadow's heart skipped a beat, sensing an imminent threat, a threat potent enough to claim his very life. A third-tier sword talisman. How could this be? How could you possibly possess such an artifact? Blood Shadow exclaimed in disbelief, his voice slightly cracking from sheer astonishment. The sword talisman is a rather unique type of spiritual talisman, typically crafted by sword cultivators, rendering it exceedingly rare. After all, within the realm of cultivation, genuine sword cultivators are not abundant, and those who are both sword cultivators and talisman masters are even scarcer. The grade of a sword talisman is determined by the prowess of its creator. Thus, the third-tier inferior sword talisman before him must have been inscribed by at least a foundational stage cultivator at the initial level of the Golden Core realm. This third-tier inferior sword talisman is a legacy left by the founding ancestor of my tiger-roaring mountain villa, preserved for nearly a millennium. Today, I shall wield it to take your life, Chun Hu declared, clutching the talisman in his hand. Upon realizing that the talisman in Chun Hu's grasp was indeed a third-tier sword talisman, Blood Shadow commenced his blood escape technique. Although the technique is renowned for its extraordinary speed, it exacts a considerable toll and leaves the user in a weakened state for a time afterward. Additionally, having just recently broken through, Blood Shadow had not yet solidified his cultivation. Should he employ the blood escape technique now, he risked plummeting back to the latter stage of foundation building. Yet, survival was paramount, and Blood Shadow could not afford to dwell on the consequences. However, it was evident that Chun Hu, having produced a third-tier inferior sword talisman, would not simply allow Blood Shadow to escape unscathed. Suddenly, a tiger demon manifested above Chun Hu's head, roaring fiercely, momentarily stalling Blood Shadow's escape. In that instant, Chun Hu began to frantically channel spiritual energy into the sword talisman. Even though his cultivation had been elevated to the perfect stage of foundation building through the use of an explosive spirit pill, the talisman still drained him entirely of his spiritual power before it could be activated. just as Blood Shadow broke free from the immobilizing aura of the tiger roaring technique. It was too late. The sword talisman transformed into a formidable sword chi, slicing towards Blood Shadow with unrelenting ferocity. Blood Shadow hastily employed various techniques to obstruct the oncoming sword chi, hurling an array of magical artifacts and talismans as if they were inconsequential. Yet, the sword chi advanced without the slightest hesitation. Ultimately, it cleaved through Blood Shadow's form, severing him into two halves, his visage frozen in a state of horror at the moment of death. After vanquishing Blood Shadow, the sword chi did not relent. It carved a smooth diagonal cut through the entrance of the blood-refining sect. Witnessing the lifeless body of Blood Shadow, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. Only moments prior, Blood Shadow had reached the pinnacle of foundation building, seemingly invincible. Now, he lay in two pieces upon the ground. Was this the power of the Golden Core? A foundational stage cultivator rendered incapable of resistance. The spectators, including Zhou Yang, were lost in contemplation. The remaining foundational stage cultivators of the blood-refining sect stood in stunned silence for an extended period. Run. At last, one individual regained his composure and, with a loud cry, darted away into the distance. The others, hearing his voice, quickly snapped back to reality and each fled in a different direction. The members of the Tiger Roar Villa, witnessing this, promptly gave chase, determined to eradicate the threat entirely. They could not allow their adversaries to escape so easily. However, Chun Hu, having exhausted his spiritual energy, was unable to pursue them. Instead, he returned to his disciples, seeking a quiet spot to consume a pill and commence his meditation. After all, having taken the explosive spirit pill, even though the duration was short, he knew that failing to properly recuperate could lead to lingering consequences, potentially jeopardizing his path in cultivation. Chapter 85. The final redemption of achievements at Tiger Roar Mountain. 3 days have elapsed since the decisive battle between Tiger Roar Mountain and the blood-refining sect. Reports surfaced that several foundational cultivators from Tiger Roar Mountain pursued their counterparts from the blood-refining sect. Notably, after a period of meditation, Chun Hu personally joined the chase, ultimately slaying 3 foundational evil cultivators after a relentless day and night of pursuit. However, one mid-stage foundational cultivator managed to escape. Subsequently, a bounty was issued by Tiger Roar Mountain, offering a second-tier upper-grade magical artifact as a reward for the head of the escaped evil cultivator. This proclamation attracted numerous self-assured foundational rogue cultivators eager to hunt him down, as second-tier upper-grade artifacts are quite rare, even enticing some late-stage foundational cultivators. Today marks nearly 6 years since Cheng Yan entered the realm of cultivation, yet he finds himself without a single friend. In the world of cultivators, companionship is deemed essential, encompassing both romantic partners and comrades along the path. Yet, Cheng Yan remains solitary, inevitably feeling a pang of loneliness. The recent encounter with the elder from the Chun family further stirred his longing for home. After so many years away, he wonders about the well-being of his parents and how they are faring. However, with the 100 taels of gold he left behind, he assumes they are managing adequately. Thus, Cheng Yan resolved to return home once the conflict between Tiger Roar Mountain and the blood-refining sect concluded, yearning to see his parents and alleviate his homesickness. Otherwise, he feared that he would struggle to focus on his cultivation for a considerable period. In the past few days, Tiger Roar Mountain had been preoccupied with consolidating the forces of the blood-refining sect, postponing the redemption of achievements. Today marks the final opportunity for redemption, and should he miss this chance, his achievements would be rendered as mere worthless figures. Fortunately, Tiger Roar Mountain has allocated 3 days for this process, and despite the considerable number of rogue cultivators, this duration should suffice. However, certain items for redemption are limited in quantity. If those ahead exhaust their selections, subsequent individuals, regardless of their accrued achievements, would be unable to redeem anything. Thus, Cheng Yan arrived early at the Rogue Cultivator Management Office of Tiger Roar Mountain. Upon his arrival, he found a considerable number of people already present, evidently sharing his concern of missing out on coveted items. After waiting in line for a while, it was finally his turn. Identity token, the manager stated, glancing up at Cheng Yan before extending his hand. Cheng Yan promptly presented his identity token, which the manager inspected before placing it into his storage pouch, a clear indication that it would be returned later. You possess 320 achievement points. Peruse the selection, and once you have made your choice, simply inform me, he continued, handing a jade slip to Zhou Yang. Cheng Yan's consciousness delved into the slip, revealing a record of various spiritual items available for redemption at this final opportunity at Tiger Roar Mountain. Cheng Yan gazed intently at the first spiritual item, a a second-tier inferior magical artifact, which stirred a deep desire within him. Possessing the spirit-gathering pearl, he could barely activate such an artifact. Owning one would indeed elevate his status, allowing him to dominate the chi refinement stage. However, the daunting requirement of 5,000 military merits deterred him, leaving him uncertain whether a ruthless individual might procure it. Further down the list were various first-tier premium magical artifacts and spirit talismans, all demanding considerable military merits. Had Cheng Yan not been in need of the Breaking Realm pill, he might have contemplated these options, yet at present, he could only gaze longingly. Additionally, there were various spiritual herbs, among which he discovered the essence cultivation fruit. Cheng Yan initially considered exchanging for some, as he lacked neither magical artifacts nor talismans. The ones left by Wu Zhao sufficed for his current needs. However, the essence cultivation fruit presented an opportunity to attempt concocting essence cultivation pills, potentially paving his path to becoming a first-tier superior alchemist. As he perused the offerings, he unexpectedly stumbled upon a peculiar item. It was not a spiritual object, but rather a leasing credit for a spiritual vein. The details indicated that when leasing the spiritual vein of the Tiger Howling Villa, this credit could offset the rental fees for the first 3 years. Naturally, this was limited to first-tier superior veins and below. The existence of such an option was not surprising. The blood-refining sect's influence was substantial, encompassing numerous first-tier spiritual veins. The Tiger Howling Villa, limited in personnel, could hardly manage all the veins within its own territory, let alone those of the blood-refining sect. While they would not overlook second-tier veins, they simply lacked the capacity to oversee the first-tier veins. However, neglecting these veins would indeed be a wasteful travesty. Thus, they opted to lease out those they could not manage, generating a significant annual income for the Tiger Howling Villa. Upon reaching this point, Cheng Yan felt a stirring of ambition. The other items available for exchange did not pique his interest. He had previously cultivated for a period in the Blackstone market, where the speed of his progress far surpassed that of his spirit eye cave. Should he cultivate atop a first-tier superior spiritual vein for 3 years, he might very well break through to the 8th layer of chi refinement. Cheng Yan glanced at the required military merit, 300, an amount he could indeed acquire. Resolutely, he decided to exchange for the leasing credit. Cheng Yan's reasoning was astute. By expending 300 military merits, he effectively secured 3 years of free access to a first-tier superior spiritual vein. Regardless of whether he achieved a breakthrough to the 8th layer of chi refinement during this period, he would not renew the lease, thereby incurring no costs whatsoever. However, he pondered whether, after enjoying 3 years of cultivation atop the spiritual vein, he could still tolerate the sluggish pace of the spirit eye cave. Subsequently, the steward presented Cheng Yan with a token. This is your voucher. When the time comes for you to lease the spiritual veins, you may use this to waive 3 years' rent. However, this voucher is only valid for 1 year and will become void thereafter. Cheng Yan accepted the token. Yet the remaining 20 battle merits could scarcely be exchanged for anything of significant value, merely sufficient for Cheng Yan to acquire a Peiyuan fruit. Ultimately, Cheng Yan departed from the loose cultivator management office with a token and a Peiyuan fruit in hand. Nevertheless, he did not hasten to lease the spiritual veins. In recent days, during his meditation and cultivation, he found it increasingly difficult to focus. Each time he closed his eyes, the image of that elder from the Chun family would materialize before him, his resolute determination to hold off the blood-refining sect's pursuers, sacrificing his life to ensure his granddaughter's escape. Chapter 86. The Wealth, Companionship, Laws, and Land. It has been nearly 6 years since he embarked on his journey in the realm of cultivation, yet he remains devoid of a single friend. Cultivators emphasize the significance of wealth, companionship, laws, and land. The term companionship refers not only to a partner on the path, but also to friends who share the same journey. However, Cheng Yan finds himself entirely alone, inevitably feeling a profound sense of solitude. Moreover, the encounter with the elder from the Chun family has stirred a longing for home within him. Having been away for so long, he wonders how his parents are faring and whether they are living well. With the 100 taels of gold he left behind, it is likely that they are managing adequately. Thus, Cheng Yan resolves to return home once the conflict between the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor and the blood-refining sect concludes, to visit his parents and alleviate his homesickness. Otherwise, he fears that he will be unable to cultivate in peace for a considerable time. As for the matter of renting a spiritual vein, he can attend to that upon his return, as he has a year at his disposal. Before heading home, however, Cheng Yan intends to visit the treasure pavilion at Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. He seeks to purchase an invisibility formation, intended for concealing his spiritual eye cave dwelling. When he initially departed from the Blackstone market, He had hoped to employ an invisibility formation to hide the cave, but alas, such formations were unavailable in the market, leaving him to rely on the cave's inherent concealment. Now, as he returns home, he plans to pass by the spiritual eye cave and acquire an invisibility formation at the Sanyang market to secure it. Although he will primarily cultivate atop the spiritual vein, he anticipates needing to return to the spiritual eye cave after 3 years, making it imperative to ensure its proper concealment. Consequently, he purchases a high-quality first-tier invisibility formation from the treasure pavilion, expending over 1,000 spiritual stones. In truth, even a mid-tier formation would suffice, as few late-stage Qi practitioners venture into the Lingyun mountain range due to its meager rewards and the rarity of high-tier magical beasts. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, Cheng Yan opts for the superior first-tier formation. After acquiring the formation, he exits the market and sets off toward his cave dwelling. Having ascended to the 7th layer of Qi refining, his speed in sword flight has considerably increased, allowing him to complete the journey in just 7 days. Upon reaching the waterfall, he casts a water shield spell upon himself and successfully traverses the cascade, proceeding through the passageway into his cave. The cave remains unchanged, evidently untouched over the past 2 years, with the only notable transformation being that the spiritual fruit trees he had planted now bear fruit. He plucks one to taste. It is quite palatable, though the spiritual energy contained within is rather scant. For those in the early stages of Qi refinement, it might be somewhat beneficial. But for Cheng Yan, it serves merely to satisfy his palate. Ironically, the low concentration of spiritual energy means even mortals can consume it. Thus, Cheng Yan gathered all the spiritual fruits, contemplating on bringing them home for his parents to savor, believing they would confer longevity upon them. Subsequently, he set up a first-tier superior concealment array. Once the array was established, the interior of the cave remained unchanged, save for the entrance to the passage behind the waterfall, which was now obscured. Unless one were to reach out and touch it, neither the naked eye nor spiritual perception could reveal the existence of this passage. Of course, a fully realized Qi refining practitioner could detect it, yet it was unlikely that any such practitioner would venture into this secluded locale, allowing Cheng Yan to rest assured that his spiritual eye would remain undiscovered. Moreover, before departing, he had placed a stone to block the entrance, ensuring that even if someone were to reach out, the passage would remain concealed. Once Cheng Yan was confident in the impenetrability of the concealment array, he embarked on his journey home. Eager to return, Cheng Yan soared on his sword, and within a mere 3 days, he arrived at Baiyun County. Over the course of 6 years, Baiyun County had not undergone drastic changes, yet it was noticeably more prosperous, with a significantly increased flow of people on the streets. Following the familiar path etched in his memory, he arrived at the residence he had purchased for his family upon his departure. Standing before the door, he hesitated to raise his hand to knock. Throughout his journey, he had anxiously anticipated returning home, yet now that he stood at the threshold, a wave of trepidation washed over him. He wondered if his mother was well, whether she would reproach him for his abrupt departure. He pondered if his siblings still remembered his visage or if they had long forgotten what he looked like. He was uncertain if his father would take pride in his accomplishments or view them with disdain. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Yan suppressed his tumultuous thoughts and slowly lifted his right hand, poised to knock. "Esteemed sir, why do you stand before my home?" A familiar voice called from behind him. Just as Cheng Yan was about to strike the door, he heard that recognizable voice, one he had not heard in 6 years. Yet, he instantly recognized it, for it had not changed, though it now bore a tone of calmness. Turning slowly, he found himself face to face with his elder brother, Cheng Peng. Upon recognizing Cheng Yan, Cheng Peng was momentarily stunned, then bewildered, followed by a surge of joy. In the span of mere moments, his expression transformed thrice, revealing a hint of humor in the rapid succession of emotions. "Sixth brother, is it truly you?" When Cheng Yan had departed home, he was merely 16, a youthful and naive boy. Now, 6 years later, the innocence had faded from his features, replaced by a rugged determination, his demeanor markedly altered. Consequently, even his elder brother, Cheng Peng, initially failed to recognize him. However, after a brief moment of surprise, Cheng Yan's visage began to align with that of the boy from his memories. "Elder brother, it is I? Ah, my younger brother has grown up," Cheng Peng remarked as he surveyed Cheng Yan. Now, Cheng Yan stood at the same height as Cheng Peng. After enduring numerous trials and tribulations in the realm of cultivation, he had developed a demeanor imbued with a sense of composure, indeed giving off an air of maturity. Yet, in truth, Cheng Yan was merely 22 or 23 years of age. Come, let us enter first," he said, leading Cheng Yan into the residence. Although Cheng Yan had never resided there, The decor and furnishings were all chosen by him at the time. Thus, he held a recollection of the house. Yet he was taken aback to discover that the interior remained exactly as he had arranged it, showing no signs of change whatsoever. Chapter 87. Returning to Qingshan village yet. It is perplexing that the residence stands devoid of any inhabitants. Elder brother, where are our parents? 3 years ago, we relocated to Qingshan village, leaving this house behind. Mother said that whenever she misses you, she would come here to stay for a few days. All these belongings were purchased by you. She believes that staying here feels akin to being with you. It is indeed a curious coincidence that you have returned just in time, as I am here in Baiyun County attending to some matters. Had you arrived a day earlier or later, we would have missed each other. As Cheng Peng guided Cheng Yan into the house, he spoke. However, Cheng Yan abruptly halted. Since our parents are not here, let us return to Qingyang village today. I understand your eagerness to see them, but we cannot rush. Even on horseback, the journey from Baiyun County to Qingshan village takes considerable time. It is already late. Let us set off tomorrow instead. Cheng Peng looked at Cheng Yan with a hint of helplessness. He understood Cheng Yan's urgency, having not seen their parents for several years. However, with dusk approaching, embarking now would mean traversing the night. Brother, have you forgotten that I am a cultivator? This distance is nothing. Cheng Peng, upon hearing this, could not help but smile wryly. Indeed, you may be a cultivator and unconcerned with such distances, but I am not. You cannot possibly carry me through the skies. To Cheng Peng's surprise, a peculiar smile emerged on Cheng Yan's face upon hearing his words. A sense of foreboding washed over Cheng Peng. Surely, you jest, you wouldn't actually fly me, would you? Moments later, a piercing scream echoed through the skies of Baiyun County, imbued with sheer terror. The cry was fleeting, leaving many to wonder if they had misheard. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan was soaring through the air on his sword, Cheng Peng in tow. With Cheng Yan's presence, Cheng Peng was safe. Yet he had only ever galloped on horseback and had never experienced such velocity. As they ascended, Cheng Peng's screams filled the air, but as he acclimated to the sensation, those cries transformed into laughter. Under Cheng Yan's skillful sword flight, they reached Qingshan village in a mere hour. From the sky, Cheng Yan gazed down at the transformed Qingshan village. The area had expanded significantly, and the former back mountain had been converted into a flourishing orchard. Along the way, Cheng Peng recounted numerous events that had transpired at home over the years, enlightening Cheng Yan about the orchard's origins. Shortly after Cheng Yan departed, the court intensified its crackdown on banditry, adversely affecting the business of the escort agency. Subsequently, Cheng Yan's third brother, Cheng Hong, withdrew from the agency, intending to utilize the funds left by Cheng Yan to venture into business. To everyone's surprise, Cheng Hong possessed a keen business acumen and, within 2 years, amassed a substantial fortune. During one of his visits to Qingshan village, he discovered that the back mountain of Qingyang village was exceptionally suitable for fruit cultivation. Thus, Cheng Hong transformed the mountains behind the village into a flourishing orchard. Coupled with his initial foray into the winemaking industry, he began to ferment the fruits into exquisite fruit wines. To his astonishment, the wines produced from the fruits of Qingshan village's mountains were far superior in taste to others. Eventually, Qingshan village's fruit wine gained immense popularity, and Cheng Hong not only amassed considerable wealth for himself, but also uplifted the villagers of Qingyang, leading them toward prosperity. The villagers in question were the original inhabitants of Qingshan village. After the calamity of banditry, as drought and famine receded, people gradually returned to their beloved village. After all, nostalgia is inherent in human nature, particularly for those who have resided in a place for generations. The longing to return was palpable. Cheng Yan's parents were no exception, having also returned to Qingshan village. Cheng Yan did not soar directly to his home on his sword, as that would be excessively ostentatious and might attract unwanted attention. Instead, he halted just outside Qingyang village. Little did he expect to experience the sensation of flying on a sword in his lifetime. As Cheng Peng leaped down from Cheng Yan's flying sword, his face flushed with excitement. For mortals, flight is a distant dream, and to experience it firsthand was indeed exhilarating. If you enjoy it, I shall take you flying again, Cheng Yan remarked, observing his brother's animated expression. For him, sword flight was a trivial affair. No, I fear that if I indulge too often, I shall regret my inability to cultivate, Cheng Peng replied. Cheng Yan opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, for none in their family, aside from him, possessed spiritual roots. Even if he could not transcend to foundation establishment in this lifetime, he would still enjoy a lifespan of 120 years. Should he break through, he could live for 240 years, in stark contrast to the average mortal lifespan of merely 70 years. All right, let me take you inside. The changes in Qingshan village over the years are quite significant, and you may struggle to find your way, Cheng Yan said. Cheng Peng, witnessing his brother's demeanor, smiled brightly and shifted the topic, leading Cheng Yan towards the village. As he had noted, Qingshan village had undergone a remarkable transformation. Even inns and taverns had emerged. It was no longer the quaint hamlet it once was. Yet, as he approached his childhood home, everything felt profoundly familiar, memories flooding his mind. This was the place he had called home for over a decade. Cheng Peng stepped ahead, pushed open the door, and called out, "Father, Mother, look who has returned." At that moment, a woman approached, exclaiming, "Elder brother, why have you returned today?" Her face was a mask of surprise. However, upon noticing Cheng Yan behind Cheng Peng, her jaw dropped in astonishment, as if it could accommodate an egg. Fifth sister. Before me stands Cheng Yan's fifth sister, Cheng Yan. However, as soon as Cheng Yan calls out to her, she suddenly turns and rushes into the house, shouting as she runs, "Father, Mother, sixth brother has returned. Sixth brother has returned." Cheng Yan, trailing behind, finds himself both amused and bewildered by his sister's sudden departure without a word. Just as he prepares to follow her, a woman hastily emerges from the house. Upon seeing her, Cheng Yan is momentarily frozen in place, tears welling up and spilling forth, his legs buckling as he kneels down. Bowing his head, "Mother, your unfilial son has returned home after such a long time." Yang Yu, witnessing this, quickly rushes forward to help Cheng Yan to his feet, tears streaming down her face as she reassures him, "It's all right. It's just wonderful that you are back." Chapter 88 Reunion. After Wang Yu helped Cheng Yan to his feet, she grasped his hand, scrutinizing him from head to toe as if she could glean the experiences he had endured over the years. "Yenner, you've grown taller and matured into a young man." At that moment, Cheng Dahai and Cheng Hong, unbeknownst to him, emerged from the house. "Well, look who finally decided to come home." Yet, although Cheng Dahai spoke with a tone of reproach, an uncontainable smile adorned his face. "Father, third brother," Cheng Yan exclaimed upon seeing Cheng Dahai and Cheng Hong approach. However, Wang Yu was less than pleased and remarked, "What are you saying? Yenner has returned after such a long time, and you speak like that?" She then turned to Cheng Yan, asking, "Have you had dinner, my dear? Are you hungry? I shall prepare something for you." Cheng Yan quickly interjected, insisting he wasn't hungry and that he could not bear to see his mother toil so soon after his return. Nevertheless, Wang Yu was undeterred, and in a flurry of activity, she prepared a grand feast of dishes that Cheng Yan had cherished during his childhood. Although consuming mundane fare might disrupt Cheng Yan's cultivation, he relished the meal, for it was infused with his mother's love. During the meal, his married elder sister was summoned back, and the family gathered to enjoy a delightful dinner together. After dining, they congregated around the table, sharing tales of family matters. Though most of the evening was spent listening to Cheng Yan recount his adventures over the years, he chose to share only the pleasant aspects, glossing over the perils he had faced, as he wished to spare his parents from undue worry. As midnight approached, noticing that his parents were weary, Cheng Yan assisted them back to their room, and only then did the rest of the family retire for the night. Cheng Yan enjoyed a restful sleep, filled with beautiful dreams. In his slumber, he found himself transported back to his childhood, frolicking with friends in Qingshan village, accompanied by the familiar admonishments of his parents, which brought a blissful smile to his face. The following morning, at the first crow of the rooster, Cheng Yan awoke from his dreams. As he rolled out of bed, he discovered that his mother had already risen and was preparing breakfast for the family. Given their current wealth, it would have been no issue to hire servants. However, his parents, being of humble farming origins, were unaccustomed to a life of being waited upon, and thus had not done so. They had, however, engaged a cook, and now, at over 50 years of age, Cheng Yan's mother was at an age to enjoy some leisure. Cheng Peng and the others would certainly not allow their mother to concern herself with cooking. The family had grown considerably, with both the eldest and third brothers now married. The eldest had 2 children, and the third had 1. With the Zhou family, including Cheng Yan, the household numbered 12, making the task of preparing meals quite substantial. Yet, having returned home only the previous night, his mother was overjoyed and had not objected to the bustling activity in the kitchen. Nonetheless, Cheng Yan resolved that he could no longer allow his mother to labor over breakfast. Hastily, he approached his mother, exclaiming, "Mother, why are you up so early? You should rest a little longer." "Ah, my dear Yan, you are awake. Just wait a moment. I shall prepare your favorite congee with century egg and lean pork from your childhood." "Mother, please do not trouble yourself. Allow me to make breakfast for you. You should return and rest a while longer." With that, Cheng Yan gently pulled his mother out of the kitchen, turning back to close the door behind him. Wang Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, retreated to her room, her heart brimming with happiness, reflecting on how her child had grown to show concern for her well-being. Upon returning to the kitchen, Cheng Yan retrieved some spiritual rice from his storage bag. This rice was of the first-tier quality, suitable even for mortals. He also gathered some low-grade spiritual herbs and meat from lesser magical beasts, preparing to concoct a pot of porridge. Midway through, his elder brother and third brother, having heard that the younger brother was cooking, entered to assist him. When they learned that Cheng Yan was using spiritual rice and herbs, they chuckled, declaring that they were in for a treat. Smiling at their enthusiasm, Cheng Yan took out several spiritual fruits from his storage bag, sending a few with his third brother to their parents. When Cheng Hong returned, he held a half-eaten spiritual fruit in hand. However, upon hearing Cheng Yan mention that these fruits could enhance one's physique and extend life, he began to regret not saving them all for their parents, lamenting that they should have been kept for them. Cheng Yan laughed heartily, assuring him, "Fear not, third brother, I have plenty of spiritual fruits. Enjoy them without hesitation." Reassured, Cheng Hong resumed munching on the fruit, remarking that if these fruits were brewed into wine, it would surely be delightful. Regrettably, Cheng Yan did not possess the recipe for brewing wine. Although it was possible to produce spiritual wine using mortal methods, the effects would be significantly diminished compared to the original fruits. After the three brothers busied themselves in the kitchen for a while, they brought forth a pot of spiritual rice porridge, and the family gathered around the table, joyfully partaking in the meal. Following the consumption of the spiritual fruits and the porridge, Cheng Dehai and Wang Yu visibly regained vitality, with Cheng Dehai's voice noticeably elevated. Having spent many years hunting in the mountains, he had accumulated numerous hidden injuries. In his younger days, he had been robust, but now, with age catching up to him, he often felt aches throughout his body. Remarkably, after just one meal, his back no longer ached, and his legs felt invigorated, prompting the elderly couple to exclaim in wonder. After the meal, the family gathered to converse, and Cheng Peng called over his two sons. "Howard, Chinger, come greet your sixth uncle." Cheng Peng had two sons. The elder named Cheng Yuhao, aged 5, and the younger named Cheng Yuqing, merely 2 years old, still struggling to articulate his words clearly. "Sixth uncle," the two children called out in their sweet, childlike voices. Cheng Yan, hearing their calls, felt a surge of joy and affectionately ruffled their hair. "Sixth brother, I have summoned these two individuals primarily to seek your assistance in determining whether they possess spiritual roots and if they can embark on the path of cultivation alongside you." As Cheng Peng uttered these words, he exhibited a hint of bashfulness. Aware that he himself is incapable of pursuing cultivation, he harbors the hope that his children might possess the innate talent for it. However, the situation is such that Cheng Er is still quite young and thus unable to ascertain whether he has spiritual roots. In the realm of cultivation, the assessment of spiritual roots typically occurs when a child reaches the age of 6, as it is at this juncture that their spiritual roots and meridians have fully developed. Once spiritual roots are identified, they can commence their training without delay. Chapter 89. The initial scale of the Cheng family and the testing of spiritual roots. It is possible to detect the presence of spiritual roots in children as young as 4 or 5 years old, as long as they have not yet reached the age of 6. However, if they are any younger, detecting spiritual roots becomes impossible. It is important to note that such early tests may yield inaccuracies, as a child may possess spiritual roots that go undetected. Furthermore, even if spiritual roots are identified, their attributes cannot be determined, as they have yet to develop fully. Therefore, regardless of whether spiritual roots are detected before the age of 6, cultivation cannot commence until then. Generally, aside from the direct descendants of cultivators, few individuals opt to test children's spiritual roots prematurely. This year, Cheng Yuhao is 5 years old, and while it is feasible to ascertain whether he possesses spiritual roots, if the test yields a negative result, he may be retested once he turns 6. However, should he remain undetected beyond that age, it would indicate the absence of spiritual roots. Cheng Yan extended his finger and gently pressed it against Cheng Yuhao's forehead, channeling spiritual energy while closing his eyes to attune to the sensations. When he opened his eyes, they sparkled with delight. "Ha ha ha, congratulations, elder brother. Yuhao possesses spiritual roots. However, we must wait until he turns 6 to determine the attributes of his roots, as he cannot begin cultivation at this time." Wonderful, splendid. The presence of spiritual roots is indeed a cause for celebration. It is merely a matter of waiting for a year. After that, we shall rejoice. Ha ha ha. Cheng Peng's joy was palpable upon hearing Cheng Yan's revelation about Cheng Yuhao's spiritual roots. His grin could have stretched to the back of his head, and he repeatedly exclaimed his happiness. "Indeed, with this, our Cheng family shall boast 2 immortals. Truly, he is the cherished grandson of our grandmother. Henceforth, Yuhao shall be our little immortal." Observing this, Wang Yu approached and lifted Cheng Yuhao into her arms, unable to suppress her own smile as she playfully teased him. This sight evoked envy in Cheng Hong, whose son was of a similar age to Cheng Yuhao yet remained unable to have his spiritual roots tested, necessitating a wait of a few more years. At this juncture, Cheng Dehai stepped forward and suggested, "Your second sister's child is of a similar age to Yuhao. Why not assist in testing his spiritual roots as well?" Cheng Yan pondered for a moment. In Qingshan village, the Cheng surname is prevalent, with over 80% of the villagers sharing this name. Naturally, his second sister's husband also bears the Cheng surname. Their ancestry can be traced back through several generations to a common lineage. However, despite the familial ties, the shared surname signifies a connection. And given that she is his own sister, it is only fitting to assist. "Father, why not gather all Cheng family members aged 6 to 20 in the village? I shall test their spiritual roots." The revelation of Cheng Yuhao's spiritual roots sparked an idea in Cheng Yan's mind. Since a descendant of his has been found to possess spiritual roots, establishing a cultivation family could prove advantageous. Such an endeavor would alleviate the solitude often felt on the path of cultivation. Cheng Dehai readily agreed and set off to summon the villagers. After all, they all shared a surname and a common ancestry, making it only right to extend a helping hand. Over the years, under the guidance of Cheng Hong, not only has he cultivated orchards but also brewed fruit wine, earning considerable wealth for the villagers of Qingshan. Cheng Dehai, as Cheng Hong's father, has also garnered a respectable reputation within the village. Soon, a throng of people gathered before the Cheng residence, comprised not only of members of the Cheng clan, but also many from outside families. They had all come, having heard that a celestial being had emerged from the Cheng family, to assist in assessing spiritual roots, eager to witness the spectacle. Qingshan village is no longer the isolated hamlet it once was. While the villagers are aware of the existence of celestial beings, they have never encountered one. Thus, their curiosity about Cheng Yan is palpable. In recent years, the Cheng clan has grown to nearly 1,000 members, with 200 to 300 of them aged between 6 and 20. They formed a long line before Cheng Yan's home. Testing each individual could easily overwhelm Cheng Yan. But fortunately, equipped with the spirit testing pearl, he only needed to instruct each person on its use, unlike when he had to personally assess Cheng Yuhao's spiritual roots. As time passed, the queue gradually diminished, yet the spirit testing pearl remained unresponsive. After assessing over 200 individuals, none possessed spiritual roots. Cheng Yan even took a moment to assist in testing his sister's child, who likewise showed no signs of spiritual roots. Observing his sister's disappointment, Cheng Yan hastily reassured her that the child was still young, and the results might not be accurate. They could try again when the child turned 6. This alleviated some of his sister's dismay. Next, Cheng Yan looked at the individual before him, holding the spirit testing pearl, which remained unresponsive, clearly indicating a lack of spiritual roots, leading to his own disappointment. With only about 10 people left in the queue, it seemed unlikely that anyone in the Cheng clan would be found to have spiritual roots. However, this was to be expected, as those with spiritual roots are inherently rare, and the fact that Cheng Yan's family had already produced 2 was quite fortuitous. At this moment, a youth of approximately 15 or 16 stepped forward. "Hold the pearl and concentrate solely on it," Cheng Yan repeated, having uttered these words countless times, yet he remained patient. Upon receiving the spirit testing pearl, it finally illuminated with brilliance. The pearl radiated 5 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, and blue, each representing a distinct attribute of spiritual roots. The presence of all 5 colors indicated that this young man possessed a 5-element root, with the green hue being particularly vibrant, suggesting a stronger wood attribute, indicating that he should ideally cultivate wood-based techniques. Though merely a 5-element root, it delighted Cheng Yan immensely. "What is your name?" he inquired. "To Uncle Lu." "I am Cheng Rumming," the youth replied. Although only slightly younger than Cheng Yan, he was indeed from the next generation, and thus respectfully addressed Cheng Yan as Uncle Lu. "Very well, please wait to the side for a moment while I complete the assessments for the remaining individuals. Does this imply that I possess a spiritual root?" Uncle Lu, observing the surprise etched upon his face, Cheng Yan smiled and nodded. Upon receiving Cheng Yan's affirmation, he joyfully approached and stood beside her. His parents, witnessing this, were equally elated. Unfortunately, the subsequent dozen individuals failed to bring any further delight to Cheng Yan, as none were able to elicit a radiance from the spirit testing pearl. As the assessment of spiritual roots concluded, the multitude of clan members began to disperse, most departing with a sense of disappointment. After all, they could be said to be fated to have no connection with cultivation. In stark contrast, the smiles on the faces of Cheng Rumming's family were uncontainable. evoking envy from others. Once the crowd had dissipated, Cheng Yan returned home with Cheng Rumming. Chapter 90. The Wood Spirit Technique Xiaoming. Your spiritual roots encompass all 5 elements. However, the wood spirit root is paramount. It is most advantageous for you to cultivate wood attribute techniques. I happen to possess a volume titled The Wood Spirit Technique, which is ideally suited for you. After Cheng Yan escorted him home, he produced a jade slip. This jade slip was acquired during Cheng Yan's first visit to the Blackstone market, from a cultivator who sold spiritual fruits. The cultivator attempted to ambush Cheng Yan, but ended up being outmaneuvered and defeated. Naturally, his technique was subsequently obtained by Cheng Yan. Nevertheless, this wood spirit technique can only be cultivated to the peak of qi refinement, falling short of his mysterious water technique. Yet, for Cheng Rumming, the wood attribute technique is the most fitting and timely. Placing the jade slip against his forehead and concentrating his mind, he could access its contents. Cheng Yan then placed the jade slip on Cheng Rumming's forehead. This jade slip, like the one left to Cheng Yan by Wu Yu, could be viewed without the need for spiritual consciousness. However, certain more precious techniques require spiritual awareness to access. For instance, the true explanation of alchemy cannot be comprehended without spiritual consciousness. Seeing Cheng Rumming immersed in the technique, Cheng Yan turned to pick up Cheng Yuhua, pinching his nose and saying, "Howard is still young. When he grows a bit older, I shall teach him cultivation, all right?" "Okay," Cheng Yuhua replied in a babyish voice. At this moment, Cheng Dahai interjected, "Yinner, I have heard that when mortals enter an immortal clan, they are bestowed a generational character. Perhaps you should grant one to Howard and Xiaoming." In the realm of cultivation, practitioners are ranked by their cultivation level, the higher one's level. The more senior they are considered. However, within a family, the hierarchy differs. Even if one is a foundation establishment cultivator, they must still address those of higher rank, even if the latter is merely at the qi refinement level. Thus, generational characters hold great significance within a family. Currently, the generational characters in Qingshan village have become disordered due to generations of lineage. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Yan spoke. "In that case, from now on, our Cheng family's practitioners shall be designated as Yu Xian Hao Ran, Wen Wu Chang Zhong, Ho De Zai Wu, Rin Yun Xiang Kai, Ding Guang Shi Zai, Shi Ling Qing He. Howard will henceforth be the first generation of Yu in our family. As for Rumming, there is no need for a change." "Thank you, sixth uncle." Cheng Rumming expressed his gratitude upon hearing Cheng Yan's words. "You may return home for now. From tomorrow onwards, come to my house every morning, and I shall guide you in your cultivation." "Very well, I shall take my leave now, sixth uncle." "Go ahead." With that, Cheng Rumming returned home, while Cheng Dahai and others surrounded Cheng Yuhua, calling out to him incessantly. From that day forth, Cheng Yan's life became quite leisurely, as he spent his mornings teaching Cheng Rumming cultivation. During other times, he would amuse the children or bask in the sun leisurely. Initially, Cheng Rumming exhibited considerable enthusiasm for cultivation. However, as time passed, his interest waned. The process of cultivation is inherently tedious, and Cheng Rumming is not one to endure solitude. Cheng Yan observed that aside from the time he spent supervising Cheng Rumming every morning, it was unlikely that he devoted any other time to his practice. Cheng Yan frequently urged him to cultivate patience with solitude, believing it essential for progressing further along the path of cultivation. Yet, Cheng Rumming would readily agree in the moment, only to forget entirely a few days later. This lack of commitment resulted in him failing to successfully channel spiritual energy into his body for an entire 3 months. Although cultivators with 5 spiritual roots possess lesser innate talents, and the spiritual energy in Qingshan village is notably sparse, it was still surprising that he could not achieve this basic milestone within 3 months. Moreover, Cheng Yan had provided him with a spirit-gathering pearl to amass the surrounding spiritual energy. On occasions when he noticed Cheng Rumming diligently practicing, he would even crush a spirit stone to enhance the concentration of spiritual energy around him. Cheng Rumming's cultivation environment was far superior to what Cheng Yan had experienced, supplemented by Cheng Yan's attentive explanations of the cultivation techniques, which saved him from numerous missteps. Nevertheless, Cheng Rumming still struggled to channel energy into his body. While Cheng Yan had accomplished this in just 1 month, Cheng Yan had initially intended to rent a spiritual vein from the Sanyang market once Cheng Rumming successfully reached the first layer of qi refinement. He planned to bring both Cheng Yuhua and Cheng Rumming to cultivate at the vein and, during this time, spend more moments with his parents. However, what he had not anticipated was that 3 months would pass without any progress. Thus, Cheng Yan resolved to no longer wait, deciding to secure the rental of the spiritual vein first and then return to fetch the 2 of them. After bidding farewell to his parents, he urged Cheng Rumming to diligently practice during his absence. He He anticipated that his endeavor would take about a month, hoping that upon his return, Cheng Yan would have successfully channeled energy into his body and advanced to the first layer of qi refinement. Following this, Cheng Yan spent 10 days traveling to Sanyang Market. Since the conclusion of the war between the Tiger Howl Manor and the blood refining sect, Sanyang Market had grown increasingly vibrant. Upon arriving at the spiritual vein rental office of Tiger Howl Manor, a female cultivator approached him. "Are you here to rent a spiritual vein?" she inquired. "We offer rentals for first-tier premium and lower-grade spiritual veins. May I ask which tier you wish to rent?" Cheng Yan's rental voucher, obtained through his military merits, was only applicable for first-tier superior veins and below. Thus, he replied, "I would like to rent a first-tier superior spiritual vein." Upon hearing this, the female cultivator retrieved a map. "Please take a look. The map indicates the unclaimed first-tier superior spiritual veins currently available at Tiger Howl Manor, from which you may choose." Cheng Yan accepted the map and, upon unfolding it, was surprised to find no fewer than 8 first-tier superior spiritual veins. After careful consideration, he ultimately selected one that was situated relatively close to the Haishi market. After all, one must be well acquainted with the Blackstone market and the various forces that reside therein. "I shall choose this particular spiritual vein," Cheng Yan declared, pointing to the vein he had selected. "Very well. The annual rental fee for a first-tier superior spiritual vein is 3,000 spiritual stones, with a minimum lease of 5 years. May I inquire how long you intend to lease it?" 5 years. Goodness, what a ruse. Cheng Yan inwardly cursed, but upon reflection, it was indeed plausible. How could the Tiger Roar Mountain Villa allow one to occupy a spiritual vein without compensation for 3 years? Even for someone like Cheng Yan, who possessed the right to lease a spiritual vein, they would still expect to earn at least 2 years' worth of rental fees, which could help replenish the resources depleted by war. Yet, Cheng Yan found himself in a predicament, for if he wished to establish a family, securing a spiritual vein was imperative. One could hardly create a nomadic clan, could they? Chapter 91. Leasing the spirit vein. I shall lease it for 5 years. Indeed, I have this as well. With that, Cheng Yan presented the token of the spirit vein leasing rights to the receiving cultivator of the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. After accepting it, she first employed a secret technique to ascertain the token's authenticity, then smiled and spoke. "Fellow Taoist, you may offset 3 years of rent. Yet you must still pay for 2 years, amounting to a total of 6,000 spirit stones." Cheng Yan suppressed her pang of regret and produced the 6,000 spirit stones, handing them over to her. Had it not been for the considerable spirit stones she had earned during the war between the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor and the blood refining sect, she would have found it difficult to afford this sum. After counting the stones and confirming their accuracy, the cultivator retrieved another token and presented it to Cheng Yan. "This is your leasing certificate. Present this token to the disciples stationed at the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor, and they shall grant you access to the spirit vein." Cheng Yan accepted the token, clasped her fists in gratitude, and turned to depart. Subsequently, Cheng Yan ventured into the treasure pavilion, where she sought to purchase a protective mountain formation. Ultimately, she acquired a top-tier first-grade formation known as the Surging Waves Array. Upon activation, this formation could unleash successive waves of water to strike at enemies, each wave stronger than the last, proving difficult even for perfected qi refinement cultivators to withstand. Moreover, as a water attribute formation, it harmonized with Cheng Yan's cultivation method, enhancing its potency when she activated it. However, the formation required a considerable sum of 4,000 spirit stones. Generally, a top-tier first-grade formation would cost around 3,000 spirit stones, but protective mountain arrays are significantly more expensive, making the 4,000 spirit stones quite reasonable. Thus, Cheng Yan purchased it, leaving her with a dwindling supply of spirit stones. Were it not for the additional yuan cultivating pills in Zhou Yang's possession, her subsequent cultivation endeavors would likely become arduous. After acquiring the formation, Cheng Yan exited the Sanyang market and set her course towards the spirit vein she had leased. The spirit vein lay to the south of the Blackstone market. Traveling by sword flight, it would take about a day to reach. The Sanyang market, situated to the north of the Blackstone market, required Cheng Yan 8 days of travel to finally arrive at the spirit vein. Most spirit veins are located in mountainous regions, and the one Cheng Yan leased was no exception. This mountain, known as Jiuyu Mountain, earned its name from a tale over 2 millennia ago when a nascent soul cultivator, in pursuit of a 4th-tier flying beast, passed through this area and caused 9 feathers to fall from the beast, which landed upon this mountain. At present, the spirit vein was guarded by disciples of the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor, and Cheng Yan could not simply intrude. Otherwise, she might be treated as an invader. Furthermore, The area was protected by the manor's formation, making any attempt to breach it futile. Thus, Cheng Yan channeled her spiritual energy and called out loudly, "I beseech the disciples of the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor to come forth." Her voice echoed through the mountains, and shortly thereafter, a cultivator at the 8th layer of Qi refinement emerged. Upon seeing Cheng Yan, he inquired, "May I ask what brings this esteemed Taoist here?" Cheng Yan clasped his fists and spoke, "I have leased this spiritual vein from the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor and have come to transfer its stewardship with my fellow cultivator. Might I inquire if you possess the necessary token?" "Indeed, I do. Please take a look," he replied, handing the token to the cultivator from the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. The latter activated a secret technique to verify the token's authenticity before returning it to Cheng Yan. "The token is valid. However, I kindly ask you to wait a moment while we dismantle the formation here. You may then assume control of the spiritual vein." "Very well," Cheng Yan acknowledged, and the man turned to leave. Before long, the radiant glow of the formation enveloping Jiuyu Mountain began to dim, eventually vanishing entirely. It was evident that the disciples of Tiger Roar Mountain Manor had successfully withdrawn the formation. After a brief wait, Cheng Yan observed 5 individuals descending from the mountain. Apart from the leader, who possessed an 8th layer Qi refining cultivation, the other 4 were all at the 7th layer. The leader, wearing a smile, addressed Cheng Yan, saying, "Esteemed fellow cultivator, the formation has now been dismantled. This spiritual vein now rightfully belongs to you." His cheerful demeanor suggested he was in good spirits. For the disciples of Tiger Roar Mountain Manor, guarding such a spiritual vein was hardly an enviable task. Although a first-grade superior spiritual vein would not hinder their cultivation, it paled in comparison to their own manor's second-grade premium spiritual veins. Cheng Yan's leasing of this spiritual vein meant they could return to the manor, bringing them evident joy. There are 8 acres of spiritual fields on Jiuyu Mountain, suitable for cultivating spiritual herbs. The mountain peak boasts the most concentrated spiritual energy, where we have established caves. If you do not mind, you may reside there directly, he continued, perhaps buoyed by his good mood, providing Cheng Yan with an overview of Jiuyu Mountain's features. "I am most grateful, esteemed fellow cultivator. It is no trouble at all. If that is the case, we shall take our leave. Safe travels, esteemed friends." With that, the 5 individuals took flight on their swords and departed. After they had left, Cheng Yan also summoned his sword to soar towards Jiuyu Mountain. Rising 100 zhang high, Jiuyu Mountain was lush and verdant, adorned with various plants, albeit all mundane. For cultivators, these flora held little value, serving at best as materials for constructing a dwelling. Midway up the mountain lay the 8 acres of spiritual fields, arranged in a terraced fashion. At the summit, there was a cave, with a small patch of flat land outside it. It seemed likely that this was the dwelling established by the disciples of Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. However, Cheng Yan had no intention of residing in a cave any longer. He envisioned constructing a wooden house on the flat land outside the cave, creating a small garden to nurture flowers for his violet-winged bees. As for the cave's purpose, he had already devised a plan. He possessed a Qingyuan fruit tree that should not be easily revealed, making it perfect for planting within the cave. The abundant spiritual energy here would not impede the tree's growth. Moreover, if Cheng Yan desired to enter seclusion, he could retreat into this very cave. However, those matters are to be addressed later. What is urgent now is to swiftly establish the formation. After spending half a day, Cheng Yan finally set up the surging waves formation. He meticulously double-checked it, and only after confirming that everything was in order did he feel a sense of relief. This formation is Cheng Yan's greatest support. With the surging waves formation in place, he would be unafraid even if faced with a perfected Qi refinement practitioner. Thus, the formation must not have any flaws. Once the formation was established, Cheng Yan proceeded to investigate Jiushan. Generally speaking, various spiritual entities thrive over spiritual veins. Yet after expending half a day, Cheng Yan returned empty-handed. Chapter 92. Cheng Yan was acutely aware that the spiritual vein in this location had undoubtedly been thoroughly scavenged by the Tiger Roar Manor. Yet, he pondered the possibility that some spiritual treasures might have been overlooked by the manor's cultivators. However, it was evident that no such omissions had occurred. By the time Cheng Yan completed his exploration of Jiushan, the sun had already set. He returned to the cave, intending to wait until dawn the next day to journey back to Qingshan village and retrieve Cheng Yuhua and Cheng Rumming. As dawn broke the following day, Cheng Yan set off. After 4 days of travel, he returned to Qingshan village and reunited with Cheng Yuhua and Cheng Rumming. At this point, Cheng Rumming had successfully cultivated his inner energy and achieved the first level of Qi refinement, although it appeared that he had only recently begun this process. After bidding farewell to their families, Cheng Yan led the two back to Jiyushan. Currently, Jiyushan offered little in terms of accommodation aside from the cave itself. Consequently, Cheng Yan had no choice but to temporarily house them within the cave while he busied himself with construction. Fortunately, erecting a few wooden cabins posed no challenge for cultivators. Within 10 days, 3 brand new wooden cabins were completed, each significantly larger than the cabins in Cheng Yan's spiritual eye abode. However, one of these cabins remained unoccupied, originally intended for Cheng Yuhua. Due to his young age, he would temporarily share a cabin with Cheng Rumming. Cheng Yan's courtyard was now also completed. He had transplanted numerous wildflowers from Jiyushan into his garden. Additionally, he took the opportunity to return to his spiritual eye abode to transplant several spiritual fruit trees, while the hive of the purple-winged bees was affixed to one of these trees. With the spiritual honey in his possession nearly depleted, the establishment of this garden would enable the purple-winged bees to resume honey production. Over the years, Cheng Yan had consistently fed the bees with spiritual feeding pills, and they were now on the verge of advancing to the high first tier. Nevertheless, the 8 acres of spiritual fields remained fallow. Although Cheng Yan possessed a handful of spiritual herb seeds, all obtained from the herbs he had foraged in the Lingyun mountain range, the quantity was insufficient. Not only would he be unable to fully cultivate 8 acres, even 1 acre would be challenging to plant. Thus, Cheng Yan planned to visit the Haishifang market to purchase additional spiritual herb seeds and discuss potential collaborations with the Lu family. Given that his supply of spiritual stones had dwindled, he recognized the necessity of devising strategies to accumulate wealth, particularly as he aspired to establish a family. Continuing his partnership with the Lu family, with whom he had previously collaborated, represented a reliable means of generating spiritual stones. Moreover, having reached the later stage of qi refinement, Cheng Yan no longer felt the trepidation he once did. Expanding his collaboration with the Lu family seemed entirely feasible. Fortunately, the Haishifang market was not far from Jiyushan, requiring only 2 days for a round trip. With protective formations safeguarding his home, Cheng Yan felt secure in his decision to leave. Before departing, he deemed it necessary to inform the 2 companions. Thus, he summoned them to his side. Once the 2 individuals arrived, Cheng Yan conveyed his intention to be away from home for 2 days, urging Cheng Rumming to diligently cultivate and take good care of Cheng Yuhao. Subsequently, Cheng Yan produced a storage pouch and handed it to Cheng Rumming. This storage pouch possesses its own space. By probing your consciousness within, you can ascertain its contents and freely place or retrieve items. I present it to you as a gift. Inside, I have placed a low-grade first-tier flying sword artifact, 3 low-grade first-tier spirit talismans, and a vial of Huangya Dan, as a reward for your advancement to the first layer of qi refinement. Upon concluding his words, Cheng Yan passed the storage pouch to Cheng Rumming, who accepted it with a face full of delight. Under Cheng Yan's meticulous guidance, Cheng Rumming had long transcended the status of a novice cultivator. He was well aware of the significance of artifacts, talismans, and elixirs. The mere presence of that low-grade first-tier flying sword was sufficient to support him through the entirety of the early stages of qi refinement. "Thank you, Uncle Lu," Cheng Rumming exclaimed joyously as he began to explore the contents of the pouch, taking items out and putting them back in with exuberance. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuhao, observing the wondrous pouch, clamored for one of his own. Cheng Yan could only hug him close, playfully teasing, "Once Hauer is able to cultivate, I shall gift him a storage pouch as well." After successfully amusing Cheng Yuhao, Cheng Yan instructed Cheng Rumming to take him downstairs. The following day, Cheng Yan set off towards Haishifang. With the war between the Tiger Howl Mountain Manor and the blood refining sect concluded, the marketplace was once again bustling with activity, the streets echoing with the shouts of wandering cultivators. Cheng Yan made his way directly to the Lu family shop. Upon arrival, he encountered Lu Changming. At that moment, both he and Cheng Yan were at the 5th layer of qi refinement. However, Cheng Yan had since progressed to the 7th layer, while Lu was still at the 6th. Lu Changming, upon seeing Cheng Yan, expressed surprise. Although the war had ended some time ago, he had not seen Cheng Yan and had feared he might have perished on the battlefield. He never anticipated encountering him again, let alone discovering that he had advanced to the 7th layer of qi refinement. "Friend Cheng, it has been a long time. Congratulations on your significant improvement and advancement to the later stages of qi refinement. What brings you to my Lu family shop today?" Lu Changming clasped his hands in greeting, though a hint of envy colored his congratulations. "I have come today to discuss the continuation of our collaboration and to purchase some spirit herb seeds," Cheng Yan replied. Upon hearing this, Lu Changming felt a surge of joy within. Previously, Cheng Yan had collaborated with them for a time, earning them a substantial amount of spirit stones through the elixirs he had refined. However, after Cheng Yan departed to participate in the war. They had been unable to find another alchemist to work with. As time passed, this mutually beneficial venture had been put on hold. Thus, Cheng Yan's proactive approach to discuss cooperation was a source of great happiness for him. "Please, fellow Taoist Cheng, follow me." Lu Changming then ushered Cheng Yan into the private room, preparing a cup of tea for him before speaking. "My friend Cheng, please enjoy this tea while I fetch the manager." After saying this, Lu Changming turned and exited the room to find manager Lu. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan picked up the teacup. Noticing the ethereal energy infused within the tea, clearly indicating it was a cup of spiritual tea, he pondered why he had never been offered such a delicacy before. Perhaps it was due to his insufficient cultivation at that time, rendering him unworthy. With a gentle smile, Cheng Yan shook his head, dismissing the thought, and took a delicate sip from the cup. Chapter 93. How is this tea, Taoist Cheng? As Cheng Yan savored the tea, the proprietor Lu entered, followed closely by Lu Changming. The tea was exquisite, smooth upon entry and leaving a refreshing aftertaste, a rare find indeed. This spiritual tea is a newly developed product of the Lu family. The tea you are enjoying is called Silver Down, named for its silvery white appearance when steeped. It is a mid-tier spiritual tea of the first grade. Should you find it to your liking, I shall gift you a few packages. With that, Lu produced several bags of tea from his storage pouch, enough for a full pod of this splendid brew. "Such generosity is unwarranted," Cheng Yan replied. "A mere few bags of tea hardly warrants any spiritual stones, but I shall graciously accept." After some polite refusals, the tea ultimately found its way into Cheng Yan's pouch. "I hear from Changming that you have come to discuss a collaboration with our Lu family?" With the tea accepted, Lu turned to the matter at hand. "Indeed, that is the case. Then let us proceed as previously agreed. We shall provide you with 30 portions of spiritual herbs each month. And for each bottle of Huangya Dan you produce, we will compensate you with 8 spiritual stones. How does that sound?" However, to Lu's surprise, Cheng Yan shook his head. "Is there some dissatisfaction?" "Not dissatisfaction, merely a desire to expand our collaboration." I fear that may disappoint you. The Lu family can provide no more than 30 portions of spiritual herbs each month. We cannot increase that amount. The Lu family's spiritual fields cannot be entirely devoted to the herbs required for Huangya Dan, and some must be reserved for family needs. Offering 30 portions monthly is already a considerable feat, yet Cheng Yan's notion of expanding collaboration did not pertain solely to Huangya Dan. If Huangya Dan is not feasible, what of other elixirs? If you possess the ability to concoct other elixirs, we could indeed broaden our partnership. However, I am curious to know what other elixirs you are capable of producing." Lu's eyes brightened at this inquiry. "Among the low-grade elixirs, both the blood pill and the bigodan are highly sought after. If Cheng Yan could indeed create them, it would yield significant profits for the Lu family shop." "Qi nourishing pill," Cheng Yan replied, revealing 3 simple words that left both Lu and Lu Changming astounded. In the Haishifang market, aside from the shops owned by the 3 great families, one shop run by a rogue cultivator amassed the most spiritual stones, established by the only first-grade mid-tier alchemist in the market. He maintained collaborations with the 3 families. However, due to his exclusive partnerships, the profits shared among them were minimal. They had contemplated persuading this alchemist to cooperate solely with their family, but as he was a solitary figure, he sought to avoid offending any family, declining even the 3 families' overtures. This was precisely why his shop could thrive in the Haishifang market. Otherwise, it would have been consumed long ago by the 3 families. At present, Cheng Yan revealed to them that he possessed the ability to concoct qi-nourishing pills, a revelation that undoubtedly astonished them. If Cheng Yan truly could create such pills, the annual profits for the Lu family shop would far surpass those generated by Huang Yadan. "Is it true, esteemed Taoist Cheng, that you can refine qi-nourishing pills?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan smiled and nodded. Manager Lu, with a hint of envy, remarked, "Taoist Cheng is truly gifted. At such a tender age, he has already reached the 7th level of qi cultivation and is a first-tier mid-grade alchemist. It is indeed admirable. I, with merely 4 spiritual roots, am nearing 50 and have only just attained the 7th level of qi cultivation." In contrast, Cheng Yan, at merely 22 or 23, has achieved the same level of cultivation and excels in an art of cultivation. Cheng Yan humbly replied, "It is merely luck." Manager Lu sighed slightly and stated, "In the realm of cultivation, there is no such thing as luck. If there were, I would not still be at the 7th level of qi cultivation." He then continued, "Let's not dwell on that. The spiritual herbs required for the qi-nourishing pills can be cultivated by the Lu family. However, these herbs require a considerable number of years to mature. Therefore, we may only be able to provide you with 15 portions of herbs each month. We will also increase our procurement of spiritual herbs, and should we acquire more, we can entrust them to you for pill refinement. As for compensation, it would be akin to that of Huang Yadan, calculated based on the quantity of pills refined. For every vial of qi-nourishing pills produced, we shall offer you 30 spirit stones. What do you think, Taoist Cheng? Currently, Cheng Yan has a success rate of 40% in refining qi-nourishing pills. With 15 portions of herbs, he could produce 6 vials, amounting to a total of 180 spirit stones. Thus, over the course of a year, he could earn more than 2,000 spirit stones. If his success rate were to improve further, the earnings could increase significantly. Coupled with the annual profits from Huang Yadan, which exceed 1,000 spirit stones, this would sum to over 3,000 spirit stones in total, a considerable amount. However, this was still insufficient, as it would only cover the rental fees for the spiritual vein each year. Consequently, Cheng Yan proposed that he could also refine blood condensation pills and valley-breaking pills. This would yield an additional 2,000 spirit stones annually, bringing the total to over 5,000 spirit stones. In fact, Cheng Yan also has the capability to refine recovery pills, which could result in substantial spirit stone income should a collaboration with the Lu family be established. Yet, such an arrangement would encroach upon Cheng Yan's time for cultivation, making it somewhat counterproductive. After discussing for a considerable time, the two finally clarified all the details of their collaboration. Cheng Yan could collect spiritual herbs from the Lu family shop every 3 months, while delivering the pills he had refined in the preceding 3 months, receiving compensation based on the quantity produced. However, the supply of spiritual herbs at the Lu family shop was limited. Retrieving them from the family would take time. Cheng Yan could not afford to wait that long. Thus, for the first month, they would only provide him with a month's worth of herbs. Starting from the following month, they would supply him with 3 months' worth at a time, to which Cheng Yan readily agreed. By the way, does your esteemed shop sell various spiritual herb seeds? After discussing the collaboration, Cheng Yan did not forget his other objective, the seeds of spiritual herbs. Naturally, these seeds were available for purchase, and it remained to be seen what specific seeds Cheng Daoyu required, as well as the quantity. Cheng Yan then listed the names of over 10 types of spiritual herb seeds he needed. These were essential for the elixirs he intended to concoct. Although he had established a partnership with the Lu family, cultivating them himself would undoubtedly be preferable. So many? Manager Lu expressed his surprise upon hearing the extensive list of seeds Cheng Yan desired. Chapter 94. Speechless Cheng Yan smiled and said, I have leased a spiritual vein from the Tiger Roaring Mountain Manor and established a family on Jiuyu Mountain. Above the spiritual vein, there are several acres of spiritual fields, and I intend to take these medicinal seeds back to enrich the fields. In truth, by uttering these words, Cheng Yan has indeed leveraged the reputation of the Tiger Roaring Mountain Manor. Leasing the spiritual vein from the manor to establish a family effectively makes Cheng Yan a subordinate force of the manor. The Lu family is also a subordinate force of the manor, and there are regulations in place that prevent conflicts between subordinate forces. Of course, if there were genuine enmity, the manor would not intervene. Thus, if the Lu family truly covets the alchemical inheritance in Cheng Yan's possession, they must also consider the stance of the Tiger Roaring Mountain Manor. Naturally, even if the Lu family disregards all caution and seeks to seize Cheng Yan's alchemical legacy, he would have little to fear unless a fully realized qi refinement practitioner were to come after him, even against a 9th-layer qi refinement practitioner. While Cheng Yan might not be able to defeat them, he could certainly escape. If he returns to Jiuyu Mountain, even a fully realized practitioner would find it challenging to breach his defenses. Ah, I see. From now on, I shall address you as Clan Leader Cheng, remarked Manager Lu. You flatter me. Please wait a moment, Clan Leader Cheng. Changming, go fetch the medicinal herbs and seeds for Clan Leader Cheng. Manager Lu instructed, turning to Lu Changming. Shortly thereafter, Lu Changming entered with a storage bag containing the medicinal herbs and seeds Cheng Yan required for the month. How many spirit stones do these seeds require? Cheng Yan inquired. These seeds are not expensive, totaling 200 spirit stones, Lu Changming replied. Cheng Yan acquired a considerable number of seeds for a modest sum of 200 spirit stones, which was indeed a reasonable price. The affordability of these seeds was due to their nature. They were not derived from wild spiritual herbs like those Cheng Yan possessed. Once matured, those could yield more seeds indefinitely. However, these seeds had undergone special treatment and would not produce new seeds upon maturity, necessitating further purchases from the Lu family shop for continued cultivation. Cheng Yan accepted the storage bag from Lu Changming and handed over 200 spirit stones to Manager Lu. However, this transaction reduced Cheng Yan's spirit stones to a mere 2 digits. After procuring the medicinal herb seeds, Cheng Yan exited the Lu family shop. Once he left, Lu Changming turned to Manager Lu and said, "Fourth uncle, I know what you wish to say, but it is already too late." Manager Lu interrupted. "How can it be too late? He must possess an alchemical legacy. If fourth uncle can seize it, such an accomplishment might even warrant a reward from the family sufficient for you to break through to the 9th layer of qi refinement." Lu Changming argued. He initially had only reached the 5th layer of qi refinement, yet he survived amidst the conflicts between two major foundational powers and has since advanced to the 7th layer. Could he be considered an ordinary individual? Do not assume that I, now at the 7th level of qi refinement, would easily triumph over him even if I were to attain the 8th level. Although Master Lu has never witnessed the process of Cheng Yan's abilities, from the moment he entered the private room and laid eyes on Cheng Yan, an inexplicable sense of trepidation enveloped him. Should we inform the family, urging them to send someone to seize his alchemical legacy? Yet, Lu Changming remains obstinate. Do you truly wish to drag the family into this perilous endeavor? The moment we eliminate him after he has just become a subordinate power of the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor, it would be tantamount to slapping the manor's face. Do you truly believe that Tiger Roar Mountain Manor would let us off the hook? Upon hearing these words, Lu Changming fell silent. If the Lu family were indeed bold enough to eliminate Cheng Yan, the manor would certainly not remain indifferent. After all, if Cheng Yan were to be extinguished just after becoming a subordinate faction of the manor, who would dare to affiliate with them in the future? Must we simply watch the alchemical legacy slip away from our grasp? Alas, the alchemical legacy is destined to elude the Lu family. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan remained oblivious to their conversation. Upon exiting the Lu family's shop, he made his way towards a locale frequented by rogue cultivators, as he needed to recruit individuals for his family. After all, once Cheng Yan plants the seeds, the spiritual fields will require constant care, and currently, there are merely 3 individuals on Jiuyu Mountain, including Cheng Yan himself. Even Cheng Yuhao is unable to cultivate at present, and Cheng Rumming has only just begun at the 1st level of qi refinement, leaving both incapable of practicing spells. Relying solely on human effort to tend to the spiritual fields would be excessively taxing. Within the realms of cultivation, those who care for spiritual fields must possess knowledge of 2 spells, the rain cloud technique for irrigation and the golden needle technique for pest control. However, Cheng Yan lacks a golden spirit root, rendering him unable to master the golden needle technique. Furthermore, he still needs to focus on alchemy. If he were to tend to the fields as well, he would scarcely find time to cultivate. Thus, it is imperative to recruit 2 individuals to assist in the care of the spiritual fields. Within the Haishi Square Market, there exists a recruitment center formed by rogue cultivators, primarily consisting of those at the initial stages of qi refinement, lacking the strength to hunt demonic beasts within the Lingyun mountain range. They opt to come here to assist various factions with menial tasks in exchange for spirit stones. Cheng Yan successfully recruited a pair of siblings at the center, the brother named Li Yun and the sister named Li Yu, both possessing 5 spirit roots and at the 3rd level of qi refinement, proficient in both the rain cloud and golden needle techniques. With 8 acres of spiritual fields, 2 individuals are more than sufficient. Additionally, their compensation demands are modest, merely 10 spirit stones each month. Cheng Yan also promised extra rewards should they tend to the fields exceptionally well, prompting them to accompany him. After securing their assistance, Cheng Yan returned to Jiuyu Mountain. However, as both siblings were yet to master sword flight, their journey took an additional half-day. Upon returning to Jiuyu Mountain, Cheng Yan arranged for the Li siblings to reside on the mountainside, not far from the spiritual fields, and entrusted them with the seeds, urging them to plant them promptly. He then briefed Cheng Rumming and the others before retreating into seclusion to focus on alchemy. In the blink of an eye, 3 years have passed. Upon the lofty peaks of Jiyushan, within the sanctuary of Cheng Yan, he was seen seated in a lotus position, his eyes firmly shut. The ethereal energies of the surroundings continuously permeated through his pores, entering his body. These energies then traversed through his meridians, ultimately converging in his dantian, where they were transmuted into pure spiritual power. After 2 hours of diligent cultivation, Cheng Yan gradually opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. He murmured to himself, "Truly, this place, renowned for its exceptionally rich spiritual veins, is worthy of its reputation. In a mere 3 years, I have already begun to glimpse signs of a breakthrough." Chapter 95. 6th Uncle, I yearn to return to the mundane world. Over the past 3 years, Cheng Yan has devoted himself to alchemy and cultivation, witnessing a notable enhancement in his prowess. He has now approached the threshold of the 8th layer of qi refinement, and it is likely that within a few months, he will achieve a breakthrough. Cheng Yuhao has also commenced his cultivation journey. 2 years prior, Cheng Yan assessed Cheng Yuhao's spiritual roots. discovering that he possessed the 4 elemental roots of gold, wood, water, and fire, with the water root being the most exceptional. Consequently, Cheng Yuhao has been practicing the Xian Shui Ju alongside Cheng Yan. Moreover, Cheng Yuhao has shown remarkable diligence in his training, reminiscent of Cheng Yan's own early days. Initially, Cheng Yuhao succeeded in channeling qi into his body in just over half a month, a feat accomplished even more swiftly than Cheng Yan did years ago. However, this does not imply that Cheng Yuhao possesses greater innate talent than Cheng Yan. The primary factor lies in Cheng Yuhao's cultivation environment, which is vastly superior to what Cheng Yan experienced in his youth. Had Cheng Yan cultivated in an upper-grade spirit vein, he is confident that he could have channeled qi into his body in no more than 10 days. Now, after more than 2 years of arduous practice, Cheng Yuhao, at not yet 9 years of age, has already attained the second layer of qi refinement. In contrast, Cheng Rumming has languished in his progress. 3 years have passed, and he remains at the first layer of qi refinement. Although the 5-element root is inherently less advantageous than the 4-element root, this disparity is not significantly pronounced during the early stages of qi refinement. Ultimately, it is Cheng Rumming's own lack of diligence that hinders his advancement. Cheng Yan has imparted advice to him, yet with little effect. Only when he witnesses the Li siblings perform spells does he feel a fleeting spark of envy that drives him to practice diligently for a day or two. Otherwise, he tends to oscillate between periods of effort and idleness. Currently, the Li siblings have reached the 3rd layer of qi refinement. Unlike Cheng Rumming and Cheng Yuhao, they do not have the continuous supply of elixirs provided by Cheng Yan. Additionally, 2 years ago, Cheng Yan established a spirit gathering array at the mountaintop, where the concentration of spiritual energy rivals that of an upper-grade spirit vein, naturally facilitating their cultivation. The Li siblings, meanwhile, earn spiritual stones from tending to their spiritual fields, which merely sustains their normal cultivation pace, leaving little room for rapid advancement. The siblings have, however, tended their fields exceptionally well. Among the 8 acres of spiritual fields, 1 acre is dedicated to cultivating low-grade spiritual rice, which yields approximately 800 pounds annually. Yet, under the care of the Li siblings, they consistently harvest an additional few dozen pounds each year. The remaining fields are sown with various spiritual herbs, and the herbs required for the Huangya Dan, which take 3 years to mature, have now ripened. Cheng Yan has refrained from refining these herbs into elixirs, instead employing them for Cheng Yuhao and Cheng Rumming. He wishes to ascertain whether they possess any talent for alchemy. Regrettably, they squandered a considerable amount of spiritual herbs, ultimately failing to produce even a single Huangya Dan. It is evident that neither possesses the aptitude for alchemy, leaving Cheng Yan somewhat disheartened. Aside from this, there have been no other changes upon Jiyu Mountain, nor have any new clan members joined. Throughout these 3 years, Cheng Yan has returned to Qingshan village annually to assess whether the children who have reached the age of 6 possess spiritual roots. Regrettably, over the past 3 years, he has tested around 20 to 30 children, yet none have exhibited the presence of spiritual roots. Since the last time Cheng Rumming's spiritual root was detected, a fervor for childbirth has surged. Every family is now contemplating that just because their current children lack spiritual roots, it does not preclude the possibility of having offspring with such gifts in the future. If they can produce even 1 child endowed with a spiritual root, their fortunes would be greatly enhanced. The status of Cheng Rumming's family has risen dramatically in the village since the revelation of his spiritual root. When conversing with Cheng Rumming's parents, villagers are now particularly respectful, aware that they have birthed a prodigy. Cheng Yan, naturally, finds this situation delightful. As the more children are born, the greater the chances of producing someone with a spiritual root. Furthermore, Cheng Yan has actively contributed to this trend by exchanging some low-tier spiritual items for considerable wealth, which he presented to his father. Any family that welcomes a newborn is rewarded with monetary gifts, thereby further incentivizing the desire to procreate. Additionally, Cheng Yan has announced that any family whose child is found to possess a spiritual root would not only receive a more substantial monetary reward, but also some spiritual items. Initially, the villagers were unaware of the true value of these spiritual items, but upon witnessing the transformation in Cheng Rumming's mother, their excitement grew. Cheng Rumming's mother, who had suffered from a severe eye ailment, found her condition miraculously improved shortly after receiving some spiritual rice from Cheng Yan. Rumors spread that consuming spiritual items could prolong life, prompting everyone to fervently pursue childbirth, as who wouldn't wish for a longer existence. In the present day, discussions in Qingshan village revolve not around who is constructing new homes or acquiring wealth, but rather which families are expecting or have welcomed new additions. The demographic has shifted, with children now outnumbering the youth and adults. If this trend continues, in 3 or 4 decades, the family lineage might be invigorated with fresh blood. Although it may take a considerable amount of time, it is an unavoidable circumstance. The Liu, Zhang, and Du families have settled here for nearly a century, with the common folk numbering close to 100,000, yet there are only about 30 or 40 clansmen currently within the lineage. Sixth uncle, Rumming seeks an audience. Just as Cheng Yan was lamenting the scarcity of cultivators in the family, Cheng Rumming approached him. "Ah, Rumming, come in," Cheng Yan replied. Upon receiving Cheng Yan's approval, Rumming stepped into the wooden house. "Please, have a seat." Cheng Yan gestured for Rumming to sit, and poured him a cup of spiritual tea. Since tasting the tea, Cheng Yan had found its flavor quite agreeable and occasionally returned to the Liu family shop to procure some for himself. However, Cheng Rumming hesitated to sit, displaying a bashful demeanor, as if struggling to articulate his thoughts, which left Cheng Yan perplexed. Suddenly, as if steeling himself, Cheng Rumming clenched his teeth and declared, "Sixth uncle, I wish to return to the mundane world." Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan was momentarily taken aback, but soon his surprise dissipated, and he remained composed. After 3 years of companionship, Cheng Yan realized that Cheng Rumming's thoughts were far removed from the path of cultivation. "Have you truly contemplated this?" "Sixth uncle, I have made my decision." Upon expressing his desire to return to the mundane world, Cheng Rumming ceased to hesitate, his demeanor becoming resolute. "I genuinely believe that I am not cut out for cultivation. For me, the most arduous task each day is the act of meditative practice. Moreover, my innate talent is woefully inadequate. In this lifetime, not only is foundational establishment unlikely, but even reaching the pinnacle of qi cultivation seems a distant dream. With this in mind, what merit is there in pursuing cultivation?" Chapter 96. Returning to mundanity, though possessing a 5-element root, may indicate a lack of innate talent. With diligent effort, one can still achieve remarkable accomplishments. In the realm of cultivation, there are indeed those who have attained the golden core using such roots. Even predecessors with higher levels of cultivation have emerged, proving that with perseverance, the possibility of establishing a foundation is not entirely out of reach. While Cheng Yan offered these words of encouragement, he was acutely aware that for cultivators with 5-element roots, the path to foundation establishment was fraught with insurmountable challenges. Those who managed to reach the golden core were as rare as phoenix feathers. Without exceptional fortune, it seemed likely that their journey would culminate in the qi refining stage. However, upon hearing Cheng Yan's words, Cheng Rumming fell into a profound silence, clearly resolute in his decision to return to mundanity. "If you truly wish to return, I shall agree, provided you can break through to the second layer of qi refining within 3 months. Given Cheng Rumming's current level of cultivation, achieving this feat would necessitate unwavering dedication to his practice over the next 3 months. Considering Cheng Rumming's evident disdain for cultivation, this was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. To everyone's surprise, within a mere 2 months, Cheng Rumming sought out Cheng Yan once more, now boasting the cultivation of the second layer of qi refining. Cheng Yan had keenly observed Cheng Rumming's progress during this time. Ever since Cheng Yan had promised that Cheng Rumming could return to mundanity upon reaching the second layer, Cheng Rumming had committed himself to seclusion. It was worth noting that previously, Cheng Rumming would struggle to carve out even 2 hours a day for cultivation, which he had considered commendable. Now, however, his determination to return to mundanity had driven him to seclusion, demonstrating the strength of his resolve. "Alas, it seems you are determined to return to mundanity at all costs," Cheng Yan sighed. The family was already small, and if Cheng Rumming were to leave, only he and Cheng Yuhao would remain in the Cheng household. "I implore you to reconsider, Uncle Liu." Cheng Rumming maintained his steadfast demeanor. "Very well, but the notion of returning to mundanity is rather unseemly. I fear your parents would not be pleased to hear of it." Upon hearing Cheng Yan's words, Cheng Rumming fell silent. When he had left home, his parents had urged him to devote himself to his cultivation. Yet, in just over 3 short years, he found himself unable to continue. The thought of bringing shame upon his parents weighed heavily on him. Thus, the idea of returning to mundanity should be set aside. Unexpectedly, Cheng Yan's next remark provoked Cheng Rumming's impatience. "Uncle Liu, you promised that if I could break through to the second layer of qi refining, you would allow me to return to mundanity." Cheng Yan, upon hearing this, merely smiled and replied, "The notion of returning to mundanity is utterly out of the question. However, I can assign you to Qingshan village to oversee our family's mortal settlement." Upon hearing these words, Cheng Rumming's face lit up with joy. Although there was no fundamental difference between the two scenarios, both led him back to the mundane world. The latter signified that he would return with a familial mission, entrusted by his family. Thus, the concern of bringing shame to his parents would be alleviated. In fact, Many families dispatch their own members to the mundane world to guard their mortal villages. After all, the realm of mortals is rife with calamities and misfortunes. Having cultivators stationed there ensures the safety and prosperity of their kin. Cheng Yan's decision was made after careful contemplation. Cheng Yan, willing to undertake tasks he loathes in pursuit of his goal to return to the mundane, is certainly not a person of little merit. Cheng Yan harbored no excessive concerns about entrusting him with the guardianship of a mortal village. Thank you, Uncle Lu. Cheng Yan deeply bowed to Cheng Yan. A single word from Cheng Yan could significantly alter his circumstances upon returning, and thus, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Very well, prepare yourself. Tomorrow, I shall take you back to Qingshan village. Yes. With that, Cheng Yan cheerfully began to pack his belongings. The following day, Cheng Yan bid farewell to Cheng Raheo and the two siblings from the Li family before escorting Cheng Yan back to Qingshan village. Upon their return, Cheng Yan presented Cheng Yan with a storage bag containing several mid-tier spiritual talismans for his protection, along with some spirit stones and a few saplings. These saplings, known as spirit-nurturing trees, are quite common in the realm of cultivation. They are neither spiritual plants nor ordinary wood. Their primary function is to enhance the surrounding spiritual energy concentration. Unfortunately, the increase in spiritual energy is limited. Even if the spirit-nurturing trees were fully cultivated, they would not reach the energy concentration of even a low-grade spiritual vein. Furthermore, spirit-nurturing trees cannot be stacked with spiritual veins. Once the energy concentration reaches a certain level, they become akin to ordinary wood, which is why no faction is inclined to cultivate them. Cheng Yan intended for Cheng Yan to plant them in Qingshan village, gradually elevating the spiritual energy concentration and perhaps increasing the likelihood of future descendants possessing spiritual roots. Even if that does not occur, an increase in spiritual energy would enhance the physical constitution of the villagers. Subsequently, Cheng Yan discreetly approached Cheng Yan's parents. Their conversation subtly hinted that Cheng Yan, nearing 20, was of the age to consider marriage. Cheng Yan's parents readily agreed, eagerly anticipating the prospect of grandchildren. Alas, poor Cheng Yan remained blissfully unaware of the arrangements being made on his behalf. Possessing spiritual roots, even a union with a mortal would significantly increase the probability of their offspring inheriting spiritual roots compared to two mortal parents. Perhaps in a decade or so, the Cheng family would witness the emergence of their second generation of cultivators. This was also a reason Cheng Yan consented to Cheng Yan's return to Qingshan village. The number of cultivators within the family was exceedingly scarce, and solely relying on the minuscule probability of spiritual roots appearing among mortal descendants would take far too long. Having arranged matters for Cheng Yan, Cheng Yan returned to Jiyu Mountain. However, upon his arrival, the two siblings from the Li family sought him out. Uncle Lu, Li Yun and Li Yu request an audience. The two siblings from the Li family, after all, are not of the Cheng lineage. Thus they are unable to visit Cheng Yan's residence. They can only rely on Cheng Yuhao to convey their message. Take me to see them, Cheng Yan requested. The area behind his residence is home to the Qingyuan fruit trees, making it imperative to restrict access to outsiders. Consequently, Cheng Yan accompanied Cheng Yuhao and met the Li siblings at his abode. What brings you to me? Is there trouble with the spiritual fields, clan leader? Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yan's heart sank. The spiritual fields are of paramount importance to every family. Moreover, the fields currently contain numerous spiritual herbs nearing maturity. And should calamity strike, the losses would be considerable. Chapter 97. Demonic Aura. Thus, Cheng Yan hastily inquired, what has happened to the spiritual field? Upon hearing Cheng Yan's question, Li Yun proceeded to elucidate the situation they had encountered. A few days prior, while tending to the spiritual field, the siblings from the Li family inadvertently discovered a discrepancy in the number of spiritual herbs. However, Cheng Yan was not present on Jiyu Mountain at that time, and they had no one to report to. Since then, several spiritual herbs had mysteriously vanished each day, leaving them quite perplexed. They took turns guarding the field, even through the night, yet ultimately detected no anomalies. Upon seeing Cheng Yan return to Jiyu Mountain today, they hurried to inform him. After listening to their account, Cheng Yan too found the matter peculiar. How could spiritual herbs simply vanish without a trace? Unable to discern anything further from their descriptions, he instructed them to lead him to the spiritual field. Chief, this is where the spiritual herbs disappeared yesterday. Following Li Yun's gesture, Cheng Yan observed a conspicuous gap in the center of the field. Surrounding it were neatly arranged spiritual herbs, but this particular spot was conspicuously vacant, creating an unsettling impression. Demonic aura? In that vacant area, Cheng Yan sensed a faint trace of demonic energy. The so-called demonic aura is essentially the essence of demonic beasts. which typically do not conceal their presence. Human cultivators often rely on this aura to track such creatures. However, given the limited spiritual awareness of Li Yun and his companion, it was understandable that they had failed to detect this faint energy. Upon sensing the demonic aura, a hypothesis formed in Cheng Yan's mind. He withdrew his flying sword and began to excavate the spiritual soil of the vacant area. Beneath the soil lay a tunnel, approximately the diameter of a human calf. This was likely a burrow created by a demonic beast adept at earth evasion, which had been stealing the spiritual herbs directly from beneath the field. It was no wonder that the two had been unable to detect it. Demonic beast? Li Yun and his companion were both taken aback. The presence of a demonic beast atop a spiritual vein was not particularly surprising. What was astonishing was that such a creature existed in a vein occupied by human cultivators. Generally, once human cultivators claim a spiritual vein, they conduct thorough investigations, resulting in the extermination or subjugation of any existing demonic beasts, leaving no room for wild ones to persist. Yet, here on Juyu Mountain, a demonic beast had indeed concealed itself, and had it not been for its theft of the spiritual herbs, Cheng Yan might have remained oblivious. Cheng Yan then summoned a purple-winged bee, which had now reached a high first-tier rank, capable of engaging in combat. Unfortunately, the purple-winged bee was not particularly adept at fighting, relying solely on its stinger for offense. Moreover, due to the difficulty of breeding, Cheng Yan had only 300 to 400 of them and was reluctant to use them in battle. Following Cheng Yan's instructions, the purple-winged bee flew toward the tunnel, as he intended to trace the demonic beast's lair through its guidance. The bee navigated the underground passage, and as Cheng Yan's spiritual beast, he could sense its current location with ease. What surprised Cheng Yan was that the purple-winged bee, after descending for a while, began to ascend once more, seemingly inclined towards the mountain's peak. Very well, you two may attend to your own matters. I shall manage this, he declared. Indeed, clan leader. Sensing the purple-winged bee's ascent towards the summit, Cheng Yan instructed the Li siblings to depart, leading Cheng Yuhao back to the mountaintop. It's actually in that location. As the purple-winged bee continued its ascent, it ultimately settled at the summit, precisely behind the cave situated there. Among all the places on Juyu Mountain, the one that Cheng Yan had yet to scrutinize thoroughly was undoubtedly that cave. After all, the disciples of Hushao Villa had resided there for an extended period, and they had even excavated the cave themselves. It was improbable that anything of value remained. Therefore, apart from a single visit made during the planting of the Qingyuan fruit trees, Cheng Yan had not ventured into the cave again. His cultivation and alchemy were conducted in the wooden house outside. Upon entering the cave, Cheng Yuhao naturally stumbled upon the Qingyuan fruit tree. Uncle Lu, why is there a tree inside this cave? He inquired. This tree is the foundation of our clan, the Qingyuan fruit tree. The Qingyuan fruit tree, Cheng Yuhao exclaimed, astonished. Previously, when Cheng Yan had instructed the two on alchemy, he had first taught them to recognize various spiritual herbs and celestial treasures. The Qingyuan fruit was certainly among them, and it was precisely because Cheng Yuhao understood the effects of the Qingyuan fruit that he was so taken aback, never expecting such a treasure to exist within his family. Suddenly, an epiphany struck Cheng Yuhao. Is that why Uncle Lu forbade Yun and the others from coming up? Upon hearing Cheng Yuhao's question, Cheng Yan silently nodded, impressed that Yuhao, at such a tender age, could discern this reasoning. For the average person, this understanding might seem utterly straightforward. Failing to see it would indeed indicate a deficiency. However, for a child of merely 8 or 9 years old to grasp such concepts was truly remarkable. Perhaps due to having been away from home since childhood, Cheng Yuhao's maturity surpassed that of his peers. Over the years, he had seldom troubled Cheng Yan, diligently cultivating, which endeared him to his uncle. Indeed, as the saying goes, wealth should not be displayed ostentatiously. A commoner is innocent, but possessing treasures invites suspicion. Such celestial treasures are not something our clan can currently safeguard, hence it must not be disclosed. Yes, Uncle Lu, I understand, Cheng Yuhao replied. That is well. Let us proceed further inside. Cheng Yan nodded in appreciation. With such intelligence, if properly nurtured, Cheng Yuhao would undoubtedly become a pillar of strength for the family in the future. Proceed further? But isn't the path ahead blocked? Cheng Yuhao questioned, looking at the cave, which appeared to reach its end. Cheng Yan, upon hearing this, merely smiled in silence before drawing forth his flying sword. With a single stroke, he cleaved through the wall. How could a mere stone withstand a superior-grade flying sword? With a few deft strikes, he severed a substantial chunk of rock. Thus, Cheng Yan pressed on, utilizing his sword to delve deeper, traversing nearly 3 zhang. Suddenly, he stumbled upon an expansive area measuring approximately 1 zhang in length, width, and height. On the ground, A peculiar type of grass flourished, its leaves adorned with 7 white spots, emanating a faint, ethereal glow in the darkness, remarkably conspicuous. The 7-star grass. Cheng Yan gazed at the luminous blades before him, a surge of joy swelling within him. This 7-star grass, however, was not a spiritual herb. It bore no utility for alchemical concoction, and even if ingested directly, it would be akin to consuming mundane fare, offering no benefit to cultivators. Chapter 98. The spirit-seeking mouse. However, it is a rare spiritual plant. The 7-star grass can be utilized in the crafting of talisman paper. The talisman paper produced from 7-star grass boasts exceptional quality, capable even of depicting first-tier premium spiritual talismans. Although the Cheng family currently lacks a lineage of talisman mastery, this does not diminish Cheng Yan's delight. Even if the Cheng family cannot employ it, it can certainly be sold. Moreover, the 7-star grass before him has already matured and produced seeds. Cheng Yan can cultivate it gradually and expand its scale. Perhaps in the future, the 7-star grass could become the backbone of the Cheng family's industry. However, prior to harvesting these 7-star grasses, he must first deal with the beast before him. Upon entering this place, Cheng Yan was initially captivated by the 7-star grass, overlooking the presence of the beast. Yet, when he discerned the creature clearly, he was taken aback. It was, astonishingly, a spirit-seeking mouse. This beast is highly sought after by cultivators due to its unique innate abilities. The spirit-seeking mouse possesses an acute sensitivity to the concentration of spiritual energy in the environment, allowing it to effortlessly sense the locations of spiritual objects. Many cultivators keep a spirit-seeking mouse for treasure hunting. However, this special talent has led to the mass hunting of the spirit-seeking mouse, making it a rare sight in the realm of cultivation today. To think a spirit-seeking mouse could be hidden within Jiyushan. Yet, it appeared that this particular spirit-seeking mouse was in the midst of a breakthrough, its aura steadily rising and nearing a critical point. Poised to advance to the intermediate first tier, Cheng Yan found himself intrigued by the spirit-seeking mouse and chose not to interrupt its breakthrough, patiently awaiting the outcome. Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the spirit-seeking mouse successfully achieved its breakthrough. Upon awakening, it was startled to see Cheng Yan and Cheng Yuhao before it, causing it to leap in fright and attempt to escape through earth evasion. However, Cheng Yan was not about to let it flee. He swiftly cast a water prison technique to confine it. The spirit-seeking mouse flailed desperately within the confines of the water prison, yet it could not break free from its restraints. Cheng Yuhao, displaying considerable courage, approached to observe the creature closely. Since coming to Jiyushan with Zhou Yang, he had not ventured beyond its borders and had only heard tales of such beasts, never having seen one in person. The only creature he had encountered was Cheng Yan's swarm of purple-winged bees. Thus his curiosity about the spirit-seeking mouse was piqued. "Uncle Six, what kind of beast is this?" he inquired. "This is a spirit-seeking mouse," Cheng Yan replied. "This one is just recently broken through to the intermediate first tier, and I am confident that my water prison technique can keep it securely contained." He did not deter Cheng Yuhao from his curiosity. "So this is a spirit-seeking mouse." Cheng Yuhao had certainly heard of them, but was unaware of their true appearance. "What? Do you fancy this spirit-seeking mouse? How? If you like it, you may tame it as your spiritual companion," Cheng Yan remarked, noticing the gleam of fascination in Cheng Yuhao's eyes as he gazed at the spirit-seeking mouse. In this light, bestowing him with a spirit beast is indeed not without merit. While the spirit-searching mouse possesses the remarkable ability to locate treasures, it is not without its flaws. Its lifespan is lamentably brief, typically averaging around 50 years. In the realm of magical beasts, 50 years is a mere blink, considering that most creatures of the first tier can live approximately 200 years. Even among tortoise species, which are inherently long-lived, lifespans can extend to 3 or 4 centuries. Moreover, constrained by its bloodline and longevity, the spirit-searching mouse rarely ascends beyond the advanced first tier, with the utmost reaching the peak of the first tier. Thus, although Cheng Yan harbors an interest in the spirit-searching mouse, it is not to the extent of necessity. Furthermore, Cheng Yan is usually occupied with either cultivation or alchemy, previously accompanied by Cheng Rumming and Cheng Yuhao. Now that Cheng Rumming has returned to Qingshan village, Cheng Yuhao finds himself alone. Having a spirit beast as a companion would indeed be a pleasant change. Upon hearing Cheng Yan's words, Cheng Yuhao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he fixed his gaze intently on the spirit-searching mouse. Cheng Yan could not help but smile, recognizing the childlike wonder that, regardless of maturity, still shone through when confronted with something beloved. "It is already ensnared. You need only establish the blood pact," he reassured. "Thank you, Uncle Lu," Cheng Yuhao exclaimed. The spirit-searching mouse, utterly ensnared by Cheng Yan, was unable to resist as Cheng Yuhao effortlessly forged the blood pact. Once the pact was established, Cheng Yan released the creature. The moment it broke free from the confines of the water prison technique, it began to circle around Cheng Yuhao, eliciting peals of laughter from him. However, in its gaze towards Cheng Yan lingered a hint of animosity, a clear reminder of the earlier confinement. Having successfully tamed the spirit-searching mouse, Cheng Yan turned his attention to harvesting the 7-star grasses. Upon counting, he discovered a total of 26 plants, each bearing 3 to 5 seeds, culminating in over 100 seeds. After completing the harvest, Cheng Yan led Cheng Yuhao out of the cave and summoned the Li siblings, informing them that the matter of the spiritual field had been resolved. He entrusted them with the seeds of the 7-star grasses, instructing them to plant them accordingly. Once these tasks were accomplished, Cheng Yan returned to the cave, seeking to enter a period of seclusion. At present, Cheng Yan's cultivation was but a step away from breaking through to the 8th layer of qi refinement. This time in seclusion was intended to solidify that advancement. After consuming a Peiyuan pill, he plunged into his meditative practice. In the midst of cultivation, time seemed to slip away swiftly. Before he knew it, 3 months had passed. Atop Jiyu Mountain, the stone door to the cave, which had remained sealed for 3 months, finally creaked open once more. Cheng Yan emerged, now embodying the prowess of the 8th layer of qi refinement. After 3 months of rigorous cultivation, he had successfully achieved his breakthrough. Moreover, his aura was notably subdued, indicating that he had only emerged after thoroughly solidifying his newfound strength. What Cheng Yan did not anticipate, however, was that upon his emergence, he would soon have visitors. As soon as Cheng Yan emerged from seclusion, a visitor arrived at his doorstep. It was Zhang Ruzhou, the esteemed patriarch of the Zhang clan, who sought an audience with him. Zhang Ruzhou? Wasn't he the leader of the Zhang family? What could have prompted such an unexpected visit? After a moment's contemplation, Cheng Yan deduced the reason. The only member of the Zhang family he had encountered before was the ill-fated Zhang Shixiang, whom he had slain. However, Cheng Yan believed he had executed the deed with sufficient discretion to avoid detection. Moreover, had his actions truly come to light, it would not be Zhang Ruzhou, a mere 9th-level qi practitioner, who would come knocking, but rather his father, a master of perfected qi cultivation. Chapter 99, Patriarch Zhang. Zhang Ruzhou, since the purpose of the visit was not related to previous matters. The only conceivable reason for Patriarch Zhang to personally seek out Cheng Yan was the collaboration with the Liu family. Ever since Cheng Yan established a stable partnership with the Liu family, their shops had begun to offer a considerable quantity of medicinal pills for sale, resulting in a substantial increase in annual profits. Naturally, the keen eyes of the Zhang and Du families would not overlook this development, and Cheng Yan had anticipated such an approach. Ah, it is indeed Patriarch Zhang. I have long admired your reputation. Please, come in. Though thoughts raced through his mind, Cheng Yan's words were tinged with dissatisfaction. Upon hearing Zhang Ruzhou's voice, he opened the formation to allow him entry. However, there was no grand hall to receive guests atop Jiyu Mountain, so he could only escort Zhang Ruzhou to an unadorned wooden cabin. While humble, it was the only option available. It seemed he would need to construct a dedicated building for receiving guests in the future. Zhang Ruzhou, however, displayed no sign of disdain for Cheng Yan due to the simplicity of his accommodations. However, pour a cup of tea for Patriarch Zhang, Cheng Yan instructed as he led Zhang Ruzhou into the wooden cabin. The two took their seats facing each other, and Cheng Yan turned to direct Cheng Yuhua to serve tea to Zhang Ruzhou. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yuhua promptly poured a cup of tea for Zhang Ruzhou and returned to stand obediently behind Cheng Yan. Patriarch Cheng, your younger generation shows great promise. At such a tender age, he has already reached the 2nd level of qi refinement. Haha, you flatter me, Patriarch Zhang, Cheng Yan chuckled, feeling a sense of joy at the praise bestowed upon his descendant. In our first meeting, I have not prepared anything elaborate. Allow me to present you with a first-tier mid-grade fireball talisman as a gift. After commending Cheng Yuhua, Zhang Ruzhou produced a fireball talisman and offered it to the young man. Cheng Yuhua, upon seeing this, did not dare to take it upon himself and turned to look at Cheng Yan. Since it is a gift from Patriarch Zhang, you should accept it. With Cheng Yan's approval, Cheng Yuhua extended his hands to receive the spiritual talisman. Thank you, Patriarch Zhang, Cheng Yuhua expressed politely. Zhang Ruzhou smiled and shook his head, signaling that no thanks were necessary. Patriarch Zhang, your visit today must not solely be to commend my junior, is it? You truly possess a discerning eye, Patriarch Cheng. I have come primarily to discuss the matter of medicinal pill collaboration. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan silently acknowledged the truth of the statement, though he feigned a look of confusion and asked, collaboration on medicinal pills? Let us dispense with the pretense, then. The Zhang family is willing to provide spiritual herbs to you, much like the Liu family, in exchange for your refinement of medicinal pills. We assure you that our remuneration will surpass that offered by the Liu family." Cheng Yan shook his head with an air of feigned helplessness and replied, "I fear I cannot acquiesce to this request. As I am but one individual, I truly lack the capacity to devote additional energy to the refinement of more medicinal pills." Yet, Cheng Yan spoke the truth. He indeed had no more energy to allocate toward the crafting of additional medicinal pills. We are certainly aware of the limitations of Patriarch Cheng's energy. However, we reiterate our point. The compensation we offer to Patriarch Cheng surpasses that of the Liu family considerably, and we hope he will give it due consideration. Implicitly, this suggests a desire for Cheng to either halt or diminish his collaboration with the Liu family, redirecting some of that partnership towards the Zhang family. To our surprise, Cheng Yan shook his head, indicating that there could be no alteration to his alliance with the Liu family. Otherwise, would he not appear duplicitous? Zhang Ruzhou interjected. Is Patriarch Cheng concerned about incurring the Liu family's resentment? Rest assured, with the Zhang family backing you, the Liu family would not dare to take action against you. I have no doubt regarding the Zhang family's strength, yet the collaboration concerning elixirs remains impossible. However, I do possess another business proposition to discuss with Patriarch Zhang. Although the Zhang family is formidable, their power is still somewhat inferior to that of the Liu family. Cheng Yan had no desire to offend the Liu family on behalf of the Zhang family, leading him to decline the collaboration. Yet, he was also reluctant to easily alienate the Zhang family. Thus he shifted his tone, suggesting that other forms of cooperation could be explored. "Oh, what business do you have in mind?" Cheng Yan responded. "On my Jiuyu mountain, I have several acres of spiritual fields, cultivated with spiritual herbs. A batch is nearing maturity, and the elixirs crafted from them could be sold to the Zhang family. Currently, the Cheng family is understaffed and unable to establish a shop in the market. Therefore, the elixirs produced will likely end up being sold to the Liu family. If that is the case, selling to the Zhang family would yield similar results. However, how could the limited production from my spiritual fields satisfy the Zhang family?" As soon as Cheng Yan finished speaking, he noticed Zhang Ruzhou furrowing his brow. "Patriarch Cheng, the growth of spiritual herbs is inherently slow, and relying on your spiritual fields. It seems unlikely that you can provide a steady supply of elixirs." Cheng Yan acknowledged. "I know that the spiritual fields on Jiuyu Mountain cannot meet the Zhang family's demands, but I possess another item." While speaking, he produced a 7-star grass from his storage pouch. The 7-star grass, as a family renowned for their spiritual talismans, the Zhang family was well aware of its significance and had cultivated several spiritual plants for the production of talisman paper. Yet, they could only refine mid-grade talisman paper of the first tier, and even high-grade first-tier talisman paper required external purchase. However, possessing 7-star grass would eliminate their limitations regarding talisman paper, potentially allowing them to cultivate a top-tier first-grade talisman master. Thus, Zhang Ruzhou's excitement upon seeing the 7-star grass was entirely understandable. "Patriarch Cheng, how many 7-star grass do you possess?" "A total of 26 plants." At this moment, Zhang Ruzhou regained his composure. While 26 plants were indeed precious, the quantity was rather meager. Those 20 or so 7-star grasses might only yield around 20 talisman papers, which was insufficient. Zhang Ruzhou shook his head. Cheng Yan remarked, "Although the quantity is not substantial this time, there are still many 7-star grasses growing in the spiritual fields of Jiuyu Mountain." "Patriarch Cheng, you jest. 7-star grass takes a decade to mature. Who knows when we will see the next harvest?" Zhang Ruzhou had yet to articulate another thought, that the Liu family had likely amassed considerable wealth over the years. Although his visit this time ostensibly concerned a potential collaboration with Cheng Yan, the primary aim was to curb the Liu family's expansion. Even if he could not entirely hinder their progress, he sought to ensure that the Cheng family kept pace with them and did not lag behind. Thus, I propose that all the elixirs we refine henceforth be sold through a collaboration with the Zhang family. Upon hearing Cheng Yan's words, Zhang Ruzhou fell into silence. While it was evident that the quantity of elixirs produced by the Cheng family would not be substantial, it nonetheless represented a significant profit. However, the most compelling factor remained the irresistible allure of the 7-star grass for the Zhang family. Chapter 100. The Du family's members are generally arrogant, and overbearing Cheng Yan observed a flicker of interest in Zhang Ruzhou, seizing the moment to present a bottle of vitality pills once more. "Esteemed clan leader Zhang, please take a look at this." "Vitality pills?" Zhang Ruzhou inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. "What makes these pills so special?" "This particular formulation of the vitality pills has been enhanced with rare spiritual ingredients, yielding effects that surpass ordinary pills by a notable margin," Cheng Yan explained. During his subsequent endeavors in pill refinement using spiritual honey, Cheng Yan discerned that if the quantity of spiritual honey was insufficient, it would merely amplify the efficacy of the pills without diminishing their toxic properties. The bottle of vitality pills he presented was designed to enhance efficacy while retaining the toxicity. Cheng Yan was cautious not to reveal a version that diminished toxicity, for doing so might lead to disastrous consequences for his clan. Previously, Cheng Yan had believed that all spiritual honey possessed the ability to reduce toxicity. But as his knowledge expanded, he recognized that spiritual honey could only enhance the efficacy of pills. Only the honey produced by his unique purple-winged bees could alleviate toxicity, leaving him curious about the extraordinary nature of these bees. Regrettably, high-grade spiritual honey could solely increase efficacy and could not further mitigate toxicity. Is what you say truly the case? I would never deceive clan leader Zhang, Cheng Yan asserted. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruzhou lowered his head, pondering for a moment before responding. If what clan leader Cheng claims is accurate, and these vitality pills indeed possess a 10% greater efficacy than ordinary pills, I shall represent the Zhang clan and agree to collaborate with you, provided that these are the pills we procure in the future. You jest, clan leader Zhang. The quantity of my special ingredients is limited. I can offer no more than 50% of these high-efficacy pills. 80%. At most, 60%. 70%. Cheng Yan shook his head in refusal. No more than 60%. That is already the maximum I can accommodate, given my limited yield of spiritual honey. Very well, we have a deal. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ruzhou acquiesced. With these high-efficacy pills, they could establish a reputation that would attract more customers, thus enabling them to amass greater quantities of spirit stones. Of course, the catalyst for this collaboration was primarily the seven-star grass. Its allure to the Zhang clan was immense. Securing a stable supply would yield significant spirit stones annually. More importantly, it presented an opportunity to cultivate a first-tier exceptional talisman master, which was of paramount significance. Clan leader Cheng, may our collaboration be fruitful. Following the agreement, Zhang Ruzhou appeared in high spirits, clasping his hands in greeting as he smiled. Clan leader Cheng, may our partnership thrive. Since our collaboration is established, I shall not impose further on your time. I bid you farewell for now. Safe travels, clan leader Zhang. Yet, no sooner had Cheng Yan seen Zhang Ruzhou off than members of the Du family arrived, and their demeanor was evidently unfriendly. Cheng Yan, open the formation at once. Upon hearing the voice, Cheng Yan's brows knitted together in concern. In the realm of cultivation, it is considered an act of profound disrespect to address others by their names unless they are close acquaintances. The individual before him displayed a remarkable lack of courtesy, speaking in a tone that bore a hint of command, as if to bully the Cheng family, which was currently lacking in notable figures. He recognized the newcomer as Du Guangquan, an elder from the Du family, who had reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Given the blatant disrespect shown towards Cheng Yan, it was only natural for Cheng Yan to respond with equal disdain, refusing to grant him entry into the formation. From behind the barrier, Cheng Yan coldly inquired, "What brings Elder Du to the Cheng residence?" The elder's retort was dripping with scorn. Is this how the Cheng family treats its guests, by casting them out? Yet, Du Guangquan did not elaborate on his purpose, merely scoffing. You jest. Elder Du hospitality is reserved for those who understand decorum, not for the uncouth. Are you not afraid of the Du family's retribution, given your treatment of me? Cheng Yan recalled hearing tales of the Du family's arrogance and disdain for others, and seeing it firsthand confirmed those stories. The Du family had developed later than the Liu and Zhang families. Initially, they were only marginally better off than the current Cheng family, boasting 5 or 6 cultivators. However, fortune smiled upon them when they discovered a vein of red copper within their territory, a material commonly used in forging. After decades of secretive development, they had amassed their current strength. Yet, perhaps the years of enduring humiliation had fostered a sense of entitlement among the Du clan, causing them to act with haughtiness and disregard for smaller families, resembling newly affluent individuals. You, Cheng, dare to insult the Du family so brazenly. If you willingly surrender the alchemical inheritance, I may spare your life. Unlike the Zhang family, who sought collaboration with the Chengs, the Du family's intentions were singular, to seize the alchemical knowledge possessed by Cheng Yan. The Du family, having developed later and lacking any inherited cultivation techniques, unlike the Liu family with their forging or the Zhang family with their talisman crafting, had relied solely on that red copper vein for their rise. Yet, such resources have their limits, and thus, the Du family was eager to acquire various cultivation techniques. If Elder Du has come solely for the alchemical inheritance, then I invite you to leave, Cheng Yan declared, preparing to disregard him and turn away. Do you truly believe that this formation can hinder me? Since you refuse to relinquish the inheritance willingly, I shall take it by force." With that proclamation, Du Guangquan changed his hand seals, summoning a fire serpent that lunged towards the barrier. Fortunately, the formation's defensive capabilities were robust enough to withstand such an attack. A single fire serpent could not breach it. However, the elder's offensive was unmistakably a provocation against the Cheng family. Cheng Yan was not one to endure such indignities passively. He would not simply engage in placid conversation when faced with aggression. Thus, he summoned all his strength to activate the formation, conjuring a wave of water that surged towards Du Guangquan. In response, the elder unleashed another fire serpent, and the two spells clashed violently, ultimately neutralizing each other. However, just as Du Guangquan managed to halt a wave of heavy water, another formidable surge approached. In its wake followed successive waves, each more powerful than the last. Witnessing this, Du Guangquan's expression shifted dramatically, and he hastily unleashed a variety of spells in an attempt to fend off the relentless onslaught. Yet, the first-tier premium formation proved to be a formidable barrier, and his spells were swiftly obliterated. With no other recourse, he was compelled to summon a first-tier superior defensive artifact, channeling all his energy to create a protective barrier of spiritual power. The surging waves relentlessly battered against the barrier, which, unfortunately, did not endure for long, as cracks began to appear before it ultimately shattered with a resounding crash. Chapter 101. First Grade Supreme Array. The relentless waves crashed against the spiritual barrier, which did not withstand for long before it began to fracture, ultimately shattering with a resounding crack. Without the protection of the barrier, the waves struck Du Guangquan directly, the immense force propelling him through the air. As he steadied himself, Du Guangquan's complexion flushed crimson, a metallic sweetness rising in his throat, compelling him to swallow the fresh blood that surged forth. A first-grade supreme array. What a formidable lineage the Cheng family possesses. Initially, he had presumed that a family as modest as the Chengs would only have access to a first-grade upper-tier array, which had emboldened him. However, he was taken aback to discover that the Cheng family's array was indeed a first-grade supreme one, leaving him with considerable injuries. Fiercely, Du Guangquan declared, "Do not think that your Cheng family's first-grade supreme array can safeguard you from the wrath of the Du clan. Prepare to face the fury of my family." With that, without waiting for Cheng Yan's response, he fled. Knowing the Cheng family possessed such a powerful array, he feared that a confrontation would leave him at a disadvantage. Cheng Yan observed as Du Guangquan spat his threats and turned to flee. He made no attempt to pursue. A cultivator at the 9th level of Qi refinement focused solely on escape would be challenging to catch. Moreover, if Cheng Yan were to eliminate Du Guangquan, it would irrevocably forge a deadly enmity between their families, and the Cheng family was not yet strong enough to contend with the Du clan. As for the threats uttered by Du Guangquan, Cheng Yan did not take them to heart. As long as there was a cooperative relationship with the Liu and Zhang families, the Du clan would not dare to act against the Chengs lightly. Meanwhile, at the Du family's spiritual vein, after a frantic escape, Du Guangquan finally returned home. Upon his arrival, he sought out the family patriarch, Du Guangyu, to recount his encounter with the Cheng family. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Patriarch, Cheng Yan is truly arrogant. Disregarding our Du family, I propose we take decisive action to annihilate the Chengs. Enough of the Cheng family for now. In 3 years, the Jindao sect will host its decennial auction. I have learned that foundational elixirs will be available. We must focus all our efforts on amassing spirit stones to bid for these elixirs. Then we should secure the alchemical heritage of the Cheng family. With such knowledge, our Du family would undoubtedly accrue more spirit stones, thereby enhancing our chances of acquiring the foundational elixirs." Du Guangquan felt a surge of impatience upon hearing Du Guangyu's dismissal of the Cheng family. If they let Cheng Yan go unpunished, would his injuries not be in vain? If we act against the Cheng family, the Liu clan will surely intervene. For now, we must prioritize the auction in 3 years and avoid unnecessary complications. The Cheng family, with their alliance with the Liu family, brings substantial spirit stones to them yearly. They will not easily permit harm to befall the Chengs. If the Du family truly strikes the Chengs, the Liu family will undoubtedly come to their aid. Du Guangquan's heart simmered with discontent. He was accustomed to dominating lesser families, and the humiliation he suffered at the hands of the Cheng family today had kindled a deep-seated resentment. He harbored a fervent desire to see Cheng Yan utterly crushed. Let us first secure the foundation establishment pill. Once we obtain it, when my elder brother successfully establishes his foundation, the mere Cheng family will be effortlessly extinguished. The elder brother that Du Guangyu refers to is none other than Du Guanglin, the foremost of the Guang lineage within the Du family, who has attained the pinnacle of Qi refinement. As for another practitioner at the same level within the Du family, he belongs to the older generation and is nearing 90 years of age, having long surpassed the optimal age for foundation establishment. In contrast, Du Guanglin is merely in his 50s, still possessing the potential for foundation establishment. However, enough of the Cheng family. Let us focus solely on the foundation establishment pill. You may leave now. Du Guangxuan wished to voice further thoughts, but was interrupted directly by Du Guangyu, leaving him no choice but to depart in frustration. Since the incident involving Du Guangxuan, peace was restored atop Juyu Mountain once more. Thus, over 2 more years have passed, and only 3 months remain until the auction held by the Golden Blade sect. Initially, Cheng Yan was unaware of this auction. He learned of it from manager Liu. It is said that the Golden Blade sect hosts a small auction every 10 years, where numerous second-tier spiritual items are available, and occasionally, the Foundation Establishment Pill makes an appearance. A large auction is held every 50 years, showcasing even third-tier spiritual items, with the Foundation Establishment Pill among them. In 3 months, a small auction will take place. 3 years prior, news was secretly disseminated that this auction would feature the Foundation Establishment Pill. 6 months ago, the Golden Blade sect officially confirmed that the auction would indeed include this coveted item, with 2 pills available. Upon this revelation, various factions began to stir, amassing spirit stones to compete for these 2 Foundation Establishment pills. However, after 2 years of arduous cultivation, Cheng Yan remains at merely the 8th layer of qi refinement. Moreover, given the financial constraints of the Cheng family, they are unable to rival other families, rendering the Foundation Establishment Pill beyond Cheng Yan's reach. Nonetheless, it is rumored that the spiritual items at the auction will start from the first-tier superior grade. Thus, even though Cheng Yan knows he is not destined for the Foundation Establishment Pill, he wishes to attend to broaden his horizons, perhaps acquiring something useful. Juyu Mountain has undergone significant changes. Following Zhang Ruzhou's last visit, Cheng Yan realized the mountain's desolation and took it upon himself to construct numerous buildings, including a grand hall for receiving guests and dedicated training rooms. Now, Juyu Mountain finally resembles a family estate. Cheng Yuhao has also broken through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement, while the Li siblings have successfully advanced to the 4th layer. Since the Li siblings began working for the Cheng family, they have been diligent and earnest, seeing their cultivation progress. Cheng Yan accordingly raised their monthly stipend from 10 to 20 spirit stones. Good news has also reached Cheng Ruming, under the urging of his parents. He married 2 years ago. In the past 2 years, he has taken 2 concubines, and they now have children. Though they are merely a few months old and cannot yet be tested for spiritual roots, both concubines are also currently expecting. Cheng Ruming possesses a spiritual root, and it is highly probable that his descendants will also inherit this trait. Perhaps in a few years, the Cheng family will welcome fresh blood into their lineage. The passage of 3 months has flown by in the blink of an eye, with only 10 days remaining until the auction held by the Golden Blade sect. Under normal circumstances, the journey from Juyu Mountain to Jindafang City would take at least half a month, given the pace of qi refining cultivators. However, upon learning of Cheng Yan's interest in the auction, the Zhang family extended an invitation for him to accompany them. Chapter 102, Clan Leader Cheng. Cheng Yan. The Zhang family possesses a first-tier premium small flying vessel, capable of accommodating 5 individuals. On this journey to Jindao Square City, the Zhang family has decided to send only 3 members, 1 who has achieved the pinnacle of qi refinement and 2 at the 9th level of qi refinement, leaving the remaining 2 spots conveniently filled by Cheng Yan. The speed of the flying vessel far surpasses that of qi refinement practitioners, allowing them to reach Jindao Square City from Haishi Square City in no more than 5 days. Tomorrow marks the appointed time for Cheng Yan and the Zhang family. And since the journey from Juyu Mountain to Haishi Square City takes a day, Cheng Yan must set out today. Before his departure, Cheng Yan imparted the method for activating the protective mountain array to Cheng Yuhao, ensuring that no unforeseen incidents would arise at home during his absence. After conveying his instructions, Cheng Yan soared towards Haishi Square City on his flying sword. A day later, Cheng Yan arrived at Haishi Square City, where the Zhang family awaited his arrival. Clan Leader Cheng. Upon his arrival, Cheng Yan was greeted by Zhang Ruzhou, who would accompany him on this venture. Cheng Yan clasped his hands in greeting. I apologize for keeping Clan Leader Zhang waiting. Zhang Ruzhou gestured towards a man of similar age, saying, Clan Leader Cheng is too kind. We have only just arrived ourselves. Allow me to introduce you to our elder, Zhang Changlao. In response, Cheng Yan also offered a respectful salute, addressing him as Elder Zhang. Well aware of the Zhang family members after his prolonged stay in Haishi Square City, Cheng Yan recognized the man Zhang Ruzhou was indicating as Zhang Ruli, a practitioner at the 9th level of qi refinement. Zhang Ruzhou then introduced another individual. Clan leader, this is my clan uncle. Cheng Yan was familiar with this man as well. His name was Zhang Wenjian. The father of the Zhang family practitioner Cheng Yan had once slain a complete cultivator at the Qi refinement stage. He was nearing 70 and had surpassed the foundational age. Thoughts raced through Cheng Yan's mind. Given that the Zhang family had not sought him out all these years, it implied they had not discovered the identity of Zhang Shixiang's murderer, thus compelling him to remain vigilant and composed. He addressed Zhang Wenjian, Senior Zhang. Although both Cheng Yan and Zhang Wenjian were at the Qi refinement stage, the latter was Zhang Ruzhou's clan uncle. Given their relative standings, it was appropriate for Cheng Yan to address him as senior. Zhang Wenjian acknowledged Cheng Yan with a mere nod, choosing not to engage in further conversation. The upcoming auction for the Foundation establishment pill promised to be fraught with peril. Thus, the Zhang family had wisely refrained from sending any of their members qualified for Foundation establishment, opting instead for Zhang Wenjian to lead this expedition. Zhang Ruzhou, sensing the awkwardness in the atmosphere following the silence since his uncle's son had perished without justice, sought to shift the mood. Since clan leader Cheng has arrived, we should set forth. He promptly produced the flying vessel, and once everyone boarded, he inserted a spirit stone to activate it. Though both vessels belong to the first tier of exquisite flying boats, the one belonging to the Zhang family pales in comparison to the larger craft of the Tiger Roar Villa, not only in size, but also in speed. Albeit the differences are not excessively pronounced given they both are of the same esteemed rank. Once the vessel was set in motion, Zhang Wenjian quietly closed his eyes to rest, while Zhang Ruzhou, after entrusting the navigation to another, approached Cheng Yan. Is this your first visit to the Golden Blade Workshop Market, clan leader Cheng? He inquired. Indeed, Cheng Yan replied. Allow me to provide you with an introduction to the Golden Blade Workshop Market. Established nearly a millennium ago, the Golden Blade sect currently boasts 3 formidable Golden Core true persons. As the largest market under the aegis of the Golden Blade sect, the Golden Blade Workshop Market is undoubtedly bustling with activity, situated atop a third-tier low-grade spiritual vein. Within the Golden Blade Workshop Market, second-tier spiritual materials are frequently encountered, and on occasion, third-tier spiritual items may also make an appearance. However, the most captivating aspect of the market is undoubtedly the auction events. Once Zhang Ruzhou began to speak, he became quite animated, traversing topics that ranged from the Golden Blade sect to the entirety of the Eastern Wilderness. Cheng Yan, unable to interrupt, resigned himself to the role of a listener, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. Fortunately, amidst his discourse, Zhang Ruzhou occasionally revealed valuable insights, enhancing Cheng Yan's understanding of the Golden Blade sect. Thus, the 5 days passed in the cadence of Zhang Ruzhou's voice. Cheng Yan had never noticed this loquacious trait of Zhang Ruzhou during their previous business dealings. Upon arriving at the Golden Blade Workshop Market, they found accommodations at an inn. No sooner had they settled in than Zhang Ruzhou appeared once more, insisting that Cheng Yan, being a newcomer, must explore the market to witness its splendor. Cheng Yan, genuinely intrigued, accompanied Zhang Ruzhou through the bustling market. As he had described, the Golden Blade Workshop Market was indeed vibrant, with a dazzling array of second-tier spiritual items that left Cheng Yan in awe. However, the exorbitant prices deterred him. Nevertheless, he observed that many casual cultivators were selling the spiritual herbs required for the cultivation of the nourishing essence pill. Cheng Yan contemplated purchasing some, as his success rate in refining first-tier intermediate-grade pills had stabilized at about 60%, making it an opportune moment to attempt crafting first-tier superior-grade pills. Yet, he hesitated, fearing that his actions might arouse Zhang Ruzhou's suspicion regarding his possession of superior-grade alchemical heritage. Fortunately, Zhang Ruzhou did not seek him out the following day, allowing Cheng Yan to seize the opportunity and acquire several herbs necessary for the nourishing essence pill, sufficient for 3 or 4 batches. Coupled with the herbs previously obtained from the blood refining sect's garden, he had enough for approximately 10 batches. As time flowed on, the auction finally commenced. However, entry to the auction hall was not easily granted. There were only 2 means to gain access. One could possess a VIP card for the Golden Blade Auction House, a privilege not readily available to the average person, as it could only be obtained after spending over 10,000 spirit stones at a shop under the Golden Blade sect's purview. The second option involves the payment of 1,000 spirit stones as a demonstration of financial capability. However, this sum will ultimately be refunded by the auction house. The rationale behind this practice is to eliminate those who possess no spirit stones and are merely present for the spectacle, as the capacity of the auction venue is limited. Naturally, Cheng Yan did not possess a VIP card. Thus, he was compelled to submit 1,000 spirit stones as proof of his financial standing. Upon entering the auction hall, Cheng Yan located his designated seat and settled in. As more individuals continued to enter the venue, the available seats dwindled until the entire auction hall was filled to capacity, at which point the auction commenced in earnest. Chapter 103, Foundation Establishment Pill. Welcome, esteemed guests, to the auction hosted by our esteemed Golden Knife sect. I am the presiding elder for this event. As the auction commenced, an elderly gentleman, appearing to be in his 60s or 70s, took to the stage. His profound aura unmistakably marked him as a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Cheng Yan could not help but marvel at the might of the Golden Knife sect, which could afford to send such a formidable figure to oversee a mere auction. This elder did not seem to be a novice in the early stages of Foundation establishment. His presence rivaled that of Chun Hu, the master of the Tiger Howl Mountain Manor. I trust you are all familiar with the auction's rules: fair competition, with the highest bidder prevailing. Should anyone dare to cause a disturbance, I shall personally ensure their swift removal. As he spoke, the elder's late-stage Foundation establishment prowess became evident. Now, without further ado, let us present our first item for bid. A female cultivator approached with a tray covered by a red cloth. The elder stepped forward, unveiling the cloth and introducing the item. The first item up for auction is a first-tier premium magical artifact, the Fire Python Flag. When activated, it summons a formidable fire python. For those specializing in fire attributes, its power is significantly amplified. Friends with fire spiritual roots should not miss this opportunity. The starting bid is 3,000 spirit stones, with each increment not less than 100 spirit stones. Cheng Yan watched in awe, taken aback that the auction had commenced with such a remarkable first-tier artifact. 3,100 spirit stones, came a voice immediately after the elder concluded his introduction. 3,200 spirit stones. Another bidder chimed in, but his bid was swiftly overshadowed. The bidding escalated in a spirited exchange, culminating in the Fire Python Flag being acquired by a perfected Chi refinement cultivator for 3,800 spirit stones. Cheng Yan privately lamented the wealth of these cultivators. While the Fire Python Flag was indeed impressive, it was worth at most 3,400 spirit stones, yet it had been driven up by several hundred spirit stones. Subsequently, a plethora of exquisite items appeared: advanced spirit talismans, premium pills, rare spiritual herbs, and uncommon materials, all of which were no less than first-tier superior goods. In fact, most were first-tier premium items, each fetching prices above market value. Next item, please. With the host's announcement, another item was presented. The host lifted the red cloth, revealing a black orb, roughly the size of a fist. The Xian Water Pearl, a first-tier premium magical artifact, when activated, weighs as heavy as 1,000 pounds and possesses immense power, making it ideal for those who cultivate water attributes. The starting bid is 3,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 100 spirit stones. After perusing so many items, at last, there was something that Cheng Yan desired. Ever since he utilized the heavy Xian seal, he had developed a fondness for these weight-based magical artifacts. As Cheng Yan's cultivation progressed, the Chongxian seal began to show signs of fatigue. Upon encountering the Xianshui Pearl, Cheng Yan was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. The bidding begins now. 3,100 spirit stones. No sooner had the elder finished speaking than someone called out a higher bid, clearly eager for the Xianshui Pearl. Just as Cheng Yan was. 3,500 spirit stones. Cheng Yan was aware that items at auction typically exceeded their market value. However, he had no intention of spending extravagantly. Thus, he raised his bid by a larger increment, hoping to intimidate others into silence. Just as he anticipated. Upon seeing Cheng Yan raise the bid by 400 spirit stones, others began to hesitate. The Xianshui Pearl was indeed desirable, yet they had to weigh whether it was worth such a price. 3,500 spirit stones once. Esteemed friends, the potency of the Xianshui Pearl ranks among the finest of first-tier supreme artifacts. Do not let this chance pass you by. The auctioneer, sensing the atmosphere had cooled, vigorously extolled the virtues of the Xianshui Pearl, hoping to entice further bids. 3,600 spirit stones. As expected, after the elder's announcement, another bid was made. Cheng Yan sighed inwardly. It was clear that securing the Xianshui Pearl at a reasonable price was no longer feasible. Nevertheless, he was resolute in not relinquishing the Xianshui Pearl so easily, and he continued to raise his bid. 3,700 spirit stones. The price was already quite steep for the Xianshui Pearl. After Cheng Yan's bid, no one dared to raise the price further, and ultimately, the Xianshui Pearl was successfully claimed by him. Following the acquisition of the Xianshui Pearl, several other remarkable items appeared at the auction. Some even included second-tier spirit artifacts, attracting bids from foundation-building cultivators and fetching prices exceeding 10,000 spirit stones. Cheng Yan marveled at the ostentation of the foundation-building cultivators, who could casually spend such vast sums without batting an eye. Although numerous enticing items surfaced, none captured Cheng Yan's interest, or rather, he found himself short on spirit stones. As many spirit artifacts were claimed, the auction neared its conclusion, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, with various factions preparing to bid for the 2 foundation-building pills. I trust everyone has been waiting patiently. Next, we present the final 2 items of this auction, 2 foundation-building pills. The elder clapped his hands, and a maid approached with a tray. The elder took the tray, removing the crimson cloth to reveal 2 jade vials. He poured the pills from the vials, instantly filling the auction hall with a rich medicinal fragrance. Even from his position at the back, Cheng Yan could distinctly perceive the aroma. Just a single inhalation of the medicinal scent invigorated the spirit, even slightly hastening the pace of cultivation. The foundation-building pills. As the audience beheld the 2 pills, excitement erupted throughout the hall. For chi-refining cultivators, nothing was more coveted than the foundation-building pills. A foundation establishment pill can enhance the success rate of foundation establishment by 40%. Should one successfully establish a foundation, they could enjoy a lifespan of 240 years, which is a full double that of a chi refinement practitioner. Regrettably, on this day, the foundation establishment pill is destined to be beyond the reach of the vast majority of cultivators present, including Cheng Yan. The efficacy of the foundation establishment pill, I trust, requires no further elaboration from this old man. 2 foundation establishment pills will be auctioned separately, each commencing at a starting price of 30,000 spirit stones, with each bid increment not less than 1,000 spirit stones. The auction begins now. 33,000 spirit stones. As the elder concluded his announcement, someone eagerly raised their bid. Chapter 104. The auction, a heated affair. Cheng Yan turned at the sound and was surprised to see the patriarch of the Du family, Du Guangyu. However, he did not spot Du Guangchuan among them, suggesting that he had not accompanied them. 35,000 spirit stones. As soon as Du Guangyu called out his bid, it was immediately surpassed by another, a person unknown to Cheng Yan. 38,000 spirit stones. Seeing his price outbid, Du Guangyu promptly raised the bid again, evidently determined to secure this foundational elixir. 40,000 spirit stones. 42,000 spirit stones. The bidding voices rose and fell in a continuous din, and before long, the price of the foundational elixir reached 50,000 spirit stones. Generally speaking, a foundational elixir is valued around 50,000 spirit stones. 55,000 spirit stones. Du Guangyu raised his bid once more, this time by a substantial 5,000 spirit stones, which indeed intimidated many present. 60,000 spirit stones. This auction was attended by the Liu, Zhang, and Du families. However, the Liu and Zhang families had remained silent until now. Finally, a member of the Liu family spoke up, raising the bid by another 5,000 spirit stones. A murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd upon hearing the Liu family's offer. Previous auctions had seen foundational elixirs, yet they typically fetched just over 50,000 spirit stones. However, the Liu family's initial bid of 60,000 spirit stones had already surpassed the elixir's worth. 62,000 spirit stones. The Liu family, having finally made their presence felt, raised the bid by an additional 5,000 spirit stones. The Du family members were incensed, yet for the sake of the foundational elixir, they reluctantly continued to bid. Those 62,000 spirit stones was already their limit. 65,000 spirit stones. To their astonishment, the Liu family appeared remarkably composed, as if bidding 65,000 spirit stones was as trivial as 650 spirit stones. Liangyu, Du Guangyu, feeling his price outbid once again, stood up in frustration, pointing at the Liu family member. However, as he rose, an immense pressure descended upon him, forcefully compelling him back into his seat. Kindly adhere to the rules of our auction house. The source of this pressure was none other than the elderly man present, whose formidable aura of late-stage foundational cultivation bore down on Du Guangyu, reddening his face and rendering his breaths labored. Once the elderly man dissipated his oppressive presence, Du Guangyu was finally able to breathe again. Patriarch, there is still another foundational elixir. We need not let the Liu family provoke us. At this moment, a member of the Du family beside him offered a word of counsel. Humph. Du Guangyu snorted in response, but dared not make any further movements. What kind of power is this, to possess such wealth? I know, it is the Liu family from Haishi Fangshi. It is said that the Liu family is exceptionally strong, boasting 3 perfected chi refinement cultivators in their ranks, and they have even slain foundational cultivators. Goodness, such strength, It is no wonder they possess such abundant resources. As the Liu family began their bidding, a wave of murmurs swept through the crowd, with many eager to discern the true power behind the Liu clan. Cheng Yan, observing from the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety. It appeared that the Liu family was prepared to gamble everything. He was aware that in recent years, the Liu family had neglected to pay their clansmen's salaries for several years, meticulously cutting costs wherever possible. The members of the Liu family possessed audacious hearts, for they understood that possessing a foundation establishment pill did not guarantee success in the foundational phase. Should the Liu family deplete their entire savings and ultimately fail to break through, they would likely be left in a state of perpetual decline. 65,000 spirit stones. First call, second call, third call, sold. Congratulations to this esteemed friend for successfully acquiring the first foundation establishment pill for 65,000 spirit stones. This figure far exceeded the expected price, and once the Liu family made their offer, no one else dared to bid, allowing them to secure the first foundation establishment pill. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruzhou from the Zhang family remained a spectator throughout the process, clearly strategizing for the auction of the second foundation establishment pill. The bidding for the second pill commenced at the same starting price as the first, 30,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 1,000 spirit stones. 50,000 spirit stones. As soon as the elder concluded his announcement, Du Guangyu promptly raised his bid to 50,000 spirit stones, momentarily silencing the auction hall. 52,000 spirit stones. However, the quiet did not last long as others quickly resumed bidding. 60,000 spirit stones. Seemingly unwilling to prolong the contest, Du Guangyu escalated his bid to 60,000 spirit stones, which rendered the auction hall silent once more, with no further bids forthcoming. Just when Du Guangyu believed victory was assured, Zhang Ruzhou, who had remained silent thus far, finally entered the fray. 62,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing the new bid, Du Guangyu turned to see Zhang Ruzhou, his eyes ablaze with frustration. Zhang Ruzhou had effectively cornered him. The Du family could muster a maximum of 62,000 spirit stones, and Zhang's offer signified that the Du family would be unable to claim this foundation establishment pill, igniting Du Guangyu's fury. Ultimately, the second foundation establishment pill was secured by the Zhang family for 62,000 spirit stones, marking a successful conclusion to the auction. As numerous cultivators exited the venue, their conversations revolved around the significant sums spent by the Liu and Zhang families on the foundation establishment pills, reflecting on the grandeur of the event and feeling their journey had been worthwhile. In truth, among the attendees were not only numerous qi refining families, but also several foundation establishment forces, whose financial capabilities likely surpassed those of the Liu and Zhang families. Yet, they lacked the audacity to make such bold moves, opting not to place exorbitant bids exceeding 10,000 spirit stones for the foundation establishment pill. Additionally, the two families possess a marketplace, which is renowned for its remarkable capacity to generate wealth. Even when divided, the annual earnings in spirit stones are substantial. And considering the savings accumulated over the past century, it is indeed reasonable for them to possess such a considerable amount of spirit stones. However, although the Liu and Zhang families successfully secured the foundation establishment pills, they are likely to face numerous hardships in their endeavor to bring these treasures back to their clans. As for the prospect of having members of the two families come to the Golden Knife Marketplace to undergo their breakthroughs, that seems utterly implausible. Should any assassins from rival factions disrupt the breakthrough process, the investment of over 60,000 spirit stones would be rendered futile. After the auction concluded, Cheng Yan proceeded to the front desk to collect his mystic water pearl, having paid 2,700 spirit stones, complemented by his 1,000 spirit stones as proof of financial capability, totaling 3,700 spirit stones. Chapter 105. The first-rate supreme magical artifact. The Xian water pearl. Upon acquiring the Xian water pearl, Cheng Yan chose not to linger any longer and soared towards the direction of Jiuyu Mountain. As for the Zhang family, having successfully bid for the foundation establishment pills, they would certainly not allow Cheng Yan, an outsider, to accompany them. Moreover, even if the Zhang family were inclined to permit Cheng Yan to join them, he would categorically refuse. The journey ahead promised peril, with countless pursuers likely to pursue them, and traveling alongside them would be tantamount to courting death. However, what Cheng Yan did not anticipate was that, despite parting ways with the Zhang family, he would still find himself under scrutiny. As he flew on his sword towards Jiuyu Mountain, the first few days passed uneventfully. Yet, on the seventh day, while soaring through the skies, he was suddenly ambushed by a colossal fire serpent. Fortunately, Cheng Yan reacted swiftly, summoning a defensive artifact that successfully thwarted the fiery beast's attack. Before him stood an individual blocking his path, none other than Du Guangquan of the Du family. Cheng Yan's expression darkened as he inquired, "Elder Du, may I ask why you have chosen to intercept me here?" No traveler would maintain a pleasant demeanor after being ambushed. "Surprised, are you, Cheng Yan? I intentionally declined my family's invitation to attend the auction at the Golden Blade Workshop, solely to wait for you here." It turned out that ever since Du Guangquan had suffered a setback on Jiyu Mountain, he had harbored a grudge against Cheng Yan. However, due to the family's preparations for the auction, he had been unable to exact his revenge. Upon learning that Cheng Yan would also attend the Golden Blade auction, he seized the opportunity to refuse his family's arrangement and secretly departed to lay an ambush along Cheng Yan's inevitable route back. This was not merely revenge. It was a matter of settling an old score. "Without the assistance of formations, let's see how arrogant you remain," Du Guangquan taunted. "Do you truly believe that without formations, I cannot easily subdue you? Humph. With merely an 8th level Qi refinement cultivation, had it not been for your advantage of formations back then, I would have long since dispatched you. Today, without your formations, this place shall be your grave." With a loud proclamation, Du Guangquan took the initiative to strike. Formulating a hand seal, he summoned a fiery serpent. "Fire serpent technique. Go," he commanded, as the flame serpent lunged towards Cheng Yan with its gaping maw. Unfazed, Cheng Yan deftly altered his hand seals, conjuring a water blade. This was the water blade technique, a spell inscribed within the jade slip left by Wan Feng, akin to the fire serpent technique in its commonality. Once the water blade materialized, Cheng Yan waved his hand, sending it hurtling towards the fire serpent. The fire serpent clamped down on the water blade, its immense biting force rendering the blade ineffective. However, water spells inherently counter fire spells, and ultimately, the water blade cleaved the fire serpent in two. Yet, the blade, having expended all its power, dissipated into a cloud of vapor in the air. "No wonder you exude such confidence. It appears you possess some degree of strength. However, if that is all you have, today you are destined to meet your demise." Upon witnessing his fire serpent technique intercepted by Cheng Yan, Du Guangquan let out a cold chuckle and spoke. Following this, Du Guangquan retrieved a crimson spear from his storage pouch, which, judging by its aura, seemed to be a first-tier superior magical artifact. As Du Guangquan grasped the spear, he continuously infused it with his spiritual energy. With each infusion, the spear expanded in the air, ultimately transforming into a weapon nearly 10 feet in length. Gripping the spear firmly, Du Guangquan hurled it with great force toward Cheng Yan. The red spear morphed into a streak of crimson spiritual light, trailing flames that enveloped it entirely, charging swiftly toward Cheng Yan with tremendous might. Upon seeing this, Cheng Yan dared not be negligent. The power of this fiery spear was formidable. Truly, he was up against a practitioner at the 9th level of Qi training. And Cheng Yan had to respond with utmost caution. He took out the Xian Shui pearl from his storage pouch, continuously channeling his spiritual energy into it. With a sudden, forceful throw, the Xian Shui pearl swelled in size as it traveled, eventually becoming a sphere with a diameter of approximately 5 feet. The Xian Shui pearl transformed into a jet of black flowing light, colliding with the fiery spear. However, how could a first-tier superior magical artifact compare to a first-tier pinnacle magical artifact? The fiery spear held out for only a brief moment before its flames began to flicker in the wind, showing signs of extinguishment. Ultimately, the flames surrounding the spear were snuffed out by the might of the Xian Shui pearl, which sent the spear flying away. The Xian Shui pearl, having lost its obstruction, maintained its speed and continued hurtling towards Du Guangquan. A first-tier pinnacle magical artifact. Du Guangquan exclaimed in shock as he beheld the Xian Shui pearl approaching him. Yet, he had no time for further contemplation. The pearl was already upon him. He could only raise a first-tier superior shield artifact, channeling all his might to conjure a barrier of spiritual energy that enveloped him completely. The Xian Shui pearl struck against the shield. However, since it had been previously impeded by the fiery spear, its power was somewhat diminished, and it ultimately failed to breach Du Guangquan's defenses. To his astonishment, "You possess such a treasure." Du Guangquan gazed greedily at the Xian Shui pearl in Cheng Yan's hand. It is worth noting that first-tier pinnacle magical artifacts were exceedingly rare, with only 3 or 5 such items existing within his Du family. Moreover, despite being an elder of the Du family, he was not entitled to possess such an artifact. Only the 2 perfected Qi practitioners and the family patriarch could wield them. If he were to obtain the Xian Shui pearl from Cheng Yan, he would no longer fear confronting perfected Qi practitioners. Although the Xian Shui pearl was a water attribute artifact, and he primarily cultivated fire attribute techniques. Utilizing the pearl might diminish its potency somewhat. Nonetheless, it far surpassed his current first-tier superior fiery spear, and he found himself irresistibly drawn to Cheng Yan's Xianshui pearl. Cheng Yan, observing the avaricious glint in Du Guangxuan's eyes fixated on his Xianshui pearl, realized that Du Guangxuan coveted his treasure. He coldly remarked, "Do you desire my Xianshui pearl? That will depend on your capabilities." "Humph. Do not presume that possessing a first-tier exquisite magical artifact renders me helpless against you. With your cultivation at the 8th level of Qi refinement, how many times can you truly summon its power?" Cheng Yan replied, "You shall discover how many times I can invoke it if you dare to test me." Du Guangxuan, witnessing Cheng Yan's audacity, bellowed angrily, "Since you are so eager for death, do not blame me." Yet, unbeknownst to him, Cheng Yan, equipped with the Gathering Spirit Pearl, harbored no fear of depleting his spiritual energy. Then, they beheld Du Guangxuan continuously forming hand seals, summoning a colossal firebird that materialized above his head. Chapter 106. The Art of the Fire Phoenix. Since you are so confident, let us see if you can withstand my Art of the Fire Phoenix. Go. Chirp. Du Guangxuan bellowed, and immediately the firebird let out a tremendous cry, flapping its fiery wings as it soared towards Cheng Yan. Behind the firebird trailed a long, blazing tail. It was indeed the Art of the Fire Phoenix. Cheng Yan felt a surge of alarm within. This technique was far from the commonplace fire snake art. The Art of the Fire Phoenix was classified among the high-tier spells within the fire element, potent enough for even those at the foundation establishment stage. It was astonishing that the Du family possessed such a formidable spell. This was a stark contrast to the scattered cultivators, like Wu Yu, who had also reached the 9th level of Qi refinement, but wielded only common spells of little remarkable strength. Cheng Yan, too, was not versed in any particularly powerful water-based spells. However, he did not allow fear to take root. He had yet to exert his full strength. Cheng Yan poured his spiritual energy into the Xianshui pearl as if it were boundless, and the pearl swelled, growing larger than before. With a sudden burst of force, he hurled the Xianshui pearl into the air, where it streaked across the sky as a black stream of light. This dark streak appeared to come alive, writhing and eventually forming into a colossal black python. The Xianshui pearl nestled at the head of the black serpent, akin to its core. The massive black python twisted its formidable body, ensnaring the firebird, and opened its gaping maw to bite down upon the bird's wing. The firebird, in pain, thrashed its body, its sharp beak pecking at the black python, while its claws clung desperately to the serpent's form. Yet, despite the great power of the Art of the Fire Phoenix, Du Guangxuan was still only at the 9th level of Qi refinement and could not fully unleash its might. Gradually, the black python began to gain the upper hand. In a mere quarter of an hour, the black python had bitten off one of the firebird's wings. Deprived of its wing, the firebird could no longer endure and transformed into a blazing inferno, dissipating into the air. With the firebird no longer obstructing its path, the black python twisted its massive form towards Du Guangxuan. Upon witnessing his firebird's defeat, Du Guangxuan's expression changed dramatically. He hastily retrieved his defensive artifact, pouring all his energy into it, hoping to withstand the onslaught of the black python. The black python opened its jaws wide and clamped down on the barrier protecting Du Guangxuan. With a powerful thrust, the serpent began to crack the spiritual barrier, which ultimately shattered with a resounding crash. However, the black python also expended all its remaining power, dissipating into the air. Du Guangxuan, seeing this, felt a surge of joy, believing he had successfully defended himself. But suddenly, a dark pearl appeared before him, the weighty Xianshui pearl crashing into his chest like a ton of bricks. With a thud, the immense force jolted his organs, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. During the refinement of the Xianshui pearl, the weapon master infused it with a top-tier first-grade water attribute Demon Beast's Demon Core. When fully activated, it could summon the spirit of the Demon Beast, significantly amplifying its destructive power compared to merely using the Xianshui pearl as a blunt instrument. However, such full-force activation demanded a substantial expenditure of spiritual energy, making it impractical for frequent use unless one had achieved a complete mastery of Qi cultivation. Even a cultivator at the 9th level of Qi could only unleash it 3 or 4 times at most. As for Cheng Yan, whose cultivation was at the 8th level, the effort completely drained his spiritual energy. After Du Guangxuan suffered a blow from the Xianshui pearl and found himself gravely injured, he contemplated fleeing. However, he soon realized that the spiritual energy fluctuations emanating from Cheng Yan had vanished entirely. It dawned on him that Cheng Yan had expended all his energy on such a powerful strike. Haha, your spiritual energy is depleted. In that case, prepare to meet your demise. Du Guangquan cackled triumphantly. A cultivator stripped of their spiritual energy is akin to a mere mortal. Although Du Guangquan was severely wounded, he still possessed enough spiritual energy to dispatch Cheng Yan with a simple spell. Suddenly, Cheng Yan's spiritual energy surged within him, rapidly restoring him to peak condition. Du Guangquan was taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events. He had never witnessed such a phenomenon. How could someone restore their spiritual energy so swiftly? Did Cheng Yan not require time to refine medicinal pills? Yet, he had not seen Cheng Yan consume any. These perplexing questions would remain unanswered, destined to be posed to the king of hell. Cheng Yan activated the Xian Shui pearl once more, striking Du Guangquan directly. Overwhelmed by his injuries, Du Guangquan collapsed to the ground, devoid of life. Cheng Yan then approached and retrieved Du Guangquan's storage bag before swiftly departing the scene. Shortly after Cheng Yan's departure, several cultivators arrived to investigate, evidently drawn by the commotion of their battle. However, Cheng Yan had already taken flight on his sword, leaving them with nothing but empty air. Days later, Cheng Yan finally returned to Jiyushan. Fortunately, no untoward incidents had transpired in his absence. Upon his return, he noticed Cheng Yuhua was engrossed in his cultivation. So Cheng Yan refrained from interrupting him and proceeded directly to the mountain peak. Once in his wooden abode, Cheng Yan opened Du Guangquan's storage bag. In his haste to return to Jiyushan, he had been preoccupied with concerns over potential mishaps or hidden ambushes, which had prevented him from examining the contents of the bag earlier. Upon probing into the storage bag, Cheng Yan couldn't help but lament its meagerness. It contained fewer than 2,000 spirit stones, merely 2 magical artifacts, a fire spear and a shield. The shield had sustained some damage from the assault of the Xian Shui pearl, diminishing its efficacy. There were also a handful of talismans, 2 vials of essence cultivation pills, some healing elixirs, and a jade slip. It is evident that the members of the Du family are facing considerable hardships in their pursuit of the Foundation establishment pill. However, the recent failure of the Du family to secure the pill in the auction raises concerns. Should the Liu and Zhang families indeed succeed in their Foundation establishment, the Du family may find it increasingly challenging to maintain their standing in the Haishi Fangshi. Among the contents of Du Guangquan's storage bag, the only item that piqued Cheng Yan's interest was a jade slip. As Cheng Yan retrieved the jade slip and probed into its depths with his consciousness, he was pleasantly surprised by the recorded content within. It detailed the remnants of an ancient cultivator's cave abode. Chapter 107. The ancient cultivator's ruins. Upon thorough examination, Cheng Yan came to a complete understanding. The ancient cultivator's cave was a serendipitous discovery made by Du Guangquan during his travels. However, the cave was safeguarded by a second-tier low-grade formation. At that time, Du Guangquan lacked the strength to breach the formation and, consumed by greed for the treasures within, he resolved to wait until he reached the pinnacle of qi refinement to attempt to unlock it. Should he still be unable to open it by then, he intended to report it to his family. Unfortunately, he never achieved that breakthrough and met his demise at Cheng Yan's hands. Consequently, the ancient cultivator's cave ultimately fell into Cheng Yan's possession. The location of the ancient cultivator's ruins, as recorded in the jade slip, was not too distant from Jiuyu Mountain, requiring approximately half a month for a round trip. With this in mind, there was no time to waste. He decided to set off immediately. However, he regretted not informing Cheng Yuhao of his departure. If he left home again without notice, Cheng Yuhao might worry, thinking he had not returned. Thus, Cheng Yan left a sound transmission talisman for Cheng Yuhao, informing him of his brief return and that he was embarking on another journey, urging him not to fret. After leaving the talisman, Cheng Yan proceeded to the location noted in the jade slip. After a week of travel, he finally arrived at a dense forest, the site of the ancient cultivator's ruins as recorded. However, the spiritual energy here was exceedingly thin, even inferior to that of Qingshan village, which explained why it had remained undiscovered for so long. Such a desolate place would hardly attract any cultivators. It was a mystery how Du Guangquan had stumbled upon it. As Cheng Yan ventured deeper into the forest, he eventually located his destination. Before him stood a modest hill, only about 20 to 30 zhang high. From the outside, it appeared no different from an ordinary hill, clearly concealed by a cloaking formation. Moreover, this cloaking formation was far superior to the first-tier high-grade formation of Cheng Yan's cave. No matter how he exerted his spiritual sense, he could not discern any anomalies about the hill. Yet, the most formidable challenge was not the cloaking formation. Thanks to the jade slip from Du Guangquan, Cheng Yan was aware that this was indeed the ancient cultivator's cave ruins. The real difficulty lay in the defensive formation. According to the jade slip, this formation was of second-tier low-grade, capable of withstanding attacks from early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. Fortunately, the formation was not actively maintained, and through sheer persistence, Cheng Yan might still have a chance to breach it. Channeling the full power of the Xian Shui Pearl, the black giant python reappeared, twisting its massive body towards the hill. However, before it could approach, an invisible barrier obstructed its path. Observing this, Cheng Yan commanded the black giant python to strike its tail against the barrier. The barrier quivered momentarily before settling back into a tranquil yet steadfast state. Cheng Yan remained unhurried, fully aware that the second-tier defensive formation was not something he could easily breach. Even with the aid of the Xian Water Pearl, considerable time would still be required. After an hour, as the massive black serpent once again hurled itself against the defensive formation, the array finally faltered, trembling violently before shattering with a thunderous roar. With a sigh of relief, Cheng Yan acknowledged the formation's defeat. He had nearly exhausted the spiritual energy within the gathering spirit pearl to dismantle it. Had it not been for the pearl, he would have truly found himself at an impasse. With the defensive formation breached, the original concealment array lost its efficacy, revealing the ancient cultivator's dwelling before Cheng Yan in its entirety. The small peak remained unchanged, yet at its base lay a neatly formed entrance, obstructed by a massive stone, clearly a result of human intervention. Gazing at the remnants of the ancient cultivator's dwelling so close at hand, Cheng Yan could not suppress a surge of excitement. The presence of a second-tier formation suggested that this was the abode of at least a foundation-building cultivator. He could only wonder what treasures awaited within. Suppressing his eagerness, he summoned the Xian Water Pearl, which struck the massive stone blocking the entrance. The stone shattered into numerous fragments, scattering as the entrance was finally unveiled before him. However, Cheng Yan did not rush inside. The unknown dangers within could be perilous. Should he recklessly charge in, he might find himself in mortal peril without even understanding how it happened. He summoned dozens of purple-winged bees, instructing them to enter the dwelling first to scout for dangers. Only after confirming that it was safe did he proceed inside. Upon entering the cave, Cheng Yan beheld the interior of the dwelling in its entirety. The abode was exceedingly simple, appearing to have been hastily excavated. In the center sat a figure, now merely a skeleton, evidently long deceased for many years. Aside from that, the entire cave was remarkably clean, seemingly devoid of any remnants, save for a ring adorning the left hand of the skeleton. To avoid any potential hazards, Cheng Yan dared not approach directly. Instead, he summoned several purple-winged bees to retrieve the ring for him. Fortunately, the retrieval went without incident, and Cheng Yan successfully acquired the ring. Holding it in his hand, he examined it closely. The ring was a silvery hue, reflecting light in a delicate shimmer, exuding exquisite craftsmanship. Could this be a storage ring? Cheng Yan pondered as he scrutinized the ring in his grasp. A storage ring, also known as a spatial ring, serves a purpose akin to that of a storage pouch, designed for the preservation of items. However, storage rings are considerably more advanced than storage pouches, as they can be imbued with restrictions that prevent anyone other than the owner from accessing them. In contrast, any cultivator can effortlessly open a storage pouch. The storage ring is exceedingly rare in the eastern wilderness, for its creation necessitates a type of spiritual or buried deep beneath the sea. Consequently, such storage rings are typically more prevalent in the southern seas. Most cultivators in the eastern wilderness utilize storage pouches instead. However, it appears that this particular storage ring has remained dormant for an extended period, compounded by the fact that its owner has since passed away, leading to the disappearance of its restrictions. Cheng Yan was able to effortlessly probe inside with his spiritual consciousness. Upon entering, he was utterly astonished by the vastness of the interior space. The storage pouch currently in Cheng Yan's possession was originally left behind by Wu Yan, and while its capacity is already considerable, it pales in comparison to this storage ring. Indeed, it could be said that 2 or 3 dozen of his storage pouches would not equate to the space offered by this remarkable ring. Chapter 108. The landscape of heaven and earth. The treasures within left Cheng Yan utterly astonished. The spiritual stones were piled up like small hills. As he swept his divine consciousness across the cavern, he estimated there to be around 100,000 spiritual stones. However, it was 2 individually stored elixirs that captured Cheng Yan's attention. These elixirs were contained within a small jade vial, and given their separate storage, they were undoubtedly of considerable significance. Cheng Yan carefully retrieved the vial and poured out its contents. The moment the elixirs left the vial, a rich fragrance filled the entire cave, a scent that Cheng Yan recognized all too well. It was indeed the Foundation Establishment pill. Gazing at the elixirs resting in his palm, Cheng Yan felt a surge of excitement that made his body tremble slightly. These were Foundation Establishment pills, each capable of fetching 50 to 60,000 spiritual stones, and they were incredibly scarce. Most importantly, possessing these two pills meant that Cheng Yan had a genuine opportunity to establish his foundation, which was undeniably thrilling. Suppressing his exhilaration, he returned the foundation establishment pills to the jade vial and carefully placed it in a corner of his storage ring. He then began to examine the other items. Besides the foundation establishment pills and the spiritual stones, he discovered a multitude of jade slips, which he meticulously reviewed. The contents within these slips left Cheng Yan even more astounded. A portion of the jade slips contained cultivation techniques, including 5 distinct methods corresponding to the 5 elements, all capable of guiding one to the nascent soul stage. Another segment comprised various legacies, encompassing alchemy, artifact forging, talisman crafting, formation techniques, and the myriad arts of cultivation. Truly a comprehensive collection. The quality of these legacies was notably high. Even the least impressive formation inheritance was of mid-tier 3rd grade, while the finest alchemy legacy boasted a peak 3rd grade status. Cheng Yan glanced at the skeletal remains nearby, swallowing hard. Could this individual have robbed a golden elixir sect? As he perused one particular jade slip, the truth began to unfold. Approximately a millennium ago, in the South Sea, there existed a golden elixir sect called the Shanshui sect. This sect was home to a remarkable 6 golden elixir practitioners, including one of complete golden elixir attainment. The Shanshui sect had flourished rapidly, achieving such prominence in merely 300 to 400 years. However, at some point, rumors spread that the Shanshui sect possessed a treasured artifact. Acquiring it would grant one the prospect of reaching the nascent soul stage, thus attracting the covetous eyes of several complete golden elixir practitioners. In the face of an assault by these powerful foes, the Shanshui sect ultimately succumbed and faced annihilation. The individual before Cheng Yan was a disciple of the Shanshui sect, which elucidated why he utilized a storage ring, a rarity typically found in the South Sea, rather than a storage pouch. This individual was named Yang Cheng, a cultivator in the mid-foundation establishment stage, and the progeny of a complete golden elixir practitioner from the Shanshui sect. When the Shanshui sect's gates were breached, the two had managed to escape with the sect's legacy. They fled towards the eastern wilderness, but were pursued by their enemies along the way. In a bid to preserve his son's life, Yang Cheng's father confronted 3 complete golden elixir practitioners alone, ultimately falling in battle. He successfully fled to the eastern wilderness. Yet during his escape, he was struck by a golden core cultivator. Although he managed to survive thanks to a protective talisman left by his father, he sustained severe injuries. Ultimately, he arrived at this place, succumbing to his wounds without receiving any treatment. Within his storage ring lay the legacy of the Shanshui sect. The jade slip mentioned a treasured artifact of the sect, indeed existing, known as the Qian Kuan Shanshui map. However, just as the slip introduced the name, it abruptly ceased. Possibly because the individual had succumbed to his injuries at that very moment. Cheng Yan was compelled to rummage through the storage ring, searching for anything resembling the name Qian Kuan Shanshui map. Eventually, he discovered a landscape painting. The artist's skill was undoubtedly exceptional. Even Cheng Yan, who had no understanding of painting, could discern its brilliance. The verdant mountains and rushing streams seemed almost alive. Nestled between several towering peaks was a rustic farmhouse, with a plot of land in front. Yet curiously, no figures were depicted. Although the painting was masterfully created, it exuded no aura of spiritual energy. Initially, Cheng Yan speculated it might be an ordinary object, but upon reflection, he realized that a cultivator would not possess mere mortal items. Furthermore, this was the only piece in the storage ring that could be associated with the Qian Kuan Shanshui map. However, regardless of how Cheng Yan perceived it, it appeared to be an ordinary artifact. In desperation, he attempted to channel his spiritual sense, hoping to uncover any unique qualities within the painting. As soon as his spiritual sense made contact with the artwork, he felt an immense pull, drawing his consciousness inward. Fear gripped him. He had never encountered such a phenomenon before and began to struggle. Yet, no matter how he fought, it proved futile. Ultimately, his spiritual sense was drawn into the landscape painting. When Cheng Yan regained consciousness, he found himself in a different realm, surrounded by towering peaks. He stood ensconced beneath their majesty. Before him lay a wooden cabin, with a field behind. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Wasn't this the very scene depicted in the painting? Had he truly entered the artwork? However, now trapped within the painting, Cheng Yan faced a dilemma. He had no idea how to escape. After several hours of searching within the painting, he finally discovered a means to exit. As his spiritual sense returned to his body, he was startled to find the landscape painting had vanished from his hands. A frantic search through his storage ring yielded no results. Cheng Yan stood in disbelief, bewildered by how such a large painting could have inexplicably disappeared from his grasp. Suddenly, Cheng Yan recalled that golden elixir cultivators are capable of storing magical artifacts within their dantians. If this landscape painting is indeed a treasure of great significance, it should at least be of artifact-level quality. Thus, Cheng Yan promptly seated himself in meditation, turning his attention inward to his dantian. However, aside from spiritual energy, it was devoid of any substance. Strangely, within his sea of consciousness, there appeared an object, the very landscape painting itself. Cheng Yan gazed at the immobile painting within his sea of consciousness, uncertain of how to proceed. If his conjecture was correct, this painting should be the renowned treasure known as the Qian landscape map. Yet, he remained unaware of the true purpose of this Qian landscape map. Nor could he ascertain whether its presence within his sea of consciousness would be detrimental to him. Chapter 109. The Liu and Zhang families established their foundations, however. Cheng Yan found himself at a loss. The Qian landscape painting seemed to have taken root within his consciousness. No matter how he attempted to extricate it from his mind's eye, he was met with failure. Fortunately, he did not experience any discomfort at the moment. Reluctantly, he allowed it to remain nestled in his awareness. With nothing else left in the cave, Cheng Yan chose not to linger further. He bowed deeply to the skeletal remains, a gesture of gratitude for the gifts bestowed upon him, and then made his way out of the cave. The cave was devoid of illumination, rendering it dimly lit, while the outside world basked in the bright light of day. Upon emerging, Cheng Yan found the sunlight momentarily blinding, prompting him to squint. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. When he first arrived at this cave ruin, it was already afternoon. Subsequently, he had inadvertently wandered into the painting and spent 2 or 3 hours deciphering a way out. Logically, even if twilight had not yet fallen, it should have been dusk by now. Yet, the sun blazed overhead, and it was clear that time did not align. Could it be that time within the painting was suspended? Or perhaps it flowed more slowly than in the outside world? A series of speculations began to form in Cheng Yan's mind. Lacking any means of keeping track of time, he resolved to return to Jiuyu Mountain and further investigate the Qian landscape painting. Upon his return, Cheng Yan eagerly commenced his study of the painting. Through his exploration, he uncovered a portion of its capabilities. The presence of the characters Qian indicated that the painting contained the essence of both, functioning akin to a storage bag for holding items. Most impressively, it could also harbor living beings. Cheng Yan's purple-winged bee was able to enter the painting, though he was uncertain whether humans could do the same. He suspected it unlikely, as he himself could not physically enter the Qian landscape painting. Only his spirit could traverse within its confines. Moreover, Cheng Yan discovered that the flow of time within the painting was considerably slower than in the external world. Approximately 10 hours spent inside the painting equated to merely 1 hour passing outside. This revelation brought Cheng Yan immense joy, for within the painting lay a patch of land, which, upon his investigation, turned out to be a spiritual field. He had also tested this field and confirmed that it was indeed suitable for cultivating spiritual herbs. The growth rate of these herbs was dictated by the temporal flow within the painting. Thus, while a year transpired outside, the spiritual herbs within had matured for a full decade. Such a capability was undeniably formidable. The higher the grade of the spiritual herbs, the longer their maturation period. And for certain rare treasures, the time required for ripening was even more extensive. For instance, the Cheng Yan fruit tree within the family takes 300 years to mature. However, if it were to be cultivated within the realm of the Qian landscape painting, it would require merely 30 years to reach maturity. This illustrates the immense power of the Qian landscape painting. Thus, Cheng Yan unhesitatingly transplanted the Cheng Yan fruit tree into the Qian landscape. Simultaneously, he filled the painting with the necessary supplementary herbs for cultivating the Peiyuan fruit and Peiyuan elixirs. The Qian landscape encompasses 3 acres of spiritual fields, of which Cheng Yan dedicated 1 acre entirely to the cultivation of Peiyuan fruit. The remaining 2 acres, aside from a portion occupied by the Cheng Yan fruit tree, were entirely sown with other supplementary herbs. After a mere 3 years, Cheng Yan anticipated harvesting a substantial quantity of Peiyuan fruit, which he intended to refine into elixirs. Coupled with his spiritual nectar that mitigates elixir toxicity, he boldly proclaimed that within 6 to 7 years, he would achieve consummate mastery in qi cultivation. Otherwise, the journey to reach such a pinnacle might extend to 8 or 9 years, or even over a decade. It is no wonder that the Mountain Water sect has developed so rapidly, producing a consummate golden elixir cultivator in just 300 to 400 years. The capabilities of the Qian landscape are truly formidable. Merely a month after Cheng Yan returned to Jiuyu Mountain, the Liu family unexpectedly sent someone to pay a visit. It turned out that Liu Yuran of the Liu family had successfully established his foundation 3 days prior. As the Cheng family was a cooperative partner of the Liu family, they were naturally invited to attend the foundation establishment ceremony scheduled for a year later. The reason for the delay in the ceremony was that the Liu family had exhausted all their resources in bidding for foundation establishment elixirs and had no spiritual stones left to organize the event. However, as the Liu family had now become a foundational force, the ceremony could not be conducted hastily, prompting the decision to hold it a year later. They publicly claimed that the delay was due to the need to stabilize their cultivation level before hosting the ceremony. Just 2 days after the Liu family's visit, the Zhang family also came to call. Zhang Ruxian had likewise succeeded in establishing his foundation and extended an invitation to Cheng Yan for a ceremony set for a year and a half later. It was surprising that both the Liu and Zhang families had simultaneously achieved foundation establishment, especially since Cheng Yan had heard of the considerable hardships they had endured to reach this milestone. Initially, after acquiring the foundation establishment elixir, both families were targeted as they left the market. Reportedly, several consummate qi cultivators, including rogue cultivators and members from other families, were involved. Zhang Wenjian, a consummate qi cultivator from the Zhang family, single-handedly confronted 3 such cultivators to ensure that Zhang Ruzhou could safely pilot the flying vessel back home with the elixir. Zhang Ruzhou did not disappoint, successfully bringing the foundation establishment elixir back to his family despite facing numerous challenges along the way. Unfortunately, Zhang Wenjian never returned, having fallen to the hands of those 3 consummate qi cultivators. The 3 cultivators at the qi refinement stage, realizing that the foundation establishment pill was beyond their grasp and fearing retaliation from the Zhang family once they succeeded in establishing their foundations, had long since fled the territory of the Jindao sect, their whereabouts unknown. The Liu family, tasked with escorting the foundation establishment pill back to their clan, faced their own trials. It is said that the Liu family dispatched 2 cultivators of the qi refinement stage to ensure the safe transport of the pill. Although both eventually returned to their family, they bore significant injuries. One of them succumbed to his wounds merely half a month later. Meanwhile, the Du family, having failed in their bid for the foundation establishment pill, fell into a complete silence. Despite the heavy losses endured by both the Liu and Zhang families in pursuit of the pill, the Du family remained conspicuously inactive. Chapter 110. Cheng Yuhao's first adventure. Even the loss of a mere elder at the 9th level of qi refinement within the Du clan elicited no outcry. In former times, the disappearance of even a single clan member at the 1st level of qi refinement would have sent the Du family into an uproar, causing a significant stir throughout the Blackstone market. Subsequently, during the foundation establishment ceremonies of both clans, the Du family presented lavish gifts worth thousands of spirit stones to each, citing their own inadequacies in strength and expressing concerns about their capability to manage the market. Thus, they withdrew from the management, leaving it in the hands of the Liu and Zhang families. This decision signified that henceforth, the profits of the Blackstone market would no longer be associated with the Du family. The Du family was compelled to take this course of action, as their previous arrogance had provoked numerous smaller families, many of which rallied behind the Liu and Zhang clans. With both Liu and Zhang now established as foundational families, the smaller clans were likely to conspire against the Du family, rather than await the inevitable retaliation from Liu and Zhang. It was wiser to concede and safeguard their own interests. Cheng Yan had also heard that the Du family, in their pursuit of foundation establishment pills, had depleted their copper or veins. Unless they encountered new opportunities, they would remain suppressed by the Liu and Zhang families, with little chance of resurgence. 3 years had elapsed since the Liu and Zhang families achieved their foundation establishment. Presently, both families were thriving, their earlier ceremonies filled with guests, even attracting representatives from venerable foundational forces like the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. The losses they incurred while escorting the foundation establishment pills back to their clans had been compensated, and both clan leaders had successfully reached the pinnacle of qi refinement, with the potential for further advancement, both still under 60 years of age. However, despite their newfound status as foundational families, obtaining additional foundation establishment pills would prove exceedingly challenging. Besides the Liu and Zhang families, the Cheng family had also undergone significant changes. Nearly a decade had passed since Cheng Yan founded the Cheng family, and fresh blood had finally been introduced. This time, 2 individuals joined. Cheng Yuning, a girl of the Yu generation, endowed with a 5-element root, excelling in fire. 3 months prior, Cheng Yan had brought her into the family, and in just a month, she had successfully cultivated her qi, now at the 1st level of qi refinement. The other newcomer was Zhou Xinxin, the son of Cheng Ruming, also possessing a 5-element root. With wood being his strongest, he entered the family alongside Cheng Yuning, and their progress in qi cultivation was remarkably similar. both now at the first level of qi refinement. As the first child of Cheng Ruming, Zhou Xinxin was indeed fortunate to possess a spirit root. Cheng Ruming chose this name for his son, hoping he would embody diligence and perseverance in his future cultivation endeavors. Zhou Xinxin lived up to this expectation. Although he only had a 5-element root, he dedicated significantly more time to his training compared to his father. Nevertheless, he is but a child, prone to playfulness. Yet, it is precisely due to his youth that he possesses a remarkable capacity for growth. Cheng Yan can gradually guide him, unlike Cheng Ruming, who, upon the discovery of his spiritual roots, was already 15 or 16, with his character firmly established. Despite Cheng Yan's earnest attempts to instill change, the outcome was minimal. Cheng Yuhao is now nearly 16, having recently advanced to the 4th level of qi cultivation. To Cheng Yan's delight, he has developed an interest in talisman crafting, seemingly displaying a certain talent in drawing spiritual symbols. Consequently, Cheng Yan imparted the talisman legacy of the Shanshui sect to Cheng Yuhao, albeit only the first tier of intermediate quality, reserving the subsequent levels for when he is adequately prepared. Cheng Yuhao did not disappoint Cheng Yan, becoming a first-tier junior talisman master in under 2 years. Cheng Yan also gifted him a first-tier intermediate talisman brush that he had obtained in his early years, which brought him immense joy. Such a talisman brush, akin to a Dan furnace or a tool cauldron, ranks among the most precious of magical artifacts. With a first-tier intermediate brush valued at no less than 300 to 500 spirit stones, with higher quality variants fetching even 400. Furthermore, a quality brush significantly enhances the success rate of talisman crafting. Thus, Cheng Yuhao was naturally elated to receive one from his 6th uncle. After breaking through to the 4th level of qi cultivation, Cheng Yuhao proactively expressed a desire to venture into the Lingyun mountain range for training. Having resided in Jiyu Mountain for a decade without stepping beyond its bounds, he was naturally curious about the world outside. Previously hindered by his low cultivation and youthful age, he never had the opportunity. Now, having finally broken through to the 4th level, he yearned to explore the outside world. Cheng Yan, upon reflection, agreed that it was time for Cheng Yuhao to embark on this journey. Over the years, he had diligently focused on his cultivation, although Cheng Yan occasionally imparted combat techniques. Theory without practical experience ultimately remains mere words on paper. Cheng Yuhao has been away from home for nearly a month, diligently training within the Lingyun mountain range. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan's cultivation remains at the 8th level of qi, not due to a lack of effort over the past years, but rather because he had devoted considerable time to altering his cultivation technique. The new technique he adopted came from the Shanshui sect's legacy, specifically a water attribute method known as the Gui Shui Qing Mingju, as a technique capable of advancing to the nascent soul stage. It far surpasses the Qing Shui Gong that he practiced previously. Thus, without hesitation, Cheng Yan chose to transition to the Gui Shui Qing Mingju. Despite some delays in his progress, he now stands just 1 step away from the 9th level of qi cultivation. However, Zhou Yang is not in a hurry to enter secluded meditation for a breakthrough, as the cultivation fruit within the Qiankuan mountain water diagram has now ripened. Cheng Yan wishes to first attempt crafting the Peiyuan pill using the first-tier superior spiritual honey in his possession. Not only can it diminish the toxicity of the Peiyuan pill, but it can also enhance its efficacy, thus enabling one to achieve twice the results with half the effort during closed-door cultivation. Perhaps due to Cheng Yan's relentless dedication to alchemical practices over the years, his skills in pill refinement have become exceedingly proficient. Remarkably, during only his 2nd furnace, he successfully concocted a finished Peiyuan pill. This particular Peiyuan pill was infused with top-tier spiritual honey of the 1st rank, thereby elevating its potency by 10% compared to the ordinary variant. Although this top-tier spiritual honey is of a higher grade than the inferior version previously utilized, it still only augments the efficacy of the Peiyuan pill by the same 10%. Chapter 111. The refinement of elixirs. Should one utilize a first-tier superior spiritual honey to concoct a first-tier inferior Huangya Dan, it would indeed enhance the efficacy of the Huangya Dan by 30%. However, such a decision would be exceedingly impractical, as high-grade spiritual honey is exceedingly precious. Nevertheless, an enhancement of 10% efficacy is already sufficient, with the primary advantage being the reduction of elixir toxicity, allowing Cheng Yan to consume a greater number of elixirs within a short span. Regrettably, the higher the tier of the elixir, the more challenging it becomes to increase the success rate of its refinement. Cheng Yan's 3 acres of spiritual fields yielded over 50 portions of spiritual herbs. Coupled with his existing stock, he accumulated a total of over 60 portions, yet this only elevated his success rate to 30%. Were it not for the existence of the Qian Kuan mountain water diagram, the resources expended in enhancing his alchemical skills would have been nearly 10,000 spiritual stones. The cultivation of the Peiyuan Dan is not comparable to that of the Huangya Dan or the Yanqi Dan, as the cost of spiritual herbs alone approaches 300 spiritual stones. Hence, the total expenditure for his 60-plus portions of spiritual herbs amounts to nearly 20,000 spiritual stones. Ultimately, Cheng Yan succeeded in refining 10 bottles of Peiyuan Dan. At the market rate of 1,000 spiritual stones per bottle, he merely recouped 10,000 spiritual stones, resulting in a deficit of nearly 10,000 stones. However, with the Qian Kuan mountain water diagram at his disposal, his expenditure was limited to the cost of seeds. Thus, one could argue that Cheng Yan still profited several thousand spiritual stones. Should Cheng Yan choose to fully plant spiritual herbs once more within the Qian Kuan mountain water diagram and refine them into Peiyuan Dan after 3 years, with his 30% success rate, he could potentially produce at least 15 bottles of Peiyuan Dan. If all were sold, it would yield a substantial income. However, Cheng Yan was wary of this course of action. He could not explain the origins of his spiritual herbs without inviting suspicion akin to that faced by the Shanshui sect, ultimately leading to peril. After spending a month refining all the Peiyuan Dan, Cheng Yan commenced a period of seclusion. This time, he was not merely aiming to advance to the 9th layer of qi refinement. With his current cultivation level, he was confident he could achieve this breakthrough within a month. His true intention for this retreat was to reach the pinnacle of qi refinement in one go, subsequently dedicating a year or two to refining his spiritual energy, thus preparing to attempt foundation establishment. Initially, Cheng Yan had no pressing desire to reach the pinnacle of qi refinement, for he was unaware of how to obtain foundation establishment pills. Even if he attained this pinnacle, the likelihood of a dual spiritual root talent, such as his breaking through to the foundation stage without these pills, was exceedingly low, leaving him temporarily at a standstill regarding the foundation realm. The foundation establishment pill he had previously acquired had ignited a fervent ambition within him. Furthermore, witnessing the spirited demeanor of foundation cultivators from the Liu and Zhang families during their foundation establishment ceremonies had only deepened his yearning, solidifying his resolve for this retreat. Yet, unexpectedly, an unforeseen complication arose during his seclusion. Since the foundation establishment of the Liu and Zhang families, the Du family had known nothing but hardship. Despite the Du family willingly relinquishing a considerable portion of their interests, they merely succeeded in slowing the pace at which the Liu and Zhang families sought to absorb them. The Liu and Zhang families, in their quest for foundation establishment, have suffered significant losses. Nevertheless, the Du family, having failed in their bid for foundational elixirs, has expended nearly no spirit stones. Should the two families manage to engulf the Du family, they could potentially restore some of their vitality. However, the Du family remains one of the illustrious trio of families from Europe, making it difficult for the Liu and Zhang families to unjustly attack them. Thus, they can only resort to a gradual encroachment. Currently, the Du family's shops in the market have dwindled to less than half, all acquired at low prices by the Liu and Zhang families under various pretexts. The Du family, powerless in the face of such circumstances, can only swallow their grievances. If this situation persists without intervention, it is feared that within a few years, the Du family will be wholly consumed by the Liu and Zhang families. At this moment, 2 perfected qi cultivators from the Du family, alongside the family patriarch, were engaged in discussions regarding this predicament. Du Guangyu expressed his concerns, saying, "We have lost yet another shop in Haishi Market. At this rate, our Du family is doomed." Third uncle, "Brother, what shall we do?" Du Guangqing, his elder brother and a promising perfected qi cultivator, retorted angrily. "The Liu and Zhang families are truly overstepping their bounds. I say we should confront them directly. That is not an option. We are not a match for the Liu and Zhang families at present. We would be outmatched even against either one of them alone. If we wish for the Du family to endure, we must refrain from impulsive actions and bide our time," cautioned Du Xiansan, the third uncle and another perfected qi cultivator of the Du family. In recent years, the Du family's once arrogant demeanor has vanished, with their more troublesome relatives confined within the clan to prevent any missteps that could provide leverage to the Liu and Zhang families. Third uncle, "We have endured for so long, yet we see no halt in the Liu and Zhang families' encroachment. If this continues, the Du family may soon lack even the strength to retaliate." Du Xiansun fell silent, fully aware of the Du family's dire straits, yet at this juncture, they had no alternative but to endure. A confrontation? The Liu and Zhang families would likely welcome such a challenge, for the Du family, devoid of any foundational cultivators, would stand no chance against them. As Du Xiansun remained silent, Both Du Guangyu and Du Guangqing bowed their heads in contemplation. Finally, with a long sigh, Du Xiansun seemed to resolve within himself a significant decision. We must relocate. What? Both Du Guangyu and Du Guangqing were taken aback. The Du family had established itself in this locale for nearly 70 or 80 years. Born and raised here, the prospect of moving astonished them greatly. I am aware of the profound affection you both hold for this place, as do I. However, should we continue to linger here? With the presence of the Liu and Zhang families, we would find ourselves in perpetual despair. The only path to a glimmer of hope lies in relocating our entire clan. Du Guangyu and Du Guangqing fell into silence once more. Du Xiansuan's words bore wisdom. If they remained here, not only would there be no chance for resurgence, but in a few short years, the Du family might cease to exist in Haishifangshi. Yet, where could we possibly relocate? Du Xiansuan continued. Years ago, during my travels, I forged a friendship with a remarkable individual, a disciple of the Qihua sect. This person possesses exceptional talent and has successfully established a foundation. With the bond one share with him, we could potentially lease a spiritual vein from the Qihua sect, and with the backing of a foundation-established cultivator, we could develop more securely. Chapter 112. Undercurrents and machinations. The Qihua sect is a venerable foundational power, its strength rivaling that of the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor. Friends? Can they be trusted? Yet, Du Xiansuan shook his head. Regardless of trust, we have no other path to tread. Sigh. Du Guangyu let out a heartfelt exhalation. Indeed, the Du family has been driven to a dead end. If we wish to preserve the Du family, this is the only course of action available. Suddenly, Du Guangqing slammed his palm upon the table, producing a resounding noise. With a tone filled with indignation, he declared, had it not been for the Du family's lack of a cultivation technique inheritance, we would not have failed to procure the foundational elixir at the last auction. The Liu family possesses a legacy of weapon crafting, while the Zhang family has a tradition of talisman crafting, both generating substantial spiritual stones annually for their clans. If the Du family were to inherit even a modest cultivation technique, perhaps of the first-tier average quality, coupled with our copper mine, we would undoubtedly emerge as the wealthiest family in the Haishifang market, and securing the foundational elixir would be a matter of course. Alas, there are no what-ifs. The Du family has operated in Haishifang for decades without a cultivation technique of its own. Upon hearing this, Du Guangyu seemed to ponder deeply. I am aware of an individual who possesses an alchemy inheritance, at least of the first-tier average quality, and it is likely that Guangxuan met his demise at this person's hands. Who? Du Guangqing inquired. The Cheng family, Cheng Yan. Is he not the one closely allied with the Liu and Zhang families? Indeed, I had previously sent Guangxuan to the Cheng family, hoping to obtain their alchemy inheritance. But the Cheng family is protected by a first-tier superior formation, and Guangxuan suffered some setbacks there. Given Guangxuan's temperament, he would not have easily swallowed his pride. He must have sought Cheng Yan in secret, and now that Guangxuan is missing, it is very likely he fell victim to Cheng Yan. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let us assault the Cheng family, eliminate Cheng Yan, avenge our eighth brother, and seize his alchemy inheritance. Absolutely not. Before Du Guangyu could respond, Du Xiansuan interjected, interrupting the conversation. The Cheng family maintains close ties with both the Liu and Zhang families. If we were to launch an attack, it would merely provide them with an excuse to turn against us. This course of action is entirely unfeasible. Moreover, the Cheng family is protected by a first-tier superior formation. Unless I accompany you, it would be impossible to conquer them. Du Guangqing opened his mouth to argue further, but Du Guangyu silenced him with a glance. Worry not. Third uncle, my brother and I are well aware that we cannot recklessly provoke the Cheng family under the current circumstances. However, I have learned that the Cheng family has few members, which suggests that Cheng Yan places great importance on each of his kin. Coincidentally, I recently discovered that members of the Cheng family were venturing into the Lingyun Mountains to hunt ferocious beasts. As Du Guangyu spoke, a peculiar smile crept across his face. Du Xianshun naturally discerned the implied meaning behind Du Guangyu's words. Since an attack on the Cheng family was out of the question, it would suffice to lure Cheng Yan out instead. But how could they accomplish this? The solution lay in leveraging the presence of a certain member of the Cheng family who was currently out in the world. Du Xianshun furrowed his brow in contemplation for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. No, what if he secretly sought help from the Liu and Zhang families? Third uncle, there is no rush. We can first withdraw our kin. Then you can lead them into the territory of the Qihua sect, while my elder brother and I remain behind to deal with Cheng Yan. At that time, we will station someone along Cheng Yan's path to the Liu and Zhang families. Should he indeed seek assistance from them, we will be immediately notified. And we can eliminate that member of the Cheng family and make our escape. Even if they are Foundation establishment cultivators, they would be unable to pursue us without knowledge of our whereabouts. Thus, even if we fail to obtain the alchemical legacy, we would still have avenged Guangquan. Upon hearing this, Du Xianshun found the plan to be plausible. Moreover, the Du family indeed required this alchemical legacy, as relocating to the Qihua sect would not yield the same fortune as their current situation. If they could uncover a vein of ore and acquire the alchemical legacy, the family's development would become significantly more attainable. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. However, should the situation take a turn for the worse, we will withdraw immediately. You two are the pillars of the Du family and must not come to harm. Rest assured, sixth uncle, we understand the gravity of the situation. Now, go prepare for the family's relocation. Du Guanyu and Du Guangqing acknowledged the directive and began their preparations for the move. At this very moment, Cheng Yan was in seclusion atop Jiyu Mountain, having recently broken through to the 9th layer of Qi refinement just a month prior. However, today, the communication talisman he had left behind began to vibrate incessantly. This talisman was intended for urgent matters, allowing family members to notify him promptly should anything arise. Upon hearing the contents conveyed through the talisman, Cheng Yan sprang to his feet in alarm. Cheng Yuhua had been kidnapped. Without a moment's hesitation, he abandoned his seclusion, opened the stone door of his cave, and made his way towards the Li siblings. According to the talisman, it was the Li siblings who had brought this distressing news. Cheng Yan arrived at the spiritual field halfway up the mountain and found the two siblings awaiting him. Chief, you have finally arrived. They both sighed in relief upon his appearance. What has transpired? Cheng Yan inquired, prompting them to explain the situation. It turned out that shortly before Cheng Yan had exited his seclusion, a cultivator had come to visit. At that time, Cheng Yan was in deep meditation, and Cheng Yuning and Cheng Xinqin were still too young to handle such matters. Thus, the responsibility of receiving the visitor fell upon the Li siblings. To their astonishment, the visitor had merely dropped a communication talisman and fled without another word. Upon hearing the message contained within the talisman, both siblings were taken aback, and they hastily activated the talisman that Cheng Yan had left behind, pulling him from his meditation. And the talisman? Cheng Yan asked. Right here. Li Yun produced a sound transmission talisman and handed it to Cheng Yan. Upon receiving it, Cheng Yan activated the talisman, and a voice emerged. Cheng clan leader, your kin are now in my possession. If you wish for their survival, make your way to the Lingyun mountain range, and remember to come alone. Should you dare to bring anyone else, your kin shall not escape with their lives. After hearing this, Cheng Yan furrowed his brow. Who could be behind this? He bore no enemies in the Haishifang city, save for a past grievance with the Du family. However, the Du family should be struggling to secure their own safety now. How could they possibly seek to confront him? Chapter 113. Cheng Yuhao has been kidnapped. Since he could not arrive at a conclusion, Cheng Yan decided to cease his pondering, to ascertain who sought to harm him. A visit to the Lingyun mountain range was in order. Furthermore, the fact that the adversary did not dare to directly assault the Zhou family indicated their strength was not formidable. At most, they had attained the pinnacle of Qi training. Should this be the case, Cheng Yan harbored confidence in his ability to confront them. Thus, Cheng Yan took to the skies on his flying sword, hastening towards the designated location inscribed within the sound transmission talisman. Upon his arrival, he discovered Cheng Yuhao. At that moment, Cheng Yuhao was bound to a tree, appearing to be unconscious, his head drooping without any signs of responsiveness. However, Cheng Yan sensed that Cheng Yuhao was still alive, which relieved him. As long as he was alive, there was hope. Beside Cheng Yuhao stood a figure. As Cheng Yan discerned the identity of this person, he recognized it was Du Guanyu, the patriarch of the Du family. So it was Patriarch Du who had gone to great lengths to lure him here. What could be the purpose of such an elaborate scheme? Patriarch Cheng has finally arrived. Had you come a moment later, you might have missed your kin, Du Guanyu remarked. It appeared that Patriarch Cheng was indeed a man of his word, having come alone. Yet, it remained to be seen whether he had brought the alchemical legacy along with him. Cheng Yan raised an eyebrow at the implication. He had not anticipated that Patriarch Du's intentions revolved around his alchemical heritage. If it is my alchemical legacy you seek, why not speak of it sooner? If you release my kin, I shall gladly bestow the alchemical heritage upon you. Do you truly believe I am a mere child of 3? Perhaps you should first present the alchemical legacy to me, and then I shall consider releasing your kin, Du Guanyu retorted, clearly skeptical of Cheng Yan's proposal. Cheng Yan was not so naive as to part with his alchemical legacy without assurance of Cheng Yuhao's safety. Are you not afraid that the Liu and Zhang families might seize this opportunity to exploit your Du family's vulnerabilities? Cheng Yan inquired, fully aware of the precariousness of his situation with Cheng Yuhao in Du Guanyu's grasp. This matter does not require your concern. Ultimately, I ask you this. Are you willing to surrender your alchemical legacy? Should you agree to release my kin, the legacy shall be yours. It seemed that an agreement was unattainable. In that case, I shall retrieve it personally. Du Guanyu, seeing Cheng Yan's refusal to relinquish the alchemical legacy, lost interest in further conversation. He believed that eliminating Cheng Yan would grant him everything the latter possessed. With a swift motion, Du Guanyu's hand formed intricate seals, his spiritual energy swirling as it coalesced into several gray, pointed spikes. The spikes glimmered with ethereal light, exuding a chilling aura, indicating their formidable power. Go, Du Guanyu bellowed, extending his right hand, fingers poised together, directing a finger towards Cheng Yan. The gray spikes shot forth with the swiftness of a released arrow, hurtling towards Cheng Yan, their speed accompanied by the faint sound of air being pierced. Cheng Yan gazed at the swiftly approaching gray spikes, not daring to show any signs of negligence. With a deft gesture, he summoned several arc-shaped water blades. He waved his hand, and the water blades shot forth rapidly, matching the speed of the gray spikes. As the water blades collided with the gray spikes in midair, they sent them flying, dissolving into a wisp of spiritual energy that dissipated into the atmosphere, while the water blades scattered into a puddle upon hitting the ground. Just as Cheng Yan's water blades intercepted the gray spikes, he sensed a wave of murderous intent emanating from the ground. Without hesitation, he infused his feet with spiritual energy and executed a backflip. At that precise moment, a sharp spike suddenly erupted from the ground, nearly grazing Cheng Yan as he leapt. Had he delayed even the slightest, that spike could have claimed his life. Evading the spike, Cheng Yan did not pause. He continued with another backflip, only to encounter another earthen spike emerging in his previous location. The spikes kept thrusting upward from the ground, compelling Cheng Yan to perform several backflips in quick succession before he launched himself high into the air, reaching a height of 3 zhang. As he ascended, the earthen spikes grew ever higher, seemingly intent on piercing him through. Seizing the opportunity while airborne, Cheng Yan unleashed a water blade technique aimed at Du Guanyu. Just as the earthen spikes were about to impale him, the water blade approached Du Guanyu, who was unwilling to risk his life in a trade. Left with no choice, Du Guanyu abandoned the spikes and conjured an earthen wall to deflect the water blades. It was no wonder he dared to attend the meeting alone, for he had already attained the 9th level of qi refinement. Cheng Yan's display of prowess laid bare his cultivation level. According to previous intelligence from the Du family, he was only at the 8th level. However, Cheng Yan's combat skills were formidable enough that even an average practitioner at the 9th level would struggle against him, which explained his ability to defeat Du Guanyu. Now that Cheng Yan had broken through to the 9th level, his strength had naturally seen a considerable enhancement. Nonetheless, Du Guanyu remained undaunted as the head of the family. He still possessed several hidden trump cards. Yet, do not think that just because you have reached the 9th level of qi refinement, I am powerless against you. Today, I shall demonstrate to you that even among those at the same level, there exists a disparity. With a thunderous roar, Du Guanyu drew forth a yellow gourd from his storage bag. The gourd was adorned with mysterious engravings, radiating spiritual light, clearly indicating it was no ordinary object. Indeed, the yellow gourd was extraordinary. Its imposing aura revealed it to be a first-tier premium magical artifact. Grasping the gourd, Du Guanyu continuously infused it with his spiritual energy, causing fine golden sand to flow forth from within. A cascade of fine sand gradually coalesced in the air, forming a colossal golden long sword, nearly 3 in length, with an exceptionally sharp blade radiating a fierce aura. Even from a considerable distance, Cheng Yan could faintly perceive the blade's keen edge. Flash! Du Guanyu uttered a single word, then raised his hand and forcefully swung it downward. The enormous long sword, forged from the fine sand, cleaved towards Cheng Yan. The golden blade hurtled towards his face with formidable might, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. Cheng Yan's heart raced with trepidation. It was indeed a first-tier exquisite magical artifact, displaying tremendous power. While his mind was occupied with these thoughts, his actions remained swift. He promptly retrieved the Xian water pearl from his storage bag and infused it with spiritual energy. The Xian water pearl expanded dramatically, and without hesitation, Cheng Yan hurled it forth. Chapter 114. What? The Xian Shui pearl, though substantial in size, seemed rather insignificant before the resplendent golden blade. Yet, while the Xian Shui pearl may have paled in physical form compared to the golden blade, its power was by no means diminished. Upon striking the Xian Shui pearl, the golden blade quivered, nearly disintegrating into fine sand. Although the blade stabilized afterward, it found itself thwarted by the Xian Shui pearl, unable to advance further. Du Guanyu, Witnessing the stalemate between the two artifacts, chose to disperse the golden blade, transforming it into a swirling cloud of fine sand that circumvented the Xianshui pearl. This sand then coalesced once more into a golden spear, its tip glimmering with golden light. With a swift motion of his hand, Du Guangyu sent the golden spear hurtling towards Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan's pupils constricted in shock, taken aback by the agility of his opponent's artifact, which had deftly circumvented his Xianshui pearl. As the golden spear approached with alarming speed, evasion was no longer an option. Although he possessed a defensive artifact, it was merely a low-grade one, likely insufficient to withstand such an assault. However, Cheng Yan was not without recourse. He fervently channeled spiritual energy into the Xianshui pearl, summoning forth the spirit of a massive black python. Once conjured, Cheng Yan immediately maneuvered the python to encircle him, using its robust form as a shield. The golden spear pierced into the spiritual essence of the black python, but failed to breach its defenses, thereby sparing Cheng Yan from harm. A low-grade premium artifact. Du Guangyu furrowed his brow upon seeing Cheng Yan's Xianshui pearl, surprised that Cheng Yan also wielded such a formidable artifact. This revelation suggested that subduing Cheng Yan would become exceedingly challenging. Yet, Du Guangyu remained unperturbed. He activated the earthy yellow gourd in his grasp, from which an endless stream of fine sand coalesced into a golden python. The moment this golden python emerged, it lunged forward, ensnaring Cheng Yan's black python. The black python, refusing to yield, tightly coiled around its adversary, twisting and constricting in an effort to crush the golden serpent. Though both the earthy yellow gourd and the Xianshui pearl were premium artifacts of the same grade, the gourd was more functional in nature. In contrast, the Xianshui pearl emphasized sheer potency, considerably surpassing Du Guanyu's gourd in power. Consequently, the golden python could not withstand the might of the black python for long, and was ultimately compressed into a puddle of fine sand. After vanquishing its foe, the black python raised its head and let out a triumphant roar, seemingly proclaiming its dominance, before transforming into a streak of light and darting towards Du Guangyu. What? Upon witnessing his golden python reduced to mere fine sand, a look of astonishment spread across Du Guanyu's face. It is essential to recognize that not only is his yellow jade gourd a first-tier exceptional artifact, but the golden fine sand is also a first-tier medium-grade spiritual mineral known as gold sand. The combined power of both is formidable, yet it remains inferior to the might of the Xianshui pearl, illustrating the extraordinary potency of the latter. As the black giant python lunged towards him, Du Guangyu hastily continued to channel spiritual energy into the yellow jade gourd, manipulating the gold sand to form a golden shield before him. Upon witnessing this, the black giant python swung its tail with tremendous force, striking against Du Guanyu's gold sand shield. The shield trembled but remained unshattered, prompting the black python to retaliate with another powerful tail strike. Du Guangyu felt the immense force transmitted through the gold sand shield, filling his heart with urgency. Although he had attained the 9th level of Qi training, he was still operating a first-tier exceptional artifact, and each impact diminished his internal spiritual energy. If this relentless assault from Cheng Yan continued, he feared that he would exhaust his energy and be unable to maintain the shield. However, a thought crossed his mind. He had broken through to the 9th level of Qi training several years ago, while Cheng Yan had only recently achieved his breakthrough. Undoubtedly, Du Guanyu's spiritual energy reserves would surpass those of Cheng Yan. Furthermore, the consumption of energy required to wield such a powerful artifact by Cheng Yan would far exceed his own. Thus, it was reasonable to conclude that Cheng Yan's spiritual energy would deplete before his own. With this in mind, Du Guangyu felt a surge of confidence, steadily channeling energy into the yellow jade gourd, determined to withstand Cheng Yan's onslaught. Was it a contest of spiritual energy consumption? Cheng Yan, relentlessly commanding the black giant python to assault the gold sand shield, discerned Du Guanyu's intentions, and a subtle smirk appeared on his face. Did he truly believe he could compete with him in terms of energy expenditure, assuming that his gathering spirit pearl was merely a decorative object? Consequently, Cheng Yan not only refrained from regulating his energy consumption, but rather intensified the flow of spiritual energy. The might of the black python escalated further. Each strike against the gold sand shield caused it to tremble. Indeed, some grains of gold sand could not withstand such overwhelming force and fell away from the shield. Du Guangyu, who was tasked with defending against Cheng Yan's assault, found himself in a predicament. Although he initially intended to control his energy infusion, he had no choice but to increase it in response to the black python's growing power. If this continued, he feared he would not last much longer. Yet, He remained confident that Cheng Yan would be the first to exhaust his energy. However, contrary to his expectations, Cheng Yan's spiritual energy seemed inexhaustible, showing no signs of diminishing as the Black Python's prowess remained consistently formidable. In stark contrast, Du Guangyu's spiritual energy was rapidly depleting, making it increasingly difficult to maintain the gold sand shield. The Black Python executed another tail strike against the shield, causing a significant amount of gold sand to fall away. Realizing that his opponent was nearing his limit, Cheng Yan abruptly channeled energy into the Xian Shui Pearl, raising the Black Python's tail high before delivering a powerful downward blow onto the gold sand shield. The golden sand shield finally succumbed, disintegrating into a pool of shimmering grains that cascaded to the ground. With the obstruction of the golden sand shield removed, the tail of the black serpent struck directly towards Du Guanyu. In Du Guanyu's eyes, the tail of the black serpent loomed larger and larger, instilling a profound sense of dread within him. He understood that should that tail make contact with him, his demise would be inevitable. "Save me, elder brother." With Du Guanyu's desperate cry, an answering call echoed in the air. Ka. Chapter 115. The unfolding of a fierce battle. A crimson light suddenly appeared in the sky, accompanied by a terrifying wave of heat descending from above. In the blink of an eye, this red luminescence reached the massive black python. At that moment, Cheng Yan finally discerned the true nature of the red light. It was, astonishingly, a gigantic firebird. With sharp talons extended, the firebird seized the black python, causing the serpent to miss its strike and fail to eliminate Du Guanyu. Accompanying the firebird was a figure whose intense spiritual energy fluctuations revealed his complete mastery of qi cultivation. "Boy, dare to harm a member of the Du family? Today, you shall undoubtedly meet your demise," Du Guangqing exclaimed as he appeared, directing a scornful retort towards Cheng Yan. "Your audacity is remarkable, fellow cultivator. Are you suggesting that only members of the Du family are permitted to strike me, while I am not allowed to retaliate? What kind of reasoning is that?" Cheng Yan, well acquainted with Du Guangqing, a qi cultivation master, remained unperturbed. Although Du Guangqing had achieved full mastery, Cheng Yan possessed the capability to contend with him. Even if it turned into a war of attrition, Cheng Yan was confident he could outlast him. Ultimately, it is a matter of whose fists are mightier. The outcome remains uncertain. Cheng Yan scoffed. "Do not assume that defeating my fourth brother makes you invincible. Today, I shall demonstrate the power of complete qi mastery." With a thunderous roar, Du Guangqing began to weave intricate hand seals, causing the firebird overhead to open its beak and unleash a torrent of flames. The inferno, imbued with an overwhelming heat, struck Cheng Yan, eliciting a sting upon his face. Yet, before the formidable flames, Cheng Yan stood undaunted, channeling the full power of the mysterious water pearl. A black shield of light manifested around the black python, which then boldly advanced toward the flames spewed forth by the firebird. The fire collided with the dark shield, failing to breach its defenses. As the black python surged forward through the fiery assault, with a resounding roar, the massive body of the black python crashed into the firebird, akin to a small mountain colliding with the sky. The tremendous force was enough to cause even the firebird to falter, letting out a cry of pain. "Humph. So you possess some strength. No wonder you dare to be so arrogant." Du Guangqing's expression darkened upon witnessing his firebird falter. Just after proclaiming to show Cheng Yan the prowess of full qi mastery, he was met with a swift rebuttal, igniting a blaze of fury within him. "Then let us see you withstand this." Du Guangqing bellowed, performing complex hand gestures. The firebird suddenly ascended into the sky, executing a graceful maneuver before spreading its wings and gliding down from the heights. As it descended, the firebird enveloped itself in flames, trailing a magnificent plume of fire nearly 10 zhang long. From the ground, it resembled a meteor plummeting from the heavens, a spectacle of overwhelming grandeur. Cheng Yan's expression shifted at the sight. He was not unfamiliar with the Fire Phoenix technique, having witnessed it previously when Du Guangquan had employed it. The Fire Phoenix technique displayed by Du Guangquan vastly differed from that of Du Guangqing at this moment. Under such overwhelming might, an ordinary practitioner at the 9th level of Qi training would likely suffer severe injuries or even face death. However, Cheng Yan was no ordinary 9th level practitioner. He suddenly felt his spiritual power surge dramatically before plummeting swiftly. The energy restored by the spirit-gathering pearl was entirely funneled into the mystic water pearl. Consequently, the enormous black python became even more extraordinary, its body adorned with shimmering black scales that sparkled under the sunlight. Coiling its massive form like a tower of ebony, the black python shielded Cheng Yan securely within its embrace. As the firebird descended rapidly, it collided with the black python, unleashing a violent shockwave that stirred up clouds of dust. The trees behind Cheng Yan were severed in half by the force of this tempest. If the shockwave from the firebird was already so formidable, the power of the firebird itself was even more terrifying. Upon impact, an immense force surged through, causing Cheng Yan to feel the ground beneath him sink slightly. Coupled with the searing heat of the flames, he experienced intense discomfort while sheltered beneath the black python. Yet, the python remained steadfast, its body radiating dark light, successfully withstanding the assault of the firebird. However, as the firebird's last vestiges of power dissipated into the air, the black python could no longer maintain its form, transforming into motes of spiritual light and vanishing. Remarkably, Cheng Yan emerged unscathed from this ordeal. You possess a treasure that directly restores spiritual power. Du Guangqing had keenly observed Cheng Yan's sudden surge in energy during the battle. Initially taken aback by Cheng Yan's ability to recuperate mid-fight, he soon deduced that Cheng Yan must possess a rare treasure capable of such feats. A glimmer of greed surfacing on his face. Such treasures were exceedingly rare in the realm of cultivation, and acquiring one could be likened to granting a practitioner a second life. Should he obtain such an artifact, he would dare to claim invincibility beneath the foundational level of cultivation. How could he not be tempted by such a treasure? It is a travesty to keep such a treasure in your possession. It can only fulfill its potential in my hands. If you are willing to surrender your storage bag to me, I shall grant you and your kin a chance at survival, he proposed. Cheng Yan replied coldly. Desiring my possessions? That will depend on your capabilities. Now that Cheng Yan had revealed the existence of the spirit-gathering pearl, it was inconceivable to allow the two from the Du family to leave alive. Today, they must be eradicated. If necessary, he would embrace the notion of mutual destruction. Stubborn and unyielding, if offered a path to safety they refused to take, they would have only themselves to blame. Du Guangqing retrieved a long red bow from his storage bag, intricately engraved with a dragon pattern. The bowstring appeared to be crafted from the sinews of some formidable beast, exuding an aura of remarkable durability. The bow shimmered with spiritual light, suggesting it was far from ordinary. To perish beneath my crimson serpent bow signifies a level of pride worthy of admiration. The Crimson Dragon Bow is a first-tier premium magical artifact, possessing immense power. It is said that Du Guangqing once wielded this bow to slay a fully realized Qi practitioner. Now, employing it against Cheng Yan, a ninth-layer Qi practitioner, Du Guangqing naturally considers it an act that would instill a sense of pride in Cheng Yan. Du Guangqing drew the bowstring, pulling the Crimson Serpent bow into a perfect crescent. The spiritual energy coiled around the bowstring, coalescing into a fiery red arrow, its tip ablaze with flickering flames. With a gentle release of his fingers, the flaming arrow shot forth with a whoosh. Flames danced along the arrow, forming the visage of a fire-red dragon as it surged towards Cheng Yan. In the blink of an eye, it was upon him. Chapter 116. Oh, fate is truly great, what astonishing speed. As the fiery arrows hurtled towards him, Cheng Yan's pupils contracted sharply. The arrows, once released, reached him in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, Cheng Yan reacted swiftly, sidestepping just in time, allowing the flaming arrow to narrowly graze his face. The flames singed his skin, causing a sharp pain, yet he had no time to tend to his burns. Suddenly, the arrow that had flown past him began to tremble violently, sensing the impending danger. Cheng Yan's expression changed drastically as he hastily retrieved a first-tier superior defensive artifact from his storage pouch, shielding himself with it. Just as he secured his protection, the fiery arrow erupted with a brilliant red glow, followed by a thunderous explosion. The shockwave from the blast, infused with tremendous force, struck Cheng Yan's defensive artifact, propelling both him and the artifact through the air. He tumbled several times before finally coming to a halt. Coughing twice, Cheng Yan rose to his feet, his appearance disheveled and his complexion pale. Clearly, the recent onslaught had inflicted some injuries upon him, and the defensive artifact in his grasp had lost all its spiritual essence, reduced to mere scrap. Thankfully, the artifact had absorbed most of the explosion's might, sparing Cheng Yan from a potentially fatal outcome. Had he not had the artifact to shield him, he might not have survived such a detonation. The primary reason for his predicament lay in his failure to anticipate the arrow's explosive nature. Had he been adequately prepared, he would not have found himself in such a dire situation, nor would he have sacrificed a first-tier superior defensive artifact in the process. Alas, fate indeed plays a cruel hand. Du Guangqing clicked his tongue in disappointment. He had expected that this surprise attack would either slay Cheng Yan or at least leave him grievously wounded. In his past encounters with the Qishao Bao, this tactic had proven unfailingly effective. Often, when adversaries believed they had successfully evaded the arrows, the sudden second explosion would catch them off guard, leading to numerous victories. However, the failure lay in his own inability to wield the bow with precision. The true strength of the Qishao bow resided in its speed. Yet this very speed also posed a challenge. Even Du Guangqing could not perfectly time the explosion of the arrows. His original intention had been to detonate the arrow as it passed Cheng Yan's face, but he had miscalculated, triggering the explosion slightly too late. Had Cheng Yan not reacted swiftly enough to employ his artifact for defense, the close-range blast would undoubtedly have inflicted severe harm. Cheng Yan's expression darkened. This was the closest he had come to death in many years. Had he not been quick to respond, he might have met his end in that moment. A fire of anger simmered within him. He had never before encountered such a perilous situation. However, Du Guangqing's prowess is indeed formidable. With the current methods at Cheng Yan's disposal, it would be quite challenging to subdue him. Given this situation, it is imperative that Cheng Yan unveils something novel. After all, he had secluded himself for over 2 months, and besides achieving a breakthrough in his cultivation, he had also acquired additional knowledge. Previously, Cheng Yan often lamented the meagerness of his spells, relying heavily on external aids during confrontations. Even the spells he could cast lacked significant potency. When his cultivation was still nascent, they sufficed. However, as his cultivation advanced, those spells became seldom utilized. Yet, following an unexpected acquisition of the Mountain and Water Sect's legacy, which contained several immensely powerful spells, Cheng Yan selected one to study. Alas, after a month of diligent practice, he had only scratched the surface and found even the stable execution of the spell to be somewhat challenging. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan could no longer afford to hesitate. He needed to act swiftly and decisively to conclude the battle. Otherwise, should Du Guangyu recover his spiritual energy, Cheng Yan would find himself outnumbered, and it was likely he would not emerge from the Lingyun mountain range today. Consequently, the spiritual energy within Cheng Yan surged once more, his hand weaving intricate seals as his energy was continuously consumed, and the energy within the spirit-gathering pearl dwindled. In a short span, the energy in the pearl was reduced to less than half. Simultaneously, a water dragon, approximately 5 zhang in length, slowly coalesced behind Cheng Yan. With a mighty roar, the water dragon emerged, its head raised, unleashing a powerful dragon's cry that reverberated through the air, causing a tremor. Du Guangqing felt as if his eardrums might shatter, hastily channeling his spiritual energy to seal his ears for some relief. Water dragon technique. How is this possible? How could a mere member of the Cheng family possess such a spell? Du Guangqing's eyes widened in shock as he beheld the water dragon summoned by Cheng Yan. The water dragon technique ranks among the most potent of water-based spells. If the Du family's fire phoenix technique could be wielded even by foundational level cultivators, the water dragon technique demands a foundational cultivation level just to attempt it, as the energy required to execute this spell far exceeds that of mere qi practitioners. Such a spell is typically reserved for the powerful foundational sections. Not even the newly established foundational families like the Lu and Zhang clans could lay claim to such an incantation. Cheng Yan's choice to cultivate this spell stemmed from his possession of the spirit-gathering pearl, which provided the vast energy required for the water dragon technique, rendering the challenge trivial for him. Should he master this art, it would serve as a formidable trump card. However, Cheng Yan underestimated the difficulty of mastering the water dragon technique. After a month, he could barely stabilize its execution. Even now, although he successfully summoned it, its might was far inferior to that of the authentic water dragon technique. One must understand that a genuine water dragon could reach an impressive length of 33 zhang, while the dragon Cheng Yan conjured measured only a mere 5 zhang. However, for Cheng Yan, this was more than sufficient. Water dragon technique. Go! Cheng Yan bellowed, and the water dragon surged forth with astonishing might towards Du Guangqing. Upon witnessing this, Du Guangqing's expression turned to one of sheer terror as he hastily drew the Qishao bow, unleashing a volley of fiery arrows. Yet, the once formidable flames of the arrows extinguished instantaneously upon contact with the water dragon, failing to halt its advance for even a fleeting moment. Realizing his attacks were futile, Du Guangqing retrieved a first-grade exquisite defensive artifact from his storage pouch, recklessly pouring an abundance of spiritual energy into it. At that moment, he disregarded the consumption of his spiritual energy, consumed solely by the desire to intercept the water dragon technique with all his might. Chapter 117. Victory. As Du Guangqing activated the shield artifact, a fiery crimson barrier enveloped him. Unsatisfied with merely relying on the protective shield, he positioned it in front of himself, hoping that if the fiery barrier failed to withstand the water dragon technique, this first-tier exquisite shield could still absorb some of the impact. However, Du Guangqing felt no sign of the water dragon's assault. Just as confusion began to settle in his mind, he suddenly realized that the water dragon had circled behind him. It turned out that the water dragon did not directly assault Du Guangqing's shield. Instead, it began to orbit him. Unfamiliar with the intricacies of the water dragon technique, having only heard of it without ever witnessing its true form, Du Guangqing was perplexed by its actions. As the water dragon continued to spin, its velocity increased, ultimately creating a formidable water vortex. The powerful vortex exerted an intense pulling force, and Du Guangqing's shield crumbled within mere moments. Faced with the water vortex, Du Guangqing's shield proved utterly ineffective, and he, along with the shield artifact, was swept up by the swirling waters. The overwhelming force of the vortex inflicted relentless harm upon him, eliciting cries of agony as the pain became insufferable. As time elapsed, Du Guangqing's screams diminished, ultimately fading into silence. The water vortex eventually ceased, leaving the surroundings in complete disarray, with sturdy trees snapped in half. In a pitiful state, Du Guangqing's garments were torn to shreds, his body marred with wounds, blood flowing ceaselessly from his injuries, rendering him a grotesque figure. His breathing was faint, a mere whisper of life threatening to extinguish at any moment. Brother, Du Guangyu, who had just begun to regain his spiritual energy, was horrified to see his elder brother on the brink of death. Was it you? He stammered, turning to face Cheng Yan, who stood unharmed. Overcome with fear rather than anger at his brother's condition, he realized that he and his brother were no match for Cheng Yan's strength. If Cheng Yan had inflicted such severe harm on his brother, how easy would it be for him to take Du Guangyu's life? Had Cheng Yan not exerted his full power during their previous confrontation? To kill another, one must be prepared to be killed. With that, Cheng Yan commanded the water dragon to deliver a powerful tail strike toward Du Guangyu. Seeing this, Du Guangqing's pupils constricted in terror, yet he refused to surrender. Drawing upon the spiritual energy he had painstakingly restored, he summoned the yellow jade gourd to form a golden sand barrier. However, the golden sand barrier lacked the strength to even momentarily halt the water dragon, disintegrating instantly into a puddle of golden grains. The dragon's tail then struck Du Guangyu, sending him hurtling through the air. Du Guangyu coughed up a mouthful of blood, which was mingled with fragments of his internal organs. This strike had shattered his very insides. Upon hitting the ground, he lost all signs of life, utterly lifeless. Beside him, Du Guangqing met a swift demise as Cheng Yan effortlessly severed his head with a blade of water. With this, both members of the Du family had perished. Cheng Yan's victory in this confrontation was significantly attributed to the pair's underestimation of him. Had they chosen to attack him together from the outset, he might well have fallen that day. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, Cheng Yan emerged triumphant in this contest of magic. After dispatching the two, he proceeded to collect their storage bags and then freed Cheng Yuhao, who had been bound to a tree. During the duel, Cheng Yan had intentionally avoided Cheng Yuhao. Otherwise, he too might have been swept up in the water vortex. Cheng Yan examined Cheng Yuhao, finding him merely unconscious with no severe injuries. After administering a healing pill, Cheng Yuhao gradually regained consciousness. Uncle 6. Upon waking, he saw Cheng Yan and the lifeless bodies of Du Guangyu and Du Guangqing. Recalling the events leading up to his binding, he understood that Cheng Yan had saved him. Uncle 6, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. Cheng Yuhao lowered his head, filled with self-reproach for his lack of strength. Though Cheng Yan had guided him on the path to immortality over the years, he had been unable to assist Cheng Yan and had instead drawn this trouble upon him. As long as you are all right, let us return home, Cheng Yan comforted, ruffling Cheng Yuhao's hair. He then led him back to the peak of Jiyushan. After a few days of recuperation at Jiyushan, Cheng Yuhao's injuries completely healed. Cheng Yan also learned that the Du family had been entirely annihilated. The Du family believed they had discreetly evacuated their kin, yet unbeknownst to them, the Liu and Zhang families had been observing closely. Consequently, they dispatched 2 fully realized qi refinement practitioners and over a dozen late-stage qi refinement cultivators to eliminate the remnants of the Du family. 1 qi refinement practitioner and 1 ninth-layer qi refinement cultivator from the Du family sought vengeance against Cheng Yan, but with their diminished strength, they were ultimately eradicated by the 2 families. Henceforth, the name of the Du family was no longer heard in the Haishi market. As for the various enterprises owned by the Du family, they were naturally divided between the 2 families. However, the most prized possession of the Du family was undoubtedly their first-tier superior spirit vein. This vein was not least like the one atop Jiyushan. It originally belonged to the Du family. Now, it too had fallen into the hands of the 2 families. It remained unclear what agreement they had reached to avoid conflict over the ownership of the spirit vein. Regardless, whether or not conflict arose was of little concern to Cheng Yan. Upon returning to Jiyushan, Cheng Yan resumed his seclusion. Initially, he had intended to remain in seclusion until he achieved full mastery of qi refinement and began attempting foundation establishment. However, the incident with the Du family compelled him to emerge and address the situation. The affairs of the Du family have now been resolved, and the Cheng family in Haishi Square no longer faces any opposing forces. Cheng Yan can finally retreat in peace. This time, Cheng Yan has resolved to remain in seclusion until he achieves foundational establishment, unless a matter of great importance arises within the clan. This retreat will last a full 6 years. Cheng Yan dedicated over 4 years to advancing from the 9th level of qi refinement to complete qi refinement, a feat significantly aided by the constant consumption of enhanced spirit-nourishing pills. These pills possess a stronger efficacy and result in fewer side effects. Were he to rely on ordinary spirit-nourishing pills, the time required for his breakthrough would likely extend by an additional year. Chapter 118. Successfully establishing the foundation during this period. Cheng Yan had exhausted his supply of foundation-enhancing pills. Fortunately, the foundation fruits within the Qian Kuan Mountain water map had matured once more. Cheng Yan promptly concocted another batch of foundation-enhancing pills. Otherwise, his breakthrough could have been significantly delayed. After successfully achieving the consummation of qi cultivation, Cheng Yan dedicated over a year to refining his spiritual energy. Theoretically, upon reaching the pinnacle of qi cultivation, one could attempt to establish their foundation. However, a more refined and pure spiritual energy would undoubtedly increase the probability of success in this endeavor. Still youthful, Cheng Yan had not yet reached the age of 40, and thus, he felt he could afford to invest this year in further enhancement. Therefore, he refrained from immediately attempting to establish his foundation upon reaching the consummate stage of qi cultivation, instead striving to elevate himself to the best possible condition. Today, Cheng Yan sensed that he had reached his zenith. It was time to commence the foundation establishment. He retrieved a foundation-enhancing pill from his storage bag and consumed it without hesitation. As the pill entered his mouth, it transformed into a vast and pure surge of spiritual energy. Cheng Yan hastily activated his cultivation technique to begin refining this energy. However, as a practitioner at the consummate stage of qi cultivation, his dantian was already saturated with spiritual energy. The newly refined energy forcefully surged into his dantian, causing an uncomfortable sensation of swelling within him. As Cheng Yan continued to refine the pill, the feeling of pressure grew increasingly pronounced, reddening his complexion. At this juncture, he needed to compress the spiritual energy. The so-called breakthrough to the foundation establishment phase involves compressing the gaseous spiritual energy of a qi cultivator into a liquid state. The successful compression into liquid spiritual energy signifies the success of foundation establishment. Yet, this process is fraught with immense difficulty and suffering, as compressing spiritual energy places a tremendous burden on the dantian. Moreover, the formidable medicinal power of the foundation-enhancing pill relentlessly coursed through Cheng Yan's meridians, expanding them while simultaneously inflicting great agony. As time elapsed, he began to sweat profusely, his garments drenched. The pain emanating from his dantian and meridians was excruciating. Yet Cheng Yan gritted his teeth, resolutely stifling any cries of distress. Thankfully, the foundation-enhancing pill inherently possesses protective qualities for the dantian and meridians. Otherwise, Cheng Yan might have sustained damage to both by now. This underscores the necessity for practitioners to consume foundation-enhancing pills during their breakthrough to the foundation establishment phase. Without the protection of such pills, a cultivator's dantian could be ruptured during the compression of spiritual energy, resulting in the loss of all cultivation or, in severe cases, death. Conversely, with the aid of a foundation-enhancing pill, even if the breakthrough fails, one can preserve their life and cultivation. Naturally, cultivators with heavenly spiritual roots, or single spiritual root practitioners, face no such dilemmas. Their spiritual energy is remarkably pure, allowing them to compress it with minimal pain and little strain on their dantian and meridians. The greater the variety of spiritual roots one possesses, the more complex the spiritual energy, rendering the breakthrough to foundation establishment increasingly arduous. In the realm of cultivation, practitioners endowed with 5 spiritual roots face an almost insurmountable challenge in advancing to the foundation establishment stage without the aid of foundation establishment pills. Even with such pills, the path remains fraught with difficulties. However, it is worth noting that there exist rare individuals among 5 spiritual root practitioners who have successfully reached this stage without relying on these pills. Such cases are exceedingly scarce, with perhaps only 1 in millions of cultivators. In contrast, practitioners with heavenly spiritual roots possess a remarkable 60% success rate in achieving foundation establishment. Even without the assistance of pills, rendering them as favored children of the heavens. Cheng Yan, gifted with dual spiritual roots, may not rival the extraordinary talents of those with heavenly roots, yet he undoubtedly surpasses practitioners with 4, 3, or even 5 roots. With the support of Foundation establishment pills, he stands a substantial chance of success. At this critical juncture, Cheng Yan's dantian has reached a pivotal moment. The spiritual energy within has coalesced into a sphere, subtly manifesting a mist-like quality. Aware of the gravity of the situation, Cheng Yan understands the necessity of maintaining utmost focus to avoid jeopardizing his efforts. Consolidate. With a powerful shout, Cheng Yan commands the spherical mass of spiritual energy, which begins to compress further. The once fist-sized sphere diminishes in size, ultimately shrinking to the size of a thumbnail. Yet, its contraction does not cease. It continues to condense until it transforms into a droplet of liquid that falls into his dantian. As this droplet of liquid spiritual energy emerges, a surge of energy rushes towards the summit of Jiuyu Mountain. The practitioners, including Cheng Yuhao, who were in the midst of their own training, are abruptly awakened by this unforeseen phenomenon. They emerge from their chambers, gazing towards the mountain peak. Elder brother, what is happening? Isn't the summit where Uncle Lu is in seclusion? Could there be a problem with his cultivation? Cheng Yuning, having never witnessed such a spectacle, fears that Cheng Yan may have encountered a setback in his training. Cheng Xian, standing nearby, shares a look of confusion with Cheng Yuhao, while a new face also observes the unfolding events. However, Cheng Yuhao's expression starkly contrasts with that of Cheng Yuning and Cheng Xian. He gazes at the summit with palpable excitement. He is aware that Cheng Yan's seclusion is aimed at breaking through to the Foundation establishment stage. The current phenomenon clearly indicates that Cheng Yan is nearing the final step of his breakthrough, with spiritual energy pouring in. Rest assured, Uncle Lu is in the midst of a breakthrough. Soon, our Cheng family will welcome a Foundation establishment practitioner, he reassures. Cheng Yuning and Cheng Xian's faces light up with joy at his words, while the new observer displays more of an envious expression. At this moment, the Li siblings also arrive, evidently drawn by the spectacle of Cheng Yan's breakthrough. Notably, Liu chooses to stand beside Cheng Yuhao rather than her own brother. Meanwhile, as spiritual energy floods in, Cheng Yan's dantian continues to accumulate liquid spiritual energy, while a colossal vortex of spiritual energy forms above the summit. Nevertheless, the spiritual vein of Jiuyu Mountain is merely of the first tier and somewhat insufficient for Cheng Yan's breakthrough to Foundation establishment. Consequently, he must retrieve 3,000 spirit stones from his storage pouch. A multitude of spirit stones floated around Cheng Yan, elevating the density of spiritual energy in his vicinity to an extraordinary level. After 3 hours, all the spirit stones surrounding Cheng Yan were completely absorbed, and the swirling vortex of spiritual energy gradually dissipated, signaling the end of the extraordinary phenomenon brought about by the influx of energy. At that moment, Cheng Yan's dantian brimmed with liquid spiritual power. He had successfully established his foundation. Ha ha ha. With the disappearance of the phenomenon, a hearty laugh resonated from the summit of Jiuyu Mountain, reflecting the joy and excitement of the individual. As the laughter subsided, a figure emerged, standing majestically atop the mountain, embodying the hallmark of a foundational cultivator, capable of hovering in midair through sheer spiritual power, no longer reliant on magical artifacts for flight. Chapter 119. The Grand Wedding of Cheng Yuhao. It is indeed rare for foundational practitioners to choose to fly without relying on magical artifacts, as such an endeavor consumes an excessive amount of spiritual energy, even for those who have attained the foundational stage. The individual in question is none other than Cheng Yan, who has successfully established his foundation. Congratulations to Uncle Lu on your successful foundation establishment. Congratulations to the clan leader on your successful foundation establishment. At the foot of the mountain, in the residence of Cheng Yuhao and others, upon seeing Cheng Yan hovering in the air, they all bowed and offered their heartfelt congratulations. Upon hearing their words, Cheng Yan gracefully descended from the summit and approached them. Very good. It appears that during my years of seclusion, you have all diligently continued your cultivation. With his own foundational cultivation, Cheng Yan was well aware of their progress. Currently, Cheng Yuhao had reached the 5th level of qi refinement, not far from the 6th level. Both Cheng Yuning and Cheng Xinqin had also broken through to the 3rd level of qi refinement. The siblings from the Li family were at a similar stage as Cheng Yuhao, close to the 6th level of qi refinement. However, there was one individual whom Cheng Yan did not recognize. Uncle Lu, this is a new member who joined last year, named Cheng Yukai. Yukai, come and pay your respects to Uncle Lu, explained Cheng Yuhao, noticing the confusion in Cheng Yan's eyes. Uncle Lu, Cheng Yukai said, bowing respectfully to Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan affectionately ruffled his hair and smiled. There's no need for excessive formalities. During Cheng Yan's years of seclusion, he had entrusted the task of testing spiritual roots in Qingshan village to Cheng Yuhao, and he had not anticipated the addition of a new clan member. When you joined the clan, I was in seclusion and could not meet you. Now, allow me to present you with a magical artifact as a token of our first meeting. With that, Cheng Yan retrieved a low-grade first-tier magical artifact from his storage bag and handed it to Cheng Yukai. Thank you, Uncle Lu, Cheng Yukai exclaimed, receiving the artifact with both hands, his face alight with joy. However, Cheng Yuning and Cheng Xinxin were less than pleased, as they had not received a welcoming gift upon their own entrance into the clan. Uncle Lu, I want one too. Granduncle, I want one as well. All right. Everyone will receive one. Cheng Yan, having just achieved a breakthrough, was in high spirits. Moreover, a low-grade first-tier magical artifact was not of great value, so he felt generous enough to bestow one upon each of them. After presenting magical artifacts to Cheng Yuning and the others, Cheng Yan then produced the heavy Xian seal and handed it to Cheng Yuhao. This is a high-grade first-tier magical artifact, the heavy Xian seal, which I used during my late stage of qi refinement. Now that I have no further use for it, I gift it to you. Although Cheng Yuhao was currently only at the 5th level of qi refinement and lacked a spirit-gathering pearl to activate the heavy Xian seal, he was not far from the 6th level. Once he broke through, he would be able to wield the seal as a potent weapon. Thank you very much, Uncle Lu. Cheng Yuhao received it with evident delight, and Cheng Yan waved his hand, indicating that no gratitude was necessary. Then, Cheng Yan turned his attention to the Li siblings. Suddenly noticing their peculiar positioning, Cheng Yan cast a glance at Cheng Yuhao, imbued with a hint of deeper meaning, causing both Cheng Yuhao and Li Yu to blush. The siblings of the Li family had been with the Cheng family for over a decade, consistently diligent in their duties. Naturally, Cheng Yan could not neglect them, bestowing upon each a first-tier middle-grade magical artifact. Their faces lit up with joy, although life had improved significantly for them since joining the Cheng family. A first-tier middle-grade magical artifact still represented a considerable fortune. They repeatedly expressed their gratitude to Cheng Yan. There's no need for thanks. You two have managed the spiritual fields exceptionally well, and this reward is well-deserved. However, what is this all about? Cheng Yan waved his hand, indicating that the Li siblings need not thank him further, before turning his attention to the duo of Cheng Yuhao and Li Yu, who stood together. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yuhao gritted his teeth and knelt directly before Cheng Yan. Uncle, I wish to marry Li Yu. I implore you to grant us your blessing. After speaking, he bowed his head in reverence. Please, clan leader, support our union. Seeing this, Li Yu also knelt beside him, their expressions resolute, as if they would not rise until Cheng Yan granted his approval. Cheng Yan was momentarily taken aback. He had never stated that he opposed their union, yet they seemed to regard him as a hindrance to their love. What are you two doing? Please, stand up. I never said I would deny you. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Yuhao abruptly lifted his head, his face alight with surprise. So, does that mean you agree? When did I ever say I disagreed? Cheng Yan replied. Cheng Yuhao, sheepishly scratching his head, explained the misunderstanding. After a moment, Cheng Yan finally comprehended why they had acted thus. It turned out that Cheng Yuhao believed Li Yu was several years his senior, and according to societal norms, their union was deemed inappropriate. Thus, they assumed Cheng Yan would also disapprove. What does that matter? In the realm of cultivation, couples with 100 years age difference often come together. However, marriage is a significant affair. You must seek your father's approval first. Rest assured, uncle, I have already brought Li Yu back to Qingshan village, and my father and grandparents have stated that it is entirely up to you. As long as you agree, they will too. Cheng Yan felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed he was the last to be informed. In that case, let us choose an auspicious day for your wedding. I have already found the perfect date, uncle. The 6th of next month is ideal. Cheng Yan was momentarily dumbfounded. He was uncertain when he would emerge from his retreat. Yet, it appeared that Cheng Yuhao had diligently searched for suitable dates over the years, waiting for his opportunity. Cheng Yan remembered that Cheng Yuhao was not typically one to act impulsively. It was curious that he was so eager in this matter. Very well, let it be the 6th of next month. We shall return to Qingshan village to celebrate your wedding, and allow your parents to partake in the joy. Thank you, uncle. Thank you, clan leader. Upon hearing Cheng Yan's affirmative response, both individuals exchanged joyful glances and bowed in gratitude. Their eyes sparkled with affection, nearly overflowing with emotion. All right, you may all depart. I have just reached the foundation establishment stage and require time to consolidate my cultivation. Cheng Yan gestured for everyone to leave before soaring back to the mountaintop to begin fortifying his skills. More than half a month later, the wedding of Cheng Yuhao and Liu took place as scheduled in Qingshan village. However, as the Li siblings were orphans, the ceremony was attended solely by members of the Cheng family, with the exception of Li Yun. Cheng Yan's parents were filled with immense joy at the sight of their beloved grandson's marriage. Chapter 120. Foundation Establishment Ceremony on the day of the wedding. A radiant smile adorned the face of Cheng Yan's mother, a joy that seemed uncontainable. Over the years, Cheng Yan had consistently brought back rare spiritual items to nourish the health of his elderly parents. Now in their 70s, they remained remarkably vigorous, suggesting that living to their 80s or 90s was well within reach. However, Cheng Yan's third brother, Cheng Hong, appeared somewhat discontented. His business had flourished immensely, boasting a fortune that was hard to overstate. Yet, despite having taken several concubines and fathering over 20 children, none possessed the coveted spiritual roots. Observing his brother's plight, Cheng Yan felt at a loss for words of comfort, ultimately conveying that the possession of spiritual roots was a matter of fate, beyond anyone's control. Cheng Hong, upon hearing this, could only respond with a bitter nod. Following the conclusion of Cheng Yuhao's wedding, Cheng Yan left behind several low-tier spiritual items for his family and returned with a group to Jiyushan. Upon their arrival, the mountain became bustling with activity as preparations commenced for Cheng Yan's foundation establishment ceremony, scheduled for 3 months later. As March arrived, the ceremony unfolded as planned. Nearly every notable faction surrounding Haishi Square made an appearance, as it marked the emergence of the third foundation establishment force in the area. Even some loose cultivators joined the gathering, eager to familiarize themselves with the younger generation of the Cheng family to avoid any future misunderstandings. The responsibility of receiving the guests naturally fell to Cheng Yuhao, as the attendees were primarily qi refinement cultivators, not necessitating Cheng Yan's direct involvement as a foundation establishment practitioner. However, at that moment, Cheng Yan sensed 2 formidable auras approaching, rivaling his own. The Zhang family of Qinghao arrived, presenting 5 first-tier premium spiritual talismans. The Lu family of Kangmang followed suit, offering 2 first-tier premium magical artifacts. As Cheng Yuhao announced their arrival, Cheng Yan personally went forth to greet them. After all, the visitors were foundation establishment cultivators, Lu Yuran and Zhang Ruxian. Fellow Taoist Lu, fellow Taoist Zhang, it is an honor to see you both in person, Cheng Yan exclaimed. Haha, how could we miss the foundation establishment ceremony of fellow Taoist Cheng? They replied. Indeed, fellow Taoist Cheng has achieved foundation establishment at such a young age. We are truly envious. Please, both of you, come inside, Cheng Yan gestured, leading them to the elevated platform. As foundation establishment cultivators, it was only fitting that they did not sit among the qi refinement practitioners, preserving their dignity. The venue had been specially constructed by the Cheng family over the past 3 months for this momentous occasion. Once they were seated, Cheng Yan engaged in casual conversation with them when an announcement rang out. Elder Wu of Hushao Mountain Villa has arrived, presenting a second-tier inferior magical artifact. Hushao Mountain Villa? The Cheng family has garnered quite the reputation. They have sent a foundation establishment elder in person, murmured the assembled cultivators, intrigued by the significance of the occasion. What you may not know is that the spiritual veins of the Cheng family are currently rented from the Tiger Roar Mountain Villa, naturally making them an affiliated force of the villa. When one's own affiliated force produces a foundation-building cultivator, it is only fitting to extend congratulations. I see. Thank you for enlightening me, my friend. No need for thanks. Come, let us share a drink. At this moment, Cheng Yan, standing on the high platform, excused himself to Lu Yuran and stepped forward to personally welcome Elder Wu. Cheng Yan was familiar with Elder Wu, having encountered him during the battle between the Tiger Roar Mountain Villa and the Blood Refining Sect. At that time, Elder Wu was merely at the early stage of foundation building, yet he had now advanced to the mid-stage. Cheng Yan clasped his hands together and courteously remarked, "It is truly an honor for my Zhou family to have Elder Wu grace us with his presence." Elder Wu replied, "Not at all. I must congratulate you, Taoist Zhou, on successfully establishing your foundation. Please, do come in." Cheng Yan gestured invitingly. Elder Wu reciprocated the gesture, indicating for Cheng Yan to proceed ahead. Though Elder Wu, being from the Tiger Roar Mountain Villa, possessed a higher cultivation level than Cheng Yan, it was, after all, Cheng Yan's foundation building ceremony, and he was the protagonist of the event. Thus it would be improper for Elder Wu to walk in front of him. Cheng Yan then led Elder Wu to the high platform to take a seat. Upon seeing Lu Yuran and Zhang Ruxian, Elder Wu greeted them, and they, of course, responded with the utmost respect. After exchanging pleasantries with the two, Elder Wu remained silent, instead partaking of the spiritual wine and delicacies. The two did not wish to intrude upon his solitude with idle conversation, Subsequently, several qi refining families and loose cultivators arrived, bringing gifts that were not particularly valuable. In fact, some loose cultivators came empty-handed, merely seeking to partake in the banquet. Cheng Yan could not be bothered with such individuals. After all, those with such audacity were but a rare few. As the guests gathered, the foundation-building ceremony commenced in earnest. Traditionally, the first step of a foundation-building ceremony is to pay homage to one's ancestors. However, as the Cheng family had only been established for a little over a decade, if one were to inquire about their ancestors, it would lead only to Cheng Yan himself, who was very much alive and would not pay homage to his own self. Thus, the initial step of ancestor worship was promptly omitted. Next, Cheng Yan was required to don ceremonial attire and walk down the aisle amidst the guests, allowing them to behold the grace of a foundation-building cultivator. This foundation-building cultivator from the Cheng family is remarkably young, appearing to be scarcely in his 40s. Indeed, to have succeeded in foundation building at such a young age, I am already over 50 and have only attained the 7th layer of qi refining. It seems I shall never achieve foundation building in this lifetime. As Cheng Yan passed before the guests, his youthful appearance sparked a flurry of murmurs. Alas, even if one possesses perfected qi refining, how easily can one acquire a foundation building pill? Enough of such thoughts, let us drink. Once Cheng Yan reached the high platform where the ceremony was to be held, Cheng Yuhao produced a scroll and began to recite the proceedings. It primarily recounts the experiences of Cheng Yan. For instance, it mentions how Cheng Yan was born into a mundane existence, fortuitously received the legacy of cultivation, embarked on the path of immortality, and, after over 20 years of diligent practice, managed to establish a solid foundation. Naturally, it does not delve into any family secrets. Frankly speaking, much of it is merely formalities, attempting to glean insights into the secrets of other families, which is, of course, an impossible endeavor. Once Cheng Yuhao concluded his reading, the grand ceremony commenced. He expressed gratitude to everyone for taking the time out of their busy schedules to attend his foundation establishment ceremony. Cheng had prepared a modest feast and sincerely hoped that all would enjoy the food and drink. Chapter 121. The Auction Patriarch Cheng, you are far too courteous. This is the first time I have encountered such an abundance of spiritual delicacies. Perhaps due to Cheng Yan's youth, some of the qi refining cultivators, rather than feeling intimidated by his foundation establishment status, initiated conversation with him. Dear friend, you must indulge yourself today, one of the qi refining cultivators proclaimed. His words elicited hearty laughter from the guests. Cheng Yan took no offense. He was not one to shy away from jest, and besides, it helped to enliven the atmosphere. Now, let us dispense with idle chatter. I would like to propose a toast to everyone here. With that, Cheng Yan raised his cup and drank heartily. The guests, inspired by his example, lifted their own cups and followed suit. After the toast, the attendees began to savor the spiritual dishes at their tables and partake in the spiritual wine, creating a lively scene of clinking cups and merry laughter. However, once the meal concluded, aside from Elder Wu from the Hushao Mountain Manor, who departed early, no one chose to leave. This was because the final segment of the grand event was yet to come, the sermon. The sermon entailed sharing insights on foundation establishment, which was the main reason many guests had chosen to attend. After all, for any qi refining cultivator, the experiences shared by a foundation establishment cultivator were an invaluable treasure. Of course, Cheng Yan was no sage and could not impart all his insights to strangers. He selectively shared some useful, yet non-essential knowledge with the audience. The truly critical insights had already been meticulously recorded in jade slips for future reference by those embarking on foundation establishment. Nonetheless, Cheng Yan's sermon proved immensely beneficial, leaving the qi refining cultivators feeling that their journey had been worthwhile. As Cheng Yan concluded his discourse, the guests departed in high spirits. Yet the individuals from the Liu and Zhang families lingered, hesitant to leave. Once he had seen off the remaining guests, Cheng Yan approached the Liu and Zhang representatives once more. He had sensed earlier that the two foundation establishment cultivators had not come merely for a meal. For individuals had arrived from the two families. Alongside the two foundation establishment cultivators, the patriarchs of both families were present. Cheng Yan led the quartet to the reception hall. Yuhua, prepare some tea. After everyone was seated, Cheng Yan summoned Cheng Yuhua to serve tea to the guests. Once the tea was poured, Cheng Yan did not dismiss him, but instead instructed him to stand behind himself. As Cheng Yan progressed in his foundation establishment, he would inevitably devote more time to cultivation, and management of family affairs would eventually fall to Cheng Yuhua. This was an opportune moment for him to learn a bit more. Seated at the head of the table, Cheng Yan glanced at the representatives from the Liu and Zhang families, who were positioned on either side. After Yuhua had finished serving tea, Cheng Yan directly inquired. Might I ask what brings you esteemed guests here today? Elder Lu remarked. Our two families have maintained a cooperative relationship with the Cheng family for over a decade. Therefore, let us speak candidly, my friend Cheng. Surely, after your breakthrough into the foundation establishment stage, you have sensed that a first-tier spiritual vein is no longer sufficient to support a practitioner of your caliber, correct? Cheng Yan, upon hearing this, offered a wry smile and nodded, saying, Indeed, I have been troubled by this matter of late. As the two had surmised, the first-tier superior spiritual vein atop Jiuyu Mountain could no longer provide Cheng Yan with the requisite energy for his cultivation. During his initial breakthrough, he had to expend 3,000 spirit stones to aid his advancement due to a lack of spiritual energy. Subsequently, during the consolidation of his cultivation, he also depleted more spirit stones. While he could forcibly cultivate atop the first-tier spiritual vein, doing so would deplete all the energy therein, adversely affecting the cultivation of his fellow clansmen. They were not solitary beings. Besides himself, there was an entire family to consider. Naturally, such selfishness was out of the question. Furthermore, for a foundation establishment practitioner to forcibly cultivate in a first-tier vein could very well damage the vein, potentially even causing it to regress in quality. For some time now, Cheng Yan had refrained from practicing, which added to his distress. He had contemplated elevating the rank of the spiritual vein, yet the cost was prohibitively high. To upgrade a first-tier superior vein to a second-tier vein would require an expenditure of 200,000 to 300,000 spirit stones. Moreover, the enhancement of a spiritual vein was not an instantaneous process. Each upgrade necessitated a span of 2 to 3 decades. As time progressed, the resources and duration required for such advancements would only increase. Compounding this issue was the fact that this spiritual vein did not belong to the Cheng family. Each year, Cheng Yan had to pay a substantial sum of spirit stones to the Hushao Mountain Manor for the lease of the vein. Should he invest such a significant amount of resources into upgrading the vein, only for the Hushao Mountain Manor to reclaim it, it would all be in vain. Do you, my friend Cheng, have any solutions in mind? In truth, both men were quite troubled by this predicament, having made little progress in their own cultivation over the years. Surely, the Golden Blade sect must have second-tier spiritual veins available for lease, one suggested. As a force of the Golden Core stage, the Golden Blade sect must possess several second-tier veins, some of which might be available for rent. Cheng Yan considered that if no other options presented themselves, he might seek to lease a vein from the Golden Blade sect. However, what Cheng Yan did not realize was that while the Golden Blade sect indeed had second-tier veins for lease, not just anyone could rent them. One must have a family member join the Golden Blade sect, and at the very least, that individual must be an inner sect disciple. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan furrowed his brow, for this revelation posed a significant challenge. Gaining admission into the Golden Blade sect was no simple feat, and becoming an inner sect disciple was even more arduous. If Cheng Yan were to join the Golden Blade sect with his foundation establishment level cultivation, he might at least attain the status of an inner disciple. Yet, could he truly abandon his family to join the Golden Blade sect? The Golden Blade sect would never permit its disciples to establish factions in secret. After all, the disciples painstakingly nurtured by the sect would not be allowed to turn around and create their own power, exploiting the resources of the Golden Blade sect to bolster their own strength. Even though the Golden Blade sect is a formidable Golden Core force, it cannot withstand such betrayal. Regardless of whether one was a scion of a prominent family prior to joining the sect, once they become a member of the Golden Blade sect, they are no longer affiliated with their family. They belong solely to the sect. No force would wish to see its cultivated disciples ultimately serving another's interests. Thus, the regulation of disciples is exceedingly stringent. It is clear that leasing spiritual veins from the Golden Blade sect is out of the question. However, since Lu and Zhang sought out Cheng Yan, they must have devised a solution. Cheng Yan then inquired, "Have you two fellow cultivators already found a way to resolve this?" Chapter 122. The Tiansong Mountain Range. Upon hearing this, the two exchanged a knowing smile, and Lu Yuren spoke up. "Are you familiar with the Tiansong Mountain Range?" "My friend Cheng Yan, of course, was well aware of it. The eastern wilderness was traversed by a river named Li River, which flowed from north to south, connecting the northern frontier to the southern sea. To the west of the Li River, adjacent to it, lay the Tiansong Mountain Range. It was here that the human cultivators had once driven the demon tribes to this area, only to be obstructed by the demons arriving from the southern sea. They established a covenant stipulating that human cultivators of the Yuanying stage and above were forbidden from entering the Tiansong Mountain Range. Naturally, demon beasts of the fourth tier and above were also prohibited from entering. Following a fierce conflict, the human race sought a period of recuperation, and with the interference of the southern sea demons, they consented to the terms. Henceforth, the Tiansong mountain range became the boundary between the territories of humans and demons. To the east lay the demon tribes, and to the west, the human race. Are you too perhaps seeking to discover a second-tier spiritual vein within the Tiansong mountain range? The Tiansong mountain range stretched for thousands of miles, rich in resources, teeming with countless rare spiritual materials, including second-tier spiritual veins. However, as a borderland between the two races, according to the terms of their covenant, fourth-tier demon beasts would certainly not be present, but third-tier demon beasts were abundant. It was said that the deepest parts of the Tiansong mountain range even harbored top-tier third-tier demon beasts, with second-tier demon beasts in abundance. Even late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators venturing into the Tiansong mountain range faced the possibility of perishing. While some factions had indeed established their presence within the Tiansong mountain range, these factions were either of the Golden Core level or large Foundation establishment factions comprising several Foundation establishment cultivators, far beyond the capabilities of their nascent Foundation establishment faction. Any attempt by their families to relocate to the Tiansong mountain range would ultimately lead to their annihilation by demon beasts. Indeed, receiving affirmation from the two, Cheng Yan fell into a contemplative silence. The Tiansong mountain range was perilously dangerous, and he wished to shield his family from plunging into despair. We understand your concerns, dear Cheng. The strength of any one of our three families is insufficient to establish a foothold in the Tiansong mountain range. However, should we unite our forces, we could indeed present a significant presence, ensuring our survival within the Tiansong mountain range, they explained, noticing the apprehension in Cheng Yan's eyes. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan hesitated. Zhang Ruxian, observing his uncertainty, continued, "You are quite young, yet you have already achieved Foundation establishment. Who knows what potential you may have for reaching the Golden Core stage? If you remain here, the Jindao sect may not readily allow you to reach the Golden Core. However, within the Tiansong mountain range, while the spiritual materials for Golden Core cultivation remain rare, opportunities do exist. This much is clear to you. The Jindao sect would not wish for a rival Golden Core faction to emerge on their territory, competing for the limited resources available, and would undoubtedly exert every effort to suppress any faction with the potential to reach the Golden Core. However, who among the cultivators does not aspire to advance their cultivation further? Cheng Yan is no exception. Remaining within the sphere of influence of the Golden Blade sect is indeed detrimental to his progress in forming a core. This matter is of great significance, and it seems I cannot provide an immediate answer. I hope you will grant me some time for contemplation. As it pertains to the family's grand plan, it is natural that one must not make hasty decisions. It is entirely reasonable for you, my friend Cheng, to require time to reflect. In light of this, we shall not impose further and will take our leave for now." The two did not expect Cheng Yan to acquiesce immediately. The decision they made initially took considerable time to deliberate. However, once Cheng Yan began to contemplate, they had already succeeded in their purpose by a significant margin. "I shall see you off, please." With that, Cheng Yan escorted the two families down the Nine-Feather Mountain. "Let us part here, my friends. I hope to hear good news from you soon," they said, bowing respectfully to Cheng Yan. "Very well, travel safely, and I shall certainly provide you with a definitive response at the earliest opportunity." After seeing off the Lu and Zhang families, Cheng Yan sought out Cheng Yuhao once more. "Yuhao, do you believe the proposal of relocating the family to the Tiansong mountain range is feasible?" Upon hearing this, Yuhao understood that his sixth uncle intended to test him, and he replied, "Uncle, I believe this proposal is indeed viable." Cheng Yan raised an eyebrow, surprised that Yuhao, still at the 5th level of Qi training, possessed such audacity. "Elaborate on your reasoning." Yuhao paused, organizing his thoughts before responding. "I see 3 reasons for this feasibility. First, regarding your cultivation, uncle, you have now broken through to the Foundation establishment stage, and a second-tier spiritual vein is indispensable. Currently, most spiritual veins in the Eastern Wilderness human territory are claimed, so we must focus our attention on the Tiansong mountain range. The second point, as mentioned by the elders of the Lu and Zhang families, is that remaining here is exceedingly unfavorable for your future core formation, while there are no such limitations in the Tiansong mountain range." At this point, Yuhao felt somewhat parched and took a large sip from his teacup before continuing. "The third point concerns the family's development. Although our current growth seems stable, it is fraught with limitations and progresses too slowly. If we can truly establish a foothold in the Tiansong mountain range, our family's development will undoubtedly accelerate." Hearing this, Cheng Yan nodded with a smile. Recognizing the rare foresight Yuhao displayed, "Have you considered whether the Lu and Zhang families can be trusted?" Yuhao smiled in response and said, Though our Cheng family is still in its infancy and lacks strength, as long as we have you, uncle, regardless of their trustworthiness, they will not act against us until they possess the capability to stand independently in the Tiansong mountain range. Moreover, we ought to extend our assistance to the Cheng family within our means, for they indeed require the support of you, sixth uncle, as a foundational cultivator. Once we have established our footing, we shall no longer fear either of the two families. How can you be certain they will not outpace us in their development? After all, we have sixth uncle here. Cheng Yuhao chuckled, flattering Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan, taken aback, remarked, when did you learn the art of sycophancy? Enough of this. Hasten to your cultivation and strive to break through to the 6th level of Qi training as soon as possible. Chapter 123, The Upcoming Auction. Uncle Lu, I shall take my leave now. With that, Cheng Yuhao descended to pursue his cultivation, as his current level of skill was indeed too meager. At present, the entire Cheng family was predominantly supported by Cheng Yan alone, and he yearned to elevate his abilities swiftly in order to contribute in any way he could. Once Cheng Yuhao departed, Cheng Yan found himself deep in contemplation regarding the matters proposed by the Lu and Zhang families. In truth, what Cheng Yuhao articulated mirrored Cheng Yan's own thoughts. While the Tiansong mountain range was fraught with peril, it also harbored opportunities. Should they manage to establish a foothold there, it would greatly benefit both Cheng Yan and the family. Yet, the Cheng family was currently too weak, and Cheng Yan was uncertain if they could withstand such upheaval. Suddenly, a long sigh escaped Cheng Yan, and his gaze grew resolute. When did he become so hesitant? In the past, even as a mere 5th-level Qi practitioner, he had dared to engage in conflicts with the two major foundational forces. How was it that, after breaking through to the foundation establishment stage, he had begun to exhibit such timidity? It was merely the Tiansong mountain range. What was there to fear in venturing forth? However, despite his newfound determination, Cheng Yan was not one to act recklessly. He understood the necessity of thorough preparation before embarking on any venture. Now that he had just broken through to foundation establishment, he lacked any suitable magical artifacts. The only item he possessed was a 2nd-tier inferior flying sword bestowed upon him by the Tiger's Roar Mountain Villa, which was rather unimpressive. It seemed he would need to find time to visit the Golden Blade Workshop Market to procure some artifacts that were more fitting for his needs. A few days later, Cheng Yan visited the Zhang family and met with Zhang Ruxian, after which they proceeded to the Lu family to meet Lu Yuren. There, Cheng Yan expressed his willingness to collaborate with both families. The two were overjoyed at his words. With 3 foundation establishment cultivators, they felt confident that they could secure a place within the Tiansong mountain range. Cheng Yan then mentioned that he had no suitable magical artifacts at hand and would need some time to prepare. Both Zhang Ruxian and Lu Yuren readily agreed. It was then that Zhang Ruxian reminded him that in half a year, the Golden Blade sect would hold its small auction, which jogged Cheng Yan's memory that nearly a decade had passed since his last visit to the Golden Blade sect. Thus, the 3 of them agreed to convene half a year later to attend the auction at the Golden Blade Workshop Market. For foundation establishment cultivators, 6 months was but a fleeting moment, and before long, the time had come. Cheng Yan, along with Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian, set out for the Golden Blade Workshop Market. As all 3 were foundation establishment cultivators, they chose to travel by sword flight instead of using a 1st-tier premium flying boat, reaching their destination in just 4 days. They had timed their arrival perfectly, as the auction was just commencing upon their arrival at the Golden Blade Workshop Market. This time, Cheng Yan, now a foundational cultivator, no longer required any financial proof and smoothly entered the auction house. The event even thoughtfully prepared a private box for a few attendees. The opportunity to access the box was afforded by the fact that this auction was merely a small-scale event, and there were no announcements regarding foundational pills, resulting in a modest turnout. Had it been a large auction, considering the early foundational cultivation stage of Cheng Yan and his companions, they would have had no choice but to sit among the crowd below. The environment within the box was indeed far superior to that of the floor, with a platter of spirit fruits laid out for guests to enjoy, allowing them to gaze down upon the entire auction venue. Before long, the auction commenced, but this time the host was not the elderly gentleman from the previous event. Instead, it was a beautiful female cultivator, albeit with only mid-foundational cultivation. It seemed that the absence of foundational pills diminished the significance of the auction in the eyes of the Jin Dao sect. The initial spirit items auctioned were primarily 1st tier, which did not capture Cheng Yan's interest. However, a breakthrough pill caught his attention, and he purchased it for 3,000 spirit stones. Though the breakthrough pill was merely a 1st-tier upper-grade elixir, such pills, which facilitate the transition between realms, are generally much more expensive than their peers. Moreover, the primary ingredient, snake blood herb, is is quite rare. It is said that this herb requires the blood of a top-tier first-grade serpent beast for at least 60 years before it matures. Thus, the high price of the breakthrough pill is indeed justified. Cheng Yan acquired this pill for Cheng Yuhao, who had just reached the 6th layer of qi refinement and was perfectly suited to consume it. Following the first-tier items, nothing further piqued Cheng Yan's interest. As the first-tier items concluded their auction, it was time for the second-tier items to be presented. The first item in this category stirred some excitement within Cheng Yan, a second-tier lower-grade magical artifact, the silver pattern mirror. When activated, this mirror emits a beam of white light, capable of immobilizing even a mid-foundational cultivator for a brief moment if they are caught off guard. In the realm of cultivators, battles can change in an instant, and possessing this artifact would undoubtedly provide an advantage in such confrontations. The starting bid for the silver pattern mirror was 6,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 300 stones. The bidding began. 7,000 spirit stones. As soon as the female host finished speaking, someone immediately raised the bid by 1,000 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, the host smiled graciously, a gesture that caused the male cultivators below to gaze in awe, longing to empty their pockets for the sake of that enchanting smile. Alas, many were left lamenting their lack of funds. 7,500 spirit stones. Cheng Yan, intrigued by the artifact, called out his bid. Fellow cultivator Cheng, are you interested in the silver pattern mirror? Lu Yuren inquired upon hearing Cheng Yan's bid. Indeed, Cheng Yan replied. Be wary of her words, fellow cultivator Cheng. While the silver pattern mirror may indeed immobilize a foundational cultivator for a moment, how often do cultivators stand still to be caught? Thank you, Taoist Lu, for your reminder. I am aware. Observing the knowing expression on Cheng Yan's face, Lu Yuren ceased to speak further. 7,800 spirit stones. While Cheng Yan conversed with Lu Yuren, another individual raised the bid. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan furrowed his brow slightly. Generally, the price of a second-tier low-grade magical artifact hovers around 7,000 to 8,000 spirit stones, with superior items reaching 8,000 to 9,000. Only items such as alchemical furnaces, tool cauldrons, talisman brushes, and flying vessels can command prices exceeding 10,000 spirit stones. Indeed, as Lu Yuren noted, the claims made by the female cultivator were somewhat exaggerated. The silver pattern mirror would be fortunate to fetch 8,000 spirit stones. Thus, Cheng Yan resolved to raise the bid once more. Should another counteroffer arise, he would withdraw. Chapter 124. The Flying Boat. 8,100 spirit stones. Any cultivator capable of reaching the foundation establishment stage is far from being mediocre. They naturally comprehend the true value of the silver pattern mirror. Thus, after Cheng Yan raised the bid, no one in the audience dared to counter. Ultimately, Cheng Yan acquired the silver pattern mirror for the sum of 8,100 spirit stones. Following that, he spent 7,600 spirit stones to procure a second-tier inferior defensive artifact named the Copper Profound Bell, a bell-shaped item with formidable defensive capabilities. In truth, Cheng Yan had also set his sights on a more offensive artifact during the auction, but the price had escalated to 9,000 spirit stones, which he deemed excessive and subsequently relinquished. The next item up for bid was a second-tier inferior small flying boat, the Flowing Wind Boat, capable of accommodating up to 10 individuals. When fully activated, it boasted a speed rivaling that of mid-foundation establishment cultivators. With a starting bid of 8,000 spirit stones and a minimum increment of 300 spirit stones, the bidding commenced. A flying boat. Upon seeing the palm-sized azure vessel in the hands of the female cultivator hosting the auction, a flicker of delight graced Cheng Yan's face. During his previous visit to the Golden Blade Market with the Zhang family, he had envied their flying boat immensely. Regrettably, there had been no flying boats at that auction, so he was pleasantly surprised to encounter one today, especially a second-tier inferior model. 9,000 spirit stones. Since he had encountered it, Cheng Yan was determined not to let this opportunity slip away, directly raising the bid by 1,000 spirit stones. 9,500 spirit stones. A second-tier inferior flying boat is easily worth around 10,000 spirit stones, and Cheng Yan's bid of 9,000 spirit stones was insufficient to intimidate the crowd. Soon, several more bids were made, raising the price of the Flowing Wind Boat to 11,000 spirit stones, at which point only a few remained in contention. 12,000 spirit stones. In truth, 11,000 spirit stones was somewhat above the reasonable price for the Flowing Wind Boat. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan was exceedingly fond of this vessel, and he raised the bid by another 1,000 spirit stones, hoping to deter the other bidders. As anticipated, upon witnessing Cheng Yan's latest increase, the remaining bidders refrained from further offers. While the Flowing Wind Boat was desirable, it was not worth expending an additional 1,000 or 2,000 spirit stones to obtain it. After successfully acquiring the flowing wind boat for 12,000 spirit stones, Cheng Yan abstained from bidding on any further items. Meanwhile, Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian each procured a few items that caught their fancy, with the final second-tier superior artifact fetching an impressive 40,000 spirit stones. The auction concluded successfully. However, Cheng Yan and his companion's journey to the Golden Blade Market was far from over. In addition to participating in the auction, their purpose for visiting the Golden Blade Market was to purchase formations at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion of the Golden Blade sect. Given their decision to seek second-tier spiritual veins in the Tiansong mountain range, it was clear that the protective formations of the three families were no longer viable, necessitating the acquisition of new ones. Upon arriving at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion and stating their intentions, the proprietor presented them with several second-tier superior protective formations. Ultimately, Cheng Yan selected an array known as the Mist Concealment Profound Killing Formation, a powerful combination of stealth, enemy confinement, defense, and offense. However, the price was considerable, amounting to 50,000 spirit stones for Cheng Yan. Once Cheng Yan had selected the formations he desired, Lu Yuren and the others also acquired their favored formations, and the group subsequently departed from the Golden Blade Workshop, making their way towards the Blackstone Workshop. This time, with the assistance of the flowing wind boat, the trio moved with remarkable swiftness. Even without exerting his full power to propel the flowing wind boat, Cheng Yan completed the return journey in merely 3 days. Upon their arrival at the Blackstone Workshop, the three separated, each heading back to their respective families. Cheng Yan, however, chose not to return to Jiyu Mountain immediately, but instead made a visit to the Lingyun mountain range, recalling the presence of a spirit eye within. Now that Cheng Yan had attained the foundation establishment stage, he possessed the capability to relocate the spirit eye. Upon reaching the waterfall, everything appeared unchanged, suggesting that no one had discovered the spirit eye. Exercising caution, Cheng Yan opted to probe with his divine sense. This exploration revealed something unexpected. However, the discovery was not related to the spirit eye behind the waterfall, but emanated from the deep pool beneath it, where he sensed a chill at the bottom. Contemplating this, Cheng Yan encased himself in a water shield spell and unhesitatingly leaped into the depths, beginning his descent. As he continued to plunge deeper, he was astonished to find the pool's depth nearing 100 fathoms, explaining why he had failed to detect any anomalies previously. At that time, his cultivation was insufficient, and his divine sense could not cover such a vast area, thus eluding his notice. However, upon reaching a certain depth, he began to feel an excruciating cold. As he descended further, the chill intensified, causing even Cheng Yan, now a foundation establishment cultivator, to feel his face blanch and his teeth chatter. Nevertheless, he gritted his teeth and continued his descent, for such a remarkable phenomenon in the pool suggested the presence of some treasure. Having gone this far, he could not simply abandon his quest. Ultimately, just before his body succumbed to complete numbness, he successfully reached the bottom of the pool. There, amidst the depths, lay a gleaming crystal, roughly the size of a fist, from which all the cold emanated. The cold desolation crystal. Upon seeing this shimmering gem, Cheng Yan could not suppress his exclamation of delight. Had he not been protected by the water shield spell, he would have inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of water. Yet, his excitement was entirely justified. The cold desolation crystal was an exceedingly rare material for crafting water-type artifacts. This particular crystal was of second-tier mid-grade quality, and its substantial size was sufficient to forge 2 magical instruments. Artifacts imbued with the cold desolation crystal would unleash a frigid aura with each strike, wreaking havoc upon the body of any cultivator it entered, proving to be extremely troublesome. Thus, it was no wonder Cheng Yan was so exhilarated upon discovering the cold desolation crystal. What he did not anticipate was the existence of second-tier spiritual items within the Lingyun mountain range. However, upon reflection, it was reasonable, as few who ventured into the Lingyun mountain range were even at the late stage of qi refinement. Their spiritual awareness could scarcely extend 100 zhang, rendering them incapable of perceiving the anomalies at the bottom of the pool. Furthermore, given their cultivation levels, they lacked the strength to delve into the depths of such a profound abyss. This frost crystal had likely resided at the bottom of the pool for several millennia, and attaining its current mid-tier second-grade status is quite plausible. Had it not been fortuitously discovered by Cheng Yan, this frost crystal might, after several more centuries, or even millennia, have ascended to the upper tier of the second grade. As Cheng Yan reached out to grasp the frost crystal, a surge of intense cold enveloped him. In an instant, he felt his arm become numbed by the frigid temperature, prompting him to hastily discard the crystal. Chapter 125. Unexpected gains. He was reluctant to simply cast the cold frost crystal into his storage ring. as the intense cold it emanated might adversely affect the other items within. Thus, Cheng Yan retrieved a jade box from his storage ring, which possessed excellent insulating properties against both cold and heat. Upon placing the cold frost crystal inside the jade box, the frigid aura dissipated immediately. After securing the crystal in his storage ring, Cheng Yan shook his hand. Although their contact had been brief, a trace of the chilling energy had still penetrated his arm. While he swiftly expelled it, a lingering soreness remained. Subsequently, Cheng Yan began to ascend. Upon emerging from the pool, he collected the spiritual eye hidden behind the waterfall into the Qian Kuan mountain water diagram. With the spiritual eye safely stored, Cheng Yan proceeded towards Jiuyu Mountain, elated by the unexpected bounty of his journey. Upon returning to Jiuyu Mountain, Cheng Yan summoned Cheng Yuhao and handed him the Breaking Realm pill acquired from the auction. You have now reached the 6th layer of Qi refinement, making this Breaking Realm pill perfectly suited for you. However, do not rush to consume it. You have only just broken through, and your spiritual power is still unstable. If you take the pill now, it could jeopardize your foundation and hinder your future path. Wait until your cultivation is thoroughly solidified before using it. Cheng Yuhao, still quite young, retained a glimmer of potential for foundational establishment. Cheng Yan was keen to ensure that his nephew did not jeopardize his chances for the sake of rapid advancement. Uncle, Cheng Yuhao gazed at the Breaking Realm pill in Cheng Yan's hand, feeling a mix of gratitude and shame, yet hesitating to accept it. After spending 16 or 17 years atop Jiuyu Mountain, he felt he had not only failed to assist Cheng Yan, but had also caused him considerable trouble, making him reluctant to accept the pill. Enough of this hesitation. As you know, I must embark on a journey soon, and the family will need you to oversee matters in my absence. The higher your cultivation, the more at ease I shall be. Take it without delay. Without waiting for Cheng Yuhao's consent, he pressed the Breaking Realm pill into his hands. Rest assured, Uncle, I will not disappoint your expectations. Cheng Yuhao tightened his grip around the vial containing the pill and bowed deeply to Cheng Yan. You are my brother's child. It is my duty to care for you. If you truly wish to assist me, then do hurry and provide me with a grandnephew. Just look at our current state on Jiuyu Mountain. A prestigious foundational family with only 5 members is a subject of ridicule. Although Cheng Yuhao was now a married man, he was still merely in his 20s. And Cheng Yan's words left him blushing deeply. Do not feel embarrassed. Both you and Xiao Yu possess spiritual roots, and the likelihood of your offspring inheriting such roots is quite substantial. Relying solely on our mundane family's meager probability of birthing individuals with spiritual roots, our development would inevitably be excessively sluggish. For the advancement of our clan, population holds paramount importance. Otherwise, even with abundant industries, the absence of management poses a significant issue. Why have you not sought a Dao partner, 6th uncle? Cheng Yuhao mumbled softly, his head bowed. Cheng Yan, being a foundation-building cultivator with exceptionally keen hearing, immediately caught wind of Cheng Yuhao's words and glared in surprise. Have you become bold enough to jest about your 6th uncle? While speaking, Cheng Yan feigned an intention to strike Cheng Yuhao. I shall retreat to cultivate now. Observing this, Cheng Yuhao swiftly made his escape. Remember, do not hastily consume the breakthrough pill. I know, 6th uncle. As Cheng Yuhao's voice faded into the distance, Cheng Yan chuckled and shook his head. Yuhao typically possesses a calm demeanor, yet displays such playful behavior only in my presence. Nevertheless, Yuhao's words hold merit. Perhaps it is indeed time to seek a Dao partner. However, wealth, companionship, methodology, and land are all significant, with companionship ranking second in importance. This matter warrants careful consideration. With Cheng Yan's current foundation-building cultivation, marrying a Qi refining female cultivator presents no obstacles. Yet, rather than viewing these individuals as true partners, one might consider them more akin to concubines, offering no assistance in his quest for enlightenment. Thus, Cheng Yan does not rush into the matter of finding a Dao partner. Such things depend on fate. When the time is right, it cannot be forced. Cheng Yan subsequently remained atop Jiuyu Mountain for 3 months. He had previously agreed with Lu Yuran and Zhang Ruxian that upon Cheng Yuhao breaking through to the 7th layer of Qi refining, they would venture together to the Tiansong mountain range. Although the Cheng family, as a foundation-building clan, holds a reputable name, it is wise to have a late-stage Qi refining cultivator guarding the family for added peace of mind. Today, Cheng Yuhao successfully achieved his breakthrough to the 7th layer of Qi refining. Cheng Yan summoned the newly advanced Cheng Yuhao and instructed him to ensure the family was well taken care of during Cheng Yan's absence. If faced with insurmountable foes, he could seek assistance from the Lu and Zhang families. After imparting his instructions, Cheng Yan set forth. Outside Haishi Square, Lu Yuran and Zhang Ruxian had been waiting patiently for some time. Lu Daoyu, Zhang Daoyu, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Cheng Yan greeted the two who stood outside Haishi Square, offering an apologetic gesture. No worries, Cheng Daoyu. You are not late. We simply arrived a bit early. Zhang Ruxian smiled, waving his hand dismissively, indicating that Cheng Yan need not concern himself. Since you have arrived, let us set off. Lu Yuren, seemingly unable to contain his eagerness, urged the two to depart promptly upon Cheng Yan's arrival. It is hardly surprising that Lu Yuren is in such a hurry. The two have been foundation-building cultivators for a decade. During this decade, their cultivation has been minimal, and naturally, they are eager to locate a second-tier spiritual vein to sustain their practice. What Lu Daoyu has stated is indeed accurate. However, the distance from Haishi Fangshi to the Tiansong mountain range is quite considerable. It seems we must rely on Zhou Daoyu's flowing wind boat to journey from Haishi Fangshi eastward to the Tiansong mountain range, even for a foundation establishment cultivator, would require no less than half a month. Yet, with the aid of the flowing wind boat, this time could be significantly reduced to merely 10 days. Therefore, Cheng Yan naturally would not decline this offer. After all, arriving a day earlier at the Tiansong mountain range would enable them to discover a suitable spiritual vein sooner. Cheng Yan summoned the flowing wind boat, channeling his spiritual energy to activate it. The originally palm-sized vessel began to swell dramatically, transforming into a flying boat measuring 8 zhang in length and 3 zhang in width. Chapter 126. This way, once the trio boarded the flying vessel, Cheng Yan placed several spirit stones within it, activating the craft, which then transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring towards the east. Within the vessel, after inserting hundreds of spirit stones, Cheng Yan allowed it to continue its journey while engaging in conversation with Lu Yuren. As they ventured to the Tiansong mountain range in search of spiritual veins, Cheng Yan sighed, a hint of worry evident in his voice. The Tiansong mountain range stretched for thousands of miles. While it was rich in resources, second-tier spiritual veins were not as abundant as cabbages strewn across the ground. Furthermore, the challenge was compounded by their need to locate 3 second-tier spiritual veins in close proximity to one another. Fear not, Taoist Cheng, behold this. Lu Yuren responded with a smile, producing a dark yellow disc. The disc was adorned with intricate black patterns, exuding an air of mystery. What is this? Cheng Yan inquired, scrutinizing the disc in Lu Yuren's hand. He searched his mind, but found no reference that matched the object before him, prompting his question. This is a spirit-seeking disc, a second-tier inferior artifact passed down from my Lu family's ancestors. Alas, it is not suited for battle. Its sole purpose is to locate spiritual veins. Lu Yuren explained upon seeing Cheng Yan's curiosity. Your clan possesses such a remarkable artifact, Cheng Yan remarked, his spirits lifting at the prospect of using it to expedite their quest in the Tiansong mountain range. However, Lu Yuren shook his head in response. The spirit-seeking disc does have considerable limitations. It can only sense spiritual veins within a radius of 3 miles and merely provides a general direction. It cannot pinpoint specific locations. And more importantly, it cannot discern the grade of the veins, only detecting those below the 3rd tier. Upon hearing this, a trace of disappointment flickered across Cheng Yan's face, though it quickly vanished. A 3-mile radius was still substantial, certainly far greater than their own spiritual awareness. As for the inability to ascertain precise locations, following the guidance of the disc would surely lead them to their destination. The only concern was that, after expending considerable time, they might end up locating merely a first-tier inferior spiritual vein. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan felt a sense of satisfaction. It was far better than aimlessly wandering through the Tiansong mountain range. At least they had a direction, which would undoubtedly save them a significant amount of time. For cultivators, 10 days passed in the blink of an eye, and soon the trio successfully arrived at the Tiansong mountain range. Within the mountains, 3 figures deftly navigated through the forest. Not far ahead, a second-tier low-grade silverhorn horse was desperately fleeing. The silver-horned horse was known for its incredible speed among demonic beasts. Yet this particular creature seemed to have injured its hind leg. Limping as it ran, its speed markedly diminished from its peak. Not long after, the silver-horned horse was pursued by 3 individuals. One of them produced a silvery mirror-like artifact, intricately adorned with incomprehensible patterns. Upon unveiling the mirror, a ghastly beam of pale light emanated from it, striking the silver-horned horse, which abruptly halted, as if immobilized. With the creature rendered motionless, a flash of crimson light darted past, and unbeknownst to the horse, a fiery red spear had been thrust into its neck. The silver-horned horse, pierced through, collapsed, and convulsed a few times before succumbing to death. The 3 individuals were none other than Cheng Yan and his companions, who had been traversing the Tiansong mountain range for 5 days. The renowned mountain range lived up to its reputation. Within this short span, They had already encountered two second-tier demonic beasts. The previous encounter involved an intermediate second-tier beast, which they wisely chose not to provoke, opting instead to circumvent it, only to soon come across this silver-horned horse. The silvery horn atop the horse's head was an exceptionally valuable material for refining weapons, rivaling the worth of a demon core. And thus they were determined not to let this opportunity slip by. However, the silver-horned horse possessed a keen sense of vigilance, and the moment the trio made their move, it detected their presence. Despite its swift reaction, the horse sustained injuries to its hind legs, leading to a relentless chase until Cheng Yan utilized the silver-patterned mirror to immobilize it, allowing Lu Yuren to deliver the fatal blow with a spear. After dissecting the carcass of the silver-horned horse, they obtained a silver horn, and the entire body of the horse. Cheng Yan, having contributed little to the endeavor, graciously deferred the selection to his companions. Following the demise of the silver-horned horse, it was time to distribute the spoils, and Zhang Ruxian spoke up first, acknowledging his lack of contribution to the kill and thus suggesting that Cheng Yan and Lu Yuren choose first. Lu Yuren echoed this sentiment, attributing their success to Cheng Yan's silver-patterned mirror, which had been instrumental in subduing the creature. Given this, I shall not refuse any longer. I shall take the, Cheng Yan ultimately declared. While the silver horn was of equal value, the offered broader applications, suitable for both weapon refining and alchemy. Consequently, the silver horn was entrusted to Lu Yuren, while the entire carcass of the silver-horned horse found its way into Zhang Ruxian's possession. We have pursued this silver-horned horse over quite a distance. Lu, perhaps you should examine the surroundings for any spiritual veins, Cheng Yan suggested after the division of materials. Throughout these 5 days, they had yet to discover even a low-grade first-tier spiritual vein. Hearing this, Lu Yuren retrieved the spirit-seeking disc and activated it, and finally, after 5 days of silence, the disc began to exhibit changes. The faces of the three lit up with expressions of joy. This way, Lu Yuren sensed the direction indicated by the spirit-seeking plate and led the two companions forth. Merely a quarter of an hour later, the trio arrived at the site of the spiritual vein. However, upon their discovery, the expressions on their faces swiftly shifted from joy to disappointment. For the vein was merely of the first-grade premium quality. Yet, suddenly, Cheng Yan recalled something, and the earlier dejection vanished, replaced by eyes that sparkled with excitement. Although this spiritual vein was only of first-grade premium quality, it did not imply that we would leave empty-handed. Chapter 127. Oh? What do you mean by that? Zhang Ruxian, observing Cheng Yan's expression, inquired with a hint of confusion. The spiritual veins within the Tsangshan Mountains are not comparable to those in our region. They have already been thoroughly plundered by others. Naturally, numerous spiritual entities exist within these veins. Upon hearing this, both of them experienced a moment of enlightenment. Realizing that in their preoccupation with the spiritual veins, they had overlooked the fact that such veins typically harbor various spiritual entities. Even if these veins do not fully satisfy their needs, acquiring some spiritual entities would still be highly beneficial. Given that a first-tier premium spiritual vein certainly would not host second-tier demon beasts, why not split up and search separately? The bounty we reap shall depend on our individual fortunes. Once Zhang Ruxian grasped the situation, he proposed this idea. Cheng Yan and the others readily agreed, acknowledging that if they all searched together, they might face difficulties in distributing any discovered spiritual entities. By separating, their eventual gains would hinge solely on their luck, thus averting potential discord over uneven distribution. With this consensus, they decided to part ways, agreeing to reconvene at this location after 2 hours. Zhang Ruxian, seeing Cheng Yan and the others in agreement, established the meeting point for 2 hours hence, and each chose a direction to venture into the spiritual vein. The aura of this first-tier premium spiritual vein was significantly more potent than that atop Jiuyu Mountain, promising a wealth of treasures. Once inside the spiritual vein, Cheng Yan commenced his exploration, and before long, he stumbled upon a type of spiritual entity. Before him stood 3 crimson trees, known as Qi Ling trees, which yielded a first-tier mid-grade fire attribute spiritual wood called Qi Ling wood, a material prized for crafting. Without hesitation, Cheng Yan uprooted the 3 Qi Ling trees and deposited them into the Qian Kuan mountain water diagram. With such a fruitful beginning, Cheng Yan's enthusiasm soared, and he began to traverse the spiritual vein with renewed vigor. It must be noted that the spiritual entities atop the vein were indeed plentiful. In a short span, Cheng Yan had already collected several varieties of spiritual herbs, though none were particularly rare. However, this was merely from Cheng Yan's perspective. If he could bring these spiritual entities back to his family and cultivate them over the course of a decade or two, they could evolve into a thriving enterprise. Later, Cheng Yan also discovered 2 first-tier elite golden-haired monkeys guarding over a dozen first-tier premium Qing Tao fruit trees, which bore an abundance of green peaches. The 2 elite golden-haired monkeys stood no chance against Cheng Yan, who swiftly dispatched them with just a few strikes from his flying sword. Sampling one of the green peaches, he found it to be succulent and juicy, a true rarity among spiritual fruits. Naturally, these dozen or so Qing Tao fruit trees also became part of Cheng Yan's collection. Recalling a recipe from the Mountain Water Sect's legacy for brewing a first-tier premium spirit using spiritual peaches, he realized that these green peaches would be perfect for cultivation back at his family. Confident that it would not be long before a new industry for spiritual wine emerged within their ranks. The 2 hours swiftly elapsed, and the trio reconvened at the designated spot, their faces illuminated with expressions of joy and satisfaction. It appears that both of you have made remarkable gains this time. In truth, the spiritual entities above a first-tier exceptional spiritual vein only reach a maximum of first-tier excellence. Unless, like Cheng Yan's ice crystal, they remain undiscovered for thousands of years, there exists the possibility of encountering a second-tier entity. For the 3 of them, who are foundational cultivators, these spiritual entities hold little significance, yet for their respective families, they represent a considerable fortune. We owe our gratitude to fellow Taoist Cheng for the reminder, otherwise, we might have missed these opportunities, Zhang Ruxian said with a smile to Cheng Yan. You both were merely a bit anxious. I believe that even without my guidance, you would have quickly realized the situation, Cheng Yan replied, waving his hand in modesty, asserting that the true credit should go to Lu Yuren. After all, without his spirit-seeking plate, they would not have been able to locate a spiritual vein so swiftly. It seems there is nothing left on this spiritual vein. Therefore, let us continue our journey. Although they had gathered numerous spiritual entities, they had not forgotten their true purpose, to seek out a second-tier spiritual vein without lingering any longer. The 3 chose a direction and resumed their path. However, they dared not venture deep into the Tiansong mountain range, for the deeper one goes, the rarer the spiritual entities become, and the probability of discovering a second-tier vein significantly increases. Yet, the depths of the Tiansong mountain range are a paradise for second-tier and higher demon beasts, where even third-tier beasts may be encountered. As mere foundational cultivators at the initial stage, they could only operate on the periphery, hoping to find a second-tier spiritual vein there. However, second-tier veins are not as common as cabbages scattered on the ground. They spent an entire month without finding a single one. They did discover several first-tier veins, and each reaped substantial first-tier entities. Alas, after a month, still no second-tier vein to be found. Are we simply suffering from a string of misfortunes? Zhang Ruxian sighed. In truth, he was not an impatient person. However, the significance of a second-tier vein weighed heavily on the 3 of them, and the prolonged absence of discovery left Zhang Ruxian feeling somewhat distressed. There is no need for concern, Zhang Taoist. Perhaps our findings will lead us to a second-tier vein. Cheng Yan reassured him with a smile. Zhang Ruxian opened his mouth, intending to speak further. Suddenly, Lu Yuren interjected, "We've arrived." Upon hearing this, both paused in their tracks. Before them stood a towering mountain, reaching several hundred zhang in height. The 3 expanded their spiritual senses to gauge the spiritual energy atop the mountain, and instantly, expressions of joy illuminated their faces. The spiritual vein on this mountain was indeed a second-tier vein, though the precise grade would require them to ascend and investigate, as their senses could not encompass the entirety of the mountain. However, once they soared to the mountain's peak, disappointment soon washed over them. The vein was merely a second-tier low-quality vein. However, the aspirations of the 3 individuals were directed towards the mid-grade spiritual veins of the second tier. Otherwise, they would not have invested in the superior-grade protective formation for their mountain. While a low-grade spiritual vein of the second tier may suffice for the cultivation needs of a nascent soul practitioner at the initial stage, they were not short-sighted individuals. A low-grade spiritual vein could not possibly satisfy the ambitions of all 3. Moreover, with 3 nascent soul cultivators at their disposal, they harbored no fear even in the face of mid-tier demonic beasts, naturally setting their sights on the mid-grade spiritual veins of the second tier. Chapter 128. The Blue Featherbird Egg. However, the 3 soon set aside their feelings of disappointment. Although the spiritual vein here did not meet their expectations, they would certainly not overlook the spiritual treasures above. It was possible that Tier 2 spiritual entities resided above the Tier 2 spiritual vein. Perhaps we should first locate the beasts in this area and deal with them before we explore the spiritual veins separately, Zhang Ruxian suggested. Previously, when they encountered Tier 1 spiritual veins, they had each explored separately, for there was no risk of encountering Tier 2 beasts. Given their foundational cultivation level, they felt confident. Yet, the likelihood of Tier 2 beasts appearing above a Tier 2 spiritual vein was considerably high. While it was true that a lower Tier 2 spiritual vein would likely only produce low-level Tier 2 beasts, they worried about the potential of facing several at once, which could leave the other two unable to provide timely assistance. Thus, Cheng Yan and Lu Yuren agreed to first eliminate the beasts before splitting up to explore the vein. Consequently, the trio made their way toward the mountaintop. As spiritual veins located at high altitudes typically had the densest spiritual energy and were the most likely to be chosen as lairs by beasts. True to expectation, they discovered a colossal nest at the summit, within which resided two large birds, their bodies adorned with vibrant blue feathers. "The blue feather birds!" exclaimed the three in unison upon spotting the majestic creatures. The blue feather bird is a relatively rare flying beast, known for its incredible speed. Even mid-level foundational cultivators would find it challenging to pursue a low-level Tier 2 blue feather bird. However, the state of the two birds before them was peculiar. One bird appeared completely uninjured, yet exuded an undeniable weakness, while the other stood protectively in front of its feeble companion, glaring intently at Cheng Yan and the others, emitting continuous calls in an effort to intimidate them. Cheng Yan's keen eyes soon caught sight of an egg nestled behind the weak blue feather bird. Bloodstains dotted the eggshell, indicating it had just been laid. No wonder the bird appeared so frail. A blue featherbird egg, Lu Yuren exclaimed as he and his companions noticed the egg as well. Once fully matured, a blue featherbird could reach peak Tier 1 status, and with further nurturing, it held the potential to ascend to Tier 2. Moreover, a blue featherbird could be cultivated to the pinnacle of Tier 2, making it an exceptional guardian spirit beast for their clan. Exchanging glances, the three discerned a glimmer of excitement on each other's faces. If they could obtain the blue featherbird egg, their family could gain another foundational combatant in a span of 30 to 50 years. Without further hesitation, they all launched their attacks toward the blue featherbirds. Cheng Yan produced the silver pattern mirror, channeling his spiritual energy into it, unleashing a beam of pale light. Yet, the blue featherbirds were swift. In an instant, they took flight, evading Cheng Yan's assault. However, upon witnessing the scene, Cheng Yan was not alarmed but rather elated. His objective was not the male Qingyu bird, which was in its prime, but rather the female Qingyu bird that had just laid her eggs. The male Qingyu bird, having narrowly evaded Cheng Yan's attack, let out an indignant cry, flapping its wings vigorously in an attempt to return and shield the female from the impending blow. However, the pale beam of light was already swift, and the male Qingyu bird had no time to turn back. Meanwhile, the female Qingyu bird, still weak from her recent labor, was unable to evade and was struck by Cheng Yan's silver pattern mirror. Upon impact, the female bird was immobilized, and soon after, a fiery red spear hurtled towards her. At that moment, the male Qingyu bird finally turned around, its wings unfurling to an impressive length of 10 zhang, generating a fierce gust that sent nearby trees toppling. Transforming into a streak of azure light, it collided forcefully with the spear, sending it flying away. Although the male Qingyu bird had successfully intercepted Lu Yuren's attack, one must remember that Cheng Yan was not alone. There were three of them. Following the spear, a soil-colored long knife was wielded by Zhang Ruxian, which expanded in the air to several zhang in length. With a single stroke, Zhang Ruxian severed the neck of the immobile female Qingyu bird, decapitating her effortlessly. The female bird scarcely had time to resist before she was easily slain by the trio. With a piercing cry, the male Qingyu bird witnessed the beheading of its mate, expressing its fury in a way that even the human Cheng Yan and his companions could perceive. The bird spread its wings in the air, its azure feathers glistening in the sunlight, then with a powerful sweep, unleashed 3 blades of wind, hurtling towards the three with overwhelming force. Before the wind blades even reached them, the sheer force had already destabilized the trio. The might of the wind blades was indeed formidable. Realizing the urgency, they hastily summoned their defensive artifacts to shield themselves. Yet, midway through, the wind blades converged, all aimed directly at Cheng Yan. As a second-tier demon beast, the Qingyu bird possessed considerable intelligence. Although it was ultimately Zhang Ruxian who delivered the fatal blow to the female, it understood that the true culprit was Cheng Yan. Had it not been for Cheng Yan's silver pattern mirror immobilizing the female, even in her weakened state, as a second-tier beast, she would not have fallen so easily. Thus, the Qingyu bird's wrath was directed solely at Cheng Yan, seeking vengeance for its mate. Seeing this, Cheng Yan was struck with alarm and summoned all his might to activate the copper mysterious bell, which expanded to several zhang in height, enveloping him within. The wind blade struck the copper mysterious bell, leaving 3 deep indentations, significantly diminishing its spiritual essence. Upon discovering the damage inflicted upon his bronze bell, Cheng Yan felt a surge of indignation. It is worth noting that he had acquired this bronze bell only recently, having utilized it but once. Yet it had already suffered such harm. Nonetheless, a wave of relief washed over him, for the bell's formidable defensive capabilities had spared him. Otherwise, those 3 slicing wind blades could have claimed his life. The azure-feathered bird, observing that Cheng Yan had successfully countered its wind blades, spread its wings once more, intent on launching a further assault. It discerned that while Cheng Yan's bronze bell exhibited commendable resilience, it likely could not withstand many more of its wind blade attacks. However, Lu Yuren and his companion were determined to thwart the azure-feathered bird's intentions, each employing their own techniques to strike at the creature. Chapter 129, A Family. A single egg. The magical artifacts wielded by Lu Yuren and his companion were of the second-tier lower grade, exhibiting formidable power. The Qingyu bird, not renowned for its defensive capabilities, dared not confront them head-on. Reluctantly, it abandoned its assault on Cheng Yan, taking to the skies to evade their attacks. Cheng Daoyu, are you unharmed? After neutralizing the threat posed by Cheng Yan, Zhang Ruxian inquired with concern. For the trio, any misfortune befalling one would spell trouble for the others. Hence their deep-seated worry for Cheng Yan's safety. Thank you for your concern, Zhang Daoyu. I am quite well, though this beast indeed possesses considerable strength. My artifact has sustained some damage. You both should exercise caution, Cheng Yan replied, shaking his head to indicate he was unharmed while also warning them to be wary of the Qingyu bird's strikes. However, while Cheng Yan conversed with Zhang Ruxian, the Qingyu bird circled the air without launching another attack against the 3. Cheng Yan initially speculated that the bird deemed them formidable and was contemplating a strategy to confront them. Suddenly, he felt a surge of wind intensifying beside him. His pupils constricted at this ominous sign, and just as he was about to alert his companions, a green tornado materialized before the Qingyu bird. Initially, the tornado appeared diminutive. Yet in the blink of an eye, it swelled to dozens of feet in height. A powerful gale surged forth, uprooting trees atop the mountain and spiraling them into the sky, creating a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. The 3 men were taken aback by the sight of this green tornado. Its might was not merely superficial. Its power was formidable, rivaling the wind blades they had previously encountered. Moreover, this tornado constituted an area-wide attack, leaving them no option to evade, only the choice to confront it head-on. Please, do not hold back. Let us unite our strength to counter this. Lu Yuren bellowed. Taking the initiative, he hurled his fiery red spear, which ignited mid-air with flickers of flame, rapidly engorging into a blazing inferno. The spear became a colossal fiery arrow, hurtling towards the green tornado. Cheng Yan and Zhang Ruxian, refusing to be outdone, sprang into action. Zhang Ruxian fervently channeled his spiritual energy into his long blade, conjuring a massive spectral blade that shimmered in the air, exuding an extraordinary aura. He gripped the blade and cleaved it downwards towards the green tornado. Cheng Yan, equally determined, formed intricate hand seals, conjuring a water dragon nearly 20 feet long. As the water dragon surged forth, it let out a resounding roar. The inherent bloodline suppression among the demon races momentarily hindered the green tornado's advance. Yet, the water dragon, being a mere conjuration of Cheng Yan's spell, lacked the true might of a dragon. It only delayed the tornado for a fleeting moment before it regained its momentum. However, within that brief pause, their 3 attacks were already upon it. The azure tornado, formidable though it may be, was merely a manifestation of a second-tier, low-level beast. Faced with the full force of 3 foundational-level cultivators, it proved inadequate and was ultimately dissipated by their combined might. However, while the azure tornado was scattered, the trio's onslaught was not entirely thwarted. It surged forth with great momentum towards the azure-feathered bird. Yet, the bird, swift as the wind, deftly evaded the slowest of the attacks, a phantom blade, with ease. At that moment, Cheng Yan's water dragon had long been lying in wait. With a mighty roar, it unleashed a torrent of water that struck the azure-feathered bird. Although the force of the water was not overwhelming, it effectively washed away a considerable amount of the bird's plumage. Cheng Yan had achieved his goal. The bird's feathers were now soaked, significantly diminishing its flight speed. Just then, Lu Yuren's spear arrived as anticipated, being the fastest of the trio's attacks. The azure-feathered bird, hampered by its drenched plumage, could not outrun Lu Yuren's spear. Despite its desperate attempts to evade, the spear pierced through half of the bird's wing, leaving a gaping wound the size of a fist. Blood gushed from the injury, staining the wing crimson, causing the bird's flight to become erratic and precarious, as if it might plummet from the sky at any moment. Now, how will you evade this? Severely wounded, The azure-feathered bird was not to be spared by the trio. Cheng Yan once again produced the silver-patterned mirror, emitting a beam of pale light. With half of its wing incapacitated and its stability compromised, the bird could not escape the silver-patterned mirror and was struck by the beam, rendering it immobilized and starting its descent from the air. At this juncture, Zhang Ruxian's blade transformed into a streak of light, hurtling towards the azure-feathered bird. With a swift motion, Zhang Ruxian brought the blade down upon the bird, cleaving it in two. With the azure-feathered bird rendered lifeless, the three let out a long sigh of relief. This creature was indeed formidable, nearing the strength of a second-tier intermediate beast, Lu Yuren remarked, acknowledging the considerable effort expended in slaying the azure-feathered bird, noting that a typical second-tier low-level beast would not have posed such a challenge. Indeed, they were fortunate that another azure-feathered bird had just laid its eggs and was exceedingly weak. Otherwise, facing both birds simultaneously would have surely tested their limits. Zhang Ruxian concurred. Lu Yuren declared, regardless, we have successfully slain the azure-feathered bird. Let us now investigate the eggs. Cheng Yan smiled, indeed. I wonder how many eggs the azure-feathered bird has laid. The eggs were partially obscured by the corpse of the female azure-feathered bird, revealing only a hint, leaving the trio uncertain of the total count. The three individuals ascended to the nest of the azure-feathered bird, gently removing the lifeless body of the female. Before them lay 3 eggs, each the size of an adult's head, adorned with faint traces of blood. Upon sighting the trio of azure bird eggs, Lu Yuren erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "What a delightful coincidence! 3 eggs. Ha, one for each of our families." Cheng Yan and Zhang Ruxian exchanged glances, their faces brightening with smiles. The perfect number of eggs alleviated any potential discord among them over the coveted prize. After all, these might very well represent future foundational combat prowess, something none of them would relinquish lightly. In this fortuitous circumstance, all parties found joy. Chapter 130. The 3-on-3 Duel. Esteemed friends, since we are all witnesses to this matter, how about we share the 2 azure featherbird eggs among ourselves? Just as the 3 were about to secure the eggs, a voice echoed from the distance. With the sound, 3 figures descended from afar, halting not far from Zhou Yang and his companions. Observing the fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from them, it was evident that they were 3 cultivators at the early stage of Foundation establishment, likely drawn by the commotion caused by Cheng Yan and his companions' defeat of the azure featherbird. This is troublesome, Zhang Ruxian murmured. The trio had just emerged from a fierce battle and were not in their prime condition. With 3 equally matched adversaries appearing, they braced themselves for a grueling confrontation. The azure featherbird eggs were hard-won, and it seems we cannot share them with you, esteemed friends. Instead, how about we forego the spiritual treasures atop this second-tier spiritual vein and offer them all to you? The 3, sensing their own diminished state, hoped to appease their rivals by relinquishing some spiritual resources. Haha, you jest, my friend. Instead, why not hand over the azure featherbird eggs to us, while we leave the treasures of the spiritual vein for you? However, the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators were far from foolish. While the treasures atop the second-tier spiritual vein were indeed rare, their combined worth paled in comparison to the 3 azure featherbird eggs. Although the 3 were wandering cultivators and might not find immediate use for the eggs, their value was undeniable. Moreover, they could sense that Cheng Yan and his companions were significantly weakened, their spiritual energy nearly depleted. They were confident they could overpower them. At that point, both the treasures of the spiritual vein and the eggs would be theirs. Brother, why waste breath on them? In my opinion, we should simply eliminate them, suggested a burly figure among the 3, his face marred by a 3-inch-long centipede scar, rendering him particularly fearsome. The leader of the trio, wearing a smile that belied his true intentions, remarked, "My younger brother has a rather volatile temperament. I advise you to hand over the azure featherbird eggs. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee what he might do. Do you think just because we are not at our best, you can easily take us down? If you desire the azure featherbird eggs, come and seize them yourself." Lu Yuren retorted vehemently. Upon hearing this, the leader narrowed his eyes, a glint of murderous intent flashing through. He was clearly a cunning individual, smiling on the surface while harboring deadly intentions within. Since you esteemed friends are unwilling to cooperate, do not blame us for what follows. Attack. With that, he launched himself forward, engaging Lu Yuren in battle. The other 2 followed suit, rushing into the fray. A man bearing a centipede scar across his face approached Cheng Yan with a sinister grin. "Kid, you seem to be the weakest here. Once I take care of you, I will assist my elder brothers." Cheng Yan had only recently advanced to the Foundation establishment stage, while Lu Yuren and his companion had been cultivating for a decade. Although their cultivation time was limited, it was evident that Cheng Yan was indeed the weakest among them. Cheng Yan chose not to respond, recognizing that his opponent's underestimation might lead to overconfidence. Instead of rebuffing him, he relished the opportunity. However, the adversary misinterpreted Cheng Yan's silence as fear, and his malevolent smile widened. He retrieved a black iron rod from his storage bag and infused it with spiritual energy, causing it to soar into the air and enlarge into an enormous club. The burly cultivator embraced the massive rod with both arms and swung it towards Cheng Yan. Observing this, Zhou Yang swiftly produced the copper Xian bell, activating it to shield himself within. The iron rod struck the copper Xian bell with a resounding clang. Yet Cheng Yan emerged unscathed while the burly man let out a muffled grunt. This was another function of the copper Xian bell. While it absorbed attacks, it also unleashed an invisible sound wave counterattack against the assailant. This was precisely why Cheng Yan had chosen to acquire the bell. Moreover, it was unlikely that anyone would anticipate the copper Xian bell's offensive capability. Caught off guard, the burly cultivator suffered the consequences, just as he had before. However, the bell was primarily a defensive tool. Despite possessing some offensive power, it paled in comparison to instruments specifically designed for attack. Consequently, it failed to inflict significant damage on the burly man. Furthermore, the copper Xian bell had already sustained damage from the Qingyu bird and had yet to be repaired. After absorbing another blow from the burly cultivator, its spiritual aura dimmed further. If it were to endure 2 more strikes, it would likely lose all its spiritual essence, becoming nothing but a heap of worthless metal, irreparable even if he attempted to restore it. How dare you ambush me? Today, you shall meet your demise. The burly cultivator's fury escalated after suffering an unexpected setback at Cheng Yan's hands. Although he was not gravely harmed, his anger flared, his eyes nearly ablaze. And he had already condemned Cheng Yan to death with his words. He channeled a surge of spiritual energy into the iron rod, conjuring a colossal illusory figure of the weapon aimed at Zhou Yang. Previously, he had fallen prey to the copper Xian bell's sound wave attack because he had been entirely unprepared for its effects. Now, fully aware of the bell's capabilities, he no longer feared its sonic onslaught and pressed forward without reservation. However, Cheng Yan retracted the copper Xian bell, having invested over 7,000 spirit stones to acquire it. He could not bear the thought of allowing such a precious item to be destroyed so easily. To repair a second-tier inferior magical artifact, the costs typically range from 2,000 to 5,000 spirit stones, and given the extent of damage to the copper mystic bell, an expenditure of around 3,000 to 4,000 spirit stones would suffice. In comparison to the destruction of the artifact, procuring a new one would undoubtedly be more costly. Cheng Yan was well aware of this. Thus, he summoned a water dragon using the water dragon technique. As the water dragon emerged, it swiftly made its way toward the illusory iron rod, measuring nearly 20 zhang in length, comparable in size to the phantom of the rod. With a dramatic flourish, the water dragon lashed its tail against the illusory rod, sending it flying through the air. Chapter 131. Body cultivation. Subsequently, the water dragon unleashed a formidable jet of water towards the burly cultivator. Yet, the imposing figure did not flinch or evade, brazenly absorbing Cheng Yan's attack. Humph! Such feeble power, attempting to engage in a battle of spells. He scoffed, wiping the droplets from his face. Is he a body cultivator? Cheng Yan pondered, a sense of suspicion creeping into his mind. Although the water jet appeared to lack potency when it struck the azure-feathered bird, it was evident that a human cultivator's physique could not compare to that of a demon. Even a diluted force such as this was not something a cultivator could withstand with mere flesh, unless one were a body cultivator. After withstanding Cheng Yan's water jet, the burly man charged forward, wielding a black iron rod. Cheng Yan's certainty grew. Only a body cultivator would so boldly assault an adversary. The might of their close-range attacks was unparalleled. As the man approached, Cheng Yan swiftly retreated. For a spellcaster, the greatest peril lay in allowing an enemy to close the distance, as their frail bodies rendered them vulnerable. While retreating, Cheng Yan simultaneously commanded the water dragon to engage in combat, yet the burly cultivator, relying on his seemingly indestructible physique, disregarded the water dragon's assaults. Each strike of the iron rod against the water dragon sent torrents of spray into the air. Fortunately, the water dragon's form was composed of water, thus, each blow met with substantial resistance, inciting the cultivator's ire. The more vexed he became, the harder he swung, and Cheng Yan sensed that if this continued, the water dragon would soon be reduced to a mere puddle. Meanwhile, Lu Yuren and his companions appeared relatively untroubled, as the 3 rogue cultivators executed their plans with remarkable shrewdness. The burly man was indeed the strongest among them, tasked with subduing the seemingly weakest Cheng Yan. Once Cheng Yan was dealt with, they would unite against the other two. Consequently, the other two merely bound Lu Yuren and his companion, not exerting their full strength. "It seems your companion will not endure for much longer," remarked the leading foundational cultivator, observing Cheng Yan's plight. "Humph, had we been at our peak, you would stand no chance against us," Lu Yuren retorted. Indeed, as he stated, the trio hailed from powerful families, equipped with far more resources than the ragtag group before them. Had they been at their best, they would have feared no opposition, alas. They faced their adversaries at an inopportune moment, having just emerged from a fierce battle with the azure-feathered bird, leaving them in less than optimal condition. Success belongs to the victor, while the defeated are but the scorned. My friend, perhaps you should ponder how to survive when your companion inevitably falters. The jovial demeanor of the man incited a wave of frustration within Lu Yuren. Yet, he found himself ensnared, left with no recourse but to fervently hope that Cheng Yan could triumph over his adversary. Otherwise, they would have no choice but to abandon the Qingyu bird's egg and flee. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan's water dragon continued to exert itself valiantly, while the body cultivator was drenched from head to toe, soaked in water. Nevertheless, his movements showed no sign of slowing, as if he possessed an inexhaustible reservoir of strength. Relentlessly assaulting the water dragon, Cheng Yan could hardly fathom what state he would be in had the water dragon not been there to impede his opponent. However, the water dragon's power was destined to wane, and under the torrential onslaught of the body cultivator, it ultimately dissipated with a thunderous crash, transforming into a puddle upon the ground. "Ha ha ha, what further tricks do you possess? Unleash them," exclaimed the body cultivator, brandishing an iron rod and pointing it at Cheng Yan with arrogant bravado. "If you have no more resources, then prepare to meet your demise." He assumed that Cheng Yan had exhausted his capabilities, and with a thunderous roar, he swung the iron rod toward him. At that moment, however, Cheng Yan's aura began to surge dramatically. Despite having depleted a significant portion of his spiritual energy through the previous battles, it was now rapidly replenishing. In the blink of an eye, his spiritual power returned to its zenith. The body cultivator, taken aback, halted in his tracks. Having lived for so long and having slain countless foes, including foundational cultivators, he had never witnessed anyone restore their spiritual energy mid-battle as Cheng Yan was doing. Fearing a deception, he hesitated, his once relentless advance now stalled. "Now, allow me to demonstrate the true water dragon technique," Cheng Yan declared, and as his words fell, his spiritual energy began to plummet, swiftly diminishing to levels even lower than before his recovery. At that moment, the energy within his gathering pearl also dwindled, and behind him, a water dragon gradually took form. However, this dragon's eyes remained shut as Cheng Yan continued to channel his energy into it. Eventually, when the energy within the gathering pearl had nearly been exhausted, a complete water dragon, measuring 33 zhang in length, materialized behind Cheng Yan. Suddenly, the water dragon's eyes burst open. With the awakening of its gaze, an overwhelming aura surged forth, enveloping the body cultivator, who was caught in its wake, and the dragon's eyes fixated upon him. The body cultivator, witnessing the dragon's eyes, felt a terrifying force bearing down upon him, causing his heart to skip a beat. The true water dragon technique, he thought, unable to suppress a gulp as he beheld the enormous dragon before him, which was infinitely more formidable than the one he had just battled. The recently conjured water dragon, in his grasp, resembled a mere loach, subject to his whims. Yet now, upon this very water dragon, he sensed a formidable threat. This strike bore the formidable power akin to a full-force attack from a mid-stage foundational practitioner. Roar! The water dragon raised its head, emitting a resonant dragon's roar, which, remarkably, carried a subtle yet palpable draconic majesty. Though faint, this aura was potent enough to rupture the eardrums of the nearby physical cultivator, causing blood to flow forth. Chapter 132. Do not pursue a cornered enemy. It seems the tide of battle is about to turn. I wonder if your third brother can withstand the onslaught of my companion. Lu Yuren, entangled on the sidelines, burst into laughter upon witnessing Cheng Yan's formidable display. After being relentlessly attacked verbally by the opponent, he finally felt a surge of relief and joy at the prospect of striking back. Upon hearing Lu Yuren's words, the man's expression darkened, yet he could not deny the terrifying power of Cheng Yan's attack. Even from a distance, he felt a chill run down his spine. He feared that if faced with this water dragon, he would lack the will to resist. Such is the effect of the faint dragon might. Dragons, being the apex of beastly bloodlines, exude an inherently fearsome presence. Although Cheng Yan's water dragon technique only possessed a trace of this dragon majesty, it was more than sufficient to suppress a foundation establishment novice, especially one of wavering resolve. Water dragon technique. Go. With a thunderous command from Cheng Yan, the water dragon surged forth, its massive form propelling towards the body cultivator. Despite its colossal size, the water dragon moved with remarkable swiftness, reaching its target in the blink of an eye. The body cultivator, upon witnessing this, was stricken with terror, his countenance shifting dramatically. However, he was not of feeble mind. He refused to be entirely daunted by the dragon's might. Swiftly, he formed intricate hand seals, and his skin began to change color, eventually morphing into that of a stone figure. The water dragon collided with the body cultivator, piercing through his form. Its lengthy body, measuring 33 zhang, relentlessly surged against him until the very last inch passed through his being, concluding the assault. Remarkably, the body cultivator emerged unscathed. Ha! It seems your companion's strength is rather limited. Even my third brother's defense remains intact. Crack! The leading foundation establishment cultivator scoffed. But before he could finish his taunt, a sound of shattering interrupted him. Following the noise, they beheld the stone figure gradually cracking apart, ultimately shattering into several fragments. Ha! It appears your third brother's defense is nothing to boast about. Lu Yuren seized the opportunity to mock openly. The foundation establishment cultivator, upon witnessing his brother's demise, was overtaken by shock, quickly morphing that fear into unbridled fury. Dare to kill my brother? I shall ensure you pay for this, he roared, his hands rapidly shifting through seals, as if preparing a formidable technique. Run! Just as Lu Yuren felt a surge of caution, he noticed the man suddenly turn and shout for retreat. He transformed into a streak of light, fleeing into the distance. Meanwhile, another combatant, entangled with Zhang Ruxian, also attempted to escape upon witnessing the other's flight. At this moment, Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian had already reacted. The individual had not yet managed to escape and was intercepted by the two. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan's water dragon technique had also arrived before them. Under the relentless assault of the three, he was utterly defenseless, meeting a tragic end at their hands. After Lu Yuren dispatched the man, he sought to pursue the fleeing figure, but was halted by Zhang Ruxian. Lu, do not pursue a cornered foe. Upon hearing Zhang Ruxian's words, Lu Yuren ceased his advance and refrained from chasing after the escapee. He has been spared this time, Lu Yuren huffed, clearly displeased with the man's escape. Let him run if he wishes. His swift decision to flee suggests that the three of them are likely not closely affiliated. They were perhaps merely three solitary cultivators who had come together, and he did not recognize us. Even if he wished to retaliate, he would have no means to do so. At this juncture, Cheng Yan approached and spoke. However, Cheng Yan chose not to pursue primarily because he had expended nearly all the spiritual energy within the gathering spirit pearl to fully unleash his water dragon technique. Should he chase after the man, any unforeseen circumstances could prove detrimental. Let us collect the corpse of the Qingyu bird and its eggs before departing. We shall forego the spiritual treasures atop this spiritual vein, as the commotion we caused may attract unwanted attention, Zhang Ruxian suggested upon seeing the matter resolved. Cheng Yan's water dragon technique was not only powerful, but also created significant noise. If others, like the trio they had just confronted, were drawn by the disturbance, the three of them could find themselves in dire straits. After a series of fierce battles, their conditions were markedly poor. Naturally, Cheng Yan and his companion had no objections. While the treasures atop the second-tier spiritual vein were indeed valuable, they paled in comparison to their lives. In that case, let Cheng Daoist choose first from these three eggs, Lu Yuren remarked. Had it not been for Cheng Yan's presence, the two would likely have fared poorly. Allowing Cheng Yan to select first was only just. Cheng Yan did not decline and chose the egg that radiated the strongest life fluctuations. Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian each selected an egg as well, and the trio departed from the site. As for the peculiar occurrence in which Cheng Yan suddenly began to restore his spiritual energy during the battle, the two wisely refrained from inquiring. After all, every cultivator possesses their own secrets, and prying into another's secrets is an act of profound disrespect, potentially sowing discord. The three of them, now united in their journey, would not engage in such behavior. After leaving the spiritual vein, they flew for a considerable distance before finding a secluded spot to halt and restore their spiritual energy. Cheng Yan and Lu Yuren were in a more precarious state, so they began their recovery first, with Zhang Ruxian standing guard. Once all three had replenished their spiritual energy, they took stock of their gains. In addition to the 3 Qingyu bird eggs and 2 Qingyu birds, they had also slain 2 foundation establishment cultivators. The body of the physical cultivator had been vanquished solely by Cheng Yan, and naturally, the storage bag belonged entirely to him. The cultivator of the body, though not particularly affluent, possessed merely over 8,000 spirit stones and wielded a second-tier inferior iron rod as a magical instrument, lacking even a defensive artifact. However, it is worth noting that his own physique served as the most effective means of defense. The iron rod was indeed useful to Cheng Yan, who was in need of an offensive weapon, thus addressing the deficiency in his arsenal. The most valuable possession he had was undoubtedly the jade tablet containing the body cultivation technique. Upon examination, Cheng Yan found that the technique was named stone skin art, which could not be deemed exceptionally profound. Chapter 133. The Art of Law and Body Cultivation. This is quite natural in the Eastern Wasteland. The predominant schools of thought lean towards the cultivation of laws, while body cultivation remains a relatively obscure path, with its techniques and legacies being rather scarce and generally lacking in sophistication. It is said that in the Western Desert, body cultivation reigns supreme, boasting a far more complete lineage. Zhou Yang dismisses this approach, for he has no desire to transform himself into a mere stone figure. However, it could certainly serve to enrich his family's heritage. In addition to this, there were various miscellaneous spiritual items, indicating that the three had spent considerable time within the Tiansong mountain range. Cheng Yan, however, was elated to discover a serpent blood mushroom in his storage pouch. Unfortunately, this particular specimen appeared to be immature, and he resolved to take it back to his family for cultivation in their spiritual fields. It wasn't that Cheng Yan was averse to planting it within the confines of the Qianquan mountain water map, but rather that the serpent blood mushroom required the essence of first-tier, top-grade serpent-type demon beasts for its growth. Without such nourishment, it would fail to thrive, and prolonged neglect could even lead to its demise. Cheng Yan lacked the leisure to tend to it diligently. This rarity in the wild is precisely why serpent blood mushrooms are seldom found, with most being immature. As for another wandering cultivator's storage pouch, its contents paled in comparison to that of the body cultivator. It contained merely over 6,000 spirit stones, a single magical artifact, and techniques that could only be practiced to the foundational stage, thus failing to impress the trio. Ultimately, Cheng Yan received a little over 2,000 spirit stones and some spiritual items. The two carcasses of the azure feather birds were also divided among the three. Cheng Yan acquired a demon core and some feathers, the latter being valuable materials for crafting. Alas, the spiritual vein they uncovered was of second-tier inferior quality. Had it been of second-tier medium quality, it would have been far more advantageous. After the division of their spoils, Lu Yuren sighed, lamenting the fact that they had spent more than a month in the Tiansong mountain range, only to find a second-tier spiritual vein that fell short of their expectations. Friend Lu, do not be overly greedy. Securing the azure featherbird eggs is a significant achievement in itself. With proper nurturing back home, they may yield foundational combat power, which would certainly enhance our standing in the Tiansong mountain range. Zhang Ruxian remarked with a smile. What you say is indeed true. Perhaps I have been too ambitious. Now that we have all regained our strength, let us continue our search for more spiritual veins, Lu Yuren said, feigning humility while his heart remained anxious, urging Zhou Yang and the others to press onward. Cheng Yan remained composed, though Zhang Ruxian also felt a sense of urgency, leading to a consensus to embark on their quest once more. Thus, the trio resumed their search for spiritual veins, a pursuit that would stretch on for another month. Following their discovery of the first second-tier spiritual vein, their fortunes seemed to improve significantly, as they encountered numerous veins of first-tier superior quality and even stumbled upon another second-tier vein, albeit still of inferior quality. However, this time, the trio's exploration of the spiritual vein proceeded without any unforeseen events. After vanquishing the second-tier low-level demon beasts residing above the vein, they thoroughly scoured the area for spiritual treasures. Cheng Yan discovered a spirit fruit tree and a second-tier inferior tea tree. The spirit fruit is a principal ingredient in the refinement of a first-tier premium elixir known as the spirit refining pill, which primarily aids practitioners at the peak of qi refining in consolidating their spiritual energy. Cheng Yan had once dedicated over a year to refining his spiritual energy. For practitioners with 4 spiritual roots, it could take at least 3 to 5 years, and those with 5 spiritual roots might require a decade, which is considered quite normal. The presence of the spirit refining pill would significantly shorten this duration, making it particularly coveted among practitioners with 4 or 5 spiritual roots. The second-tier inferior tea tree is also immensely valuable. The spirit tea brewed from its leaves greatly benefits practitioners in the early stages of foundation establishment, while also reinforcing their foundational strength. Both treasures were carefully stored within Cheng Yan's Qianquan mountain water diagram. Other low-tier spiritual herbs were placed into his storage ring. On this occasion, the trio stumbled upon another spiritual vein, distinct from the others. Rather than being situated atop a high mountain, this vein was found above a vast lake. In the center of the lake lay a small island, the spiritual vein residing upon it. Though the island was not large, It was ample enough to accommodate a family of over 100. It was a second-tier, mid-grade spiritual vein. Upon their arrival on the island, the trio could clearly sense the rich spiritual energy present, confirming its mid-tier status. This discovery brought them immense joy, especially since they had been in the Tiansong mountain range for nearly 3 months. They had even contemplated settling for 3 second-tier inferior spiritual veins. However, today they finally uncovered their first second-tier mid-grade spiritual vein. Yet, the elation on their faces quickly faded as they set foot on the island. A formidable aura of demonic energy surged forth, indicating the presence of a second-tier mid-level demon beast. The three exchanged solemn glances, their expressions betraying a sense of gravity. Yet they bore no fear. Together, they were capable of confronting a second-tier mid-level demon beast. Thus, they proceeded directly towards the source of the demonic energy. But before they could catch a glimpse of the beast, a massive water column, thick enough for 2 people to embrace, surged towards them. Reacting swiftly, they dodged the attack. As the water column crashed into the ground, they finally beheld the demon beast's true form, the black water crocodile turtle. This demon beast, resembling a turtle, was entirely black, its back adorned with 3 prominent ridges and serrated edges that appeared menacing. Generally, turtle-type demon beasts excel in defense rather than offense. Yet the black water crocodile turtle was an exception. It not only possessed formidable defensive capabilities, but also boasted a significantly stronger attack power than ordinary turtle-type demon beasts, making it a particularly troublesome adversary. However, the formidable black water alligator turtle's tenacity does not imply that the trio would relinquish their pursuit of this spiritual vein. Cheng Yan retrieved the iron rod artifact he had previously acquired and infused it with spiritual energy. The iron rod began to elongate and thicken, and with a swift gesture, Cheng Yan directed it toward the black water alligator turtle. Observing this, Lu Yuren and the other 2 swiftly brandished their respective artifacts. A fiery red spear was hurled, transforming mid-air into a colossal flaming arrow. Additionally, a phantom blade materialized, hurtling towards the black water alligator turtle. Roar! The black water alligator turtle, undeterred by the trio's onslaught, opened its mouth and emitted a fearsome roar. Subsequently, a dark shield enveloped the black water alligator turtle, offering it protection. Chapter 134. Cheng Yan reasserts authority. 3 formidable attacks struck against the shield of the blackwater crocodile turtle, shattering it into pieces. However, the magical artifacts wielded by the trio had exhausted all their might. I refuse to believe it. Let us go again, Lu Yuren declared, his spirit energy surging anew within him. The crimson spear in his grasp shimmered with ethereal light, suddenly igniting in a blaze of fervent flames. Lu Yuren held the fire as if it were a trivial matter, then raised the spear high and hurled it forth. The spear transformed into a streak of fiery brilliance in the air, the flames around him surging like a ferocious lion, charging toward the blackwater crocodile turtle with overwhelming force. Seeing Lu Yuren exert himself once more, Zhang Ruxian was not to be outdone. His long blade, unbeknownst to him, had split into 2. He infused his blades with spirit energy, conjuring 2 massive blade phantoms that intersected in a cross, cleaving toward the blackwater crocodile turtle. Cheng Yan, witnessing the display of might from his companions, found himself devoid of other means and could only once again summon his iron rod artifact to strike at the blackwater crocodile turtle. The creature, sensing the impending assault, stomped its foot violently upon the ground, causing the earth to crack under its tremendous force. A wall of water then erupted from the ground, shielding it from harm. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuren's flaming spear approached, yet the water wall failed to impede its advance, being pierced through with ease. The roaring flames vaporized a significant volume of water, releasing clouds of white steam. However, the fire upon the spear diminished slightly. Meanwhile, Zhang Ruxian's dual-blade phantoms arrived, shattering the water wall and allowing Cheng Yan's iron rod to proceed unimpeded. The trio's combined assaults, having breached the water wall, surged onward toward the blackwater crocodile turtle. However, just as their attacks were about to strike the creature, that ominous black shield re-emerged, thwarting all their efforts. What a formidable defense this beast possesses. Lu Yuren frowned as he observed their attacks being repelled. It was well known that the trio wielded powerful artifacts against an ordinary second-tier low-level beast. Such a combined onslaught would surely result in either death or grievous injury. Yet now, their strikes could not even graze the blackwater crocodile turtle's form before being halted. It seems we may need fellow Chang to invoke the water dragon technique once more, Zhang Ruxian mused, his brow furrowing slightly. Tortoise-like beasts were notoriously challenging due to their robust defenses, often leaving practitioners of the same rank struggling to penetrate their shells. Among the 3, If one were to speak of sheer power, Cheng Yan's water dragon technique undoubtedly took precedence. However, Zhou Yang shook his head at this. While the water dragon technique was indeed potent, under the protection of the Black Shield, it was likely that even this technique would fail to inflict significant damage upon the creature. The water dragon technique seeks to dismantle the Black Shield of the black water crocodile turtle, a task not particularly arduous. However, as a turtle-type demon beast, the creature's inherent defensive capabilities are formidable. Even if Cheng Yan were to shatter the Black Shield with his water dragon technique, the residual power would likely inflict minimal damage upon the black water crocodile turtle. Rest assured, fellow Taoist Cheng, the Black Shield shall be entrusted to us, Lu Yuren declared, thumping his chest in assurance. Although the shield posed a challenge, the two of them, united in strength, could indeed breach it, thus facilitating Cheng Yan's water dragon technique to strike directly at the black water crocodile turtle. Then I shall trouble you both, Cheng Yan replied after a moment's contemplation, finding their plan feasible. He then began to draw forth the spiritual energy from the spirit-gathering pearl, preparing to unleash the full might of his water dragon technique. Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian exchanged glances, witnessing Cheng Yan's escalating aura, and each invoked their respective powers, directing their efforts towards the black water crocodile turtle. With a roar, as Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian executed their attacks, Cheng Yan's water dragon successfully coalesced, emitting a resonant dragon's roar upon its emergence. Turning to behold the magnificent water dragon towering behind them, Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian were awestruck by its grandeur. Their initial distance from Cheng Yan's creation now replaced by a closer view that intensified their admiration and trepidation. Fellow Taoists, do not lose focus. Our success against this beast hinges on this strike, Cheng Yan urged, noticing their distraction. Rejuvenated by his call, they channeled their energies into their magical artifacts, advancing towards the black water crocodile turtle. Just as before, their artifacts were about to collide with the creature when they were abruptly halted by the re-emergent Black Shield. Yet, with their combined might, they shattered the shield, allowing Cheng Yan's water dragon technique to arrive as anticipated. With a roar, the black water crocodile turtle sensed the impending threat of Cheng Yan's water dragon technique. Just as it prepared to react, a faint yet commanding dragon's roar resonated, instilling a momentary paralysis from its bloodline's innate pressure. This fleeting pause proved crucial, as the water dragon swiftly approached the black water crocodile turtle. By the time the turtle regained its wits, it was too late to employ any other tactics. It could only retract its body into its shell, hoping to withstand the impact of Cheng Yan's water dragon technique with its hardened carapace. The water dragon collided forcefully against the hardened shell, penetrating through the black water crocodile turtle, its 33-zhang-long form relentlessly battering the turtle's defenses. Despite the turtle retreating into its shell, the aqueous nature of the water dragon inflicted considerable damage, eliciting anguished cries of pain from the creature. As the last inch of the water dragon's form penetrated the black water alligator turtle, its assault finally ceased. However, within the confines of the turtle's shell, blood continued to flow ceaselessly, while fine cracks began to appear upon its surface. Though minuscule, these fissures posed a perilous threat to the black water alligator turtle. Any damage to its shell would significantly compromise its defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan, having expended considerable spiritual energy to unleash the water dragon technique, appeared somewhat pallid. The shell is cracked. You two must act swiftly, he exclaimed, urging Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian to hasten their response. Chapter 135. The ownership of the spiritual vein. Upon hearing the words, Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian did not dare to delay. Their magical artifacts surged forth like arrows released from a bow, striking the black water crocodile turtle in the blink of an eye. At this point, the black water crocodile turtle had already sustained considerable injuries, lacking even the strength to activate its black shield. Although its shell had suffered damage, reducing its defensive capabilities, the duo's attacks still failed to shatter the shell. Instead, the cracks upon it continued to widen. It seemed that the demise of this black water crocodile turtle was merely a matter of time. The creature was evidently aware of its predicament. If the two continued their assault, it would inevitably meet its end at their hands. With a gaping maw, it conjured two water spheres, launching them violently toward the pair. They, too, acted swiftly, employing their respective techniques to intercept the water projectiles. It sought to flee. They could not allow it to enter the water. Meanwhile, Cheng Yan observed that after the black water crocodile turtle expelled the two water spheres, it attempted to escape toward the lake. As a water attribute beast, its prowess would be significantly amplified in its natural element, making it a formidable adversary if it reached the water. Hearing Cheng Yan's warning, Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian spotted the turtle's attempt to escape. They understood that preventing its entry into the water was paramount, thus intensifying their attacks. However, the black water crocodile turtle, emboldened by its resilient shell, disregarded their onslaught, intent solely on returning to the water. Witnessing this, Cheng Yan gritted his teeth, draining all the spiritual energy from the gathering spirit pearl, and once again commanded the water dragon to charge forward. This time, the black water crocodile turtle could no longer withstand the assault. Its shell shattered, bloodied and lifeless, it collapsed to the ground, devoid of vitality. Yet Cheng Yan's complexion had turned even paler. The complete water dragon technique imposed a significant burden on a foundational level cultivator. Though the presence of the gathering spirit pearl had alleviated some of the strain. Having finally dealt with this beast, fellow Taoist Cheng, please recover your spiritual energy. My companion and I shall protect you, Lu Yuren said, exhaling deeply as he turned to see Cheng Yan's pale visage, urging him to replenish his energy. Cheng Yan, heeding the suggestion, did not refuse. He retrieved a pill from his storage bag and, after consuming it, seated himself on the ground to restore his spiritual energy. The pill had come from the storage of that body cultivator. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Yan's spiritual energy returned to its peak state. However, the energy within the gathering spirit pearl had been entirely depleted, leaving him with an unsettling sense of vulnerability. Fellow Taoists, my spiritual energy is restored. Please hurry and regain your strength. I shall stand guard, Cheng Yan announced after his recovery. The two nodded in agreement and began to recuperate their energy. Given their minimal exertion, they quickly returned to their full vigor. Next, the discussion turned to the ownership of the spiritual vein. Although the trio had previously agreed to collectively secure a spiritual vein for each of their families, the first one was highly coveted by all. Who can say how long it will take to find the second mid-tier spiritual vein? Yet, hesitant to speak, the three of them fell into a momentary silence. In my opinion, this endeavor has seen the most effort from Taoist Cheng, and given the abundant water spiritual energy in this place, which aligns perfectly with Taoist Cheng's water-based cultivation techniques, it would be most fitting for this spiritual vein to belong to the Cheng family. Finally, Zhang Ruxian broke the silence, suggesting that the spiritual vein be assigned to the Cheng family. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards Lu Yuren. Without much contemplation, Lu Yuren agreed. If one were to consider who among the three held the least interest in this spiritual vein, it would undoubtedly be Lu Yuren. He practiced fire-based techniques, whereas the area was rich in water spiritual energy, which could potentially hinder his cultivation speed. Given this, I shall not make any further excuses, rest assured. I will do my utmost to assist you both in securing this spiritual vein, Cheng Yan said, offering a respectful gesture to the two. He was quite satisfied with this spiritual vein. The environment here would greatly benefit his cultivation. Moreover, the formation he possessed was also of the water attribute, which, if arranged here, would enhance its power by a third. With Taoist Zhou's assurance, we can all feel more at ease. Although both were aware that Cheng Yan would not neglect them once the spiritual vein was secured for his own family. After all, the Cheng family, apart from Cheng Yan, was rather weak. For the Cheng family to establish themselves in the Tiansong mountain range, they would undoubtedly require the assistance of both Lu and Zhang families. However, with Cheng Yan's personal guarantee, their hearts would naturally feel a measure of comfort. Of course, this sentiment was reciprocated by the Lu and Zhang families as well. They too would need Cheng Yan's support to establish themselves in the Tiansong mountain range. Taoist Cheng, please proceed to set up the formation. We shall wait outside for you. With the spiritual vein designated, it was imperative to hastily arrange the formation to solidify their claim. However, during the formation's arrangement, it was essential to avoid the presence of outsiders, for one could not predict whether they might secretly leave behind some machinations during the setup. Thus, both Lu and Zhang discreetly exited the area of the spiritual vein, allowing Cheng Yan to commence his arrangements. As they vacated the vicinity, Cheng Yan retrieved the mist concealment profound formation from his storage ring and began to set it up on the island. He was not concerned about the presence of other beasts on the island, knowing that most beasts possess territorial instincts. This spiritual vein was evidently the domain of a mid-tier black water crocodile turtle, and lower-tier beasts would not dare to venture here. As time passed, the island at the center of the lake gradually became shrouded in thick mist. Even foundational cultivators would be unable to probe the interior with their spiritual senses. Such was the concealment effect of the mist concealment profound formation. I apologize for the long wait, esteemed Taoists. Please, come in. After establishing the formation, Cheng Yan emerged from the island and found Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian waiting outside, inviting them onto the island. As Cheng Yan altered the hand seals, a pathway emerged amidst the dense mist. The misty hidden formation possesses the capability to ensnare foes, without the guidance of Cheng Yan. Even cultivators in the later stages of Foundation establishment could find themselves ensnared. Upon entering the Heart Lake Island, the dense fog suddenly dissipated. From within, one could discern no trace of the fog's existence. As twilight descends, esteemed friends, why not take a respite on the island for the night? We shall embark on our quest for the spiritual vein anew on the morrow. From the moment the misty hidden formation was deployed, this spiritual vein rightfully belongs to the Cheng family. Cheng Yan's words carried a certain warmth, reminiscent of a host's hospitality towards distinguished guests. Chapter 136. Relocating the family. Cheng Yan devoted considerable time to arranging the formation, and as dusk approached, the two did not decline but instead sought a quiet place to sit cross-legged and commence their cultivation. For cultivators, the act of cultivation is akin to rest. The night swiftly passed, and upon opening their eyes, the three could discern a glimmer of joy in each other's gazes, for they had not experienced such unrestrained cultivation in quite some time. This invigorated Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian's anticipation for the spirit vein, prompting them to urge Cheng Yan to set off at the break of dawn. Cheng Yan, of course, did not refuse. After inspecting the formation and ensuring all was in order, he continued to search for the spirit vein alongside the two. Perhaps fortune favored them, for within a mere 5 days, they discovered a second-tier, mid-grade spirit vein. This vein was not far from the island at the center of the lake. A foundational cultivator could reach it in a day if they exerted themselves fully. This distance brought joy to the trio. If it were too close, the influence of the three families would be difficult to delineate. Yet if it were too far, mutual assistance would be challenging. This distance, it seemed, was just right. The beasts guarding the spirit vein were not particularly formidable, merely 3 low-tier second-grade beasts, each easily dispatched by one of the trio. Ultimately, the spirit vein was awarded to the Lu family, with Zhang Ruxian graciously conceding it, perhaps due to an unspoken agreement between the two families, of which Cheng Yan was unaware. If that were indeed the case, Lu Yuren must have offered Zhang Ruxian considerable benefits in return for securing the vein. Once Lu Yuren set up the formation, the three began their search for the final spirit vein for the Zhang family. To ensure mutual support among the three families, they sought a location not too distant from both the Lu family's spirit vein and the island at the lake center. After half a month of diligent effort, they finally located another second-tier, mid-grade spirit vein. Following a fierce battle, they successfully vanquished the beasts inhabiting the vein, allowing Zhang Ruxian to establish the formation. With this, all three families had found and secured their new spirit veins, and the next step was to return to Haishi Fansher and relocate the three families to the Tiansong mountain range. After 4 to 5 months of tireless endeavor, the families finally secured their spirit veins, and smiles adorned their faces. For the trio, the presence of these spirit veins signified that their future cultivation efforts would be unimpeded. Moreover, the higher the grade of the spirit vein, the more advantageous it would be for the family's development. After all, a second-tier spirit vein's expanse far surpassed that of a first-tier vein. A broader spirit vein meant more fertile land could be cultivated and a greater variety of spiritual plants could be grown. Furthermore, many spiritual treasures could be found within a second-tier spirit vein. Initially, the three families had agreed that the family that claimed a spirit vein would also possess all treasures found within it, thus preventing any discord arising from the competition for spiritual resources. In his eagerness to assist the Lu and Zhang families in discovering suitable spirit veins, Cheng Yan had yet to explore the island at the lake's center, leaving him unaware of the treasures it might hold. Though there is no need for haste, the spiritual vein remains steadfast, impervious to escape, especially with the formidable second-tier formation laid down, which even late-stage foundation-building cultivators cannot easily breach. The treasures within are undoubtedly secure, and exploration can wait until the family relocates. Now that the spiritual vein has been discovered, let us promptly return to the family and arrange for the relocation. Lu Yuren has grown somewhat impatient, urging Zhang Ruxian, who has just completed the formation. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Ruxian acquiesced. For him, the sooner the family could settle in the Tiansong mountain range, the sooner stability would be attained, which would be exceedingly beneficial for the clan. Cheng Yan, however, remained indifferent. With few members in the Cheng family, and having only managed Jiyushan for a mere decade, there was little of significance to transport, making the relocation quite straightforward. Yet, given Lu Yuren's urgency, Cheng Yan chose not to decline. Thus, the three proceeded to inspect the spiritual vein and the central island occupied by the Lu family, confirming its integrity before heading towards Haishi Square City. After a fortnight's journey, they returned to Haishi Square City. My esteemed friends, let us part ways here. I kindly request that upon your return to your clan, you swiftly arrange for the family's relocation. The spiritual vein within the Tiansong mountain range remains unguarded. Should we delay, unforeseen troubles may arise, Zhang Ruxian said, inclining his hands in a respectful gesture. His concerns were valid. While the spiritual vein was protected by formations, prolonged neglect could attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals, leading to the destruction of the formations and depletion of the vein, leaving them with no recourse for lamentation. Indeed, Cheng Yan and his companion replied, returning the gesture. Subsequently, the three bid farewell in Haishi Square City, each heading back to their respective families. Half a day's journey later, Cheng Yan arrived once more at Jiyushan. At that moment, all was well on the mountain. During his absence, no ill-fated individuals or forces had dared to act against the Cheng family. After all, as a foundation-building clan, the Cheng family was a dominant force in the vicinity of Haishi Square City, and thus, none would dare provoke them. Upon returning to Jiyushan, Cheng Yan summoned Cheng Yuhao. Uncle Lu, you have returned. Have you located the spiritual vein? Cheng Yuhao, upon receiving Cheng Yan's message, rushed to the mountaintop with a face full of joy, inquiring before Cheng Yan could speak. Indeed, my return is to prepare for the family's relocation, Cheng Yan replied with a smile and a nod. Wonderful. This resolves your cultivation concerns. Cheng Yuhao exclaimed, his delight intensifying at Cheng Yan's affirmative response, as if he were more anxious about Cheng Yan's cultivation than Cheng Yan himself. Do not fret about my cultivation. Instead, tell me about the situation in the family during my absence, Cheng Yan said, chuckling. However, he felt a surge of happiness from being so cared for by his younger kin. In response to Uncle Lu, during your absence, there have been no significant events within the family. However, if one were to speak of matters of joy, there are indeed two auspicious occurrences. Oh, what are these joyful events? Upon hearing Cheng Yuhua's words, Cheng Yan's curiosity was piqued. The first piece of good news pertains to Uncle San. 2 months prior, I returned to Qingshan village to assess the spiritual roots of our clan members. It was revealed that Uncle San's child, Cheng Yui, possesses a spiritual root, and not just any. He exhibits a remarkable four-root talent, with fire being the most exceptional. He has already begun to channel energy into his body, thus entering the first layer of qi cultivation. What? Truly splendid. In this light, Uncle San has certainly alleviated a great concern. Cheng Yan exclaimed thrice in approval, his excitement palpable. Chapter 137. Is there another joy? During the wedding of Cheng Yuhao, he noticed that his third brother had grown somewhat despondent due to the prolonged absence of a child with spiritual roots. Now, with the arrival of Cheng Yui, it must surely bring great joy to his third brother's heart. There is indeed another piece of good news. Cheng Yuhao mentioned to the family that there were 2 joyful occurrences, and this was merely the first. However, upon hearing Cheng Yan's inquiry, Cheng Yuhao appeared somewhat bashful. Cheng Yan, observing this, began to speculate. Could it be that Xiaoyu is with child? Indeed, nothing escapes the keen perception of Uncle Lu. Xiaoyu is indeed pregnant and has already reached 3 months. Cheng Yuhao chuckled, scratching his head, and said, well, in light of this, our Cheng family is truly blessed with double happiness. No, triple happiness, as we are soon to possess our own lineage of spiritual veins. Cheng Yan felt a surge of joy. For him, the expansion of the family was indeed a cause for celebration. Afterwards, Cheng Yan went to visit Cheng Yui and could see that he was a good child, diligent in his cultivation. Cheng Yan rewarded him with a bottle of Huangyadan, encouraging him to practice diligently and to feel free to seek his guidance should he encounter any difficulties in his training. He also instructed Cheng Yuhao to take good care of Cheng Yui. Cheng Yuhao readily complied, for apart from Uncle Lu, Cheng Yui was the closest to him in terms of bloodline, and he held great affection for this younger brother. Following his visit with Cheng Yui, Cheng Yan summoned Li Yun. With Li Yu now expecting, the responsibility of caring for the spiritual fields fell entirely upon Li Yun. Although, given the constitution of a cultivator, pregnancy wouldn't ordinarily have a significant impact, Li Yun still insisted that Li Yu take a proper rest and refrain from entering the spiritual fields. The purpose of calling Li Yun was to have him harvest all the spiritual herbs from the fields, regardless of their maturity. The only thing that truly needed to be relocated from Jiyushan was undoubtedly the herbs within the spiritual fields, while other herbs were less critical. The 7-star grass must be taken. Worried that Li Yun might struggle alone, Cheng Yan also summoned Cheng Yuning and Cheng Xinxin to assist. Within a short span, the 4 of them successfully harvested all the herbs from the 8 acres of spiritual fields. Next, they awaited news from the Lu and Zhang families. Half a month later, both families sent word that they would gather at Haishi Fengshe in 3 days. 3 days later, Cheng Yan set off with the Cheng family aboard the flowing wind boat towards Haishi Fengshe. However, the marketplace had lost its former vibrancy. Ever since the three families decided to vacate the area, all the shops within Haishi Fengshe had shuttered their doors, and naturally, no loose cultivators were inclined to venture there. The once bustling marketplace was now eerily desolate, devoid of any human presence. Cheng Yan did hear, however, that the first-tier mid-grade alchemist, originally in Haishi Fengshe, seemed to have joined the Zhang family as a guest elder, preparing to accompany them to the Tiansong mountain range. With the Cheng family being few in number, they filled the entire flowing wind boat. However, the Liu and Zhang families are both venerable clans with a lineage that spans centuries, boasting a considerable number of members. To this end, both families commissioned the Golden Blade sect to craft a large first-tier premium flying vessel, expending over 20,000 spirit stones in the process. In comparison, Cheng Yan's small flying vessel appeared somewhat diminutive beside the grand vessels of the two families. Yet, when it comes to speed, Cheng Yan's flowing wind vessel undoubtedly surpassed the larger crafts by a significant margin. Fellow Taoist Cheng, fellow Taoist Liu, since all three families are present, shall we set forth at once? Zhang Ruxian proposed, having noted the gathering of their party, as he inclined his hands respectfully towards Cheng Yan and Liu Yuren. Naturally, both Cheng Yan and Liu Yuren acquiesced, and thus the three families, aboard their three majestic flying vessels, majestically soared towards the Tiansong mountain range. Due to the slower speed of the Liu and Zhang families' vessels compared to the flowing wind vessel, Cheng Yan was compelled to reduce his pace, allowing for a harmonious journey together. By the time the three families arrived at the Tiansong mountain range, nearly half a month had elapsed. However, the terrain within the range was intricate, teeming with numerous flying beasts, making it inadvisable for their vessels to venture too deeply into the mountains. The three foundation-building cultivators fared well, able to hover in midair, and even if flying beasts were to attack, they could defend themselves. Yet, their kin in the Qi refining stage were not as fortunate, necessitating that the three families opt for a foot journey into the Tiansong mountain range. A total of nearly 100 cultivators from the three families marched resolutely into the mountains. Collectively, the families comprised 3 foundation-building cultivators, 5 full Qi refining stage cultivators, over 20 late Qi refining stage cultivators, and 50 to 60 early and mid-Qi refining stage cultivators. The late Qi refining and higher cultivators assumed positions on the periphery, ensuring the protection of their early and mid-stage kin within the formation. The 3 foundation-building cultivators positioned themselves at strategic points, forming a triangle to safeguard the multitude of clan members within. Such a sizable contingent naturally attracted the attention of various beasts. However, upon sensing the presence of foundation-building cultivators, most beasts would choose to divert their paths. Yet, some creatures could not resist their primal instincts, yearning to feast upon the flesh and blood of cultivators. For cultivators, the bodies of these beasts are treasures, while for the beasts, the flesh of human cultivators is a great source of nourishment. Thus, many beasts would initiate attacks upon discovering human cultivators. Before them stood a pack of gray wolves, led by 3 first-tier elite wolves accompanied by over 20 mid- to high-tier wolves, effectively blocking the path of the 3 families. Mere first-tier beasts dare to obstruct us, seeking their own demise. Liu Yuren bellowed upon sighting the beasts, eager to eliminate them. Fellow Taoist Liu, hold on, Zhang Ruxian interjected, halting Liu Yuren's advance. Puzzled, Liu Yuren glanced at Zhang Ruxian. Let us first observe our younger generations, Zhang Ruxian advised. Liu Yuren, upon hearing this, turned to gaze at his kin. He noticed that aside from a few individuals, most of his clan members displayed a hint of trepidation in their eyes when regarding the pack of wolves. Despite the presence of 3 foundation-building cultivators offering some measure of protection, a fear that was perhaps not overtly apparent. However, with the keen observational skills characteristic of foundation-building cultivators, it becomes evident that most of these individuals belong to the younger generation of their families. Having been raised under the protective wings of their clans, they have seldom encountered fierce beasts such as the wolf demons they now face. Coupled with the ferocity of the wolf demons, it is only natural for them to feel a twinge of fear. It is likely that Taoist Liu has also noticed that among our 3 families, while some of the younger members possess commendable talents and formidable cultivation, they lack practical experience. Just the sight of a pack of wolf demons sends them into a state of trepidation. Since all 3 of us foundation-building cultivators are present today, we can ensure the safety of our kin. Perhaps we should allow them to engage in this trial, granting them the opportunity for growth. Chapter 138. Trials. The circumstances within the Zhang family were not dissimilar to those of the Liu family. prompting Zhang Ruxian to conceive the idea of utilizing these ferocious beasts to train his kin. What are your thoughts, Taoist Cheng? Lu Yuren, upon hearing Zhang Ruxian's proposal, felt a flicker of excitement. With the presence of the 3 foundational cultivators, ensuring the safety of their family members seemed feasible. However, with representatives from 3 families present, it was prudent to seek Cheng Yan's opinion. Then let it be as the 2 Taoists have suggested. Cheng Yan did not decline. A trial for the younger disciples could indeed be beneficial, although the Cheng family might only be able to send forth Cheng Yuhao and Li Yun. Seeing Cheng Yan's agreement, Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian summoned several members from their clan, 3 who had achieved complete Qi training and 20 who were in the later stages of Qi training. Cheng Yan also beckoned Cheng Yuhao and Li Yun to step forward. Most of those selected were promising younger members from the 2 families. Upon learning they were to confront the pack of gray wolves, fear etched across their faces, and a look of resistance emerged. Yet, bound by their elders' commands, they could only muster grim faces as they stepped forth. Conversely, some recognized this as a rare opportunity for growth, their expressions betraying eagerness. As the participants were finalized, they charged into battle against the wolves under the guidance of the 3 seasoned Qi cultivators. However, one individual performed exceedingly poorly before even engaging the wolves. He was overwhelmed by fear, fleeing back to the families in disarray. This individual belonged to the Lu family, and upon witnessing this, Lu Yuren's expression darkened. His disgrace was not solely his own, but also reflected poorly on Lu Yuren and the Lu family as a whole. When Lu Yuren saw him return, he unleashed a torrent of scorn upon him. The young man lowered his head in silence, and Lu Yuren, nearly compelled to strike him, restrained himself. Fortunately, several other members of the Lu family displayed commendable performance, which improved his mood considerably. As for the cowardly Ritterni, unless he possessed extraordinary talent in cultivation, it was unlikely he would receive further significant training from the Lu family. Amidst the throng, Cheng Yan spotted Lu Changming, who, at this point, had only attained the 8th level of Qi training and now addressed Cheng Yan as senior. Cheng Yuhao's performance was notably impressive. Wielding the heavy mystic seal bestowed by Cheng Yan, he found the first-tier intermediate gray wolves to be no match for him. In fact, he even vanquished 2 of the first-tier advanced wolves, a commendable feat indeed. Li Yun also fared well, though despite being with the Cheng family for over a decade, he was not of their lineage and thus lacked access to certain traditions. Nevertheless, relying on his own abilities, he managed to overpower a first-tier intermediate gray wolf. Ultimately, amidst their relentless onslaught, the group of over 20 gray wolves suffered casualties, with some slain and others fleeing in terror. In contrast to the 3 families, aside from a few of their kin sustaining minor injuries, there were no significant issues, which could be deemed a resounding victory. After vanquishing the Songlong, they collected the useful materials from the beasts before resuming their journey. Following this, Cheng Yan and his companions endeavored to suppress their foundational energies, allowing more first-tier beasts to approach, thus providing an opportunity for their kin to hone their skills while also observing if any promising descendants warranted further cultivation. Although the trio made every effort to conceal their presence, their spiritual awareness was fully extended to guard against any second-tier beasts. Upon detecting the presence of such creatures, one would remain behind while the other 2 would swiftly confront and either eliminate or drive them away. Fortunately, their path was strewn with only low-level second-tier beasts, and they encountered no mid-level ones, which could have posed considerable complications. With an increased number of individuals, many of whom were at the initial or mid stages of Qi cultivation, their pace was significantly slowed. After several days of travel, they finally reached the Heart Lake Island. The experiences of the past 10 days were evident. The demeanor of the 3 families' kin had notably transformed, exhibiting less fear in the presence of the beasts than at the outset. Even those who were unable to participate in the training due to insufficient cultivation levels gleaned valuable insights from witnessing the battles between their kin and the beasts. Once Cheng Yan had settled the Cheng family members on the Heart Lake Island, he proceeded to accompany the Lu and Zhang families to their respective spiritual veins. This had been the initial agreement among the 3 families, as the foundational cultivators were required to escort all their kin to their designated spiritual veins. Fortunately, with the protection of a high-grade second-tier array on Heart Lake Island, Cheng Yan felt assured regarding the safety of Cheng Yuhao and the others, allowing him to confidently return the Lu and Zhang family members to their respective spiritual veins. After another 3 days of travel, they reached the Lu family's spiritual vein. Once the Lu family members were settled, only the Zhang family remained. However, while escorting the Zhang family, an unexpected event occurred when a mid-level second-tier beast appeared. Fortunately, they were close to the Zhang family's spiritual vein, and Cheng Yan along with Lu Yuren stayed behind to confront the beast, while Zhang Ruxian swiftly led his kin to safety. After successfully escorting his family members to the spiritual vein, Zhang Ruxian returned to join Cheng Yan and Lu Yuren in defeating the mid-level second-tier beast. Subsequently, Cheng Yan and Lu Yuren made their way back to their own spiritual vein. Upon returning to Heart Lake Island, Cheng Yan was taken aback by the significant changes that had transpired. The once abundant trees had been felled, and several wooden houses had been constructed. In the area with the most concentrated spiritual energy, they had built a wooden house for Cheng Yan, reminiscent of the one at Jiyushan, but considerably larger and crafted from high-grade spiritual wood rather than ordinary timber. This type of spiritual wood is not uncommon on the heart of the Lake Island, and it is more than sufficient for Cheng Yan to construct a house. Moreover, this kind of spiritual wood is primarily utilized as building material. Naturally, all of this was orchestrated by Cheng Yuhao, as he had overseen all construction on the island during Cheng Yan's absence. He executed his tasks commendably. Upon witnessing Cheng Yuhao's efforts, Cheng Yan offered his praise, which brought a smile to Cheng Yuhao's face. For him, receiving commendation from his sixth uncle was a source of great joy. Chapter 139, Arrangement and Harvest. However, I would prefer to relocate my courtyard. I have other uses for that particular space. The courtyard constructed by Cheng Yuhao for Cheng Yan is situated in an area rich in spiritual energy from the spiritual vein. Yet, Cheng Yan believes that utilizing it solely for himself would be a waste. He envisages placing a spiritual eye there and arranging a gathering formation, accompanied by several cultivation rooms. This way, the concentration of spiritual energy within the range of the spiritual eye could approach that of a second-tier upper-grade spiritual vein. He intends to reserve one cultivation room specifically for Zhou Yang, while the remaining rooms could be accessible to the clan members during their breakthroughs or when in need. Yes, Uncle 6. Additionally, please have Li Yun expedite the cultivation of the spiritual fields. If manpower is insufficient, enlist Xian Ning and the others to assist. I possess a considerable number of spiritual materials collected from the Tiansong mountain range, which should be planted promptly. As he spoke, Cheng Yan tossed a storage bag to Cheng Yuhao, filled with numerous first-tier spiritual materials, all of which were the fruits of his search for spiritual veins. This represents a substantial fortune for the family. He opted to retain the second-tier materials, uncertain of when he might require them. Upon receiving the storage bag, Cheng Yuhao's consciousness delved inside, and he was immediately taken aback by the abundance of spiritual materials within. He had never encountered such a wealth of resources in his life. And soon after, excitement surged within him. With these materials, the family's prospects for development seemed bright. During your exploration of the spiritual veins, have you discovered any rare spiritual materials? After handing over the storage bag to Cheng Yuhao, Cheng Yan continued his inquiry. In response to Uncle 6, we have uncovered numerous spiritual materials atop the spiritual veins, including blood ginseng, white jade fruit, and green bamboo. Cheng Yuhao eagerly reported their recent findings, his face alight with joy. Clearly, he was elated by the bounty they had amassed. However, Cheng Yan interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Enough of these low-tier spiritual materials. You may make decisions on those yourself. Instead, tell me if there are any second-tier materials or particularly rare first-tier ones. Indeed, there is a relatively rare first-tier spiritual material, the clear spirit flower, which serves as the primary ingredient for crafting the barrier-breaking pill. The rest are mostly commonplace items. As for second-tier materials, we have identified 3 types. The first consists of 2 second-tier lower-grade spiritual mulberry trees, which bear numerous mulberries. We also discovered several first-tier upper-grade spiritual silkworms, the ice silk silkworms, which produce silk highly suitable for crafting magical robes or inner armor. The second is the primary ingredient for the second-tier lower-grade Xianyuan pill, the Xianyuan fruit. Lastly, we found a second-tier middle-grade spiritual bamboo, the purple jade bamboo, which is exceptionally suited for crafting flying swords. Unfortunately, our family lacks an instrument maker. Cheng Yan felt a surge of delight upon hearing Cheng Yuhao's account of these spiritual materials. He had not anticipated such a treasure trove atop the spiritual veins. The clear spirit flower, in particular, was noteworthy, as the barrier-breaking pill crafted from it is a first-tier premium elixir that significantly enhances a chi refining practitioner's chances of breaking through their bottleneck. The breaking barrier pill is typically required by practitioners with 4 or 5 spiritual roots, as those with 3 spiritual roots seldom encounter bottlenecks during the chi refinement stage. However, this is not an absolute rule. Should a 3-root practitioner neglect their foundation in pursuit of rapid breakthroughs, they may indeed face a bottleneck when attempting to advance from the 9th layer of chi refinement to its consummate form. Conversely, Practitioners with 4 spiritual roots are certain to encounter such obstacles upon reaching the consummate stage, while those with 5 roots face even more dire challenges. They may confront a bottleneck transitioning from the mid to late stages of qi refinement, and again when striving for perfection in this phase. Once a bottleneck is encountered, it may impede a practitioner's progress for a considerable duration, ranging from 3 to 5 years, or even extending to over a decade. During this period, practitioners are unable to cultivate, making a breaking barrier pill exceedingly precious, as it can potentially save them years of effort. The Ling Sang tree is a treasure in its entirety. Its wood is suitable for crafting artifacts. Its mulberries are rare spiritual fruits with exquisite flavor, and its leaves can nourish spiritual silkworms, whose silk is a valued material for refining. The Xian Yuan fruit can be used to concoct the Xian Yuan pill, which aids foundational practitioners in their cultivation. In contrast, the highest grade Ziyu bamboo holds little significance for the Zhou family, especially considering that the Cheng family currently lacks even a first-tier low-grade artifact refiner, let alone the means to craft magical tools from second-tier, mid-grade Ziyu bamboo. Please provide me with the clear spirit flower and Xian Yuan fruit. You may arrange the rest as you see fit. Cheng Yan instructed Cheng Yuhao to hand over these 2 spiritual herbs, intending to cultivate them within the Qian Kuan mountain water diagram. The maturation of these herbs requires considerable time, particularly the Xian Yuan fruit, which, as a material for crafting second-tier pills, necessitates a full century to ripen. Cultivating them in spiritual fields would be excessively slow. However, entrusting their growth to Cheng Yan within the Qian Kuan mountain water diagram could significantly reduce the required time. Cheng Yuhao retrieved the clear spirit flower and Xian Yuan fruit from his storage bag and presented them to Cheng Yan. That will be all. You may leave now. From this point forward, the development of our family will be in your capable hands. I hope you will not disappoint me. After accepting the clear spirit flower and Xian Yuan fruit, Cheng Yan responded, "Yes, Uncle Lu, I will not fail your expectations." Cheng Yuhao's face lit up with excitement at Cheng Yan's words. After such a long time, the family finally had a need for his abilities. He silently resolved to enhance the family's prospects and live up to Cheng Yan's hopes. Enough, enough. You're soon to be a father. You must cultivate a calmer disposition. Go ahead and attend to your duties. Cheng Yan chuckled, gently patting his shoulder. Once Cheng Yuhao departed, Cheng Yan resumed his exploration of the central island, ensuring that his companions did not overlook any areas due to insufficient cultivation or miss unfamiliar spiritual entities. However, after his thorough investigation, he discovered no new spiritual entities, indicating that Cheng Yuhao and the others had indeed been quite meticulous in their exploration of the spiritual veins. Since the Lu, Zhang, and Cheng families relocated to the Tianzong mountain range, they have all fallen into a state of tranquility, dedicating their efforts to the cultivation of their spiritual veins. After all, the spiritual veins occupied by the 3 families are entirely new. The process of cleansing the veins, cultivating spiritual fields, and constructing various edifices demands a significant investment of time. This is particularly true for the Cheng family, which, with its smaller number of members, faces even greater challenges in establishing itself. The endeavor of cultivating the spiritual fields alone has consumed a considerable amount of time. Thus, the 3 families remained in this state of quietude for a full year. Chapter 140. Spiritual wine throughout this year. The transformations within the Cheng family have been nothing short of remarkable. Under the leadership of Cheng Yuhao, the island now boasts a plethora of architectural marvels, meticulously organized in a harmonious layout. The reception hall, martial arts plaza, scripture repository, training rooms, council chamber, and residences for the clan members have all been constructed. Cheng Yuhao even sought Cheng Yan's input to bestow a name upon the lake. Observing the lake's emerald waters, Cheng Yan aptly named it Feiyue Lake, while the central island was renamed Feiyue Island. It is only now that Feiyue Island truly resembles a familial abode. In addition to the various edifices, Feiyue Island has also cultivated 20 acres of spiritual fields, nearing the limits of what can be developed upon a mid-tier spiritual vein. Further cultivation may impose undue strain upon the vein, and the fields are already brimming with spiritual herbs. However, with only Li Yun overseeing the expansive 20 acres, the task has proven quite burdensome. Thus, Cheng Yan enlisted the assistance of Cheng Yuning and Cheng Xinqin. As for Li Yu, she has recently given birth to a pair of twins for Cheng Yuhao, a boy named Cheng Lin and a girl named Cheng Shuang. This joyous event has delighted Cheng Yuhao immensely, yet his responsibilities towards the family leave him little time to care for the children. Consequently, the burden of tending to the twins has fallen entirely upon Li Yu. Regrettably, the infants are still too young to speak. rendering the assessment of their spiritual roots impossible for the time being. However, given that both Cheng Yuhao and Li Yu possess spiritual roots, it is highly likely that these little ones do as well. Should their spiritual roots remain undetected by the age of 6, it may necessitate their return to the mundane world, a lamentable situation, for the realm of immortals and mortals is distinct, and the family cannot harbor individuals deemed unworthy. Aside from Cheng Yuhao's twins, the clan has welcomed 2 additional members. One is Cheng Xinyu, the daughter of Cheng Yuming, who possesses a remarkable 4 spiritual roots, an outcome that brought immense joy to her father, a 5-rooted cultivator who understands the arduous path of cultivation. The other newcomer is Cheng Xintong, hailing from the mundane clan, who possesses 5 spiritual roots. The mundane lineage has now commenced the new generation. While the Yu generation may only expand if Cheng Yan or his elder siblings bear descendants with spiritual roots. Yet, most of Cheng Yan's siblings are now in their 40s or 50s, making further progeny unlikely. Thus, any future additions to the Yu generation will likely come from Cheng Yan's lineage. Since the implementation of the pronatalist policy within the mundane clan, the population of ordinary villagers in Qingyang village has surged. Moreover, as the first wave of children born under this policy reaches marriageable age, the Cheng family's mundane population is poised for explosive growth, ensuring a steady influx of fresh blood for the clan. Since Cheng Yan entrusted the family's development tasks to Cheng Yuhao, he has enjoyed a substantial amount of leisure time, save for the occasional matters that require his intervention. Cheng Yan, in addition to his cultivation, has been dedicating time to refining his alchemical skills. It is worth mentioning that he has already established his foundation. Yet his alchemical prowess remains at the first tier of excellence. Recently, he has begun experimenting with spiritual wine, having planted the Qing Tao fruit tree that he discovered atop the spiritual vein. Moreover, he has earmarked a specific plot of land for the cultivation of these Qing Tao trees. Sixth uncle. While Cheng Yan was engrossed in his tasks within the wine cellar, he suddenly heard the voice of Cheng Yuning. "What brings you here?" Cheng Yan inquired, observing Cheng Yuning hurriedly approaching. "Brother Li Yun asked me to inquire whether the newly matured spiritual herbs in the spiritual field should be entrusted to you or handed over to second brother." Cheng Yuning replied, glancing subtly at the wine jars behind Cheng Yan, her cute nose wrinkling in curiosity. "What is that delightful aroma, sixth uncle? It smells wonderful." Cheng Yan couldn't help but chuckle at her adorable demeanor, gently patting her head as he explained, "This is Qing Tao wine, crafted from the Qing Tao fruit of our clan." "Qing Tao wine. Is it delicious?" "The wine isn't ready yet. You cannot taste it now." "All right. Hurry back and inform your brother Li Yun that from now on, all spiritual herbs in the spiritual field will be entrusted to second brother, who will store them in the clan's repository. If I require any, I shall retrieve them myself." "Oh, very well." Cheng Yuning's face fell slightly at her uncle's words, and as she departed, she turned back multiple times, clearly yearning for the Qing Tao wine. Seeing her expression, Cheng Yan couldn't help but smile helplessly, realizing he had underestimated the allure of Qing Tao wine for Cheng Yuning. It was amusing to think that this young girl was already contemplating the pleasures of wine at such a tender age. However, Cheng Yan was blissfully unaware of the temptation that Qing Tao wine posed for Cheng Yuning. The following day, upon returning to the wine cellar, he was startled to find her sprawled on the ground, her face flushed and contorted in pain. In a panic, Cheng Yan rushed to support Cheng Yuning, channeling his spiritual energy into her body. He discovered a tumultuous surge of spiritual energy wreaking havoc within her. Unfortunately, Cheng Yuning's cultivation was too fledgling to refine this energy, which remained trapped inside her, causing her dantian and meridians to swell dangerously. If this continued, she risked shattering her dantian and severing her meridians, rendering her incapacitated. With urgency, Cheng Yan began to assist her in refining the chaotic spiritual energy. After a grueling 3 hours, he finally succeeded in helping Cheng Yuning refine the energy completely. As the spiritual energy dissipated, she gradually regained consciousness, only to find Cheng Yan glaring at her with fury. Sixth uncle Cheng Yuning, aware of her folly, lowered her head, fidgeting with the hem of her garment. Cheng Yan scolded her. "If you wish to drink spiritual wine, you could have simply asked me. Why resort to such sneaky antics? Do you realize that this Qing Tao wine is a first-tier superior spiritual wine? With your cultivation in the early stages of qi refinement, even a mere sip could cause your body to burst. Fortunately, the green peach wine has not yet completed its fermentation, containing only a modest amount of spiritual energy. Additionally, it is fortunate that Cheng Yan discovered the situation early enough. Otherwise, even if Cheng Yuning were to miraculously escape with her life, she would be rendered a waste." incapable of cultivation. I acknowledge my mistakes, Uncle Six, and I assure you it shall never happen again. Upon hearing Cheng Yan's furious voice, Cheng Yuning felt tears welling in her eyes. Yet, recalling her own wrongdoing, she fought to suppress her tears from falling. Go to your second brother and accept your punishment. Chapter 141. Establishing the market. Upon hearing that she was to receive punishment from Cheng Yuhua, Cheng Yuning's delicate face paled considerably. In comparison to her sixth uncle, it was perhaps Cheng Yuhua that instilled greater fear within her. After all, Cheng Yan had not interacted with her as frequently as Cheng Yuhua had. Moreover, Cheng Yan often presented himself as a gentle elder in her presence. Conversely, Cheng Yuhua was notably strict with his younger siblings, which rendered them all rather apprehensive in his company. Although Cheng Yuning harbored a profound fear of Cheng Yuhua, she was nonetheless a person of accountability. Upon learning from Cheng Yan that she was to face her punishment, she obediently sought out Cheng Yuhua and candidly recounted the errors she had committed. As for the nature of Cheng Yuhua's punishment, Cheng Yan was left in the dark. However, it was evident that following this incident, the previously mischievous children had become much more subdued. In an unexpected turn of fate, Cheng Yuning benefited from her ordeal. After Cheng Yan assisted her in refining her spiritual energy, she managed to break through to the fourth level of qi refinement, surpassing Cheng Xinqin, who had joined the family around the same time. Despite her newfound composure, Cheng Yuning's passion for spiritual wine remained undiminished. In her spare moments from cultivation, she frequently ventured into the wine cellar to observe Cheng Yan as he brewed. Noticing her fervent interest, Cheng Yan generously allowed her to sample some inferior-grade spiritual wine. To his astonishment, Cheng Yuning seemed to possess a natural aptitude for brewing. Initially, Cheng Yan had merely intended to teach her the craft out of goodwill. Yet she learned remarkably well. She even suggested that since spiritual honey could enhance the efficacy of elixirs, it might also be beneficial for spiritual wine. Cheng Yan pondered this notion and, upon experimenting, successfully crafted a top-tier spiritual wine, which he named Peach Nectar. By now, Cheng Yan's purple-winged bees had long since ascended to the pinnacle of the first tier, enabling them to produce a limited quantity of top-grade spiritual honey. Regrettably, the supply was insufficient for mass production of the peach nectar. However, the brewing of green peach wine was feasible, as it required only green peaches and a few varieties of spiritual herbs, none of which were particularly rare within the Cheng family. Nonetheless, the scale of the green peach orchards was still inadequate. Thus, Cheng Yan had urged Li Yun to cultivate more green peach trees to expand their yield. Moreover, there were subtle indications that the purple-winged bees were on the verge of breaking through to the second tier. Once this breakthrough occurred, the quantity of spiritual honey produced would naturally increase. In addition to the bees, the azure-feathered bird egg that Cheng Yan had previously acquired had now hatched. He named the newly born creature Qingguang. At birth, Qingguang was merely the size of a fist, making it difficult to fathom how it would eventually grow to a wingspan of 10 zhang. Naturally, Cheng Yan took it upon himself to raise Qingguang, considering it a future cornerstone of the family's foundational strength. He felt uneasy in trusting its upbringing to others. Presently, however, Qingguang was still unable to fly, limited to hopping about on the ground. Its adorable appearance, nonetheless, attracted several children from the clan, who came to play with Qingguang during their cultivation breaks. Although the family is steadily advancing in its internal development, external challenges have begun to emerge. Feiyue Island, nestled within the Tiansong mountain range, may be situated on the periphery, yet it is home to numerous second-tier demon beasts. Presently, within the Cheng family, apart from Cheng Yan, no one dares to venture beyond the confines of Feiyue Lake. The Cheng family is fervently expanding various industries, yet goods remain accumulated within the family, unable to be dispatched. The other clan members possess insufficient cultivation levels, rendering them incapable of undertaking such tasks. It is unreasonable to expect Cheng Yan to personally attend to every matter. While Cheng Yan was in a state of distress, Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian arrived at Feiyue Island, accompanied by Lu Yuyong and Zhang Ruzhou. Fellow Taoist Lu, fellow Taoist Zhang, it has been a considerable time. Please, come in. Cheng Yan warmly greeted them upon learning of their visit, activating the formation to allow their entrance to the island. After escorting them to the reception hall, Cheng Yan summoned Cheng Yuhao and Cheng Xinqin. The presence of individuals from the Lu and Zhang families surely indicated that they were not merely visiting to admire Feiyue Island, but had matters of significance to discuss. Cheng Yuhao, now a key figure in the Cheng family, was indeed required to be present, while Cheng Xinqin merely served tea and attended to the guests. Previously, these tasks were managed by Cheng Yuhao, but given his current status, it was only fitting that they fell to the elder Cheng Xinqin. Fellow Taoist Cheng, you possess remarkable skill. The management of Feiyue Island is truly commendable. Lu Yuren remarked, unable to suppress his admiration upon witnessing the island's transformation. You flatter me. Fellow Taoist Lu, it is merely the handiwork of a few juniors, Cheng Yan humbly replied, waving his hand in modesty. Your junior indeed displays exceptional talent. I recall our first encounter when he was merely at the second level of qi refinement, and now he has reached the seventh level, Zhang Ruxian observed, recognizing Cheng Yuhao's cultivation and offering his praise. Thank you for your kind words, Senior Zhang. My humble cultivation pales in comparison to the prodigious talents within your esteemed families. Cheng Yuhao responded with a slight bow, his humility balanced with a dignified demeanor. Cheng Yan nodded approvingly. Cheng Yuhao was undoubtedly a worthy individual to cultivate. Even in the presence of Foundation establishment cultivators, he exhibited neither fear nor an overly humble disposition. Your modesty is commendable, at your age. Achieving the seventh level of qi refinement is indeed rare among both our families, Zhang Ruxian continued. However, let us refrain from excessive flattery, lest he begins to elevate himself too high. Surely, your visit today is not solely for the purpose of admiring Feiyue Island. Let us turn our attention to the matter at hand. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Cheng Yan guided the conversation back to the pressing issue. Fellow Taoist Cheng, your perceptiveness is admirable. We have indeed come with matters to discuss, Zhang Ruxian replied, exchanging a glance with Lu Yuren. Oh, what might that be? It is evident that my fellow cultivators have recently observed that the construction of our three families is nearly complete. However, within our clans, we find ourselves burdened with a surplus of spiritual artifacts. Situated in the Tiansong mountain range, albeit on the periphery, we are still beset by numerous second-tier demon beasts. Apart from the three of us, the remaining clansmen are unable to venture beyond our family, rendering these spiritual items immovable and incapable of being converted into spirit stones. For any family's growth, spirit stones are indispensable. Yet, presently, all three families are ensnared within the confines of the Tiansong mountain range, unable to expand our business ventures. And thus, we find ourselves at a loss in generating spirit stones. Chapter 142. What strategies do you propose, esteemed friends? Indeed, I share your concerns regarding this matter. Cheng Yan nodded in acknowledgement, as his family was similarly troubled by the situation. What strategies do you propose, esteemed friends? Given that they sought him out, it was evident they had formulated a plan. We have conceived an idea. Since we cannot transport our goods outward, why not invite others to come to us? Zhang Ruxian replied with a mysterious smile, leaving Cheng Yan to ponder further. Are you suggesting we establish a marketplace? Cheng Yan mused, quickly grasping their intention. It was no simple task for the three families to send their goods beyond the Tiansong mountain range. However, if they could establish a marketplace within the mountains, it would attract wandering cultivators, allowing them to dispose of the surplus spiritual items accumulated by their clan. Moreover, with an influx of wandering cultivators, other factions would likely be drawn to open shops, generating substantial spiritual stones from the rental income alone. Indeed, that is precisely our thought, Lu Yuren affirmed with a nod. It is an intriguing proposition, yet will a marketplace truly attract visitors to the Tiansong mountain range? Cheng Yan pondered, aware that, unlike other regions, few ventured to the mountains aside from those with some prowess seeking to hunt monsters or treasure. Rest assured, my friend Cheng, both our families possess the experience to establish a marketplace. Once it is set up, we need not fear a lack of visitors. Most who come will be hunters, and they could assist us in clearing the surrounding beasts, a beneficial arrangement for all, Zhang Ruxian assured him, addressing Cheng Yan's concerns. If that is the case, establishing a marketplace indeed seems advantageous. Cheng Yan conceded, recognizing the merit in their plan. In truth, the establishment of marketplaces within the Tiansong mountain range was not without precedent. Other factions had opted to create marketplaces for ease of managing their clan's outputs, while drawing wandering cultivators to alleviate the pressure from the beasts. These cultivators were eager to come, as the resources within the mountains were abundant, yielding significant rewards from both hunting and treasure seeking. Additionally, they required the spiritual veins of the marketplace for their cultivation. Does this imply you agree, esteemed friend Cheng? As it is a fortuitous endeavor, my Cheng clan cannot afford to miss out. Do you have a suitable location in mind? Indeed, we do. Do you recall the second-tier inferior spiritual vein we discovered? When they first ventured into the Tiansong mountain range, they identified several second-tier inferior spiritual veins. One of these was not far from the three families, making it a promising site for the establishment of a marketplace. Having settled the matter, the next step involves discussing the intricate details regarding the establishment of the market, a task that naturally does not concern Cheng Yan and his companions. They merely need to outline a general direction. As for the remaining matters, they can be entrusted to others, allowing the trio to retreat to a side and indulge in some wine. The libation in question is the peach brew that Cheng Yan has recently concocted. This exquisite peach brew is stored within the Chien Kuan Mountain water map. For being a spirituous beverage, the longer it is aged, the more fragrant it becomes. What a rich aroma. This wine must be extraordinary, my friend Cheng. As Cheng Yan unveiled the peach brew, a dense fragrance wafted through the air, causing Lu Yuren's eyes to brighten. He, being a connoisseur of fine wines, is aware that his Lu family possesses a spirit wine industry, albeit producing only inferior-grade spirit wines of the first tier. Such wines hold little allure for him. However, the peach brew in Cheng Yan's possession is a top-tier spirit wine of the first tier, unmatched by the mediocre offerings of the Lu family. This is our home-brewed peach wine, a top-tier spirit wine of the first rank. If you too fancy it, feel free to take a jar with you when you depart. Cheng Yan smiled, acknowledging the exceptional quality of his brew. Ha. In that case, I shall not be courteous, my friend Zhou. Lu Yuren laughed heartily, raising his cup and downing it in one go. Does this spirit wine of yours also possess restorative properties for spiritual energy? After savoring the wine, Lu Yuren felt a surge of spiritual energy in his dantian. His gaze brightened further. Indeed, Cheng Yan nodded with a smile. Hearing this, Zhang Ruxian also lifted his cup and took a sip. This truly restores spiritual energy. If you, my friend Cheng, consider selling this peach brew, my Zhang family would be interested in purchasing. A spirit wine that restores energy is indeed more popular than pills, as the latter lacks flavor. People generally prefer something with taste. My Lu family would also like to procure some. You may be disappointed. Currently, the yield of peach brew is low, and it cannot be sold. Cheng Yan replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. Until the purple-winged bee advances to the second tier, the production of peach brew is unlikely to increase significantly. Upon hearing this, disappointment flickered across both their faces. However, we do have another type of spirit wine, known as green peach wine, which is a superior-grade spirit wine of the first tier and also serves to restore spiritual energy. Its yield is higher, so we might be able to sell some to you. Cheng Yan's tone shifted with a smile. Hearing this, the disappointment on their faces began to fade. Although green peach wine cannot compare to peach brew, it is still a superior-grade spirit wine. If this deal can be struck, it would indeed be beneficial for both their families. Meanwhile, as Cheng Yan and his companions sipped wine and discussed business, Cheng Yuhao and the others finally clarified the relevant matters concerning the construction of the market. Since the arrangements have been made, we shall not linger further and will take our leave, they said. Safe travels, came the courteous reply. After bidding farewell to a few individuals, Cheng Yan sought out Cheng Yuhao. Although Cheng Yan had entrusted the details of the market construction to Cheng Yuhao, he still felt the need to be informed. How did the discussions go? Replying to Uncle Lu, everything has been settled. The construction of the market will be a collaborative effort among our three families, and we will also share the responsibility of safeguarding it. The foundational cultivators from our three families will take turns to guard the market, with a rotation every 10 years. However, due to the limited number of people in our family, we may not be able to contribute many during the construction phase, which means that Uncle Lu might be the first to take up residence at the market. Nonetheless, I have yet to give my agreement. I merely stated that I would consult Uncle Lu for his opinion. Chapter 143. No problem. As he spoke, Cheng Yuhua cast a tentative glance at Cheng Yan. Having guarded the market for a decade, it was a significant duration. The second-tier low-grade spirit vein of the market was certainly inferior to the second-tier mid-grade spirit vein on Feiyue Island. Nevertheless, it was merely a matter of 10 years. Cheng Yan nodded, indicating for him to continue. The profits generated by the market would be evenly divided among our three families. Furthermore, to attract a greater number of visitors to the market, we have decided to jointly host an auction, necessitating each family to contribute some spirit items. I was also about to inquire with Uncle Lu about what spirit items we should present for the auction. Cheng Yuhua summarized the discussions held among the three families, and upon hearing this, Cheng Yan nodded. I understand. As for the spirit items for the auction, I shall take care of their preparation. You may leave now. Yes. Uncle Lu. Cheng Yan's intention to prepare the auction items stemmed from his desire to seize the opportunity to enhance his alchemical skills. He had already mastered the crafting of first-tier upper-grade elixirs, and there was no doubt he could successfully advance to first-tier top-grade ones. However, Cheng Yan intended to make a leap to becoming a second-tier alchemist, uncertain if the clan's stock of spirit herbs would suffice for his ambitions. The construction of the market was not a task that could be completed in a short span, akin to the establishment of the family residence. It required a variety of buildings. Naturally, most of these structures were industries decided upon by the three families. For instance, the Cheng family had resolved to open an inn, a treasure pavilion, and a pill pavilion. The inn would serve to sell the Cheng family's spirit wine and could also recruit 1 or 2 spirit chefs. The treasure pavilion was intended for the acquisition of various materials and the sale of assorted goods. The pill pavilion would be dedicated solely to the sale of elixirs. There were also some other shops, though they were not as crucial as these 3. In addition to the shops of each family, there were numerous vacant shops, inns, and courtyards, all of which would be leased out later, serving as a significant source of income for the market. Thus, the construction of the market alone consumed over a year for the 3 families. They even named the market Chenggu Market, as it was established in a valley. During this year, Cheng Yan devoted himself entirely to the art of alchemy, nearly depleting the clan's stock of spirit herbs. This dedication yielded him a plethora of elixirs, most of which were first-tier mid-grade. There were also a few first-tier top-grade elixirs, such as the barrier-breaking pill and the spirit-refining pill. However, Cheng Yan planned to reserve only 1 barrier-breaking pill for the auction, as it would be more beneficial to retain such elixirs within the family for the cultivation of their own members. Unfortunately, despite successfully crafting second-tier low-grade Xianyuan pills, his success rate remained a mere 20%, rendering him not yet a true second-tier low-grade alchemist. The primary issue lies in the insufficient quantity of Xianyuan fruits. Cheng Yan has only managed to refine a few batches, and achieving a success rate of 20% is already quite commendable. Cheng Yuhao has also produced numerous spirit talismans, and he has now ascended to a first-tier high-grade talisman master, boasting a success rate of 30 to 40%. Furthermore, Cheng Yan has decided to auction some second-tier spiritual items to attract foundation-building cultivators. However, the auction is slated to take place 3 months after the establishment of the market. The 3 families need time to disseminate the news of both the market's establishment and the upcoming auction to draw in a larger crowd. As the news spreads, scattered cultivators have begun to arrive at the Chengdu market. Naturally, Cheng Yan has also ventured into the market to maintain order. Additionally, the 3 families must assign some late-stage and perfected qi refinement cultivators to serve as the law enforcement team. However, the Cheng family is unable to provide personnel due to a lack of members. Consequently, only the Liu and Zhang families sent 5 individuals each, comprising 2 perfected qi refinement cultivators and 8 late-stage qi refinement cultivators, none of whom are below the 8th level of qi refinement. Cheng Yan has borne the cost of this arrangement, which entails that whenever the Cheng family is on duty at the market, they must serve an additional 5 years compared to the other 2 families, until the Cheng family can also contribute to the law enforcement team. This is an unavoidable circumstance, as the development of a family requires time. The Cheng family has only been established for a little over 20 years, and naturally, its foundation pales in comparison to the Liu and Zhang families, who have been in existence for over a century. Of course, while Cheng Yan is required to oversee the market, it does not mean he must remain there at all times. He is still free to enter and exit the market, provided his visits are not excessively prolonged. The daily task of maintaining order is entrusted to the law enforcement team. As scattered cultivators continue to arrive at the Chengdu market, the shops of the 3 families have also opened. The Cheng family's tavern is managed by Li Yu, the Baibao pavilion is overseen by Li Yun, and the Dan pavilion is directly supervised by Cheng Yan himself. Currently, the tavern enjoys the best business, as any cultivator brave enough to enter the Tiansong mountain range has a cultivation level no lower than the late-stage qi refinement, with many being perfected qi refinement cultivators. The Qingtao wine served at the tavern is perfectly suited to their tastes. Conversely, had it been honey peach wine, they would likely refrain from spending, given its significantly higher price. However, the tavern currently offers only wine and a few light snacks, as they have yet to recruit a spirit chef. Fortunately, Liu has some knowledge of spirit cuisine, making her a makeshift spirit chef capable of preparing a few snacks to accompany the wine. Cheng Yan has already instructed for swift recruitment, and he believes that soon the Cheng family's establishments will be running smoothly. Although the Baibao Pavilion boasts a wide variety of spiritual items, their quality is not particularly high, predominantly consisting of mid to upper-tier first-grade items, with few top-tier first-grade items and scarcely any second-tier spiritual items, thus rendering them less appealing. The business at Dangu is rather flourishing, particularly due to the presence of Cheng Yan, an adept alchemist nearing the second tier. The availability of first-tier premium elixirs is assured. Moreover, in his pursuit of refining his alchemical skills, Cheng Yan has publicly announced his willingness to assist those seeking to concoct specific elixirs, albeit with the stipulation that they provide their own materials. Additionally, the minimum requirement is a first-tier premium elixir, for which Cheng Yan will only charge a nominal processing fee. Should anyone desire to create more obscure elixirs, they must also furnish their own recipes, a common practice among alchemists in their quest for knowledge. Observing Cheng Yan as a foundation-building cultivator, many scattered practitioners began to place their trust in him. Gradually, individuals started to approach him for the crafting of elixirs. However, all requests pertained solely to first-tier premium elixirs, with none yet seeking the creation of second-tier potions. Chapter 144. The commencement of the Chengdu auction. Those in pursuit of second-tier elixirs are undoubtedly foundation establishment cultivators. However, within the Chengdu market, there are scarcely a few of such practitioners, most of whom are merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. After all, for these cultivators, there are far superior venues available to them. The ones present here have primarily been lured by certain items featured in the auction. Indeed, the announcement regarding this auction has revealed a considerable number of second-tier spiritual artifacts. As the date of the auction draws nearer, the atmosphere within the Chengdu market grows increasingly vibrant. Lu Yuran and Zhang Ruxian have also arrived at the Chengdu market, acknowledging the significance of this inaugural auction hosted by the three families. With 6 or 7 foundation establishment cultivators already in attendance, they feared that relying solely on Cheng Yan might not suffice to maintain order. As time flows inexorably onward, the auction at Chengdu market commences as scheduled. The Chengdu auction hall, the grandest structure within the market, is more than capable of accommodating thousands of attendees. This edifice was the most time-consuming to erect during the establishment of the market by the three families. Constructed entirely from spiritual materials, not a single component is made from mundane stone or wood, imparting an air of grandeur and magnificence. At this moment, Cheng Yan and his companions find themselves in box number 1 of the Chengdu auction hall, attentively observing the proceedings. Welcome, esteemed friends, to our Chengdu auction hall. This auction features a total of 186 first-tier spiritual artifacts and 38 second-tier spiritual artifacts. On the elevated platform, a female cultivator, adorned in red attire and possessing striking beauty, presides over the auction, capturing the attention of the scattered cultivators below. She hails from the Zhang family. Though Cheng Yan does not know her name, her cultivation level is commendable, being at the 8th layer of qi refinement. At this moment, she is elucidating the rules of the auction, which essentially revolve around fair competition, with the highest bidder prevailing. Without further ado, let us commence the auction. Please welcome the first item. Having conveyed the rules, she seamlessly transitions into the main event, presenting the first auction item, a fire-red long sword artifact. This first-tier premium artifact, the Crimson Flame Blade, was originally intended for refinement into a second-tier artifact. However, due to some errors during the refining process, although it was ultimately successful, the artifact's grade was reduced to that of a first-tier premium. Nonetheless, this artifact possesses a potency superior to that of a standard first-tier premium artifact by a notable margin. Esteemed friends, do not let this opportunity slip away. The starting bid is 3,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent bid requiring a minimum increase of 200 spirit stones. Bidding commences now. The Zhang family cultivator, after introducing the artifact, announces the start of the bidding. Upon hearing her description, Cheng Yan turns to Lu Yuran. Given that neither the Cheng nor Zhang families possess a craftsman, it is highly likely that this artifact was supplied by the Lu family. Please forgive me, esteemed friends. The Crimson Flame Blade is but a practice piece of mine. Regrettably, my skills were insufficient, and I could only refine it to a first-tier premium. Lu Yuran, noticing their gaze, chuckles and speaks. I did not expect my friend Lu to be a second-tier craftsman. Cheng Yan humbly claimed to be a second-tier alchemist, but it was merely a gesture of politeness, especially considering his previous failures in crafting second-tier magical artifacts. However, he was taken aback to discover that the Lu family possessed a legacy of second-tier alchemy. Previously, during his time at the Blackstone market, it was widely rumored that the Lu family only had a first-tier superior alchemical heritage, revealing the unreliability of external gossip. This led him to surmise that the Zhang family's talisman-making legacy must also be quite formidable. Friend Cheng, you flatter me. My inability to produce a second-tier artifact hardly qualifies me as a second-tier alchemist, Cheng Yan remarked. Lu Yuran, upon hearing this, shook his head and responded. Meanwhile, the auctioned red flame blade had already surpassed 4,000 spirit stones, continuing to rise until it was ultimately sold to a fully realized qi refinement practitioner for 4,500 spirit stones. The high bidding for the first item ignited enthusiasm among the attendees, and several subsequent spiritual items fetched impressive prices as well. Although this auction primarily featured first-tier spiritual objects, none of the items were below the quality of first-tier superior, perfectly catering to the needs of the wandering cultivators present, ensuring that not a single item went unsold. The next item up for bid was a first-tier premium medicinal pill, the Breakthrough Pill. Its efficacy is well understood by all present, with the starting bid set at 4,000 spirit stones and increments of no less than 200 spirit stones. Upon hearing about the breakthrough pill, the Qi refinement ninth layer practitioners in the audience began to stir with excitement. Most wandering cultivators typically possessed 4 or 5 spiritual roots, as those with higher talents were often recruited into sects, causing many wandering cultivators to encounter bottlenecks. A single breakthrough pill could potentially enable them to successfully break through to the perfected Qi refinement stage, which was understandably exhilarating. Could this breakthrough pill be crafted by friend Cheng? Among the 3 families, only Cheng Yan had the potential to produce a first-tier premium medicinal pill, leading Zhang Ruxian to naturally assume that the pill was indeed crafted by him. Indeed, Cheng Yan did not deny this. Being a foundation-building cultivator now, he was unafraid of revealing certain aspects of himself. Could you assist our Lu family in crafting some breakthrough pills? Rest assured, we are well acquainted with the rules. We will provide the spiritual herbs, and you shall not be shortchanged on processing fees. Zhang Ruxian hastily interjected, only to be interrupted by Lu Yuren's urgent voice. It was understandable that Lu Yuren was anxious, as the Lu family had several practitioners trapped at the 9th layer of Qi refinement. If they could obtain breakthrough pills, it might lead to the emergence of several perfected Qi refinement cultivators within their clan. My Zhang family is in a similar predicament, Zhang Ruxian added, echoing Lu Yuren's sentiments regarding the necessity of the breakthrough pill. This is certainly feasible, but I must warn you that my success rate in crafting the breakthrough pill is quite low, so you may want to prepare yourselves mentally. That is of no consequence. Please proceed with the crafting. Both men waved off Cheng Yan's concerns, fully aware that his success rate would likely not be as low as he suggested. They believed at the very least, the success rate would be around 20%, if not 30%. Otherwise, Cheng Yan would not have resorted to selling the breaking barrier pills. His words merely serve as a pretext to justify the elixirs he has concocted. In truth, this practice has become a customary norm within the realm of cultivation. When seeking the assistance of an alchemist, one must not only pay a fee but is also unable to claim the entirety of the produced elixirs. It is only under rare circumstances, such as when the alchemist can produce but a single pill or when one shares a particularly close rapport with the alchemist, that one might attain all of the crafted elixirs. Chapter 145. Spiritual soil. The role of a weapon refiner is indeed quite similar, for outsiders are often unaware of the precise materials required for forging magical artifacts. Typically, once a weapon refiner completes an artifact, they retain any leftover materials. Moreover, this opportunity not only hones refining skills, but also allows for the acquisition of spirit stones, a chance that Cheng Yan would not let slip by. During the conversation among the 3, the price of the barrier-breaking pill had already surged to 5,000 spirit stones, and it continued to rise steadily. Ultimately, it was sold to an individual for 6,200 spirit stones. With the conclusion of the barrier-breaking pill auction, the auction house officially entered its peak phase, with subsequent spiritual items not falling below the first-grade premium category, and many being among the more precious and rare offerings within that tier. These spiritual items fetched considerable prices. Soon, second-grade spiritual items emerged, prompting bids from foundation-building cultivators. Many were auctioned for nearly 10,000, or even exceeding that amount, eliciting gasps of astonishment from the Qi-refining practitioners. Even Cheng Yan, who was seated in the private box, found himself captivated by one particular spiritual item. It was a chunk of earth, approximately the size of a fist, yet the surface shimmered with ethereal light, indicating it was no ordinary substance. This was a piece of second-grade low-tier spiritual soil essence, a rarity typically buried deep within the earth and exceedingly difficult to unearth. The essence of spiritual soil serves as an exceptional material for crafting earth element artifacts. Furthermore, when placed within a spiritual field, it can enhance the fertility of the land, albeit to a minimal extent, slightly accelerating the maturation of spiritual herbs. However, this enhancement is often deemed insufficient, leading most cultivators to prefer using the spiritual soil essence for artifact refinement instead. Cheng Yan, lacking an earth's spiritual root, should theoretically have no interest in such a material. Yet, at the moment the spiritual soil essence appeared, he felt a subtle tremor within the diagram of mountains and waters in his consciousness. Although the movement was slight, it did not escape his notice. Cheng Yan had possessed this diagram for quite some time, and it had remained quietly within his mind, never exhibiting any unusual behavior until now, triggered by the appearance of the spiritual soil essence. The starting bid for the second-grade low-tier spiritual soil essence was set at 5,000 spirit stones, with each subsequent increment not to fall below 300 spirit stones. The auction commenced. 5,000 spirit stones. As the host announced the beginning of the bidding, Voices began to call out. 5,300 spirit stones. 5,600 spirit stones. Bids continued to flow in, quickly bringing the price near 6,000 spirit stones. 6,000 spirit stones. Cheng Yan, no longer hesitating, raised his voice to bid. I recall that Taoist Cheng primarily practices water element techniques. What draws you to the essence of spiritual soil? Lu Yuran, observing Cheng Yan's participation, inquired with curiosity. Merely wishing to ascertain the efficacy of the spiritual soil essence in accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs, Cheng Yan replied, fabricating an excuse to deflect the inquiry regarding his true intentions for acquiring the essence. Taoist Cheng may be disappointed. I once experimented with burying spiritual soil essence within a spiritual field, but its effect on accelerating the growth of spiritual herbs was, in truth, negligible. Lu Yuran shook his head upon hearing Cheng Yan's words and remarked, "Oh? Is this spiritual earth essence perhaps being auctioned by Taoist Lu?" Cheng Yan, believing Lu Yuran had once attempted it, and thinking that the essence was indeed his to auction, was taken aback. Not at all. Once the spiritual earth essence is buried within the spiritual field, it becomes one with the field and is nearly impossible to extract. To his surprise, Lu Yuran shook his head again and stated, "It is not from me." Cheng Yan's gaze then shifted to Zhang Ruxian. If it was not provided by Lu Yuran, it must have come from the Zhang family. Yet, Zhang Ruxian also shook his head, indicating that it was not his offering. It must belong to some foundation establishment loose cultivator, he suggested. Understanding dawned on Cheng Yan. In this auction, aside from the spiritual items presented by the three of them, there were also those consigned by loose cultivators. Although the quantity was limited, the quality was commendable. Well, it comes down to a few spiritual stones, he thought. 6,300 spiritual stones. Initially, after Cheng Yan called out a bid of 6,000 spiritual stones, no one else raised their voice, suggesting that the essence's worth was roughly around that amount. Just as the auctioneer was about to declare that Zhou Yang had won the bid for the spiritual earth essence, another voice suddenly called out a bid from one of the private booths, presumably that of a foundation establishment cultivator. Cheng Yan furrowed his brow but remained silent, ready to bid again when he noticed someone hurriedly ascending the high platform to whisper in the ear of the female auctioneer. Upon hearing his words, her brow furrowed tightly, her gaze fixed on the booth from which the bid had originated, as if contemplating something. Eventually, she relaxed her brow, a smile gracing her face as she spoke. "Esteemed senior, I sincerely apologize for not clearly explaining the rules. As the item being consigned is yours, you are not permitted to participate in the bidding. Thus, your bid is rendered void, and the spiritual earth essence is awarded to the senior who bid 6,000 spiritual stones." She endeavored to maintain a smile, her tone as gentle as possible, yet it lacked any sense of humility, merely reflecting a standard service demeanor. With her announcement, the crowd of loose cultivators erupted in commotion. Such auction rules were well understood by all Qi refinement cultivators, and a foundation establishment cultivator could hardly be ignorant of them. Yet, this individual had still engaged in such malicious bidding behavior, revealing his intentions. "Young lady, be careful with your words. Do not tarnish my reputation," a raspy voice interjected, followed by a formidable aura emanating from the booth, pressing down upon the female auctioneer. Instantly, her face turned pale, her legs slightly buckling as if she were about to kneel. "Humph!" A cold snort echoed, and another powerful aura surged forth, countering the earlier pressure and forcing the aggressor back. The female auctioneer felt the burden lift, ultimately managing to remain upright. The individual who made his move was Zhang Ruxian, and the female cultivator in question belonged to his clan. Naturally, he could not allow his kin to be humiliated in public. A mere cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment dares to challenge me? To his surprise, the adversary suddenly let out a cold laugh, and his aura surged dramatically, forcing Zhang Ruxian to retreat once more. Mid-stage of foundation establishment? Upon realizing he had been pushed back, Zhang Ruxian's expression turned grave as he muttered softly. Hearing Zhang Ruxian remark that the individual was at mid-stage foundation establishment, Lu Yuran could no longer remain passive. His own aura surged in tandem with Zhang Ruxian's, and together they managed to engage their opponent in a contest that was, albeit barely, evenly matched. Chapter 146. Is it you? Did you think that two individuals could stand in my way? A thunderous roar resounded, and the aura emanating from the man surged once more. Boom. The formidable force shattered the private room constructed from first-grade superior spiritual wood. Step back, step back. Even Lu Yuran and Zhang Ruxian could no longer withstand it, retreating 2 steps under the immense pressure. As the private room exploded, the figure of the man appeared before everyone. However, he was shrouded entirely in a black robe. rendering his visage indistinguishable. I see that you, my fellow cultivator, have not come to partake in the auction today, but rather to cause trouble. At this moment, Cheng Yan also rose to his feet, his aura unique to foundational cultivators combining with that of Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian, providing them with a momentary respite. Together, the three subtly exerted pressure that suggested they might overpower him. Hee, you have finally chosen to reveal yourself. The man in the black robe chuckled darkly, his voice hoarse and grating. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan's brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that this individual recognized them? Otherwise, why would he utter such words? Do you know us? Haha, I know you all too well. The guise I bear today is a result of your actions. However, I must express my gratitude. Had it not been for you, I would not have advanced to the mid-foundational stage so swiftly. Though the black-robed man feigned gratitude, his tone dripped with unending malice, as if he wished to exact 1,000 tortures upon Cheng Yan and his companions. Who on earth are you? The man remained concealed in his black robe, his identity veiled, prompting Lu Yuren to voice his inquiry. Upon hearing Lu Yuren's question, the black-robed man slowly lowered his hood, unveiling his face. As the hood fell, his features finally came into view. He was none other than the individual who had escaped when Cheng Yan and his companions obtained the Qingyu bird egg. However, now, one side of his face was grotesquely disfigured, rendering him terrifying. It's you. Lu Yuren recognized him immediately, although only half of his face was visible. Being a foundational cultivator endowed him with keen observational skills and a remarkable memory. I can't believe you still remember me. Do you see the scars upon my face? They are the result of your actions. The black-robed man seethed with hatred, his voice tinged with a semblance of madness, clearly harboring a deep-seated loathing for Cheng Yan and his companions. What nonsense! You abandoned your brothers and fled. How can you claim that the scars upon your face are our doing? Lu Yuren scoffed coldly, recalling how decisively the man had fled, showing no concern for his brother's fates. He had not even sustained an injury, let alone a disfigurement. If it were not for you, how would I have encountered the purple sack frog? How would I have been disfigured? It is all your fault. It is entirely your fault. Yet, I must also thank you. Had it not been for you, I would not have advanced to the mid-foundational stage so quickly. The black-robed man raved like a madman, his voice a cacophony of despair and fury. After he managed to escape from Cheng Yan and his companions, he was consumed by fear of being pursued and intimidated by Cheng Yan's formidable strength. In his panic, he fled aimlessly. Unexpectedly, he encountered a second-tier intermediate purple sack frog during his flight. Being merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment, he stood no chance against such a formidable foe and was forced to flee once more. After a harrowing chase, he successfully evaded the creature, albeit at the cost of sustaining injuries from the frog's venom, which left half of his face disfigured. However, this misfortune turned into an unexpected opportunity, allowing him to break through to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Once he reached this new level, every glance at his disfigured visage intensified his hatred towards Cheng Yan and his companions. The injuries on his face were not beyond the reach of miraculous elixirs. However, the toxicity of the purple sack frog's venom was notoriously difficult to counter. To remedy his facial scars, he would require at least a second-tier premium or even a third-tier potion, resources he simply could not obtain. His growing animosity twisted his heart whenever others looked at him. He believed they were mocking his disfigured appearance. Consequently, he shrouded himself in a black cloak and began to search for Cheng Yan and his companions, intent on enacting revenge. Eventually, he learned of a marketplace that had opened, intending merely to find a place to rest. To his surprise, he encountered Cheng Yan and his companions there, and his pent-up hatred erupted completely. If it were not for your greedy intentions upon seeing our Qingyu bird egg, you would not have ended up in such dire straits. Lu Yuren scoffed. The root cause of his predicament was nothing but his own avarice. Had he not been tempted by the Qingyu bird egg that Cheng Yan and his companions had obtained, he would not have found himself in this situation today. Enough of this idle chatter. Today marks the end for the three of you. The figure in the black robe bellowed, as he conjured a massive fireball that appeared in the sky like a blazing sun, engulfed in fierce flames. A wave of heat surged forth, overwhelming the Qi practitioners within the auction hall, forcing them to retreat. Only a few foundation establishment cultivators could withstand the oppressive heat. This matter does not concern you. Leave at once, the cloaked figure commanded, addressing the foundation establishment practitioners present. They exchanged glances, reluctant to provoke a mid-stage cultivator, and retreated beyond the confines of the duel, opting to observe from a distance. This is bad. It's the falling flame technique. Quickly activate the formation. We must not allow him to destroy the marketplace. Zhang Ruxian recognized the massive fireball as the falling flame technique, which ranked among the more powerful fire attribute spells, even exceeding the strength of the Fire Phoenix technique. Should this flame descend, the auction hall would surely be at risk. Hearing this, Cheng Yan retrieved the formation disc from his storage ring and activated the formation. As the first to guard the marketplace, the formation disc was naturally in Cheng Yan's possession. The formation of Chenggu Fangshi is a second-tier, mid-grade array known as the Falling Stone Quicksand Formation, characterized by its earth attribute and formidable defensive capabilities. As Cheng Yan activated the formation, an endless tide of quicksand began to rise. The entire sky above Chenggu Fangshi became shrouded in yellow sand, casting shadows throughout the marketplace, as if it had been plunged into the depths of night. With the initiation of the formation by Cheng Yan, the relentless quicksand ascended, enveloping the sky in a swirling tempest of sand, obscuring the marketplace in darkness, akin to a sudden onset of night. Chapter 147. Mid-stage foundation establishment against the enemy. Under the deft manipulation of Cheng Yan, the swirling sands enveloped the colossal fireball, transforming it into an immense yellow sand sphere suspended in the sky. As the yellow sphere gradually diminished in size, the massive meteor flame extinguished, vanishing from sight. Upon witnessing the meteor flame being halted, Zhang Ruxian let out a sigh of relief. This market had consumed more than a year of their efforts, alongside considerable resources. Had it been destroyed so easily, their hearts would ache for a long time. Did you think this was the end? Unexpectedly, the robed figure displayed no sign of surprise at the interruption of his meteor flame. Instead, he emitted a piercing laugh and declared, as if that were the case. No sooner had he spoken than 5 more meteor flames appeared in the sky above the market, revealing the true terror of the meteor flame technique. A single meteor flame, wielded by the robed figure at mid-stage foundation establishment, possessed power comparable to that of a full-force strike from an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator. However, the meteor flame technique allowed for simultaneous launches. When multiple flames descended together, their destructive power escalated immensely, rendering defense nearly impossible and proving exceedingly troublesome. Intervene, Zhang Ruxian bellowed, charging forth to intercept one of the meteor flames with his own methods. Lu Yuren, unwilling to lag behind, rushed forward to block another flame. The remaining 3, however, were left to Cheng Yan. The yellow sands spread out once more, converging toward the meteor flames. Clearly, Cheng Yan intended to employ a similar strategy to thwart these 3 flames. Yet, the combined force of 3 meteor flames crashing upon the flowing sands far exceeded that of the single flame encountered earlier. Although Cheng Yan successfully intercepted 2 flames, one still breached the defenses of the sand flow, hurtling toward the market like a meteorite. Realizing the impending danger, Cheng Yan swiftly tossed the formation plate to a perfected Qi disciple of the Lu family, entrusting him with the control of the formation. The formation drew upon the spiritual veins for energy, allowing even a perfected Qi cultivator to manage it, albeit with diminished efficacy compared to Cheng Yan's command. After passing the formation plate to the Lu disciple, Cheng Yan surged forward, a sturdy iron rod materializing in his grasp. As he infused it with spiritual energy, the rod expanded dramatically. Embracing it with both hands, he struck upward against the meteor flame. The iron rod collided with the flame, releasing an immense force that sent the meteor flame careening away, exploding in the sky like a resplendent firework. Impressive strength. Yet do not presume this is the conclusion. The robed figure had yet to unleash his full might from the outset. He intended to torment Cheng Yan and his companions slowly, savoring his revenge. With a series of hand seals, the robed man conjured several more meteor flames, which plummeted toward the market. As they descended, the flames coalesced into an even larger meteor flame, exuding a pressure that left Cheng Yan feeling a chill of apprehension. Let us strike together and combine our efforts to thwart this, Cheng Yan bellowed, realizing that single-handedly halting the immense meteor fire would prove to be a formidable challenge. Thus, it necessitated the combined efforts of the 3 of them. As his voice echoed, the trio sprang into action, brandishing a robust iron rod, a fiery red spear, and a dusty yellow long knife, directing their magical artifacts towards the colossal meteor fire. United in their endeavor, even the formidable meteor fire was momentarily thwarted, ceasing its descent. However, while they managed to stave off disaster for a brief period, they could not maintain their defense indefinitely. Soon, their artifacts began to waver, teetering on the brink of collapse. Despite the collaborative strength of 3 foundation-building cultivators, they could not exert their force with the unity of a single being. Consequently, their hold on the massive meteor fire was fleeting, and soon their artifacts lost their efficacy, being cast aside. At that moment, the meteor fire appeared to be on the verge of extinguishment, evidently weakened by the efforts of Cheng Yan and his companions. Yet, if they could not restrain the meteor fire, who else could? Just as the onlookers resigned themselves to the inevitable destruction of the Chun Valley market, a cascade of flowing sand erupted, enveloping the gigantic meteor fire. Having already expended a significant portion of its power, the meteor fire was easily subdued by the sands. The one who intervened was none other than the Lu clan cultivator, whom Cheng Yan had previously entrusted with the control of the formation. With a sigh of relief, Cheng Yan and his companions felt a wave of gratitude wash over them. They had successfully averted disaster, sparing the market from substantial ruin. Lu Daoyou's clan member had proven remarkably capable, showing no fear even in the face of a mid-foundation cultivator. Cheng Yan could not help but commend the Lu clan's adept practitioner for their valiant efforts. "Ha, you flatter me, Cheng Daoyou," Lu Yuren laughed heartily, pleased that his kin had brought him honor. "Humph, how dare you distract yourselves during a duel? Such folly." The cloaked figure scoffed coldly. Perceiving Cheng Yan and his companions' actions as a blatant affront, daring to engage in conversation amidst the confrontation. With a swift motion, the figure produced a crimson gourd, infusing it with spiritual energy until it expanded into a massive, hovering object. "Behold the might of my fire gourd," he proclaimed, unleashing a torrent of flames that surged forth with the force to incinerate mountains and boil seas. Yet, his target was none other than the Lu clan's adept practitioner, clearly harboring a grudge for having thwarted his meteor fire moments before. Such shamelessness. A mid-foundation cultivator striking at a mere chi practitioner. "Give me the formation plate." Zhang Ruxian bellowed in astonishment, taken aback by the cloaked figure's audacity. Upon hearing Zhang Ruxian's command, the Lu clan's adept practitioner promptly cast the formation plate into his hands. Zhang Ruxian, a master of earth attribute techniques, was poised to wield the falling rock and flowing sand formation with enhanced potency. A colossal boulder descended from the heavens, positioning itself before the blazing flames. Did this mere stone truly believe it could thwart my fiery gourd? Upon witnessing Zhang Ruxian manipulating the formation in an attempt to obstruct his infernal gourd, the figure cloaked in black revealed a mocking grin, which, combined with the visage of his ravaged half-face, rendered him particularly fearsome. As his words hung in the air, the black-clad man intensified the infusion of spiritual energy, causing the flames emitted by the gourd to surge with even greater ferocity, to the extent that the boulder seemed on the verge of melting away. Chapter 148. Slaying the enemy. Upon witnessing the situation, Cheng Yan recognized that it was time to take action. With a series of intricate hand seals, the spiritual energy within the spirit-gathering pearl dwindled, coalescing into a water dragon that measured 33 zhang in length. "At last, you will witness this technique," he declared. "Today, I shall demonstrate that the proud maneuver you once wielded is now utterly ineffective in my hands." The figure cloaked in black, upon seeing Cheng Yan unleash the water dragon technique, exhibited an even more frenzied expression. His former companion, a body cultivator, had perished to this very technique, and it was precisely due to this that he had been forced to flee, leading to his current predicament. With a resounding roar, the water dragon raised its head and emitted a mighty dragon's cry. Nearby chi practitioners paled at the sound, their legs trembling, nearly unable to remain standing. "Zhang Daoyou, confine him," Cheng Yan bellowed as the water dragon made its appearance. Responding to his command, Zhang Ruxian manipulated the swirling sands to form a yellow sand cage, intending to ensnare the black-cloaked figure along with his magical artifacts. However, as the sands enveloped the figure, a flash of silver light suddenly pierced through. "Do you think this can trap me?" The black-cloaked man roared in wrath as flames surged forth, causing the sand cage to gradually soften under the unbearable heat. In mere moments, the entire sand enclosure erupted violently. At the very instant the sand cage shattered, a blindingly white beam of light shot forth, striking the black-cloaked man before he could react. This was clearly the effect of the silver pattern mirror, yet the wielder was not Cheng Yan, but Lu Yuren. While Zhang Ruxian ensnared the black-cloaked figure with the sands, that fleeting silver light had been the mirror tossed to Lu Yuren by Cheng Yan. This had been a prearranged strategy among the three. Their earlier casual conversation was not born from disdain for the black-cloaked man. After all, he was a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner, and even with their combined strength, they needed to approach the confrontation with utmost seriousness. How could they afford to be distracted? The apparent distraction from the two had been feigned, as they needed to communicate discreetly, silently devising a strategy. However, the black-cloaked man's superior cultivation level allowed him to potentially intercept their communication, thus unraveling their scheme. Cheng Yan cleverly devised a method to provoke him, and the opponent fell for the trap, failing to detect their transmission. Momentarily stunned by the white beam, the black-cloaked man regained his composure almost instantly. Yet by then, the water dragon had already surged before him. As he gazed at the approaching dragon, his pupils constricted involuntarily. He felt an unmistakable aura of death emanating from it. At that moment, he finally understood how his former companion had met his demise at Cheng Yan's hands. However, he was no longer the same man. Now a mid-stage Foundation establishment practitioner, he believed himself unafraid of the water dragon. With a wave of his hand, he directed the fire gourd, aiming its mouth at Cheng Yan's water dragon, unleashing a torrent of flames. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan's water dragon remained undeterred, resolutely advancing towards the oncoming inferno. A powerful surge of intense heat enveloped the water dragon's form, continuously searing it, as billowing white steam ascended, reminiscent of clouds drifting in the sky. Meanwhile, the flames emitted by the fire gourd gradually diminished. Nevertheless, under comparable might, water attribute spells inherently restrained fire attribute spells. Ultimately, the water dragon succeeded in extinguishing the fire gourd, crashing into the figure cloaked in black. However, the water dragon's potency had also been significantly depleted by the fire gourd, inflicting only a minor wound upon the black-cloaked individual. Yet, just as the black-cloaked figure was about to mock, he suddenly found himself shrouded in an ominous shadow. Looking up, his expression shifted dramatically. A colossal falling rock loomed directly above him. Do not underestimate the power of a mid-tier second-grade formation, Zhang Ruxian bellowed. The falling rock sand formation was indeed a mid-tier second-grade array, capable of threatening cultivators in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment, its power far exceeding what had been previously demonstrated. The immense boulder plummeted from the heavens, leaving the black-cloaked figure with no time to evade. He could only manipulate the fire gourd once more, redirecting its spout to unleash an endless torrent of flames at the descending rock, hoping to obstruct its descent. The black-cloaked individual's strength was indeed formidable. Despite suffering a blow from Cheng Yan, he still managed to counter the assault of the mid-tier second-grade formation. Observing this, Cheng Yan gritted his teeth, draining every last bit of spiritual energy from the spirit-gathering pearl, and unleashed another water dragon technique. The black-cloaked figure, preoccupied with defending against the falling rock, lacked the capacity to fend off Cheng Yan's water dragon technique, and could only watch helplessly as the water dragon drew closer. Ultimately, under the dual onslaught of the water dragon technique and the falling rock sand formation, the fire gourd could no longer withstand the pressure and was shattered, as both the water dragon and the boulder collided with the black-cloaked figure. Both the water dragon technique and the falling rock sand formation bore the might equivalent to a full-force strike from a mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. Without the fire gourd's protection, the black-cloaked figure could not endure such an assault and met a tragic end beneath the two attacks. As the black-cloaked figure perished, the multitude of spells in the sky dissipated, leaving an eerie silence. Only the corpse of the black-cloaked figure fell from the heavens, landing with a resounding thud. Esteemed guests, the troublemaker has been dealt with. The auction will proceed. Please make your way back to the auction venue. Cheng Yan's voice resonated, though not loud. It was clear enough for everyone in the Deep Valley Market to hear. As his words echoed, many cultivators returned to the auction hall. Given that even cultivators in the mid-stage of Foundation establishment were no match for Cheng Yan and his companions, they no longer feared for their safety. Moreover, many among them had successfully bid on numerous items during the auction, which they had yet to claim. The few initial-stage Foundation cultivators who had been driven away by the black-cloaked figure now regarded Cheng Yan and his companions with a newfound respect. Clearly, the trio's achievement in slaying a mid-stage Foundation cultivator had instilled a sense of trepidation in them. However, they had not come to cause trouble. While they were wary of Cheng Yan and his companions, they were not easily frightened away. As the final item was auctioned off, the event came to a close. Despite encountering some unforeseen circumstances along the way, the overall outcome was satisfactory, and the objectives of the three parties were achieved. After the auction concluded, Lu Yuran and Zhang Ruxian did not hasten to return home. Instead, they lingered in the bustling market of Chengafang for a while, taking the opportunity to divide the contents of the black-robed man's storage bag. Although the bag contained a modest sum of spirit stones, approximately 10,000, it was rich in second-tier spiritual items, particularly an abundance of materials from various second-tier demonic beasts. Chapter 149. The Mystery of the Qian Kuan Mountain and Water Diagram. Ultimately, Cheng Yan acquired the fiery gourd and a piece of second-tier low-grade spiritual soil essence, along with a small quantity of second-tier beast materials. The fiery gourd, a second-tier mid-grade magical artifact, was the most valuable item in his storage bag, exhibiting formidable power. Had it not been for the presence of the fiery gourd in the hands of the hooded figure, He could not have survived for so long amidst Cheng Yan and his companions, as well as the second-tier mid-grade formation. Regrettably, Cheng Yan primarily cultivated water-based techniques, which meant that the fiery gourd's effectiveness might be somewhat diminished in his hands. Nevertheless, it was still considerably superior to the second-tier low-grade artifact he possessed. One could hardly forget the envious and resentful gaze of Lu Yuren when Cheng Yan expressed his desire for the fiery gourd. Lu Yuren practiced fire-based techniques, making the fiery gourd exceptionally compatible with him. Unfortunately, he had not contributed much in this battle and could not claim it as a priority. Yet, he expressed to Cheng Yan his hope to exchange for a second-tier, mid-grade water-based artifact whenever he managed to acquire one. Cheng Yan smiled and agreed, recognizing that such an arrangement would be mutually beneficial, leaving no reason for him to decline. The auction had yielded substantial profits for the three families involved. Most of the spiritual items featured in the auction had been provided by them, but it was the subsequent earnings from the marketplace that truly astonished Cheng Yan. The unexpected events of the auction had inadvertently elevated their reputation. Many had heard of how the Chengdu marketplace could even slay mid-stage foundation establishment cultivators, making it relatively safe in the periphery of the Tiansong mountain range. Consequently, numerous wandering cultivators chose to settle in Chengdu marketplace. At this juncture, the numerous vacant courtyards and houses in the marketplace finally found their purpose, as many wandering cultivators sought long-term residence there. The rental income from these properties proved profitable for all three families. Furthermore, as the reputation of Chengdu marketplace spread, various forces from beyond the Tiansong mountain range began to establish shops within, generating additional rental income. Additionally, the wandering cultivators setting up stalls also contributed to the rental fees. Cheng Yan finally understood how the Liu and Zhang families had managed to amass such a wealth of spirit stones to purchase foundation establishment pills. The marketplace was exceedingly lucrative. One could easily envision that as long as the three families could maintain their hold on Chengdu marketplace, they would continuously reap a bounty of spirit stones. This was merely the result of their shared profits. One could only imagine the extent of wealth amassed by those forces capable of independently establishing a marketplace. As stability gradually returned to Chengdu marketplace, Lu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian returned to their respective families, leaving Cheng Yan to oversee the marketplace alone. After their departure, Cheng Yan returned to the Pill Pavilion. The top floor of the Pill Pavilion had been specially constructed for him, and he had personally set up prohibitions to ensure that any disturbances within would not reach the outside world. Moreover, only late-stage foundation establishment cultivators could probe into the conditions inside. After establishing these protections, Cheng Yan took out the piece of spiritual soil essence. As soon as the essence of spiritual soil appeared in Zhou Yang's hand, the diagram of the universe and mountains within his consciousness began to tremble. Cheng Yan even sensed an overwhelming yearning emanating from the diagram. To his astonishment, the diagram of the universe and mountains abruptly emerged from his consciousness. Cheng Yan gazed at the diagram, astonished. For so many years, it had remained quietly within his mind, impervious to any attempts he made to extricate it. Yet today, it had chosen to reveal itself. Once the diagram emerged from Cheng Yan's consciousness, he felt a formidable attraction that swiftly drew the essence of spiritual soil from his grasp. Was it attempting to refine the essence? After absorbing the essence, the diagram transformed into a radiant streak of light, re-entering Cheng Yan's consciousness. Cheng Yan was momentarily taken aback by this sudden turn of events. The entire process, from the diagram's emergence to its return, transpired within mere moments, leaving him bewildered. Settling into a meditative position, Cheng Yan turned his attention inward to his consciousness, discovering that the diagram of the universe and mountains remained unchanged, having returned to its original place, quietly waiting there. Regardless of his efforts or the application of spiritual energy, he could not shift it. Cheng Yan was perplexed, grappling with the mystery of the situation. However, he did not believe that the diagram would undergo no change after absorbing the essence of spiritual soil. Upon entering the diagram, Cheng Yan discerned its transformation. The once modest 3 acres of spiritual fields had expanded slightly. Although the increase was minimal, his keen observational skills as a foundational cultivator allowed him to perceive the difference. He then speculated whether the flow of time within the diagram had also accelerated. After conducting a series of experiments, he confirmed that indeed, the passage of time in the diagram had subtly quickened. This revelation filled Cheng Yan with joy. As he progressed in his foundational cultivation, the various spiritual herbs he required typically needed centuries to mature. Even when planted within the diagram, they would take years or even decades to ripen. Yet, Cheng Yan was not exceptionally gifted. His cultivation relied heavily on elixirs. If the time flow within the diagram could be further accelerated, his cultivation would naturally advance more swiftly. With this exhilarating discovery, Cheng Yan promptly sought out Li Yun, urging him to remain vigilant for any news regarding the essence of spiritual soil, promising to inform him immediately upon any findings. The treasure pavilion not only sold a myriad of spiritual items, but also acquired diverse spiritual materials. Although Li Yun was unaware of Cheng Yan's intentions for the essence of spiritual soil, he readily agreed to assist. He need not concern himself with the purpose for which Cheng Yan sought the essence of spiritual soil. His sole obligation was to heed Cheng Yan's directives and execute his tasks. Although the essence of spiritual soil was merely a second-tier spiritual object, it lay buried deep underground, making it exceedingly difficult to unearth. Thus, even though Cheng Yan instructed Li Yun to remain vigilant for any news regarding the essence, the quantity ultimately procured was lamentably scant. With a sense of resignation, Cheng Yan set aside this matter, leaving the acquisition of the essence to fate. Subsequently, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to fulfilling his duty of safeguarding the marketplace, a commitment that would endure for 6 long years. Chapter 150. News of the mine. The days spent guarding the marketplace were exceedingly monotonous. Aside from immersing himself in cultivation within the market, Cheng Yan also devoted his time to concocting elixirs for various cultivators in need. This endeavor significantly honed Cheng Yan's alchemical skills. Presently, he was able to achieve a success rate of approximately 40% for second-tier low-grade elixirs. In addition to the enhancement of his alchemical abilities, Cheng Yan's cultivation had also experienced considerable advancement. He was on the verge of breaking through to the mid-foundation stage, and within approximately 6 months, he would successfully transcend to that level. This was undoubtedly facilitated by Cheng Yan's status as an alchemist. Moreover, the purple-winged bee had reached the second-tier low-grade level, now capable of producing second-tier low-grade spiritual honey. Utilizing the Xian Yuan fruits he procured from the treasure pavilion, Cheng Yan concocted the Xian Yuan pill infused with second-tier low-grade spiritual honey, greatly accelerating his cultivation speed. It is worth noting that Lu Yuran from the Lu family and Zhang Ruxian from the Zhang family had broken through to the foundation stage several years prior and were cultivating above a second-tier mid-grade spiritual vein. Yet, their current cultivation levels were only marginally superior to Cheng Yan's. At this moment, Cheng Yan found himself on the top floor of the dam pavilion, where he had set up protective barriers that rendered it impervious to prying eyes, save for those in the late foundation stage. Seated before the alchemical furnace, Cheng Yan was enveloped in waves of heat, his expression grave as he was clearly at a critical juncture in his alchemical process. As the temperature of the furnace gradually decreased, a rich medicinal fragrance wafted into the air. Cheng Yan lifted the lid of the furnace and retrieved 4 Xian Yuan pills. Alas, only 4 again. It seemed that elevating the success rate for second-tier low-grade elixirs was an exceedingly arduous task. Cheng Yan sighed softly, reflecting on how he had maintained a 40% success rate for over 6 months. Yet despite his diligent efforts, he had been unable to improve it further. In pursuit of better results, he had purchased a second-tier mid-grade alchemical furnace from the Golden Blade Marketplace, spending nearly 20,000 spirit stones. The furnace left behind by Wan Feng was merely a first-tier high-grade one, barely adequate for crafting first-tier supreme elixirs. Cheng Yan had attempted to refine several batches of second-tier elixirs with it, nearly causing the furnace to explode, ultimately forcing him to seek a replacement. As Cheng Yan stored the furnace and prepared to wander the marketplace to clear his mind, he suddenly sensed a familiar aura within the Dan Pavilion. Upon probing with his consciousness, he discovered it was Cheng Yuqing. What was this girl doing in the Qingyu Valley Marketplace? Cheng Yan furrowed his brow, muttering to himself. In recent years, the surrounding demonic beasts had faced extensive extermination, rendering second-tier demonic beasts virtually non-existent, and even first-tier ones were seldom seen. Yet, traversing this terrain was not something a mere 5th-level Qi practitioner could undertake lightly. Lost in thought, Cheng Yan approached Cheng Yuqing. Uncle Six, you've finally emerged from seclusion. Cheng Yuqing exclaimed upon spotting Cheng Yan, her face lighting up with joy. Now 20 years old, Cheng Yuqing stood only half a head shorter than Cheng Yan. She had blossomed into a graceful figure, embodying a charming demeanor, though her penchant for alcohol remained an unaltered trait. She wore a cerulean gourd at her waist, an artifact of the first tier, concealing a universe within, yet it was solely employed by her to store wine. The spiritual liquor enterprise of the Cheng family had gradually fallen into her capable hands. Cheng Yan, with a stern expression, remarked, "What brings you to the market of Qinggu? Did I not instruct you previously that you were not to leave Feiyue Lake until you reached the late stage of Qi refining?" Cheng Yuning, mischievous since childhood, had indeed matured somewhat after her previous escapade of secretly drinking spiritual wine, yet today she had once again contravened the family's rules. It was my second brother who summoned me, instructing me to deliver this jade slip to you. Fearing Cheng Yan's displeasure upon seeing his countenance, Cheng Yuning quickly produced a jade slip and handed it to him. He mentioned it contained something of great importance and placed a restriction on it, forbidding me from viewing its contents. As she passed the slip to Cheng Yan, she muttered under her breath, "Ah." Cheng Yan accepted the jade slip and playfully tapped her on the head. "Your temperament lacks steadiness. The reason Yu Hao did not permit you to see it is for your own good. However, Yu Hao should also understand that even when managing family affairs, he ought not to involve you." The distance from Feiyue Lake to Chengdu Market was not great, and with his speed, it would take merely a day. It seemed he would need to give Yu Hao a proper lesson upon their return. "Rest assured, Uncle Lu, my second brother bestowed upon me a considerable number of high-quality first-tier spiritual talismans, and besides, I have safely arrived at the market." Cheng Yuning rubbed the spot where Cheng Yan had tapped her head, speaking with a hint of defiance. Although Cheng Yu Hao was strict with his younger siblings, their admiration for him was unwavering. Upon hearing Cheng Yan's intention to reprimand Cheng Yu Hao, she quickly came to her brother's defense. "Oh, you." Cheng Yan chuckled. Shaking his head, the unity and affection among the siblings brought him joy. He then delved into the jade slip with his consciousness, eager to discover the message Cheng Yu Hao intended to convey. As he perused the contents, his expression gradually grew grave. "Uncle Lu, what is the matter?" Cheng Yuning, noticing his solemnity, could not suppress her curiosity and inquired further. "The Lu family has discovered a second-tier inferior mine." "What?" Cheng Yuning gasped in astonishment at Cheng Yan's words. A second-tier inferior mine was an extraordinary asset, with benefits beyond measure. Should the Lu family truly have unearthed such a resource, their development would likely eclipse that of the Cheng and Zhang families. Interestingly, this news had initially come to light through Li Yun. Now the manager of the Baibao Pavilion, he frequently interacted with others. Just half a month prior, a practitioner at the late stage of qi refining approached Li Yun, claiming to have information to sell to the Cheng family, offering it at the exorbitant price of 10,000 spirit stones. After much deliberation, Li Yun ultimately decided to purchase the information. However, he was not a fool. He only paid a deposit of 3,000 spirit stones, intending to pay the remainder once he deemed the information worth the price. Subsequently, Li Yun learned that the loose cultivator, who had reached the late stage of qi refinement, was initially engaged in hunting demons in the wilderness. However, he inadvertently stumbled upon members of the Lu family, accompanied by two fully realized qi refinement practitioners. Driven by curiosity and possessing remarkable stealth skills, he stealthily followed them. To his astonishment, he witnessed the Lu family discovering a low-grade second-tier mineral vein, which elicited a profound expression of ecstasy upon his countenance. He realized that this information could yield him a substantial profit in spirit stones. Consequently, he approached Li Yun, but he dared not seek out Cheng Yan. He was acutely aware that revealing such crucial information to Cheng Yan could jeopardize his personal freedom, regardless of whether he could exchange it for 10,000 spirit stones. After all, Cheng Yan would never permit him to harbor such a significant secret in the outside world. Chapter 151. The Lu family. Since he was capable of selling information to the Cheng family, it was only natural that he could also sell it to the Zhang family, or even to forces beyond the confines of Chengdu Fengshi. However, he never anticipated that he would be incapacitated by Li Yun, who was merely at the 6th level of qi refinement, having been drugged by a sleeping potion in the spirit tea that Li Yun prepared for him. Initially, he had no intention of consuming the elixir provided by Li Yun, but upon hearing Li Yun proclaim it to be a top-tier spirit tea with immense benefits for cultivation, he was persuaded. As a wandering cultivator, he had never tasted such exquisite spirit tea. Moreover, having witnessed Li Yun drink from the same pot, he lowered his guard and took a sip. Little did he know that Li Yun had secretly laced it with a potent sleeping drug. The moment he ingested the spirit tea, he collapsed, and now he remained confined in the secret chamber of the Baibao Pavilion. Subsequently, Li Yun sought out Cheng Yan to convey the information, but at that time, Cheng Yan was in seclusion. After waiting for nearly 10 days without any sign of Cheng Yan emerging, he had no choice but to take the risk of returning to Feiyue Lake to share the news with Cheng Yuhua first. Upon learning the information, Cheng Yuhua instructed Li Yun to stay on Feiyue Island and asked the unsuspecting Cheng Yuning to bring the message to Cheng Yan, fearing that Li Yun might inadvertently leak the news to the Lu family. As for Cheng Yuhua, years ago, Cheng Yan had passed the position of clan leader to him. Being the leader of the Cheng family, Cheng Yuhua's every move was undoubtedly under the scrutiny of both the Lu and Zhang families. If he rashly approached Cheng Yan, it might arouse the Lu family's suspicions. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Cheng Yan was conversing with Cheng Yuning, a knocking sound echoed from outside the door. "Senior." Someone from the Zhang family requests an audience. The speaker was a wandering cultivator recruited by Cheng Yan, possessing an 8th level of qi refinement, who usually managed the store for him. However, this wandering cultivator was different from Li Yun and Li Yu. With Li Yu now married to Cheng Yuhua, she was considered part of the Cheng family, while Li Yun was more of a guest elder, also regarded as a semi-member of the Cheng family. This particular wandering cultivator merely looked after the store and had little deep connection to the Cheng family. Let him in, Cheng Yan responded, furrowing his brow. The Zhang family had sought him out immediately upon his emergence from seclusion. Could it be that they had received news as well? Yes, the person outside replied, and then ushered in a fully realized qi refinement cultivator. Greetings, Senior Cheng. The newly entered cultivator bowed respectfully to Cheng Yan. Cheng Yan did not recall him, surmising he was likely a recent breakthrough from the Zhang family to the full stage of qi refinement. Ever since both families learned that Cheng Yan could concoct barrier-breaking pills, they had brought numerous spirit herbs for him to assist in their creation. In recent years, both families had produced several cultivators at the full qi refinement stage. Please, no need for formalities. What brings you here? Cheng Yan waved his hand, instructing him to rise, and then inquired further. Greetings, Senior Cheng. I come on the orders of the Grand Elder to inform you that you are requested to travel to Qingluo Mountain together in 3 days, the cultivator replied respectfully. The venerable elder he spoke of was none other than Zhang Ruxian, the foundation-building cultivator of the Zhang family. Qingluo Mountain serves as the ancestral stronghold of the Lu clan. All right, I understand, but is there anything else? Nothing more. The message has been delivered. I shall take my leave now. With that, he exited the room and departed. As for the wandering cultivator, he resumed his duty at the shop. Uncle Lu, what does the Zhang family mean by this invitation to join them at Qingluo Mountain in 3 days? As soon as the Zhang family members departed, Cheng Yuning could no longer contain her curiosity. Presumably, the Zhang family has learned of this matter, and they are aware that our Cheng family is also informed. Hence they extend the invitation to me in an attempt to exert pressure on the Lu clan, Cheng Yan explained to Cheng Yuning. As Cheng Yan had surmised, the wandering cultivator had, prior to selling this information to Li Yun, already disclosed it to the Zhang family. However, the individual from the Zhang family lacked the cunning of Li Yun, who was solely focused on returning to report this news to his family and claim a reward, neglecting to ensure the wandering cultivator's safety. After all, Li Yun had mingled among the wandering cultivators since childhood, accompanied by a younger sister, and his wits far surpassed those of individuals from these families. Oh, Cheng Yuning nodded, half comprehending. Upon seeing this, Cheng Yan chuckled and shook his head. Cheng Yuning was of a simple disposition, not adept in schemes. Her sole interest lay in drinking. It was indeed somewhat burdensome for her to interact with those outside her family. Nonetheless, her talent for brewing was commendable. Hence, in the future, the family's spirit wine enterprise could be entrusted to her, allowing her to focus on crafting wine within the family. Now, you should remain in the Chung Valley marketplace for the next few days. When I return from the Lu family, I will escort you back to Feiyue Island. Oh, after such a long while away, I wish to stay a few more days. Cheng Yuning's spirits dampened upon hearing Cheng Yan's words. She had spent nearly a decade at Feiyue Lake, and now that she finally had the chance to venture out, she naturally yearned to explore the world beyond. There are still 3 or 4 days left. That should be ample time for you to enjoy yourself. Hee, then I shall seek out second sister-in-law. I've heard the family's tavern recently employed a talented spirit chef. I must hurry to sample his creations. Cheng Yuning chuckled and hurried off to the Cheng family's tavern in search of Li Yu. Afterward, Cheng Yan made his way to the secret chamber of Baibao Pavilion, where the wandering cultivator who had sold the information to the Cheng family awaited him. Upon seeing Cheng Yan, the cultivator realized that the situation had entirely slipped from his grasp. Now, all he desired was to ensure his survival, fervently pleading with Cheng Yan for mercy. Cheng Yan, however, did not take his life. Instead, he sealed the cultivator's cultivation, allowing him to remain there in safety. 3 days swiftly passed, and Cheng Yan journeyed from the Chung Valley marketplace toward Qingluo Mountain, encountering Zhang Ruxian along the way. Fellow Taoist Cheng, it has been quite some time. Your cultivation has indeed advanced. Upon seeing Cheng Yan, Zhang Ruxian clasped his hands in greeting. Cheng Yan's progress in cultivation had been remarkable, once considered the weakest among 3. He had now caught up with them. Haha, fellow Taoist Zhang, you too have made commendable strides. You must be on the verge of a breakthrough. Cheng Yan, with a smile, returned the gesture with a slight bow, acknowledging the courtesy. I shall take your auspicious words to heart, Taoist Zhang. Zhang Ruxian first responded to Cheng Yan, then shifted the conversation. May I inquire, Taoist Cheng, about the rogue cultivator who was trafficking information? How is he faring now? Rest assured, Daoist Zhang, he has been apprehended. In that case, I can breathe easy. The younger generation of my clan truly struggles to achieve greatness. They allowed that individual to escape so easily. Thankfully, with your presence, Daoist Zhang, a grave mistake has been averted. Zhang Ruxian's concern did not stem from the prospect of the Cheng clan acquiring the information. For the three clans were not far apart, and it was merely a matter of time before the news reached them. His worry lay in the possibility that the rogue might relay the information to forces beyond the three clans, which would invite complications should other powers seek to stake their claim. Chapter 152. Matters of the ore vein. It seems that your companion's relative is in a hurry to return home to report, mused Cheng Yan, who had offered some leniency towards the Zhang family's members, as it would be inappropriate to openly declare that their descendant was lacking in merit. Never mind him. Let us proceed to the Lu family. Today, I am determined to extract a share from Lu Yuan, Zhang Ruxian remarked with a hint of jest. Yet, there is truth in Zhang Ruxian's words. Their visit was undoubtedly aimed at contending for a share of the ore vein, akin to gnawing a piece of flesh from the Lu family's bounty. Soon, the two arrived at the foot of Qingluo Mountain. Cheng family, S. Cheng Yan. Zhang family, S. Zhang Ruxian, here to pay our respects. As their voices echoed, a small aperture in the mountain's formation opened, and a fully realized Qi practitioner emerged. My apologies for the oversight in not welcoming you sooner, esteemed seniors. Please do not take offense. The Grand Elder has been awaiting your arrival in the main hall. Kindly follow me, he said, gesturing graciously for them to enter. Cheng Yan and Zhang Ruxian exchanged glances and followed him inside. What wind brings you two esteemed friends here? Please, take a seat. Lu Yuan's voice resonated as they stepped into the grand hall. Lu Daoyu, it has been quite some time. Zhang Ruxian acknowledged with a respectful bow. Cheng Yan also paid his respects with a slight nod. It has indeed been a while. Come, do savor the new spirit tea cultivated by my family, Lu Yuan said, signaling for his servants to pour the tea for Cheng Yan and Zhang Ruxian. This is exquisite tea, Zhang Ruxian remarked, taking a delicate sip in admiration. Cheng Yan also sampled it, finding the flavor agreeable. It was undoubtedly a first-tier premium spirit tea. However, it paled in comparison to the second-tier inferior spirit tea he possessed, so he merely took a brief taste and refrained from further indulgence. Esteemed friends, what brings you here today? Having enjoyed the tea, it is time to address the matter at hand, Lu Yuan prompted. We have come to congratulate you, Lu Daoyu, on your acquisition of the ore vein, Zhang Ruxian stated, a shrewd fox himself, cleverly disguising their true intent of seizing a portion of the ore vein as merely a congratulatory visit. Ore vein? What ore vein? I am unaware of such matters. Quickly, summon Lu Yuan, Lu Yuan responded, feigning ignorance, his face a mask of confusion, as if he were genuinely uninformed about the situation. Before long, Lu Yuan arrived. Yuan, has our Lu family discovered any ore veins today? Lu Yuan inquired as he saw Lu Yuan enter. To the Grand Elder, indeed. Our family recently discovered a second-tier inferior purple gold ore vein. However, at that time, you were in seclusion, and thus I could not inform you in a timely manner. Lu Yuan replied. What? Such an important matter. Why did you not inform me sooner? Our three families are intertwined in fortune and misfortune. This ore vein ought to have shares for both the Cheng and Zhang families. Why was I only made aware of this upon the arrival of these two esteemed friends? Lu Yuan's anger flared as he rebuked Lu Yuan loudly. This matter was poorly managed on my part, and I willingly accept the consequences. Upon hearing Lu Yuan's furious rebuke, Lu Yuan lowered his body significantly, displaying an exemplary attitude of contrition. Lu Daoyu, let us not dwell on this. For individuals such as ourselves, who often retreat for periods ranging from 3 months to several years, it is indeed commonplace to miss certain news. Thus, this situation cannot be solely attributed to Lu Zuchang. Zhang Ruxian, standing nearby, assumed the role of a mediator. Cheng Yan, watching from the side, could not help but chuckle at the impressive performances of Lu Yuan and Lu Yuyo. It is worth noting that Li Yun had received the news a fortnight prior, implying that the Lu family had been clandestinely mining the vein for at least that duration. To suggest that Lu Yuan was entirely unaware would be implausible to Cheng Yan. The reason for Lu Yuan's theatrics was merely to obscure the fact that the Lu family was independently exploiting the mine. Naturally, this scenario was not unusual. Had the Cheng family been the first to discover the vein, Cheng Yan would have certainly endeavored to suppress the information to secure greater profits before the other families were informed. Cheng Yan and Zhang Ruxian had no intention of exposing him. To do so would be to embarrass the Lu family. Their goal was to negotiate a share of the profits, not to sour the relationship among the three families. However, this would be a different matter if Lu Yuan possessed greater strength than the two families combined. It was likely that when Zhang Ruxian revealed the Lu family's discovery of the vein, Lu Yuren would have erupted, exclaiming, "What business is it of yours? Humph. Had it not been for Zhang Daoyu advocating for you today, you would have certainly faced a penalty at the law enforcement hall." Lu Yuren let out a heavy snort, aligning with Zhang Ruxian's words, thus providing Lu Yuyong a means of retreat. "Thank you, Senior Zhang," Lu Yuyong said, turning to Zhang Ruxian and bowing in gratitude. Zhang Ruxian waved his hand dismissively, indicating no need for formality. "Rest assured, gentlemen, now that I am aware of this matter, the mining rights will be shared among our three families. However, since it was the Lu family that first discovered the vein, we shall claim 40% of the profits." The performance concluded, and it was time to address the substantive issues. "Lu Daoyu, your assertion is misguided. If we are to discuss the matter, nearly half of the mine lies within the territory of the Zhang family, and thus we are entitled to that 40%. The location of the mine was indeed unique, situated precisely at the confluence of the three families' domains. Almost half of it rested within the Zhang family's territory, with portions in both the Cheng and Lu families' lands. It was precisely due to the mine's strategic position that Cheng Yan and Zhang Ruxian felt emboldened to approach so openly. Otherwise, attempting to carve out a share would undoubtedly lead to significant complications. As the two debated over the division of profits, Cheng Yan remained silent. The mine was neither discovered by the Cheng family, nor did it reside predominantly within their territory. Thus, he found no grounds for contention. "Esteemed seniors, I propose a solution that could facilitate fair competition among our three families." Just as Zhang Ruxian and Lu Yuren were embroiled in their heated dispute over the profits, Lu Yuyong suddenly interjected, "Is there any way for you to intervene? This matter does not concern you, so please step aside." Lu Yuren's expression darkened further upon hearing Lu Yaoyong's interjection, revealing his lingering displeasure. Zhang Ruxian, however, continued to play the role of mediator, saying, "Oh, Lu Daoyu, do not be hasty. Perhaps it would be wise to listen first. Who knows? Lu clan leader may indeed possess a valuable solution." Upon hearing Zhang Ruxian's words, Lu Yuren's demeanor softened, and he replied, "Since Daoyu Zhang has invited you to speak, please, do share your thoughts." Lu Yaoyong bowed respectfully to the three, stating, "Esteemed elder and two revered seniors, our three families have always supported one another, sharing both joys and sorrows. We must not allow this dispute over the mine to disrupt our harmony. I propose that instead of engaging in endless quarrels, we entrust this matter to the younger generation of our three families to resolve." Chapter 153, Struggle for Interests. Junior Competition O? Pray tell, how might one allow the juniors to handle such matters? Lu Yuyong's inquiry successfully piqued Zhang Ruxian's curiosity. "We could convene a small contest of skills among our three families, each sending forth 3 juniors to participate. The victorious family shall claim 40% of the mining profits." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ruxian furrowed his brows. Lu's family must possess some leverage to propose such a solution, and Zhang Ruxian was not inclined to acquiesce easily. "This arrangement is excellent. It preserves the harmony among our three families, while simultaneously honing the skills of the younger generation. Truly, a twofold benefit. What say you, fellow Taoists Cheng and Zhang?" Before Cheng Yan and Zhang Ruxian could respond, Lu Yuren voiced his support. "My Cheng family harbors no objections. It rests upon fellow Taoist Zhang's decision. Regardless of the outcome, the 40% profit was unlikely to fall into Cheng's hands. Thus, Cheng Yan's agreement would hardly bear significant consequences. Securing 30% of the profits was sufficient for him. After all, the portion of the mining vein within the Zhou family's territory likely amounted to less than 30% of the entire vein. Since neither of you has any objections, my Zhang family also consents. We shall proceed as proposed by clan leader Lu." After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Ruxian ultimately acquiesced. He understood that Lu's family must have some form of assurance, yet the prowess of the Zhang family should not be underestimated. The outcome remained uncertain. "Excellent. However, fellow Taoist Cheng, as your clan's juniors are predominantly youthful, let us establish a rule. Only those under the age of 25 may participate. What do you think, fellow Taoist Zhang?" Lu Yuren exclaimed, slapping the table enthusiastically, then pivoting his inquiry toward Zhang Ruxian. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan and Zhang Ruxian inwardly cursed Lu Yuren as a cunning fox. While ostensibly considering the Cheng family, Lu's true motivation was self-serving. Lu's family must have a promising junior, but that individual was likely quite young, and Lu Yuren was not concerned about the Cheng family. His apprehension lay in the possibility of the Zhang family dispatching individuals in their 30s or 40s. Should that occur, his talented junior would have no opportunity to shine. Ultimately, Zhang Ruxian acquiesced. Lu Yuren had made such a compelling case that refusal would only serve to embarrass the Cheng family. "We are most grateful to both of you, esteemed Taoists. Cheng Yan expressed with a smile, bowing slightly in gratitude. After all, the two were ostensibly looking out for the Cheng family, and it was only fitting to offer thanks. The conversation continued for a while longer, establishing the contest to take place in half a month's time at the site of the mining vein. Subsequently, Cheng Yan and Zhang Ruxian took their leave from Qingluo Mountain. Cheng Yan made his way back to the market, where he was soon confronted by Cheng Yuning, her face a mask of indignation. "What has caused you to be so enraged?" Cheng Yan inquired, unable to suppress a smile at Cheng Yuning's flustered demeanor. Without uttering a word, Cheng Yuning handed him a bottle of qi-nourishing pills. Upon receiving it, Cheng Yan observed the pill's flawless roundness, accompanied by a subtle medicinal fragrance. However, with Cheng Yan's second-tier alchemical skills, he instantly discerned that this vial of elixir was a counterfeit. The so-called counterfeit elixir is, in reality, a product of a failed alchemist's efforts, which, after undergoing certain treatments, resembles genuine medicinal pills closely. They are even coated with special fragrances to mimic the aroma of authentic elixirs. Although the trade of counterfeit elixirs is strictly prohibited in the marketplace, some individuals, lured by the potential profits, take the risk of engaging in such illicit activities. As for the sellers of counterfeit elixirs, Cheng Yan furrowed his brow. This sort of deceit had not surfaced for quite some time, especially after a stringent crackdown previously led by him. It was surprising to witness the resurgence of counterfeit elixirs today. Those responsible had already been apprehended by the enforcement team. Cheng Yuning puffed out her cheeks, appearing quite aggrieved. "It's merely a vial of qi-nourishing elixir. Uncle Lu will gift you another one. Just remember to be more cautious next time." Cheng Yan reassured her with a smile, gently ruffling Cheng Yuning's hair before handing her another vial of qi-nourishing elixir. "I wish to be cautious, but second brother has never taught me how to distinguish counterfeit elixirs," Cheng Yuning muttered, accepting the qi-nourishing elixir, her mood improving slightly. However, her remark served as a reminder for Cheng Yan. In truth, identifying counterfeit elixirs is not particularly difficult. Yet, ever since Cheng Yan's breakthrough in foundational cultivation, he had been exceedingly preoccupied, leaving him little time to teach them. After Cheng Yuhao assumed the role of clan leader, he had been even busier, scarcely able to care for his own two children, let alone teach Cheng Yuning and the others. This situation could not continue. It was apparent that upon returning to Feiyu Island, he must instigate significant changes within the family. After confirming with the enforcement team that the counterfeit elixir incident had not adversely affected the marketplace, Cheng Yan took Cheng Yuning back to Feiyu Island. Upon their return, Cheng Yan convened a clan meeting, summoning Cheng Yuhao, Cheng Yuning, and Cheng Xianqian to the assembly hall for deliberations. Now that both Cheng Yuning and Cheng Xianqian had surpassed the age of 20, it was time for them to assume some family responsibilities and alleviate the burdens on Cheng Yuhao. Cheng Yan occupied the principal seat, while the three sat on either side of him. "Uncle Lu, what is the status of the mine?" As soon as they were seated, Cheng Yuhao inquired eagerly. That mine was a second-tier purple gold vein, and securing a share could yield substantial benefits for the Cheng family. Presently, most of the Cheng family's income stemmed from their tavern, specifically their spirit liquor industry. Besides that, there was Cheng Yan's Pill Pavilion. As for the Baibao Pavilion, due to its dual role of acquiring spiritual items, it was not particularly profitable. The Cheng family also possessed several industries in the developmental stage, such as the ice silk silkworms. After years of cultivation, they now had about 20 ice silk silkworms. However, these industries not only failed to generate profit at present, but also required continuous investment of spiritual stones from the Cheng family. Nonetheless, once these ventures matured, they would yield a steady influx of spiritual stones for the family, making these investments worthwhile. The matter regarding the mineral vein has been resolved. However, it will be necessary to bring Yuning, Yukai, and Xianqin along for the journey. Subsequently, Cheng Yan informed Cheng Yuhao about the upcoming duel meeting. "Must I really participate in the duel?" Upon hearing that Cheng Yan intended for her to attend the duel meeting, Cheng Yuning's expression instantly fell. She had devoted the majority of her energy to the art of brewing and was hardly skilled in combat. Yet, considering that there was no one else in the family available besides herself, she ultimately acquiesced. In contrast, upon learning about the duel, Cheng Xinqin's eyes sparkled with anticipation, revealing a keen eagerness. Chapter 154, Clan Assembly, Regulations of the Cheng family. Let us set aside the matter of the duel meeting for now. The primary purpose of convening this clan assembly is to establish a comprehensive set of regulations for our family. Cheng Yan waved his hand, dismissing any further discussion on the duel meeting. "Regulations?" Cheng Yuhao inquired, a look of confusion crossing his face. "Indeed, our Cheng family has been established for nearly 3 decades. Yet, we have yet to formulate a complete set of regulations. The rewards and punishments for clan members have all relied upon your direct involvement, placing an excessive burden upon your shoulders. Cheng Yan lamented, as he needed to oversee the market, leaving nearly all family affairs piled upon Cheng Yuhao. The pressure had even encroached upon his time for cultivation, as after so many years, he had only achieved the 7th layer of qi refinement. Thus, upon hearing Cheng Yan's intention to alleviate his burdens, Yuhao naturally felt a surge of relief and joy. Uncle 6, what kind of regulations are to be established? First, we must establish a clan academy. I have noticed that some members of our family cannot even distinguish a fake elixir. As he spoke, Cheng Yan cast a glance at Cheng Yuning. Though I must admit, it is partly my fault. I have not imparted much knowledge to you all. Here, I possess a jade slip containing my experiences from years of wandering through the realm of cultivation. Henceforth, any new members joining our clan must attend the academy for their education. Of course, the academy can gradually expand to encompass the instruction of various arts of cultivation. For now, let the position of the elder responsible for the academy be held by Yuhao. Having said this, Cheng Yan entrusted the jade slip to Cheng Yuhao. Second, we shall establish a contribution system. Over the past 6 years, Shuling and Xinchuang have revealed 4 spiritual roots, and we have welcomed another member from the mundane world, bringing our clan's population to over 10 individuals. The previous practice of providing cultivation resources to clan members without charge is no longer feasible. The family can no longer sustain such a practice. Henceforth, new members will only receive assistance to break through to the 3rd layer of qi refinement. After reaching this stage, they must undertake tasks for the clan to earn contribution points, which can then be exchanged for cultivation resources. We shall appoint one elder to oversee this matter, and for now, let it be managed by Yuning. Upon hearing Cheng Yan's directive for her to manage this, Cheng Yuning initially believed she was being appointed as an elder, and a smile of joy graced her face. In her heart, she thought she might be the youngest elder in the realm of cultivation. However, Cheng Yan then interjected, "While you may manage this, the title of elder cannot yet be conferred upon you. To become an elder, one must at least attain the late stage of qi refinement. Once you achieve this breakthrough, we shall bestow upon you the title of elder." Ignoring the disappointment that clouded Cheng Yuning's expression, Cheng Yan continued, "Third, we shall establish a law enforcement hall. From now on, any clan member who errs can be referred to this hall for resolution, with one elder appointed to oversee it. For the time being, let Yuhao assume this role, with Xinxin serving as his assistant. Should they excel, the position of law enforcement elder will be entrusted to Xinxin in the future. Fourth, we shall establish a battle hall along with various industrial divisions. The battle hall is specifically established to recruit clan members with formidable combat capabilities, serving as both a defensive and an exploratory force for the family. Currently, only the alchemy hall, the talisman hall, and the spirit wine hall are set up as various industrial branches. As new cultivators with diverse skills emerge within the clan, additional halls will be established. Each hall will require an elder for oversight. For the time being, I will manage the alchemy hall, while Yuhao will oversee the talisman hall, and Yuning will be responsible for the spirit wine hall. The elder for the battle hall will be appointed in due course. Furthermore, a general affairs hall will be created to handle various family matters, with a general affairs elder appointed to oversee it. Beneath each elder, multiple managers will be designated to assist in the administration of clan affairs. From this point onward, the clan leader will focus solely on the strategic direction of the family, assigning tasks to the elders, who will further delegate responsibilities to the managers for execution. Although our clan currently lacks sufficient manpower, leading to significant vacancies in various positions, it is imperative that this system be rigorously enforced, as it will facilitate our clan's rapid development. Thus, the framework of the family is broadly established. Should further needs arise, we shall add to it. As for specific details, such as clan regulations, I shall entrust Yuhao with drafting them, with Yuning and Xinxin assisting him. Once completed, he will present them to me for review. After an extensive discourse, Cheng Yan has successfully outlined the power structure of the Cheng family. This is of paramount importance for the Cheng family, as order is essential for coherence. With these systems in place, the future development of the Cheng family will be smoother and more secure. Yes, sixth uncle. The 3 responded in unison, nodding in agreement. Let us conclude today's clan meeting here. From now on, we shall convene a clan meeting every 3 years. In my absence, Yuhao will preside over it. The combat seminar is set to take place in half a month. Yuning and Xinxin, please invite Yukai to join me for the next 2 weeks, during which I will impart some combat techniques to you. By the way, since Li Yun has achieved great merit, he should be rewarded. It appears he has been stuck at the 6th level of qi refinement for quite some time. Let us retrieve a breaking barrier pill from the clan treasury for him. That will be all for now. You may leave. Yu Hao, please stay behind. After hearing Cheng Yan's words, Cheng Yuning and Cheng Xinxin bowed respectfully before departing the assembly hall. After all these years, why are you still at the 7th level of qi refinement? Cheng Yan inquired, frowning at Yu Hao's cultivation level. These years have been consumed by family affairs, leading to neglect of my cultivation. While family matters are undeniably important, for a cultivator, one's cultivation is paramount. You are nearing 40, and 60 is not far off. If you do not expedite your cultivation, you risk losing the opportunity to establish your foundation. Cheng Yan earnestly urged Yu Hao to prioritize his cultivation, but to his surprise, Yu Hao merely smiled wryly. 6th uncle, putting aside whether we have access to a foundation establishment pill. Even if we do, my aptitude as a 4 spiritual root cultivator does not merit the expenditure of such a precious resource. Foolishness. Are you aware of the current number of perfected qi practitioners among the Liu and Zhang families? As soon as they obtain a foundation establishment pill, they can immediately produce another foundation establishment practitioner. Our Cheng family, with its limited heritage, risks being overshadowed by these 2 families if we cannot match their number of foundation establishment cultivators. Very well, after you return, devote yourself diligently to your cultivation and elevate your abilities. You need not fret over the matter of the foundation establishment pill, for I shall take care of it. Cheng Yan's resolute words left Cheng Yu Hao with no choice but to acquiesce with a wry smile. Yet, what cultivator does not harbor a dream of foundation establishment? Cheng Yu Hao is no exception. However, he had always believed that, given his 4 spiritual roots, even with the assistance of a foundation establishment pill, the probability of breaking through to foundation establishment would not be particularly high. Chapter 155, The Gathering of the Cheng, Liu, and Zhang clans. The precious foundation establishment pill would be a waste for him, especially since such a treasure is not easily obtained. However, Cheng Yan's words enlightened him. The Cheng family, with its shallow foundation, must surpass the Liu and Zhang clans in high-end combat prowess, or else they would inevitably be overshadowed. At present, among the Cheng family, only Cheng Yu Hao possessed the potential to swiftly break through to the foundation establishment stage. Upon realizing this, Cheng Yu Hao's resolve solidified, and he silently vowed to diligently cultivate, not to disappoint his uncle Liu. Cheng Yan, observing Cheng Yu Hao's growing determination, wore a satisfied smile. As long as Cheng Yu Hao was willing to strive, Cheng Yan was confident that within a decade, he would be able to assist Cheng Yu Hao in attempting to break through to the foundation establishment stage. This confidence stemmed from the Qingyuan fruit tree within the Qian Kuan Mountain water map. The tree had already blossomed, and it would not be long before it bore fruit. Once Cheng Yu Hao reached the 8th level of qi refinement, he could consume the Qingyuan fruit to advance to the 9th level, should he encounter any bottlenecks. The clan possessed breaking barrier pills, and upon achieving qi refinement perfection, there were also spirit refinement pills available to accelerate the consolidation of spiritual energy. In essence, Cheng Yu Hao would lack for nothing in terms of cultivation resources. Cheng Yan's urgency was also due to the second-tier inferior mineral vein. The value of such a vein could nurture several foundation establishment cultivators, although the vein was jointly mined by the 3 clans. Given the market's substantial revenue-generating capacity and the comprehensive industries of the Liu and Zhang families, it was believed that in another decade, they would once again possess the capability to cultivate a foundation establishment cultivator. Enough of the intricate relationships. I trust you understand. I shall not elaborate further. You may leave now. Ensure the strict implementation of the regulations I established during the clan meeting. In the future, your cultivation time will undoubtedly increase, Cheng Yan instructed. I understand, Uncle Liu. I will cultivate diligently. I will take my leave now, Cheng Yu Hao replied. For the next half-month, Cheng Yan did not return to the Cheng Valley Market, but instead remained on Feiyue Island, instructing Cheng Yuning and the others. The trio possessed little experience in combat, and venturing forth to battle the Liu and Zhang clans would surely lead to embarrassment. After half a month of guidance from Cheng Yan, the 3 made substantial progress. Cheng Xinxin, in particular, surprised Cheng Yan with his keen interest in combat. He was the most attentive during lessons and exhibited the fastest improvement. After the half-month period, the time for the agreed-upon duel among the 3 clans arrived. Cheng Yan led Cheng Yuning and the others toward the location of the Zijin mineral vein. In less than half a day's time, they reached their destination, where Liu Yuren and the Liu family had already gathered in anticipation. Friend Liu, you arrived quite early, Cheng Yan remarked, bowing slightly toward Liu Yuren while casting a glance at the 3 individuals behind him. Upon observing the scene, Cheng Yan quickly comprehended why the Liu family had exhibited such confidence in proposing a contest among the younger generation to determine the allocation of the 40% profit. Behind Lu Yuren stood 3 individuals, 2 of whom possessed the cultivation level of the 6th layer of Qi refinement, while the remaining 1 boasted an impressive 7th layer. Achieving the 7th layer before the age of 25 is indeed a remarkable feat for a family of their stature. Cheng Daoyu arrived not too late. As Cheng Yan scrutinized the individuals behind Lu Yuren, in turn, was observing Cheng Yuning and her companions. Noting that Cheng Yuning and Cheng Xinqin were merely at the 5th layer, and Cheng Yukai was even at the 4th layer, a broader smile spread across Lu Yuren's face. "Apologies for keeping you both waiting," he remarked amiably. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Ruxian arrived with his own kin. Upon arrival, he immediately noticed the presence of a 7th layer cultivator behind Lu Yuren, internally cursing Lu Yuren as a cunning scoundrel. Nevertheless, his expression remained congenial as he greeted Cheng Yan and Lu Yuren. Following Zhang Ruxian were 3 others, 2 at the 6th layer and 1 at the 5th layer. "Since Zhang Daoyu has arrived, let us not delay further and commence the contest," Lu Yuren eagerly suggested. The rules were straightforward. The individuals standing on the stage would be the challengers, accepting any duels from those below. Should a challenger prevail, they would assume the position of the current champion. Should they fail, the original champion would retain their status. Naturally, ample time for recovery would be granted after each bout. The last person remaining on the stage would be declared the victor, and the 40% share of the Zijin mine would henceforth belong to their family. "Given your eagerness, Lu Daoyu, my Zhang family shall gladly oblige," Zhang Ruxian replied. Both turned their attention to Cheng Yan, seeking his approval. "Let us proceed without further ado," Cheng Yan consented. "Excellent. Is there anyone willing to step forward first?" Lu Yuren called out, glancing around, yet no one volunteered initially. Although each contest would allow for recuperation, the toll on both spirit and energy was considerable, and the first to step forward would undoubtedly bear the brunt of this challenge. "Shiyu, you shall go," Zhang Ruxian directed towards an individual among his company. This person was Zhang Shiyu, a cultivator at the 5th layer of Qi refinement. "Yes," Zhang Shiyu replied. Stepping onto the stage, "I am Zhang Shiyu of the Zhang family," he announced, bowing respectfully to Cheng Yan and Lu Yuren before taking his stance, awaiting a challenger. "Is there anyone daring enough to challenge?" Lu Yuren exclaimed, his enthusiasm evident. "Yukai, you should go," Cheng Yan advised. Seeing that the only 5th layer cultivator from the Lu and Zhang families had taken the stage, Cheng Yukai, possessing merely the cultivation of the 4th layer of Qi refinement, would find it utterly impossible to contend against those at the 6th or even 7th layers. However, facing an opponent of the 5th layer could be considered a feasible challenge. "Yes, 6th uncle," Cheng Yukai acknowledged Cheng Yan's directive with a nod. He was advised not to dwell on victory or defeat, but rather to regard this as a form of training. Given that his adversary was at the 5th layer, the likelihood of Cheng Yukai emerging victorious in this confrontation was exceedingly slim. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan wished to prevent Cheng Yukai from becoming despondent over the outcome of this encounter, as youthful ambition often placed undue emphasis on such matters. "Understood, 6th uncle," Cheng Yukai responded affirmatively and made his way towards the makeshift arena. In truth, this so-called arena was merely a circle hastily drawn by the 3 families, lacking the authenticity of a true martial platform. Chapter 156. An unexpected turn. As Cheng Yan observed Cheng Yukai stepping forward, he smiled and nodded at Zhang Ruxian, who reciprocated the gesture. This time, Zhang Ruxian extended a favor to Cheng Yan, for it was well understood that the first to engage would inevitably bear the brunt of the challenge. Nevertheless, Zhang Ruxian dispatched his junior to ensure that Cheng Yukai would not have to face an opponent of the 6th level of Qi refinement. The Cheng family, represented by Cheng Yukai, stepped forward to issue a challenge. Cheng Yukai cupped his fist in greeting to Zhang Shiryu, proclaiming loudly his intent. Unfazed by Zhang Shiryu's 5th level of Qi refinement, Cheng Yukai radiated a spirited determination, earning Cheng Yan's approving nods from the sidelines. The contest commenced. At Lu Yuren's command, both participants retrieved their respective magical artifacts from their storage pouches. Cheng Yukai specialized in fire-based techniques, wielding a first-tier, mid-grade crimson flag capable of summoning fireballs to assault his adversary. In contrast, Zhang Shiryu brandished a first-tier, mid-grade flying sword. The clash of fireballs and flying swords illuminated the air with a dazzling display. Yet, to the 3 Foundation establishment cultivators observing, it resembled little more than a child's play. Initially, Cheng Yukai held his ground against Zhang Shiryu, but his inferior cultivation level soon became evident, and he was swiftly overwhelmed, conceding defeat in short order. "I concede, Dao friend Zhang," Cheng Yukai panted, his face pale, while Zhang Shiryu appeared composed and unruffled. The disparity in their cultivation levels was palpable, And in a contest where their magical artifacts and techniques were relatively equal, such differences are not easily bridged. Thank you, Dao friend Zhang, for your mercy, Cheng Yukai said, bowing once more before exiting the arena. I'm sorry, Uncle Lu. I have lost. Cheng Yukai hung his head low. Although he had anticipated the slim chances of victory from the outset, the sting of defeat was nonetheless disheartening. It matters not. After all, your cultivation is inferior, and you are younger than he. A loss is to be expected, Cheng Yan reassured him. Do not be discouraged. I hope you glean valuable lessons from this contest. For instance, your techniques are too singular, lacking adaptability. Furthermore, as Cheng Yan comforted Cheng Yukai, he pointed out the areas where the latter had faltered during their duel, then handed him a medicinal pill to aid in his recovery. After each round of competition, a quarter of an hour was allotted for the champion to recuperate. After the allotted time, Lu Yuren inquired if anyone was willing to challenge Zhang Shiyu. However, the Lu family members, all above the 6th level of qi refinement, found it implausible to challenge someone of a lesser cultivation level. Thus it fell upon the Cheng family to step forward once more. Cheng Yuning, announced Cheng Yuning as she approached, cupping her fist in greeting to Zhang Shiyu, who returned the gesture. The contest began. At Lu Yuren's command, Cheng Yuning's aura shifted dramatically. Once lively and energetic, she is now wholly absorbed in the duel. Although Cheng Yuning may not excel in combat, it does not imply that she fears it. At this moment, her sole intention is to exert every effort to triumph in this contest. Without hesitation, Cheng Yuning initiates her attack, weaving her spell with deft fingers, summoning a fireball from thin air. Fireball technique. Go, she exclaims, sending the fireball soaring directly towards Zhang Shiyu. Seeing this, Zhang Shiyu quickly forms several hand seals, and a flash of golden light appears as a golden ray rushes towards the fireball. This is the golden light technique, a rather common metal-based spell, whose strength is comparable to that of the fireball. The two spells collide in mid-air, mutually nullifying each other, neither able to gain the upper hand. Recognizing that her fireball technique is ineffective against him, Cheng Yuning swiftly executes several more hand seals, conjuring a fiery serpent. The moment the serpent materializes, it writhes and lunges towards Zhang Shiyu. With remarkable speed, the fiery serpent reaches him in the blink of an eye. Left with no choice, Zhang Shiyu deploys the golden shield technique, creating a golden barrier to protect himself. The serpent sinks its fangs into the shield, but it cannot breach the protective barrier and continues to assault it, gradually depleting its power. As the fiery serpent relentlessly attacks, the golden shield begins to dim, revealing that its strength is waning. However, the serpent itself appears to be on the verge of extinguishment. Ultimately, the shield shatters with a thunderous crash. Yet the serpent also shows signs of faltering, poised to extinguish at any moment. A mere flick from Zhang Shiyu could scatter it to oblivion. As Zhang Shiyu contemplates this, preparing to command his flying sword to disperse the serpent, he suddenly notices Cheng Yuning grasping a gourd at her waist. She uncorks the gourd, and a rich aroma of liquor wafts through the air. Cheng Yuning tilts her head back and takes a sip of the spirit, but rather than swallowing it, she sprays a mouthful towards the fiery serpent. Upon contact with the spirit, the serpent's flames surge dramatically, its power amplified significantly. Zhang Shiyu's expression shifts drastically. The serpent is now perilously close, and casting a counterspell is clearly too late. Relying solely on his sword is futile, and he can only watch helplessly as the serpent lunges at him. With the enhancement from the spirit, the serpent's might is formidable. Should it strike him, he would undoubtedly suffer severe injuries. However, 3 foundation-building cultivators are present, and they will not allow such an incident to transpire. Cheng Yan raises a hand, and with a flick, the fiery serpent that had reached Zhang Shiyu's face vanishes into thin air. After the serpent's disappearance, Zhang Shiyu stands stunned for a moment, unable to comprehend how he was so easily defeated. Yet, this is a consequence of his own underestimation. He had disregarded the fire serpent's potency because it appeared to be on the brink of collapse, thus lowering his guard. Little did he anticipate that Cheng Yuning's sip of spirit would revive the serpent. Had he prepared in advance, the outcome would undoubtedly have been different. However, the conclusion is now irrevocably settled. He is not one to shy away from defeat and can only sigh, conceding, "Friend Cheng, your prowess is commendable. I admit my loss. I merely resorted to cunning tactics. If we were to discuss this matter further, I might not necessarily stand as a match against you, Zhang." Although Cheng Yuning emerged victorious, she did not succumb to arrogance. She understood that her triumph was merely a result of catching Zhang Shiyu off guard. Such tactics can only be employed once. Thereafter, others will be prepared, rendering them ineffective. In the realm of magical combat, cunning does not exist. As long as one achieves victory, it is a commendable strategy. and I humbly acknowledge my inferiority. Chapter 157. Uncle Lu, I hope I did not bring you shame. After exchanging pleasantries, Zhang Xiu dejectedly returned to the Zhang clan's ranks. In contrast, Cheng Yan bounced back with evident joy, clearly thrilled by her victory in the competition. Uncle Lu, I hope I did not bring you shame. She beamed at Cheng Yan, basking in her accomplishment. Well done. Now go recuperate your spiritual energy. There will be another contest shortly. Cheng Yan praised Cheng Yan and handed her a pill to aid in her recovery. A quarter of an hour later, Cheng Yan had regained her peak spiritual energy, ready to face the next challenge. This time, she would be contending against a practitioner at the 6th level of qi refinement. However, no one was willing to face Cheng Yan, whose cultivation was lower than theirs. Ultimately, she took the initiative to challenge a 6th level practitioner from the Lu clan. Unfortunately, with her cultivation suppressed, her surprise tactics lost their effectiveness. In the end, she could not withstand the pressure for long and was defeated. Subsequently, the Zhang clan dispatched another 6th level practitioner to confront the Lu clan's contender. The Lu clan's practitioner proved to be formidable, and having faced minimal exertion against Cheng Yan, he engaged the Zhang clan's 6th level practitioner in an evenly matched contest, ultimately securing a narrow victory by a single move. Thus, both the Cheng and Zhang clans suffered 2 defeats, while the Lu clan remained unbeaten. At this juncture, Cheng Xinqin grew restless. There were only a few participants left in the arena. If he did not step up to challenge soon, he feared he would miss his opportunity. Lacking both natural talent in cultivation and management, he had devoted himself to enhancing his combat abilities. However, over the years, he had seen little opportunity to hone his skills, leaving his prowess stagnant. When he heard of the martial arts gathering hosted by the 3 clans, he was overjoyed, finally presented with a chance for real combat. Yet, upon arrival, he was taken aback to find that only one practitioner from the Lu and Zhang clans was at the 5th level of qi refinement. The others surpassed him in cultivation. Nonetheless, Cheng Xinqin was determined not to forfeit this opportunity, and even against a 6th level opponent, he resolved to challenge them. Thus, once the Lu clan's 6th level practitioner had recovered, Cheng Xinqin stepped forward without waiting for Lu Yuren's inquiry. I am Cheng Xinqin from the Cheng clan. I humbly request your guidance, Lu Daoyu. The Lu clan members, noticing Cheng Xinqin's 5th level cultivation, could not help but regard him with a hint of disdain. Yet, the rules were established, and they had no choice but to comply. As Lu Yuren issued the command, the duel commenced. I possess a higher cultivation than you, so I shall allow you to make the first move, remarked the Lu clan practitioner, his tone laced with arrogance. In his eyes, dealing with a 5th level practitioner like Cheng Xinqin was a trivial task. In that case, I shall not hold back. Cheng Xinqin responded affirmatively, yet he did not immediately launch an attack. Instead, he retrieved a seed from his storage pouch and scattered it upon the ground. Cheng Xinqin specialized in wood-based cultivation techniques, and most of his spells required various plants as aids. The seeds he cast had been meticulously prepared. As soon as they touched the soil, they began to grow at an astonishing pace. Ultimately, they transformed into a vine as thick as a fist, adorned with sharp thorns that, if struck, would surely leave a trail of blood on the skin. The vine continued to grow, resembling the tentacles of some otherworldly beast, swaying incessantly. The Lu clan members could not passively watch as the vine flourished. They swiftly formed several hand seals, unleashing water blades that sliced toward the vine. The water blades struck with precision, severing the vine instantly. However, the Lu cultivators were taken aback when they discovered that the severed vine retained its vitality, morphing into a whip that lashed out at them. One Lu cultivator sidestepped the attack, conjuring a flying sword that cleaved the vine into 3 segments, which then fell to the ground. Yet, the spectacle was not over. Cheng Xinqin wore a peculiar smile, causing a jolt of apprehension within the Lu cultivators. To their astonishment, the severed vine segments began to sprout roots upon hitting the ground, continuing their growth. However, these new vines were only half the thickness of the original. What? Exclaimed the Lu cultivator, witnessing for the first time such resilient vines that could grow even after being severed. The 3 newly sprouted vines encircled the Lu cultivator, resembling living tentacles that relentlessly struck at him. Nevertheless, the Lu cultivator was no fool. After a moment of surprise, he quickly regained his composure, wielding his flying sword to counter the assault. For a time, Cheng Xinqin's vines could not inflict any harm upon the Lu cultivator, who maintained a vigilant defense until the vines ultimately lost their last vestiges of vitality and ceased to grow. However, before the Lu cultivator could exhale a sigh of relief, the original vine that Cheng Xinqin had planted had fully matured, stretching nearly 10 zhang in length. With a flick of his hand, the vine lashed out towards the Lu cultivator. Observing this, The Lu cultivator hastily unleashed several water blades to sever the vine. Yet, what had once been easily cut now exhibited extraordinary hardness. The water blades merely left a few marks upon its surface. As the vine drew perilously close, he was compelled to summon a shield artifact to protect himself. The vine struck against the shield, delivering a tremendous force that nearly caused the Lu cultivator to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself. Had he fallen, he would have faced dire consequences. Suddenly, gritting his teeth, the Lu cultivator retrieved a high-grade flying sword artifact from his storage pouch. This particular sword had aided him in his previous competition, where he had triumphed over a cultivator from the Zhang clan. However, he had initially been reluctant to resort to such measures, for it seemed dishonorable to employ such a formidable artifact against an opponent of lesser cultivation. Yet, he had not anticipated that Zhou Shiqin would prove to be such a formidable adversary, launching one relentless attack after another, leaving him gasping for breath. Faced with the current predicament, he found himself compelled to wield this artifact. I concede that I underestimated you before, but this shall be the end of it. With a powerful shout, the Lu clan cultivator unleashed a first-tier superior flying sword, cleaving towards the vine. The vine, which had proven impervious even to the water blade technique, succumbed effortlessly to the strike of the first-tier superior flying sword, as if it were but soft tofu, severed with a single blow. Chapter 158. Thus ends once impervious to the water blade technique. The vine succumbed effortlessly to the exquisite craftsmanship of a first-tier superior flying sword, as though they were mere soft tofu, severed with a single stroke. The Lu clan cultivator, fearing that the vine might continue to flourish after being cut, deftly manipulated the sword to uproot it entirely. Deprived of the nurturing soil, the vine quickly withered into a pallid hue. With the loss of this vine, do you possess any other strategies? Should you lack alternatives, this battle may well slip from your grasp. After shattering Cheng Xinqin's vine, the Lu clan cultivator did not hasten to retaliate. In his estimation, having summoned a first-tier superior magical artifact, victory was assured. In that case, my friend, why not test this technique of mine? Unperturbed by the destruction of his vine, Cheng Xinqin retrieved a fresh seed from his storage pouch and scattered it upon the ground. Upon forming a hand seal, the seed sprouted visibly, breaking through the soil with remarkable speed. In mere moments, it grew into a towering tree nearly 3 zhang high. The tree shimmered with verdant light, each leaf's edge gleaming with a sharp glint, exuding an aura of lethality. Leaf blade technique, Cheng Xinqin exclaimed, watching as the leaves began to detach from the tree, hovering in the air rather than falling to the ground. Go! With a decisive wave of his hand, hundreds of leaves shot forth, hurtling towards the Lu clan cultivator. Sensing the impending onslaught of razor-sharp leaves, the Lu clan cultivator raised his flying sword, unleashing a sword chi that cleaved through the mass of foliage, rendering the leaves powerless as they drifted to the earth, quickly turning brittle and brown. Undeterred by the thwarted attack, Cheng Xinqin noted the abundance of leaves still remaining on the tree. With a deft hand gesture, he sent forth another volley of leaves towards the Lu clan cultivator. The Lu clan cultivator, feeling somewhat exasperated, recognized the tenacity of wood element cultivators. Although each individual attack held little force, the relentless barrage of diverse techniques proved to be a considerable challenge. Reluctantly, he resorted to unleashing another wave of sword chi to bring the leaves crashing down once more. However, Cheng Xinqin stubbornly continued his assault with the leaves, seemingly intent on exhausting every last one from the tree. Let us see how many times you can employ those leaves. Growing increasingly frustrated at his inability to subdue Cheng Xinqin, the Lu clan cultivator grunted, unleashing sword chi repeatedly to sever the leaves, biding his time until Cheng Xinqin exhausted his resources, ready to claim victory. Observing the tree gradually reduced to a mere trunk, Cheng Xinqin realized that if he persisted in this manner, defeat was inevitable. His current actions merely delayed the inevitable. Yet, Cheng Xinqin's approach was not solely about prolonging his defeat. It was time to act. A resolute thought echoed in his mind. Suddenly, he bent down, slamming his palm against the ground, causing the earth to convulse. Thick tree roots, as robust as a man's thigh, erupted from beneath the Lu clan cultivator's feet. Fortunately, the Lu family cultivator was quick to react. Sensing the disturbance in the ground, he leaped into the air, evading the onslaught of the tree roots. Yet, the roots were relentless, stretching and lunging towards him with unyielding ferocity. Suspended midair, the Lu cultivator found himself unable to dodge the relentless strikes and could only wield his flying sword to sever the encroaching roots. However, as he barely touched the ground, another root struck fiercely in his direction. The cultivator's expression darkened. The power of these roots was formidable. Their rapid growth compounded his troubles. As soon as he severed one, another would sprout in its place, overwhelming him with their numbers and making defense increasingly strenuous. If this continued, defeat seemed inevitable. Just as he pondered how to contend with the roots, he noticed an abrupt cessation of their assault. The Lu cultivator paused, quickly realizing that Cheng Yan had depleted his spiritual energy. While wood element practitioners could be quite troublesome, their energy consumption was notably more rapid than that of other elemental cultivators. After all, spells required energy, nurturing plants demanded energy, and restoring severed flora consumed energy as well. Despite the tree's roots possessing considerable might, their regeneration was an energy-intensive process. Given Cheng Yan's limited cultivation base, his ability to summon roots was slow, and he had to resort to using leaf blade technique to buy time, consequently exhausting a significant amount of energy. Ultimately, he had failed to defeat the Lu cultivator and had instead exhausted all his spiritual energy first. I concede, Cheng Yan said, a bitter smile gracing his features as he acknowledged his defeat, ultimately succumbing to the disparity in cultivation levels. Your prowess, fellow cultivator, truly commands my respect. Defeating you was merely a matter of leveraging my higher cultivation. It was sheer fortune. The Lu cultivator spoke these words sincerely. Prior to the contest, he had not regarded Cheng Yan as a serious opponent, given the latter's lower cultivation. However, had he lacked either his 6th layer of qi refining or his high-quality magical artifact, he would likely have found himself no match for Zhou Shiqing. Any disdain he had once harbored for Cheng Yan had evaporated. After all, cultivation is a journey painstakingly traversed by each practitioner. There is no room for mere chance and defeat. Cheng Yan shook his head, refusing to let this defeat affect his mindset. Upon hearing this, the Lu cultivator paused, then sighed, saying, "Your character far surpasses my own. I have learned much from you. I look forward to our next contest." Reflecting on his earlier arrogance, he couldn't help but smile ruefully. How could he have dared to look down on others with such limited ability? "You flatter me, my friend. I too anticipate our future contest." Cheng Yan replied humbly, clasping his hands in respect before turning to exit the arena. "I lost, 6th grandfather. I have disappointed you," he said, head bowed, addressing Cheng Yan. Regardless of his outward composure, a hint of sorrow slipped through before his elder. To compel a practitioner at the 6th layer of qi refinement, wielding a 1st-grade superior magical artifact, to such a state, while possessing only the 5th layer of qi refinement, is indeed an extraordinary feat. Your performance brings me immense joy, and I have no room for disappointment. Cheng Yan smiled as he gently patted Cheng Yan's shoulder, offering words of consolation. Hearing Cheng Yan's comforting remarks, Cheng Yan felt somewhat uplifted. Enough of overthinking. Since this defeat stems from a disparity in cultivation, focus on your training upon returning, striving diligently to attain the 6th layer of qi refinement. Additionally, upon your return, I encourage you to take on the responsibilities of the battle hall. Henceforth, the instruction of our clan's combat techniques will be entrusted to you. Chapter 159. Retreat. Cheng Yan possessed no extraordinary talent for cultivation. Thus, aside from his training, he devoted the majority of his time to the study of spells and combat techniques. When Cheng Yan instructed the three of them, Cheng Yan exhibited the most earnest dedication. Today's competition clearly showcased his intricately linked moves, leaving Lu family's practitioners struggling to retaliate. In terms of combat awareness, even Cheng Yuhao seemed to fall short. Therefore, entrusting the battle hall to Cheng Yan felt quite assured. This shall undoubtedly meet the expectations of Granduncle Lu. Cheng Yan had long believed that he lacked the aptitude for cultivation and felt despair over his inability to contribute value to his family. Previously, upon hearing Cheng Yan's plan to establish a battle hall, he was eager to join immediately. Today, his wish was finally realized. And with the potential to become an elder of the battle hall, he vowed not to disappoint Cheng Yan. "Very well, go and restore your spiritual energy. There will be more competitions later, and you can also observe and learn," Cheng Yan said, smiling at Cheng Yan's firm resolve. At present, 3 members of the Lu family remained, 1 from the Zhang family, while the Cheng family had been entirely defeated. Unless an unforeseen event occurred, the Lu family would likely secure the final 4 portions of the rewards. The last member of the Zhang family, a 6th-layer qi refinement practitioner, displayed impressive strength by consecutively defeating 2 6th-layer members of the Lu family. Yet, ultimately, he could not overcome the Lu family's 7th-layer prodigy. "Ha ha ha, fellow Taoist Zhang. Fellow Taoist Zhang, I concede," Lu Yuren exclaimed, unable to contain his joy upon witnessing his junior's victory. Fellow Taoist Lu is indeed fortunate to have such a genius in the family, achieving 7th-layer cultivation at such a young age. Zhang Ruxian remarked, a hint of envy in his voice, for their greatest aspiration, apart from personal advancement, was the flourishing of their clan. A family's growth is undeniably reliant on exceptional successors. Zhang Family S Jr. is also impressive, having bested 2 of my Lu family members. He is a rare contender among those of the same tier. Though Lu Yuren spoke humbly, the delight on his face was unmistakable, a smile stretching from ear to ear. If we are to speak of prowess, Cheng Family S Jr. nearly succeeded in challenging beyond his level. His future achievements are bound to be extraordinary. Fellow Taoist Zhang, you flatter me. Ultimately, the most critical aspect for cultivators remains their cultivation level. Although Cheng Xinqin's talent in combat was commendable, his 5-element roots indeed hindered his progress. Without extraordinary encounters in this lifetime, the prospect of reaching the foundation establishment stage seemed bleak. I believe this combat conference has been quite successful, with the disciples from each family experiencing growth. How about we establish a tradition of holding such events every 3 years? After a round of mutual humility, Lu Yuren proposed. That is an excellent suggestion, Zhang Ruxian responded, his eyes brightening at the thought. The initiative not only enhances the martial prowess of the 3 families' disciples, but also fosters healthy competition among them, encouraging diligent cultivation, a truly advantageous endeavor. Cheng Yan nodded in agreement. In that case, let it be decided that the inaugural event shall be hosted by my Lu family. I eagerly anticipate the visit of both esteemed friends in 3 years. With this matter settled, we shall take our leave for now. Farewell. The 3 exchanged pleasantries before returning to their respective clans. In the council hall of the family. Yu Hao, the issues at hand have been resolved. You will discuss the details of the mining operations with the Lu and Zhang families. Cheng Yan spoke from his position of authority. Understood, Uncle Lu, Yu Hao replied with a nod. Furthermore, Yu Ning and the others participating in this martial gathering will receive family contribution rewards, regardless of whether they triumph over their opponents. Yu Ning is to promptly outline the contribution values for various tasks and the required contributions for different spiritual items. Should there be any uncertainties, consult Li Yun, who oversees the treasure pavilion and possesses profound knowledge regarding the value of various spiritual items. In addition to assisting Xian Hao with the law enforcement hall, Xian Qin shall also take charge of the battle hall and oversee the education of the clan members in martial arts. The family's resources will be directed towards Yu Ning and Xian Qin, with the aim of swiftly elevating your cultivation levels, thus solidifying your statuses as elders. Cheng Yan meticulously arranged the family's affairs. Yes, Uncle Lu, Granduncle. Both Cheng Yu Ning and Cheng Xian Qin responded in unison. Now, I shall enter seclusion for a period and will not return to Chun Gu Fengshi for the time being. Yu Hao, please keep an eye on developments there and notify me promptly via the sound transmission talisman if anything arises. Uncle Lu is going into seclusion? Is he on the verge of a breakthrough? A look of joy spread across Yu Hao's face upon hearing Cheng Yan's intention to enter seclusion. Cheng Yan had already reached the initial peak of the foundation establishment stage for some time, and this sudden decision to seclude himself within the family suggested he was likely preparing for a breakthrough. Indeed, I initially thought it would take another 6 months. However, I have recently felt a stirring within me, hinting at the possibility of a breakthrough. A smile graced Cheng Yan's face as he spoke of his imminent advancement. Though he had yet to achieve the breakthrough, he confidently asserted that if he secluded himself in the family's cultivation chamber, he would undoubtedly reach the mid-foundation establishment stage within a month. Then let us preemptively wish Uncle Lu success in his breakthrough. Yu Hao and the others extended their well wishes. All right, you may all return to your respective tasks. I shall now commence my seclusion. Once Yu Hao and the others departed, Cheng Yan made his way to the family's cultivation chamber, a facility he had previously commissioned for construction. The cultivation chamber was divided into an outer and an inner area. The outer chamber was merely enveloped by a spirit gathering array and was not within the range of a spirit eye, resulting in a slightly lower concentration of spiritual energy. In contrast, the inner chamber boasted a spirit eye, complemented by the spirit gathering array, ensuring that its spiritual energy concentration was on par with that of a high-grade second-tier spiritual vein. Since the family established the contribution system, all members of the Cheng family can expend a certain amount of contribution points to cultivate in this place. At the very heart of the cultivation chamber lies a sanctum shrouded in restrictions. This is Cheng Yan's exclusive cultivation room, accessible solely to him, and it is also the most spiritually enriched locale on Feiyue Island. However, Cheng Yan has spent the past several years stationed in Qinggu Square, safeguarding the marketplace. This marks his first entry into the cultivation room since its construction. As he steps inside, he is immediately enveloped by a dense aura of spiritual energy, causing the spiritual power within him to flutter with excitement. hinting at an impending breakthrough. Chapter 160. Breakthrough to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Cheng Yan no longer hesitated. He sat cross-legged, consumed a Xianyuan pill, and began his cultivation. A month later, the spiritual energy within Cheng Yan flowed unceasingly, and his aura reached its zenith. Suddenly, the already abundant spiritual energy in his dantian surged once more, causing his momentum to escalate dramatically. Had there been an observer present, they would have sensed an overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy. This state persisted for nearly an hour before finally subsiding. At this moment, Cheng Yan exuded a distinct aura of mid-foundation establishment stage spiritual energy. After a month of seclusion, he had successfully achieved his breakthrough. Feeling the ample spiritual energy coursing through him, Cheng Yan mused that, with his current cultivation, he could easily confront the dark-robed man from the past without relying on formations. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he exited the training chamber. Outside, Cheng Yuhao awaited him, evidently having sensed the commotion caused by Cheng Yan's breakthrough. Congratulations, sixth uncle, on your advancement to the mid-foundation establishment stage. Cheng Yuhao exclaimed as he approached to offer his congratulations. Indeed, it seems you have been diligently practicing in recent days. Having also progressed to the 8th layer of qi refinement, Cheng Yan acknowledged, nodding in satisfaction as he noted Cheng Yuhao's own breakthrough. During my seclusion, has anything significant transpired within the family or the market? Cheng Yan inquired. Replying to sixth uncle, there have been no major events. However, one individual has been persistently clamoring to see you, claiming to possess important news that must be conveyed personally. Cheng Yuhao respectfully replied upon hearing Cheng Yan's question. Oh, who is it? Cheng Yan asked. It is the person who sold us the information about the Liu family's discovery of the mineral vein, Cheng Yuhao explained. That individual? Ever since he was captured by Li Yun, he has been confined in the secret chamber of the treasure pavilion. With the mineral vein matter resolved, Li Yun returned to the market to continue managing the treasure pavilion and also brought that person back to the family. However, holding such crucial information about the mineral vein, the Cheng family naturally could not set him free, so he remains confined, Cheng Yuhao elaborated. Then bring him here. If he claims to possess important news that is only meant for me, it would be prudent to listen, Cheng Yan instructed. Understood, sixth uncle, Cheng Yuhao replied and departed. Shortly thereafter, he returned with the individual in question. This man, who had sold the information to the Cheng family and had subsequently been subdued by Li Yun, was at the 8th layer of qi refinement, though his cultivation was currently suppressed by the restrictions Cheng Yan had placed upon him. I hear you have news to share with me? Cheng Yan prompted. Indeed, and this information is sure to pique your interest, esteemed senior, the man replied confidently. Oh, pray tell what this news entails, Cheng Yan inquired, his curiosity piqued. He wondered what revelation a mere 8th layer qi refinement practitioner could possess that would warrant such a claim. The information will not disappoint you, esteemed senior. But I hope you will agree to one condition, the man stated, brimming with confidence. What condition? I hope my senior can grant me my freedom. It is impossible to grant you freedom when you possess such critical information regarding the mineral veins. However, I may spare your life. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yan shook his head, resolutely rejecting the offer. What? Are you planning to kill me? The man exclaimed in astonishment, his face draining of color. He had initially believed that the Cheng family would merely imprison him, never considering that they intended to take his life. This is only natural. Only the dead can keep secrets, Cheng Yan replied with an air of inevitability. No, you cannot kill me. If you do, you will never obtain this information. The man shouted in a flurry of desperation. Thus, it hinges on whether your information is worth your life, Cheng Yan remarked, observing the man's panicked demeanor with a faint smile. It is worth it. Absolutely worth it. The man replied hastily, now no longer contemplating his freedom, but solely focused on surviving. Then tell me, what is this information? Upon hearing Cheng Yan's insistence, the man fell silent, lowering his head as his expression shifted. Lost in thought, at last, he sighed and said, I know the location of a celestial spirit fruit tree. What? The celestial spirit fruit tree? Cheng Yuhao, who had been listening, stood up in shock, while Cheng Yan wore a similarly astonished expression. They had not anticipated that the man's so-called information pertained to the location of a celestial spirit fruit tree. This tree bore a fruit known as the celestial spirit fruit, which, when consumed, could enhance the success rate of foundation establishment by 20%. However, most importantly, this celestial spirit fruit was a primary ingredient in the concoction of the foundation establishment pill. The foundation establishment pill required 3 principal ingredients: the celestial spirit fruit, dragon tindengrass, and jade essence mushroom. The rarity of the foundation establishment pill stemmed from the extreme difficulty in locating these 3 spiritual herbs, particularly the celestial spirit fruit. While the other two could still be considered spiritual herbs, the celestial spirit fruit belonged to the category of heavenly treasures. A treasure such as the celestial spirit fruit tree might not even be possessed by some of the weaker golden elixir factions. Yet now, he was revealing to Cheng Yan that he knew the location of one such tree, a revelation that could hardly fail to astonish him. This information indeed holds the potential for your survival. However, how can I ascertain that your claim is genuine and not a ploy to lead me into the territory of a formidable beast? Cheng Yan, though surprised, did not lose his composure in light of the celestial spirit fruit tree. It is true. The information is authentic. I not only know of a celestial spirit fruit tree, but I also know that it is guarded by a mid-level second-tier crimson flame tiger. Upon hearing Cheng Yan's skepticism, the man grew frantic, desperately attempting to validate the authenticity of his claim. As Cheng Yan learned that the guardian beast's identity and its tier were clearly articulated, his doubts only deepened. You are merely at the 8th layer of chi refinement. How could you possibly find the celestial spirit fruit tree within the territory of a mid-level second-tier crimson flame tiger and return alive? This coincidence is indeed a coincidence. When I discovered it, the crimson flame tiger happened to be in deep slumber. Cheng Yan's inquiry caused a noticeable change in the man's complexion, his speech becoming somewhat halting. It appears you are reluctant to speak the truth. If that is the case, I shall be left with no choice but to end your life. Naturally, Cheng Yan could not accept his so-called explanation of coincidence. If it were truly a coincidence, just how remarkable would that be? No. Senior, you must not kill me. If you do, you shall never uncover the location of the heavenly spirit fruit tree. If you wish to preserve your life, it will depend on your willingness to cooperate. Chapter 161. The secret art of concealing breath to ensure your survival. It hinges upon your willingness to cooperate. Upon uttering these words, Cheng Yan refrained from pressuring him further, instead offering a knowing smile. The intensity of Cheng Yan's gaze left him feeling quite flustered, even as he lowered his head to avoid direct eye contact. The oppressive scrutiny of a Foundation establishment cultivator rendered him restless. After several changes in expression, he finally let out a long sigh and, with a sense of resignation, confessed, "In my youth, I came across a fortuitous opportunity involving the storage bag of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Within it, I discovered a technique known as the secret art of concealing breath. With this art, I am capable of evading the probing consciousness of Foundation establishment practitioners. Furthermore, beasts are inherently less adept in this regard compared to human cultivators, which is why even the advanced second-tier crimson flame tiger would be unable to detect my presence. I have utilized this technique to gather information on rare spiritual herbs within the Tian-Tsang mountain range for trade, thereby earning spirit stones." Cheng Yan, upon hearing this, felt a twinge of skepticism. Nevertheless, to err on the side of caution, he dispelled the restrictions binding the man, allowing him to demonstrate the technique to ascertain its authenticity. As the man sensed the revival of spiritual energy within him, a flicker of reassurance washed over him. Yet, the presence of a Foundation establishment cultivator before him swiftly dissipated that sense of security, compelling him to comply with Cheng Yan's command and activate the art. As he performed the technique, Cheng Yan instantly perceived a shift in his consciousness. The man's figure began to waver, becoming ethereal and elusive. Cheng Yan, being at the mid-level of Foundation establishment himself, recognized the potential for early-stage cultivators to overlook him entirely. Following this revelation, Cheng Yan's belief in the existence of the heavenly spirit fruit tree solidified significantly, and he found himself intrigued by the technique. "Show me the jade tablet containing the art," Cheng Yan requested. The man's expression tightened at these words, but he ultimately sighed in resignation, stating, "Such a vital technique is not something I carry with me. I have rented a courtyard in the Chun Gufang city, where the art is concealed." Upon revealing this information, the man was acutely aware that the secret of the technique was likely irretrievable. Rather than prolonging the inevitable and inciting Cheng Yan's displeasure, he opted for honesty. "Then let us proceed to the Chun Gufang city." Without waiting for his agreement, Cheng Yan grasped him firmly and set forth towards the marketplace. In less than half a day's time, the two arrived before a courtyard within the Chun Gufang city. Courtyards of this nature were plentiful in the market, primarily rented to wandering cultivators. Many of these practitioners would invest spirit stones to secure such spaces for cultivation atop the spiritual veins. And it was noted that a few Foundation establishment cultivators took residence in this very market. Furthermore, the three families overseeing the area would annually allocate spirit stones to nourish the spiritual vein. Perhaps in 2 to 3 decades, it might ascend to a mid-tier second grade, thus attracting even greater numbers of cultivators. Cheng Yan followed the wandering cultivator into the courtyard. In truth, The courtyards in Chengdu City bore a striking resemblance to one another. A wall encased the exterior, leading inward to a modest courtyard. In the center of the courtyard lay a small garden, adorned with a solitary tree and a variety of flowers, beyond which stood a guest house. Where have you placed your jade slip of cultivation methods? Surely, it can be retrieved now, Cheng Yan inquired as he entered the courtyard. Please follow me, senior, he added, leading Cheng Yan into the guest house, ultimately arriving at his bedroom. There, he began to feel around the bed, and soon enough, a hidden compartment revealed itself, within which lay a storage bag, quietly resting. What purpose does such concealment serve? Even a fully realized Qi practitioner could effortlessly uncover this hidden space with a mere sweep of their consciousness, Cheng Yan remarked. Upon entering the room, he had already sensed the compartment. Under his scrutiny, he could even detect the presence of several ants throughout the courtyard. Such hiding was merely a means of reassuring oneself. In the market, one would seldom find individuals intruding upon another's courtyard. The man chuckled sheepishly, aware that his method of concealment would only deceive those of lesser cultivation. Nonetheless, this act afforded him some comfort. In truth, as long as the cultivation method remained within the confines of this courtyard, it was fundamentally secure. Each courtyard in the Chengdu market was fortified with protective formations, accessible solely by individuals possessing the corresponding tokens. Previously, there had been attempts to forcibly breach these formations and pilfer their contents. However, the formations were linked to the law enforcement team's base. Any disturbance would promptly alert them. After dealing with several individuals who attempted to sabotage the formations, no one dared to repeat such folly. Thus, as long as he kept his belongings within this courtyard, the risk was minimal. Senior, this is the storage bag I acquired from a foundation building practitioner. Most of its contents have been sold for spirit stones or consumed. Presently, only 2 jade slips and 1 magical artifact remain. One of the jade slips is the God-sealing breath-holding technique. However, the other is sealed with a restriction, rendering its contents unreadable. I estimate that only someone of foundation-building cultivation could access its information, he explained, offering the storage bag with both hands to Zhou Yang. Cheng Yan accepted the storage bag, inspected it, and confirmed its integrity before probing with his consciousness. As the man had stated, only 3 items remained. 2 jade slips, and 1 magical artifact. The artifact was a cyan flag, a second-tier mid-grade magical item, suggesting that its former owner was likely a mid-stage foundation-building practitioner. The blue flag, known as the wind blade flag, could unleash a formidable wind blade when activated. Cheng Yan also examined the 2 jade slips, one of which was indeed the God-sealing breath-holding technique. However, after perusing its contents, he felt a twinge of disappointment. Despite its imposing name, the technique's efficacy was rather limited, even at its perfected state. It would only suffice to evade the detection of a novice foundation-building practitioner's consciousness. To Cheng Yan, this technique proved to be somewhat superfluous. After all, he has already reached the mid-stage of foundation establishment. It is quite remarkable that other early-stage foundation establishment cultivators do not flee upon seeing him, let alone requiring Cheng Yan to avoid them. However, another jade slip brought great delight to Cheng Yan. To his astonishment, it contained a spiritual technique. Within the jade slip, which was embedded with restrictions, was recorded the cultivation method of a technique known as the cold desolation palm. Spiritual techniques, in essence, bear a striking resemblance to spells. Yet even the most rudimentary spiritual techniques surpass the might of the most advanced spells. In fact, some high-level spiritual techniques rival the abilities of golden core cultivators. Although the cold desolation palm may not be the most profound of spiritual techniques, when cultivated to perfection, its power can match the full-force strike of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Chapter 162, Spiritual Arts. The cold palm technique, while not particularly profound as a spiritual art, possesses formidable power when mastered to perfection, rivaling the full-force strike of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Moreover, the technique is imbued with a chilling aura that can infiltrate the cultivator's body, rendering them defenseless. However, mastering the cold palm is a cumbersome endeavor, requiring the assistance of a spiritual object infused with cold energy. Without such an object, the potency of the cold palm diminishes significantly, lacking the accompanying chilling aura, and such spiritual objects are typically rare. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan felt as though this cold palm was meticulously prepared for him by fate. Speaking of spiritual objects imbued with cold energy, Cheng Yan happened to possess one, the cold crystal he discovered when relocating the spiritual eye from the Lingyun mountain range. With this crystal, he could swiftly master the cold palm, turning it into a hidden trump card. Contemplating the storage bag in his hand, Cheng Yan furrowed his brow in thought before turning to the man and speaking. Both the location of the heavenly spirit fruit tree and the items within this storage bag are exceedingly precious. However, I cannot allow you to leave with the knowledge of the mine's location. Therefore, I present you with two choices. The first, remain on Feyue Island for 20 years, without stepping foot off the island. After 20 years, your freedom shall be restored. In that time, I am confident I can cultivate to the late stage of foundation establishment, ensuring that the news of the mine remains secure. What is the second choice? The man asked, already nearing 40 years of age. Being confined to Feyue Island for 20 years would likely extinguish any hope of achieving foundation establishment in his lifetime. Although the spiritual veins on Feyue Island are of mid-tier quality, superior to those in the market, sufficient to allow a breakthrough to the peak of qi refinement within 2 decades, the question remained, where would he procure foundation establishment pills? The Cheng family would certainly not provide him with such resources. Upon hearing Cheng Yan's first option, he hastily inquired about the second. The second choice does afford you a degree of freedom, but it requires you to serve the Cheng family for 20 years. After that, you may decide whether to stay or leave. However, to ensure your loyalty, you must consume this corpse decay pill. As he spoke, a dark pill materialized in Cheng Yan's hand. This corpse decay pill is a low-tier second-grade poison pill. Once ingested, it will activate periodically and without the appropriate antidote. It will lead to a painful demise through decay. After 20 years, I will provide you with the antidote. The corpse decay pill in Cheng Yan's hand is not a mere facade made from inferior pills. It is a genuine low-tier second-grade poison, potent enough that even a mid-tier antidote would not completely eliminate its effects. The crafting of such a pill is exceedingly troublesome, and Zhou Yang possesses only one. The man gazed at the dark pill in Cheng Yan's hand, his expression shifting as he wrestled with his decision. Finally, gritting his teeth, he resolved to accept the terms. Is what you say true, Elder? It is only natural. As a foundation-building cultivator, would I truly deceive you, a mere qi practitioner? Given this, I shall choose the second option. This decision was anticipated by Cheng Yan, for had he been in Wu Youquan's position, he would have made the same choice. At merely 40 years of age, Wu Youquan has already attained the 8th level of qi refinement, and there remains a chance for him to establish his foundation in life. However, should he be confined to Feyue Island for 2 decades, that opportunity would surely vanish. The second choice, while requiring the ingestion of a poisonous pill, at least allows for the freedom of movement. With careful maneuvering, the possibility of foundation establishment is not entirely out of reach. With this in mind, he resolved to consume the corruption pill. Thus, Cheng Yan presented the pill, and without hesitation, having made up his mind, Wu Youquan swallowed it in one gulp. What is your name? I am Wu Youquan, your subordinate. After consuming the poisonous pill, Wu Youquan even altered his self-reference, now begrudgingly counting himself among the guest elders of the Cheng family, akin to Li Yun. Having taken so much from you today, I shall not do so without recompense. Although these items bear considerable value, they are of no use to you. I possess a first-tier premium magical artifact. Allow me to bestow it upon you. Cheng Yan retrieved a yellowish gourd, an item he originally acquired from Du Guanyu. Thank you, senior. Wu Youquan accepted the artifact, expressing his gratitude. I am aware of your aspirations regarding foundation establishment. As long as you diligently serve the Cheng family, the possibility of achieving foundation establishment in the future is not absent. Although I cannot provide you with foundation establishment pills, other foundational spirit items may still be within reach. In the realm of cultivation, there exist various aids to foundation establishment beyond just foundation pills. For instance, the celestial spirit fruit is a type of foundational spirit item. Additionally, there are other foundational spirit items available, though none possess the efficacy of the foundation pill. The other foundational spirit items lack the protective qualities for meridians and dantian, leading to a higher probability of failure during breakthroughs. Nevertheless, compared to foundation pills, these foundational spirit items are significantly less valuable. Thus, this is the choice of most wandering cultivators. After all, the value of foundation pills is exceedingly high, often unattainable even after a lifetime of effort. Is that truly so? Wu Youquan's eyes brightened at these words. Your performance will determine that. Cheng Yan smiled at his reaction. No one can resist the allure of foundation establishment. It must be said, Cheng Yan's strategy of using the poisonous pill to subdue Wu Youquan and then enticing him with foundational spirit items is a masterful application of both carrot and stick, ensuring Wu Youquan is thoroughly in his grasp. Now that we have obtained the items, lead me to the celestial spirit fruit tree. After acquiring the forbidden divine concealment technique, Cheng Yan had grown quite convinced of the existence of the celestial spirit fruit tree. Naturally, he intended to claim it. Yes, the location of the celestial spirit fruit tree lies to the north of the Chun Valley Market. At my speed, it will take at least a month to reach. In light of this, let us embark at once. With that, Cheng Yan led Wu Yuquan out of the bustling market of Qinggu and soared northward. At Wu Youquan's cultivation level of the 8th stage of qi refinement, the journey would take a month. However, with Cheng Yan's mid-foundation establishment speed, it would require no more than 5 days. Yet, traveling with a qi refinement cultivator naturally slowed their pace. Ultimately, they spent 8 days before arriving at the location Wu Yuquan had indicated. Senior, it is here. Upon this mountain lies a second-tier middle-grade spiritual vein. At the summit, there exists a cave where the second-tier middle-grade crimson flame tiger resides, and within that cave, the celestial spirit fruit tree can also be found. Chapter 163. The crimson flame tiger, unyielding in death before the two, stood a towering mountain, over 100 zhang high. You possess quite the audacity to venture into such a cavern, one remarked. Cheng Yan, upon hearing that the heavenly spirit fruit tree resided within, felt a stir of astonishment. It was well known that caves of this nature, situated atop spiritual veins, often harbored ferocious beasts. Yet, Wu Yuquan dared to enter and even discovered the presence of the coveted tree. With a wry smile, Wu Yuquan explained, I make my living by trading information about rare spiritual herbs. This cave, being on a spiritual vein and at the mountain's peak where spiritual energy is most abundant, naturally has a higher probability of containing rare herbs. Besides, as a loose cultivator, if I do not strive earnestly, I would not have achieved my current cultivation level. His words resonated with Cheng Yan, reminding him of his own time as a loose cultivator, where he would risk everything for a breakthrough pill, even participating in conflicts between foundational factions for the sake of his cultivation. Let us ascend and confront the crimson flame tiger, Cheng Yan declared, transforming into a streak of light as he soared toward the summit. Wu Yuquan hastily followed, but being merely at the qi refinement stage, his speed paled in comparison to Cheng Yan's. By the time Wu Yuquan reached the peak, Cheng Yan was already engaged in combat with the crimson flame tiger. Indeed, the crimson flame tiger was, as Wu Yuquan had described, a mid-level second-tier beast with an ominous tendency to break through to the second-tier high level. Had Cheng Yan arrived 3 to 5 months later, he would have faced a formidable high-tier crimson flame tiger. Water dragon technique. Cheng Yan formed intricate hand seals, conjuring a water dragon that stretched an impressive 33 zhang in length. With his mid-foundational cultivation, he could now effortlessly execute the complete water dragon technique without the aid of a spirit-gathering pearl. With a resounding roar, the water dragon ascended, exuding a faint but palpable aura of draconic majesty as it surged toward the crimson flame tiger. However, the beast remained unperturbed by this display. Its lineage was noble, and it had the potential to evolve into a third-tier beast. The water dragon's aura, albeit present, was too weak to affect the crimson flame tiger. Yet, the true strength of the water dragon lay not in its roar. The massive creature propelled itself forward, targeting the crimson flame tiger. With a thunderous roar, the crimson flame tiger retaliated, shaking the very mountaintop. It leapt forth, lunging at the water dragon, sinking its fangs into the creature's form. Undeterred, the water dragon coiled around the tiger, constricting like a python seeking to crush its prey, tightening its grip in an attempt to suffocate the tiger. Feeling the immense pressure upon its body, the crimson flame tiger intensified its bite, managing to tear several gashes into the water dragon. However, mere biting would not suffice to vanquish the water dragon. The tiger opened its maw wide and unleashed a torrent of blazing flames. The flames evaporated the body of the water dragon, and billowing clouds of white vapor ascended, enveloping the mountaintop in a misty haze. Observing this, Cheng Yan retrieved the Windblade banner from his storage pouch. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he brandished the flagpole, unleashing a streak of azure wind blades that whistled through the air toward the crimson flame tiger, which was entangled in a fierce struggle with the water dragon. Lacking the ability to evade, the tiger intensified the flames it breathed, hoping to vanquish the water dragon before the wind blades could reach it. The wind blades flew with remarkable speed, swiftly arriving before the crimson flame tiger. However, before the blades could strike, the tiger erupted in a blaze of fiery wrath. Resembling a demonic beast from the depths of hell, the wind blades struck its foreleg, diminishing some of their potency against the tiger's flames. Otherwise, they might have severed the leg entirely. Nonetheless, a deep gash marred the tiger's limb, crimson blood flowing profusely, staining the earth below. With a roar filled with pain and fury, the crimson flame tiger unleashed several fireballs toward Cheng Yan. He quickly waved the wind blade banner again, sending forth additional wind blades that effortlessly cleaved the fireballs in half. Unyielding, the blades continued their relentless assault on the tiger. Each strike left more bloodied marks upon the beast's body, and soon it was covered in wounds, its flames flickering as if on the verge of extinguishment. The tiger was severely injured, and Cheng Yan realized he could easily end its life. Yet, recognizing the creature's formidable strength, he opted to temper the power of his wind blades, inflicting damage without delivering a fatal blow, pondering the possibility of subjugating it. "Will you submit to me?" As the crimson flame tiger lay on the brink of death, Cheng Yan sensed the moment was ripe. The wind blade banner glowed with an ominous energy, a potent force coalescing within. He could deliver a lethal strike at any moment. However, he refrained, choosing instead to intimidate the tiger. As a second-tier demon beast, its intelligence was not insignificant, and it understood his words. Yet, being a fully matured demon beast, it was not easily subdued. Despite its near-death state, it summoned the last of its strength to roar defiantly at Cheng Yan, its eyes reflecting a hint of disdain. "Humph, if you refuse to submit willingly, I shall not hesitate to employ force." Cheng Yan scoffed, originally intending to overpower it into submission. Since it was unwilling to recognize his mercy, he felt justified in resorting to more coercive measures. Cheng Yan retracted the wind blade flag in his hand and swiftly approached the critically injured scarlet flame tiger. The oppressive force of his spiritual energy surged forth, rendering the wounded creature utterly immobile beneath its weight. Upon reaching the scarlet flame tiger, Cheng Yan bit into his own fingertip, allowing his blood to flow as he meticulously inscribed a complex sigil. This was a blood pact. Once it was etched upon the tiger, even if it resisted with all its might, submission would be its only option. However, before Cheng Yan could complete the intricate drawing of the blood pact, he sensed an ominous presence. Strangely, this perilous aura emanated from the very scarlet flame tiger before him, who was on the brink of death. Chapter 164. The dark hall. Cheng Yan's pupils constricted suddenly, and a sense of dread washed over him. He abandoned the attempt to inscribe the blood contract and swiftly retreated, distancing himself from the crimson flame tiger. Just as he made his escape, a deafening roar erupted as the flames enveloping the tiger surged dramatically, reaching nearly 10 zhang in height. In the next instant, a brilliant flash of white light erupted from the tiger's core, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. When the chaos settled, a vast crater remained, and the once formidable crimson flame tiger had been obliterated, leaving behind mere fragments of flesh. Alas, it self-destructed its demon core. Such a loss, Cheng Yan lamented, a pained expression crossing his face. He regretted not simply slaying the creature. At least he could have harvested valuable materials to exchange for spiritual stones. Who could have anticipated the tiger's fierce spirit, willing to perish rather than succumb? The loss was indeed monumental. Now, not only had he failed to subdue the crimson flame tiger, but all potential materials had been annihilated in the explosion. Cheng Yan found himself empty-handed. This, however, was not entirely unexpected. The demon and human races were sworn enemies, and it was rare for a demon beast to yield to a human cultivator. Only those with sufficient strength to dominate the beast could prevent it from self-destruction and impose a blood contract, allowing for its control. Yet, those subdued through a blood contract often exhibited diminished power, and few cultivators were inclined to bind demon beasts weaker than themselves unless they possessed unique qualities or formidable bloodline traits. Most spirit beasts were indeed nurtured from a young age by cultivators. Even without restrictions, they would obey their master's commands. "Senior, did the crimson flame tiger truly perish just like that?" Wu Yuquan approached from a distance, relieved that he had kept his distance. Otherwise, the tiger's self-destruction could have claimed his life. "All right, let us explore the celestial spirit fruit tree," Cheng Yan replied, nodding as he chose to move past the incident with the tiger and led Wu Yuquan into the cave. The cave was dimly lit, prompting Cheng Yan to produce a luminous pearl, illuminating the space. It was sizable, though not deep, allowing them to see the far end with ease. At the cave's innermost recess stood a small tree, not particularly tall, about the height of a person, its branches lush and verdant, brimming with vitality. "Indeed, it is the celestial spirit fruit tree," Cheng Yan exclaimed in surprise. Yet, to his dismay, the tree bore no celestial spirit fruits. This tree bore fruit only once every 500 years, and it was uncertain how long it had been since its last yield. Surrounding the celestial spirit fruit tree were numerous spiritual herbs, likely gathered by the crimson flame tiger. It was not solely humans who hoarded resources. The demon beasts lacked the understanding of how to safeguard the potency of spiritual herbs, carelessly accumulating them in a manner that amounts to a grievous waste. Consequently, the efficacy of many herbs has diminished significantly. Even if utilized for alchemy, their effects would be considerably compromised. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan diligently gathered all the spiritual herbs. Although many had lost their potency and thus diminished in value, collectively, they still represented a considerable fortune. After securing the amassed herbs, Cheng Yan proceeded to transplant the heavenly spirit fruit tree into the Qian Kuan mountain water diagram. Done. There is nothing left. Let us depart, Cheng Yan announced after extending his consciousness to inspect the cave, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. Understood, Senior, Wu Yuquan replied promptly, following Cheng Yan towards Feiyue Island. 10 days later, the two returned to Feiyue Island. During their journey, they encountered two second-tier intermediate demon beasts, which delayed their return somewhat. Fortunately, Cheng Yan's strength had significantly increased following his recent breakthrough, and ultimately, the two beasts were transformed into a collection of materials for his storage ring. Upon returning to Feiyue Island, Cheng Yan sought out Cheng Yuhao. Sixth uncle, you've returned. How did the heavenly spirit fruit tree fare? Cheng Yuhao inquired urgently upon hearing Cheng Yan's call. The heavenly spirit fruit tree was a precious resource that could serve as a foundation for a golden core power. Hence his keen interest. Rest assured, the heavenly spirit fruit tree is now in our possession, Cheng Yan replied with a smile and a nod. Upon hearing this, Cheng Yuhao's face lit up with joy. Within the Cheng family, aside from Cheng Yan, he was among the most senior members. Although technically, the eldest by lineage should be Cheng Rumming, he had long since ventured into the mortal realm and only participated in the family's annual spirit testing conference. Over the years, Cheng Rumming's cultivation had only reached a mere 4 levels of qi refinement, even falling short of his son, Cheng Xinqing. Cheng Yuhao held a deep affection for the family, rivaling that of Cheng Yan, the founder of the Cheng clan. Thus, he sincerely rejoiced at the family's continuous growth. Cheng Yan continued, however, in addition to discussing the heavenly spirit fruit tree, I wish to establish another branch within the family, to be named the Dark Hall. The Dark Hall? Cheng Yuhao asked, somewhat perplexed. Indeed, the primary duty of the Dark Hall will be to gather various intelligence, essentially serving as the Cheng family's future intelligence department, Cheng Yan elucidated. This idea had originated when he acquired the Forbidden God concealment technique, which was also the reason he sought to recruit Wu Yuquan. Not only had Wu Yuquan mastered the Forbidden God concealment technique, but he had also spent years in the Tiansong mountain range collecting and selling various intelligence, making him particularly suited for the role in the Dark Hall. There's no rush regarding the Dark Hall. I share this with you primarily to ask you to select a few individuals from the family to cultivate the Forbidden God concealment technique as preparatory members of the Dark Hall. I have already identified a suitable instructor for them, Cheng Yan said, glancing at Wu Yuquan who stood nearby. Upon witnessing the situation, Cheng Yuhao comprehended Cheng Yan's thoughts and promptly responded, Indeed, sixth uncle, I understand. However, we must not be arbitrary in our selection. We should not solely focus on innate talent. The cultivation of the Forbidden God restraint technique is not overly arduous, so we should strive to choose some intelligent and astute clan members. Understood, sixth uncle. Very well, the market cannot remain without oversight for too long. It has been quite a while since I departed from the Chun Valley market. It is time for my return. I entrust the family matters to you, and should any issues arise, feel free to seek me at the Dan Pavilion. Having concluded his instructions regarding the Dark Hall, Cheng Yan prepared to head back to the Chun Valley market. Chapter 165. The Demon Hunting Conference. Upon returning to the bustling market of Qinggu, Cheng Yan found his days once again steeped in monotony, dominated solely by cultivation and alchemy. However, as time passed, a particular term began to circulate with increasing frequency among the scattered cultivators in Qinggu, namely, the Demon Hunting Conference. This topic permeated discussions not only within the market, but also across various marketplaces in the Tiansong mountain range, and even Cheng Yan had caught wind of it. Noticing the fervor surrounding the Demon Hunting Conference, Cheng Yan took the initiative to send someone to investigate further. Through this inquiry, he gleaned the true nature of the event. The so-called Demon Hunting Conference was a collaborative endeavor orchestrated by the 3 foremost Golden Core factions within the Tiansong mountain range, Lingyun Sect, Yunyan Pavilion, and the Tao clan. Each of these elite factions boasted Golden Core cultivators of remarkable prowess. The primary objective of hosting this conference was to diminish the population of demon beasts within the Tiansong mountain range. Over 2 millennia ago, certain forces had opted to relocate to this region, and these 3 factions were among the first to establish themselves there. At that time, the Tiansong mountain range was akin to a paradise for demon beasts, teeming with their numbers. Following their settlement, they frequently faced waves of demon beast onslaughts, causing them considerable distress. It was only after centuries of struggle that they managed to significantly reduce the demon beast population. Nevertheless, As demon beasts continued to reproduce and their habitat shrank due to the presence of humans, sporadic outbreaks of demon beast tides persisted. Consequently, the three Golden Core factions resolved to periodically unite in their efforts to eradicate demon beasts, thereby preventing the emergence of these tides. During those early days, even Golden Core masters would personally engage in the hunt. Gradually, this initiative evolved into the present-day Demon Hunting Conference. While the core aim remained unchanged, to curtail the number of demon beasts and avert the birth of new tides, the dynamics shifted. A tacit agreement seemed to have been reached between the human Golden Core masters and the third-tier demon beasts, leading to the withdrawal of both from direct participation. The conflict thus transitioned into battles between Foundation establishment disciples and second-tier demon beasts, transforming the conference into a platform for cultivating disciples from the three factions. However, as time progressed, the three families began to sense an unsettling trend. Their disciples alone were insufficient to achieve the goal of reducing the demon beast population, which paradoxically led to a surge in the numbers of second-tier demon beasts. Reluctant to dispatch their Golden Core masters and disrupt the fragile balance they had painstakingly established, the three factions decided to extend the scope of the Demon Hunting Conference to encompass the entirety of the Tiansong mountain range. They sought to attract cultivators from other factions and scattered practitioners by offering enticing spiritual treasures as bait. In the present day, the Demon Hunting Conference had evolved beyond merely catering to the forces within the Tiansong mountain range. Numerous disciples from factions outside the range now chose to participate in order to hone their skills. Given the abundance of spiritual treasures within the Tiansong mountain range, each conference often witnessed one or two individuals breaking through to the Golden Core stage, further enticing a multitude of cultivators to join the fray. The current Demon Hunting Conference has become a grand event for the entire Eastern Wilderness. Logically speaking, given the magnitude of the conference, even if there are numerous second-tier demonic beasts within the Tiansong mountain range, they would scarcely withstand the slaughter from the human cultivators of the Eastern Wilderness. However, the human race sees the conference as an opportunity to train their younger generation, while the demon race, too, finds its own benefits. The flesh and blood of human cultivators are considered a great tonic for them. Consequently, during each demon hunting conference, the demon race dispatches a significant number of second-tier demonic beasts to the Tiansong mountain range, creating a precarious balance between the two factions. The conference is held once every 100 years, and it has been 92 years since the last one, meaning there are merely 8 years remaining until the next event. Upon hearing this news, Cheng Yan initially dismissed it. He had heard that the second-tier demonic beasts present at the conference were predominantly of a higher grade. After all, they would be facing the elite Foundation establishment cultivators from the entire Eastern Wilderness, and weaker demonic beasts would merely end up as materials in the storage bags of human cultivators. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan lacked the confidence that he could advance to the late Foundation establishment stage within 8 years, especially since it took him nearly a decade to progress from the early to the mid-Foundation establishment stage. However, when he learned that the rewards offered by the three major Golden Core factions included mid-grade Earth Spirit Pearls, Cheng Yan could hardly contain his excitement. The Earth Spirit Pearl is essentially the same as the essence of Spirit Soil, but due to its higher grade, it has already been refined into a pearl. Generally, first and second tier variants are referred to as Essence of Spirit Soil, while third and fourth tier ones are called Earth Spirit Pearls. Thus, the Earth Spirit Pearl could undoubtedly be used to enhance the Qian Kuan Mountain Water diagram, and its efficacy would surpass that of the second-tier low-grade Essence of Spirit Soil by a considerable margin. Cheng Yan was indeed moved by this prospect. Yet, the duration of each demon hunting conference is unpredictable, lasting anywhere from 3 to 5 years, and sometimes extending over a decade. There was even a past conference where both humans and demons unleashed their true might, which lasted a staggering 15 years, almost exterminating the demonic beasts sent by the demon race, albeit at a heavy cost to the human cultivators as well. Presently, the Cheng family, apart from Cheng Yan, has no other Foundation establishment cultivators. He feared that participating in the demon hunting conference might lead to troubles within his family. At this moment, Cheng Yuhao was the closest in the Cheng family to achieving Foundation establishment. Moreover, the Qingyuan fruit within the Qian Kuan Mountain Water diagram had ripened, prompting Cheng Yan to seek out Cheng Yuhao, intending to pass on the Qingyuan fruit to him to expedite his Foundation establishment. Just as Cheng Yan contemplated this, Cheng Yuhao sought him out first. Uncle Lu, good news. Cheng Yan had just finished refining a batch of pills and was resting in the alchemy pavilion when he heard Cheng Yuhao's voice and stepped out of the alchemy room to find him. What brings you to the Chun Gu Fong market? Cheng Yan inquired, observing the joyous expression on Cheng Yuhao's face. Yuning has brewed another batch of Qingtao wine. I came to deliver the spirit wine to the tavern and to share some good news with you. I see that your visit to deliver the spirit wine is merely a facade. Your true purpose lies in paying a visit to Li Yunkai. Speak, then. What good news do you bring? Cheng Yan would not be swayed by his deceitful words. After all, he is the dignified head of a clan. Moreover, the Cheng family is not lacking in capable individuals, so there is no need for him to personally deliver the spirit wine. It is evident that his intentions are not solely about the wine. Recently, 2 new members have joined the family, one of whom possesses the extraordinary talent of 3 spiritual roots. Cheng Yuhao's thoughts have been unraveled by Cheng Yan, yet his expression remains unchanged, accompanied only by an awkward smile. After serving as clan leader for so many years, he may not have learned much else, but his audacity has certainly grown thicker. Chapter 166. The family flourishes. Cheng Yan shook his head helplessly and remarked, "It is merely a matter of possessing 3 spiritual roots. Seeing you so elated, I had presumed you must at least have the rare." The term refers to the 3 types of spiritual roots: ice, wind, and thunder. Their cultivation speed surpasses that of dual spiritual roots, yet they still pale in comparison to the heavenly spiritual roots. In essence, are a result of the fusion and mutation of dual spiritual roots. For instance, the ice spiritual root derives from the transformation of water and wood dual roots. This individual stands as the sole 3 spiritual root cultivator in the entire family, aside from Uncle Lu. His emergence signifies that the family has a promising future, with proper nurturing. He is destined to become a foundational cultivator. Cheng Yuhao's assertion holds merit. For the majority of foundational powers, the foundational seeds are typically 3 spiritual root cultivators. It is exceedingly rare for foundational forces, like the Tiger Roar Mountain Manor, to possess dual spiritual root cultivators. Even within the Golden Core forces, dual spiritual roots are a rarity akin to finding a phoenix among chickens. As for heavenly spiritual roots, they likely only manifest within the nascent soul powers. Enough of that for now. I had intended to return to the family to seek you out, and fortuitously you arrived. Have you heard the news regarding the Demon Hunt Conference? Cheng Yan waved his hand, choosing not to delve further into the matter of the 3 spiritual root kin. At present, the most pressing information for him was indeed the Demon Hunt Conference. The Demon Hunt Conference? Uncle Lu does not intend to participate, does he? Cheng Yuhao was momentarily taken aback. He had indeed heard whispers of the grand event, but he was also aware of the immense dangers it posed. Even fully realized foundational cultivators could meet their demise there. The peril of the Demon Hunt Conference is self-evident. Since the agreement between the human and demon races in the eastern wilderness, the conference has essentially transformed into a battlefield between these 2 factions, albeit limited to foundational cultivators. Currently, even the 3 major transformation god forces dispatch disciples to partake in the Demon Hunt Conference. Indeed, among the rewards of this conference, there exists a spiritual item that piques my interest, Cheng Yan affirmed with a nod. This, as the only foundational cultivator in our family, Uncle Lu must not take any risks. Cheng Yuhao felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing Cheng Yan's resolute response. Although he held Cheng Yan in the highest regard, he was acutely aware of the dangers associated with the conference. With his uncle's mid-foundational cultivation, participating in such an event could lead to a near-certain demise. Furthermore, should Cheng Yan, the pillar of the Cheng family, falter, the entire family could face ruin. Hence, it is imperative for you to break through to the foundational level at the earliest opportunity. Cheng Yan had his own compelling reasons to attend the Demon Hunt Conference. As his cultivation continued to ascend, the efficacy of the Qian Kuan mountain water diagram diminished. After all, the various spiritual herbs he required now demanded no less than 100 years to mature, with some taking even longer. Even if planted within the Qian Kuan mountain water diagram, several decades would be necessary for them to flourish. The medicinal pills that Cheng Yan currently consumes for his cultivation are all acquired by his family from other factions. Rather than the type he has refined himself that mitigates pill toxicity. It is not that Cheng Yan lacks spiritual nectar, on the contrary. He has accumulated a considerable amount of it. What he truly lacks are various spiritual herbs. Cheng Yan understands that his innate talent is not particularly exceptional. And in order to eventually break through to the Golden Core stage, or even the nascent soul stage, he must seek the assistance of the Qian Kuan mountain water map. I am determined to participate in the Demon Hunting Conference, and you need not concern yourself with this matter. Coincidentally, the Qingyuan fruit has ripened, so take it with you. For now, set aside your current affairs and devote yourself entirely to your foundational cultivation. However, such matters cannot be disclosed to Zhou Xuanhao. Treasures like the Qian Kuan mountain water map must remain concealed. Therefore, Cheng Yan felt compelled to insist that Cheng Yuhao enter closed-door cultivation. Take this token. It will grant you access to my training chamber. Go and enter seclusion there. I have already prepared foundational pills for you. With that, Cheng Yan produced 3 items and handed them to Cheng Yuhao. This, I understand, Uncle Lu. Cheng Yuhao gazed at the 3 items in his hands, opened his mouth to persuade Cheng Yan further, but ultimately let out a sigh and acquiesced. I know you are concerned for me, but I am not foolish enough to engage in reckless actions. Focus on your foundational cultivation, and once you succeed, I can venture out with greater peace of mind. Cheng Yan patted Cheng Yuhao's shoulder and said, the items have been given to you. Return to the family promptly and begin your seclusion. By the way, before starting your foundational cultivation, you may study my insights from the scripture pavilion. It will aid you in your progress. Yes, Uncle Lu. With that, Cheng Yuhao took his leave. After delivering the spiritual liquor to the tavern, he exchanged only a few words with Liu before hastily returning to Feiyue Island. After all, possessing such crucial foundational pills made it difficult for him to feel at ease while remaining outside. Upon returning to Feiyue Island, after arranging family matters, Cheng Yuhao entered the training chamber to begin his seclusion. Since he could not prevent Cheng Yan from attending the demon hunting conference, his only option was to strive for a breakthrough in foundational cultivation to alleviate Cheng Yan's concerns. As Cheng Yuhao delved into his seclusion, Cheng Yan also busied himself. He was acutely aware of the perils associated with the demon hunting conference, and if he intended to participate, he needed to be thoroughly prepared. Cheng Yan planned to take advantage of the next few years to study several spiritual techniques. In addition to Wu Youquan's cold palm, there are also some spiritual techniques within the heritage of the mountain and water sect that he intends to select for his practice. However, before that, he must first successfully cultivate the cold palm. The cultivation of the cold desolation palm is a 2-step process. The first step involves drawing the cold desolation energy into one's body and then refining it for personal use. The second step is the amalgamation of the cold desolation energy with spiritual power to execute the cold desolation palm. The latter is relatively straightforward, as the energy has already been refined, allowing for its manipulation with ease. The true challenge lies in the first step, for the cold desolation energy poses a significant burden on the practitioner's body. Once this energy enters the body, it relentlessly ravages the practitioner's physical form. Therefore, at this juncture, one requires a substance capable of neutralizing the cold desolation energy to safeguard the flesh from its corrosive effects. Moreover, this substance must not be excessively potent, otherwise, it would completely neutralize the cold desolation energy, leaving Cheng Yan with no means to refine it. Chapter 167. Preparations and Cultivation. Cheng Yan indeed had a choice, the Yi-Yang pill. Upon consumption, this pill would generate a veil of yang energy within the body, safeguarding the meridians and flesh from the encroaching chill. The recipe and requisite spiritual herbs for the Yi-Yang pill were available within his family, yet regrettably, there existed but a single portion. Furthermore, as a pill of the second tier's mid-grade, Cheng Yan, being merely a low-grade alchemist of the second tier, faced a considerable probability of failure in concocting the Yi-Yang pill, particularly since he possessed only this solitary allotment of herbs. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan resolved to take the gamble. After all, the Yi-Yang pill was not irreplaceable. Should the concoction fail, he could always seek alternatives. Moreover, this endeavor would serve as an opportunity to assess his progress in alchemy. With determination, he retrieved the alchemical furnace from his storage ring and commenced the familiar process of warming it. In a short span, the furnace was sufficiently heated, and Cheng Yan methodically began to introduce the spiritual herbs into it. Under the furnace's intense heat, the herbs transformed into swirling medicinal liquid. Once all herbs had been refined into liquid form, he proceeded to the next step, merging the elixirs. With careful concentration, he utilized his spiritual awareness to divide the liquid into several portions, ultimately blending them together in precise accordance with the recipe, yielding 4 distinct elixirs. As the temperature within the furnace gradually decreased, 4 pills emerged. 3 of them appeared pitch black, exuding a pungent odor, clearly indicating they were failures. However, the 4th pill was perfectly round, emanating a gentle fragrance that was refreshing and invigorating. Indeed, it was the Yi-Yang pill. Success! A surge of joy filled Cheng Yan's heart, for it seemed his alchemical skills had advanced sufficiently to achieve the mid-grade of the second tier, successfully crafting a pill on his first attempt. With the Yi-Yang pill in hand, the subsequent practice of the Han Sha palm would become significantly easier. He then retrieved the jade slip containing the techniques for the Han Sha palm, meticulously studying it, ensuring the methods were firmly etched in his memory, especially the annotated cautions. These notes, presumably left by the previous practitioner of the Han Sha palm, would undoubtedly save him from numerous detours. Cheng Yan diligently reviewed the cultivation methods of the Han Sha palm several times until he could recite them flawlessly before commencing his formal practice. The first step required him to draw the chill energy into his body. From his storage ring, he extracted the Han Sha crystal, and instantly, a potent chill engulfed the entire room, causing the temperature to plummet several degrees. Fortunately, Cheng Yan's barriers contained the frigid energy within the confines of the room. He promptly seated himself and began to absorb the chill energy. As Cheng Yan continuously drew the energy into his body, the temperature within the room gradually returned to normal, transforming the once lustrous crystal into a dull stone. At this moment, all of the chill energy was absorbed into Cheng Yan's being, relentlessly eroding his body. The biting cold and excruciating pain caused Cheng Yan's body to tremble uncontrollably, his complexion as pale as death, with frost clinging to his brows and hair. Hastily, he consumed a yang pill, which provided some relief, though discomfort still lingered. At the very least, it prevented the frigid energy from ravaging his meridians and flesh further. However, the efficacy of the yang pill was fleeting. After taking it, Cheng Yan commenced his training in the cold desolation palm technique. According to the Jade Slip, his current task was to refine all the cold energy and condense it into a seed of cold desolation, facilitating its invocation in future applications of the palm technique. As time flowed gently onward, the cold energy within Cheng Yan diminished, gradually revealing the nascent form of a cold desolation seed. Yet, just as he believed success was within arm's reach, an unexpected event transpired. The effect of the yang pill waned. With the suppression of the pill lost, the cold energy surged forth once more, relentlessly eroding Cheng Yan's body. Waves of pain and chill assailed him, causing his body to tremble incessantly. However, with success tantalizingly close, Cheng Yan refused to yield. In desperation, he channeled his spiritual power to suppress the cold energy, exerting every ounce of strength to accelerate its refinement. Yet, the destructive force of the cold energy was formidable, especially within Cheng Yan's body. Gradually, he felt not only the pain in his flesh, but also a sharp sensation coursing through his meridians. This acute pain intensified. Should he fail to refine the cold energy promptly, it could inflict harm upon his meridians, even risking rupture. As he continued his arduous refinement, a peculiar occurrence unfolded. A wisp of cold energy began to merge with his spiritual power. At that moment of fusion, it was as if a switch had been flipped. The cold energy within him rapidly integrated with his spiritual force, causing the previously formed seed of cold desolation to shrink and ultimately vanish, completely absorbed into his spiritual essence. With the last remnant of cold energy merged with his spiritual power, the pain and chill dissipated, leaving Cheng Yan in a state of astonishment. This was entirely contrary to the teachings in the Jade Slip. Where was the cold desolation seed? Why had the cold energy merged with his spiritual power? He directed his spiritual energy to his fingertips, and there, alongside his own power, was a trace of cold energy. However, this cold energy no longer posed any threat. Quite the opposite, Cheng Yan felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if it were a part of him all along. Had he succeeded in his cultivation? Or had he failed? Cheng Yan gazed bemusedly at the cold energy at his fingertips, never anticipating such a turn of events, uncertain whether it was a boon or a bane for him. Nevertheless, for the moment, he felt no discomfort whatsoever. As for whether Cheng Yan has successfully mastered the cold desolation palm, only time and his continued practice will reveal the truth. There are two methods to execute the cold desolation palm. One involves harnessing the cold desolation seeds to imbue the palm technique with chilling energy, while the other employs pure spiritual power without the aid of seeds. However, the latter may not truly qualify as the cold desolation palm, but rather a mere manifestation of ordinary spiritual energy, likely inferior in potency even to the water dragon technique. At present, Cheng Yan has been unable to condense the cold desolation seeds within his body, thus he must resort to the second method for his attempts. Chapter 168. The frost palm. Cheng Yan formed several intricate seals with his hands, then struck forth with a palm, manifesting a spirit energy imprint the size of his hand. Given that Cheng Yan was indoors, it was impossible for him to unleash his full power. Otherwise, the entire Dan Pavilion and the surrounding shops would likely be obliterated by his might. However, to his delight, the frost palm he executed was complete, imbued with a palpable chill that exuded a formidable aura. Although he had failed to condense the frost seed, he discovered that by utilizing spirit energy infused with frost aura, he could still perform the frost palm in its entirety. This led Cheng Yan to ponder. Since he could create the frost palm without the frost seed, Could his other spells also carry the frost aura? With this thought in mind, he began to experiment. Cheng Yan attempted to cast the water dragon technique, conjuring a diminutive water dragon that danced playfully before him, exuding a certain charm. Yet, the chill emanating from it made it clear that it was not to be trifled with. Witnessing this transformation, Cheng Yan's heart soared. His hypothesis was indeed correct. With the integration of the frost aura, both his frost palm and other spells would now bear this chilling essence. This was an unexpected boon, for although he had nearly suffered damage to his meridians from the frost aura, it fortuitously allowed his spirit energy to meld with it, enhancing the potency of his future spells. With the frost palm mastered, the next step was to elevate it to perfection. In the realm of both spells and techniques, the most effective means of enhancement was, undoubtedly, practical combat. However, within the confines of the Xinggu market, there were no opponents of comparable strength to serve as sparring partners. Thus, Cheng Yan turned his attention to the beasts dwelling within the Tiansong mountain range. For several months thereafter, Cheng Yan roamed the Tiansong mountain range in search of intermediate second-tier beasts, relying solely on his frost palm without resorting to other tactics. Initially, he found himself at a disadvantage, often being pressed hard by the beasts. Yet, as his proficiency with the frost palm increased, so too did its power, until the beasts began to falter under his relentless onslaught. Determined to refine his skills without easily dispatching his opponents, Cheng Yan was reluctant to let them perish outright. After all, finding a suitable sparring partner was no simple task, and the beasts endured considerable torment from his frost palm. The chill of the frost palm was too much for even the beasts' robust bodies to withstand. Moreover, with each successive strike, the frost aura within their bodies accumulated. Very few beasts fell to Cheng Yan by the direct strike of his frost palm. Most succumbed to the relentless depletion wrought by the frost aura itself. If one were to hear the anguished cries of beasts echoing from the periphery of the Tiansong mountain range, it was likely a testament to Cheng Yan's pursuit of sparring partners. Yet, as Cheng Yan perfected his frost palm, even intermediate second-tier beasts could barely withstand a few exchanges against him. Afterward, Cheng Yan even ventured to challenge a second-tier high-level demon beast. The power of the cold frost palm did not disappoint him. It was sufficient to stand toe-to-toe with the formidable creature. However, while the cold frost palm exhibited great strength, it also demanded a significant amount of spiritual energy. Given Zhou Yang's cultivation level, which was only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, he could manage to employ it merely 3 or 4 times. Moreover, in the throes of combat, one would not rely solely on the cold frost palm, which meant that in actual battle, the chances of executing it would likely dwindle to just 1 or 2 instances. Nonetheless, the cold frost palm granted Cheng Yan a measure of capability to confront second-tier high-level demon beasts. Even as he prepared to participate in the demon hunting conference, he had gained a sliver of assurance for his survival. Furthermore, with ample time ahead, over 7 years, Cheng Yan had the opportunity to enhance his abilities. Even if he could not elevate his cultivation to the late stage of foundation establishment, it remained plausible to augment his combat prowess to that level through various means. After all, he possessed the esteemed inheritance of the Shanshui sect, a premier golden core sect. Subsequently, Cheng Yan selected a defensive spiritual technique to study from the Shanshui sect's teachings, having already acquired the cold frost palm as an offensive skill. This defensive technique, known as the primal unity shield, would manifest a resplendent barrier that enveloped him in protection. Should he cultivate the primal unity shield to perfection, it could even withstand the full force of a late-stage foundation establishment cultivator. This was a conclusion Cheng Yan reached after rigorously testing the shield's effectiveness against the very second-tier high-level demon beast he had previously confronted with the cold frost palm. The beast, having suffered significantly from Cheng Yan's cold energy, glared at him with rage upon sighting him. It unleashed a furious strike, yet Cheng Yan effortlessly countered it, gracefully evading the blow. With these 2 spiritual techniques at his disposal, Cheng Yan felt a newfound confidence. He was now capable of contending with second-tier high-level demon beasts. Once he had perfected the 2 techniques, Cheng Yan entered a period of secluded cultivation. Although he could not elevate his cultivation to the late stage of foundation establishment, he aimed to reach the pinnacle of the mid-stage, which would significantly bolster his strength. As time flowed ceaselessly, the date of the demon hunting conference drew ever closer, and the Tiansong mountain range began to buzz with excitement. Meanwhile, on Feiyu Island, within the Zhou family's cultivation chamber, Cheng Yuhao sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, his face flushed with vigor. Just moments ago, he sensed that his state had reached its peak and decisively consumed a foundation establishment pill, placing him at a critical juncture of breakthrough. As time progressed, Cheng Yuhao's aura suddenly surged skyward, a unique wave of spiritual energy emanating from the cultivation chamber. Clearly, he had successfully achieved his breakthrough. At the very instant of his success, the spiritual energy surrounding the chamber began to coalesce, forming a thin mist that enveloped the entire room. He had arrived at the final step of his breakthrough, the influx of spiritual energy. The energy flowed continuously into Cheng Yuhao's body, creating a vortex of spiritual power above the cultivation chamber. It was merely a touch smaller than the vortex of spiritual energy that had formed at the moment of Cheng Yan's breakthrough. From this, one can discern the general nature of an individual's innate talent. Those with higher aptitude produce more pronounced phenomena during their breakthroughs, while the opposite holds true for those with lesser talent. After more than 2 hours, the extraordinary manifestation dissipated, and the door to the cultivation chamber, which had been closed for over 7 years, finally swung open. Cheng Yuhao emerged from the chamber, yet due to his recent breakthrough, he was still unable to fully harness his spiritual energy. A formidable pressure emanating from his foundational cultivation overwhelmed the trio waiting outside, Cheng Yining, Cheng Yu, and Cheng Xinqin, leaving them somewhat breathless. Chapter 169. Cheng Yuhai's breakthrough in foundation establishment. Due to Cheng Yuhai's recent breakthrough, he was unable to fully harness his spiritual power. A formidable pressure emanating from his newly attained status as a foundation establishment cultivator rendered Cheng Yuning, Cheng Yikai, and Cheng Xinqin, who were waiting outside, somewhat breathless. Fortunately, Cheng Yan intervened in a timely manner, shielding them from Cheng Yuhai's overwhelming spiritual aura, alleviating their discomfort. Now, Cheng Yan's cultivation had nearly reached perfection. Mere arduous training was insufficient for further advancement. Thus, he emerged from seclusion a month ago, returning to Feiyue Island just as Cheng Yuhai achieved his breakthrough. Congratulations, second brother and uncle, on your successful foundation establishment. The three bowed respectfully to Cheng Yuhai and offered their heartfelt congratulations. Cheng Yan, standing nearby, nodded with a smile, his face radiating pride. I have just broken through and cannot yet fully control my spiritual power, so I inadvertently startled you all, Cheng Yuhai remarked apologetically, having witnessed their earlier predicament. Second brother, uncle, we are quite well, they replied, shaking their heads to indicate they were unscathed. Yuhai has lived up to sixth uncle's expectations, successfully establishing his foundation. Cheng Yuhai then turned and bowed deeply to Cheng Yan, acknowledging that his achievements were a result of his uncle's meticulous guidance. Without Cheng Yan's nurturing, he might not have even reached the 9th level of qi refinement. Success is what matters. You have just broken through and lack suitable magical tools. Here, I have a few second-tier low-grade artifacts that I no longer require. I shall gift them to you, Cheng Yan said, assisting Cheng Yuhai to his feet while presenting 3 magical artifacts, the silver pattern mirror, the copper Xuanzhong bell, and a black iron rod. Since he had no further use for these items, he preferred to bestow them upon Cheng Yuhai to enhance his strength. Thank you, sixth uncle. Cheng Yuhai expressed his gratitude as he accepted the artifacts. Meanwhile, Cheng Yuning and the others looked at Cheng Yan with eager anticipation, hoping to share in the bounty. Haha, indeed, there are gifts for all. Cheng Yan chuckled, feeling elated at Cheng Yuhai's breakthrough, and he bestowed upon each of the 3 a first-tier upper-grade artifact. However, he had no more low-tier artifacts on hand, so he advised them to select one from the family treasury. Currently, all 3 had reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Notably, Cheng Yuning and Cheng Xinqin had begun accumulating contribution points, preparing to exchange them for a breaking barrier pill to facilitate their advancement to the 7th level of qi refinement. It is worth mentioning that the Cheng family was thriving and flourishing. Over the past 7 years, more than 15 members had achieved breakthroughs. The pace of advancement was only expected to accelerate in the future, with an increasing number of capable individuals emerging within the family. Cheng Yui, Cheng Xinyu, and Cheng Xintong had been managing family affairs for 2 to 3 years. Of particular note is Cheng Yui, the child of Cheng Yan's third brother, who had developed a keen interest in artifact forging and displayed a modest talent for it, now having attained the status of a first-tier mid-grade artifact craftsman. However, if one were to speak of the individual within the family whose cultivation has ascended the most rapidly, it would undoubtedly be Cheng Xinhong, who possesses the extraordinary talent of the 3 spiritual roots. Presently, he has attained a cultivation level of 40 in qi refinement. Moreover, Cheng Xinhong seems to harbor a considerable interest in alchemy, frequently perusing the notes on alchemical insights that Cheng Yan has placed in the scripture repository. He has now become a novice alchemist of the first rank. Currently, the Cheng family is only lacking in the mastery of formations among the 4 main cultivation techniques: alchemy, artifact crafting, talisman crafting, and formations. The art of formations is, indeed, the most arduous of the 4 disciplines. In contrast, The techniques of alchemy, artifact crafting, and talisman crafting can be improved through relentless practice and investment of resources. However, proficiency in formations relies solely on innate talent. Without such talent, no amount of resources can yield success in this field. Consider the Liu and Zhang families, who have inherited their legacies for over a century without producing a single formation master. It is not that they lack foundational knowledge of formations. They undoubtedly possess some rudimentary techniques, but they are devoid of descendants with the requisite talent for formations. You have just recently made a breakthrough and must solidify your cultivation. Thus, your foundation establishment ceremony is scheduled for 3 months hence. Once your ceremony concludes, I shall also set forth to Tiansongfang City. Tiansongfang City is the largest marketplace within the Tiansong mountain range, situated upon a top-tier 3rd-grade spiritual vein. It bears some resemblance to the former Haishifang City, where the 3 major Golden Core factions initially discovered this spiritual vein, and none were willing to relinquish it. Consequently, the 3 factions collaborated to establish Tiansongfang City. At that time, the spiritual vein was merely of superior 3rd grade. It has since transformed into the top-tier 3rd-grade vein after centuries of nurturing by the 3 factions. With half a year remaining until the Demon Hunting Conference, the journey from Feiyue Island to Tiansongfang City will take approximately a month. Departing after your foundation establishment ceremony will still afford us ample time. Yes, Uncle Liu, Cheng Yuhua replied, then turned to return to the cultivation chamber to stabilize his progress, while Cheng Yan and the others also took their leave. The news of Cheng Yuhua's successful foundation establishment and the upcoming ceremony soon spread throughout the area. Now, within the Xingufang City, discussions about the newly established foundation cultivator from the Cheng family abound, even overshadowing the impending Demon Hunting Conference. After all, the conference seems exceedingly distant to them, as it is an event meant for cultivators at the late stage of foundation establishment, or even those who have achieved full foundation establishment. Yet, the highest cultivation level in Xingufang City is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. Thus, the emergence of a new foundation cultivator among the 3 families is far more noteworthy. They could hardly have anticipated that the Cheng family would be the first to possess a second foundation cultivator. After all, no matter how one assesses the situation, the Cheng family is regarded as the weakest of the 3, having been established for less than 50 years. When Liu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian heard of Cheng Yuhua's foundation establishment, they were utterly incredulous. When they first encountered Cheng Yuhua, he had merely attained the 7th level of qi refinement. How could it be that, in just over a decade, he has suddenly established his foundation? Nevertheless, despite their disbelief, the truth lay before them, compelling them to accept it. In their hearts, both individuals harbored a singular thought: to exhaust every means to procure a foundational elixir, lest they fall behind the Cheng family. However, regardless of the external discussions, Cheng Yuhao's foundational ceremony proceeded as scheduled. In the bustling market of Chengdu, nearly every notable figure made their appearance. The foundational cultivators residing in Chengdu were also present in full force, including Liu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian, who personally attended, thus bestowing significant honor upon the Cheng family. After a lively exchange of toasts and pleasantries, the guests reveled in merriment. As the final discourse concluded, the curtain fell on Cheng Yuhao's foundational ceremony. Chapter 170, Tiansongfang City, Feiyue Island, in the council hall. Since Yuhao has successfully established his foundation, I too shall set forth towards Tiansongfang City. Cheng Yan proclaimed from his position of authority. Is Uncle really going to participate in the Demon Hunting Conference? I have heard that it is fraught with peril. Even fully established cultivators cannot guarantee their survival. Cheng Yuning expressed her concerns, her demeanor reflecting unease. Cheng Yukai and Cheng Xianqin shared a similar sentiment. Aside from Cheng Yuhao, it was the first time the 3 had learned of Cheng Yan's intention to attend the conference, and being aware of its dangers, they were naturally apprehensive. The Demon Hunting Conference is an event that cannot be missed. However, one cannot simply attend it with reckless abandon. Cheng Yan waved his hand dismissively, indicating that further persuasion was unnecessary. With Yuhao's successful foundation establishment, it was likely to provoke the Liu and Zhang families. Although they might refrain from immediate action, should either family cultivate a new foundational practitioner and learn of my absence from the clan, they might conspire to suppress us. The swift development of the Cheng family would undoubtedly stir the apprehension of the 2 families. If I remain, even if both Liu Yuren and Zhang Ruxian were to join forces, they would not match my prowess. After all, they lack the inheritance of a Golden Core sect, and it remains uncertain whether they possess any spiritual techniques within their lineage. However, as Cheng Yan prepares to attend the Demon Hunting Conference, once he departs from Feiyue Island, the 2 families, though unlikely to confront the Cheng family openly, would certainly engage in covert suppression. To ensure the stability and growth of the family during my absence, careful arrangements must be made. The Cheng family is responsible for guarding Chenggu Fong City for over a year. During that time, Yu Hao will oversee the city's defense, while you three, Yu Ning, will manage the family's affairs. I shall feign seclusion and discreetly leave the clan. Understood. The three responded in unison. Although this strategy may not entirely eliminate the possibility of covert oppression from the two families, at least they would be deterred by the fear of Cheng Yan, preventing them from overstepping their bounds. After organizing the family's affairs, Cheng Yan quietly departed from Feiyu Island the following day. Aside from Cheng Yu Hao and a few others who were aware of his departure, the clan remained oblivious, believing him to be in seclusion. Tiansongfang City lies to the northeast of Feiyu Island, necessitating a deep venture into the heart of the Tiansong mountain range. While the outer regions of the mountains are home to numerous second-tier demon beasts, they are not easily encountered. However, as Cheng Yan delved deeper into the mountain range, second-tier demon beasts became almost ubiquitous, with daily encounters of at least one, including some advanced second-tier varieties. Yet, he had yet to encounter any top-tier second-level demon beasts, and third-tier beasts are found only in the central region of the mountain range. Despite the abundance of demon beasts in the depths of the Tiansong mountain range, spiritual materials are also extraordinarily rich. During his journey, Cheng Yan encountered numerous rare spiritual herbs, some of which were sufficient for crafting high-grade second-tier elixirs. Thus, he continued on his path, collecting various spiritual herbs while making his way to Tiansongfang City. Originally, a journey that should have taken merely a month extended into 2 arduous months for Cheng Yan. However, by the time he arrived at Tiansongfang City, his storage ring was overflowing with a myriad of rare spiritual herbs and a substantial collection of materials from various magical beasts, all gathered during his travels. Yet, these were merely the spiritual herbs of lesser utility to him. The truly beneficial ones were safely ensconced within his Qian Kuan mountain water diagram. This diagram was now brimming with spiritual herbs, albeit regrettably, they would require centuries to mature. Even with the diagram's aid, it would take decades for them to reach fruition. Of course, the journey was not without its trials. Cheng Yan encountered numerous magical beasts along the way. Lower-tier second-grade beasts became mere materials in his storage bag, while the more formidable second-grade advanced beasts proved to be more challenging. Fortunately, Cheng Yan's formidable spiritual techniques allowed him to contend with these advanced foes. However, he did cross paths with a peak second-grade magical beast. Thankfully, his vigilance and the constant expansion of his spiritual awareness enabled him to detect the beast in advance. Otherwise, survival until reaching Tiansongfang City would have been precarious. Tiansongfang City, the largest market within the Tiansong mountain range, was not renowned solely for its prosperity. Situated atop a third-grade prime spiritual vein, its vast expanse was undeniable. If Chenggu Fong City could be considered a small town, then Tiansongfang City was truly a colossal metropolis. As Cheng Yan strolled through its bustling streets, the cacophony of vendors filled the air, and foundational cultivators were nearly ubiquitous. He even encountered an individual whose profound cultivation left him trembling with apprehension at a mere glance. This person was likely a golden core master. In this environment, Cheng Yan's mid-foundation cultivation felt rather modest. After perusing the market for a while, he decided to find a place to rest and randomly entered an inn. Esteemed senior, will you be staying for a short while or overnight? Upon entering, a young attendant approached him, exhibiting a cultivation level of perfected qi refinement. In Tiansongfang City, such a level was somewhat lacking. However, one should not underestimate these qi refinement cultivators. Their ability to thrive in this city suggested a formidable background. Perhaps as disciples of a Golden Core faction. I would like a private room, along with some refreshments. Of course, esteemed senior. Please, follow me. The attendant led Cheng Yan to an available space, fortuitously the last vacant spot in the inn. As the date of the Beast Hunting Conference drew near, the number of cultivators in Tiansongfang City had nearly doubled, resulting in many inns reaching full capacity. Cheng Yan was fortunate that this establishment had both dining and lodging available. What would you like to eat, esteemed senior? Please bring me some of your signature dishes and a pot of spirit wine. Very well, esteemed guest, please hold on. Before long, the dishes arrived, resplendent in color and exuding an enticing aroma. Cheng Yan picked up his chopsticks and took a bite. The flavor was indeed delightful, far surpassing that of his own establishment. He then poured himself a cup of wine, served by the attendant with a superior grade spirit. Such a high-quality spirit was something Cheng Yan had never tasted before, making it a perfect opportunity for a new experience. Tomorrow marks the Tiansong auction, and I have heard that there will be prototypes of magical treasures available. Chapter 171. The prototype of magical artifacts tomorrow marks the commencement of the Tiansong auction, and I have heard whispers that prototypes of magical artifacts will grace the event. While Cheng Yan savored his spiritual feast and indulged in divine wine, the conversations of several individuals nearby permeated his ears. The prototypes of magical artifacts. I have been informed that this auction is exclusively organized by the three great powers for those attending the demon hunting conference. How could prototypes possibly be present? You might not be aware, but I have heard that many prodigious disciples from the Yuaning forces of the Eastern Wilderness are attending the demon hunting conference. Furthermore, I have even heard that disciples from all three factions will be present. As the speaker continued, his voice dwindled to a whisper, as if divulging something of utmost importance. Cheng Yan, upon hearing this, chuckled and shook his head. The three factions in question must refer to the three eminent transformation forces of the Eastern Wilderness, the Xiang sect, the Tianling sect, and the Sword Valley. However, these names are hardly taboo. Why the need for such caution? Cheng Yan found himself quite intrigued by the auction, though not specifically by the prototypes of magical artifacts. Despite the term prototype, these artifacts are still formidable entities, not easily wielded by foundational cultivators. Only the most exceptional among them possess the capability to do so, typically hailing from the major Yuaning forces. Nevertheless, since this auction is tailored for attendees of the Demon Hunting Conference, it is reasonable to expect a plethora of second-tier spiritual items. Although Cheng Yan believed himself capable of contending with late-stage foundational cultivators, that alone did not assure his survival in the forthcoming Demon Hunting Conference. The auction might very well present potent life-preserving spiritual treasures. It is certain that numerous life-saving items will be available at this auction, which essentially aligns with its founding principle. After all, many participants hail from Golden Core or even Yuaning forces. Naturally, they would not wish to see their painstakingly cultivated disciples perish during the Demon Hunting Conference. However, even Yuaning forces cannot guarantee that every disciple under their wing will receive protective items. Consequently, this auction provides an opportunity for those lacking significant backing in their respective factions, but who refuse to accept mediocrity. Hosting an auction before the commencement of the Demon Hunting Conference has become customary in Tiansong Square City. Cheng Yan was fortunate to arrive just in time, as the auction was to take place the very next day. Had he arrived 2 days later, he would have missed this opportunity altogether. After resting overnight at an inn, Cheng Yan attended the auction the following day. Upon arriving at the venue, he found it teeming with people, the majority of whom were present for the Demon Hunting Conference. Thus, most of them were late-stage or perfected foundational cultivators. Cheng Yan did encounter a few mid-stage foundational cultivators, yet they were invariably accompanied by several individuals of higher cultivation, clearly from the same faction. As for solitary mid-stage foundational cultivators, aside from Cheng Yan himself, he found none. As more individuals entered the auction hall, it soon became filled to capacity, marking the official commencement of the auction. I extend a warm welcome to all esteemed guests attending this Tiansong auction. I am your host, Chu Kuren. From the elevated platform of the auction, a gentle and enchanting voice resonated, akin to a fragrant breeze that instantly softened the hearts of the audience. The previously bustling hall fell into a hushed silence with the emergence of this voice. The presence of Chu Kuren as the host heightened the anticipation of the crowd. Following a fleeting moment of stillness, whispers began to circulate. Who is Chu Kuren, and why does she evoke such fervor? Even Chu Kuren herself was unaware that some among the crowd were not from the Tiansong mountain range. My friend, you jest. Indeed, this is my first visit to the Tiansong mountains, solely to participate in this demon hunting conference. The mention of Chu Kuren's name sparked quiet discussions among some attendees, including Cheng Yan, who perked up with curiosity. Despite having spent considerable time in the Tiansong mountains, he was unfamiliar with her name. Allow me to enlighten you, said another. Chu Kuren is a direct disciple of Yunyan Pavilion, possessing consummate foundational cultivation. However, that is not the crux of her allure. The most significant aspect is her title, the Enchantress of 100 Charms. Her beauty is unparalleled, and a mere smile from her can captivate the hearts of countless young talents. She is undoubtedly the dream maiden of many male cultivators in our Tiansong mountain range. As he spoke, his eyes narrowed in a dreamy expression, as if envisioning a delightful evening with his goddess. The newcomer to the Tiansong mountains observed this with a smirk, seemingly mocking the man's infatuation with a mere woman. Yet, when he turned his gaze to the elevated platform, his expression transformed to mirror that of the other man. Cheng Yan, witnessing this, felt compelled to discern what manner of beauty could render individuals so entranced. At that moment, Chu Ku-run ascended the platform, and Cheng Yan turned to behold an extraordinary beauty. She possessed a graceful figure and an alluring demeanor, her face adorned with a subtle smile that irresistibly drew one in, causing even Cheng Yan to momentarily lose his composure. Suddenly, a chill swept through his consciousness, jolting him back to reality. Once awakened, a flicker of wariness crossed Cheng Yan's eyes. He had never anticipated that this woman practiced the art of allure. Moreover, she was likely born with an innate charm. He sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from her, indicating that she was not actively employing her enchanting abilities. Yet, her allure seemed instinctive, capable of ensnaring individuals within an illusion with merely a smile. Fortunately, the Qian Kuan mountain water map intervened in time. Otherwise, Cheng Yan might have succumbed to the same infatuation as those around him, revealing a foolish countenance. In truth, many harbor misconceptions about the art of allure. It is merely a branch of illusionary techniques. However, it is often practiced by those who have delved into the sinister arts of yin-yang manipulation, which are detrimental to others while benefiting oneself. They resort to the art of seduction to captivate male cultivators and seize the essence within them. Consequently, this practice has been unjustly labeled as a malevolent art. In truth, malevolent arts refer to those techniques that deplete others for personal gain, not the art of seduction itself. The Union Pavilion is renowned for its illusions, so it is entirely reasonable for it to possess a lineage of seductive arts. Chu Karen channeled her spiritual energy and spoke. This auction is specifically organized for the talented youths attending the Demon Hunt Conference. There are numerous valuable items that would greatly benefit foundation-building cultivators. Do not let this opportunity pass you by. Chapter 172. The fierce competition of the symbolic treasure auction. This utterance served to liberate those ensnared by the charms of enchantment. Had they been allowed to remain entrapped in such a mirage, the auction would have surely faltered. The individuals who emerged from the illusion quickly grasped the recent events, their expressions rife with regret and dismay, feeling humiliated before the goddess. The auction then commenced with the first item. Chu Karen chose to disregard the crowd, merely clapping her hands as a maid approached with a tray. With a graceful gesture, Chu Karen unveiled the crimson cloth covering the tray, revealing a blade-like magical artifact. This exquisite second-tier premium artifact, known as the cloud-slicing blade, was forged by a third-tier mid-grade artificer. True to its name, this blade possesses the formidable capability to sever even clouds, establishing its prowess among second-tier premium artifacts. The starting bid was set at 50,000 spirit stones, with increments of no less than 500 spirit stones. Let the bidding begin. Cheng Yan, observing from the sidelines, could not help but marvel at the initial offering, a second-tier premium artifact. Typically, such artifacts hover around the price of 50,000 spirit stones. However, the cloud-slicing blade commanded an opening bid of exactly that amount. Cheng Yan had arrived at the Tian Songfang market with a total of 100,000 spirit stones, a portion of which, around 30 to 40,000, had been extracted from the family treasury, much to Cheng Yuhao's chagrin. Initially, Cheng Yan had intended to procure 2 protective spiritual items for his safety upon arriving in Tian Songfang, but it now appeared that this sum would scarcely suffice. 51,000 spirit stones. 51,500 spirit stones. As soon as Chu Karen finished her announcement, bids began to soar, and within mere moments, the cloud-slicing blade had escalated to 55,000 spirit stones. 65,000 spirit stones. Suddenly, a voice emanated from the private box behind Cheng Yan, propelling the price of the cloud-slicing blade to 65,000 spirit stones. A stir erupted among the crowd, a cacophony of speculation filling the air. Who was this young master? While the cloud-slicing blade was commendable, its worth was at most 57 or 58,000 spirit stones. Was he not squandering wealth? Yet, a mere few thousand spirit stones seemed trivial if it could evoke a smile from the enchanting Bai Mei. This sentiment evidently reached the ears of the bidder, who chuckled and remarked, "I recall now, this voice belongs to Tao Zongmu, the scion of the Tao family, a leader among the foundation establishment cultivators, boasting a perfected foundation." Thus, it became clear that he was of the Tao lineage, elucidating how he could regard a few thousand spirit stones with such nonchalance. Upon hearing the discussions around him, Cheng Yan understood the identity of the high bidder. 65,000 spirit stones. Sold. The cloud-slicing blade was successfully acquired by young Master Tao. Chu Karen remained unfazed by the lofty bid, and after 3 consecutive inquiries yielded no further bids, she declared the item sold, her smile radiating charm, thereby granting young Master Tao a measure of respect. Her smile was indeed captivating, as evidenced by the throng of male cultivators below, who seemed eager to rush forth. As Chu Karen smiled, her innate charm inadvertently manifested, casting a spell of allure. Fortunately, Cheng Yan was already on guard and remained unaffected. Regardless of the depth of Chu Karen's enchanting prowess, the lack of deliberate invocation rendered her influence relatively weak. Previously, Cheng Yan had merely fallen prey due to his unpreparedness. Next, we present the second auction item. Observing that several individuals were once again ensnared by her charm, Chu Karen had no choice but to channel her spiritual energy to liberate them from the illusion. Upon regaining their senses, their faces flushed crimson, akin to that of a monkey's rear, mortified by their repeated succumbing to her allure. They felt utterly humiliated before their goddess, unable to lift their gazes to meet Chu Karen's presence on the stage. Following this, the auction proceeded in an orderly fashion. The spiritual items presented were predominantly of at least second-tier quality, prompting numerous foundation-building cultivators to fervently bid. However, the spectacle of spending thousands of spirit stones merely for a smile from the beauty did not recur. Throughout the event, Cheng Yan refrained from bidding, as he had yet to encounter anything that piqued his interest. Although the items were of considerable quality, their activation proved excessively challenging given Cheng Yan's current cultivation level. Zhou Yang expressed a desire to purchase a second-tier superior magic tool, yet Cheng Yan sought a potent artifact, ideally one that could serve as a trump card, but regrettably, he had not yet found such an item. Next, we invite the following auction item. After a second-tier exceptional joint strike formation was sold for a staggering 60,000 spirit stones, Chu Karen unveiled the next item. She delicately removed the crimson cloth, revealing a spiritual talisman. This second-tier exceptional talisman, once activated, could unleash the full strength of a perfected foundation-building cultivator, a value understood by all present. The talisman possessed 5 remaining uses, with a starting bid of 50,000 spirit stones, and each subsequent bid must exceed 1,000 spirit stones. The auction commences now. It is, in fact, a talisman. Upon catching sight of the talisman, Cheng Yan was instantly filled with excitement. Talisman treasures, while somewhat akin to regular talismans, are notably more challenging to forge, typically requiring the expertise of a golden core master. Unlike regular talismans, which are single-use, talisman treasures can be employed multiple times, albeit with usage limitations. The exact number of times it can be used depends on the skill of the creator, but typically, it does not exceed 9 times. Cheng Yan was deeply enamored with this talisman. Should he succeed in acquiring it, his safety during the upcoming demon hunting convention would be assured. 51,000 spirit stones. 52,000 spirit stones. Clearly, Cheng Yan was not the only one captivated by the talisman. It was likely that few in attendance were disinterested. Some refrained from bidding, perhaps saving their resources for future magical artifacts. The bidding voices were incessant, and before long, the price of the talisman surged to 60,000 spirit stones, showing no signs of abating. 65,000 spirit stones. As the price of the talisman treasures soared, Cheng Yan found himself increasingly restless and hastily began to bid, raising the stakes by 5,000 spirit stones in one swift motion. 66,000 spirit stones. 67,000 spirit stones. However, Cheng Yan's bids failed to intimidate those who genuinely coveted the talisman treasures. As soon as he spoke, others swiftly overshadowed his offers. And it was not until the price reached 70,000 spirit stones that the number of bidders began to dwindle. 71,000 spirit stones. Observing the decreasing competition, Cheng Yan decided to re-enter the bidding. Yet this time he refrained from escalating the price by several thousand spirit stones as he had previously. After all, at this juncture, every additional 1,000 spirit stones could potentially dissuade several participants from continuing. Chapter 173 Familiar Faces, Tiger Roaring Mountain Villa. Chinyu 72,000 spirit stones. 73,000 spirit stones. After Cheng Yan made his bid, there was a moment of silence before someone else dared to raise the price. However, Cheng Yan, unfazed, promptly countered. He was determined to acquire this talisman, even if it meant exhausting his 100,000 spirit stones. In truth, the value of this talisman should hover around 68,000 spirit stones, considering it only offered 5 opportunities for use. Yet, the talisman's emergence just before the commencement of the demon hunting convention had significantly inflated its price. Logically, items with limited uses, such as this talisman, should be valued lower than artifacts that could be used indefinitely. Nonetheless, the talisman possessed an unparalleled advantage over artifacts. A second-tier premium artifact generally required a fully realized foundation establishment cultivator to operate. Those in the late stages of foundation establishment could manage it with difficulty, but their attempts would be limited. Cheng Yan, in the mid-stage of foundation establishment, might not even succeed once. Conversely, the spirit energy required to activate the talisman was considerably less, making it easily accessible even for Cheng Yan. As Cheng Yan pondered the talisman's worth, the auction hall remained silent, with no further bids. Ultimately, he successfully secured the second-tier premium talisman for 73,000 spirit stones. With this talisman in hand, Cheng Yan's safety in the near future was effectively assured. After acquiring the talisman, several high-quality spiritual items appeared, including one artifact that greatly intrigued Cheng Yan. Regrettably, after his purchase, he found his remaining spirit stones insufficient to continue bidding and had to forego the opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, the auction was drawing to a close, culminating in the final item, the prototype of a magical treasure. On the tray atop the high platform lay a diminutive sword, no larger than a finger. Yet no one in the audience dared to underestimate its significance. The subtle fluctuations emanating from this seemingly inconspicuous sword caused even the fully realized Foundation establishment cultivators to feel a twinge of trepidation. This was the final item of the auction, the soul-cutting sword, which inflicted damage not only upon the enemy's body but also upon their consciousness, rendering it a formidable weapon. If one could procure suitable spiritual materials and enlist the assistance of a third-tier artifact refiner, it could be transformed into a true magical treasure. The starting bid was set at 60,000 spirit stones, with increments no less than 1,000 spirit stones. Let the bidding commence. After a brief introduction by Chu Ku Run regarding this magical treasure prototype, the auction began. The atmosphere within the auction hall grew tense, as many had come specifically for this item. 61,000 spirit stones. 62,000 spirit stones. 65,000 spirit stones. As the first bid was called, the auction voices began to resonate continuously. In no time, the bids surpassed 70,000, with the momentum showing no signs of slowing. 80,000 spirit stones. As the crowd was engaged in a bidding frenzy, each incrementing their offers by 1,000 spirit stones, a sudden voice arose, propelling the price to an astonishing 80,000 spirit stones. Cheng Yan was momentarily taken aback, not by the figure itself, but due to a peculiar familiarity with the voice, though he could not immediately recall its owner. 81,000 spirit stones. 85,000 spirit stones. After the initial call of 80,000 spirit stones, a hush enveloped the auction hall. Yet, another bidder soon broke the silence, only for the initial caller to swiftly counter with 85,000 spirit stones. This unmistakable determination ignited whispers among the onlookers, all speculating about the identity of this individual and the influence they wielded. The value of the soul-cutting sword seemed to have reached its zenith, considering that even a moderately priced third-tier low-grade magical artifact would scarcely exceed 100,000 spirit stones. Thus, after the bid of 85,000 spirit stones, the auction fell silent, with no further offers. Even Tao Zongmu, the scion of the Tao family who had initially splurged 65,000 spirit stones to elicit a smile from a beauty, refrained from further participation in the bidding. However, Cheng Yan had heard that the Tao family was renowned for their mastery in artifact forging, boasting 2 third-tier high-grade artifact craftsmen among their ranks. As the leading figure of the Tao family's Foundation establishment practitioners, Tao Zongmu undoubtedly possessed a plethora of artifact prototypes. It was entirely possible that the soul-cutting sword had been presented by the Tao family themselves. Ultimately, the soul-cutting sword was secured by that individual for 85,000 spirit stones. Yet Cheng Yan still could not place the voice's owner. It was only after the auction concluded, upon catching sight of that figure, that he recognized the individual as Chun Yu, the young master of the Tiger Howl Mountain Villa. Now, Chun Yu had attained the pinnacle of Foundation establishment. Sword cultivators are typically endowed with acute perception, and as Cheng Yan fixated on his silhouette, Chun Yu sensed his gaze and turned to look at him. Upon seeing Cheng Yan, Chun Yu appeared momentarily stunned. As cultivators, their memories are remarkably sharp, and he certainly recalled Cheng Yan. However, he was astonished to find that the first time they met, Cheng Yan had merely been at the 5th layer of Qi refinement, and now, he had progressed to the mid-stage of Foundation establishment. Chun Yu offered a slight nod to Cheng Yan as a form of greeting, to which Cheng Yan reciprocated. Chun Yu then gracefully turned and departed, leaving Cheng Yan to ponder alone. Is this the brilliance of a dual spiritual root talent? While others have achieved the consummation of Foundation establishment in the same span of time, Chun Yu had come to participate in the Demon Hunting Conference, likely in pursuit of a chance to attain the Golden Core. After all, opportunities to acquire Golden Core spiritual treasures are scarce within the territory of the Golden Blade sect. At each Demon Hunting Conference, there are always a few who succeed in condensing their Golden Core, thus becoming Golden Core true persons and enjoying a lifespan of 500 years. It seems Cheng Yan is driven by this very ambition. Nevertheless, many others are also vying for the same opportunity, and it remains uncertain whether Cheng Yan will succeed. Yet, such matters are of little concern to Cheng Yan, who, at present, is merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, far from the realm of golden core condensation. After the conclusion of the auction, Cheng Yan remained in the inn, patiently awaiting the arrival of the demon hunting convention. A month later, at the demon hunting square, a venue specifically established for this grand event, which only opens its gates during the convention. In the very center of the square stands a colossal stone monument, which Cheng Yan estimates to be several dozen zhang in height. At this moment, the demon hunting square is teeming with an exuberant crowd, bustling with life. A glance reveals a dense throng of people, all gathered to participate in the convention. At that instant, 3 streaks of light sliced through the sky, swiftly descending upon the elevated platform of the square, revealing 3 figures. They are the leaders of the 3 major factions. As the trio appeared on the stage, gasps of astonishment echoed through the crowd. Chapter 174, Ranked First. The sword departed from Sword Valley. The leaders of the 3 great factions made their grand entrance at the Demon Hunt Square, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Through the murmurs of those present, Zhou Yang discerned the identities of the trio. The individual on the far left was none other than Chun Lurin, the current master of Lingyun's sect, whose beaming countenance suggested an amiable disposition. In the center stood a woman, her face veiled by a delicate gauze, obscuring her features. Yet, the elegance of her figure hinted at a striking beauty. This was Yun Yan, the esteemed leader of Yun Yan Pavilion. It was said that she had been an orphan discovered by the previous master of Yun Yan Pavilion in the mundane world. Upon recognizing her exceptional talent in illusions, she was renamed Yun Yan and groomed as the next sect leader. Living up to expectations, she had achieved late-stage golden core cultivation at the tender age of less than 200, making her the youngest among the 3. On the far right was Tao Xiangwu, the patriarch of the Tao family, also possessing late-stage golden core prowess and distinguished as a 3rd-tier superior artifact craftsman. "Welcome, everyone, to this demon hunt assembly," Yun Yan spoke, her voice as refreshing as a mountain spring, invigorating all who heard it. As she began to speak, the square fell into an immediate hush. What followed was a lengthy discourse, primarily recounting the history of the event, which, under the spell of Yun Yan's enchanting voice, did not seem tedious at all. Those wishing to participate in the Demon Hunt Assembly were invited to approach the management office. After an extended monologue, the moment for registration finally arrived. There were 3 management offices at the Demon Hunt Square, and Cheng Yan casually chose one to join the queue. Originally, there was no formal registration for the Demon Hunt Assembly. Merely venturing into the Tiansong mountain range to slay demon beasts sufficed for participation. However, since the appearance of the stone tablet in the square, this registration process had been instituted. Do not underestimate this stone tablet, known as the Demon Hunt Tablet. It is a 3rd-tier superior magical artifact. Yet, this artifact is not intended for combat, but rather for displaying rankings. Once one registers at the management office and drips a drop of blood onto the tablet, one's name, cultivation level, and the points earned during the Demon Hunt Assembly will appear, subsequently ranking participants based on their scores. This arrangement is particularly appealing to the young talents from the Eastern Wilderness, many of whom hail from nascent soul factions and are not overly concerned with the so-called golden core opportunities. Ironically, this seemingly inconsequential ranking holds greater allure for them. However, as the Demon Hunt Assembly had yet to commence officially, everyone's points remained at 0, and rankings were determined solely by cultivation levels. While Cheng Yan awaited his turn in line, waves of astonished exclamations erupted ahead. Each gasp signified the participation of a fully established foundation establishment cultivator in the assembly. Another foundation establishment. The exclamations drew Cheng Yan's attention. Beneath the demon-slaying monument stood a solitary figure, none other than Cheng Yan, whom Cheng Yan had encountered at the auction previously. Cheng Yan held a commendable rank of 18th on the monument. Shortly thereafter, Cheng Yan spotted another familiar silhouette, Chu Karen, with her innate charm, ranked significantly higher at 12th. Additionally, Tao Zongmu from the Tao family and Zhu Feng from the Lingyun sect also boasted respectable positions, occupying the 10th and 11th ranks respectively. Zhu Feng was notably the leading figure among the foundation-building cultivators of the Lingyun sect. However, the rankings of these 3 did not remain stable for long, as they continually descended, overtaken by disciples from the Yuaning sections. Suddenly, the entire demon-slaying square erupted into a hubbub, for the individual occupying the top rank on the monument had been dethroned. The previous first-place holder hailed from a prestigious Yuaning sect, mentored by a genuine Yuan-ing true monarch, rumored to have survived encounters with golden core true persons. His name had graced the top of the monument since its appearance, making his sudden fall all the more remarkable. At that moment, a tall figure clad in white stood beneath the monument, exuding an aura akin to a peerless sword, radiating an astonishing sword intent. It was Jian Li from the Sword Valley. Rumors had circulated that the three dominant forces of the East Wilderness had sent disciples to the demon-slaying conference. But none had mentioned Jian Li's personal attendance. It seemed the first position was undoubtedly his. As the Sword Valley stands as the sanctuary for sword cultivators in the East Wilderness, Jian Li was a direct disciple of a formidable transformation cultivator, reputed to have matched a golden core true person in combat. The crowd collectively surmised that the victor of the demon-slaying conference was already determined. Yet, no one wished to allow Jian Li to bask in the limelight alone. A light, mocking laugh echoed, and a figure appeared beneath the monument. He squeezed a drop of blood from his fingertip, which fell upon the monument, and Lu Yi's name emerged in the second position. Observing his placement, Lu Yi grimaced and muttered, "What a wretched stone monument! How could my name be beneath Jian Li's?" Jian Li cast a cold glance at Lu Yi without uttering a word, preparing to descend from the high platform when another voice rang out. "Ha ha ha, Lu Yi! You are inadequate. To surpass Jian Li, you must contend with me." As the voice resonated, a figure leaped up from below, squeezing a drop of blood that merged into the monument. The name Peng Weiling appeared, yet it was ranked even below Lu Yi's. What a pathetic stone monument. How could I possibly rank lower than Lu Yi? Peng Weiling exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief upon seeing his name at third place. "Ha ha. Is this your idea of surpassing Jian Li? Merely an old third, truly laughable." Upon witnessing Peng Weiling's ranking, Lu Yi couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Humph, what are you laughing at? You are merely an old second, hardly superior to me." Peng Weiling scoffed, expressing his disdain. Meanwhile, Jian Li, observing the two, furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent, turning away from the Demon Hunter Square. "TCH, what's so impressive about merely drawing with an ordinary golden core cultivator? What is there to boast about?" Peng Weiling remarked dismissively as he watched Jian Li depart without uttering a word. Chapter 175. Registration. If you could match the prowess of a golden core master, you too could afford such arrogance. Lu Yi retorted sharply at Peng Weiling before turning away from the demon hunting square. Peng Weiling snorted in response, but ultimately chose silence as he followed suit. The chasm between the Foundation establishment and golden core stages is akin to a vast abyss, a divide that few can bridge. Only a prodigy like Jian Li possesses such formidable strength. He could spar with a golden core master, but he believed it impossible to contend equally. Otherwise, the title of first place might not firmly belong to Jian Li. Once the trio departed, the atmosphere within the demon hunting square erupted into a frenzy. What was the significance of this demon hunting conference? The appearances of Jian Li from Jian Valley, Lu Yi from Xiang sect, and Peng Weiling from Tianling sect was astonishing. Apart from Jian Li, both Lu Yi and Peng Weiling were renowned figures, leading disciples from their respective factions. Historically, while the three dominant sects have sent disciples to participate in the demon hunting conference, it was unprecedented for their leaders to attend. For them, possessing resources and renown, the event held little allure. Indeed, with these three present, the top three contenders for the demon hunting conference seemed already predetermined. Their prowess ranks among the elite of Foundation establishment cultivators across the Eastern Wilderness. Among the perfected Foundation establishment practitioners present, none dared to claim they could engage a golden core cultivator in battle. Even the previous champion had barely escaped in the face of a golden core master. After the tumult, order gradually restored itself and registration resumed. However, subsequent participants could no longer incite discussions among the crowd. After all, no matter how formidable they were, they paled in comparison to Jian Li and his companions. Name? Soon, it was Cheng Yan's turn. After Zhou Yang announced his name, the official in charge presented a token inscribed with the number 0. This numeral represented one's score. The corpses of the demon beasts hunted could be brought here for point redemption. Points are non-transferable, and the token must not be lost, as it serves as proof for the exchange of spiritual items. While handing the token to Cheng Yan, the official elaborated. The non-transferability of points serves two purposes: to prevent disciples from major sects from purchasing points with spirit stones to manipulate rankings, and to avert internecine strife among human cultivators. If points were transferable, there would inevitably be individuals seeking to seize others' points, leading to a chaos where no one would be inclined to hunt demon beasts. The primary objective of the Demon Hunting Conference remains the extermination of demon beasts, with the beasts themselves being the principal adversary. Nevertheless, Such regulations cannot entirely eliminate conflicts among human cultivators. Should points be off limits, they could resort to directly contesting the corpses of demon beasts. Moreover, the various rare spiritual items encountered would also spark competition among participants. Having received the token, proceed to inscribe your name upon the demon hunting stele. The person in charge waved his hand, indicating for Cheng Yan to inscribe his name upon the demon hunting stele. Cheng Yan accepted the token and placed it within his storage ring before ascending the high platform. From his fingertip, he squeezed forth a drop of blood, which fell onto the stele, causing his name to materialize there. However, Cheng Yan's name appeared at the very bottom of the stele, belonging to the last group of entrants. Ha ha ha, this is utterly hilarious. A cultivator in the mid-foundation establishment stage dares to participate in the demon hunting convention. Does he not realize that the majority of participants are formidable beasts of at least second-tier rank? How long do you think his name will remain on the stele? If it vanishes, it signifies that the individual has perished. I doubt he'll last 3 days. That may not be the case. If I were him, I would certainly stay in Tiansong Square City and avoid venturing out. They chuckled. As soon as Cheng Yan's name appeared, it provoked a wave of laughter. Among the names inscribed on the stele, there were scarcely any cultivators in the mid-foundation establishment stage, thus placing Cheng Yan at the very bottom. Cheng Yan frowned upon hearing their jeers. While he had anticipated such an occurrence, recalling how previous mid-foundation establishment cultivators had been met with similar mockery, he noted that some had influential backgrounds that deterred others from being overly critical. However, as an unfamiliar face, Cheng Yan had never been heard of before, which led to unrestrained ridicule. Yet, Cheng Yan chose silence, allowing others to voice their opinions, for after all, one cannot dictate the words of others. Today marked the registration for the convention, and tomorrow the demon hunting convention would formally commence. As long as he demonstrated sufficient prowess, he would be able to silence his detractors. If his strength were inadequate, what would be the use of silencing others anyway? In this world, only strength holds true significance. As the names on the stele multiplied, the registration approached its conclusion. After inscribing his name, Cheng Yan turned and departed the demon hunting square. Though the convention would not officially begin until the following day, many had already left Tiansong Square City after registering, eager to hunt demon beasts and secure an advantageous position. Achieving a rank within the top 100 not only promised fame, but also ensured better cultivation opportunities upon returning to their respective sections. Those in the top 30 were often regarded as golden core seeds, with promising futures ahead. Cheng Yan had even heard that nearly all past champions of the demon hunting convention eventually ascended to become true monarchs of the nascent soul stage. Those who emerged victorious were assuredly not mediocre. After completing his registration, Cheng Yan opted not to rush out of Tiansong Square City like others, but rather chose to rest at an inn for the night, conserving his energy and preparing for the challenges ahead. The following day, Cheng Yan radiated vitality and was in exceptional spirits as the demon hunting conference officially commenced. Countless foundation establishment practitioners emerged from the Tiansong market, venturing into the Tiansong mountain range. A few fortunate souls who had departed the market the previous day managed to hunt demon beasts and returned to exchange their spoils for points. The rankings on the demon hunting stele fluctuated wildly, with even the names of Jian Li and his companions relegated beyond the 20th position. However, this was merely a temporary state. Those individuals could only rely on such underhanded tactics to secure a fleetingly advantageous rank. In truth, those of genuine prowess have always held disdain for such methods. Chapter 176. Dragon Muscle grasped the rankings on the Demon Slayer stele were in a state of chaotic flux, with even the names of Jian Li and his companions relegated to beyond the 20th position. Of course, this was merely a transient occurrence. Those who employed such underhanded tactics could only temporarily ascend the ranks. True prowess has never been associated with such methods. Nevertheless, this approach yielded some benefits, as the individuals now occupying the higher ranks garnered a modicum of fame for themselves. However, this method ultimately falls within the realm of the trivial, and soon enough, their names would be overshadowed by those of genuine capability. As for the names in the top 3, ever since Jian Li and his companions fell and subsequently returned, they have remained unchanged. At this moment, Cheng Yan had already spent over a month in the Tiansong mountain range. Yet, within his storage ring, he possessed merely 2 demon beast carcasses, one of intermediate second tier and the other of advanced second tier. It was not for lack of desire to hunt more demon beasts. Rather, Cheng Yan found himself constrained by his capabilities. Since the commencement of the Demon Slayer conference, intermediate second tier demon beasts had become exceedingly rare. After all, these creatures possess a significant degree of intelligence, and those lacking sufficient strength tend to seek refuge away from danger. During the past month, Cheng Yan had encountered only a single intermediate second-tier demon beast, while he had faced numerous advanced second-tier ones. Although Cheng Yan was not intimidated by the advanced second-tier beasts, slaying them proved to be a formidable challenge. Furthermore, his cultivation at the mid-stage of Foundation establishment could not sustain prolonged engagements with advanced second-tier beasts. Thus, whenever he encountered such formidable foes, he would attempt to resolve the situation swiftly. If that proved unfeasible, he would retreat immediately to conserve his spiritual energy. As a result, after a full month, Cheng Yan had managed to hunt only one advanced second-tier demon beast, which had just recently advanced, along with one intermediate second-tier beast. According to the regulations of the Demon Slayer Conference, slaying a low-level second-tier beast would yield 10 points, an intermediate second-tier beast 30 points, and an advanced second-tier beast 60 points. As for the pinnacle second-tier beasts, each would reward 100 points. In essence, after a month of arduous effort, Cheng Yan had accumulated a mere 90 points, while the required points for exchanging various spiritual items had yet to be disclosed. Historical data from previous Demon Slayer conferences suggested that at least 2,000 points would be necessary for low-grade, third-tier spiritual items, with some rarer items potentially demanding 3,000 to 4,000 points. The mid-grade, third-tier spiritual item that Cheng Yan sought, the Earth Spirit Pearl, would necessitate around 5,000 points. This implies that, given Cheng Yan's current pace, it might take him 5 years to accumulate enough points for the Earth Spirit Pearl. Assuming the Demon Slayer conference would even last that long, the shortest duration recorded for such events was merely 3 years. Just as Cheng Yan contemplated ways to earn more points, his spiritual sense detected the presence of a demon beast. At the moment he became aware of it, the creature had also spotted him. This is a second-tier advanced ironhide bull, named for its skin as tough as iron and its astonishing defensive capabilities. However, for reasons unknown, upon discovering Cheng Yan, this ironhide bull did not charge forward as one might expect. After all, the flesh and blood of human cultivators are considered a tremendous boon for beast kind. Typically, upon encountering a human cultivator, beasts would attack without hesitation. Moreover, the aura emanating from Cheng Yan indicated he was merely at the mid-stage of foundation building, weaker than this second-tier advanced ironhide bull. Yet, upon noticing Cheng Yan, the ironhide bull merely cast a wary glance before unleashing a deafening roar, seemingly warning him to keep his distance. This behavior piqued Cheng Yan's curiosity. Suddenly, behind the ironhide bull, Cheng Yan spotted a spiritual herb, dragon muscle grass. Upon recognizing the herb, he could not suppress an exclamation. Indeed, behind the ironhide bull stood one of the primary ingredients for a foundation-building pill, dragon muscle grass. Furthermore, it appeared that the herb would mature in just a month or two. No wonder the ironhide bull behaved so peculiarly. Dragon muscle grass is not only immensely attractive to human cultivators, but is also highly coveted by beasts for its ability to strengthen the body. Should this ironhide bull consume the dragon muscle grass, its defensive capabilities would significantly increase, potentially allowing it to withstand attacks from top-tier second-tier beasts. However, human cultivators primarily seek the herb for its other benefit, protecting the meridians. The reason the foundation-building pill possesses the ability to safeguard the meridians is due to the inclusion of dragon muscle grass. This herb is exceedingly rare, and since Cheng Yan had encountered it, he had no intention of letting it slip away, even with a second-tier advanced beast guarding it. Cheng Yan swiftly formed several intricate hand seals, followed by a powerful strike, sending a massive spiritual energy handprint towards the ironhide bull. Cold energy swirled around the frost palm, and those of lesser strength would feel an instant chill merely by glancing at it. Yet, the ironhide bull exhibited a disdainful expression, choosing to stand its ground, relying on its physical defenses to withstand the blow. Observing this, Cheng Yan could not help but smirk. Underestimating his frost palm would lead to dire consequences. The frost palm struck the ironhide bull, yet it remained unmoved, absorbing the blow effortlessly. However, in the next instant, the previously disdainful ironhide bull suddenly appeared flustered. The chilling energy from the frost palm began to infiltrate its body, wreaking havoc from within. The frost energy is a natural nemesis to these defensive beasts. No matter how formidable their outer defenses, their internal organs remain vulnerable. The frost energy could penetrate directly into the beast's interior. As the frost energy continued to erode the ironhide bull, waves of pain surged through it, prompting a pained roar to escape its lips. However, in a short span of time, it was impossible to expel the chilling aura from its body, especially with Cheng Yan lurking nearby, ever watchful. At this moment, it harbored an intense loathing towards Cheng Yan. The iron-skinned bull's eyes gradually turned crimson, fixated on Cheng Yan, its hind legs propelling it forward with fervor, charging directly at him. The iron-skinned bull possessed formidable defensive capabilities. However, conversely, its method of attack was exceedingly singular, relying solely on the brute force of its physical charge. Coupled with its massive frame, this rendered it quite cumbersome and lacking in agility. Nonetheless, the bull's speed was astonishing, its body hurtling forward like a bolt from a crossbow, arriving before Cheng Yan in the blink of an eye. Chapter 177. The unexpected encounter. The speed of the iron-hide bull startled Cheng Yan. He had anticipated that such a massive creature would be slow. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly, forming several seals with his hands, conjuring a radiant shield of myriad colors to protect himself. As the iron-hide bull charged, Cheng Yan employed a primordial shield to absorb the impact, the tremendous recoil toppling the colossal beast to the ground. Its limbs flailed in a desperate attempt to rise, yet its cumbersome bulk hindered its efforts. What an opportunity! Seeing the iron-hide bull brought low by his counterforce, Cheng Yan's eyes gleamed with realization. He swiftly altered his hand seals, summoning dozens of water blades that materialized beside him, each one infused with a chilling aura. Since the frost palm could not breach the iron-hide bull's defenses, it was wiser to utilize the water blade technique, which demanded far less spiritual energy. With Cheng Yan's unique spiritual power, each water blade bore the frigid essence. Though the chilling aura of each blade was less potent than that of the frost palm, the sheer number of blades compensated for it. As dozens of water blades struck the iron-hide bull, they left no mark upon its hide. However, the frigid essence permeated its body, relentlessly assaulting the creature from within. The agonized bellow of the iron-hide bull echoed as it summoned its strength, finally rising to its feet, its crimson eyes fixed intently on Cheng Yan, preparing for another charge. Yet this time, Cheng Yan was fully prepared. The brute's straightforward, reckless assault was easily evaded. He merely sidestepped, eluding the charge with grace. The iron-hide bull, unable to halt its momentum, collided with several sturdy trees before finally coming to a stop. But as it paused, the water blades once again rained down upon it. The frigid essence that had yet to dissipate was now compounded by a fresh wave, driving the creature into a frenzy, its rationality lost in the throes of pain. It charged towards Cheng Yan like a maddened bull, yet its attack method sealed its fate, ensuring it could not land a blow. After each assault, Cheng Yan employed the water blade technique not to inflict harm, but to facilitate the infiltration of more frigid essence into the iron-hide bull's body. Thus, for half an hour, he patiently wore down the beast, until its massive form finally crashed to the ground, blood streaming from its mouth and nostrils, a clear sign of severe internal damage. The fallen iron-hide bull gasped heavily a few times before succumbing to death. Cheng Yan exhaled deeply, relieved. This marked the first time he had dedicated a full half hour to hunt a single beast. Moreover, due to the considerable speed of the iron-hide bull, Cheng Yan had to remain fully focused to evade its charges. After an arduous battle, he found himself utterly exhausted, both mentally and physically. The iron-hide bull proved to be quite a formidable opponent. It was only thanks to Cheng Yan's possession of the frostbane energy that he was able to contend with it. Had it been anyone else, they would likely have surrendered long ago, unable to breach the creature's defenses. Fortunately, Cheng Yan had been employing the water blade technique, which required minimal spiritual energy. At present, he still had half of his spiritual power remaining. After storing the iron-hide bull's carcass in his storage ring, Cheng Yan approached the dragon tendon grass, intending to collect it into the universe mountain water diagram. Suddenly, a figure appeared within his consciousness, drawing ever closer. Cheng Yan had planned to swiftly gather the dragon tendon grass before departing the area, but the newcomer was alarmingly fast. Just as he pulled the dragon tendon grass from the ground, the individual arrived. Dragon tendon grass. Upon arrival, the person immediately spotted the plant in Cheng Yan's hand and exclaimed in astonishment. Although he no longer had any use for the dragon tendon grass, its high value was undeniable. A single specimen was worth at least 10,000 spirit stones. If sold at an auction, it could fetch as much as 20,000 spirit stones. Such a staggering worth stirred even his late-stage foundation establishment heart. "It's you." Upon recognizing Cheng Yan's face, he immediately identified him. The last time he had seen Cheng Yan was at the monster hunting conference, where he had made an impression as a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator daring to participate in such an event. "Kid, seeing you at the monster hunting conference is quite the feat. If you willingly surrender the dragon tendon grass and your storage bag, I might just let you walk away." The man spoke with a mocking tone. Upon his arrival, he observed the chaotic scene, clearly indicative of a recent fierce battle. However, he did not believe that Cheng Yan had just slain a high-level second-tier beast. After all, not everyone possessed the talent to fight above their level. He merely assumed that Cheng Yan had been fortunate enough to encounter a dragon tinned in grass guarded by a mid-level second-tier beast, which explained his audacious demeanor. The dragon tinned in grass is mine. Why should I give it to you? Cheng Yan frowned upon realizing the man was at the late stage of foundation establishment. Yet he displayed no signs of fear. Setting aside his own combat prowess, which was not inferior to that of a late-stage cultivator, he also had a formidable weapon at his disposal. Why should I? Simply because my fists are stronger, the man proclaimed, raising his clenched fist as if to assert his overwhelming strength. Kid, my patience is limited. If you refuse to hand over your belongings, do not blame me for being impolite. Seeing Cheng Yan silent, the man's expression shifted to one of impatience, clearly indicating that he would not hesitate to resort to violence if his demands were not met. Your confidence is rather misplaced, don't you think? Do you truly believe you have me at your mercy? To his surprise, Cheng Yan merely smiled and spoke. The man, observing Cheng Yan's confidence, furrowed his brow, pondering whether Cheng Yan was truly as uncomplicated as he appeared. Yet, he soon dismissed this thought. If Cheng Yan were indeed a person of genuine strength, he would surely possess a certain level of renown. However, after spending over a century in the eastern wastes, this was the first time he had encountered the name Cheng Yan. It seemed likely that he was either a wandering cultivator or a figure of minor influence. Certainly not formidable. With this in mind, he felt reassured, and a sinister expression flickered across his face. Chapter 178. A toast not taken is a punishment drink. Since you insist on ignoring the courteous toast and choosing the punishment drink instead, the consequences are on you. With a series of intricate hand seals, he unleashed a powerful punch, the fiery fist. As he uttered a low growl, a colossal fist mark, imbued with flames, surged towards Cheng Yan with overwhelming might. Observing this, Cheng Yan quickly summoned the primordial shield to encase himself within its protective embrace. The fist mark struck the shield, unleashing a searing wave of heat that caused Cheng Yan's face to sting painfully. Nonetheless, the primordial shield successfully thwarted the onslaught. No wonder he exuded such arrogance. He possessed a modicum of strength. But how long can you sustain such a meager reserve of spiritual energy? With that thought, he formed another series of hand seals, conjuring an endless inferno in the skies above. The sky devouring flames. As the incantation resonated, the boundless flames surged forth towards Cheng Yan, their intensity warping the very fabric of the surrounding space. Gazing at the relentless blaze, Cheng Yan recognized its formidable power. Yet, his countenance betrayed no fear. He executed a series of complex hand seals, summoning the frostbane palm. The chilling aura emanating from the palm caused the ambient temperature to drop several degrees, stabilizing the previously distorted space scorched by the flames. As the opposing forces of cold and heat collided, a hissing sound filled the air, ultimately leading to a mutual cancellation of their respective techniques. The flames were mere ordinary fire, whereas Cheng Yan's frost essence was anything but commonplace. Were it not for his adversary's cultivation advantage, it would have been evident that Cheng Yan's technique surpassed that of his opponent. Noticing his sky-devouring flames thwarted, the man furrowed his brow. He now recognized that Cheng Yan's prowess was far from trivial. With just the frostbane palm, he could rival cultivators in the late foundation establishment stage. His strength was indeed impressive, which explained his seemingly fearless demeanor. However, with only mid-foundation establishment cultivation, how many times could he execute such a spiritual technique? How about this? I no longer require your storage bag. If you are willing to relinquish the dragon tinden grass in your possession, I shall allow you to depart unharmed. Having witnessed Cheng Yan's capabilities, the man's attitude shifted somewhat. Although he believed he could subdue Cheng Yan, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort. Moreover, he was uncertain whether Cheng Yan possessed any potent hidden cards. His intent in participating in the demon hunting conference was to acquire cultivation resources, not to engage in a life-or-death struggle. If he could intimidate Cheng Yan, it would be all the better. You shall not obtain my storage bag, nor will you receive the dragon tinden grass. If you desire it, you must take it yourself. Cheng Yan, resolute and unyielding, scoffed disdainfully. He had no faith in the man's hollow threats of allowing him to leave unscathed. Had the man achieved complete foundation establishment, Cheng Yan might have reconsidered, but against someone in the late foundation establishment stage, he felt no trepidation. You overestimate your abilities. Do you truly believe that a mere spiritual technique will suffice to ensure your safety? Today, I shall demonstrate the stark disparity in power between the mid-foundation establishment and late foundation establishment stages. Upon hearing Cheng Yan's words, the man's expression darkened instantly. He believed he had extended sufficient courtesy to Cheng Yan. Since Cheng Yan himself rejected it, he could not be blamed. With a swift motion, he grasped a fiery red spear that materialized in his hand. The spear shimmered with ethereal brilliance, exuding an extraordinary aura, while the tip gleamed with a chilling radiance. Adorned with a dragon motif etched along its shaft, firmly holding the spear with both hands, he infused it with a continuous stream of spiritual energy, manifesting a colossal illusory spear that towered above. The dragon motif on the illusory spear came to life, coiling around it as flames flickered and then erupted, engulfing the entire illusory spear in a tempest of blazing fire. With a fierce thrust, he launched the infernal spear toward Cheng Yan, its fiery form embodying the might to scorch mountains and boil seas. To perish beneath my flame dragon spear is a privilege in itself, he cackled with reckless abandon. Though the flame dragon spear was merely a second-tier upper-grade artifact, its power was formidable, rivaling even the finest of second-tier artifacts, having helped him vanquish countless formidable foes. It was indeed his most potent technique. Cheng Yan, observing the infernal spear's fiery manifestation, furrowed his brow, his countenance grave. The overwhelming pressure emanating from it sent a shiver down his spine. Relying solely on the primordial shield or the cold desolation palm might not suffice to withstand this assault. It appeared he would need to employ that technique. As this thought crossed his mind, a spiritual talisman materialized in Cheng Yan's hand. As he infused it with spiritual energy, a terrifying power coalesced upon the talisman. Talisman treasure. The man exclaimed in a startled gasp upon seeing the talisman in Cheng Yan's grasp. This was the very second-tier superior talisman that Cheng Yan had acquired at the auction. With the sound of the man's exclamation, Cheng Yan successfully activated the talisman, summoning a colossal spiritual arm in the sky, which wielded an illusory long knife. Without hesitation, the arm struck down toward the illusory spear, its formidable might posing a threat even to late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators. The illusory spear could not withstand even a moment's resistance, cleaved in twain beneath the long knife. After severing the spear's illusion, the long knife maintained its momentum, continuing its descent toward the man. The illusory knife loomed larger in the man's eyes, filling him with dread as he sensed the encroaching specter of death. Gripping his spear tightly, he hastily thrust forward, conjuring another illusory spear in a desperate attempt to intercept Cheng Yan's assault. Yet, this strike also faltered, unable to endure even a heartbeat before being shattered. He could only watch helplessly as the long knife descended upon him. When the knife struck, an immense force surged forth, propelling him several dozen feet away. As he soared through the air, he spat out several mouthfuls of blood. With a thunderous crash, he landed, rolling several times before finally coming to a halt. At this moment, he appeared utterly disheveled, his complexion as pale as parchment, with blood incessantly trickling from the corners of his mouth, staining his garments of vivid crimson. Ha! Yet, upon his countenance, there was an unmistakable glimmer of exuberance, and he could not suppress a hearty laugh, for he had triumphantly survived. Although his attire was tattered beyond recognition, revealing a black undercoat beneath, this armor bore a gaping wound, exposing the raw, crimson flesh within, from which blood flowed ceaselessly. Chapter 179. The power of the talisman. The defensive inner armor he wore was a second-tier, high-grade magical artifact, and it was thanks to this armor, combined with the obstruction of the flame dragon spear, that he had managed to survive. However, while he had escaped with his life, the armor was utterly destroyed, beyond any hope of repair. Though he lived, his injuries were grievous, and without prompt medical attention, survival would be a challenge. Surprised, aren't you? I have survived. Having exhausted all his spiritual energy using the talisman, you must be left with none. The wound on his chest burned fiercely, driving him into a frenzy of rage. Cheng Yan had inflicted such severe harm upon him. He longed to see Cheng Yan torn to shreds. Cheng Yan gazed at him, furrowing his brow, realizing that even a second-tier premium talisman had failed to vanquish him. As he had stated, Cheng Yan had indeed depleted all his spiritual energy. Yet, his brow soon relaxed. He was no stranger to running out of energy. The solution, naturally, lay in the spirit-gathering pearl he possessed. Cheng Yan retrieved the spirit-gathering pearl from his storage ring and absorbed all the spiritual energy it contained. What? You actually possess a spirit-gathering pearl? Upon seeing the pearl in Cheng Yan's hand, his eyes widened in disbelief. It turned out to be a second-tier low-grade spirit-gathering pearl. With such limited energy, you could hardly execute the same spiritual techniques as before. However, upon discerning the grade of the pearl, he relaxed slightly. Cheng Yan, hearing his words, let out a cold laugh, but offered no reply. Instead, he unleashed a water dragon technique. The water dragon exuded a chilling aura, its might greater than the water dragon technique he had previously employed. Water dragon technique. Go. With a soft command from Cheng Yan, the water dragon surged forward, attacking the man. As the water dragon approached, the ease on the man's face vanished, replaced by sheer terror. He was gravely injured, his strength reduced to a mere fraction. Not only Cheng Yan, but even a mere chi practitioner could take his life. His earlier bravado had merely been a fade, yet Cheng Yan remained silent, directly launching an assault. The power of the water dragon technique was formidable, while it might not rival the frost palm Cheng Yan had used before. It was certainly lethal enough to end his life. How could he not feel dread? No, do not kill me. I no longer desire the dragon's tendon grass. I will give you everything I possess. I beg you, spare me. As the water dragon drew ever closer, he could no longer maintain his composure, pleading incessantly with Cheng Yan, who appeared oblivious to his cries. Having already forged an enmity, Cheng Yan would not let him escape. As for the man's belongings, killing him would still yield the same result for Cheng Yan. Ultimately, a scream echoed as the man met his demise beneath the water dragon technique. Cheng Yan stepped forward, retrieving the storage pouch from the fallen figure and picking up the flame dragon spear that had been cast aside before departing the scene. Recently, the confrontation they engaged in was quite formidable. Should they linger here any longer, it is likely that they would attract the attention of others or even other ferocious beasts. Given Cheng Yan's current state, which is considerably weakened, encountering any adversaries or beasts would spell certain doom. After departing from that location, Cheng Yan sought a secluded spot, settling down to recuperate his spiritual energy. Only after restoring his energy to its peak did he feel a sense of relief. In the wilderness, a deficiency in spiritual energy could prove to be perilously dangerous. During the recovery period, Cheng Yan remained on high alert, anxious about being discovered by either humans or beasts. However, upon regaining his spiritual strength, he chose not to depart immediately. Instead, he retrieved the storage bag of the individual he had encountered and began to assess his gains. As he probed into the storage bag, a smile of delight graced his face. The bag was predominantly filled with the corpses of 3 second-tier advanced beasts, which he surmised must have been hunted by that individual recently. This bounty amounted to a substantial score of 180 points, which was quite fortunate for Cheng Yan. Additionally, a valuable item within was the second-tier superior flame dragon spear, the power of which Cheng Yan had already witnessed. Regrettably, the armor he wore had been destroyed by a talisman. The spirit stones he found totaled just over 10,000, likely spent shortly after arriving at Tiansongfang City. As it would be unusual for a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator to possess such a meager sum. There were also some pills, materials, and spiritual herbs, though none of them were particularly rare or precious. It seemed like it was time to return to Tiansongfang City. Cheng Yan murmured to himself as he gazed at the storage bag in his hand. He had been away for over a month and had now acquired 3 second-tier advanced beast corpses, making it an opportune moment to return and exchange them for points. Moreover, the bodies of second-tier beasts were sizable, and even Cheng Yan's storage ring could not accommodate many of them. 5 days later, Cheng Yan found himself back in Tiansongfang City. Although the city was not as bustling as when he first arrived, especially with many individuals currently hunting beasts in the Tiansong mountain range, there were still a considerable number of people present, particularly at the beast hunting square, where many gathered daily to exchange points. Upon his arrival, he even found himself in line. Isn't that the mid-foundation establishment cultivator? He has come to exchange points as well. When Zhou Yang appeared at the beast hunting square, some recognized him immediately. In terms of reputation, Cheng Yan's name was not inferior to those ranked higher on the beast hunting monument. After all, there were very few mid-foundation establishment cultivators on the entire monument. It was speculated that he had encountered good fortune in slaying a mid-tier second-tier beast and had eagerly returned to exchange for points. He must possess considerable strength to dare participate in the beast hunting conference, someone remarked with a tone of mockery. Yet, others contended that Cheng Yan was no fool. Knowing his own limitations, he would not recklessly attend the conference if he were aware of his inadequacies, as that would be akin to courting death. In the midst of foundational cultivation, what prowess can one truly possess? It is merely a case of failing to recognize one's own limitations, believing oneself to be a prodigy, while in reality, there remains a vast chasm when compared to genuine geniuses. His words emerged without a hint of restraint. Such unpleasant remarks prompted Cheng Yan to furrow his brow and cast a glance in his direction. Ultimately, however, he refrained from uttering a reply, for it was now his turn to exchange points. Please present the corpses of the beasts you have hunted. The overseer, having noted Cheng Yan's mid-level foundation cultivation, chose not to comment, instead diligently assisting him in the point exchange process. Chapter 180, Redemption of Points and Provocation. Cheng Yan nodded slightly, producing the corpse of a mid-level second-tier beast. Ha ha ha, did I not tell you? Clearly, luck smiled upon me. allowing me to hunt a mid-level second-tier beast. And I couldn't wait to return to redeem my points. Upon seeing the beast's corpse Cheng Yan presented, the man who had mocked him became even more brazen in his derision. Cheng Yan shot him a glance, revealing a cold smile, and then produced 5 corpses of high-level second-tier beasts in succession. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd as the 5 massive corpses appeared in the plaza. Though Cheng Yan was not the first to display such a number of beast corpses, he was uniquely the only one capable of presenting them at the mid-foundation stage of cultivation. The man who had previously ridiculed Cheng Yan now wore a grim expression, having just claimed that Cheng Yan was unaware of his own limitations. Yet here was Cheng Yan, presenting 5 high-level second-tier beast corpses, delivering a stinging blow to his pride. Impossible. He must have purchased these beast corpses with spirit stones. How could someone with merely mid-foundation cultivation, in just a month, hunt 5 high-level second-tier beasts? Still unwilling to accept the reality, he persisted in his accusations. The crowd, upon hearing his words, displayed expressions of doubt. It was not unprecedented for individuals to purchase complete beast corpses with spirit stones in pursuit of higher rankings. Cheng Yan, however, chose not to respond. It seemed that this individual had been perpetually suppressed by those of higher cultivation within the sect, leading to a distorted perception that could not bear witness to other strength. Receiving his token from the attendant, Cheng Yan observed the number on it transform from 0 to 330, signifying that he now possessed 330 points. On the demon hunting stele, his name ascended from the bottom ranks to over 500. After obtaining the token, Cheng Yan had no intention of lingering and turned to leave the hunting plaza. Trying to leave? You haven't clarified anything yet. Those beast corpses must have been purchased, right? Although the hunting competition does not explicitly prohibit this, your actions are no different from cheating. Just as Cheng Yan turned, the man who had mocked him stepped forward to obstruct his path. Cheng Yan regarded him with furrowed brows and coldly replied, "Whether I bought them or not is of no concern to you. Step aside and do not block my way." The repeated taunts from the man had ignited a flicker of anger within Cheng Yan. "You may leave, but you must admit that these beast corpses are purchased." The man insisted. Cheng Yan, taken aback by the absurdity of his assertion, found it laughable. "So, just because you say I bought them, I must acquiesce? Why should I admit to something that is untrue? Since you claim these beast corpses are not purchased, how will you prove it?" The man, unyielding, continued to hound Cheng Yan. Growing weary of his persistence, Cheng Yan resolved to bypass him and exit the area. Upon seeing Cheng Yan attempt to leave, he immediately extended his hand, intent on seizing him, even resorting to the use of spiritual power. Yet, before he could grasp Cheng Yan, another individual intervened, restraining his hand. It was the overseer of this marketplace. Violence was strictly prohibited within the market. Any grievances must be resolved on the martial platform. The use of spiritual energy within the market was already a breach of etiquette, prompting the overseer's interference. The mention of the martial platform ignited a spark of excitement in the man's eyes. "If you wish to prove that the corpses of those demon beasts are not purchased, it is quite simple. You need only to defeat me on the martial stage." Cheng Yan, upon hearing this, regarded him as one would a fool, contemplating when he had ever expressed a desire to prove anything to him, and thus prepared to disregard him entirely, striding directly towards the exit of the demon hunting square. However, the man remained relentless, pursuing him. "I see you are afraid. Indeed, those demon beast corpses must have been purchased by you." He interpreted Cheng Yan's silence as a sign of guilt, yet Cheng Yan continued to ignore him. "Why are you so persistently bothersome, like a fly?" Cheng Yan, increasingly annoyed by his tenacity, finally spoke. "I shall not ascend the martial platform without cause. If you wish to challenge me, it is simple, wager your storage bag." Unable to tolerate him any longer, Cheng Yan decided to engage. "Very well." The man eagerly agreed, as though fearing Cheng Yan might retract his statement. Cheng Yan cast him a sidelong glance and proceeded towards the martial arena. "Where are you going?" the man inquired, mistakenly believing Cheng Yan to be reconsidering. Upon realizing Cheng Yan was indeed heading towards the martial platform, he scoffed and hurried to follow. This promises to be entertaining. Onlookers in the demon hunting square, witnessing the unfolding drama, eagerly rushed to join the spectacle. Even those who had been queuing to exchange points momentarily abandoned their places. At the martial arena of Tiansong Market, a considerable crowd had gathered, some arriving from the demon hunting square while others joined along the way. Upon encountering the throng, they merged into the gathering, their intentions unified, to witness the unfolding drama. Those who arrived later engaged in lively discussions, inquiring of those in the know about the events that had transpired. Once apprised of the situation, they all regarded Cheng Yan with expressions of skepticism. In their eyes, A nameless mid-foundation cultivator could not possibly have slain so many high-tier second-grade demon beasts. At that moment, on the martial platform, Cheng Yan stood opposite the man who had mocked him. If you confess before everyone that those demon beast corpses are indeed purchased, I might spare you from a painful thrashing, the man proclaimed, arms crossed, and a mocking smile gracing his lips. In his eyes, Cheng Yan was merely at the mid-stage of foundation establishment, while he himself had attained the later stage. Defeating Cheng Yan would be a trivial endeavor for him. During his time within the sect, he had often bullied those whose cultivation was inferior to his own. Why do you have so much to say? From the very beginning, his incessant chatter had become a source of annoyance for Cheng Yan. Hearing Cheng Yan's retort only fueled his anger further. He snorted coldly and declared, "You, soon enough, you will be unable to speak so boldly." Cheng Yan, at a loss for words, replied, "Are you going to fight or not?" Chapter 181. Will you fight or not? Cheng Yan could no longer endure his opponent's demeanor. He yearned to swiftly conclude the confrontation and depart from this place. Of course, I will fight. However, given your inferior cultivation, I shall not take advantage of you. How about this? I will allow you to strike first. He feigned magnanimity, portraying himself as someone who does not prey upon the weak. This was a tactic he frequently employed, avoiding opponents of higher cultivation levels, or even those of equal standing, opting instead for someone like Cheng Yan, whose abilities were beneath his own. He would then masquerade as a generous individual unwilling to exploit the disadvantaged, all in a bid to enhance his reputation. In essence, such individuals are merely bullies who thrive on the feeble. Are you prepared now? With his opponent's words, Cheng Yan naturally could not decline. Under ordinary circumstances, he would have already launched an attack without uttering a word. However, this was the martial arts platform, which adhered to certain protocols. "I am ready. You may proceed," the opponent replied with a confident smile. Without further hesitation, Cheng Yan brandished the flame dragon spear he had just acquired. The spear possessed formidable power. The strength exhibited by the opponent previously had nearly equaled that of a perfected foundation establishment. Had Cheng Yan not possessed a talisman, he might have struggled to contend with it. Cheng Yan was not inclined to engage in prolonged conflict, so he unleashed his full might from the outset. Spiritual energy surged into the flame dragon spear, conjuring a colossal spectral image of the spear in the air, adorned with dragon patterns that ignited fiercely. As the flames roared, an intense wave of heat radiated outward. Fortunately, the martial arts platform was protected by an array, sparing the spectators from its effects. Yet, the individual standing upon the platform distinctly felt the searing heat rush towards him, stinging his face and altering his expression drastically. With just this one move, he realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. However, with so many eyes upon him, retreat was not an option. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a shield artifact from his storage pouch, infused it with spiritual energy, and activated it. A massive spectral shield materialized behind him for protection. Cheng Yan gripped the flame dragon spear with both hands and lunged forward. The dragon patterns on the spear emitted a resounding roar, accompanied by an inferno of flames aimed at the opponent. The spear's spectral image collided with the shield, and the raging flames relentlessly scorched its surface. In mere moments, fine cracks appeared upon the shield's spectral form. With a sharp, cracking sound, the fissures began to propagate. In the blink of an eye, they enveloped the entire shield, which ultimately could not endure the assault, disintegrating into a swirl of spiritual light. Yet, the flame dragon spear maintained its momentum, piercing through to strike the shield artifact the opponent wielded. The spear's immense power forced the individual back, driving him to the very edge of the martial arts platform, where the spear finally dissipated into a cascade of embers. What an astonishing technique! Is this truly something a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator can achieve? The prowess of Cheng Yan's technique was evidently observed by those watching the battle, and with just this one move, he had garnered the respect of many foundation establishment practitioners present. It's merely the advantage of a magical artifact. If I possessed such a tool, I could accomplish the same. Yet, in this world, those unwilling to acknowledge the strength of others are numerous. At this moment, the individual opposing Cheng Yan appeared quite disheveled, blood seeping from the corners of his mouth, clearly suffering significant injury. Cheng Yan, noticing this, slightly furrowed his brow, not out of concern for the interruption of his assault, but rather in astonishment at the weakness of his opponent, who had been struck to the point of coughing blood with merely one blow. However, how could Cheng Yan know that this opponent was accustomed to bullying the weak and feared the strong? His usual adversaries were those of lower cultivation. Thus his combat prowess was hardly formidable, placing him among the weakest in his tier. Nevertheless, Cheng Yan would not show mercy simply because his opponent was weak. Once on the martial stage, the stakes were life and death. As Cheng Yan manipulated the hand seals, spiritual energy coursed through his meridians and gathered in his palm. Before he unleashed a powerful strike, a colossal palm imprint, imbued with a chilling aura, surged toward his adversary. Upon witnessing the incoming icy palm, the opponent realized that its might was only slightly diminished compared to the previous technique. Coupled with his injuries, he sensed he could not withstand this attack. He would surely perish. In an instant, he was paralyzed by fear, frozen in place. Yet, the icy palm would not halt simply because he was terrified, lacking any defense. He was doomed if the strike landed. "Friend, wait." Just as the icy palm was about to descend upon him, a voice rang out. Following it was a powerful fist imprint, its force causing Cheng Yan's heart to race. The owner of this fist imprint possessed formidable strength, likely a perfected foundation establishment cultivator. The fist effortlessly shattered Cheng Yan's full-force icy palm, yet the imprint seemed unaffected, its might undiminished. However, it did not advance toward Cheng Yan, instead dissipating in midair. At that moment, a figure leapt onto the martial stage, clasping his fists towards Cheng Yan, and spoke. "Esteemed friend, I implore you to show mercy." Upon seeing him, Cheng Yan inquired, "Who might you be?" This individual demonstrated the cultivation of a perfected foundation establishment. And from the earlier display, it was evident he was no ordinary practitioner. Yet, it remained unclear why he intervened on the martial stage. "Brother Wei, save me. He intends to kill me." Before the newcomer could utter a word, the frightened individual, who had been terrified by Cheng Yan, regained his composure and scrambled behind Brother Wei, practically rolling in his haste. "Silence." To his surprise, Brother Wei reprimanded him coldly. The reprimanded individual's anxious expression froze upon hearing Brother Wei's scolding. Ultimately, he lowered his head, falling into silence, yet a fleeting glimmer of resentment flickered in the depths of his gaze. Upon hearing him refer to the other as senior brother, Cheng Yan swiftly comprehended their connection. They were indeed fellow disciples. In the presence of Wei Lu, a member of the Qiyu sect, the latter, after silencing the former, turned to introduce himself. "Wei Lu." The Wei Lu ranked 38th on the Demon Hunter's tablet. As he proclaimed his name, murmurs of recognition rippled through the crowd. Cheng Yan narrowed his eyes upon hearing the spectators' remarks. Given Wei Lu's prominent standing on the tablet, his prowess was undoubtedly formidable. Should the opponent seek to avenge his junior brother, it would pose a considerable challenge. Chapter 182. 3-petal white lotus seeds. Might I inquire, esteemed sir, why you have intervened in our duel? The arena possesses its own regulations. Your interference in this contest between us has undoubtedly disrupted the established order. However, these rules rely solely on the collective adherence of the participants, as there are no explicit mandates from the Tianchong marketplace regarding the construction of the arena. Its purpose is merely to provide a venue for the resolution of personal grievances, thereby preventing disturbances within the marketplace itself. Nevertheless, once one steps onto the arena, the resolution of conflicts is no longer under the jurisdiction of Tianchong. Outside the arena, dueling is strictly prohibited. My interference in your duel is indeed my fault. However, this individual is my junior apprentice. Witnessing his plight compelled me to extend my assistance. I happened to return today to redeem points, and, drawn by the commotion at the arena, I was curious enough to take a closer look. Through the conversations of those around, I grasped the essence of the unfolding events. Although it was my junior who instigated this situation, and his demise would ordinarily be of little concern, having seen it unfold, I felt obliged to intervene. Should word spread that our sect remained indifferent in the face of a crisis befalling one of its disciples, it would tarnish our reputation. Most individuals choose to join a sect in pursuit of cultivation resources and protection. If we cannot safeguard our own disciples, who would wish to join our ranks in the future? Thus, for the sake of our sect's honor, I must step forth to halt Cheng Yan. Yet, it is undeniable that my junior is at fault. I have heard that you intend to wager his storage bag. Might I propose that you spare his life? And in return, his storage bag could serve as an apology to you? However, I am not one devoid of reason. Were it not for the sect's reputation, I would have little desire to involve myself in this matter. Senior brother. Upon hearing that his storage bag was to be surrendered, the individual panicked. That bag contained all his worldly possessions, and he yearned to protest. Yet, upon seeing the stern expression on Wei Lu's face, he swallowed his words, directing a venomous glare at Cheng Yan. The storage bag was, after all, the wager. Having lost, it rightfully belongs to me. How can it be deemed an apology? Furthermore, given his malevolent demeanor, allowing him to leave alive would be a source of great unease. Cheng Yan observed the malice etched on the man's face. If he were to let him go, countless troubles would surely ensue. This aspect had not crossed my mind. In that case, the storage bag shall remain yours. and I shall require him to publicly apologize to you. As for your concerns regarding potential retribution from him, rest assured. This incident will undoubtedly result in severe consequences upon his return to the sect, leaving him with no time to trouble you. Moreover, considering your prowess, such trivial matters should not pose a threat to you. Wei Lu turned to glance at the individual, who quickly suppressed their emotions, burying the animosity deep within. Observing this, Wei Lu furrowed his brow but chose to remain silent, instead turning to Cheng Yan with a smile. His words served to affirm that their Chi-Yu sect would not neglect the safety of its disciples, yet would not permit them to act recklessly, thus enhancing their reputation. Since my fellow cultivator has spoken thus, I shall grant him a chance for redemption, Cheng Yan remarked after a moment of contemplation. It wasn't that Cheng Yan was inclined to let him go. Rather, Wei Lu's prowess was formidable, far beyond what Cheng Yan could contend with at present. Even with the aid of talismans, Cheng Yan could not guarantee victory against such an opponent. Under these circumstances, retreat was the only viable option. Then I extend my gratitude to you, fellow cultivator, Wei Lu replied with a courteous gesture. Hand over your storage pouch. He then turned to the individual, addressing him directly. Senior brother. The man, upon hearing Wei Lu's demand, wished to protest. Your storage pouch. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Wei Lu's cold voice. Leaving him no choice but to reluctantly produce his storage pouch and surrender it to Wei Lu apologized to my fellow cultivator. Wei Lu instructed as he accepted the pouch, without even glancing at it, tossing it to Cheng Yan. He then commanded the man to express his contrition. Though the man's face was rife with reluctance, under Wei Lu's imposing presence, he ultimately inclined slightly towards Cheng Yan and muttered a barely audible apology. Given this, I shall take my leave. Cheng Yan, without further comment, accepted the storage pouch, bowed slightly to Wei Lu, and turned to exit the arena. Observing Cheng Yan's departure, Wei Lu followed suit, ushering his junior disciple away from the scene. The onlookers, witnessing both parties depart, also chose to leave the arena, engaged in lively discussions about Cheng Yan's remarkable achievements. They praised him as an extraordinary talent, noting how he had successfully challenged opponents beyond his level and nearly vanquished them, thus garnering him a measure of fame. After leaving the arena, Cheng Yan did not immediately head out to hunt demonic beasts. Instead, he decided to rest for 2 days in Tiansong Square while examining the contents of the man's storage pouch. As Cheng Yan's consciousness delved within, he could not help but be astonished. Was this the wealth of disciples from a significant faction? It was no wonder he had shown such reluctance to part with it earlier. Within the pouch lay a staggering 60,000 spirit stones, alongside 3 second-tier superior magical artifacts, one of which was the shield he had previously employed, while the other 2 served as offensive tools. However, they paled in comparison to the flame dragon spear in Cheng Yan's possession and were not of the water attribute. Cheng Yan found little utility in these artifacts. Offensively, he was well equipped with the flame dragon spear, cold desolation palm, and his trump card talismans. Defensively, his primordial shield sufficed entirely. In addition, there are 3 bottles of true essence pills, which are second-tier superior elixirs utilized by late-stage foundation establishment cultivators for the enhancement of their cultivation, along with various healing and mana restoration potions. The remaining items consist of several spiritual herbs and materials, all of considerable value. If sold in their entirety, they could easily fetch several tens of thousands of spirit stones. When calculated together, the contents of his storage bag amount to a value exceeding 100,000 spirit stones, sufficient to purchase a low-grade 3rd-tier magical artifact, with some surplus remaining. However, what excites Cheng Yan the most are the 3 lotus seeds nestled within a jade box. The lotus seeds are entirely milky white, adorned with 3 azure patterns, signifying the rare 3-patterned white lotus seeds. Chapter 183. The gathering. The white lotus seed grows a stripe every 1,000 years, and it is said that the maximum number of stripes it can attain is 9. The 9-striped white lotus seed possesses extraordinary capabilities, capable of reviving the deceased and reconstructing the flesh of even the most formidable practitioners, aiding those in the nascent soul and transformation stages in the recreation of their physical forms. Once a cultivator reaches the nascent soul stage, even if their physical body is obliterated, as long as their primordial spirit endures, the possibility of bodily reconstruction remains. Although this particular seed bears only 3 stripes, its healing properties are remarkably potent. Even golden core cultivators would be greatly intrigued, for who can guarantee they will not find themselves wounded at some point? Such a precious item raises questions about how it came into possession of its current owner. However, the means of acquisition have become irrelevant, for it now belongs to Cheng Yan. Regrettably, the conditions required for such a heavenly treasure to flourish are exceedingly stringent. Even formidable transformation forces likely lack the capacity to provide the necessary environment for its growth, which paradoxically renders the white lotus seed exceedingly rare. Nonetheless, Cheng Yan resolutely excavated a small pond within the cosmic mountain water diagram, placing the white lotus seed into it. The sprouting of the white lotus is a straightforward process, requiring no special conditions, yet its growth demands extraordinarily unique circumstances. As for what those conditions are, Cheng Yan remains uninformed. Once the white lotus seed sprouts, it signifies the loss of its original potency. Cheng Yan has long believed that the cosmic mountain water diagram within his sea of consciousness is no ordinary entity, for the ability to accelerate time is already a profound advantage. Thus, he decided to plant a white lotus seed. As he still possesses two more, should he succeed in nurturing it to life, it would be a tremendous gain. However, the growth of the white lotus is exceedingly slow. From the moment the seed is planted until the emergence of the lotus pod, a millennium is required, and to develop into a 9-striped white lotus, an additional 9,000 years is necessary. In essence, a 9-striped white lotus requires a full 10,000 years to mature. Even with the existence of the cosmic mountain water diagram, it necessitates a millennium. Yet, the lifespan of a foundation establishment cultivator is merely 240 years, and even that of a golden core cultivator extends only to 500 years. This predicament drives Cheng Yan to seek the enhancement of the cosmic mountain water diagram. After organizing the contents of his storage bag and transferring everything into a storage ring, Cheng Yan settled into a meditative posture, activating his cultivation techniques to commence his practice. Cultivators seldom take breaks, generally substituting rest with their training. Moreover, foundation establishment cultivators have the ability to abstain from food, consuming sustenance only occasionally to appease their appetites. However, on the following day, Cheng Yan received a communication talisman. Fellow cultivator Cheng, this is Wei Lu. I apologize for intruding upon your serene cultivation, and I hope you can forgive my impertinence. I will be hosting a small exchange gathering in 3 days, and it would be my honor to invite you to attend. Accompanying the talisman was an exquisite invitation, detailing the location of the upcoming exchange gathering. It turns out to be at Wei Lu. At first, Cheng Yan felt a twinge of confusion. He had no acquaintances in Tiansongfang City, nor was anyone aware of his residence here. How then? Did a communication talisman find its way to him? If it were Wei Lu, it would indeed make sense, as Wei Lu, a core disciple of the Yuaning faction, could easily locate Cheng Yan's dwelling. However, Cheng Yan was puzzled as to why Wei Lu would extend an invitation to him for this exchange gathering. He had heard of such gatherings before. They were typically led by core disciples of Yuaning powers, who would invite familiar faces to share resources and trade items of little personal use. Yet, Cheng Yan and Wei Lu were not particularly close. Their sole encounter had nearly resulted in the death of Wei Lu's fellow disciple. It was unexpected that Wei Lu would invite him to the exchange meeting. Cheng Yan pondered for a moment, but in truth, Wei Lu's intentions were quite straightforward. Those capable of battling beyond their level were invariably exceptional individuals. He merely sought to forge a connection with Cheng Yan. As for the disciple who had nearly met his demise at Cheng Yan's hands, Wei Lu paid him no mind. Had it not been for the reputation of their sect, he would not have intervened to save such a foolish person. Gazing at the invitation in his hand, Cheng Yan contemplated his options and ultimately resolved to attend the exchange gathering. He possessed several items that were of little use to him, and perhaps this gathering could yield beneficial outcomes. 3 days later, Cheng Yan arrived at a building named Qiyugu in Tiansongfang City, invitation in hand. The name clearly indicated that this establishment was a property of the Qiyu sect. Upon entering, he was greeted by a beautiful female cultivator at the peak of her qi refining stage. Esteemed senior, welcome to Qiyugu. May I inquire what you wish to purchase? She asked with a professional smile. I am not here to make a purchase, Cheng Yan replied, shaking his head as he produced the invitation. Ah, so you are here for the exchange gathering. Please, follow me, the female cultivator responded, her surprise momentarily evident upon seeing the invitation, though it quickly faded, and her smile became more genuine. Esteemed senior, this is the venue for the exchange gathering, she said, leading Cheng Yan to a door on the topmost floor of the building. Understood, Cheng Yan nodded, and the female cultivator withdrew. As he pushed open the door, a chorus of conversations filled the air, and upon seeing the door ajar, the occupants ceased their discussions, turning their gazes toward the newcomer. However, upon recognizing Cheng Yan's mid-foundation stage cultivation, many subtly furrowed their brows. Ha ha ha, Cheng Daoyu, you have finally arrived. I was beginning to fear you would decline the invitation. Wei Lu's voice rang out just as Cheng Yan stepped inside. How could I refuse an invitation from Wei Daoyu? Cheng Yan replied with a respectful nod and a smile. Allow me to introduce to you all, This is the esteemed Cheng Yan, a fellow cultivator. Do not underestimate his prowess, which lies in the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Cheng Yan holds a commendable rank beyond 500 on the Demon Hunter Monument. As Wei Lu guided Cheng Yan into the room, he took the opportunity to present him to the assembled crowd, emphasizing Cheng Yan's notable ranking to dispel any potential disdain directed towards him. Indeed, upon hearing Wei Lu's words, the expressions of the attendees shifted, as they recognized that a rank beyond 500 is by no means trivial. Some among them even found their own rankings to be inferior to that of Cheng Yan. With a gentle smile, Cheng Yan clasped his hands in greeting and said, "I am Cheng Yan, honored to meet all fellow cultivators."